This is an old, worn-out coin, yet it has caused countless people to fight over it, because each ancient coin represents a golden finger. However, merging the golden finger takes a full 3 days. If one is killed during this time, the golden finger will be taken, and if they encounter another with a golden finger, guessing its function correctly will result in immediate death. At this moment in the city of the chosen ones, after the divine piercing of the golden fingers ended, some young people put on masks to conceal themselves, waiting for the random teleportation from the city of the chosen ones, while others headed outside the city. Half an hour quickly passed, and everyone in the city of the chosen ones vanished instantly. After a moment of dizziness, I was teleported to a park. I found an inconspicuous corner in the park and walked in. A few minutes later, a scruffy middle-aged man in his 30s emerged from the corner. Nearly 20 years of planning had finally paid off. I touched my chest where there was a coin that only I could see, a mark of the chosen ones. After leaving the park disguised as a middle-aged man, I noticed some people flying in the sky and others darting through the streets like flashes. I knew what they were searching for. Those who had been teleported from the chosen city could have ended up anywhere in the country. If those powerful factions found them, they could potentially gain a golden finger from them. I ignored this and waved down a taxi. Inside, I took out my phone, opened a short video app, and began scrolling quickly, seemingly searching for something. A few minutes later, I found myself conflicted as I stared at the screen. The screen displayed, "If you could have an indestructible body, but there is a vital point, once it is struck, you will surely die, would you accept?" I was conflicted because my golden finger was quite interesting. Whenever I encounter a what-if type of choice, I can decide whether to gain one of the abilities or items, usable once a day. In this world, golden fingers are categorized into 3 tiers, the third tier being item-type golden fingers, the second tier being logical-type golden fingers, and the first tier being conceptual golden fingers. Conceptual golden fingers defy logic and are ridiculously powerful, though they are extremely rare. Based on my assessment, my golden finger is of the first tier. After pondering for a while, I ultimately swiped away that video. A vital point might be well hidden, but if faced with an overwhelming attack, it could easily be struck. No matter how small the chance of death, I wouldn't choose that. So I continued scrolling through my phone and quickly came across another choice. If someone tells you a lie, you can earn 100 yuan, but you will owe 10 million. Would you accept? When I saw this choice, I did not hesitate to use my golden finger. This ability seems ordinary, requiring someone to tell me 100,000 lies to earn back 10 million, but I had no regrets. I chose this ability not to make money, but to gain the ability to discern truth from lies. This is a conceptual ability, and none of them are weak. The next second, a text message popped up on my phone, showing that I owed a 10 million loan. I decided to test my ability, so I suddenly asked the driver, "Do you think I'm handsome?" The driver was caught off guard. He didn't expect me to ask him so suddenly, so he casually replied, "Yeah, handsome." As soon as the driver finished speaking, I heard a notification on my phone, 100 yuan credited to my wallet. Soon, the taxi arrived in front of a noodle shop. I looked up at the sky, where people were still flying through the mist. The hunt for the chosen ones had just begun, and the next 3 days would worsen, especially on the third day when all chosen ones would be exposed. Thinking of this, I took out my phone and sent a text message to 76, Wutong Street, Kunzu. I sent this message to an unmarked number, and soon the other party replied with just 2 words, "Understood." After reading the message, I immediately deleted both the sent and received messages. Then, I walked into the shop at 76, Wutong Street, found a corner to sit in, and said to the owner, "Boss, 1 large portion of chicken and noodles, please." Then I opened my phone map and checked the distance to Qianzhou. My home was over 700 kilometers away, about a day's drive. Soon, the owner brought out the chicken and noodles. I put away my phone and began to wolf down my food. Just then, 2 men in their 30s walked in from outside. They were wearing uniforms with the logo of Sihai Express. Sihai Express is the largest logistics company in the country, covering all 9 continents. It's no exaggeration to say they can deliver anywhere within those continents. The 2 men scanned the shop before walking over to me. One of them shouted, "Boss, 2 large portions of chicken and noodles, please hurry." As soon as they finished speaking, they sat down at my table. One of them tossed me a jacket with the Sihai Express logo and said, "We have a rush job today. After you finish eating, you need to make a trip to Qianzhou." I took the jacket and asked the 2, "Did the boss give any instructions?" The boss only mentioned one thing: "This batch of goods must be delivered to Qianzhou before midnight tomorrow. Someone there is in a hurry." "Okay, tell the boss I will deliver the goods safely and on time. Time is tight, so I'll leave first. You 2 enjoy your meal." I quickly finished the remaining noodles, put on the Sihai Express jacket, and left the noodle shop. A Sihai Express vehicle was parked at the entrance, and I opened the passenger door and got in before the car drove off. None of this attracted anyone's attention. Such scenes were far too common. It was well known that Sihai Express employees loved chicken and noodles. As time went by, more and more Sihai Express vehicles gathered together. In less than half an hour, there were 7 trucks, and our vehicle was right in the middle of them. 7 nearly identical trucks drove along the highway, which looked quite impressive. However, when people saw the logos on them, they thought nothing of it. Convoys are nothing unusual for Sihai Express. It was only when we reached the highway exit that we were stopped by a group of police officers. At the front of the convoy, a man in his 50s got out of the vehicle and asked, "Officers, why are you stopping my Sihai Express truck? Is there something wrong?" A lewd-looking officer said, "Everyone, we have a perverted murderer on the loose in Kunzu. We've been ordered to seal off all exits for routine checks. Please cooperate and show your IDs and work permits." Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile inwardly. What nonsense about a perverted murderer. They must be looking for the chosen ones. Although I knew this, I had to cooperate with the police questioning, as they represented the authority of the emperor. So, everyone in the Sihai Express vehicle, all got out of the vehicle and presented their identification. I was no exception. I had disguised myself like this, so I was naturally well prepared. After checking the IDs, the officers were about to leave. But just then, a loud explosion erupted in the distance as a car exploded. In the instant the explosion sounded, a figure dashed into the distance. Seeing this, the police officer in front of us flickered and soared into the air. I quietly stared at the figure in the distance. From my guess, that figure was likely a chosen one. All chosen ones are in competition with each other, and I wanted to see what abilities this one possessed, so I could be mentally prepared in case we crossed paths. The surrounded chosen one was now standing on top of a car, arms crossed, surrounded by a large amount of white smoke. In the next moment, a figure burst out from the smoke and dashed eastward. The police hurriedly pursued him. Just as they grabbed the chosen one's arm to apprehend him, he suddenly transformed into a plume of white smoke. At that moment, another figure burst out from the smoke and headed southeast, prompting many police officers to chase after it. However, just as the police had chased halfway, figures continuously emerged from the smoke, and in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. I gasped in my heart, "What a trick! It's the technique of multiple shadow clones." Faced with this situation, a lewd police officer shouted loudly, "Shoot to kill all of them." Immediately, all the police either drew their firearms or used their abilities to attack the numerous clones of the chosen one. Every clone that was attacked turned into white smoke and vanished. At that moment, not only did the clones disappear, but the real body also vanished. Indeed, none of the chosen ones were easy to deal with. The most unique aspect of the chosen ones isn't their immense power, but rather their bizarre trump cards. Killing or capturing a chosen one is not a simple task. The lewd police officer shouted loudly for everyone to spread out and search carefully. He was certain that the chosen one hadn't escaped but was hiding among the crowd. However, with so many people here, it wouldn't be easy to identify the chosen one among those hiding. "Officer, are we still on a tight schedule? This search is taking too long." "Seriously, officer, you're being incompetent. Someone slipped away right under your noses." In an instant, everyone stuck at the highway entrance began to shout, including some powerful and influential people. Faced with them, the police were hesitant to keep blocking the way, and reluctantly, the leading officer could only say, "Those who have already had their IDs checked can leave first." Upon hearing this, those allowed to leave cheered and got into their respective vehicles. Meanwhile, the leading officer kept his eyes on these individuals, looking for any suspicious people, but found nothing. We also got into our cars, and when the Sihai Express delivery convoy passed a service area, it stopped. At this moment, someone asked, "What's wrong? Do we need to refuel?" Li Chang replied, "There's an uninvited guest in the convoy." Li Chang was in the same car as me, and the driver was also the team leader of the convoy. Hearing this, my eyes lit up, and the first thing that came to mind was the chosen one from earlier. After getting out of the car, Li Chang kicked underneath the vehicle. "Come out already, do we need to force you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure crawled out from under the car a few seconds later. "You all have quite strong abilities. I hid so deeply, yet you still found me." Li Chang asked again, "So, do you think you can escape from us?" Before he could finish, several other employees from Sihai Express had already surrounded the chosen one. Faced with the encirclement by Li Chang and his team, the chosen one's expression turned extremely grim because he could sense that these people's strength was far superior to that of the police. "Feel free to propose any conditions. How can I be released? As long as I can leave today, I can agree to any conditions." As a chosen one, what he needed most was enough time to stealthily develop his abilities. At this moment, I stepped forward and asked, "What's your name?" As soon as the chosen one said Li Ziki, my earphones buzzed with a notification, 100 yuan credited to my payment wallet. I asked again, I'll ask you one last time, what's your name? Seeing the seriousness in my eyes, the chosen one changed his name. With the notification of 100 yuan credited to my payment wallet, I said, if you really don't want to tell us, that's fine, we don't necessarily need to know your name. Seeing my expression, the chosen one realized that I had a way of determining if he was lying. My name is Ben. When the chosen one said this name, I almost spat out my drink. My first thought was that this name must be a pseudonym. However, to my surprise, the notification did not sound, meaning that he really was named Ben. Why not call yourself Ben? I internally complained. The name Ben might be unfamiliar to the people of the Divine Land, but it's well known among the 2D enthusiasts of Blue Star. I am actually a transplant from Blue Star, having directly crossed over into my mother's womb. It has been 20 years since then. The reason I appeared so composed when facing the divine, was that ever since I heard about the chosen ones, I had been preparing for over a decade, and I had made double preparations. If I could also become a chosen one, everything would be easy. If not, I would become a hunter, using my years of preparation to hunt down one or even multiple chosen ones. I know very well how powerful those with a golden finger are. I then asked again, are you a chosen one? And Ben didn't hesitate to deny it. With the sound of the notification for 100 yuan credited to my wallet, I smiled slightly and didn't press further. That notification was enough to confirm his identity. At that moment, I turned to Li Chang and said, brotherly, I finished asking. Although I didn't say anything, Li Chang could read my expression. He understood in Ben's identity and said, if you want to leave, it's simple. Just become one of us at Sea High. For a chosen one, if we can recruit him, the benefits are undoubtedly substantial. I'm sorry, but I don't have a habit of being anyone's dog, and Ben said, and a large amount of white smoke surrounded him. In the next second, as before, countless clones surged out of the smoke and dashed in all directions. Li Chang didn't even blink at this. An employee from Sea High waved his hand, and countless golden threads surged out, forming a large net that enveloped all of Ben's clones. When Ben's clones touched the golden net, they instantly turned to white smoke and vanished, while the golden net continued to shrink towards Ben. Seeing this scene, Ben was instantly horrified. He hadn't expected that his trick would be so easily countered. As the golden net was about to completely envelop him, he quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, and in the next second, his figure vanished, replaced by a trash can, while Ben's actual figure appeared 20 meters away. Seeing this, my eyes widened. This was a substitution technique. If it were just a simple substitution technique, it wouldn't seem remarkable. After all, the Divine Land is primarily a world of cultivation. Having various skills is normal, but the Ben from before had used a technique similar to multiple shadow clones. The combination of these two skills made me think of a possibility. The techniques from Naruto had become reality. Of course, I couldn't be 100% sure. After Ben appeared 20 meters away, he hurriedly maximized his speed. He dashed into the distance. Facing off against these Sea High members, he was definitely no match. The only thing he could do was use tricks to escape. His speed wasn't slow, but the Sea High members were faster. One of the employees suddenly split into 6, instantly blocking Ben's path. Faced with this situation, Ben placed his right index finger in front of his mouth, and suddenly, a huge fireball erupted from his lips. My eyes lit up. This was the fireball technique. I could now confirm it. Ben's golden finger was the ability to amplify skills from Naruto. One or two skills could still be coincidences, but when a third skill appeared, it could no longer be a coincidence. Thinking this, I suddenly reached to touch my chest. On my chest was a black token, a symbol of being a chosen one. This object is called the Divine Wealth Coin. When a chosen one guesses another chosen one's golden finger, they can use the Divine Wealth Coin to activate the Divine Wealth Platform. Once the Divine Wealth Platform is activated, it will envelop both chosen ones for the wealth exchange. If the golden finger is guessed correctly, the guessed chosen one will die. Thus, their identity as a chosen one will be stripped away. The chosen one who guessed the golden finger correctly will acquire the dead chosen one's golden finger, and these abilities can stack. Moreover, there is no limit to how many can be acquired. However, if guessed incorrectly, the cost will be extremely severe. At best, serious injury, at worst, death. Because of this, chosen ones will not activate the Divine Wealth Platform without 100% certainty. All chosen ones are cunning, hiding themselves deeply. What you see may be what others want you to see. Guessing someone else's golden finger based on what they show can easily lead you into a trap. However, at this moment, I was certain that Ben's golden finger was the ability to amplify skills from Naruto. These chosen ones had just come out of the city of chosen ones and hadn't had enough time to develop their abilities. Now was a desperate phase. Hiding would be tantamount to seeking death. Thinking this, a flicker of killing intent crossed my eyes as I hesitated whether to activate the Divine Wealth Platform. not knowing what would happen once it was activated. I was worried that the commotion would expose me. Killing the enemy is certainly important, but preserving oneself is even more crucial. After thinking it over, I decided to wait a bit. If these C-High employees could kill Ben, then I wouldn't need to intervene. At this point, Ben was truly fighting for his life, continuously unleashing various skills I was familiar with. However, perhaps due to his short time with the Golden Finger, the power of his skills was weak. He was now cornered by several C-High employees, panting heavily. As he looked at the approaching C-High members, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He had one powerful skill left that, if used, would surely allow him to escape. However, this skill was too powerful, and he had only grasped it at a basic level. If he misused it, it could bring him danger, but he had no other choice. He then pulled out a black, round metal plate from his pocket, which had a black mark on it. This was the Flying Thunder God mark. Seeing the mark on the plate, I instantly understood what he was planning. If this round plate were thrown hard, it could travel a long distance. Once successfully used for the Flying Thunder God technique, he could easily escape from the encirclement. Thinking this, I swiped my palm across my chest, and the Divine Wealth coin appeared in my hand. I threw it at Ben while chanting incantations. In the next second, the Divine Wealth coin emitted two beams of light in the air, visible only to Ben and me. Soon, the two beams enveloped us both. Both of us felt momentarily dazed. When we opened our eyes again, we found ourselves on the palm of a gigantic statue. I could distinctly feel my body was immobilized, as if I were tightly bound to a torture rack. And Ben looked at me with disbelief. "You dare to activate the Divine Wealth platform? Are you sure you know what my Golden Finger is?" He had previously checked the Divine Emperor and found no existence of Naruto, so it was impossible for you to know what my Golden Finger is. At that moment, the gigantic statue spoke, saying, "Please reveal your Golden Finger," directed at me since I was the one who activated it. The Divine Wealth platform amplifies the skills from Naruto, granting the abilities of characters from Naruto. I was afraid my explanation wouldn't be clear, so I elaborated in a different way. At that moment, I was also quite nervous. Although I felt confident internally, I wasn't sure if my explanation was adequate. If it wasn't, I would be in big trouble. Anban's face turned ashen the moment he heard Song Tianli say that. "You, how could you possibly know?" he asked in a tone of disbelief. "Correct guess. Divine Judgment activated, Golden Finger deprived," the statue said. "Ah!" In the next second, Anban let out a terrible scream. Immediately, the Divine Judgment coins on him flew out, heading towards Song Tianli. At that moment, Song Tianli realized he could move again. He reached out and took Anban's Divine Judgment coins into his hand. In that instant, he felt a moment of disorientation, as if he were rapidly falling from a great height. Song Tianli, in the service area, opened his eyes in a panic, as if he had just woken from a nightmare. He saw Anban, who was about to activate the Flying Thunder God, suddenly collapse with vacant eyes. The time spent on the Divine Judgment platform just now, in reality, lasted no more than 3 seconds. As Song Tianli said this, he looked down at his palm. He discovered that there was an extra Divine Judgment coin in his hand. "I won the bet. From now on, I will have 2 golden fingers," Song Tianli said excitedly. He admitted that there was an element of gambling when he activated the Divine Judgment platform. Fortunately, he had guessed right. Take a chance, and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Gamble a bit, and a car turns into a Land Rover. Now, he had already turned a bicycle into a motorcycle. Moreover, during this time, nothing earth-shattering had occurred. This was the best outcome for Song Tianli. Anban's sudden collapse startled the 4C's employees who were fighting him, causing them to quickly retreat a few meters. They thought Anban was about to unleash some powerful move. After all, they had just seen Anban pull out something that seemed quite formidable from his pocket. "He's dead." At that moment, one person stepped forward to check Anban's breath and turned to the others. "How could he just die like that?" Another person asked in confusion. "Clean up, and let's leave quickly," Li Chang said urgently. Although only a few of them knew about Anban being a chosen one, the recent battle had already drawn the attention of many. If someone with ulterior motives discovered Anban's identity, it would be a huge problem for the 4Cs. After all, the allure of the Golden Finger was too great. Thus, the 4C's members quickly tidied up the battlefield and Anban's body before leaving the service area. They then headed south, towards Qianzhou. During this time, Song Tianli kept his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. In reality, he was studying the newly acquired Golden Finger. He was quite interested in the character skills from Naruto, especially the multiplication technique. After some research, he found that while he could now possess these character skills, they were not unlimited. Depending on the chosen one's different realms, the abilities that could be materialized also varied. For example, the multiple shadow clone technique that Anban had used earlier. Opening one divine storehouse could only split into 10 clones at a time. Opening 2 divine storehouses could split into 100 clones at once. Opening 3 divine storehouses could split into 200 clones at once. Opening 4 divine storehouses could split into 500 clones at once. Opening 5 divine storehouses could split into 1,000 clones at once. In the realm of cultivation in the divine land, there is only one saying: condense the divine essence, open the 5 storehouses, gather the 6 palaces, and tread the divine path. The meaning is very simple. After condensing the divine essence, open the 5 divine storehouses within the body, and condense the 6 chi palaces within, one qualifies to embark on the path to becoming a deity. Each time a divine storehouse is opened, 3 layers of shackles must be broken, so the realm of 5 divine storehouses is also divided into early, mid, and late stages. This golden finger is quite good. It can definitely be considered a second-class golden finger. Song Tianli silently said to himself. The golden fingers of the chosen ones are not all the same. The people of the divine land categorize these golden fingers into 3 ranks. The third rank consists of item-type golden fingers. For example, a sword, a tower, a steel, a cauldron. The second rank consists of logic-type golden fingers. These golden fingers do not have a specific direction. As long as they conform to logic, they can potentially become golden fingers. The first rank consists of concept-type golden fingers. Concept-type golden fingers do not adhere to logic and can sometimes be absurdly powerful. Of course, these types of golden fingers are also extremely rare. From today on, I will be a pretender. He. A smile full of cunning appeared on Song Tianli's face. After that, there was no conversation. The Sihai Express convoy arrived smoothly in Qianzhou around 5 o'clock the next afternoon. Thank you all for your hard work. A plump man, looking somewhat foolish, came to greet everyone. His name was Qian Shang, the general manager of Sihai Express. Not hard at all, just doing my job. Manager Qian, since the goods have been safely delivered, I will head home to rest now, Song Tianli said as he stepped forward to address Qian Shang. Few people knew what he meant by goods. Alright, I will give you bonuses tomorrow, Qian Shang said with a smile. Then, Song Tianli nodded slightly to him and turned to leave. He hailed a cab and headed home. Everything seemed ordinary, not attracting anyone's attention. Song Tianli's home was a small courtyard house in the old city of Qianzhou, waiting to be demolished. After getting out of the car, he did not go directly home but walked into a pine forest. 10 minutes later, a young face emerged from the other side of the pine forest. Song Tianli returned to his original appearance. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Song Tianli shouted loudly as he entered his family's small courtyard house. However, there was no response from inside the house. It seemed that Song Tianli had anticipated this scene. He cautiously looked around and then entered his room. Shadow clone technique. He then split off a clone. His main body went into the wardrobe in the room. Inside the wardrobe, there were only 2 pieces of clothing. He gently pulled on a hook. Suddenly, the base of the wardrobe began to descend. Eventually, Song Tianli arrived in a passageway. He passed through the passage and entered a room in the adjacent courtyard. From this room, he could see every move in his family's yard. He crouched by the window for a while and, finding that no one had followed him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Song Tianli would not allow himself to be caught like a turtle in a jar. Many people knew about his family, but very few knew about his secret base. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the gate of Song Tianli's yard. He hurriedly looked through the glass and saw it was one of his neighbors. He couldn't quite remember the man's full name, but he recalled that his nickname was Iron Head. Although they were called neighbors, it wasn't entirely accurate, as they only knew of each other's existence and their relationship wasn't very good. Moreover, the 2 houses were several hundred meters apart. As far as Song Tianli knew, this Ironhead was a small-time thug, bullying the weak, stealing, and doing all sorts of mischief. He had a bad reputation in the area. Song Tianli didn't know why the other party was looking for him. So, his clone walked out of the house and opened the yard gate. Is there something you need? Song Tianli asked expressionlessly. I have good news, tremendous good news. Let's go inside and talk. Tai Tu spoke as he walked into the courtyard without a care. Song Tianli frowned slightly but did not stop him. He wanted to see what Tai Tu was up to. If you have something to say, just say it. After sitting down in the courtyard, Song Tianli said, Do you know the Song family, one of the 3 great families of Qianzhou? Speaking of which, we are actually from the same family. Tai Tu asked. I've heard of them. What's wrong with the Song family? Song Tianli asked, puzzled. According to reliable information I've received, the young master of the Song family, Song Shisan, we'll be recruiting lackeys from all over Chinzhou in 2 days. As long as we get selected, there's an immediate reward of 1 million, and from then on, we'll live a life of luxury. Moreover, with the wealth of the Song family, any little reward from young Master Song will be enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. We should go together then, so we can look out for each other, Tai Tu said, looking at Song Tianli. Hearing this, Song Tianli's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't because of the young master's strange actions, but rather that, given his relationship with Tai Tu, there was no need for him to drag him into such matters. They weren't that close. Sure, I happen to be looking for a job, Song Tianli replied. Then it's settled, we'll go together. By the way, where have you been these past few days? I came to find you twice, but you weren't home, Tai Tu casually asked. I had an urgent job with Sihai Express, so I was busy for 2 days, Song Tianli answered. I don't believe that, Tai Tu said. You weren't around, you didn't go to the chosen city, did you? Tianli, tell me the truth, have you become a high and mighty chosen one? Tai Tu asked in a nonchalant tone. As expected, things aren't that simple. Song Tianli thought to himself upon hearing this. He knew Tai Tu wouldn't just come to him because of the young master's recruitment of lackeys. Do you think someone like me could become a chosen one? Such a miraculous opportunity wouldn't come to me. There's no smoke rising from our ancestral grave, Song Tianli said lightly. That may not be the case. The birth of a chosen one has no rules, anyone could be one. Isn't it too coincidental that you just happened to be away these past few days? Tai Tu asked with a grin. No coincidence, no story. If I really became a chosen one, I wouldn't be able to come back here. I should find a place to hide quickly, to avoid being discovered, Song Tianli explained. Now that you mention it, that's true. Well, I'm off then. We'll go to the Song family for the interview in 3 days, Tai Tu said, standing up and preparing to leave. However, just as he turned his body, he turned back the next second. By the way. At the same time, he had something else to say. What Song Tianli didn't expect was that Tai Tu was holding a dagger in his hand, which he suddenly slashed across his neck. Why? Song Tianli covered his neck, asking in disbelief. What you said makes a lot of sense, but I don't believe it. Based on my observations these past few days, I suspect you might be the chosen one. If I kill you, I can obtain the golden finger and change my fate. Even if you're not, it doesn't matter, killing someone for a chance at the golden finger is nothing. Tai Tu looked at Song Tianli, who was clutching his neck, a hint of madness flashing across his face. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he was willing to kill Song Tianli to try. If his guess was correct, then he would truly change his fate. Just as he finished speaking, the Song Tianli, who was covering his neck, suddenly transformed into a wisp of white smoke. At the same time, a dagger pierced through Ironhead's heart from behind. You're quite the guesser, aren't you? But just because you guessed right, does that mean you won't die? Accompanying this was a cold voice. You. Ironhead wanted to say something more, but the life force within him was fading, and he no longer had the strength to finish his words. Thus, Ironhead slowly fell to the ground. Looking at the dead Ironhead, Song Tianli showed no expression on his face. This was not his first time killing. Over the past 20 years, the number of people who had died at his hands had reached double digits. Therefore, he felt no psychological burden. Although the land of Shenzhou had technology, it was primarily based on cultivation, so it could not be as stable as Blue Star. Here, it had always been a survival of the fittest. If you don't kill others, others might kill you. After killing Ironhead, Song Tianli skillfully took out some potions and dripped them onto the corpse. Soon, the body began to burn. In just a few seconds, Ironhead's body vanished without a trace. As an old hand among the old six, Song Tianli understood a fundamental principle. After killing someone, one must destroy the body and erase all traces. Otherwise, it would be easy for those with special abilities to follow the clues and find him. After disposing of the body, Song Tianli did not end there. He used the technique of multiple shadow clones to create a doppelganger, then had the doppelganger use transformation techniques to take on Ironhead's appearance. He didn't know if anyone had seen Ironhead enter his small courtyard. If someone had seen him enter and not come out, it would be easy to bring trouble upon himself. Therefore, he had the doppelganger transform into Ironhead and leave the courtyard, heading in the direction of Ironhead's home. Along the way, the doppelganger deliberately passed through several crowded places, allowing others to see his presence. Finally, when he reached a deserted area, he dismissed the doppelganger. In this way, no one would be able to connect Ironhead's disappearance to him. This golden finger came just in time, otherwise, it would have been a bit troublesome to handle, Song Tianli muttered softly. After returning to his room, he began to scroll through his phone again. Today was the second day, and he could make another ability choice. However, such conditional multiple-choice questions were not so easy to come by. Sometimes, when he finally encountered one, the ability or its side effects were unacceptable to Song Tianli. For example, there was a choice like this: if you are given 1 billion, but a snail will chase you forever, refreshing its location every day at noon, randomly appearing anywhere, and if touched by the snail, you will die. Would you accept? Faced with such a choice, Song Tianli could only choose to give up. 1 billion was certainly tempting, but such a guaranteed death outcome was not what he wanted. Although the probability was very small, as a season-old hand, Song Tianli was naturally unwilling to take any risks. What if he had bad luck and that snail randomly appeared on his face one day? Wouldn't that mean his end? Now that he had the golden finger, earning 1 billion should not be difficult, and there was no need to take that risk. Thus, Song Tianli could only continue scrolling, searching for a choice. Finally, after an hour, his eyes lit up. If you could have a skill from the game Three Kingdoms Kill, but you would incur a debt of 1 billion, and if you couldn't pay it off within a month, you would die, would you be willing? For this choice, Song Tianli chose without hesitation. He knew the skills in Three Kingdoms Kill, and there were many interesting yet extremely powerful skills. With Song Tianli's choice, a skill card appeared in his hand. He spread out the skill card and looked at it for a while, finding that it was not much different from what he knew. For example, basic cards: Kill, Thunder Kill, Fire Kill, Flash, Peach, Wine. Weapon cards: Zhuge Crossbow, Qinglong Yenue Blade, Qinggang Sword, Fengtian Painting Halberd. Horse cards: Speed +1 horse, Speed +2 horse, Speed -1, Speed -2. Defense cards: Runwang Shield, Vine Armor, Silver Lion. Scheme cards: Steal the Sheep, Destroy the Bridge after crossing, Unassailable, Kill with a borrowed knife, Create something from nothing. When Song Tianli saw these skills, he couldn't help but laugh. These skills for fighting enemies and saving one's life were simply fantastic. With these skill cards, even if his identity as a chosen one was exposed tomorrow, he wouldn't be too embarrassed. Creak. Tianli, we're back. At that moment, the sound of the door opening and a man's voice talking came from outside. Hearing this voice, Song Tianli put away the cards and walked out. The people entering were a middle-aged man and woman, looking quite ordinary and down-to-earth. They were Song Tianli's parents, Song Qian and Yang Jia. Dad, Mom, did you just get off work? Song Tianli asked as he stepped forward. Their family had a strange rule: no matter who returned, whether anyone was home or not, they had to call out when entering. For example, when Song Tianli returned earlier, he would say, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." And his parents would respond, "Tianli, I'm back." This rule was set by Song Tianli. Ever since he crossed over and learned about the chosen ones, he began to plan. This strange rule was to distinguish whether the person returning was a family member. In case someone impersonated them, they could identify it immediately. "Did you just get off work?" was also a probing question. "We got off early, ran into Uncle Wang on the way, and chatted for a bit," Song Qian replied. Hearing this answer, Song Tianli nodded and returned to the house with his parents. As long as the words Uncle Wang were mentioned, it meant it was true. "I'll go make dinner," said Song Tianli's mother, Yang Jia, and she walked towards the kitchen. 40 minutes later, the three of them were watching TV while eating. During this time, no one spoke. Song Tianli's parents didn't ask him about his recent gains or whether he had become a chosen one. "Tianli, what are you planning to do next?" After finishing dinner, Song Qian asked. "The Song family, one of the three major families, is recruiting in a couple of days. I plan to apply. Earn some money to help with household expenses." "That's fine too, we need to do something." With that, the conversation between father and son came to an end. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely feel that the Song family was a bit strange. Their communication gave a sense of being brief and to the point. Logically, this situation shouldn't exist between a father and son. "There might be guests coming tomorrow, you and Mom take a day off to properly entertain them," Song Tianli suddenly said at that moment. "Okay." Song Qian nodded. After that, Song Tianli returned to his room. The communication between father and son was completely over. That night, Song Tianli did not sleep but stayed in his secret base to cultivate. He had been doing this for the past 20 years. Whenever he could cultivate, he never slacked off. The land of Shenzhou was a world of the survival of the fittest. Although the golden finger was important and powerful, the most crucial thing was still one's own strength. If one's cultivation was strong enough, even without a golden finger, one could still look down upon others. Soon, it was midnight. When the clock struck 12, Song Tianli suddenly felt a heat rising in his chest where the divine judgment coin was. Not good, the final test is coming. On the third day after leaving the chosen city, all chosen ones would be exposed. Only by passing this level can one truly possess the golden finger. However, Song Tianli did not expect to be exposed right at midnight. Thinking of this, Song Tianli's figure flickered, and he hurriedly appeared in the courtyard, then took out a cloud-piercing arrow. Whoosh! Bang! Soon, the cloud-piercing arrow soared into the sky, bursting into a magnificent and dazzling firework. The firework formed the shape of a mask, looking quite beautiful. At this moment, many people were awakened from their dreams. A single cloud-piercing arrow, and thousands of troops come to meet. However, nothing happened at the location where Song Tianli was. He quickly left his home and sped away into the distance. His speed was fast, like a shadow. Yet, he still felt it was slow. So, he flipped his palm and took out a horse card from the game Three Kingdoms Kill. Speed +1, he said, slapping the horse card onto himself. Instantly, his speed doubled. Speed +1 doubles one's speed, while speed +2 triples it. As Song Tianli ran, he felt his chest growing hotter. The next moment, a colorful light suddenly burst forth from the divine coin on his chest. This colorful light shot up into the sky, towering into the clouds, with a diameter of over 2 meters. Not to mention the people around him, even the entire Qianzhou could see it if they looked up. Of course, such a scene was not unique to Song Tianli. Across the land of the divine state, all the chosen ones were experiencing the same. If the previous struggle for the golden finger was merely a skirmish, now the real slaughter was beginning. Because now, all the positions of the chosen ones were exposed. Many forces were waiting for this moment. Not to mention other places, just within Qianzhou, many people were heading towards the direction where Song Tianli was. They did not reveal their identities, all dressed in night clothes, not even their eyes showing. During his sprint, Song Tianli used a transformation technique. He could not let his appearance be exposed. Otherwise, even if he escaped this time, once his looks were remembered, it would be easy to be plotted against in the future. This was also why he was eager to distance himself from the small courtyard where he currently lived. The colorful light on Song Tianli was too conspicuous, shining hundreds or thousands of times brighter than a beacon in the night. Therefore, it wasn't long before someone appeared flying above him. And not just one person. Kill! Immediately, one person called out softly and charged towards Song Tianli. Faced with this situation, Song Tianli knew he could not escape, so he stopped running and prepared to confront the enemy. Since there was nowhere to flee, he could only fight. Soon, one person appeared above Song Tianli, swinging down a sword. The force of this sword was tremendous, capable of splitting mountains and breaking stones. Rhino Shield. In response to this sword, Song Tianli took out a defense card from Three Kingdoms Kill and threw it out. Instantly, the card transformed into an enormous black shield in front of him, blocking his way. Boom! The sword above him struck the shield, producing a loud crashing sound. The Rhino shield showed no signs of breaking, while the attacker was rebounded several dozen meters away. His body staggered in the air several times before stabilizing. However, soon, the Rhino shield also dissipated. These cards were one-time use items. Once used, they would disappear. Hand over the golden finger, and I can spare your life. At this moment, Song Tianli was already surrounded by dozens of black-clad individuals above him. Each one could fly using their abilities. Moreover, on the ground, there were people continuously rushing towards this direction. You know very well what this golden finger represents. If you want me to hand over the golden finger, that's not impossible. I want 10 billion, Song Tianli said, extending a finger. 10 billion is fine. However, you must first hand over the golden finger to me, said the leader of the black-clad men. Compared to the golden finger, 10 billion was nothing at all. As long as he could obtain the golden finger, he would be willing to pay even 200 billion. However, he did not know that Song Tianli was just saying this and actually had that thought. Nevertheless, he was willing to negotiate with Song Tianli. After all, in his view, Song Tianli was already a turtle in a jar. There's no such thing. Money in hand, goods in hand, that's the rule of the underworld, Song Tianli said. At this moment, he was stalling for time because the colorful radiance on him lasted only 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, he was like the sun in the night, with nowhere to hide. As long as he could hold out for these 3 minutes, he could find a way to conceal himself. I have the money, but I can't take out that much all at once. If you hand over the golden finger first, I will definitely deliver the 10 billion to you by tomorrow morning, said the leader of the black-clad men. Asking you to take out 10 billion all at once is indeed a bit unreasonable. How about this? I'll give you 1 billion as a deposit, and the rest will be transferred tomorrow. What do you think? Song Tianli said, appearing reasonable. That works, give me your account. The leader of the black-clad men agreed without a second thought. Once they knew Song Tianli's bank account, they could trace back to find out his identity. As long as they knew his identity, it wouldn't be difficult to make him comply. Here, Song Tianli said, tossing out a piece of paper with the bank card number and name written on it. Of course, the name on it was not his. As someone who was the sixth among the sixth, he naturally couldn't use his real identity. He had many such bank card numbers. "The deposit will arrive shortly, now you can hand over the golden finger to me, right?" said the leader of the black-clad men. "I haven't received the text notification yet. I'll say it again, the deposit will arrive shortly, now hand over the golden finger to me immediately." "I said I haven't received the text notification yet? Do you want to go back on your word? Then don't blame me, kill." The leader of the black-clad men stopped hesitating and charged towards Song Tianli again. 1 minute and 45 seconds, just 1 minute and 15 seconds left, Song Tianli silently thought. At the same time, a Zhuge crossbow appeared in his hand. He pulled the trigger towards the many black-clad men. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless arrows gleaming with cold light shot towards the black-clad men. However, those black-clad men easily blocked these arrows. Yet, at this moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Song Tianli's mouth. The greatest feature of the Zhuge crossbow was not the damage of the arrows, but the stacking of damage. In the next second, nearly 10 cards appeared in his hand. Kill. Thunder kill. Fire kill. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, a large amount of flames erupted around Song Tianli. The flames were mixed with lightning and some invisible attacks. This fire engulfed several black-clad men. The leader of the black-clad men retreated quickly, so he was not caught in it. But some of the black-clad men were not so lucky. When they were affected, they died on the spot. This scene scared many black-clad men into a cold sweat. No wonder he is the chosen one, his methods are indeed extraordinary. But this is where it ends. A shooting star chasing the moon. The man in black waved his arm, and a blue stream of light shot out from his waist. This stream of light danced like a spirit snake, heading straight for Song Tianli. The illusory blue light of the Zhang family. Song Tianli recognized the attack immediately. The Zhang family is one of the 3 major families in Xianzhou, with extraordinary power. It was no wonder they had come so quickly after the colorful glow. Faced with this manifestation, Song Tianli threw out a card. Impeccable, the impeccable card formed a transparent shield around him, blocking the stream of light. Then, both the stream of light and the shield disappeared. This was the terrifying aspect of impeccable. No matter what kind of attack appeared, it would vanish together. Truly troublesome. Seeing this scene, the leader of the black-clad men turned pale. He hadn't expected that even after using his family's ultimate technique, he still couldn't take down Song Tianli. He knew that the chosen one was difficult to deal with, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this hard. It should be noted that this time, the Zhang family had dispatched a large number of personnel to deal with the chosen one. Attack together, no need to hold back. The leader of the black-clad men instructed the others. Previously, they had refrained from using their family's ultimate techniques to hide their identities. But now that they had been exposed, there was no need to hold back. Thus, the remaining black-clad men no longer held back. Waves of blue streams of light surged towards Song Tianli. 30 seconds left. Song Tianli calculated the time. At the same time, he played another card. Silver Lion. Suddenly, a massive silver-white armor appeared around him. This armor protected him in the center, blocking all the blue streams of light. Unlike Impeccable, the Silver Lion did not disappear after blocking the streams, it continued to protect Song Tianli. After failing to land a hit, the Zhang family's people launched another attack. In an instant, various attacks poured down on Song Tianli. Dust and debris flew up, obscuring everyone's vision. After a few breaths, when the dust settled, everyone turned their gaze to where Song Tianli was. They found that the Silver Lion armor protecting him was slowly disappearing. However, Song Tianli had not sustained any injuries. Most importantly, the colorful glow around him had completely dissipated. They saw Song Tianli slowly raise both hands, his fingers crossed in a cross shape. The next second, a large amount of white smoke erupted from his position. Following that, Song Tianli continuously flew out from the white smoke, scattering in all directions. With the colorful glow gone, Song Tianli naturally had to escape. He couldn't confront these black-clad men head-on. He only had a total of 100 cards. Once used up, they would be gone. In this short span of 3 minutes, he had already used over a dozen. Once he ran out, facing these black-clad men would mean certain death. Now that the colorful glow was gone, he could escape recklessly. Watching Song Tianli continuously rush out from the white smoke, the Zhang family members were stunned. Kill them all, the leader of the black-clad men ordered. However, at this moment, Song Tianli used a speed +2 card. His speed doubled instantly. This made it even more chaotic for the black-clad men, who were already struggling to keep up. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Song Tianli scattered, making it impossible to catch up. However, as one of the 3 major families in Xianzhou, the Zhang family certainly had more preparations for seizing the golden finger. These flying black-clad men were just the vanguard, meant to hold Song Tianli back. Previously, it wasn't just Song Tianli who was stalling for time, they were doing the same. At this moment, the main force of the Zhang family had arrived. The Zhang family's main force consisted of over 1,000 people. Although they could not fly, they could move quickly on the ground. Therefore, the hundreds of Song Tianli, who had originally scattered, were soon surrounded. This encirclement was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. You really came prepared, Song Tianli said, looking at the people around him. Today, you can't escape. Say it again, hand over the golden finger, and I can spare your life, said the leading man in black. Spare my life? Who spares whom is still uncertain. Kill them all, leave none alive. At this moment, Song Tianli said in a cold tone. His words left the Zhang family members puzzled. They did not know who he was speaking to. However, they soon understood. As soon as Song Tianli's words fell, countless masked figures suddenly surged from the surroundings. They did not say a word and immediately launched attacks on those surrounding Song Tianli. Each of these individuals was well trained, as if they were born to kill. Their first moves were lethal. The Zhang family members could not withstand even a single strike against these masked figures. Who are you? The leading man in black shouted. He had no idea where these masked individuals came from. He was even more unaware that such a terrifying group had existed in Shenzhou. The members of the Zhang family were all well trained too. Yet, in front of these people, they had no power to resist. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli glanced expressionlessly at the many black-clad individuals, preparing to leave quietly. The moment they wanted to kill him, the outcome was already determined. Where do you think you're going? Seeing Song Tianli preparing to leave, the leading man in black rushed forward to block him. As long as they could obtain the golden finger today, losing more personnel would be worth it. However, just as the leading man in black approached Song Tianli, a powerful attack suddenly came at him. In response, the leading man could only retreat quickly while defending himself. Boom! A massive fist imprint landed on him. Instantly, the leading man in black was sent flying several dozen meters into the air. He hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the attack and saw a person wearing a white smiling mask, coldly staring at him. So strong, who is this person? Could it be that the appearance of the chosen one has drawn out some hidden strong individuals? Before the leading man in black could think further, the person in the white mask struck again. His speed was so fast that the leading man could only catch a glimpse of a shadow. It was as if he could teleport, appearing on the left one moment and on the right the next. In the next second, he appeared right in front of the leading man in black and threw a punch. Although the leading man in black defended himself as quickly as possible, he was still a step too late. The fist of the person in the white mask landed on his chest. Bang! Instantly, the chest of the leading man in black exploded. His life force quickly faded, and ultimately his body fell to the ground. The person in the white mask did not even glance at him and moved on to the other black-clad individuals. Besides him, there was also a person wearing a black mask who was killing those in black. The strength of these two was extremely formidable. The so-called battles were basically one-hit kills. Song Tianli witnessed all of this. He was not surprised at all. The appearance of these individuals was entirely within his expectations. The previous cloud-piercing arrow was not shot in vain. With no one to stop him, Song Tianli continued to rush forward, distancing himself from the battlefield. He had never feared the black-clad men of the Zhang family. In the vast land of Shenzhou, there were countless strong individuals, but true powerhouses never appeared easily. He did not know if this place had already been targeted by a strong person, so he had to escape quickly. His immediate priority was not to kill, but to safely get through today. Once that was accomplished, the golden finger would truly belong to him. After leaving the battlefield, Song Tianli found a secluded spot, dispelled his transformation technique, and then entered an internet cafe. The cafe was noisy, and few paid attention to the comings and goings of people. He was a regular at this cafe, had a membership, so he didn't need to recharge. He walked straight to a corner by the window and turned on the computer. This position allowed him to escape through the window at the first sign of trouble. While the computer booted up, he took out his phone and sent a text to an unfamiliar number. Chuanyo Internet Cafe, everything is fine. Soon, he received a reply. Understood. The plan starts tomorrow. After reading the reply, Song Tianli did not respond but deleted all the messages. Then, he opened the video player on the computer and played a drama titled Who Am I? However, at that moment, his mind was not on the drama but rather observing his surroundings. At the same time, he was contemplating his next plan. If all went well, the golden finger would be settled. However, the golden finger was only for assistance and could not directly enhance his strength. No matter how strong the auxiliary ability was, he still needed to find a way to improve his own power. Currently, the 2 golden fingers he had obtained could enhance his combat ability but could not be used for cultivation. Therefore, he had to rely on himself for cultivation. As the sky gradually brightened, Song Tianli's heart slowly settled. However, not all chosen ones were as lucky as he was to survive. Although the golden fingers of the chosen ones were powerful, their strength was too weak to escape pursuit. The moment they were exposed by the colorful rays of light, their fate was sealed. Thus, this night brought joy to some and sorrow to others. After this night passed, everything was basically settled. In the near future, the landscape of Shenzhou would change because of these chosen ones. However, the competition among the chosen ones would become increasingly intense over time. Now, these chosen ones had just settled down and needed to hide for a while. Song Tianli stayed in the internet cafe until midnight the next day. At this point, the golden finger truly belonged to him. In life, one must be a bit cautious. Be cautious and live longer. Song Tianli walked out of the internet cafe, looked up at the starry sky, and took a deep breath. The sky was so clear, tomorrow would be a good day. The matter of the golden finger was basically settled, and the plans he had made for nearly 20 years had come to an end. It was time to return to the life that belonged to him. Today, Qianzhou was bustling with activity because the 3 major families of Qianzhou had almost simultaneously released a message. The entire Qianzhou was recruiting talented individuals with strong abilities as retainers. Chosen ones would be given priority. When people saw the words chosen ones given priority, they all laughed out loud. If they were truly chosen ones, they wouldn't be working as retainers for others. This was akin to some ordinary companies on Blue Star stating during recruitment that candidates from Tsinghua or Peking University would be prioritized. It was basically a useless statement. You may look up to them, but they might not look up to you. At the same time, Song family's young master, Song Shisan, also released a message. Starting today, he was recruiting lackeys, and anyone who passed the assessment would be rewarded with 1 million on the spot. Upon hearing this news, everyone became agitated. They knew that Song Shisan was a notorious wastrel in Qianzhou, but they never expected him to be this extravagant. Moreover, he even dared to openly recruit lackeys. This was perfectly in line with his character. If anyone from the other 3 major families had said such a thing, it would have seemed somewhat insulting. However, when it came from Song Shisan, it felt completely normal. Because, as everyone knew, the young master of the Song family, Song Shisan, was not only a spendthrift but also somewhat mentally unstable. Just the night before last, at midnight, while the entire Qianzhou was hunting for the chosen ones, he stood on the street with a loudspeaker, shouting, "Chosen ones, come and seek refuge with me, I will ensure your safety." While other families were secretly hunting and killing the chosen ones, afraid of being discovered, Song Shisan was brazenly open about it. This was a bit arrogant. However, when people confirmed that this news was released by Song Shisan, many still headed to the Song family. As long as they could pass the assessment, they would receive 1 million on the spot. Although Song Shisan's reputation as a wastrel was not pleasant, his credibility was extremely high. Whatever he said, he would definitely follow through. Song Tianli also went to the Song family, intending to become Song Shisan's lackey. This way, he could better disguise himself. Who would have thought that a dignified chosen one would actually become a wastrel's lackey? Although the Song family was not the strongest among the 3 major families in Qianzhou, they were indeed the wealthiest. Therefore, the Song family's mansion was vast, covering nearly 1,000 acres. When Song Tianli arrived at the Song family, he found the place bustling with people. The 1 million reward, combined with Song Shisan's reputation as a wastrel, was simply too tempting. It is no exaggeration to say that at least 100,000 people came to be Song Shisan's lackey this time. With 100,000 people in one place, even if each person made just a tiny bit of noise, the combined sound would be enough to give someone a headache. Manager Qian is here. At that moment, a servant of the Song family suddenly shouted loudly. As his voice fell, a plump man, looking somewhat foolish, walked leisurely from a distance. Upon seeing this person, the previously noisy Song family instantly fell silent. Those with some knowledge understood how high the status of this manager Qian was in the Song family. Half of the Song family's assets were managed by this manager Qian. His position in the Song family was second only to the family head, even above young master Song Shisan. Due to the large number of people today, we have set a few criteria for selection. Anyone who does not meet the criteria, please leave. Manager Qian said. His tone sounded gentle, but there was an undeniable authority in it. First, height must be between 180 to 185 centimeters. Too tall or too short is not acceptable. As soon as Manager Qian said this, a large portion of the crowd let out a sigh of regret. But there was nothing they could do. Since he set this condition, they had no grounds to question it. Thus, those who did not meet the criteria turned to leave. However, before leaving, they all received small gifts from the Song family, so it wasn't a wasted trip. It must be said that the Song family was indeed wealthy. Just the cost of these small gifts added up to over 100 million. After a while, out of the more than 100,000 lackeys, only about 10,000 remained. Second, weight must be between 145 to 160 gene. As soon as this condition was announced, another 5 to 6,000 people left. Third, must have a high school education or above. In the land of Shenzhou, where cultivation was paramount, the status of scholars was not high, so there were very few true scholars. Many only studied enough to recognize characters before they went off to cultivate. Only those with relatively poor cultivation talent would choose to continue their studies, relying on knowledge to make a living in the future. Thus, there are really not many people with a high school education or above. Song Tianli had only completed high school after crossing over and did not take the college entrance exam. There was no need to take the college entrance exam in the land of Shenzhou. As long as one was willing, they could continue their studies. However, 90% of people would not do so. With the introduction of this third condition, 3 to 4,000 people left, leaving only about 1,000. Still over 1,000? The fourth condition, aged between 18 and 24. As soon as this requirement was announced, more than half of the remaining people left, leaving only over 400. The fifth condition, at least one divine store must be opened within the body. This requirement from Butler Qian was indeed high. There were quite a few cultivators in the land of Shenzhou who had opened a divine store. However, when adding the age requirement and the education level of high school or above, such individuals became rare. How could such people come to be Song Shisan's lackeys? Sure enough, after this condition was announced, more than 300 people were instantly reduced to 4. Among them was Song Tianli. Just you 4. Follow me. Butler Qian assessed the 4 and said. When he saw Song Tianli, his gaze clearly paused. However, he said nothing and turned to walk ahead. At this moment, Song Tianli looked at the other 3 who met the conditions. All 3 appeared quite unique. One was dressed in all black and looked very cold. One wore glasses and resembled a scholar. In Blue Star, this outfit would at least suggest a graduate student. The last one had white hair, giving off a very charming vibe. Among the remaining 4, only Song Tianli looked somewhat normal. Under Butler Qian's lead, they arrived at the inner courtyard of the Song family. As soon as they entered, they heard the sound of opera accompanied by drumbeats. The 4 looked up and found a stage set up in the inner courtyard, where a troupe was performing. Below the stage, a young man who looked about the same age as Song Tianli was lounging in a recliner, with a maid feeding him grapes, his fingers tapping rhythmically. The 4 knew this was the young master of the Song family, Song Shisan. He indeed looked like a spoiled young master. Young master, Butler Qian has arrived. Song Shisan did not notice the arrival of the 4, it was the maid who whispered in his ear. Upon hearing this, Song Shisan sat up abruptly from the recliner. Butler Qian, is this the group of lackeys you chose for me? They all seem quite unique. Song Shisan had a fair amount of respect for Butler Qian, addressing him as Uncle Qian. As he spoke, he began to assess the 4. Yes, young master. These 4 meet all the requirements, Butler Qian said. Come, introduce yourselves. Song Shisan said, looking at the 4. Lan Han. Yu Chuanqiu. Wu Zizai. Song Tianli. Lan Han was the cold man in all black, his name fitting his persona. Yu Chuanqiu was the one who looked like a scholar. This name was quite literary. Wu Zizai was the white-haired man. This name was good, but paired with this surname, it lost some meaning. You are called Song Tianli? That's a good name. I like your name. In the future, when I go out, I'll shout, where is Tianli? You'll appear in a flash and say, young master, I am here. How impressive that would be, ha 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 ha. As Song Shisan spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, in the inner courtyard, he was the only one laughing, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Fortunately, there were still the sounds of the opera troupe performing, otherwise it would have been awkward enough to make one want to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. From today onwards, you 4 will be my 4 great warriors. Song Tianli, I really like that name. And since you also have the surname Song, I have specially made you the leader among the 4 great warriors. When I'm not around, you will have the final say among the 4 of you. Song Shisan casually established the identities of the 4. Thank you, young master. From today onwards, I, Song Tianli, vow to protect young master Shisan with my life. Song Tianli suddenly said loudly. There's no need to be so loud. Shouting like that makes it easy for people to think you're the young master. Song Shisan replied. When the names Song Shisan and Song Tianli were said together, it was indeed easy for people to think that Song Tianli was the young master. Yes, young master. Song Tianli said respectfully. Uncle Chen, I'm happy to have received the 4 great warriors today. Give each of them 2 million. I like the name Song Tianli, so give him 3 million. Song Shirsan looked like a spendthrift. Alright. Steward Qian was already used to Song Shirsan's spendthrift demeanor. The Song family was large and prosperous, so they weren't short on a little money wasted like this. Song Tianli, come with me. I happen to have something to instruct you. After saying this, Song Shirsan headed towards a nearby room. Song Tianli hurriedly followed. Shuiwei, take the other 3 to arrange their accommodations, Steward Qian said to the maid who had just fed Song Shirsan grapes, and then followed closely behind Song Tianli. Yes. The maid replied and led Lung Han and the other 2 away. Song Shirsan brought Song Tianli into a room quickly. After Steward Qian entered the room, he casually closed the door and stood in front of Song Shirsan. Thus, he and Song Shirsan stood in a row. They looked at Song Tianli with unusual expressions. In response, Song Tianli looked at the 2 with a blank expression, his previous respect gone. 13 pays respects to the young master. Steward Qian pays respects to the young master. In the next moment, both Song Shirsan and Steward Qian half knelt before Song Tianli. At that moment, their expressions were as respectful as could be. Get up, Song Tianli said. Thank you, young master. Steward Qian and Song Shirsan replied. After they stood up, they looked at Song Tianli with excited eyes. 13, it's been a long time. You are becoming more and more like a young master now. Song Tianli sat down on a sofa and looked at Song Shirsan. Young master is joking, this is all thanks to you, I've only enjoyed it for a few days. Song Shirsan said a bit shyly. At this moment, he had completely shed the image of a playboy and spendthrift. Instead, his eyes were filled with wisdom. Young master, do you plan to leave again after returning to the family this time? Steward Qian asked at this moment. After so many years of planning, the matter of the chosen one has now settled. I really should come back. However, it will still be the same as before, I will be in the dark, and 13 will be in the light, Song Tianli said. As a seasoned veteran, he had a deep understanding of survival tactics. The identity of the young master of the Song family was too sensitive. Many people probably wished for his demise. Moreover, there had been actions taken over the years, to varying degrees. He was well aware of this. Therefore, from a very young age, he had his father, the head of the Song family, start making arrangements. In the Song family, both he and his father had substitutes. There is a saying, when a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely destroy it. When a person or a family is too outstanding, it may not necessarily be a good thing, because jealousy is human nature. Once a family becomes too powerful, it will arouse the jealousy of other families, who will then seek ways to destroy it. This is also why, over the years, he has distanced himself from the identity of the young master of the Song family and has been living alone. He has let Song Shirsan, this fake young master, disguise himself as a prodigal son. Among his generation in the Song family, he is the only child. If he is seen as a prodigal, it will put many people at ease. After all, no matter how great the family fortune, it cannot withstand the reckless spending of a prodigal. The night before last, Song Shirsan stood on the street and shouted, "Chosen one, come to me. I will protect you." This was also his instruction. There are 3 purposes for doing this. First, to ensure that Song Shirsan fully embodies the reputation of being a prodigal and a waste. Second, to see if a chosen one would actually appear. If a chosen one does appear, it would definitely be a huge gain. Third, to inform the people of Qianzhou that the young master of the Song family is not a chosen one. After all, at that time, all chosen ones radiated with colorful light. Since Song Shirsan had nothing on him, he naturally could not be a chosen one. The fact that the young master of the Song family is not a chosen one would also put many people at ease. In this way, the situation of the Song family would be much better than before. With just a short sentence from Song Shirsan, it could be said that he achieved multiple goals. This time, in order to return to the Song family in a legitimate manner, he deliberately staged this act of recruiting lackeys. The conditions proposed by Butler Qian were all based on Song Tianli. Song Tianli is 182 centimeters tall, so the height requirement was set between 180 to 185 centimeters. If he were 172 centimeters, the height requirement would be limited to 170 to 175 centimeters. This is internal manipulation. It's like some universities on Blue Star that only recruit one graduate student. First, there is the person, and then the conditions are set. If the ID number doesn't match, it won't work. Of course, the reason for keeping Lung Han and the other 2 was also to throw people off the scent. After all, if only Song Tianli was recruited as a lackey, it would be too conspicuous. It would easily lead people to think of something. But recruiting 4 people seems much more normal. Song Shirsan's so-called fondness for the name Song Tianli was also to logically make Song Tianli the leader among the lackeys. In this way, as the young master, Song Shirsan interacting with his lackey is completely reasonable and won't raise anyone's suspicion. If Song Tianli really has something to do, he can convey it through Song Shirsan at the first opportunity. The people of Qianzhou would never expect that behind the recruitment of a prodigal young master for lackeys, there are so many calculations. If they knew, they would surely say, the night is dark and the road is slippery, society is complex. The city is full of tricks, I want to return to the countryside. What plans and instructions does the young master have for the next period? Butler Qian asked at this moment. There are two things you need to do. First, in the coming month, Shirsan should find various reasons to reward me with some money. I have my uses. The total amount is 110 million. Song Tianli has not forgotten that he still owes 110 million in external debts. When he faced the choice of whether or not to take on debt, he chose to do so without hesitation because he is the young master of the Song family, and what he lacks the least is money. However, since he has not formally declared his identity, he cannot directly use the Song family's money. He can only transfer the money to himself through Song Shirsan. Song Shirsan's reputation as a prodigal is well known, so it is reasonable for him to receive various rewards. The second thing is to activate all the shadows that the Song family has arranged over the years and observe the people around us. Collect all the information on those whose changes are significant and whose strength is growing rapidly. The more detailed, the better. Song Tianli's reason for collecting information on these people is naturally because of the chosen ones. After the chosen ones receive their golden fingers, although they may develop in a low-key manner for a while, changes are inevitable. They cannot remain low profile forever. Even if there are indeed people who can continue to be under the radar, not all chosen ones are like that. Song Tianli collects their information to know both himself and his adversaries. In case he encounters them in the future, he might be able to deduce what their golden fingers are through various clues. Once he figures it out, he will have the upper hand. He has been planning this for a long time. He is a shameless transmigrator, and the greatest characteristic of a transmigrator is the information gap that exists with the people of this world. Over the years, Song Tianli has relied on this information gap to help the Song family grow stronger. When he was born, the Song family was not one of the three great families of Qianzhou. They could only be considered somewhat wealthy. The money the Song family has earned over the years is far more than outsiders know. However, a large portion of it has been spent by Song Tianli. Of course, he did not spend it himself. Instead, he utilized the Song family's channels to make various plans and arrangements. Among them, the most costly was laying down pieces and gathering information. He knows all too well what timely information represents. Sometimes, a single piece of information can determine the fate of a person or a family. More than a decade ago, he did not know if he could become a chosen one. Therefore, he made a second plan. If he could not become a chosen one, he would have to activate the shadows used for gathering information, seek out the chosen ones, and seize their golden fingers. However, doing so would expose most of his arrangements over the years. He did not want to do this unless absolutely necessary. He is fortunate, he has now become a chosen one, so he does not need to resort to such measures. Yes. Both Butler Qian and Song Shirsan said respectfully at the same time. The world believes that the Song family became one of the three great families of Qianzhou in just over a decade due to the efforts of the family head. But in reality, the true backbone of the Song family is the unknown Song Tianli. Where is my father? Now that the serious matters are over, it's time to chat about family affairs. The master has gone to Zhengzhou. Butler Qian replied. Zhengzhou? Why would he go there for no reason? Song Tianli frowned, puzzled. The land of the Divine Continent has 9 major states, although the other 8 states have various differences, their overall strength is similar. Only Zhengzhou is different. Zhengzhou has too many powerful and transcendent existences. Just hearing the name, one can tell. Zhengzhou is the center of the Divine Continent. The master didn't say what he was going for, Butler Qian answered. Not even you know? When did he leave? Song Tianli asked. If there is anyone in the Song family that Song Tianli and his father can trust, it is definitely Butler Qian. He did not expect that this time, his father's purpose for going to Zhengzhou was something even the butler did not know. 3 days ago, shortly after the chosen ones left the chosen city, the butler said. That should be after I sent him the message and confirmed his safety, Song Tianli murmured. When he was teleported away from the chosen city, he went to Kunzu. The text message he sent from Kunzu was to his father. It seems that this time, my father's matter is very urgent. Perhaps he has been waiting for this day all along. Have the shadows keep an eye on my father's movements, and report to me immediately if anything happens. Song Tianli said seriously. Yes. Butler Qian replied respectfully once again. Young master, what should I do next? Song Shur-san asked at this moment. The real young master has returned, and he has his backbone now. During the time he played the role of the young master of the Song family, he always felt a bit uneasy. After all, fake is still fake. Just like before, continue to play your role as the prodigal young master, do whatever you need to do. If there's anything I need you to do, I'll let you know, Song Tianli said. He has now become a chosen one and needs to develop quietly for a while. Unless something special happens, he plans to stay in the Song family as a sycophant. Although he has a few cards up his sleeve, it's still not enough. Understood. Song Shur-san nodded. After leaving Song Shur-san's room, Song Tianli was also arranged a place to stay by the maid Shueihua. It was right next to the room of Lingyan and the others. As for the various rooms in the Song family, Song Tianli was naturally very familiar with them. This mansion where the Song family currently resides was designed by him personally. The mansion he designed has extremely high security. In case of any insurmountable incidents, there are at least 3 escape routes. The room he is currently staying in seems unremarkable. In reality, there is a hidden passage that is unknown to others. The passage is only 1 meter high, and under normal circumstances, an average person cannot stand up straight inside, they can only crouch to move forward. To facilitate escape, Song Tianli designed a sliding track inside, which can be used for riding. The maximum speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour. It is simply impossible to pursue someone in the passage. Once something happens to the Song family, Song Tianli can easily save his own life. From this perspective, it must be said that Song Tianli is indeed very cautious. At this moment, he sat on the bed, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, practicing. This kind of thing has not been interrupted for the past 10 years. Therefore, at just 20 years old, he has already opened 2 divine stores within his body. However, his talent is not considered the best. Compared to those top geniuses, there is still a significant gap. Those extraordinary prodigies can open 4 divine stores at his age. However, compared to most people, his talent is already quite good. Many people at his age can only open 1 divine store at most. The cultivation speed is still too slow. Song Tianli silently said to himself. Unfortunately, the 2 golden fingers he currently possesses are not for assisting in cultivation. I remember the multi-shadow clone technique can seemingly transfer the insights and cultivation of the clones back to the main body. Suddenly, Song Tianli seemed to think of something. In Naruto used clones to accumulate experience for the attribute change of the Rasengan. So, can he also use clones to cultivate? With this thought, he hurriedly used the multi-shadow clone technique and split into 2 clones. Then, the 3 Song Tianlis sat down together and began to cultivate. Half an hour later, all 3 opened their eyes simultaneously. Song Tianli dismissed the clones. In an instant, he felt that the spiritual energy he absorbed in that half hour had doubled. In other words, all the energy absorbed by the 2 clones was fed back into the main body. Ha ha ha. After realizing this, Song Tianli suddenly burst into laughter. He has now opened 2 divine stores and can split into 100 clones. If all 100 clones cultivate at the same time, then his cultivation speed would increase 100-fold. Isn't this just a roundabout way of cheating? It's stable. It's stable. I ask, who else is there? Song Tianli suppressed his voice, excitedly saying. He has now opened 2 divine stores, so he can only split into 100 clones, and his cultivation speed can only increase 100 times. Once he opens 3 divine stores, he will be able to split into 200 clones, increasing his cultivation speed 200 times. Opening 4 divine stores would increase his cultivation speed 500 times. Opening 5 divine stores, the cultivation speed increased 1,000-fold. For ordinary people, the stronger they become, the slower their cultivation speed. However, after relying on his avatars for cultivation, Song Tianli found that the stronger he became, the faster his cultivation speed increased. Soon, though, he thought of another issue. Once the avatars were dismissed, the side effects would also feed back to the main body. For example, fatigue. Therefore, Song Tianli needed to test how many times the cultivation speed he could bear at most. If the fatigue from the avatars was too much, it could harm the main body. With this in mind, he began to divide his time into half-hour segments. Each time, he would increase the number of avatars by 10. Time slowly passed. After several hours of experimentation, Song Tianli discovered that with his current physical condition, he could use up to 80 avatars for cultivation simultaneously. Exceeding this number would affect the main body. Under normal circumstances, even if there was an impact, it wouldn't matter much. At most, he would just need to rest a bit longer. However, Song Tianli was quite cautious. He didn't want to find himself in a weakened state for no reason. He would rather slow down his cultivation speed than risk becoming weak. This way, in case of any unexpected events, he would still be able to cope. Moreover, an 80-fold cultivation speed was not slow at all. Everything still needed to be stable, with safety as the priority. It seems I need to find a way to enhance my physical strength. If my body is strong enough, then my ability to withstand the negative effects after dismissing the avatars will also be stronger, Song Tianli muttered to himself. He also thought of another point: if his physical body was strong enough, then using the 8 gates of Duanjia in the future would also be more powerful. Therefore, enhancing physical strength was very necessary. As far as Song Tianli knew, there were 2 ways to enhance the body. The first was to cultivate techniques that strengthen the body. The second was to use rare materials to refine the body. With the Song family's financial resources, finding a technique to enhance the body was very simple. However, techniques that could be bought with money generally weren't of high quality, because truly high-grade techniques were priceless treasures, and even with money, one might not be able to buy them. I can only use rare materials for refining first, Song Tianli decided. Techniques depend on opportunity, but rare materials can be completely purchased if one has the money. So, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Song Shisan, accompanied by the 4 great warriors he had just recruited today, left the Song family. Of course, besides them, there were also some people in the shadows protecting the young master of the Song family. In the past, these people had been protecting Song Shisan. Now, they were protecting Song Tianli. Soon, Song Shisan and his 4 great warriors entered a shop called Qibao Pavilion. This Qibao Pavilion had 5 floors, and it basically had everything a cultivator might need: techniques, elixirs, weapons, protective gear, and rare materials. Isn't this young master Shisan? What do you want to buy today? The manager of Qibao Pavilion, Chu Yao, immediately approached Song Shisan upon seeing him. She wore a pink qipao, and as she walked, her body swayed enticingly, captivating the hearts of men. The slit of her qipao was quite high, leaving much to the imagination. She appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding an indescribable unique charm. She was a rare beauty. In Shenzhou, there might be a few people who didn't know the head of the Song family, Song Sihai. However, there were almost no one who didn't know Song Shisan. The moment Song Shisan appeared, Xu Yao recognized him. I've been feeling a bit weak these past few days, so I came to buy some rare materials to replenish my body, Song Shisan said without any hesitation. Hearing him say this, the people in the Qi Treasure Pavilion suddenly realized, and then looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. It was rumored that the young master of the Song family was a notorious playboy, spending his days either squandering money or indulging in wine and women. It was only natural that his body was drained by such vices. Many did not despise Song 13 for his debauchery, they simply resented that it was not them living such a life. Well said, we just happened to have some great tonics arrive these past 2 days. Young Master 13, see which one you need, Xu Yao said in a gentle tone. You're a woman, don't you know what I need the most? Song 13 said, his fingers brushing against Xu Yao's back. In response, Xu Yao did not shy away, instead, she leaned a little closer to Song 13. The surrounding guests watched this scene with a mix of envy and jealousy. They wished they could shout at Song 13, let go of that woman, let me have her. Many guests came to the Qi Treasure Pavilion every day, but few could have Xu Yao personally attend to them. And those who could make her act so obsequiously were even rarer. Among the comings and goings of guests, many had their eyes on Xu Yao, but very few could actually gain her favor. Now, however, Song 13 was able to be so intimate with Xu Yao. This made them sigh, this spendthrift really knew how to be born into the right family. Indeed, being born into the right family was a skill in itself. Young Master 13, follow me. This is the king of goji berries, produced by a 1,000-year-old goji tree. It nourishes the kidneys, moistens the lungs, supplements the liver, and sharpens the eyesight. I think it's the most suitable for young Master 13, Xu Yao said. It seems you have a bit of a misunderstanding about me. I want to buy some fundamental things. This king of goji is good, but I don't need it, Song 13 said disdainfully as he glanced at the goji. Fundamental things? What does young Master 13 mean? Xu Yao was momentarily confused about what Song 13 was trying to express. I tell you to read more, but you just won't listen. Can't you have a high school education like me? Otherwise, if you can't even understand what I'm saying, how can you do business? What is fundamental? Of course, it's one's own body. To treat the root means I intend to have an extremely powerful physique, so in the future, I won't need these external things to enhance myself, Song 13 said with a proud expression. Is young Master 13 planning to temper his body? Xu Yao took a long time to react to his words. Of course, didn't I express that clearly just now? As soon as he said this, Xu Yao was speechless. If he had said he wanted to temper his body earlier, there would have been no need for all this nonsense. She only dared to complain about it in her heart, not voicing it. "Young Master 13, please come this way." So, Chuyao led Song 13 and the others to the area of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, starting to introduce them. "This is Thunderlight Grass, which contains a large amount of lightning power. This is Sunflame Milk, which contains the power of Earth Fire. This is Strength Fruit, consuming it can increase strength." Chuyao was diligently introducing everything to Song 13. "No need for introductions, just wrap everything up." Song 13 interrupted her, too lazy to listen any longer. "Alright, please wait a moment, young Master 13. Chuyao was momentarily stunned. It must be said that Song 13 was truly wealthy and willful. He didn't even ask about the price and just had everything packed up. If they had a few more customers like him, it would definitely be a huge profit for their Chi treasure pavilion. Soon, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could be used for body tempering were packed up. "Young Master 13, the total is 28,650,000. You can just charge me 28 million, Chuyao said. "I bought so many things, shouldn't you give me something as a gift?" Song 13 said at this moment. Hearing him say this, Chuyao looked at him in surprise, because he had never heard of Song Shirsan buying things and even asking the shopkeeper for freebies. This did not fit his identity. "I wonder what young Master Shirsan would like as a gift?" Chuyao still patiently asked. If it were something cheap, she could easily decide to give it away. "I noticed that the goji berries looked quite plump just now. Aren't you going to let me have a taste?" Song Shirsan said with a very serious attitude. Hearing this, Chuyao almost laughed out loud. After all that, they were back to the goji berries. "No problem, I'll gift you 2 pounds, young Master Shirsan," Chuyao said, suppressing her laughter. Although these goji berries were valuable, they were only 20,000 yuan per pound. Compared to the 28 million yuan big order, it was nothing. "This is a gift you are giving to me, not something I am buying," Song Shirsan emphasized. The more he insisted, the more Chuyao felt it was like covering one's ears while stealing a bell. She thought that Song Shirsan had come here today just to buy goji berries. As for those rare treasures used for body refining, they were probably just a cover. He just felt embarrassed to directly say he had kidney deficiency. "Yes, this is a gift from me to young Master Shirsan," Chuyao said earnestly as well. Some things, even if they are understood, cannot be directly stated. In business, many times, it's about human relationships and emotional intelligence. Big King Kong, swipe the card. Upon hearing this, Song Shirsan laughed and then said loudly. Hearing Song Shirsan shout, Song Tianli stepped forward and took out a card. His current identity was Song Shirsan's lackey, so naturally, he had to do what a lackey should do. During the previous moments, he had been observing Song Shirsan. Even he had to admit that Song Shirsan portrayed a clever but wasteful young master to perfection. He was sure that after they left, a story about the Song family's young master having kidney deficiency would definitely circulate in Qinzhou. Different versions would emerge through the spread. By then, Song Shirsan's reputation would be even worse. However, the more this happened, the safer he would be. Right now, Song Tianli noticed that there were already quite a few people whispering in the Qibao pavilion. Their gazes towards Song Shirsan were filled with amusement. For great kings, take the things, we are going back. Song Shirsan actually heard the whispers but did not pay them any mind. Those people were talking about the Song family's young master having kidney deficiency. He wasn't the real Song family young master, so what did it have to do with him? Thinking of this, he cast a slightly guilty glance at Song Tianli and then walked towards the exit. Just as they were about to walk out of the Qibao pavilion's door, two people walked in from outside. One of them looked to be about the same age as Song Shirsan. The other was in his 50s, with a restrained aura, clearly not weak in strength. Octopus kid, why didn't you greet your grandpa Shirsan when you saw him? Song Shirsan looked at the newcomers with interest. Song Shirsan, what are you doing here? The young man asked, somewhat surprised to see Song Shirsan. If you can come here, as your grandpa, of course, I can come too. Your grandpa is asking you a question, why aren't you answering? Or are you planning to be a deceitful, unreliable turtle bastard? Song Shirsan asked. Song Tianli recognized the newcomer. He was the third young master of the Zhang family, named Zhang Yu. Because Zhang Yu and Octopus were homophones, Song Shirsan always referred to him as Octopus. According to Song Tianli, half a year ago, the two had a conflict over snatching something at an auction. Of course, as members of the three major families in Qinzhou, their relationship was not good to begin with. At that time, Zhang Yu had challenged Song Shirsan. Time rewinds to half a year ago. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Song Shirsan asked Zhang Yu. Absolutely. Zhang Yu replied with extreme certainty. Song Shirsan knew exactly how much weight he carried. Dealing with Song Shirsan was like having him in the palm of his hand. There was no difficulty at all. What if you lose? Song Shirsan asked. If I lose, you can do as you please. Good, if you lose, from now on, no matter where you see me, you must call me Grandpa Shirsan. And if you lose? The same goes for me. Thus, both sides agreed on the challenge. Octopus, you set the time and place. Song Shirsan said. The time is now, and the place is outside the auction house. Zhang Yu shouted. Alright, since you've set the time and place, I naturally get to decide the challenge. Do you dare? Song Shirsan asked. What's there to be afraid of? Bring it on. Zhang Yu replied, unafraid. Hearing this, a glint of triumph flashed in Song Shirsan's eyes. He had 2 gaming consoles brought over. I want to solo you in a game, 1 round to decide the winner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had been busy training and improving his strength since childhood, and had never touched a game. Moreover, his family did not allow him to waste time on such meaningless activities. In contrast, Song Shirsan was well versed in all forms of entertainment. He was undoubtedly more skilled at games than Zhang Yu. Soloing him would mean certain defeat. Who wants to play games with you? I want a duel. Zhang Yu said, looking at Song Shirsan. I just said, you set the time and place for the challenge, and I set the challenge itself. You agreed to this yourself, with so many witnesses. Do you want to go back on your word? I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't step up to solo me, then you lose. Song Shirsan declared loudly. At this moment, Zhang Yu's face turned grim. He knew that stepping up to solo would mean losing, and he wasn't foolish enough to walk up and be humiliated by Song Shirsan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time's up. Octopus, I gave you a chance, and you failed. Now I declare, this young master Song Shirsan, wise and mighty, with extraordinary presence, has made the 3rd young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Yu, too afraid to face me. In the end, without a fight, I have defeated my opponent. So, the final winner of this challenge is me, Song Shirsan. Octopus, remember, when you meet your Grandpa Shirsan in the future, you must take the initiative to greet me. If you don't greet me, it's unfilial. If it's unfilial, as your grandpa, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Song Shirsan said with an excited tone. After saying this, he didn't give Zhang Yu a chance to respond and left as quickly as possible. He had already gained the upper hand, staying longer would seem a bit too much. Naturally, Zhang Yu could not call Song Shirsan grandpa, but this incident was destined to become a topic of conversation among the people of Qianzhou. Indeed, for the past 6 months, Zhang Yu had become a laughingstock because of this matter. Many had mocked him over it. If Zhang Yu was teased by others, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But the one who mocked him was the most notorious spendthrift in Qianzhou. Being mocked by such a person was a tremendous humiliation. Finally, after half a year, people had almost forgotten about this incident. Unexpectedly, today at the Qibao Pavilion, he encountered Song Shirsan again. Seeing Zhang Yu's cold expression, Song Shirsan extended his hand to the side. Song Tianli, with great understanding, handed over a bottle of opened mineral water. After taking a sip, Song Shirsan directly sprayed it onto Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Yu had never expected that the young master of the Song family would resort to such childish tactics. Caught off guard, he was drenched. If Song Shirsan were to launch an attack on Zhang Yu, with Zhang Yu's perception of danger, he would definitely notice it immediately. However, Song Shirsan chose not to attack but instead opted to spit. This action was negligible in terms of harm to Zhang Yu, but it was full of insult. Good grandson, not greeting your 13th grandpa when you see him, this is the consequence. Remember, if you see your 13th grandpa again and don't take the initiative to greet him, I won't just spit water at you, it's that simple, Song Shirsan said in an extremely arrogant tone. The sight of him made Song Tianli want to step forward and give him a beating. Not to mention Zhang Yu, who had just been spat on. Song Shirsan, you're looking for death. At this moment, Zhang Yu was already furious. He roared as if he had lost his mind and charged at Song Shirsan. Today, he had to make Song Shirsan understand the consequences of provoking him. Murder, the octopus is killing. The grandson is going to kill his own grandpa. Song Shirsan shouted loudly. Although he shouted this, there was no fear on his face, not even a shift in his stance. The 4 big men he had summoned were not just for show. Sure enough, as Zhang Yu charged at Song Shirsan, the 4 big men moved. As lackeys, they naturally had to perform well. The first to act was not Song Tianli, but the coldly dressed Lung Han. As soon as he made his move, it was a lethal strike. He flipped his palm and drew out a long sword, stabbing directly at Zhang Yu's heart. It was not only fast, accurate, and fierce, but there was also no intention of showing mercy. What a strong killing intent, he must have killed quite a few people. Seeing Lung Han's performance, Song Tianli silently thought. He had previously only felt that Lung Han's temperament was a bit cold, but he did not expect him to be so decisive when it came to killing. As Lung Han made his move, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai also acted simultaneously. Although their attacks were not as fierce as Lang Han's, they were not lacking either. Yu Chuanxiu pulled out a huge black iron ruler, engraved with a large character de. Wu Zizai took out a large fishing net and threw it towards Lung Han. Only Song Tianli did not make any move, instead hiding behind Song Shisan. Such dangerous matters were best left to others. Faced with the attacks of Lung Han and the other two, Zhang Yu was momentarily flustered. He had just opened 2 divine treasures, and his strength was not particularly strong. When Wu Zizai's fishing net descended upon him, he had nowhere to hide. In an instant, he was caught right in the net. At the same time, Lang Han's long sword was aimed at his heart. The iron ruler in Yu Chuanxiu's hand was about to smash down on his head. It seemed that Zhang Yu was about to lose his life here. Seeing this scene, both Song Tianli and Song Shisan felt a shock in their hearts. As the third young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Yu could die, but he could not be killed by someone from the Song family. As one of the 3 major families in Qianzhou, their apparent strength was roughly equal. If Zhang Yu were killed, the Zhang family would definitely seek revenge against the Song family without mercy. At that time, the Song family would pay a heavy price. In that case, the final result would surely be both the Zhang and Song families suffering heavy losses. When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. This was a situation neither family wanted to see. Therefore, although there had always been friction among the 3 major families, no one would ever go for the kill. At most, it would be like Song Shisan, using various means to insult Zhang Yu without regard for martial ethics. Just as Song Tianli and Song Shisan were about to call for the 3 to stop, suddenly a figure appeared in front of Zhang Yu. It was the man in his 50s who had come with him. With a wave of his hand, the attacks from Lung Han and the other 3 were neutralized. At the same time, he forced the 3 back several meters. Lung Han and the other 2 did not continue their attack, but remained vigilant, watching him. However, the killing intent emanating from Lung Han did not dissipate. Instead, it grew even more intense. For great kings, let's go home. At that moment, Song Shisan hurriedly said. He could tell that the man who had just made a move was extraordinary, and his 4 great kings were probably no match for him. If he let the person secretly protecting him take action, it would be a loss. Taking advantage of the situation, he preferred to leave quickly. That was his style. Song Shisan, do you really think you can just walk away like this? Zhang Yu said in a cold tone. Good grandson, have you remembered to send my regards to your 13th grandpa? Song Shisan turned his head and asked defiantly. Thank you, Spring Venerable, for your assistance. Zhang Yu first expressed his gratitude to the man, then turned to look at Song Shisan and the others. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's address to the man, Song Shisan and Song Tianli widened their eyes in shock. The title Venerable was not something that could be casually used. Only messengers from the 10 great divine realms would be addressed in such a manner. They just didn't know which of the 10 great divine realms he came from. As far as they knew, people from the 10 great divine realms rarely appeared in the 9 great states. Why had this Spring Venerable shown up? Could it be because of the chosen one? That was the only reason they could think of. According to records, every time a divine bestowal occurred, messengers from the 10 great divine realms would appear. Now that they thought about it, the timing was just right. The so-called 10 great divine realms existed beyond the 9 great states. The so-called families of the 9 great states meant nothing to them. They did not understand why this venerable would appear alongside Zhang Yu. It's just a small favor, no need to be polite. You have shown hospitality to me, so this is just a return of kindness, Spring Venerable said lightly. His expression was very indifferent, neither lofty nor friendly, creating a sense of distance. Song Shisan, I will remember this matter today. There will be plenty of time in the future, we shall see. Zhang Yu forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Song Shisan. Normally, he would have fought back against such a tone, but today he had to accompany Spring Venerable. As a scion of a prominent family, he knew what was important. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he made a gesture of invitation to Spring Venerable. We are leaving. For great kings, you performed well today, this young master will reward you handsomely. Song Shisan said happily, as if he were not concerned about the appearance of Spring Venerable at all. He was currently playing the role of a spendthrift, and these matters were not for him to ponder. The one who should be thinking was Song Tianli. At this moment, Song Tianli was not focused on Spring Venerable but rather on Lung Han. He had observed clearly that when Zhang Yu called out the name of Spring Venerable, Lung Han's expression changed significantly. This indicated that Lung Han must have heard of the other party. This kind of knowledge was not like theirs, learned from documents, but rather a familiar kind. It seems that Lung Han's identity is not simple. The investigation by the shadows is not over yet, we need to be cautious of them, Song Tianli silently thought. Song Shirsan was now nominally the young master of the Song family, and his lackeys were relatively close to him. They could potentially learn some secrets of the Song family through Song Shirsan. Their identities were currently unclear, and they could very well be spies sent by other families to infiltrate the Song family. Therefore, it was essential to clarify their origins. When the candidates for the 4 great kings were chosen, Song Tianli had already instructed Butler Qian to investigate their backgrounds. However, the investigation had only just begun, and there were no results yet. How fragrant! At that moment, Song Shirsan suddenly took a deep breath and said. Hearing this, everyone sniffed the air and indeed detected a peculiar aroma. It's the smell of food, Wu Zizai said with utmost certainty. Food? In this Qianzhou territory, what kind of food have I not eaten? What food could possibly smell this good? Song Shirsan asked, puzzled. This was not an exaggeration. During the years he pretended to be the young master of the Song family, he had frequented various restaurants and eateries, tasting countless delicacies. It was no exaggeration to say that there were very few things that could attract his palate. Young master, this is definitely the smell of food. I would stake Yu Chuanqiu's life on it, Wu Zizai declared earnestly. Yu Chuanqiu rolled his eyes and said, you're so impressive, so noble, you stake my life on it. Why don't you just fly to the heavens? Let's go see what kind of delicacy can emit such an enticing aroma, Song Shirsan said, heading towards the source of the fragrance. However, before he walked away, he glanced at Song Tianli. Noticing that Song Tianli had no intention of stopping him, he proceeded. Soon, they followed the scent into a narrow alley. The aroma here was even more intense than before. A simple egg fried rice costs 588, why not just rob it? If I had that kind of money, wouldn't I be able to eat well at a 5-star hotel? Song Tianli and the others saw a man in his 30s cursing as he walked out from a courtyard with a blue gate. Everyone looked up and saw a newly made sign hanging beside the gate. It read, Delicious Bistro. Come on, young master will take you to eat, Song Shirsan said, walking into the Delicious Bistro. Once inside, Song Tianli and the others found the decor of the bistro to be very ordinary, with simple furnishings. Whether it was the tables and chairs or the bowls and chopsticks, they were the most common in small eateries. The only difference was the incredibly tempting aroma wafting through the air. Song Shirsan showed no signs of disdain for the environment of the Delicious Bistro. Boss, let's order. As soon as Song Shirsan's words fell, a girl who looked about 17 or 18 came over with a menu. The menu was small and loose leaf. Song Shirsan flipped through it briefly and found that there were at most 10 dishes listed. However, the prices were anything but ordinary. The most basic egg fried rice was 588 yuan per serving. Kung Pao chicken was 888 yuan per serving, fish-flavored shredded pork was 888 yuan per serving, and twice-cooked pork was 1,888 yuan per serving. Even Song Shirsan, who was not short on money, couldn't help but exclaim at these prices. They were more expensive than those at 5-star hotels. No more looking, come on, let's order one of everything, Song Shirsan said extravagantly. One of everything? What does that mean? The waitress asked, looking confused. It means all the dishes on the menu, bring me one of each, Song Tianli explained. As a lackey, understanding what the young master meant was the most basic requirement. Okay, please wait a moment. The waitress, momentarily stunned, quickly replied. Tianli really understands me, you guys should learn from him, Song Shirsan said to Long Han and the others. Long Han and the others exchanged surprised glances at Song Tianli. They realized that Song Tianli always grasped what Song Shirsan was trying to convey accurately. This was not the first time. No wonder he could become the leader of the 4 great kings. Boss, how did you understand what the young master wanted to express? Wu Zizai asked curiously. The reason you don't understand what the young master means is that you still haven't fully immersed yourselves in your roles. As the saying goes, if you do a job, you should love it. We are now the lackeys of the young master, so we must consider everything from his perspective. This requires observing the young master's expressions, the tone of his speech, his habitual actions, and the relationships he has with those he speaks to. Ask yourselves, have you done this? When Song Tianli said this, a hint of self-satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This made Wu Zizai and the others feel a wave of disdain. Being a lackey is not something to be proud of, so why should Song Tianli be so smug? The art of being a lackey is vast and profound. There is still much for you to learn. I will teach you slowly in the future, Song Tianli said. He chose to ignore their disdain. The more they looked down on him, the safer his position became. Back then, when I made Tianli the leader of the 4 great kings, you were somewhat unconvinced. Now it seems, that was my wisest decision. With his dedication and professionalism, you few are far behind, Song Shirsan said, looking at Song Tianli with admiration. This left Wu Zizai and the others unable to refute him. because, in this regard, they indeed could not compare to Song Tianli. Since ancient times, those who do practical work have always been overshadowed by those who can talk well and know how to flatter. Previously, when facing Zhang Yu, it was the three of them fighting while Song Tianli hid far behind. Now, it was Song Tianli receiving praise. Where could they argue about that? While they were talking, the staff of the delicious restaurant brought out the prepared dishes. The dishes presented were impeccable in color, aroma, and taste. Just a glance and a whiff brought a sense of satisfaction. Smells good, Song Shursan said, picking up a piece to taste. After finishing a bite, his expression became somewhat dazed. At the same time, he closed his eyes, as if savoring it carefully. Seeing him like this, Song Tianli and the others exchanged glances, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. Just from the appearance, they knew the taste of the dishes couldn't be bad. But what kind of delicacies had Song Shursan not tasted? It shouldn't warrant such a strong reaction. It's so damn delicious. After a long while, Song Shursan finally opened his eyes and said in an exaggerated tone, "You all try it." This statement from Song Shursan was mainly directed at Song Tianli. Upon hearing this, the four great kings also picked up their chopsticks. When they put the dishes in their mouths, their expressions mirrored that of Song Shursan just moments ago. They all closed their eyes, savoring it carefully. At this moment, Song Tianli felt that this bite of food was wildly stimulating all his taste buds. One bite, and it was bursting with flavor. No wonder even Song Shursan, who had tasted all kinds of delicacies, was somewhat losing his composure. Soon, Song Tianli tried another dish. The result was the same, delicious to the point of being indescribable. However, at this moment, Song Tianli furrowed his brows. It wasn't because the food was bad, but because it was too good. As the young master of the Song family, although he often disguised himself and was not in the Song family, he had eaten various delicacies since childhood. He had not missed out on dishes worth millions. Yet, those meals made from top-notch ingredients by the best chefs in the land were still somewhat inferior to what he was eating now. Not to mention, these dishes were made from the most ordinary ingredients. The so-called abnormality indicates something unusual. Song Tianli was certain that the owner of this restaurant, or rather, the chef, had something extraordinary about them. They were likely a chosen one. It is a common belief that chosen ones are destined to be different. When a person suddenly undergoes a significant transformation, there is a 95% chance that they are a chosen one. Therefore, most chosen ones tend to develop in a low-key manner in the early stages. These people are determined to carry on the way of go. "Hello, can we meet the chef of this restaurant?" At that moment, Song Tianli suddenly spoke to the waiter in the shop. "I'm sorry, our chef is extremely socially anxious and doesn't dare to meet outsiders," the waiter replied. "Then please convey that our young master is willing to offer him a monthly salary of 2 million to become our young master's personal chef," Song Tianli said. He said this as a test. Although he didn't know the turnover of this delicious little restaurant, he was sure that the other party's net profit in a month would definitely not exceed 2 million. Now that he offered a monthly salary of 2 million, if the other party was running a restaurant for money, they would certainly not refuse. After all, being a personal chef for someone means more money and less work. If running a restaurant had other purposes, they would naturally refuse. Yes, as long as he is willing to be this young master's personal chef, even if it's 5 million a month, this young master would be willing. By the way, this young master is Song Shursan. Song Shursan declared his identity. Although he didn't know why Song Tianli suddenly said this, he knew that Song Tianli had his reasons. What he could do was to cooperate with Song Tianli. By saying this, it would give others the illusion that the chef of this restaurant would want to be his personal chef. Hearing what Song Tianli and Song Shursan said, the waiter glanced at the two. She had naturally heard of who Song Shursan was, so she didn't think the other party was joking. "I can't make this decision, I need to ask," the waiter said and turned to walk towards the restaurant's kitchen. It wasn't long before she returned. "I'm sorry, young Master Shursan, our chef said he doesn't want to be constrained by anyone. He just wants to quietly run a small restaurant," the waiter said. "If 5 million won't work, this young master will increase the offer. 10 million a month." Song Shursan displayed the extravagance of a spendthrift. A chef being able to earn 10 million a month is quite explosive in the entire culinary world. "I'm really sorry, young Master Shursan, this isn't a matter of how much money there is," the waiter said again. "Your chef really has a personality. He's the first person to refuse this young master." After saying this, Song Shursan stopped talking and focused on eating. His persona was that of a spendthrift, not a bully. So, no matter what the situation, if money couldn't solve it, then so be it. He wouldn't force someone into a difficult position. Song Tianli also remained silent and joined in the eating. With such delicious dishes, if they didn't eat a bit more now, they might not have the chance later. So, the few of them began to eat heartily. Check, please. After finishing, Song Tianli said. As a lackey, such matters as settling the bill could not be left to the young master Song Shi-san to say. Hello, the total is 18,642. The waiter said as she approached. This number isn't much in a 5-star hotel, but in such a small restaurant, it is astronomical. However, Song Shi-san didn't say anything. He wasn't short on money. Please pack a portion of kung pao chicken and a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork for us, Song Tianli said at that moment. As soon as he said this, Yu Chuanqiu and the others all looked at him. But the steward hasn't eaten yet. He has so many things to take care of every day, he must try these delicious dishes, Song Tianli hurriedly explained. As soon as he said this, everyone suddenly understood. A natural lackey, everyone silently thought. In the eyes of Yu Chuanqiu and the others, Song Tianli not only knew how to flatter Song Shi-san well, but now he had even started to flatter Qian Shang, the housekeeper. However, they had to admit that Song Tianli was indeed thoughtful. As the housekeeper of the Song family, Qian Shang had more say than Song Shi-san, so flattering him could only bring benefits, not drawbacks. What they didn't know was that Song Tianli's request to pack the dishes was not to flatter Qian Shang, or to showcase his own sycophantic persona. Instead, it was to test this restaurant, or rather, to test the chef of this restaurant. I'm sorry, but we do not allow takeout for our dishes, the waiter said. We'll pay extra, Song Tianli persisted. I'm really sorry, but we can't allow takeout even for extra payment. Our chef says that takeout will ruin the flavor of the food. He is quite strict about the dishes he prepares and doesn't want them to lose their quality due to being packed. If you really like our dishes, please come back often. Hearing the waiter's reasonable refusal, Song Tianli did not press the issue. However, he became even more convinced of the chef's exceptional status. If he had only a 10% certainty about not becoming Song Shi-san's personal chef before, now, with the refusal of takeout, his certainty had risen to 30%. Of course, these 2 points alone were not enough for absolute certainty, he needed more evidence. Night quietly descended. As darkness fell, Song Tianli sat on the sofa, with Qian Shang and Song Shi-san sitting across from him. At this moment, Qian Shang held a stack of documents and handed them to Song Tianli. Young master, this is all the information we could find on the three of them. The three people Qian Shang referred to were Lang Han, Yu Chuanqiu, and Wu Zizai. To stay in the Song family, one naturally needed a clean background. The first document Song Tianli flipped through was about Yu Chuanqiu. Yu Chuanqiu, male, 21 years old, father Yu Shanchuan, mother Zhao Wan. This document contained a detailed account of everything Yu Chuanqiu had done from childhood to now, even including incidents like wetting the bed at 5 years old. It also included information about his distant relatives and the girls he liked as a child. All his interpersonal relationships were thoroughly investigated. Yu Chuanqiu's profile showed that he was quite normal. He liked reading and believed that reading could reveal the truth. Therefore, he preferred to persuade others with reason. If reason failed, he would resort to physics. What he liked most was the art of subtlety, as it was sufficiently cool. Yu Chuanqiu had a bit of a rebellious streak, which had persisted throughout his life. This was not a problem for Song Tianli, everyone had their own personality. Wu Zizai was an orphan, having lost his parents and grown up in an orphanage. Due to his environment, he was somewhat rebellious and had a very dark inner side. If someone offended him, he would never confront them directly, he always struck from the shadows. One could say he was a pure schemer. Although his character was not particularly good, Song Tianli could still accept him. Finally, there was the information on Lang Han. From Zhangzhou. That's it? Seeing that the information on Lang Han consisted of just this one line, Song Tianli turned to Qian Shang. We investigated Lang Han for a long time, but all we found out was that he is from Zhangzhou. Nothing else? Song Tianli asked. Nothing at all, Qian Shang replied. It seems this Lang Han is much more mysterious than I imagined. This name might not even be real. I'll test him tomorrow. Keep a close eye on him. Song Tianli instructed the two. It was indeed difficult to trust someone with an unknown background. However, being from Zhangzhou should not implicate the Song family. Of course, this is not certain, it still needs to be tested. What about their information? Song Tianli said again. At this moment, Qian Shang handed over a stack of documents. This set of documents was thicker than the combined files of Yu Chuanqiu and the other two. It was none other than the information on all the staff of the delicious restaurant. Previously, when dining at the delicious restaurant, Song Tianli suspected that the chef might be a chosen one. So, he immediately had Qian Shang activate the shadows to investigate all the information about the staff of the delicious restaurant and the events that had occurred during this time. It would soon be clear whether there was a chosen one among them. Song Tianli took the documents and began to flip through them. The first person he saw was the waitress who had served them during the day. The woman's name was He Xiaoqin, a very ordinary name. Song Tianli read her information back and forth twice, finding nothing unusual or out of the ordinary. She was just an ordinary person. Then he looked at the next person's information. He Tianrui, 22 years old, He Xiaoqin's older brother. He had opened a divine vault and had been quite outstanding growing up. Last year, he was cheated on by his girlfriend and fell into despair. He spent his days smoking and drinking, supported by He Xiaoqin. A couple of days ago, he suddenly perked up, took over the family restaurant, and started operations. Upon opening, he received rave reviews from all customers. In just 2 days, the delicious restaurant had gained some fame. Young people are ultimately too young, they reveal their tales so quickly. Song Tianli muttered to himself. He was now 99% sure that He Tianrui was the chosen one. A person who had been in despair, even if they suddenly turned their life around and had an epiphany, could not suddenly possess some extraordinary ability, unless they suddenly had a boost. For example, becoming a chosen one and gaining a golden finger. Although the 3-day risk period had passed, and the golden finger had already confirmed its master, the major forces would no longer pursue the chosen one. Instead, they would try every means to recruit them. However, this did not mean that the chosen one was absolutely safe. As an old hand among the old hands, Song Tianli believed that He Tianrui's actions had already exposed him. That's why he said the other party was too young. I just don't know what He Tianrui's golden finger is. Song Tianli muttered to himself. He could guess that He Tianrui's golden finger was related to food, but he couldn't figure out exactly how. After all, the information he had was still very limited. The reason he suggested taking food to go during the day and having the chef become Song Shisan's personal chef was to gather more information. What could be confirmed now was that He Tianrui opened the delicious restaurant not for money or to sell food. It should be to attract people to consume at his delicious restaurant. In the future, we should test his strength every once in a while. See how he progresses. At the same time, record the number of customers and the amount of money spent at the delicious restaurant every day, Song Tianli said to Qian Shang. When the data is sufficient, they could use big data to deduce patterns and then draw a conclusion. With this conclusion, they could figure out what He Tianrui's golden finger was. This is the benefit of having backing from a powerful force. If Song Tianli were a lone wolf, he wouldn't be able to gather this information. Yes, young master. Qian Shang nodded respectfully. How is the investigation into the matter of Lord Chun going? Song Tianli asked again. According to the information we have received, this time the 10 great divine realms have all sent envoys to the 9 major states. We have not yet found out the specifics of why. However, based on the information we have received, the conclusion is that they must be recruiting disciples. Qian Shang replied. Recruiting disciples? It's quite possible. The matter of the chosen ones has basically been settled, and the 10 divine realms should indeed absorb some fresh blood. After all, they haven't appeared in the world for nearly 100 years. Song Tianli analyzed. So, is the young master planning to participate? Of course, I will participate. The 10 divine realms hold the secrets to becoming a god. Only by becoming their disciple can one's strength rapidly increase. 13 will join me then. The 10 divine realms tower above the 9 great states. Their status is transcendent, belonging to the realm beyond the mundane. If one could be chosen as a disciple by the 10 divine realms, it would be a meteoric rise. If the selection of the chosen ones is the first opportunity for ordinary people to change their fate, then the recruitment of disciples by the 10 divine realms is the second chance to alter one's destiny. Faced with such an opportunity, not participating would seem out of place. Young master, if I really get selected, should I go or not? Song Shisan looked at Song Tianli and asked. If you can be selected, of course, you should go. But wouldn't that disrupt the young master's plans? Song Shisan was originally an orphan, taken in and raised by the Song family. Therefore, he felt a sense of gratitude towards them. My plans have also been settled along with the conclusion of the chosen ones. As for other matters, even if there are changes, it won't matter much. Song Shisan's greatest role was to make the people of Qianzhou believe that he was the true young master of the Song family. This, over the years, he had accomplished very well. The reason he still allowed Song Shisan to continue as the young master of the Song family was merely to keep himself hidden in the background. If Song Shisan were no longer around, it wouldn't affect this point, because his arrangements over the years were not solely dependent on Song Shisan. Early the next morning, Song Tianli walked out of his room. He found that the other 3 golden kings had already gotten up. Lung Han was practicing with a long sword in hand. His movements were slow, but each action looked extremely difficult. Just a glance was enough for Song Tianli to confirm that this sword technique was not simple. However, the intricacies of it were probably known only to Lang Han himself. The others could not discern anything just by watching. No wonder Lang Han was unafraid to expose himself in front of so many people. Yu Chuanxiu was flipping through a book, while Wu Zizai was fiddling with some bottles and jars, not knowing what he was working on. Song Tianli, wearing headphones, stretched and walked over to Lang Han. Now, he still hadn't figured out Lang Han's background, so he needed to find a way to get him to talk. Although the young master has made me the leader of the 4 Golden Kings, I know my own capabilities. I'm just a bit better at flattering than the others. If it comes to real skills, I probably fall short. So, there's no need for you all to take the matter of the leader of the 4 Golden Kings too seriously. We each have our own strengths. Brother Lang, I saw you fight yesterday, it was so impressive. You scared that young master of the Zhang family so much he nearly wet himself. Can you teach me? Song Tianli said as he approached Lang Han, showing a flattering smile. You can't learn it. Lang Han replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Song Tianli was taken aback. It wasn't because of Lang Han's attitude, but because there was no audio prompt in his headphones. This meant that Lang Han's statement that he couldn't learn it was the truth, not just a dismissive remark. This made things interesting. Song Tianli's talent in cultivation was not particularly outstanding, but it was above average. Lang Han surprisingly concluded in one breath that he couldn't learn. This indicated that his combat style was extraordinary, far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. If you don't want to teach, that's fine, but saying things like that. Song Tianli pretended to be unhappy as he spoke. To this, Lang Han did not offer much explanation. Some things were clear in his heart, and there was no need for extensive explanation. Is your real name Lang Han? It's the first time I've heard of someone with the surname Lang, Song Tianli asked again, chattering like a talkative person. This was also a test. Yes, Lang Han replied coldly. 100 yuan has been credited to the payment wallet. After Lang Han's words fell, a notification sound from a phone echoed in Song Tianli's earphones. So it's a pseudonym. I wonder if Lang Han is a chosen one. Song Tianli silently thought. Although Lang Han gave off a feeling of keeping people at a distance, there was nothing unusual about him in other aspects, so he couldn't determine whether the other party was a chosen one. To be honest, he really wanted to directly ask. This way, as long as Lang Han answered, he could determine whether he was a chosen one. However, asking directly would seem too reckless. If Lang Han wasn't, that would be fine. If he was, it would be a bit like stirring up a snake in the grass, easily raising his vigilance. Now that Lang Han was staying at the Song family, he had plenty of time to observe him. To avoid arousing Lang Han's suspicion, Song Tianli chatted with Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai for a while. He gave the impression of intentionally or unintentionally trying to please everyone. This was also what Song Tianli wanted. Just then, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Instantly, it caught everyone's attention. It's him! Song Tianli and his group thought simultaneously. The shadow that appeared in the sky was the spring elder they had seen before. I am the spring, the messenger of the 4 seasons Pang Lai. This time I have come to Qinzhou to select disciples for the 4 seasons Pang Lai. Anyone under the age of 25 may participate in the selection. If selected, you will become a disciple of the 4 seasons Pang Lai, the shadow said lightly. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout Qinzhou. Every person heard it clearly. In that moment, the entire population of Qinzhou erupted in excitement. Although the 4 seasons Pang Lai had not appeared in the world for nearly 100 years, the legends about it had never ceased. Many said that as long as one could become a disciple of the 4 seasons Pang Lai, they would enjoy eternal blessings. At the very least, they would gain 500 years of lifespan. Not to mention, any item from the 4 seasons Pang Lai was worth its weight in gold to the people of the 9 great states. Now hearing that the 4 seasons Pang Lai was recruiting disciples, many people put down their work, preparing to try their luck. The 4 great Vajras, we are heading out. At that moment, Song Shisan walked over and shouted to the group. Coming, young master. Song Tianli was the first to respond. The other 3 also stopped what they were doing and walked towards Song Shisan. However, when everyone stepped outside, they found the streets were packed. There were simply too many people, and Shenzhou was experiencing an unprecedented crowd in 100 years. Have they all gone mad? We don't even know where the selection location is, and they're going crazy. Song Shisan complained a bit. At this moment, the Spring Elder spoke again from the sky. In this selection, I will ensure absolute fairness, justice, and openness. Next, those who meet the conditions, ascend the mountain. As soon as the Spring Elder's words fell, a massive mountain descended from the sky. This frightened many people, turning their faces pale, thinking they were about to be crushed by the mountain. However, they soon discovered that although the mountain peak had collapsed, it seemed like a mirage. It caused no damage to either them or the buildings of Qinzhou. This selection is mainly divided into 3 stages. The first stage, climb the mountain. Those who reach the summit within 1 hour will pass. Those who exceed 1 hour will be eliminated. The climbing time starts from the moment your feet touch the steps. Now I declare the first stage of the selection to begin. After the spring elder finished speaking, the enormous phantom vanished. However, a gigantic cloud mirror appeared in the sky. Within the cloud mirror, the scene at the mountain top was displayed. Anyone who reached the summit could see it through the cloud mirror. This was undoubtedly fair and just. What a grand spectacle! No wonder it's the legendary 4 seasons Pang Lai, Song Tianli exclaimed upon witnessing this scene. This method was truly incredible. Although he knew that cultivators existed in the land of Jojo, and he himself was a cultivator, he had never seen anyone achieve such a feat. It was even more astonishing than the divine methods he had heard of on Blue Star, truly worthy of the legendary existence of the divine land. With this method from the Spring Elder, everyone from Qianzhou could climb the mountain. Ah! At that moment, as someone prepared to climb, they were suddenly bounced back by a light barrier from the mountain, letting out a scream. This startled everyone, who were confused about what had happened. Those who do not meet the conditions cannot climb the mountain. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. At the same time, the voice of the Spring Elder echoed. Upon hearing his voice, everyone suddenly realized. The Spring Elder had previously stated that anyone under the age of 25 could participate in the selection. This meant that those over 25 did not meet the selection criteria. If they insisted on climbing, they would definitely be rejected. This method is truly remarkable. It can even detect age. I am over 40 when my 2 lives are combined. I wonder if it can detect that. Song Tianli thought to himself. For great Vajras, let's climb the mountain. Song Shirsan glanced at Song Tianli and then shouted loudly. After saying this, he walked towards the mountain peak. Soon, Song Tianli and the others passed through the light barrier surrounding the mountain. At that moment, they felt the scene before them change, and their bodies appeared at the foot of a gigantic mountain. The originally illusory mountain now became real. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the foot of the mountain. They were all individuals under 25 from Qianzhou. This method is a bit like a surreal reality. Young master, let's climb the mountain. Song Tianli said. Let's go, climb the mountain. After Song Shirsan finished speaking, he headed towards the steps leading to the summit. However, as soon as he stepped onto the steps, he stumbled slightly and almost fell flat on his face. This made Song Tianli and the others, who were following him, stop in their tracks, looking at him with puzzled expressions. After steadying himself, Song Shirsan turned to glance at Song Tianli and the others. It's nothing, just slipped. After saying this, he continued towards the steps up the mountain. This time, nothing unexpected happened. Cold Han and the others did not think much of it and continued towards the steps. However, Song Tianli and Wu Zizai tacitly slowed their pace, their eyes fixed on Cold Han and Yu Chuanxiu. Under their watchful gaze, Cold Han was the first among the 4 great Vajras to step onto the steps. He had a blank expression, and nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Song Shirsan's eyes widened. Just a moment ago, he had suddenly stepped onto the mountain and was almost crushed by the sudden pressure. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, it would have been quite embarrassing. Why is Long Han not only expressionless but also showing no physical reaction? This isn't scientific, is it? Could it be that these steps vary from person to person? Bang! Just as Song Shirsan had this thought, Yu Chuanxiu suddenly fell to the ground, sprawled out on the steps. He looked like a turtle crawling on its back, which was quite comical. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Song Shirsan finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had said nothing earlier, waiting for this moment. They had all come together. He couldn't be the only one embarrassed. Seeing Yu Chuanxiu fall, Song Tianli and Wu Zizai simultaneously stopped in their tracks. They knew that things weren't so simple. Just now, Song Shirsan had almost fallen, and it definitely wasn't just a slip. Now it seemed that was indeed the case. Third brother, what happened to you? Song Tianli asked with concern. Although he said this, he didn't step forward to help him up. He still hadn't figured out what was going on, so he couldn't act rashly. After Yu Chuanxiu got up from the steps, he looked around and found that he was the only one who had fallen. Why am I the only one hurt? You bunch of old sixes, Yu Chuanxiu said, a bit angrily. He saw Song Tianli and Wu Zizai hiding far back, which made him even more furious. They had all come together. Why was he the only one injured? It's nothing, just slipped. Yu Chuanxiu stood up and smiled at Song Tianli and Wu Zizai. After saying that, he walked forward, glancing at Long Han with some confusion. Long Han was in front of him. Why was he fine? Nothing? I believe you. Sure, the planes in the sky are the fastest, and the glasses on the ground are the worst. Song Shirsan said that he slipped, and there was still a slight possibility. After all, he was the first. But if Yu Chuanqiu said he slipped, if he believed that, he would be a fool. Fourth brother, hurry up and protect the young master. So, Song Tianli turned to Wu Zizai and said, according to what Song Shirsan had established earlier, Song Tianli was the leader of the four great kings. Lung Han was the second, Yu Chuanqiu was the third, and Wu Zizai was the fourth. Big brother, what are you talking about? You are the leader of our four great kings, you should go first. How can I steal the spotlight from my big brother? Wu Zizai said very politely. He also hadn't figured out what was going on and didn't dare to move rashly. What are you talking about? Since I'm the big brother, I naturally have to take care of my little brothers. Fourth brother, your character is simple, you haven't grasped the essence of being a sycophant. Now the big brother will teach you. The young master almost fell just now. If you were by his side, you should have supported him immediately. Then the young master will definitely remember your kindness. The past cannot be changed, but the future still holds possibilities. Now is your chance to shine, Song Tianli said. He had a look of doing this for Wu Zizai's own good. To trick Wu Zizai, he even said something as ridiculous as having a simple character. He knew that Wu Zizai was extremely cunning inside. Big brother, I'm a bit slow-witted, I can't grasp many things yet. I still trouble big brother to demonstrate personally. The situation was already clear, and Wu Zizai wasn't foolish, so he naturally wouldn't be fooled. Then shall we go together? Song Tianli suddenly pulled Wu Zizai and said. Unable to trick Wu Zizai, they could only act together. This way, even if they really embarrassed themselves, there would be someone to accompany him. Alright, Wu Zizai agreed. He had no choice. He could see that if he didn't agree, Song Tianli would definitely not let it go. So, the two old sixes walked forward hand in hand. Just as one of their feet was about to step onto the stairs, they suddenly pulled back at the same time. Seeing this scene, the two exchanged glances. Wanting to trick the other, they unexpectedly had the same thought. My foot was a bit numb just now, Wu Zizai explained. My leg is numb, Song Tianli said, pretending to rub his calf. Are you better now? Yes. Then shall we go together? Sure. Just like that, the two of them pulled at each other for a while, and finally lifted their feet to step onto the stairs again. This time, neither of them played tricks, and they both stepped on the stairs at the same time. In that instant, they clearly felt a tremendous pressure descend upon them. It was as if a 300-pound fat man had suddenly jumped onto their backs. Fortunately, both of them were mentally prepared, and this pressure only caused their bodies to sway slightly. They did not fall onto the stairs like Yu Chuanqiu. It was at this moment that they understood why Song Shirsan and Yu Chuanqiu had looked the way they did. The pressure was not very strong, but it came too suddenly. If one was mentally prepared, it was manageable. If not, one would end up as embarrassed as Yu Chuanqiu. I hate Lao Lu the most. Yu Chuanqiu couldn't help but say, young master, I'm here to protect you. After figuring out what was going on, Song Tianli hurriedly shouted to Song Shirsan. After saying that, he quickened his pace towards Song Shirsan. The sudden pressure was not enough to make it impossible to move. Seeing this scene, the other three Jin gang members looked on with disdain. Han Gu? Why did you have no reaction when you stepped on the stairs? Wu Zizai asked as he approached Lung Han. I already knew the stairs would be like this. Lung Han replied. Then, why didn't you tell us? Yu Chuanqiu hurriedly said. If he had known the situation on the stairs earlier, he wouldn't have embarrassed himself. You didn't ask, did you? Lung Han said matter-of-factly. He wasn't someone who liked to speak unnecessarily. If others didn't ask, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Hearing Lung Han say this, Yu Chuanqiu was instantly at a loss for words. He didn't know how to refute that statement, because he indeed hadn't asked. Song Tianli, upon hearing Lung Han's words, looked at him in surprise. The Four Seasons Pang Lai had not appeared in the world for nearly 100 years, and many people had very limited knowledge about it. But now it seemed that Lung Han had some understanding of the Four Seasons Pang Lai. As for whether Lung Han understood the Four Seasons Pang Lai, Song Tianli didn't ask further. It would be too deliberate to ask now, he would find time to probe later. So, the group, under pressure, began their ascent. They found that the higher they went, the greater the pressure became. By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, everyone except Lung Han was panting heavily. Even Song Tianli was no exception. He realized that this pressure was not determined by a person's cultivation level. Some ordinary people who had never practiced were instead moving swiftly. If I'm not mistaken, the pressure on these stairs is determined by each person's talent. The stronger the talent, the less pressure one has to bear, Song Tianli said to the person next to him. In fact, he mainly said this for Lung Han to hear, because Lung Han might have some understanding of this point. These stairs are called the Tianjiao steps, and they are indeed used to test talent. The stronger the talent, the less pressure one has to bear, Lung Han said at this moment. He had remained very calm throughout, not panting like Song Tianli and the others. This indicated that his talent was far above the rest. What do you think, if a chosen one were to ascend the Tianjiao steps, would there be any pressure? At that moment, Yu Chuanqiu suddenly asked. As soon as he said this, Song Tianli immediately looked at Lung Han. By combining Lung Han's answer with his ability to detect lies, he could clearly determine whether Lung Han was indeed a chosen one. I don't think there would be any pressure. The chosen one is a dragon among men, selected from millions. How could they feel pressure facing a mere celestial ladder? Wu Zizai said. I don't think so. The chosen one only has a golden finger. Without that golden finger, they are no different from ordinary people. They might even be worse than ordinary people, Song Shursan expressed his opinion. Such matters are known only to the chosen ones themselves. What do you think, heir? Song Tianli asked Lung Han. With the previous context laid out, his question seemed more natural. I don't know, Lung Han replied. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Song Tianli's eyes. Lung Han's words did not trigger a notification on his phone. This meant he truly did not know whether the chosen ones would feel pressure climbing the celestial ladder. This indicated that he was not actually a chosen one. Song Tianli, being a chosen one himself, was well aware of whether they would feel pressure on the celestial ladder. The answer was yes. If Lung Han is not a chosen one, then who is he? Why did he come from Zhongzhou to Qianzhou, even changing his name to work for Song Shursan? A few questions arose in Song Tianli's mind. The fact that Lung Han was not a chosen one complicated matters further. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Let's hurry and reach the summit. I don't want to fall behind others, Song Shursan said loudly at this moment. He noticed that several people were close to reaching the summit, so he reminded them. With his reminder, the four of them, including Song Tianli, stopped dawdling and began to climb the mountain with all their might. They didn't have much time left. Huff huff. As they had less than 1/10 of the distance left, Song Tianli was already gasping for breath. At this rate, whether he could reach the summit within the allotted time was still uncertain. I didn't expect my talent to be so poor among my peers. Song Tianli looked up at the densely packed crowd at the summit and muttered to himself. He had always known that his talent was not particularly good. His current strength was entirely due to years of hard work and training, but he didn't expect there to be so many people with better talent than him. He roughly calculated that there were at least 50,000 people who had reached the summit or were ahead of him. This meant that among those under 25 in Qianzhou, there were over 50,000 people with better talent than him. If he included the other major states, there were at least 500,000 people with better talent than him. This was just a rough estimate. If calculated more precisely, the number would only increase. With over 1 billion people in the entire Shenzhou, being among the top 500,000 in talent among the younger generation was indeed a rare find. However, in the path of cultivation, one needed to stand out, not just be a rare find. Such talent might allow for a comfortable life, but to soar to great heights on one's own was basically impossible. Fortunately, Song Tianli had a golden finger. At this moment, he really wanted to use the impeccable card to counter the pressure of the celestial ladder. However, using a card in front of so many eyes would easily be noticed. As a sixth child, this was not something he wanted to be seen doing. At this point, I can only use this move. 8 gates of Duanjia, open the door, open, Song Tianli silently said in his heart. In the next second, the veins on his forehead bulged. The pressure he was under instantly lessened significantly, and he felt as light as a swallow. Thus, he took large strides toward the summit, chasing after Yu Chuanqiu and the others. At this moment, Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizai had similar talents, with less than 1/20th of the distance remaining to the mountain peak. Song Shursan's talent was slightly better than theirs, with less than 100 meters to the summit. The one with the best talent was still Lung Han. He stood at the bottom of the last step, a flicker of conflict crossing his face. He was contemplating whether or not to become a disciple of the Four Seasons Pang Lai. After a few seconds of hesitation, he took the final step and reached the top of the mountain. It was clear that he had come to a realization about something. As Song Tianli climbed, he calculated the time. Finally, he reached the summit just within the deadline. Huff huff. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Half of it was genuine exhaustion, while the other half was an act. Without using the 8 gates of Duanjia, relying solely on his talent, he probably wouldn't have made it to the top in the allotted time. Ha ha ha. Good, you all didn't embarrass me, reaching the top within the time limit. Reward, 1 million each. Song Shursan fully embraced his prodigal persona. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of the assessment. Next, we begin the second round. Those who reach the opposite bank of the river will pass the second round. At that moment, the voice of the spring elder echoed in the sky. As the voice faded, the scene before everyone began to change. After about 10 seconds, they found themselves by the riverbank. The river's water was a light green, looking somewhat eerie. However, it was not deep, only about half a meter. But when Long Han saw the river, his expression changed drastically. Song Tanli and the others beside Long Han noticed his sudden change in color, which surprised them greatly. Previously, Long Han had faced every situation with a calm demeanor, as if nothing could provoke an emotional response from him. But now, facing a river, his expression had changed so suddenly. This indicated that this river was definitely not an ordinary one. "Brother Han, what kind of river is this?" Yu Chuanxiu couldn't help but ask. "I don't know the name of the river, but the water in it is merit water. The so-called merit water can detect a person's accumulated merits from the past. To put it simply, it distinguishes a person's good from evil. The kinder a person is, the more comfortable they will feel walking in the river, like soaking in a hot spring. Those who have committed many wrongs will feel as if they are being tortured, suffering immensely. If they don't withdraw in time, they might even die from the pain." Hearing Long Han say this, Song Tianli and the others all changed their expressions. They considered themselves no innocent little rabbits. Song Tianli had killed people, and not just one. Of course, those he killed were people who wanted to kill him. He had never harmed the innocent. Wu Zizai had a dark side. In his childhood, to avoid being bullied in the orphanage, he had done many bad things. Long Han had lost count of how many people he had killed. This was also why such a calm person would change his expression so drastically upon seeing the merit water. "I must be resolute and understanding. No, I mean, understanding people's intentions. A life of integrity, convincing others with reason. This merit water shouldn't harm me, right?" Yu Chuanxiu's words were uncertain, whether meant for Song Tianli and the others or as self-comfort. The others by the river also hesitated, not wanting to be the first to take the plunge, observing those around them and waiting for the first brave soul. Many had already suffered losses when climbing the heavenly pride ladder. "What can a mere merit water do? Watch me." At that moment, Song Shersan declared with great enthusiasm. After saying that, he walked straight into the river. Hearing him say that instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Some were eager to be the first to test the waters, and they were naturally willing to watch. Despite Song Shersan's grandiose words, he felt a bit apprehensive inside. He approached the riverbank and tentatively dipped one foot into the water. If the situation felt wrong, he would pull his foot back immediately. No feeling? A hint of joy appeared on Song Shersan's face. As he spoke, he boldly stepped into the river. "Ah, this young master is indeed the chosen one," feeling nothing at all. "I ask, who else? Ha ha ha." Walking in the merit water, Song Shersan spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. This made Wu Zizai and Yu Chuanxiu exchange glances. Song Tianli understood what was happening. Song Shersan was pretending to be the young master of the Song family. The persona of the Song family's young master was that of a spendthrift, not a bully. In the past, he hadn't done anything like bullying or killing. Instead, he occasionally did a good deed or two. In terms of merit, it's about actions, not intentions. Regardless of Song Shersan's motives, the good deeds he performed were real. This could be counted as his merit. If this spendthrift Song Shersan can do it, so can I. Others lingering on the shore also headed towards the merit water. "Ah! It hurts so much." Soon, someone let out a scream. "Ah! I quit. Others followed suit, crying out in various tones of agony. The sounds were chilling, making one feel as if they were being tortured. They thought that if Song Shersan could do it, they could too. The reality proved they had overestimated themselves. Hearing the screams, Long Han finally felt it was normal. This was the scene he had imagined. "Are we still going into the water?" Wu Zizai asked the others. "We've come this far, how can we back down? If people die, they die facing the sky. If they don't die, they live for 10,000 years. Let's go for it," Yu Chuanxiu said, preparing to enter the water. Song Tianli and Wu Zizai exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, they had come this far, they had to try going into the water. So, the two walked straight towards the river. After a few seconds of silence, Long Han followed them. Once Song Tianli and the others entered the water, they all gasped. Although they were mentally prepared, when it actually happened, they couldn't help but gasp. "Ha ha ha. It doesn't hurt. I knew it. I, Yu Chuanxiu, am upright and have nothing to be ashamed of. I won't be targeted." Yu Chuanxiu laughed heartily at this moment. "It hurts a bit, but not as much as I imagined. Completely bearable." At this moment, Song Tianli also let out a long sigh of relief. The merit water made him realize that he was not a traditional good person. However, he was also not an utterly wicked person. In such a world of the survival of the fittest, so-called good people cannot thrive. Being a bad person unbound by morality is not necessarily a bad thing. Behind Song Tianli was Wu Zizai, whose expression was similar to his. Song Tianli was not surprised by this. He had investigated Wu Zizai and knew that while he couldn't be considered a good person, he hadn't committed many wrongs. What he didn't expect was that Long Han looked extremely pained at this moment. During the first challenge of climbing the mountain, Long Han had been calm and collected, as if nothing could change his mood. In this second challenge, he displayed an entirely different extreme. His expression was pained, his features almost twisted together. He gritted his teeth and walked through the river of merit, his body trembling continuously, clearly enduring immense pain. Who exactly is Long Han? How many bad deeds has he committed? Song Tianli silently pondered. He had never found any useful information about Lang Han, and now seeing him in such agony in the river of merit made him even more wary. He was contemplating whether to find an opportunity to let Long Han leave. Such an uncertain person, staying by his side, could potentially be a ticking time bomb. Once this bomb exploded, no one could guarantee how many people would be harmed. Let's see if he can pass the second trial. After some thought, Song Tianli told himself, if he could pass the second trial, then the Four Seasons Pang Lai could accept him as a disciple, and he wouldn't mind letting him stay. Compared to Song Tianli and the others, the reactions of the other people in the river of merit were much more interesting. Various wails echoed continuously. I want to quit, I want to quit. Mom, please take me away. Such voices kept ringing out. As soon as someone shouted that they wanted to quit, they would quickly disappear from the river of merit. Unsurprisingly, they were eliminated. More than 50,000 people passed the first trial. However, less than 5,000 could pass the second trial. What these people didn't know was that the second trial tested not only a person's merit but also their character. As long as one could endure the pain, they could pass the second trial. Yet, 99% of people could not do this. The only one who succeeded was Long Han. When Long Han crossed the river of merit, his face was extremely pale, as if he were completely drained. No one knew the kind of pain he had just endured in the river of merit. It seems Long Han must have a very touching story. Song Tianli thought to himself, feeling extremely certain. If a person were simply evil, their character could not be so resilient. Only by experiencing unknown suffering could one face such trials with such calmness. Congratulations on passing the second trial. Next, we will proceed to the third trial. Once you successfully pass the test, you will be prepared as disciples of my Four Seasons Pang Lai. As the voice of the spring elder rang out, the scenery before Song Tianli and the others changed once again. They found themselves facing a huge maze. Those who can pass through the maze within 2 hours will succeed. The countdown begins. After the spring elder's words fell, everyone exchanged glances. In the next second, they rushed towards the maze at the fastest speed. However, the maze was simply too large. With 5,000 people entering, they appeared particularly sparse. Should we tackle the trial separately or together? Wu Zizai asked the others. Of course, we should go together. You are my 4 great warriors, do you plan to leave me behind? Song Shisan immediately stepped forward to say. He said this mainly to stay close to Song Tianli. This way, if anything unexpected happened, he could protect Song Tianli. There is strength in numbers, I think we should stick together. Song Tianli thought for a moment and agreed. He felt that the test of the third trial was definitely not just about getting through the maze. There must be many unknown challenges within the maze. A person's strength is ultimately limited. They needed to work together. I agree. Wu Zizai spoke up first. I agree too. Yu Chuanqiu had no objections either. Then, everyone turned their gaze to Long Han. Alright. Long Han nodded lightly. Thus, the 5 of them chose a fork in the maze and walked forward. They had just advanced less than 100 meters when suddenly a wall on one side collapsed with a loud crash, and dozens of hungry wolves with blood-red eyes surged out from within. These ferocious wolves drooled with a foul stench as they lunged at the group. We'll stand back to back, Yu Chuanqiu said urgently. As he spoke, everyone sprang into action. Long Han wielded his sword, and flashes of cold light kept appearing. The hungry wolves that approached him were instantly split in two, their severed limbs and body parts scattering across the ground. It was no exaggeration to say that Long Han killed the wolves as easily as chopping vegetables. Wu Zizai quickly pulled various bottles and jars from his pocket and threw them at the hungry wolves. The bottles shattered in mid-air, releasing clouds of powder that fell among the wolf pack. Immediately, those wolves affected by the powder swayed as if drunk, eventually collapsing to the ground. Seeing the two attack so fiercely, Yu Chuanxiu took out a brick made of iron. On the brick was a large character for virtue. He swung the brick and smashed it toward the wolf pack. Any wolf struck by him had its brains splattered everywhere. Song Tianli watched the actions of the three, his eyes widening in surprise. He suddenly realized that these three were somewhat abnormal. He took out a card with his left hand, just in case, and raised his right fist to start attacking the hungry wolves. Song Shisan played the role of the useless young master, hiding behind the four. The number of hungry wolves was not large, so it didn't take long for them to eliminate all of them. Ha ha ha. As expected of my four great warriors, each showing their skills in a crisis. At this moment, Song Shisan laughed heartily. The others exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Previously, they had only worked together against Zhang Yu, but that time was too brief to reveal much. This time, they gained a deep understanding of each other. Undoubtedly, Lung Han was the strongest, with the heaviest killing intent. Moreover, it was clear he had experienced many battles, fighting with precision and ruthlessness. Yu Chuanxiu seemed gentle, but in reality, he was the wildest, as evidenced by the weapon inscribed with the character for virtue. Wu Zizai was the most cunning, with endless underhanded tactics. Only Song Tianli was conventional, appearing to have no particular traits. Should we continue along this path or change direction? Wu Zizai asked at that moment. I think we should keep going along this road. Since there are obstacles on this path, it means the road we chose is correct. If it were wrong, then setting up obstacles would be pointless, Yu Chuanxiu said after some thought. That makes sense, so let's keep moving forward. Song Shisan said. Everyone knew that the attack by the hungry wolves was probably just an appetizer. Wait. At that moment, Song Tianli suddenly spoke up. As soon as he said this, everyone turned their attention to him. The examiner just said that as long as we pass through the maze within 2 hours, we're fine. But he didn't specify what methods we could use to get through the maze. That means we don't have to use the most foolish method of advancing step by step. We can find a new way. This was also what Song Tianli had just thought of. A new way? What kind of new way? Yu Chuanxiu asked. For example, we could go over the top. Or we could go around the maze from the outside. Song Tianli pointed to the top of the maze. Hearing this, Yu Chuanxiu and the others widened their eyes. Can that work? Wu Zizai asked. This third trial absolutely cannot just be a test of our combat ability. If it's just a simple test of our combat strength, then why not have a free-for-all battle together? The winner takes all, why complicate things? Moreover, this maze is too large, relying on normal methods, it would be difficult for us to pass within the allotted time. I think, since it's a maze, what should be tested is our adaptability, our ability to work together, and our willingness to try. This time, no one refuted. They felt that Song Tianli had a point. It's worth a try, Lung Han said. After all, trying wouldn't hurt. I agree, Song Shisan said loudly. Then let's give it a shot. Wu Zizai and Yu Chuanxiu had no objections either. In that case, let's hurry. If we don't succeed, we still have time to return here and continue navigating the maze. How about this? We'll split into 2 groups. 2 people will go through the top of the maze. The remaining 3 will go around the outside. Song Tianli said. I want to go outside. Song Shisan said. He was actually making a choice for Song Tianli. They had previously agreed that if Song Tianli presented 2 options while he was present, it meant that Song Tianli wanted to choose the latter option. At that moment, it was up to Song Shisan to make the decision. This way, he could distance himself from Song Tianli. Then I'll follow the young master outside, Song Tianli immediately said. I want to go outside too, Wu Zizai hurriedly added. He felt that Song Tianli was quite clever, and following him was always a good choice. We'll go through the top. Lung Han nodded. Thus, everyone made their choices. If it doesn't work, we'll signal with fireworks and then return here. If it works, we'll keep going. As Song Tianli spoke, he took out 2 objects resembling cloud-piercing arrows and handed one to Lung Han. They wasted no time and quickly split into 2 groups to begin their actions. Lung Han and Yu Chuanxiu soared into the air, starting to climb the walls. Song Tianli and the others retraced their steps, heading outside the maze, planning to go around it. The maze was vast, so they had to run. It really seems feasible. After turning a corner of the maze, Wu Zizai said with some excitement. He saw that the area next to the maze was flat and unobstructed. So, they quickened their pace. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Song Tianli and the others had circled around the maze and arrived at the other side. They saw that Master Chun was waiting there. Upon seeing the 3 of them, a hint of surprise flashed in Master Chun's eyes. He hadn't expected them to take such a short time. You've passed the test. The next moment, Master Chun said, Ha ha ha. We passed, we really passed. Song Shirsan laughed heartily. Wu Zizai and Song Tianli also looked delighted. Soon, they saw Lang Han and Yu Chuanqiu jumping down from the walls of the maze. When the two of them saw Song Tianli and the others, a hint of surprise also flashed in their eyes. You've passed the test, Master Chun said to Lang Han and Yu Chuanqiu. This made the two of them overjoyed. They hadn't expected that by following Song Tianli's advice, they would pass the test so easily. For a moment, the way they looked at Song Tianli changed. Previously, they had thought of him as someone who only knew how to flatter others. Now it seemed that Song Tianli had some wisdom after all. While waiting, people gradually emerged from the maze. At this moment, it truly was a case of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own abilities. Some people rely on their incredible speed, some on their intelligence, some on their formidable strength, some on their experience in navigating mazes, and others simply because they are lucky. In short, there are all kinds of people. When the 2 hours were up, Master Chun waved his hand, and everyone except those who passed the third trial vanished without a trace. Only Song Tianli and the others remained. The number of people who passed the third trial was not many, fewer than 200. Compared to the vast selection army that had initially come from Qianzhou, this was truly a rare selection. From today onwards, you will be the provisional disciples of my 4 seasons Pang Lai. This is your proof, Master Chun said, waving his hand, and over 100 jade tokens flew out from his palm. These jade tokens landed in the hands of each person who passed the third trial. The reason I say provisional disciples is that you have not yet formally joined my 4 seasons Pang Lai. You have 3 months to settle your worldly affairs. 3 months later, I will come to take you to 4 seasons Pang Lai. Now, you will drop your blood on the jade token to recognize your master. If you encounter irresistible danger, you can take out the jade token to intimidate the wicked. However, do not abuse your status as provisional disciples of 4 seasons Pang Lai to bully others or commit crimes. Once discovered, there will be no mercy. When Master Chun said this, his tone was filled with a strong killing intent. His aura instantly enveloped everyone. All the people, including Song Tianli and the others, shivered. The killing intent emanating from Master Chun was so intense that it was hard to imagine how many people had been killed to create it. It was almost tangible. Yes, everyone responded almost in unison. I hope to see all of you again in 3 months, Master Chun said meaningfully before disappearing from the spot. At the same time, Song Tianli and the others noticed that the scene before them began to change. When they came to their senses, they found themselves back in the place where they had initially disappeared. This method is unbelievable, Song Tianli muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. From now on, I am a disciple of 4 seasons Pang Lai. Let's go, follow me to celebrate, Song Shirsan said loudly at this moment. It was clear that he was genuinely excited. While he spoke, Lang Han looked at the jade token in his hand, somewhat lost in thought. His expression was complex, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Young master, let's go to the delicious restaurant to celebrate, Song Tianli suggested. With 3 months until they headed to 4 seasons Pang Lai, he aimed to figure out what the chef's golden finger at the delicious restaurant was during this time. Alright, I'm happy today, anywhere is fine, Song Shirsan agreed without hesitation. Thus, Song Tianli and their group headed back to the delicious restaurant. Upon arriving, they found that the number of customers at the delicious restaurant had increased significantly compared to before. It seemed that the restaurant's reputation had grown even more in the past few days. Boss, give me a stir-fried dish. Song Shirsan, as before, immediately ordered a stir-fried dish. Sure, please wait a moment. The waiter, having had the previous experience, instantly understood. After the group casually found a table to sit down, Song Tianli began to observe the surrounding customers. From his investigation of the chef, he was certain that the chef's golden finger was related to the customers in the restaurant. I need to use the restroom for a moment. Song Tianli made an excuse and headed towards the restroom. No one doubted this. After all, everyone has their needs. Byakugan, activate. After pretending to take care of his business, Song Tianli activated the Byakugan. The function of the white eye is to perceive everything in a 360-degree view without any blind spots, and to see through the flow of energy. After observing, Song Tianli discovered that every customer in the delicious restaurant emitted a certain energy above their heads. This included him as well. The energy, which ordinary people could not detect, all flowed towards the kitchen. Ultimately, it converged into the body of a man who was cooking in the kitchen. This man, whom Song Tianli had investigated, was none other than the owner and chef of the restaurant, He Tianrui. As this energy flowed in, He Tianrui's strength began to gradually increase. Although it couldn't enhance him significantly in a short time, he was constantly absorbing the energy emitted by the customers. Over time, this would accumulate into an immensely powerful force. Sure enough, His golden finger is related to the customers in the restaurant, Song Tianli said with certainty. This not only confirmed the other party's identity as a chosen one but also clarified the general direction of his golden finger. It wasn't a wasted trip. Fortunately, he has only opened one divine store within him. He poses no threat to me. I'll wait until tonight to test him, Song Tianli resolved in his heart. After making his decision, he walked out of the restroom. Just like last time, Song Tianli and his companions were thoroughly satisfied with their meal. This time, he did not conduct any further tests. What needed to be known was already known. There was no need for further probing. Having passed the selection of the Four Seasons Pang Lai, enjoying an extremely delicious meal, life was full of hope. By the time Song Tianli and his companions left the delicious restaurant, night had already fallen. The few of them walked under the streetlights, their shadows elongated. However, at that moment, several dark figures suddenly flew out from the night, heading straight for them. They moved quickly, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. Protect the young master, Song Tianli shouted, then took out an impeccable card, ready to use it at any moment. He also prepared to use the substitution technique. Once faced with an unavoidable attack, he would activate the substitution technique. Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizai leaned in front of Song Shisan, drawing their weapons. Only Lang Han, wielding a long sword, took the initiative to confront the dark figures. Thus, a fierce battle began. Song Shisan took out a penetrating arrow and shot it into the sky. The arrow exploded in the air, forming the number 1. Only the Song family knew what this 1 represented. Lang Han showed no mercy in his attacks, quickly slaying 2 of the dark figures. However, the surrounding dark figures did not show fear and charged at him again. The dark figures who have opened 2 divine stores couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Just how strong is Lang Han? Song Tianli silently thought. He used his white eye to observe Lang Han, but he found that there was a special energy on the surface of Lang Han's body, blocking his investigation. Therefore, even with the white eye, he could not see Lang Han's true strength clearly. At that moment, Lang Han was like the Grim Reaper, his body transforming into a shadow, reaping the lives of those dark figures. In less than 10 seconds, almost all the dark figures were slain by him. Only one managed to escape at high speed into the distance. Lang Han's figure flashed as he hurriedly pursued. His speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing dark figure. Without any hesitation, he struck again with his sword. As long as the dark figure was hit, death was certain. Leave one alive. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli quickly shouted. Hearing his words, Lang Han adjusted the long sword in his hand, directing his attack to strike the thigh of the fleeing dark figure. Ah! The dark figure let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. At this moment, Wu Zizai took out a fishing net and ensnared the injured man in black. In battle, a fishing net can often be of great use. This fishing net of Wu Zizai's was specially made, extremely tough, and difficult for ordinary swords to damage. Seeing the man in black trapped, Song Shisan hurriedly strode up to him. He raised his foot and kicked at the man in black. Dare to assassinate this young master? Do you know how to write the word death? Speak! Who sent you? Song Shisan shouted as he kicked. Young master, calm down, I'm good at interrogations, let me handle this. Song Tianli quickly said, pulling at Song Shisan. Alright, it's up to you. If he doesn't talk, make him suffer. I want to see, in the entire Qianzhou, who the hell has the guts to mess with me, Song Shisan? Song Shisan angrily cursed. After calming Song Shisan down, Song Tianli walked towards the man in black. At that moment, a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't know if this man in black was here to kill Song Shisan or to kill the young master of the Song family. If it was to kill the young master of the Song family, then this matter was very significant to him. The person behind this incident must be identified. There are thieves for 1,000 days, but no one guards against thieves for 1,000 days. He didn't want to be caught off guard. This isn't the place for interrogation, we should take him back first. Be careful, don't let him commit suicide. Song Tianli wanted to interrogate him right away, but this was indeed not the right place. The situation was unclear, and there might be other men in black lying in ambush. It was safer to return to the Song family first. About 2 minutes later, a large number of men wearing Sihai Express uniforms suddenly surged in from all around. Accompanying them was a convoy. They surrounded the area tightly. Greetings, young master. The men respectfully said to Song Shisan. Clear this place. Song Shisan said in a cold tone. No one would be in a good mood in such a situation. His reaction was quite normal. Yes. The men who had rushed over replied respectfully. After saying this, Song Shisan bent down and got into a vehicle. Song Tianli hurriedly followed behind. As for Lang Han and the others, they could only take the vehicle at the back. The convoy arrived quickly and left just as fast, escorting Song Shirsan towards the Song family. At this moment, Song Shirsan's prestige had reached its peak. Those who remained began to deal with the body of the man in black. When Song Shirsan released the cloud-piercing arrow, many people in Shenzhou saw it. Nearby, people also saw the grand procession of the Song family. They were all speculating about what had happened that warranted such a large mobilization from the Song family. After the Song family brought the living man in black back, they locked him in a room specifically designed for interrogation. Over the years, similar incidents had occurred, so the Song family had built a room for interrogations. Song Tianli entered alone and began the interrogation. He had quite a bit of experience with interrogations. Not only had he seen the 10 cruel punishments of the Qing dynasty and other methods of torture during his time on Blue Star, but he had also studied some psychology, knowing how to gradually break down a person's psychological defenses. When he was 10 years old, during the rapid development of the Song family, there had been an assassination attempt on the head of the family. At that time, it was he who conducted the interrogation and made the person who attempted to assassinate his father reveal the mastermind behind it. 10 years later, he once again stepped into this interrogation room. He looked at the man in black, said nothing, picked up a whip from the side, and began to strike. "Will you talk? Will you talk?" he asked while striking. There was no other intention, just to give the man in black a beating. Otherwise, he felt a tightness in his heart. "We are assassins, taking money to eliminate disasters for others," the man in black said loudly. Such an interrogation was within his expectations, and he was completely unafraid. Hearing this, Song Tianli frowned slightly, because there was no prompt sound coming from the earpiece he was wearing. This indicated that what the man in black said was true. "Who is the employer?" Song Tianli asked. "I don't know." Ding, 100 yuan has been credited to the payment wallet. Hearing the prompt sound in his earpiece, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. He had been worried that the other party also didn't know who the employer was. If that were the case, even if he really executed the 10 most brutal tortures, it would be of no use. "There is no one else in this room. Let me tell you a secret. I can easily tell if someone is lying. From what you just said, I know you are lying. To avoid suffering more, you might as well be honest," Song Tianli said lightly. Upon hearing this, the man in black's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Song Tianli to have such an ability. "Even if you can tell whether I'm lying, so what? As an assassin, from the moment I entered this profession, I have already disregarded life and death," the man in black said fearlessly. "Death has never been the most terrifying. What's terrifying is a life worse than death. For stubborn people, I have many methods. Let me tell you one. I catch a nest of rats and put them in an iron pipe. I light a fire at one end of the pipe and press the other end against your belly. In this way, the rats, fearing the flames, will desperately try to burrow to the other end of the pipe. Tell me, will they not live to dig a hole in your belly?" Song Tianli spoke in a seemingly gentle tone. As soon as he said this, the man in black's face changed drastically. It was simply insane that someone could come up with such a perverse method of torture. "If you have the guts, come on." The man in black gritted his teeth, his lips trembling slightly. Facing such torment, probably anyone would find it unbearable. But he could not betray his employer, he had to maintain professional ethics. "You have a tough bone, but do you think this is the end? Once the rats dig a hole in your belly, I will pull them out and then use the best medicine to heal your wounds. Then, I will use the same method to let the rats burrow into your chest and your anus." The more the man in black listened, the more terrified he became. Without saying a word, he directly self-destructed his dantian, choosing death. Seeing this scene, a cruel smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. "Want to die? Did you ask me first?" As he spoke, he flipped his palm and took out a card. He threw the card at the man in black. The card emitted a burst of light, enveloping the self-destructed man in black. Slowly, everything seemed to rewind in time, and the injuries on the man in black began to heal at a visible speed. In about 5 seconds, the man in black, who had already died, was revived. What kind of method is this?" the man in black asked in disbelief. It wasn't really time reversing, he had memories of everything. A person could die and still be revived. "I don't want to say unnecessary words. Reviving you is just to let you know that as long as I don't let you die, even death is a luxury for you. Be honest, and I can give you a quick end," Song Tianli said lightly. The card he had just used was a peach from the game of Three Kingdoms Kill. A peach can revive a person who has died within an hour. Even Song Tianli had only a few of these. This could be considered one of his more precious cards. Using it on such a black-clad man felt a bit wasteful, but to find out who was targeting the young master of the Song family, or rather, targeting the Song family itself, he had no choice but to use it despite the pain. You are the chosen one? The black-clad man suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Song Tianli, asking. In his understanding, only the chosen one would have such incredible means. I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. I'll give you another chance. Who is your employer? Song Tianli asked. It's the Donggong family from Zhengzhou. The black-clad man's psychological defenses crumbled, and he hurriedly said. There was no prompt sound in Song Tianli's earpiece, indicating that the black-clad man was not lying. The Donggong family from Zhengzhou? My Song family seems to have no connection with this Donggong family. Why would the Donggong family hire assassins to deal with my Song family? Song Tianli muttered to himself. The one we are assassinating tonight is not you, but Donggong Yanlong. The black-clad man suddenly said at that moment. Who is Donggong Yanlong? Song Tianli looked confused. He had never heard that name before. He's the man who injured me. Upon hearing this, Song Tianli suddenly realized. Lung Han had always claimed his name was Lung Han, although Song Tianli knew that name was fake. He did not know what Lung Han's real name was. Now he knew, Donggong Yanlong. This name sounded quite imposing, reminiscent of characters from certain novels. He had checked before, and Lung Han indeed came from Zhengzhou. Moreover, he had always known that Lung Han was full of stories. Donggong Yanlong, the hired killer from the Donggong family, this fit the logic of certain stories perfectly. In other words, this incident was entirely a misunderstanding. After clarifying this point, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief. As long as no one was secretly targeting the young master of the Song family or the Song family itself, it was not a problem. Since everything has been clarified, you can rest in peace, Song Tianli said to the black-clad man. After saying this, he flipped his hand, took out a dagger, and without hesitation, stabbed it into the black-clad man's heart. Thank you, the black-clad man said to Song Tianli before his life was extinguished. Song Tianli did not torture him as he had said, he felt quite grateful inside. After such an incident, Lung Han must give the Song family an explanation. Song Tianli said and turned to leave the interrogation room. At that moment, in a pavilion in the Song family's courtyard, Song Shisan sat on a stone bench, Qian Shang stood behind him, and Lung Han sat opposite him. Song Tianli leaned against one of the pavilion's pillars, playing with a nail clipper in his hand. He still had a Bluetooth headset in his ear. Lung Han, or rather Donggong Yanlong, shouldn't you give this young master an explanation for what happened this evening? Song Shisan said to Lung Han. At this moment, he no longer resembled the prodigal son from before. From his expression alone, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Prior to this, Song Tianli had already informed Qian Shang and Song Shisan of the interrogation results. Upon hearing Song Shisan mention Donggong Yanlong, Lung Han raised his head to glance at him. The strength of the Song family was greater than he had imagined. They were able to uncover his true identity. The black-clad men tonight were indeed after me. They were not here to assassinate the young master. Lung Han said. Is that your explanation? Song Shisan asked. After saying this, dozens of people suddenly surged from around, surrounding Lung Han completely. Lung Han could clearly feel several powerful auras locking onto him. Even he, perhaps, was not a match for them. I wonder what kind of explanation the young master still needs from me. Lung Han was not overly fearful of this and appeared extremely calm. These people's strength was indeed impressive, but he had experienced similar situations before. Although this matter tonight was aimed at you, everyone in Qianzhou saw it as the Song family resolving the issue. If the Eastern Palace family pursues this matter, it won't be good for the Song family. So we need to understand the circumstances. Not to mention anything else, at least you should clarify your background, and why they want to kill you. If this matter isn't clarified, then we can only take your head to give the Eastern Palace family an explanation. The person saying this was not Song Shisan, but Qian Shang. They were not afraid of the Eastern Palace family, they just didn't want to put the Song family in danger because of matters unrelated to them. Hearing Qian Shang say this, Lung Han sighed inwardly. Indeed, this incident was completely an unwarranted disaster for the Song family. I wonder how much you know about Liuli Shoucheng, one of the 10 great divine realms? Lung Han suddenly asked. After thinking for a moment, he decided to inform the Song family about the circumstances. Not much, Qian Shang shook his head and replied. The 10 great divine realms held a transcendent status, and people's understanding of them was extremely limited. Even the Song family, which had been collecting intelligence over the years, only knew a name. At this moment, Song Tianli also stopped trimming his nails and quietly waited for Lung Han to continue. He didn't know why Lung Han suddenly mentioned Liuli Shoucheng. Although Liuli Shoucheng is one of the 10 great divine realms, it is actually composed of several families. These families are divided into the main family and the branch families. The main family stays in Liuli-Shocheng, while the branch families stay in Zhengzhou, serving the main family. My family, the Eastern Palace family, is the same. I was originally a member of the main family of the Eastern Palace, but because my parents died when I was young, and due to some turmoil in Liuli-Shocheng, I was sent to the branch family in Zhengzhou. Perhaps because of my identity as a main family member, or perhaps for other reasons, I was treated with indifference in the Zhengzhou branch. Everyone regarded me as an outcast. No one was willing to open their heart to me, nor did anyone want to get close. I was like a plague. When I was 12, the main family of the Eastern Palace finally seemed to remember me and brought me back to Liuli-Shocheng. I thought my fate would change, but what I didn't expect was that my treatment in Liuli-Shocheng was even worse than in the Zhengzhou branch. Although I was treated with indifference in the Zhengzhou branch, at least I didn't have to worry about food and clothing. In Liuli-Shocheng, I was ostracized, not to mention cultivation resources. There were many times when I didn't even have food. I could only eat expired or discarded food. I also had to endure bullying, beatings, and mockery from the children of other families. They always said I was an unwanted bastard. Almost every day, I was covered in bruises. At that time, I vowed to make myself strong and trample all those who humiliated me underfoot. However, my cultivation had no guidance. I could only rely on myself. So I explored on my own or learned secretly. Once caught learning secretly, I would inevitably receive a beating. Fortunately, I had good talent. Even without guidance, my strength improved quickly. In the end, I stood out among the younger generation in Liuli-Shocheng. At that time, I naively thought my hard days were about to end. Who would have thought that just because my parents had died, I had no backing, and everything I should have had was taken away by others? No matter if it was the lord of Liuli-Shocheng or the head of the Eastern Palace family, they clearly knew everything, yet they remained indifferent. Later, I learned that it was because my father was exceptionally gifted, single-handedly making the entire generation of Liuli-Shocheng unable to hold their heads high. Wherever my father appeared, he was the absolute focus. Everyone else could only become a backdrop. They hated, they were jealous, but they had no way to deal with my father. Later, some events occurred in Liuli-Shocheng, and my father sacrificed himself to protect the city and some of its people. At that time, those who had long been suppressed by my father began to flaunt their power. They directed all their resentment towards me, wanting to double the humiliation they suffered from my father onto me. Regarding my plight, not a single person among those saved by my father or the high-ranking officials of Liuli-Shocheng stood up to speak for me or advocate on my behalf. When I learned all of this, I killed those who had long bullied me and betrayed Liuli-Shocheng. Liuli-Shocheng held a transcendent status, making it difficult for them to directly hunt me down. Because I was from the Eastern Palace family, they sent the collateral branches of the Eastern Palace family from Zhengzhou to take action against me. Thus, the people from the Eastern Palace family in Zhengzhou began their pursuit. However, the years spent in Liuli-Shocheng taught me patience and how to conceal my strength. They underestimated my abilities. I broke through their encirclement and escaped to Qianzhou. Long Han recounted a lot in one breath, and throughout his narration, his words were filled with hatred. This was understandable. Anyone who experienced such things would not have a good attitude towards those people. All of this is reminiscent of the protagonist in a novel. Only, this protagonist has turned dark. Song Tianli silently thought to himself. Lang Han's experiences could easily fill a novel full of ups and downs. Moreover, the plot would be absolutely thrilling. I wonder if you shouted as you left Liuli-Shocheng, "I will definitely return." Or perhaps, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, do not bully the young and poor. At this moment, Song Tianli looked at Long Han and asked. He had been wearing headphones, and when Long Han said this, there was no sound prompt. This indicated that everything Long Han said was true. Regarding Song Tianli's words, Long Han ignored him and turned his gaze towards Song Shisan and Qian Shang. He wanted to see how the Song family would react after learning about his situation. Would they kill him to do a favor for the Eastern Palace family? Or would they let him leave the Song family, becoming strangers from then on? At this moment, Qian Shang and Song Shisan also frowned. They didn't know how to deal with Long Han. If they allowed him to stay in the Song family, the Eastern Palace family from Zhengzhou would definitely send someone to kill him. At that time, the Song family would inevitably be dragged into it. They could dismiss an attack like before, but they did not believe that the Eastern Palace family from Zhengzhou, supported by Liuli-Shocheng, had such little strength. The last attack had failed, and the next one would only grow stronger. Even if the Song family could withstand the next attack, what about the one after that? And the one after that? Not to mention, behind the Eastern Palace family, there was still Liuli-Shocheng. Therefore, allowing Long Han to continue staying in the Song family was an extremely unwise decision. The Song family only had two options for handling this situation. First, find a way to kill Long Han and make peace with the Eastern Palace family, which could be seen as giving them an explanation. Second, let Long Han leave, pretending to know nothing. I'm very sorry for dragging the Song family into this. I will leave the Song family. At this moment, Long Han stood up and said. After finishing, he prepared to leave. Wait. At that moment, Qian Sheng hurriedly said. Hearing his words, a murderous aura instantly enveloped Long Han. Is the steward trying to keep me here? Long Han asked. If that were the case, he wouldn't mind breaking out of the Song family. He would not be polite to those who wanted to kill him. The Song family can let you leave, but they can't allow you to leave quietly. It must be known to all. Qian Sheng said. He had just seen Song Tianli extend 2 fingers, indicating that they were about to activate Plan B. Known to all? What does that mean? Long Han asked. Everyone in Xianzhou knows that you are one of the 4 great warriors chosen by the young master of the Song family. If you leave quietly, everyone will think you are still in the Song family. When the people from the Eastern Palace come to the Song family to look for you, and the Song family says you have already left, do you think they will believe it? Qian Sheng asked. Then what does the steward want? Long Han inquired. We can overlook your involvement with the Song family, but tomorrow, you must help us put on a show. A show? How do we perform? You will naturally know tomorrow. Everything Qian Sheng said had been planned by Song Tianli beforehand. He had considered all possibilities. At the same time, he had shared the countermeasures with Qian Sheng. What he mentioned was Plan B. In the dead of night, Song Tianli rose from a bath barrel, completely unclothed. The barrel was filled with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Song Shisan had bought earlier, which could refine the body. He had secretly given them to Song Tianli. Song Tianli was doing this to enhance his physique. This way, he could endure the negative effects brought by practicing with multiple shadow clones as much as possible. My physical body has strengthened quite a bit, now I feel I can withstand the negative effects of 90 clones. Song Tianli moved his body and muttered to himself. Strengthening the physical body had many benefits. Not only could he endure more of the negative effects from practicing with clones, but he could also unleash greater power when using the 8 gates of Duanjia in the future. Tonight, Song Tianli had originally planned to investigate He Tianrui's true intentions at a delicious little shop, but due to the attack by the men in black, he didn't go. Fortunately, it wasn't an urgent matter. So, he returned to his room to cultivate. After refining his body with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Song Tianli once again used multiple shadow clones. Instantly, he split into 90 clones and began to practice. He could already sense the existence of the 3rd divine vault. At this rate, he would be able to open the 3rd divine vault in his body within 3 days at most. After using 80 times the cultivation speed for several days, he indeed made rapid progress. Otherwise, it would have taken him at least half a year to touch the barrier of the 3rd divine vault. A night without conversation. When the sun shone brightly the next morning, Song Tianli woke up from his cultivation. He dispelled the clones. In an instant, a wave of immense pain and fatigue, accompanied by a powerful energy, surged into his body. This was the side effect of practicing with multiple shadow clones. Fortunately, after the previous body refinement, this side effect had little impact on him. Pain and pleasure coexist. Song Tianli said lightly. Today was the day Long Han would leave the Song family, and he had a significant role to play. After leaving his room, Song Tianli found that no one else was awake yet. He sat in a chair and took out his phone to scroll through it. Strangely, he hadn't come across any satisfactory multiple-choice questions in the past few days. I hope today will be different, Song Tianli murmured. Then, he quickly swiped the phone screen. Time passed second by second, and Song Tianli still hadn't come across any multiple-choice questions. This left him a bit helpless. His golden finger was always filled with uncertainty. It felt like what he could get was completely random. At that moment, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai also got up. Boss, good morning. The two greeted Song Tianli. After the previous selection of the 4 seasons Panglai disciples, these two had also recognized Song Tianli. Although they thought of him as just a clever little guy, he had indeed helped them. If it weren't for Song Tianli's suggestion at that time, they might not have passed the 3rd round of tests. Morning, Song Tianli said lightly while scrolling through his phone. Boss, why do you look so tired? Did you do something shameful last night behind our backs? Did a certain little demoness almost drain you dry? Yu Chuanxiu asked curiously, looking at Song Tianli. Song Tianli had come to understand that Yu Chuanxiu, who prided himself on being a scholar, was actually quite lewd. You might not believe it, but last night, 2 stunning fairies descended from the heavens. One claimed to be a queen, and the other claimed to be an empress, insisting on having close contact with me. I tried my best to persuade them to maintain their virtue, but they just wouldn't listen. They just wanted it, just wanted it. I was quite helpless. Song Tianli pretended to look embarrassed as he said this. Fortunately, boasting doesn't land you in jail, otherwise, you'd have been locked up long ago, Yu Chuanxiu said. Song Tianli was about to retort when suddenly, his eyes lit up, because he finally came across a multiple-choice question. If you could increase your efficiency in all tasks by 10 times, but would be randomly teleported to a certain place in the Divine Land every week, would you be willing? When Song Tianli saw this question, he chose willing without hesitation. Increasing all task efficiency by 10 times was a conceptual ability. A conceptual ability is never weak. Of course, the side effects were quite serious. Being randomly teleported to a certain place in the Divine Land was indeed quite dangerous. Other places might be fine, but if he were teleported to a perilous location, it could very well be life-threatening. However, for the sake of this conceptual ability, taking a little risk was worth it. Song Tianli would make thorough preparations, considering all possibilities. To take a step back, if he really were teleported to a dangerous place, he still had many skills he could use. As long as he could hold on for a week, he could be teleported again. Furthermore, even if he accidentally died, he had the peach card that could bring him back to life. He didn't believe that in the vast expanse of the Divine Land, he would be so unlucky as to be teleported to his death multiple times. After Song Tianli chose willing, a 7-day countdown appeared in his mind. Thank goodness, it's not a sudden teleportation, Song Tianli said with a bit of relief. Having a countdown gave him enough preparation time. If it were a sudden teleportation, and he happened to be doing something important, disappearing suddenly would be quite troublesome. All task efficiency increased by 10 times, I wonder if my strength has increased by 10 times, Song Tianli silently thought. However, he felt it shouldn't be calculated that way. Task efficiency increasing by 10 times meant different calculations for different tasks. As for how it was calculated, it didn't matter, it wouldn't affect the result anyway. Where's second brother? Wu Zizai asked Song Tianli and Yu Chuanxiu at that moment. I don't know, doesn't he get up the earliest every day? Yu Chuanxiu also looked puzzled. Lang Han, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, daring to steal from this young master? Just then, a voice suddenly came from Song Shisan. Hearing this, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Lang Han stealing? That was impossible. They felt that Lang Han should not be that kind of person. So, the three hurriedly looked in the direction from which the voice came. Soon, they saw Song Shisan, accompanied by Qian Sheng and some members of the Song family, surrounding Lang Han. I'll say it again, I did not steal anything from the Song family, Lang Han said loudly, facing the encirclement. You didn't steal? Then why is the Qi Yue Xianxue missing from my room? I just asked others, and you are the only one who has been to my room. Song Shisan shouted. I went to the young master's room just to inquire about the attack on him yesterday. I never saw any Qi Yue Xianxue. Lang Han said firmly. Do you think I would believe that? Speaking of which, you have good talent and strong strength. If you had no ulterior motives, why would you come to be my lackey? I suspect you already knew I had the Qi Yue Xianxue, so you took the opportunity to steal it while acting as my lackey. That is your true purpose for coming to the Song family, Song Shisan said with certainty. You think I took the Qi Yue Xianxue? Bring out the evidence. You can't just accuse someone without proof, Lang Han said loudly. Whether you took the Qi Yue Xianxue can be determined by searching you. Search me, Song Shisan shouted. Search me? That's an insult to my dignity. If you insist on searching me, don't blame me for being rude, Lang Han said, drawing his sword. Feeling guilty, are we? Take him down. Song Shisan ordered the Song family members. Anyone not afraid of death, come. Lang Han swung his sword. Lang Han. At that moment, Song Tianli shouted loudly. His voice made both sides, ready to act, stop in their tracks and turn their attention to him. The young master has treated us so well. When he chose us four, he rewarded each of us 2 million. In the past few days, he has given us many rewards. How could you do such a thing? Considering the friendship we've built over these days, if you hand over the young master's Qi Yue Xianxue, I will plead with him not to make things difficult for you. Otherwise, even if you are strong, you will undoubtedly die under the attack of so many of us, Song Tianli said loudly. Yes, as long as you hand over the Qi Yue Xianxue, I can let you go. Otherwise, I will make sure you die on the spot, Song Shisan followed up. You have a point. Come here, and I will give you the Qi Yue Xianxue, Lang Han said after a moment of silence. You should have said that earlier, give it to me. A smile appeared on Song Tianli's face as he hurried to Lang Han's side, extending his hand. At that moment, Lang Han reached into his bosom. Everyone couldn't help but look towards Lang Han's bosom, wanting to see if he would really take out the Qi Yue Xianxue. However, just then, Lang Han suddenly swung his sword, placing it against Song Tianli's neck. What? What are you doing? Song Tianli stammered. I just said, I did not take the Qiyue Xianshui. But you just reminded me, if I fight with the Song family, I will undoubtedly die. So I need a hostage to ensure my safety, Lang Han said. Lang Han, do you have no conscience? I have been sincere with you, fearing for your safety, and you treat me like this? You turtle bastard. Song Tianli couldn't help but curse loudly. The reason he put on this act was to make people think that the relationship between him and Lang Han had completely broken down. If the Eastern Palace family really comes in the future, it won't affect him. Every action taken by Song Tianli has its own deeper meaning. He generally wouldn't do anything meaningless. Anyway, you don't believe me, so feel free to scold me. I just want to live and leave, Lang Han said coldly. Then why are you kidnapping me? I'm just the young master's lackey. Do you think the young master would give up Qi Yuxian Rue for me? If you want to kidnap someone, you should kidnap. Not only are you an ungrateful turtle bastard, but you're also out of your mind, you're useless. Although Song Tianli didn't say it out loud, everyone understood his meaning. If someone were to be kidnapped, it would indeed be more reliable to kidnap Song Shisan. Kidnapping a lackey seems to have little effect. The young master is accompanied by Butler Qian. If I'm not mistaken, Butler Qian's strength is not weak. If I kidnap the young master, there's no chance of success. So, I can only kidnap you. You are currently favored by the young master, so I've decided to take a gamble. Upon hearing Lang Han say this, everyone turned their gaze to Song Shisan, wanting to see how he would choose. Song Shisan felt a surge of anger at the attention. Lang Han, you are challenging my patience. You don't really think that kidnapping Song Tianli would be useful, do you? How can a lackey compare to my Qi Yuxian Rue? I have plenty of money, I can have as many lackeys like this as I want, Song Shisan said nonchalantly. From an observer's perspective, Song Tianli had only been with him for a few days, so it was impossible for them to have deep feelings. Therefore, what he said was completely reasonable. Whether it's useful or not, we'll find out by trying. Even if it's useless, at least someone will accompany me on the road, Lang Han said indifferently. Who the hell wants to accompany you? If you want to die, go ahead, why drag me down with you? Young master, save me. After cursing a couple of times, Song Tianli looked at Song Shisan pleadingly. However, in response to Song Tianli's plea, Song Shisan ignored him. Take down this traitorous dog, regardless of life or death. Song Shisan shouted, pointing at Lang Han. After his words fell, the members of the Song family rushed towards Lang Han, seemingly disregarding Song Tianli's life or death. Song Shisan, you turtle bastard, I've been loyal to you, yet you don't care about my life. I must be blind, Song Tianli suddenly shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, including Song Shisan. This wasn't in the script we discussed before? Why did the young master suddenly scold me? Song Shisan frowned, puzzled. Today's scene was what they had previously agreed upon, meant to let everyone know that Lang Han had stolen from the Song family and then left, causing a lot of discord. However, Song Shisan didn't understand why Song Tianli suddenly added to his role. Fortunately, he and Song Tianli had already developed a strong tacit understanding. Knowing Song Tianli, he understood that he would never do anything meaningless. Since he chose to scold, there must be another intention behind it. The only thing he could do was cooperate. Song Tianli, have you eaten bear hearts and leopard guts to dare scold me? Take down Lang Han, Song Tianli's life or death is irrelevant. After saying this, Song Shisan fixed his gaze on Song Tianli. He wanted to see if the young master meant this. Sure enough, after he said this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. It must be said that Song Shisan was becoming increasingly clever, quickly grasping his meaning. Go ahead and scold me, so what? You don't care about my life or death, so what's wrong with me scolding you a bit? Song Tianli said loudly. Is this the world of the rich? Treating lives like grass. You want me to kill Song Tianli, but I won't do it. Just leave him to you. Lang Han shouted, directly throwing Song Tianli towards Song Shisan. In the next moment, his body transformed into a shadow, rushing through the encirclement of the Song family and speeding outside. His speed was incredibly fast. The guards of the Song family couldn't stop him and could only watch as Lang Han left gracefully. As Song Tianli flew towards Song Shisan, Chen Sheng flashed and stood in front of Song Shisan, catching him steadily. Let Shisan find an excuse to kick me out of the Song family later. As Qian Sheng caught Song Tianli, he whispered in his ear. This surprised Qian Sheng, who glanced at him but said nothing more. Song Tianli was the young master of the Song family, others just needed to execute his decisions without questioning them. Many times, even the head of the Song family had to listen to Song Tianli. Young master. After landing, Song Tianli said to Song Shisan in a flattering tone. His expression was filled with embarrassment and a hint of regret. What are you all standing there for? Go chase him. That bastard Long Han, who eats from both sides, I want to see him alive or dead. Song Shirsan shouted at the others in the Song family. In an instant, the entire Song family sprang into action, beginning the pursuit of Long Han. What about us too? At this moment, Yu Chuanxiu asked Wu Zizai. This matter is not something we can get involved in, let's pretend nothing happened. Wu Zizai, being a savvy person, naturally wouldn't want to provoke Song Shirsan at this time. Song Tianli, you have some nerve to dare to scold this young master. As the Song family members went to chase Lang Han, Song Shirsan looked at Song Tianli and said, Young master, it was a moment of desperation. A young master of your stature wouldn't stoop to my level, Song Tianli flattered. His behavior at this moment was indeed very much in line with the role of a sycophant. This young master will stoop to your level. What can you do about it? There are hardly a few people in the entire Qianzhou who dare to scold this young master to his face. Song Tianli, I really underestimated you before, you truly have guts. Someone, throw Song Tianli out of the Song family. Song Shirsan said, filled with rage. He had already received a message from Qian Shang. Although he didn't know why the young master wanted him to do this, he just needed to execute it. After Song Shirsan's words fell, several guards of the Song family walked towards Song Tianli. Are you serious? Don't make a move. I'll leave on my own. If I can't stay here, there will be a place for me elsewhere. If there's nowhere for me to stay, I won't be idle. Song Shirsan, I've already become of the Four Seasons Pang Lai, my future achievements may not be worse than yours. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, don't underestimate the young and poor. We'll see. After leaving this harsh remark, Song Tianli hurriedly ran towards the outside of the Song family. This left Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai exchanging glances again. In just a short time, their four great warriors were left with only the two of them. What should we do? Yu Chuanxiu asked Wu Zizai again. This matter has nothing to do with us, we still pretend nothing happened, Wu Zizai said. After all, they had no deep ties with either Song Tianli or Long Han. There was no need to lose everything they currently had for the sake of those two. People are like this, only in times of crisis can one see a person's character. Wu Zizai, having grown up in an orphanage, had long understood the principle of not getting involved in matters that did not concern him. Since ancient times, those who meddle in others' affairs have generally not met with good ends. After Song Tianli ran out of the Song family, he took a long breath. He originally thought he could stay in the Song family as Song Shirsan's lackey, secretly overseeing everything. Unexpectedly, after just a few days, he had to leave. Of course, this was not due to external factors, but because of himself. The reason he changed the script midway was to completely sever ties with the Song family in this way. From now on, even if he caused some trouble, it wouldn't implicate the Song family. This all started with the choice he made that morning. From now on, he would randomly teleport every 7 days. It would be fine if he teleported to some ordinary places, but what if he ended up in forbidden areas, secret rooms, bedrooms, or bathrooms of other forces? At that time, a great battle would be inevitable. Although he would definitely disguise himself, who knows if some people would see through his disguise. Once they saw through it, they might trace it back to the Song family. And he was Song Shirsan's lackey, the Song family would be in a difficult position then. So, taking this opportunity, he left the Song family. With such a big commotion, from now on, whether it was him or Long Han, anything that happened would have nothing to do with the Song family. Before sunset today, everything that happened in the Song family would spread throughout Qianzhou. By then, everyone in Qianzhou would know that Long Han had stolen Song Shirsan's Crimson Moon Xuanrui and fled. And he had insulted Song Shirsan and was expelled from the Song family. It seems I'm more suited for the slums, Song Tianli said. After saying this, he headed towards his home in the slums. To be precise, it couldn't really be called a home, it was just a place to stay. Dad, Mom, I'm back. After entering the courtyard, Song Tianli shouted loudly as usual. However, he received no response. This was completely within his expectations. Under normal circumstances, his nominal parents should be at work at this time. After returning to his room, Song Tianli began to cultivate. He was a bit eager to experience what 10 times the efficiency felt like. He directly used the multi-shadow clone technique, splitting into 90 clones. He didn't know if his guess was correct. 90 clones would mean 90 times the cultivation speed. Adding the 10 times efficiency would make it 900 times the cultivation speed. Of course, it might not be 90 multiplied by 10, but 90 plus 10. In that case, it wouldn't be 900 times the cultivation speed, but 100 times. If that were the case, Song Tianli would be a bit disappointed. The ability he gained to increase efficiency by 10 times could only apply to his main body and not to the clones. Of course, the specifics could only be known after trying. Thus, Song Tianli began his cultivation. To avoid attracting attention by absorbing too much spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, he arranged a large number of spirit stones in his room. These spirit stones were rare in the 9 great states, and ordinary cultivators would hardly see them. Only the Song family, being wealthy, could acquire some. Normally, Song Tianli wouldn't use spirit stones for cultivation because, with his talent, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was enough for him to absorb. Using spirit stones would be overwhelming. As Song Tianli cultivated, the spirit stones in his room transformed into waves of spiritual energy, rushing towards him. In just a few minutes, a storm of spiritual energy formed in the room. It really works, Song Tianli said excitedly. His 10 times efficiency could not only apply to his main body but also to the clones. In this way, his cultivation speed could be increased to 900 times. A cultivation speed of 900 times was something he had never even dared to imagine before. It was like a little cow sitting on a rocket, absolutely amazing. Like a crow on a plane, soaring high. The time for cultivation always slipped away unnoticed. Soon, most of the day had passed. At this moment, Song Tianli's 90 clones simultaneously opened their eyes. Clones, disperse, Song Tianli said softly. In the next second, his 90 clones transformed into puffs of white smoke and vanished. Suddenly, Song Tianli's main body furrowed his brow. He could clearly sense an extremely vast energy surging into his body. This energy caused immense pain in his body. It was like a water channel suddenly flooded with a large amount of water, which would directly collapse the channel. Thus, Song Tianli felt the pain. However, this pain did not last long. The efficiency of 10 times actually increased the body's recovery speed by 10 times as well. Song Tianli said with a hint of surprise. This was something he had not anticipated, a completely unexpected joy. He suddenly felt that this ability was truly worth it. Song Tianli did not remain excited for long, as he sensed that the spiritual energy flooding into his body had actually opened up a third divine reservoir within him. In other words, he was about to break through. With a cultivation speed of 900 times, he broke through after just one session. Of course, this was also because Song Tianli was already on the verge of a breakthrough. When the third divine reservoir was opened within Song Tianli, a powerful aura surged from his body. He could clearly feel that his strength had increased several times compared to before. The so-called divine reservoir is actually a way to tap into the potential of the human body. The more potential that is developed, the stronger the individual becomes. One can liken the divine reservoir to a kind of enhancement. Spiritual energy flows out from the dantian, and with each divine reservoir it passes through, its power increases by a layer. The more divine reservoirs it flows through, the more enhancements it receives. Therefore, the power of the attacks becomes greater. This is also why, under normal circumstances, someone who has opened one divine reservoir is not a match for someone who has opened two. After consolidating his realm, Song Tianli stood up. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a light shot from Song Tianli, his room was instantly filled with himself. According to the information he had received earlier, when 3 divine reservoirs were opened, he could split into 200 clones. It turned out to be true. At this moment, Song Tianli's not-so-large room was completely packed with his clones. On the floor, on the bed, on the stools, on the table, and even on the cabinets, he was everywhere. Count off, commanded Song Tianli's main body. 1, 2, 199. The counting ended at 199, and with Song Tianli's main body included, there were exactly 200. Disperse. After verifying the number of clones, Song Tianli dismissed them. If someone were to suddenly see this, it would easily raise suspicions about his identity as a chosen one. It seems I need to quickly enhance my physical strength. If my physical strength is strong enough, I can use 200 clones for cultivation. With the 10-fold efficiency, that would mean a cultivation speed of 2,000 times. In that case, even if I were a waste, I could progress rapidly. Song Tianli muttered to himself. With his current physical strength, he could only use 90 clones for cultivation. Although the opening of the third divine reservoir had enhanced his overall strength, it did not increase his physical strength. The enhancement of physical strength, apart from using rare materials for refinement, relies on the accumulation and cleansing of spiritual energy within the body over time. Both of these require time. With this in mind, Song Tianli took out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Song Shirsan had purchased for body tempering and began to refine his physical body. Just like before, he soaked these treasures in the bath barrel and started absorbing them. In the past, it would take at least 2 hours for Song Tianli to absorb the effects of the treasures. However, this time, just a few minutes later, he opened his eyes. The speed of absorption has increased tenfold. A tenfold efficiency, this is simply too valuable. Song Tianli couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. To be honest, the reason he initially chose this ability was solely for the tenfold speed during cultivation. He never expected that this ability would now bring him such a huge surprise. It was simply a blood profit. So, Song Tianli soaked another barrel of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and began to refine his body. With this ability, he naturally had to make the most of his time. This way, the speed of refining his physical body could also be increased tenfold. This saved him a lot of time. For a chosen one, the most important thing is time. As long as there is enough time, every chosen one can develop. It wasn't until evening that Song Tianli finally got out of the bath barrel. The strength of my body has increased a bit. He clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body, and muttered to himself. It's a pity that I can't use my clones to enhance my physical strength, otherwise, I'd be invincible. Song Tianli thought whimsically. Since the clones have no physical form, they naturally cannot be refined. If they could be refined, with 200 clones refining simultaneously, plus the tenfold efficiency, the speed of enhancing his physical strength could reach 2,000 times in a single day. That would be too overpowered. Even chosen ones shouldn't be excessively strong. The competition among chosen ones can have strengths and weaknesses, but it must not lose balance. Tianli, we're back. At that moment, a voice from outside the courtyard called out. After putting on his clothes, Song Tianli walked outside. Dad, Mom, you're back. You're at home. We thought you had been staying at the Song family recently. Seeing Song Tianli appear, Song Qian said with some surprise. They had originally thought that after Song Tianli returned to the Song family, he wouldn't come back for at least a short while. Their earlier call was just a pre-arranged signal. I left the Song family for some matters. Song Tianli did not elaborate. There was no need to explain too much about the Song family's affairs to Song Qian and the others. They were merely his nominal parents in this identity. What they needed to do was cooperate with him in acting. As the three of them spoke, they walked into the house. That friend of yours has already been arranged to leave here, Song Qian said after entering the house. The friend he referred to was actually Lang Han. After learning about Lang Han's identity and the matters surrounding him yesterday, Song Tianli and the others did not consider killing him and handing him over to the Donggong family in Zhangzhou. Instead, they had him accompany the Song family in putting on a show. It wasn't that Song Tianli was soft-hearted, rather, he felt that killing Lang Han carried certain risks. After all, Lang Han was able to betray the Liuli Shoucheng and survive the Donggong family's ambush. He must have some unknown means and trump cards. If they failed to kill Lang Han and he managed to escape, it would establish a potential enemy for the Song family. A direct enemy is often not the most terrifying. Those hidden arrows lurking in the dark are the most difficult to guard against. Rather than taking such risks, it was better to befriend Lang Han. Having him accompany the Song family in a performance could not only eliminate the suspicion against the Song family but also prevent a falling out with the Donggong family. It would also help establish a good relationship with Lang Han. To this end, Song Tianli had the people from Sihai Express secretly send Lang Han out of Qianzhou. This way, Lang Han would always remember the kindness of the Song family. In the future, if Lang Han were to become a powerful figure due to some opportunity or his own talent, it would be a great benefit for the Song family. How widely has the news of what happened to the Song family this morning spread? Song Tianli asked. The incident of Lang Han stealing the young master's treasure and being hunted by the Song family is basically known by everyone in Qianzhou. The bounty of 50 million for Lang Han's head has also become a hot topic among many. The incident of the sycophant Song Tianli cursing Song Shisan and being kicked out of the Song family has become a joke for many, Song Qian reported. Next, I might leave for a while. I will notify you when I leave. You all need to be on the lookout for anyone trying to dig into my background. If there is, don't make a fuss, just proceed according to the plan, Song Tianli said calmly. Understood. Song Qian nodded. After dinner, Song Tianli returned to his room. He did not practice anymore but waited for nightfall. The night gives you black eyes, you cannot use them to roll your eyes. On a dark and windy night, it's a time for killing and arson. When the night had completely descended, Song Tianli, disguised, left through the passage in his room. He had planned yesterday to probe into the background of the owner of the delicious restaurant. However, due to an assassination attempt that occurred yesterday, he was delayed. Today was just the right time to check it out. Under the night sky, Song Tianli, dressed in black, transformed into a shadow, weaving through the streets. It didn't take long before he arrived outside the delicious restaurant. Byakugan, activate. The Byakugan has the ability to see through. Standing outside the restaurant, Song Tianli observed the situation inside. Normally, he could have entrusted such matters to others. However, since this involved a chosen one, he was not at ease letting someone else handle it. Because if someone else did it, there would inevitably be omissions when relaying what they saw. Even if there were no omissions, some things would be emphasized based on their subjective intentions. This way, he would not be able to obtain the most direct information. Once Song Tianli activated the Byakugan, instantly, all the space within a 50-meter radius appeared before him. The last time he activated the Byakugan, its range was only 30 meters. Previously, he had only opened 2 divine caves, now he had opened 3. All abilities would enhance as his strength continued to grow. Soon, Song Tianli found He Tianrui. At this moment, he was lying in his room, sound asleep. He noticed that there was no energy flowing into He Tianrui's body from above him. Today, his identity was that of an intruder, while before, he was a customer of the delicious restaurant. Different identities led to different outcomes. It was now certain that only customers of the delicious restaurant would provide energy to He Tianrui. No wonder he refuses to leave the delicious restaurant no matter how much money you offer him. Being a personal chef for Song Shisan, although he earned more money, he faced only a few people every day and could not absorb much energy from them. However, in the delicious restaurant, there were many different customers every day. He Tianrui could absorb energy from various customers. The more customers there were, the more energy he could absorb. Song Tianli had already guessed 90% of He Tianrui's golden finger. With a 90% guess, he felt he could easily grasp the other party. Multiple shadow clone technique. Song Tianli only split off one clone and sent it into the delicious restaurant. He naturally couldn't take the risk himself. If there were any traps in the delicious restaurant, his true self going in might end up in a disaster. One thing was certain, every chosen one was a cunning character. And the delicious restaurant was He Tianrui's stronghold. If there were traps, it would be perfectly normal. When Song Tianli's avatar entered the delicious restaurant, He Tianrui, who had been asleep, instantly woke up. As expected, a chosen one can't be without means, Song Tianli murmured as he activated his Byakugan to observe He Tianrui. He saw that once He Tianrui opened his eyes, he immediately locked onto his avatar. However, he didn't rush to act but instead hid in the shadows to observe. He Tianrui wanted to see what this uninvited guest was up to in the dead of night. After Song Tianli's avatar entered the delicious restaurant, it began rummaging through the place. What are you looking for? Do you need help? He Tianrui asked Song Tianli. The sudden voice startled Song Tianli. Of course, he was pretending. If you don't want to die, hand over the money, Song Tianli said, drawing a dagger from his waist and glaring fiercely at He Tianrui. He wore a mask, making it hard to see his face, but his tone sounded very unfriendly. Are you in some kind of trouble? There are a few $1,000s in that cabinet, just take it and leave. He Tianrui pointed to the cash register nearby. He didn't grasp the true intentions of the intruder and dared not act rashly. If the other party was just after money, a few $1,000s was nothing, just his hourly revenue. What he feared was that the other party had other motives. This amount of money is just enough to send a beggar away? I've been watching you for several days, your business is particularly good, with daily revenues of tens of thousands. Hand over 100,000, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Or I could go in with a white knife and come out with a yellow knife. As Song Tianli spoke, he waved the dagger in his hand a couple of times. The dagger sliced through the air, making 2 swish sounds. Are you asking for trouble? Letting you take the money and leave is already showing me mercy. He Tianrui's expression darkened. This person was getting a bit too demanding. I'll ask you one more time, 100,000, are you giving it or not? The waitress in the restaurant is your sister, right? Song Tianli said. At this moment, he was playing the role of the villain. When threatening someone, one naturally had to use the other party's weakness. He had checked He Tianrui's background. After his parents' accident, it was his sister who supported him for 2 years. He had a very good relationship with her. Sure enough, upon hearing Song Tianli say this, He Tianrui's expression turned completely cold. You're looking for death. In the next second, He Tianrui's figure flashed, raising his fist and smashing it towards Song Tianli. Facing He Tianrui's punch, Song Tianli showed no fear, swinging his dagger to meet it. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided in mid-air. Instantly, a shockwave spread outwards. Surprisingly, this shockwave caused no damage to any items in the delicious restaurant. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in my delicious restaurant? After the strike, He Tianrui did not attack again but looked at Song Tianli and asked. If before the fight, Song Tianli claimed he was after money, He Tianrui might have believed it. But after the fight, he absolutely did not believe that Song Tianli was after 100,000. Song Tianli's earlier attack had at least the strength of the second concealment realm. The so-called second concealment realm referred to having opened 2 divine vaults. A person with such strength would not commit a robbery for a mere 100,000. Since you've seen through it, then I won't pretend anymore, I'll lay my cards on the table. I have only one purpose for coming here, to recruit you, Song Tianli said with a serious expression. Today, he came to the delicious restaurant not to kill He Tianrui, but to subdue him. Killing He Tianrui would bring him no benefit and could potentially expose himself. Rather than that, it would be better to recruit him for his own use. Recruit me? You think you're worthy? He Tianrui scoffed. He Tianrui, the chosen one, with a golden finger related to food. To be precise, it's related to the customers of the delicious restaurant. I can absorb energy from the customers. The more customers there are, the more energy I can absorb. As soon as Song Tianli said this, He Tianrui's expression changed instantly. His biggest secret had been revealed in one breath by the newcomer. If the other party was indeed a chosen one, once he activated divine judgment, he would undoubtedly die. Do you want me to continue? Seeing He Tianrui's drastically changed expression, Song Tianli asked lightly. He Tianrui's expression was particularly complex at this moment, his gaze fixed tightly on Song Tianli. In the next second, he flipped his palm, and a kitchen knife flew out from the delicious restaurant's kitchen, landing in his hand. At that moment, his aura completely transformed. Song Tianli could clearly feel that he seemed to have been locked onto. He Tianrui moved, instantly appearing in front of Song Tianli, swinging the knife. Knowing his biggest secret meant death. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. Facing He Tianrui's attack, Song Tianli exerted all his strength to resist, but he found that he couldn't launch any attacks at all. This clone of his could utilize the strength of the second concealment realm. Yet at this moment, he had no power to resist. Swish! The kitchen knife flashed with a cold light, slicing across Song Tianli's neck. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared at the corner of He Tianrui's mouth. As long as this person was dead, no one would know his secret. However, his smile quickly froze on his face. Because he saw that when his kitchen knife passed over Song Tianli's neck, it did not result in the decapitation he had imagined. Song Tianli transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. At this moment, the real Song Tianli, watching this scene from outside, felt a sudden understanding. Inside the delicious restaurant, once He Tianrui got serious, he couldn't exert much strength at all. Multiple shadow clone technique. Thus, Song Tianli created 2 more clones and headed towards the delicious restaurant. Soon, he saw He Tianrui again. This is just a clone I transformed. Feel free to kill it if you want. But have you really thought it through? When my real body appears, you should know what the outcome will be, Song Tianli's clone said to He Tianrui. As soon as these words were spoken, He Tianrui tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. He wanted to attack Song Tianli again, but his rationality told him that even if he did attack, it would be useless. Since it was a clone, there would naturally be as many as he needed. Who are you? What do you want? He Tianrui asked this question again. Chosen one, Yu Zhibua. Song Tianli revealed his identity and his name. Of course, in the world of martial arts, one cannot be without a disguise. His current appearance was not only disguised but also used transformation techniques. The other party would not be able to recognize him. Of course, even if they did recognize him, it wouldn't matter, because He Tianrui was already in his grasp. Upon hearing the words chosen one, He Tianrui's heart sank to the bottom. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they were powerful and knew his golden finger secret, he would not fear them in this delicious restaurant. But the other party was a chosen one. Once they activated divine judgment, given their understanding of his golden finger, he would undoubtedly die. There would be no power to resist at all. The good news at the moment is that the other party did not immediately launch a divine judgment. This indicates that their goal is not to see him dead. Therefore, there is still a chance. What do you want me to do? Just say it, He Tianrui said, taking a deep breath. He was a smart man, knowing that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I already mentioned my purpose. I want to recruit you. To put it simply, from today onwards, you are my person, Song Tianli said. Do I have any other choices? He Tianrui asked. Yes. You can choose to die. If you die, my hold over you will naturally cease. Hearing Song Tianli say this, He Tianrui gently bit his lip. A good death is not as good as a miserable life. He did not want to die yet. His sister was still young, and if he died, given her personality, she would definitely be bullied. Thinking of this, He Tianrui's mind stirred, and the divine judgment coin on his chest appeared. He took it off and threw it to Song Tianli. Handing over the divine judgment coin meant completely surrendering his life to the other party. As long as the other party wished, they could take his life at any time. After becoming a chosen one, He Tianrui was full of ambition, thinking he could accomplish great things. Unexpectedly, he was so quickly constrained by another. Truly, fate plays tricks. After catching the divine judgment coin thrown by He Tianrui, Song Tianli read the rules inscribed on it. It was basically as he had guessed. He could absorb the popularity from the guests at the delicious bistro to enhance his own strength. The more famous and higher the status of the guests at the delicious bistro, the more energy he could absorb from them, the faster his strength would increase. If he were in the delicious bistro, although he couldn't say he would be absolutely invincible, at least he could stand undefeated, and survival would not be a problem at all. This could be considered a second-rate golden finger. So far, Song Tianli had encountered two chosen ones. One was in Ben, whom he had summoned for divine judgment and had already eliminated. The other was He Tianrui. Both of them possessed second-rate golden fingers. It had been over 3 days since leaving the chosen city, and the golden finger had completely merged with its owner. Therefore, even if he knew what the other party's golden finger was, at most he could summon divine judgment to kill them but could not seize their golden finger. This is also why Song Tianli wanted to recruit He Tianrui instead of directly killing him. Recruiting such a chosen one would make many things easier in the future. Not to mention, once his identity as a chosen one was exposed, he could have He Tianrui take the blame for him. He could act as He Tianrui's substitute. It was all about playing a real and fake game of infiltration. After reading the rules of the golden finger on the divine judgment coin, Song Tianli threw the coin back to He Tianrui. When I am not looking for you, you are still a chosen one. You can do anything you want. I will also find ways to help you strengthen the delicious bistro, allowing your strength to increase rapidly. In the future, if someone approaches you and says, 9 turn intestines, original flavor, that means this person is mine. They will convey some of my instructions to you, Song Tianli said. Okay. At this moment, He Tianrui had no desire to say more, he simply nodded indifferently. He had now become a sword in someone else's hand, so he had already given up. He decided that starting tomorrow, he would go to work casually, just like that old man selling mung bean cakes. By the way, have you become one of the 4 seasons Pang Lai? I have. Now, whatever Song Tianli asked, He Tianrui answered without any concealment. For someone who had already given up, nothing mattered anymore. Hearing He Tianrui's response, Song Tianli walked over to him. He Tianrui did not avoid it, he simply watched him quietly, wanting to see what he intended to do. Under He Tianrui's gaze, Song Tianli lifted his shirt and reached inside. In that moment, He Tianrui's eyes suddenly widened. He had already prepared himself to become a sword in Song Tianli's hand. However, that did not mean he was ready for anything else, especially this kind of fencing between men. If Song Tianli really intended to do something excessive, then he would rather die. After reaching into He Tianrui's shirt, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. You have abs, not bad. Hearing this, He Tianrui hurriedly pushed him away. A gentleman can be killed but cannot be humiliated, he said loudly, looking at Song Tianli. I complimented your physique, why are you angry? I left a mark on you to make it easier for me to find you. Don't think about removing it or escaping. Once this mark is left, as long as I am alive, it can never be erased. I'm leaving. After saying this, Song Tianli turned and walked out of the delicious restaurant. The mark he left on He Tianrui was the Flying Thunder God mark. As long as one is alive, the Flying Thunder God mark will always exist. In the future, if Song Tianli wanted to be by He Tianrui's side, he could teleport anytime as long as the distance wasn't too far. Seeing Song Tianli leave, He Tianrui hurriedly lifted his shirt to look at his belly. He discovered a 1-inch sized black mark on the skin above his waist. If one didn't look closely, they might think it was a tattoo. When He Tianrui saw this mark, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Song Tianli had only left a mark and did not intend to do anything indescribable to him. If it had been that way, he would truly prefer to die. When He Tianrui came back to his senses, Song Tianli had already left. Be destroyed, he muttered and turned back to sleep. But it was destined that he would not sleep soundly this time. After Song Tianli's clone left the delicious restaurant, it was dispelled by Song Tianli. At this moment, he was in a great mood. Capturing a chosen one was definitely something to be happy about. At the same time, it also indicated something. Although chosen ones are in a competitive relationship, it doesn't have to be a life or death struggle. This opened a new line of thought for Song Tianli. In the future, if he encounters another chosen one, he doesn't need to kill them, he can find a way to subdue them. If he can subdue enough chosen ones, it would become a significant advantage for him. When competing with other chosen ones in the future, he would have the upper hand. Go, 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 swim, swim, swim. I'm not worried about being unskilled, eating, drinking, gambling, cheating, stealing. In a great mood, Song Tianli hummed a tune from a cartoon on Blue Star as he walked. After he had rushed forward for a while, suddenly a figure blocked his path. This person looked to be about the same age as him, around 20 years old. He was exceptionally handsome, and describing him as having sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with a face like a jade crown, would not be an exaggeration. Such a person could easily attract many women's screams and gain a lot of devoted fans just based on looks. Song Tianli, we meet again. At this moment, the young man spoke. Hearing this, Song Tianli's pupils slightly contracted. He could be sure that he had never seen the other person before. However, the other person's words indicated that they had met again. This meant it was not their first encounter. With his memory, he could not forget anyone he had dealt with. He could recall what that person had said and done during their interactions, but he truly had never seen the person in front of him. However, the other party was able to directly reveal his name. It could be said that the other party knew him and was aware of his name, which was understandable. But right now, he was disguised and had even used transformation techniques. In such circumstances, for the other party to recognize him at a glance meant they must be very familiar with him. Who are you? Song Tianli asked, frowning. The chosen one, Yi Qingtian. The other party stated his identity and name outright. This left Song Tianli even more shocked. At this time, the chosen ones were still in a state of awkward development, and hardly anyone dared to openly claim to be a chosen one. Yet this man in front of him boldly declared it. Was he out of his mind, or did he have some backing? Song Tianli leaned towards the latter. As a chosen one, it was impossible for him to be out of his mind, he must have some support. Moreover, judging by the other party's current demeanor, he didn't seem to be someone with a problem. Yi Qingtian? I really haven't heard of you, Song Tianli thought silently. Do we know each other? Song Tianli asked Yi Qingtian. We know each other, yet we don't. This is our first meeting, but I have known you for a long time. I came today just to see what you are like at this moment, to see if you really can't be killed. Yi Qingtian said this in a very calm tone. His expression didn't change much, as if he were discussing something trivial. Are you sick? I don't even know you, and yet you want to kill me. Song Tianli was at a loss for words. It was the first time he found someone so inscrutable. What did it mean that this was their first meeting, but not his with the other? Shouldn't meetings be mutual? You don't know me now, but you will in the future. Song Tianli, I want to see just how capable you are to think you can be my opponent. After saying this, Yi Qingtian's figure flashed and appeared right in front of Song Tianli. His speed was so fast that Song Tianli barely had time to react. In the final moment, Song Tianli pulled out a card. Boom! Yi Qingtian's attack landed on Song Tianli, but it didn't inflict a single bit of damage. Instead, it knocked him back several meters. Indeed, you have some skills, Yi Qingtian said lightly upon seeing this scene. At that moment, Song Tianli's expression was extremely grim. In the brief exchange just now, although he hadn't been injured, facing Yi Qingtian filled him with a sense of powerlessness. If it weren't for the special nature of the card, he would have had no means to resist against the other party. He didn't know when he had provoked such a being. Logically speaking, with his low-key personality, he shouldn't have actively sought out someone like this. Even if he had, it was impossible for the other party to know his real name. Multiple shadow clone technique. Without any hesitation, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, Song Tianli split into 200 clones. He didn't attack Yi Qingtian but scattered to escape. Yi Qingtian was too powerful, fighting him to the death was not worth it at all. Song Tianli planned to quickly gather reinforcements after escaping and deal with him directly. This was Qianzhou, his territory. He couldn't let such an unknown person pose a threat to him. However, Song Tianli underestimated Yi Qingtian too much. Facing Song Tianli's 200 clones, Yi Qingtian showed no surprise. A mere 200 clones, truly weak and easily crushed. Freeze! With a light shout from Yi Qingtian, a peculiar energy rapidly spread outwards from his body. The clone of Song Tianli, who was rushing forward, was instantly frozen in mid-air as if under a spell. Yi Qingtian transformed into a streak of light, darting through space. Wherever he went, Song Tianli's clone quickly vanished. Who on earth is he? How can he be so strong? Song Tianli frowned, pondering as he watched his disappearing clones. As Yi Qingtian drew closer to his main body, Song Tianli began to panic. He realized he was utterly unable to resist, his body was immobilized. He couldn't even use his cards. The only thing he could do seemed to be waiting for death. Just as Yi Qingtian's attack was about to land on Song Tianli's main body, a beam of starlight suddenly fell from the sky. This starlight descended with an extremely fierce momentum, and coincidentally, it was headed straight for Yi Qingtian. Reluctantly, Yi Qingtian had to retreat quickly. As a result, he lost the opportunity to kill Song Tianli. At that moment, the imprisoned Song Tianli finally regained his freedom. Boom! The starlight struck the ground, producing a tremendous sound. A powerful shockwave spread outwards. Rin Wang Shield Song Tianli hurriedly used a defensive card. Yi Qingtian also quickly retreated several dozen meters. At this time, his body began to turn transparent. This made his expression quite grim. Damn causal power, Yi Qingtian muttered under his breath. At that moment, he looked somewhat exasperated. Song Tianli, I didn't expect to be so much stronger than you, yet I still can't kill you. But remember this. One day, I will kill you. Just wait and see. Yi Qingtian shouted at Song Tianli. After saying this, his body completely became illusory. Soon, he transformed into a whirlwind and vanished. This left Song Tianli somewhat bewildered. After fighting for so long, he still had no idea what was going on. Who exactly was Yi Qingtian, and why did he want to kill him? However, with Yi Qingtian's disappearance, Song Tianli felt a long sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, it was the first time someone had given him such a strong sense of pressure. After confirming that Yi Qingtian had truly left, Song Tianli turned his gaze to the place where the starlight had fallen. It was the sudden descent of this starlight that had saved his life. He quickly rushed towards the spot where the starlight had landed. Soon, he saw a large pit ahead of him. The pit was filled with dust, obscuring what lay within. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew out from his palm, dispersing the swirling dust. At that moment, he finally saw what was in the pit. Is this a person? Song Tianli muttered to himself. In the large pit, there was a smaller pit shaped like a character, and inside it lay a man in tattered clothes. He must not be an ordinary person to have accompanied the falling starlight. Multiple shadow clone technique. Song Tianli split into two clones and jumped into the large pit, reaching the man's side. At this point, he saw that the man's face was dirty and unkempt, looking like a homeless person who had been wandering for a long time. Song Tianli's clone crouched down, checked his breath, and found that he was on the verge of death. Moreover, he had suffered severe injuries in many places. With such heavy injuries, he probably wouldn't last long. Well, you saved my life, so now I will save yours, Song Tianli said calmly. He was someone who didn't like to owe favors. He could find a way to repay debts. However, owing a favor can be quite troublesome, because the matter of favors is sometimes hard to articulate. Song Tianli flipped his palm and took out a card. The effect of the Li Wine and Peach cards is to bring back someone who has died for less than an hour. The Wu Wine card can completely heal someone on the brink of death. These are all life-saving items, and Song Tianli is reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. As the Wu Wine card fell onto the man, his injuries visibly improved at a noticeable speed. However, the man did not wake up. I might as well be a good person to the end, Song Tianli said, allowing his clone to carry the man on his back. Clone, you are amazing, you are noble, you are a good person, and you make me carry. Thus, Song Tianli and his clone disappeared into the night with the man on their backs. A few minutes later, they returned to the slums. However, he did not return to his own residence but instead went to a small courtyard nearby. This small courtyard is also one of his secret bases. Usually, no one would come here. He's quite handsome, looks a bit cold. After putting the man down, Song Tianli carefully examined him and said, even with his scruffy beard, it couldn't hide his handsome features. It was certain that this person's background was extraordinary. Seeing that the man showed no signs of waking up, Song Tianli left a clone behind and returned to his small courtyard. The appearance of this man was merely an interlude for him. What he wanted to know most now was about Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian was too strange, it seemed he knew a lot about him. Moreover, his strength was extraordinary, and his behavior was bizarre. Such a person was extremely frightening. He had been fighting before and had no time to think deeply. Now that he had calmed down, Song Tianli was sure that the current Shenzhou continent did not allow such an impressive person to exist. Even among the chosen ones, no one should be this outrageous. Therefore, there was only one possibility, he might come from the future. Although it sounded a bit absurd, the golden finger encompasses everything, so it wasn't impossible. Of course, this was just a possibility and could not be confirmed 100%. He used a transformation technique to take on Yi Qingtian's appearance and then took a photo with his phone. He subsequently sent this photo to a phone number without a name attached. At the same time, he added a message, this person is named Yi Qingtian, activate all shadows and investigate all his information. Soon, he received a reply, received. Yi Qingtian, I remember you. If I encounter you again, I will definitely stop at nothing to kill you, Song Tianli murmured after seeing the reply. This was the first time since his rebirth to the Shenzhou continent that he felt such a strong killing intent towards someone. The appearance of Yi Qingtian instilled a strong sense of crisis in Song Tianli. At that moment, he realized that all his trump cards were utterly inadequate in front of the other party. Such a thing could happen once, but it absolutely could not happen a second time. This time, it was the sudden falling star that saved him. Next time, he might not have such luck. Moreover, he was not accustomed to entrusting his life to uncertainty. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find out who Yi Qingtian was. Even if it meant sacrificing some of the manpower he had built over the years, it was worth it. Taking a deep breath, Song Tianli tried to calm his emotions. He had to admit that the appearance of Yi Qingtian had caused a significant fluctuation in his feelings. That night, Song Tianli did not sleep, splitting off 90 clones to cultivate. Early the next morning, Song Tianli woke up. He sensed that his clone had sent a message. The man had woken up. Where is this place? The man who had just woken up looked around and asked the avatar of Song Tianli. My name is Yu Zhibua, and this is my home. You collapsed on the street last night. I saved you. Song Tianli said. He didn't mention being saved himself but emphasized that he had saved the other person. It wasn't that he intended to leverage gratitude for favors, he simply didn't know who the other person was. By saying he saved him, under normal circumstances, even if the other person were a notorious villain, he shouldn't act against him. Hearing this, the man frowned. Do you know who I am? He asked. Upon hearing this, Song Tianli's eyes widened. Amnesia? He looked puzzled. He never expected to encounter such a cliché plot. You don't remember who you are? Song Tianli countered. I don't remember. My mind is blank. I don't remember anything. I don't know who I am or where I came from. The man shook his head and said. Fortunately, although you have amnesia, your mind is still relatively clear. You speak very logically. Since you don't remember your name, I'll temporarily call you Starlight. Just follow me for now. I'll find something for you to do. Song Tianli thought for a moment and said. After all, the other person was his savior. Although he had saved the other person's life, the debt of gratitude was not so easily repaid. He named this man Starlight because he arrived as if stepping on starlight. Okay. Starlight nodded. It was an acknowledgement of both Song Tianli and the name. However, when he said this, he looked at Song Tianli with a strange expression. Why are you looking at me like that? You seem a bit strange, almost illusory, not quite human. Hearing Starlight say this, Song Tianli's eyes widened again. Because right now, he was just an avatar, not his true self. Starlight was correct in saying he was illusory and somewhat not human. However, his current avatar was a multiple shadow clone. Under normal circumstances, as long as it wasn't attacked, there would be no difference from the true self. An ordinary person would never be able to discern it. Yet, Starlight saw through it at a glance. This indicated that Starlight's strength was extraordinary, honing his exceptional eyesight. Starlight, what realm are you in? Song Tianli asked curiously. Realm? What is a realm? Starlight looked confused. He couldn't grasp the term because there was not a shred of information about it in his mind. Ah, I forgot you lost your memory. What else can you remember? Song Tianli asked. I don't remember anything, my mind is blank, and I have no impression of anything. Starlight shook his head. If you can't remember, then forget it. For the time being, you can stay in this small courtyard. Generally, no one will come to disturb you. As for meals, I'll have someone bring them to you. Starlight's origins were unknown, so this was the best arrangement for now. In case Starlight had any entanglements, it wouldn't implicate him and the Song family. Okay. Starlight nodded. When he said this, he looked to the side. What are you looking at? Song Tianli asked curiously. There's someone next to you who looks exactly like you. However, he doesn't seem as illusory as you. As soon as Starlight said this, Song Tianli was once again dumbfounded. He knew that Starlight was likely referring to his true self. However, his true self was in the adjacent small courtyard and still inside the house. How did the Starlight see him? Could it be that Starlight has a similar ability to a wide-eyed gaze? How did you know? Song Tianli asked. How did I know? I just wanted to know what was in the distance, and then I knew. Is that difficult? Starlight seemed to struggle to understand why Song Tianli would ask such an obvious question. Forget I asked. At that moment, Song Tianli felt like he was having a discussion between a poor student and a top student, with the poor student feeling utterly speechless. For example, the poor student asks the top student, how to score 145 in math. The top student replies, just skip one multiple choice question. The poor student then asks, how to solve the last big question in physics. The top student answers, just glance at the answer and then deduce it backward. For the top student, such things are commonplace and pose no difficulty at all. Therefore, they think this behavior is perfectly normal. They can never understand why the poor student cannot see the answer at a glance. It's not that the top student is high and mighty, they simply do not understand. The difference in their perceptions leads to a different understanding of things. Starlight, you have lost your memory, so your basic understanding of this world should be lacking. If I were to teach you based on my experience, I don't know how long it would take. So, if you want to understand this world as quickly as possible, I think watching videos is the most effective method. At the same time, you can see if any scenes trigger memories as you watch. You hold this phone, next, I will teach you how to use it. As Song Tianli spoke, he took out a phone and handed it to Starlight. For him, phones were the least of his worries. He carried 3 phones with him. In this room, there were 2 more. These were all backup phones he had specially purchased just in case. On the short video platform, there were family stories, visual effects, sitcoms, everything one could imagine. There was always something that related to Starlight's previous life. This would help him recover his memory. Starlight did not refuse Song Tianli's arrangement. No one wants to be a person without a past. If possible, he naturally wanted to restore his memory as soon as possible. You can play with the phone in the room for a while, I'll go out to buy some things. Song Tianli said. Okay. Starlight nodded. Song Tianli's clone did not return to his small courtyard through the secret passage but instead walked out through the front door. At the same time, his main body also left the residence. Only after walking a considerable distance did he dismiss the clone. To be honest, facing Starlight, he felt quite pressured. Because he knew nothing about Starlight and had no idea what abilities he possessed. The glimpse of Starlight's extraordinary nature he had previously shown was already enough to indicate his uniqueness. Song Tianli always worried that some of his secrets would be seen through in front of Starlight. The unknown is what causes the most fear and concern. This is true for both situations and people. After leaving his residence, he rode a shared bicycle to a shopping mall. In 6 days, he would be randomly teleported, so he needed to make some preparations. Since he did not know where he would be teleported to, he had to prepare thoroughly. The terrain of the land of Shenzhou is complex, with all kinds of environments. Deserts, snow-capped mountains, grasslands, rivers, forests, swamps. If it were just these environments, everything would be manageable. As long as he was well prepared, there would generally be no life-threatening danger. The only thing Song Tianli needed to be cautious about was that he might be teleported to some perilous, dangerous, or forbidden places. Such locations are filled with uncertainty and often harbor unpredictable crises. A moment of carelessness could truly lead to death. Song Tianli had to consider every possible situation as much as possible. After all, it concerned his own life. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money. He could buy anything he needed without worrying about the price. His only concern now was that there were some things he might not think of, leaving him unprepared. There was nothing to be done about it. He could only rely on luck. The only thing he felt relieved about was that his arrangements over the past 20 years had spread across the 9 major states. In every state, there were members of the Four Seas Express. Once he needed help, he wouldn't be isolated and helpless. Initially, he had the Four Seas Express spread across the 9 states with this consideration in mind. After purchasing everything he needed, Song Tianli returned to his residence. This time, he went to the small courtyard next door to meet Xingguang. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the sound of a short video coming from inside. When he walked into the room, he found Xingguang staring intently at his phone. Xingguang, I bought you some daily necessities, like towels, toothbrushes, and change of clothes. Upon hearing this, Xingguang's gaze left the phone and turned to him. You're quite thoughtful, you really consider things well. Thank you. As soon as Xingguang said this, Song Tianli had a confused expression. He had only been gone for a short while, and this amnesiac had already learned internet memes? If there's anything else you want, just let me know. In a few days, he would be teleporting away, and he needed to make sure Xingguang was settled. Spot on. Xingguang looked appreciative. Xingguang, these memes you mentioned are fine to say online, but, when said in real life, they can come off as a bit awkward. If possible, let's try to say less of this kind of thing, or not at all, Song Tianli said with a smile, patiently. He felt like he was teaching a child at that moment. Don't meddle in my business. I hate people who lack boundaries. Hearing Xingguang say another meme, Song Tianli's smile instantly froze on his face. He was quite impressed. From the moment he handed Xingguang the phone to when he returned from the mall, it had only been a little over 3 hours. How had Xingguang learned so many memes and applied them so skillfully? To be honest, even though he spent all day watching videos, he knew many memes but couldn't necessarily use them fluently. Xingguang, using memes in daily life can be a bit awkward. It's fine if you know the meme, but if you don't, it can lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Sometimes, such words can spark conflicts. After saying this, Song Tianli noticed Xingguang staring at him intently, nodding thoughtfully. Seeing this, Song Tianli felt a slight sense of relief. He thought he might have persuaded Xingguang. Do you want to CPU me? However, the next second, Xingguang looked at Song Tianli and said, forget it, say whatever you want. To this, Song Tianli couldn't be bothered to respond. Seeing him silent, Xingguang started laughing. Ha ha ha. You broke down, and now you're emo. This time, Song Tianli didn't engage. Let Xingguang say whatever he wanted. Noticing that Song Tianli was ignoring him, Xingguang continued scrolling through his short videos. He had just realized a principle: as long as he wasn't awkward, the awkwardness would fall on others. Song Tianli's current behavior illustrated this perfectly. Yujibwa, the game mentioned in this short video seems really fun. Teach me how to play. Just as Song Tianli was placing the toothbrush and towel, Xingguang suddenly walked over with his phone, pointing at the screen and saying, "This game is quite challenging. Since you haven't played games before, I wouldn't recommend you jump straight into this one. How about you try a casual game first, get a feel for it?" Song Tianli suggested. He had played the game for a while before, but his highest rank was only silver. So, he wasn't dismissing Xingguang, he genuinely thought the game was difficult. Back then, I had my hands in my pockets, completely unaware of what an opponent was. A little game, and I can't play it? Who do you look down on? Play, I'll download it for you. As soon as he heard Xingguang mention an internet meme, Song Tianli felt uncomfortable all over. So, he took the phone and started downloading the game, also registering an account. Then, with the noble experience of a silver player, he guided Xingguang for a while. "I know how to play now, just press Q," Xingguang said, taking the phone and heading towards the sofa. Seeing Xingguang engrossed in the game, Song Tianli murmured, "I hope Xingguang doesn't become a gaming addict." Although it wasn't obvious yet, he noticed that Xingguang already showed some signs. After thinking it over, Song Tianli felt that if Xingguang really became a gaming addict, it might not be a bad thing for him. After all, Xingguang's background was unclear, and letting him roam outside might lead to unnecessary trouble. This might be one of the good aspects of online gaming. Since the advent of online games, incidents of fighting among teenagers have significantly decreased. Research shows that after the emergence of online games, teenage fights have reduced by 90%. Because when conflicts arise, they tend to resolve them in the game. This is also why some games, despite having negative effects on teenagers, are still allowed to exist by the state. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. After settling Xingguang, Song Tianli's main body left, leaving behind a clone. After leaving the small courtyard, Song Tianli dialed Qian Shang's number. "How's the investigation into Yi Qingtian going?" In the past, he wouldn't directly call Qian Shang. If there was something to discuss, he would use a vague encrypted method to communicate via text. Even if others saw the content of the messages, they might not understand. The matter of Yi Qingtian had made Song Tianli feel a sense of crisis, so he didn't bother to hide it. Of course, a big reason for this was that the matter of the chosen one had been settled. Song Tianli had means to protect himself. Moreover, after nearly 20 years of development, the Song family's hidden strength had become quite formidable. As long as it wasn't the 10 great divine realms or other major families uniting against the Song family, they could basically maintain the status quo. "We have activated all our shadows, but we haven't found any information about Yi Qingtian. For this, we screened everyone with the surname Yi, but not a single person matched Yi Qingtian," Qian Shang replied. Hearing this, Song Tianli frowned. If not a single piece of information could be found, there were only two possibilities. First, Yi Qingtian's identity and appearance were all fake. After all, Yi Qingtian's name was given by the other party, so it could naturally be a pseudonym. Moreover, he could use transformation techniques to disguise his appearance, and the other party could do the same. He never believed that he alone possessed opportunities in the land of the divine state. However, this possibility was slim. At the time, when Yi Qingtian mentioned his name, his phone hadn't received any notification. Unless Yi Qingtian has the ability to interfere with this ability of his. Or perhaps, Yi Qingtian is not called that name now. The second possibility is that Yi Qingtian comes from one of the 10 great divine realms. Over the years, although the shadow of the Song family has infiltrated the 9 major states, the 10 great divine realms have not entered the world for nearly 100 years, so the Song family has no penetration into them at all. If Yi Qingtian really comes from one of the 10 great divine realms, it is understandable that they cannot find any information about him. Never give up on searching for information on Yi Qingtian. Once you find anything, contact me immediately, Song Tianli instructed. Yes, Qian Shang replied respectfully. Although he did not know exactly what had happened, he could tell that his young master placed great importance on this Yi Qingtian. This was the first time in many years that he had heard his young master speak so seriously. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. After hanging up the phone, Song Tianli took a deep breath. He realized that although more than 10 hours had passed, every time Yi Qingtian was mentioned, his emotions were always difficult to stabilize. Perhaps, in the past 20 years, everything he had done had gone too smoothly. Whether it was secretly developing the Song family or allowing the shadow to infiltrate, or plotting to obtain a golden finger, everything had gone smoothly without encountering any setbacks. The appearance of Yi Qingtian was like a wake-up call for him. He did not feel negative about it. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. In some ways, this was not necessarily a bad thing. People always need a goal to pursue and surpass. Song Tianli's current goal was to find Yi Qingtian and then eliminate him. With this thought, he split off dozens of clones and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, his main body took out his phone and started scrolling through short videos. He had always thought it was foolish to cultivate with both his main body and clones together. With clones, the main body should just relax. Otherwise, what was the point of having clones? He had worked hard for too long and had momentarily forgotten about comfort. Back when he was on Blue Star, Song Tianli had thought that if he had clones, he would let them go to work, go to school, and earn money. Now, that had somewhat come true. As he scrolled through short videos, he searched for suitable ability selection questions for himself. He found that while his golden finger was powerful, its limitations were quite high. Initially, he thought he could have a new ability every day, but the reality proved otherwise. The ability selection was random, and there were no shortcuts to take. The only way for him now was to scroll through short videos. However, when luck was not on his side, he could scroll through an entire day of short videos without encountering a single ability selection video. Sometimes, even if he did come across one, it might not be suitable. An unsuitable ability, even if chosen, would be useless. Instead, it could bring him danger. Like the choice of gaining a billion but being chased by a snail forever. He didn't lack money. Whether he had 10 billion more or 10 billion less made no difference to him. Such a choice only added a layer of crisis for him. Moreover, sometimes he simply did not have that much time to scroll through short videos. I am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my future friend's single life for the chance to encounter a satisfying ability today. Before officially starting to scroll through videos, Song Tianli prayed. The reason he referred to them as a future friend was that he currently did not have a true friend in the real sense. Many people were merely acquaintances. When they met, everyone smiled on the surface and could exchange a few pleasantries. But behind the scenes, whether you lived or died was none of my business. After praying, Song Tianli continued to scroll through short videos. Time passed second by second, and soon, more than 3 hours had gone by. Song Tianli still hadn't encountered a suitable ability choice. If the cost of my future friend's 10 years of being single isn't enough, then make it 20 years. Song Tianli said devoutly. Coincidentally, not long after he finished speaking, he finally came across an ability choice that he felt was appropriate. If your training can continuously stack and enhance your physical body, but all the body hair on you will fall out, would you be willing? When Song Tianli saw this ability choice, he fell into a dilemma. This ability was indeed very powerful. With each training session, his body would grow stronger. Doing 200 push-ups would make him stronger than when he did 100 push-ups. The key point was that this ability was aimed at the physical body. What he lacked the most right now was the ability to enhance his physical body. However, the cost was a bit too high. All the body hair would fall out. Human body hair includes hair on the head, eyebrows, armpits, chest, and more. Losing all this body hair wouldn't harm the body, but it would have a certain psychological impact. In the end, however, Song Tianli still chose willing, because he simply couldn't refuse this ability. With his choice of the two words willing, the body hair on him began to fall out. In less than 3 seconds, he became as smooth as a boiled egg. I may be bald, but I will grow stronger, Song Tianli said lightly. The issue of not having body hair had 2 solutions. First, wear a wig and draw on eyebrows. As for other parts of the body, it didn't matter, clothes would cover them, and they wouldn't be visible at all. Second, he could see if new abilities would appear in the future to cover this side effect. This was also one of the reasons he chose this ability. After selecting this ability, he sent a text message to someone. Help me buy 10 eyebrow pencils and 10 tight-fitting men's wigs. Get the best ones. If he always looked like a bald man, it would be too distinctive and easy for people to remember. Being easily remembered as an old 6 was not a good thing. After cleaning up the fallen body hair and taking a shower, Song Tianli began his training. The ability to stack training was effective on the physical body. Therefore, Song Tianli couldn't use a clone to replace himself. He could only do it himself. First, 100 push-ups, then 100 squats, and 100 high knees. Finally, run 10 kilometers. Song Tianli said while doing push-ups. With his current physical fitness, he quickly completed these exercises. The 10 kilometers took him less than 10 minutes. He stood under a tree, feeling the changes in his body. He could now clearly sense that his physical strength had increased. With my current physical strength, I can at least withstand 110 clones training simultaneously, along with the negative effects of the training. Song Tianli murmured. 110 clones training at the same time, plus 10 times the efficiency. That would mean a training speed of 1,100 times. Therefore, Song Tianli's rise was completely expected. In the following days, apart from training, Song Tianli did nothing else. Soon, he would be randomly teleported. Now, with each increase in his strength, the chance of survival increased a little. After these few days of training, he discovered that the fourth divine sanctuary within him was about to open. The speed of his strength increase was entirely within his expectations. With over 1,000 times the training speed, he had trained for 4 days. This was equivalent to training for over 4,000 days, about 12 years. Taking 12 years to improve one realm, to be honest, was quite slow. This also indicated that Song Tianli's talent for cultivation was indeed not that great. In the past, it took him nearly 20 years to open 2 divine vaults. After obtaining the golden finger, he successfully opened the 3rd divine vault. Today is the last day of the 7-day countdown. Clone. Song Tianli understood his clone. As before, with the release of the clone, a powerful energy surged into his body. Boom! With the influx of this energy, a strong aura erupted from Song Tianli. The 4th divine vault has been successfully opened, he said with a hint of joy. Since obtaining the golden finger, he had opened 2 more divine vaults in less than 10 days. Such a speed of cultivation is rare in the world. Obtaining the golden finger meant gaining the opportunity to change his fate. This was definitely not just talk. Once Song Tianli stabilized his realm, he opened his eyes. It was time to leave. He planned to check on Xingguang. As he walked into the small courtyard where Xingguang lived, he heard Xingguang's voice from afar. Assistants, are you guarding the spirit? Are you staying by her side? If you're guarding the spirit, why aren't you wearing morning clothes? What game are you two playing? Go home and plant sweet potatoes. Xingguang sounded particularly irritable. Although he didn't curse, it was clear he was quite angry. What's going on? Song Tianli asked as he walked into the room, looking at the fuming Xingguang. Just now, I was directly infuriated by a pair of dog lovers. After that girl died, the assistant did nothing and just stayed in front of his girlfriend. As a result, I was surrounded by 3 people, otherwise, I would have definitely won this round. This is my promotion match. Dog lovers, what game are they playing? They're causing real harm. More childish than elementary school kids. Hearing Xingguang say this, Song Tianli couldn't help but laugh. Encountering such troublesome players while gaming can indeed be frustrating. He noticed that after a few days of playing, Xingguang was almost turning into a hot-tempered old man. Where did you learn all these little phrases? Song Tianli couldn't help but ask. Some I learned from playing games with certain self-proclaimed Zuan people, and some I picked up while watching videos, Xingguang said, taking a deep breath. You've been playing this game for 5 or 6 days. Have you ranked up to silver yet? Song Tianli asked curiously. Silver? Who do you think you're looking down on? With your highest silver rank, you can only imagine silver. The ranks above silver are too far from you. Do you know what diamond means? This is diamond, Xingguang said disdainfully at that moment. After saying this, he picked up his phone, opened the rank interface, and showed it off to Song Tianli. You've only been playing for 5 or 6 days, and you're already at diamond? Song Tianli asked, somewhat incredulously. How could someone who just started playing this game reach diamond in such a short time? As he spoke, he took the phone and began to look through the battle records. He found that Xingguang often lost when he first started playing the game. After 5 matches, he had both wins and losses. After 20 matches, he lost less frequently. After 50 matches, he hardly lost at all. Except for a few matches he lost, the rest were mostly consecutive wins. Even in the matches he lost, he was still the MVP. Seeing such a record, Song Tianli was dumbfounded. Xingguang truly had a remarkable talent for gaming. How are you so strong? Song Tianli looked up at Xingguang and asked. Reaching diamond, isn't it just about having hands? Through my experience, I found that the key to playing such games is reaction ability, hand control of the hero's movement speed, and teamwork ability. These requirements are easy for me to achieve. Hearing Xingguang's explanation, Song Tianli suddenly realized. Xingguang's strength was unfathomable. The stronger the ability, the faster the reaction speed and the greater the control over the body. It was no surprise that he could achieve consecutive victories after becoming familiar with the game. Xingguang, I have something to do tomorrow and will be away for a while. Are you going to stay in the house playing games and watching short videos, or should I help you find something else to do to help you integrate into society? Song Tianli seriously asked as he handed his phone to Xingguang. Although Xingguang had gained some understanding of society in recent days, it was all through short videos. He had not truly stepped into society or interacted with others. In terms of socializing, he was still a novice. I'm fine just staying in the house playing games, Xinguang said, starting another match in King of Glory. Alright, Song Tianli nodded. It was actually a good thing that Xinguang could stay indoors. Is what you're going to do this time a bit dangerous? Suddenly, Xinguang looked up at Song Tianli and asked, Why do you ask? I can see a lingering worry in your brow. This worry of yours has been growing heavier over the past few days. Plus, with what you just said about leaving, I guessed it might involve some danger. Hearing Xinguang's explanation, Song Tianli looked at him in surprise. He was not only shocked by Xinguang's observational skills but even more by his logical reasoning ability. Just from a bit of worry in a single sentence, he could deduce this. Xinguang's intelligence should not be underestimated. He had previously thought that Xinguang was just powerful. Now, with his memory loss, he assumed his mind might not be functioning well. But now it seemed he was completely wrong. Although Xinguang had lost his memory, it did not mean he had become foolish. His thinking and wisdom had not diminished at all. The event hasn't happened yet, so I don't know if there's any real danger, Song Tianli did not hide. Upon hearing his words, Xinguang frowned, as if deep in thought. At that moment, he even stopped playing the game, allowing others to eliminate him. Xinguang, what are you thinking about? Song Tianli couldn't help but ask when he saw his expression. However, Xinguang did not answer, still tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, staring at the ceiling. He looked almost dazed. After a long time, Xinguang finally came back to his senses. I remembered, he exclaimed with a hint of joy. What did you remember? Did you regain your memory? Song Tianli asked in confusion. I haven't regained my memory, I just suddenly remembered what I was going to do earlier. By the way, do you have any jade? Xinguang asked. What kind of jade do you want? A pendant, bracelet, jade tablet, or something else? Anything is fine, but it should be of good quality. Hearing this, Song Tianli took out a jade pendant. The pendant was carved in the shape of a person, resembling Song Tianli himself. He had this pendant to remind himself that when faced with challenges, it was better to rely on oneself than on others. Only by becoming strong could one achieve their desires. Xinguang took the pendant and glanced at Song Tianli but did not say much. He held the pendant in one hand and gestured over it with the other. Song Tianli could feel an energy flowing into the pendant as Xinguang gestured. However, he could not understand what Xinguang was doing. After about 30 seconds, Xinguang stopped and returned the pendant to Song Tianli. I inscribed a method on this pendant. If you encounter a danger you can't handle, just shatter the jade pendant, and I should appear soon, Xinguang said seriously. He originally wanted to express something about what he had carved, but he couldn't remember the name of what he had created at all. In the end, he only mentioned a method. Are you serious? Song Tianli asked, a bit shocked. The 9 great states are neither too big nor too small. But however you put it, there are millions of square kilometers. In some places, even flying would take several hours. How could Xinguang appear so quickly? I can't remember the specifics, he said. But my intuition tells me it should be possible. If you want me to explain, I can't clarify it, just trust me. Alright, you go do what you need to do, I'm going to play a game. I'm about to level up to Star Glory. By the time you come back, I might have reached King. After saying this, Xinguang ignored Song Tianli. He picked up his phone and immersed himself in the gaming world. Song Tianli looked at the jade pendant in his hand, unsure whether to believe it or not. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately decided to wear the jade pendant around his neck. After all, Xinguang meant well. Plus, with Xinguang's mysterious background, what he said might just be true. Better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. If what Xinguang said is true, it could very well save his life at a critical moment. Thank you, Song Tianli said to Xinguang. Regardless of whether the pendant could serve the purpose Xinguang mentioned, his good intentions were enough to justify the care he had given him during this time. Lost in the gaming world, Xinguang completely ignored Song Tianli's gratitude. It was unclear whether he truly didn't hear it or simply didn't want to respond. After leaving the small courtyard where Xinguang lived, Song Tianli returned to his own residence. He didn't practice or make any further plans, he just lay quietly on the sofa, waiting for the teleportation. He had already prepared the necessary items. He had also instructed others on what needed to be done. Watching the countdown in his mind, Song Tianli flipped his palm and took out a lollipop, licking it. He quite liked sweets because he felt that life was already bitter enough and should have more sweetness. Here we go, showtime, 3, 2, 1, teleport. Song Tianli muttered to himself. As his words fell, his body suddenly vanished from the room without any warning. There were no signs or anomalies. During the teleportation, Song Tianli didn't experience the dizzying sensation he had when he teleported away from the chosen city. He only felt a darkness in front of him, and 2 seconds later, he felt a brightness. The sudden light made him instinctively close his eyes. When he adapted to the brightness and opened his eyes, he found himself facing a creature with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth, staring at him intently. Oh my! The sight that greeted him upon opening his eyes startled Song Tianli greatly. He reflexively stepped back. However, at that moment, he felt the ground beneath him give way, and he began to fall. Fortunately, Song Tianli was now a practitioner who had opened 4 divine abodes. As he fell, he quickly twisted his body. During the twist, he rapidly surveyed his surroundings. He discovered that he was currently in a forest, having been randomly teleported onto a tree. Startled, he instinctively took a step back and ended up falling from the tree. After stabilizing his body, Song Tianli struck out with his palm. Suddenly, a powerful counterforce slowed his descent. Finally, he landed steadily on the ground. His posture was striking, with his legs bent and one hand braced against the earth. After standing up, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. At the same time, he looked up to see what had startled him moments ago. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A familiar sound came from the tree. I thought it was something serious, turns out it's just a wild monkey, Song Tianli said, picking up a small stone from the ground and throwing it at the monkey that had frightened him. The monkey, under attack, quickly swung away from the tree and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Seeing the monkey leave, Song Tianli took out his phone. Oh no, no signal. He had intended to check where he had been randomly teleported to. To his surprise, this place had no signal at all. Without a signal, not only could he not locate himself, but more importantly, he couldn't scroll through short videos. Without the ability to browse short videos, he couldn't encounter any ability choices. As a result, 7 days would be wasted. Song Tianli moved and leaped into the air. He then stepped on the trunk of a nearby tree a few times and quickly ascended. Soon, he stood atop the tallest and thickest tree around, gazing into the distance. He saw that in every direction, it was an endless expanse of primeval forest. With such a vast forest coverage, this must be a primeval forest somewhere in the land of Shenzhou. There are 5 primeval forests in total in Shenzhou, each located in different continents. Each continent has different geographical environments and temperatures. The temperature here is suitable, neither too cold nor too hot, and the leaves of the vegetation are quite large. It should be near the Shinong Ridge in the central continent. Although his phone couldn't be used for positioning, relying on his knowledge and understanding of Shenzhou, Song Tianli was still able to analyze his approximate location. Mastering physics and chemistry, one need not fear traversing the world. However, this conclusion did not bring a hint of joy to Song Tianli's face. Because Shinong Ridge is the largest and most dangerous of the 5 primeval forests in Shenzhou, there are countless legends about Shinong Ridge. It is known for its steep peaks and deep ravines, hailed as the spine of the land of Shenzhou. According to legend, not only does it host many powerful spirit beasts, but also elusive divine beings. Anyone with ill intentions who enters Shinong Ridge is doomed to die. Thus, for many years, Shinong Ridge has been regarded as a forbidden zone for life across the 9 continents. Almost no one who ventured deep into Shinong Ridge ever returned alive. Song Tianli never expected that his first random teleportation would land him in a forbidden zone for life. This is tough, he said, sitting down on the trunk of the tree beneath him, leaning against it. He now had 2 paths to choose from. The first path was to do nothing and quietly wait here. After 7 days, he would naturally undergo a second teleportation, and at that time, he would leave Shinong Ridge. The second path was to try to venture out and experience the legendary, unfathomable Shinong Ridge. Curiosity killed the cat. I'm not curious at all. I'll just wait quietly for the 7 days to end. Saying this, Song Tianli took out a hammock from the space ring on his hand, hung it on a Y-shaped branch, and lay down. The space ring was a rare item. There were not many throughout the 9 continents. To obtain this space ring, Song Tianli had paid a great price. However, he believed it was worth it. The spatial ring was incredibly useful for him now. From the initial competition for the golden finger to the current random teleportation, he had made full use of it. So comfortable. Lying on the hammock, Song Tianli swayed leisurely. As an old hand, taking risks was out of the question. It was impossible in this lifetime. If he could lie down, why take risks? He wasn't suffering from any serious illness. He decided that once he had rested enough, he would get up to exercise and then practice a bit. 7 days is neither long nor short. Even if he couldn't play on his phone to pass the time, it would soon be over. However, Song Tianli had underestimated the situation in Shinong Ridge. He had barely lain down for 5 minutes when he suddenly heard a lot of squeaking and chattering sounds. Moreover, these sounds were getting closer and closer to him. Shadow clone technique. Without getting up, Song Tianli created a clone. He instructed the clone to check what was happening. The clone looked around and discovered that the wild monkey he had scared off with a small stone was now leading a large group of monkeys rushing towards him. This group of monkeys numbered at least 400 or 500. Before the clone could report their location to Song Tianli, they were already surrounded by the monkeys. These monkeys were wielding various sticks and looked quite aggressive. Main body, get up and run for your life, the clone shouted urgently. Hearing this, Song Tianli quickly sat up. This wild monkey has a heavy sense of revenge. I only scared it with a stone, and I didn't even hit it, yet it led a troop of monkeys to attack me. No sense of martial ethics. Song Tianli was not afraid of the monkey horde. After all, he had already opened 4 divine abodes. Dealing with a group of monkeys was a piece of cake. Squeak squeak. Ah ah ah. At that moment, the monkey that had been scared off raised its paw and pointed at him, chattering away. However, as soon as it finished speaking, the other monkeys, with fierce expressions, swung their sticks and charged at Song Tianli. They looked determined not to rest until they had beaten him to death. Am I really going to be bullied by a bunch of wild monkeys? Shadow clone technique. This time, Song Tianli directly created 500 clones. After opening 4 divine abodes, the number of clones he could create had reached 500. Thus, 500 Song Tianlis charged towards the monkey horde. As soon as they clashed, Song Tianli was shocked to discover that these monkeys were not as simple as they appeared. Song Tianli had already opened 4 divine abodes. His clones possessed the strength of the 3 abodes realm, and normally, dealing with a wild monkey would be effortless. However, after engaging, he realized that among these wild monkeys, there were actually some with the strength of the 2 abodes realm. The 2 abodes realm was not so easily attained. He had practiced for nearly 20 years to open 2 divine abodes. How could these wild monkeys possess the strength of the 2 abodes realm? If it were just one, it would be fine, but among these hundreds of monkeys, at least 1/5 had the strength of the 2 abodes realm. A few even had the strength of the 3 abodes realm. Fortunately, even the monkeys of the 2 and 3 abodes realms were no match for Song Tianli's clones. Soon, the entire monkey horde that had surrounded him was knocked down. Song Tianli showed mercy. He only knocked the wild monkeys down and did not kill them. Of course, it wasn't because he was soft-hearted, but because he felt that things were far from as simple as he had imagined. Moreover, he was also unaware of what consequences killing the animals in Shinong Ridge would bring. What if it leads to some unimaginable consequences? That would be terrible. So, it's better to avoid trouble. I wonder if there is a monkey king among this troop, Song Tianli murmured. At this moment, he knew he couldn't stay here any longer. This time it was just a troop of monkeys, but who knows what might come next. The Shinong Ridge is called a forbidden zone for humans, and it is certainly not just a name. Thus, Song Tianli quickly packed his belongings and randomly chose a direction to dash forward. In this primeval forest, he couldn't tell which way was which, so he could only pick a direction at random. After Song Tianli left, the monkeys he had knocked down slowly got back on their feet. They began to chirp, as if calling for something. After a while, several parrots suddenly flew down from the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The monkeys were saying something to the parrots. While speaking, they gestured with their paws. Half a minute later, the parrots flapped their wings and took off. Into the humans, into the humans. The parrots shouted loudly as they flew away into the distance. With their cries, the entire Shinong Ridge became lively. All the animals were mobilized, searching for Song Tianli's whereabouts. Song Tianli was completely unaware of this. Once he found a direction, he pushed his speed to the limit. Only by getting far away from the troop of monkeys could he feel a sense of security. Fortunately for him, running like this was not a bad thing. He could train his body while fleeing. The longer he ran, the more his body was exercised, and the stronger his physical strength became. From this aspect, it was enough to see how perverse the ability he had gained by using all his body hair was. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he wasn't lying down asleep, he was getting stronger anytime and anywhere as long as he moved. During his run, he activated his Byakugan and tried to make no noise. Therefore, he basically did not attract the attention of other animals. He discovered that there were simply too many animals in the Shinong Ridge. Just from what he saw, there were no fewer than 20 species. Golden monkeys, leopards, white jars, golden eagles, golden cats, yellow-throated martens. These animals all contained various energies within them, each one not weak in strength. If he hadn't activated his Byakugan, advancing like this would definitely have alerted these animals. After running for an hour, he finally stopped. At this point, he realized he seemed to have arrived at the edge of a lake. This lake wasn't very large, but it gave Song Tianli a strange feeling. This strange feeling was not negative, but positive. The water in the lake emitted an extremely rich spiritual energy, and if one cultivated here, the efficiency would be several times that of the outside world. Moreover, Song Tianli observed with his Byakugan that the closer he got to the center of the lake, the denser the spiritual energy became. There must be some treasure at the center of this lake, Song Tianli said with great certainty. If there were no treasure, such a phenomenon would definitely not occur. I wonder if there are any powerful spiritual beasts in this lake. He had been observing with his Byakugan for a while, but found nothing. His strength was still weak, and even though he had opened 4 divine stores, the range of his Byakugan was only 80 meters. At 80 meters, he couldn't see much. Faced with treasures, Song Tianli asked himself if he could really turn a blind eye. However, he was also quite cautious and reluctant to take risks. Just as Song Tianli was torn about whether to send a clone to check out the center of the lake, suddenly, the surface of the lake began to churn. Immediately after, the water level rose, and a massive creature emerged from the lake, its head breaking the surface. Water cascaded down from its head like a waterfall. When all the water above its head poured down, Song Tianli finally saw the true form of this colossal creature. The part of its body that emerged from the lake exceeded 100 meters. At least 2/3 of its body remained underwater. This meant that the total length of this giant creature surpassed 300 meters. This is a Jiao dragon, Song Tianli murmured. At that moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Although he had always known that the land of Shenzhou was a world where one could cultivate, he had never imagined that the legendary Jiao dragon actually existed. A snake becomes a python becomes an anaconda becomes a jiao, and a jiao becomes a dragon. Although the Jiao dragon was not a true dragon, it was only a step away from being one. The Jiao dragon also possessed the ability to fly into the sky and dive into the sea, to summon clouds and rain. Roar! At that moment, the Jiao dragon suddenly let out a faint dragon roar. This roar quickly spread throughout the Shinong Ridge. As the dragon's roar echoed, other animals in Shinong Ridge rushed toward the direction of the Jiao dragon. Each of them pushed their speed to the limit, fearing they would be a moment too late. Pilgrimage, pilgrimage. In the forest, several parrots shouted loudly. While shouting, they also flew toward the direction of the Jiao dragon. Transformation technique. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli used the transformation technique to turn himself into a snake, coiling on a tree trunk. As more and more animals came toward him, he knew he would definitely be discovered if he remained in his original form. To avoid being noticed, he could only transform into one of their kind. Fortunately, Song Tianli was skilled in the transformation technique. The transformation technique could not fundamentally change into the appearance of other creatures, but visually, there was no discernible difference. To avoid being detected by the other animals' sense of smell, Song Tianli also scattered some droppings of other animals around him. After disguising himself, he turned his gaze toward the lakeside. At that moment, Song Tianli noticed that the animals that had arrived at the lakeside early were standing respectfully in a circle. Some animals, even in the face of their natural enemies, did not flee. Their enemies did not attack them either. It was as if the area around the lake was a place of peace. It was unclear whether it was due to the Jiao dragon's intimidation or the water source. Song Tianli remembered that when he watched Man and Nature, it seemed to mention that in the animal kingdom, animals do not hunt while drinking water. This was an unwritten rule in the animal world. Song Tianli observed his surroundings and found that as time passed, more and more animals gathered by the lake. Looking around, there were tens of thousands. He had reason to suspect that all the animals in Shinong Ridge had appeared here. Roar! At that moment, the Jiao dragon in the lake let out another long howl. Roar! Awoo! Hiss! Chirp chirp chirp! Quack! In an instant, all the animals by the lake began to howl toward the sky. They looked increasingly excited. However, after howling, they all lay down on the ground. Song Tianli knew that this action from the animals indicated submission. Just then, the Jiao dragon in the lake suddenly soared into the air, spiraling above. At that moment, Song Tianli finally saw the entire body of the Jiao dragon. He had previously estimated the length of the Jiao dragon to be 300 meters, but now he realized it far exceeded 300 meters. It was at least 500 meters long. A colossal creature 500 meters in length exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Song Tianli felt as if he were an ant facing the Jiao dragon. As the Jiao dragon spiraled, the lake water began to churn again. Another massive creature slowly emerged from the water's surface. However, Song Tianli clearly saw that this colossal object was not a living creature, but a massive circular stone staircase. At the very top of the staircase, there was a platform, and above the platform, a green crystal floated. This green crystal, shaped like a diamond and about a meter in size, hung in the air, giving off an extremely comfortable feeling, as if one were basking in the sun on a cold winter day. The dragon saw the crystal appear, circled around it in the air, and then landed beside it. At that moment, it lowered its proud head, its eyes radiating respect. the green crystal began to emit a special energy, which quickly spread outwards. In just a few seconds, it enveloped all the animals by the lake, including Song Tianli. He could clearly sense this energy drilling into his body. Taking a deep breath, he found that his cultivation had improved slightly. He looked around and noticed that all the animals had closed their eyes and begun to cultivate. No wonder a group of wild monkeys has quite a few at the second and third levels of cultivation, Song Tianli murmured. With such an opportunity, it would be difficult not to improve in strength. So, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. As he did, his ability to work at 10 times the efficiency kicked in. Thus, the energy he absorbed was much greater than that of ordinary animals. Fortunately, there were many animals by the lake, and this special energy was extremely vast. Even at 10 times the speed of absorption, no other animals would notice. It was like having 10 buns in a bowl. If you took one, someone would definitely notice. But if there were 100,000 buns in the bowl, taking 10 would go unnoticed. After a while of cultivation, Song Tianli found that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. Shadow clone technique. He unhesitatingly performed the technique. However, he only created 10 clones. A smaller number was less likely to be discovered. If he suddenly created 500 clones, it would be easy for the other animals to notice. With 10 clones and 10 times the efficiency, Song Tianli's cultivation speed increased 100-fold. 100 times the cultivation speed was enough for his level to soar like a rocket. However, Song Tianli was not satisfied. After a few minutes, he used the shadow clone technique again, creating another 10 clones. This way, his cultivation speed increased another 100-fold. Thus, every few minutes, while the other animals were immersed in their cultivation, Song Tianli secretly created 10 clones. After half an hour, the number of clones he had created reached 100. This was the limit his physical body could bear at the moment. Otherwise, when the clones dissipated, his main body would not be able to handle it. With 100 clones and the 10-fold efficiency stacking together, Song Tianli's cultivation speed surged to 1,000 times. Coupled with this special energy, he could hardly imagine how much his strength would increase after this batch of clones dissipated. Time passed second by second. Soon, 2 hours had gone by. Boom! At that moment, a sudden loud noise echoed. This sound startled all the animals that were cultivating, including Song Tianli. He looked up and saw the stone staircase beneath the crystal slowly descending. He knew that this opportunity was coming to an end. If he could, he would have liked to snatch the crystal away. Unfortunately, there were simply too many powerful animals around. Not to mention the dragon guarding the crystal, even the other animals crawling by the lake were far stronger than him. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve and plenty of hidden cards. But he didn't want to take that risk. Just as Song Tianli had this thought, he suddenly saw a massive figure that had already bitten down on the green crystal. Then, it swung its enormous body and dove into the lake, disappearing from sight. The earlier rumbling sound had come from it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and all the animals, including the dragon guarding the crystal, had not anticipated that another creature would snatch the crystal away. In the countless pilgrimages of the past, such an event had never occurred. Therefore, even the dragon was caught off guard. However, the dragon reacted extremely quickly. After being stunned for 2 seconds, it twisted its massive body and plunged into the lake, beginning the pursuit of the thief who had stolen the crystal. This giant crocodile has some nerve, daring to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Song Tianli murmured at that moment. He had seen clearly that the creature that had taken the crystal was a giant crocodile over 6 meters long. He had thought of doing the same but had not dared to act. He never expected that there would be a creature even braver than him. He was very curious to know who this creature was. At this time, the other animals also began to stir. Clone, dissolve. White Eye, activate. Taking advantage of the chaos, Song Tianli hurriedly dissolved his clone and activated his white eye. As he released his clone, an indescribably vast energy surged into his body. This energy impacted his body, causing him immense pain. However, he felt that the fifth divine sanctuary within him was being rapidly opened. So soon, I'm about to reach the fifth sanctuary? Song Tianli said with a mix of joy and disbelief. It is known that as one progresses in cultivation, it becomes increasingly difficult. Yet, after obtaining the golden finger, his cultivation speed had accelerated. Previously, he had cultivated at 1,000 times the normal speed for over 4 days, opening the fourth divine sanctuary. Now, after just 2 hours of cultivation, he was on the verge of opening the fifth divine sanctuary. This speed was simply unfathomable. But upon reflection, although it was unexpected, it was within reason. The special energy emitted by the green crystal could enhance one's cultivation speed by dozens or even hundreds of times. Coupled with Song Tianli's own 1,000-fold cultivation speed, 2 hours equated to over 22 years of uninterrupted cultivation. Opening the fifth divine sanctuary after 22 years was a very normal occurrence. While opening the fifth divine sanctuary, Song Tianli used his white eye to observe the situation at the bottom of the lake. The dragon, being aquatic, moved swiftly at the lake's bottom. The 6-meter-long giant crocodile was quickly caught up by him. Just then, the giant crocodile leaped out of the water. Under Song Tianli's gaze, the giant crocodile transformed into a large eagle. What the hell, this thing can transform? Is this some kind of cardcaptor Sakura or a silly turtle? Song Tianli was dumbfounded. He had initially thought this was just a conflict within the Shinong Ridge, but upon seeing the giant crocodile transform into a large eagle, he realized that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. A giant crocodile suddenly turning into a large eagle was simply unscientific. Thus, he became intrigued and kept a close watch on the eagle in the sky. The eagle grasped the crystal with its claws and flew off into the distance. However, it had greatly underestimated the dragon. The dragon could soar into the sky and dive into the sea, summoning clouds and rain. The eagle had no advantage in the air. Suddenly, the dragon leaped from the water, twisting its massive body. Following that, its enormous tail, like a mountain, swung down towards the eagle. If it were hit, the eagle would likely be turned into mush in an instant. Faced with such an attack, the eagle was momentarily flustered, quickly flapping its wings in an attempt to escape the incoming strike. However, it was still a step too slow. In desperation, he had no choice but to transform again. The large eagle that was originally there vanished, and a black turtle appeared in the sky. Bang! The giant tail of the dragon struck the turtle mercilessly, producing a tremendous roar. The turtle was sent crashing into the ground like a cannonball. At the same time, the green crystal fell towards the ground. Coincidentally, the green crystal landed just 5 meters away from Song Tianli. A heavenly opportunity. Should I take a gamble? Looking at the green crystal on the ground, Song Tianli began to hesitate. However, after just a second of contemplation, he decided to take the risk. Fight for it, and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Gamble, and a car turns into a Land Rover. Last time, after taking a gamble, his golden finger went from 1 to 2. This time, if he could succeed in his gamble, his cultivation speed would increase many times over. This way, he could elevate his strength in a very short time. Realizing this, Song Tianli began to act. He flipped his palm and took out a card. Pickpocket, he threw this card towards the green crystal. The moment the card touched the green crystal, it vanished from its spot. When it reappeared, it was in Song Tianli's hand. Holding the crystal, which was about a meter in size, he found it wasn't very heavy, probably just over 500 pounds. Now that he was a practitioner at the Five Caves realm, 500 pounds wasn't too heavy for him. Holding the green crystal like this was too conspicuous. He quickly stored the green crystal in his spatial ring. To his delight, the green crystal could indeed be stored in the spatial ring. He had been worried that it wouldn't fit. Multiple shadow clone technique. After putting away the green crystal, he conjured up 2 clones again. One of the clones transformed into a leopard, while the other turned into a green crystal and stuck to the leopard's body. The leopard, carrying the green crystal, sped off into the distance. Meanwhile, Song Tianli took out another card. Speed +2. He used this card on the clone that had transformed into the leopard. Instantly, the leopard's speed doubled. He himself transformed into a snake, coiling around the trunk of a tree. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but it was completed in the blink of an eye. Other animals and the dragon only saw a leopard racing away at high speed with the green crystal on its back. They thought this leopard was the giant crocodile transformed. Thus, they began to chase after the leopard. At this moment, they realized that the leopard was moving excessively fast. Roar! Seeing this, the dragon let out a furious roar. Suddenly, columns of water appeared out of nowhere, crashing down towards the leopard. The leopard pushed its speed to the limit, dodging the falling water columns. It could evade 1 or 2, but the water columns were dense and fell at an incredible speed, leaving no time to escape. Just as the water columns were about to hit the leopard, a white light suddenly burst from its body, and it instantly appeared in another location, as if it had teleported. This was the Flash card from his collection. To completely obtain the green crystal, Song Tianli had really invested heavily this time. He had given several cards to his clone. It should be noted that these cards were consumables. Using one meant one less. He wouldn't have used them unless absolutely necessary. However, as long as the green crystal could be obtained, all of this was worth it. With a flash, the leopard dashed away into the distance once more. The dragon and other animals began to surround and chase it. Thus, various attacks rained down on the leopard like raindrops. The leopard did its utmost to evade these attacks, and whenever it couldn't escape, a white light would appear on its body. Then, inexplicably, it would dodge those attacks. When it truly couldn't avoid them, a layer of armor-like substance would appear on its body. In this way, the leopard, carrying the green crystal, ran far away. The dragon and other animals continued their relentless pursuit. After a long chase, they still couldn't stop the leopard, and the dragon was thoroughly enraged. It let out a dragon's roar, and in an instant, the sky became turbulent with wind and clouds, thunder and lightning flashing, darkening the entire sky. It felt as if black clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. The oppressive feeling was overwhelming. The dragon's massive body rolled within the clouds, appearing as if it were bathed in lightning from a distance. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning mixed with fierce winds fell upon the leopard. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. When the lightning struck the leopard, all vegetation within a radius of several kilometers was destroyed. The ground rolled like ocean waves. Some animals chasing the leopard were also caught in this attack. Bang! This time, the leopard did not have armor appear on its body, nor did it flash away. Its body transformed into a wisp of white smoke and completely vanished. The main purpose of Song Tianli's two clones was to attract the dragon's attention. It was not truly to escape the dragon's pursuit. Of course, escape was impossible. In that brief moment, the leopard had run nearly 10 kilometers. This had bought Song Tianli enough time. However, Song Tianli did not flee. Instead, he quietly stayed in place. At this moment, he activated his white eyes to observe where the black turtle had fallen. He discovered that after being struck down by the dragon's tail, the turtle, even with its shell for protection, had sustained serious injuries. The turtle endured the pain and transformed into a mole. The mole quickly dug a hole and began to escape from beneath the ground. Therefore, it was unaware of what was happening above the surface. After transforming into a mole and digging to escape, it let out a long sigh of relief. It thought that the dragon and the others had not noticed its presence and felt immensely fortunate. What Song Tianli had done earlier was, although aimed at obtaining the green crystal, also an indirect rescue of this Sakura. To be honest, up until now, Song Tianli still hadn't figured out what this Sakura truly was. Why could it transform into a giant crocodile, a large eagle, a turtle, and a mole? These creatures did not belong to the same family and had reproductive isolation. Thus, he activated his white eyes and quietly followed the other party. He had to find out what kind of existence the other party was. Roar! Awa! Do! At that moment, Song Tianli suddenly heard the continuous angry roars of animals in the Shinong Ridge forest, especially the dragon, whose voice was filled with rage. After its attack, both the leopard and the green crystal had vanished. Many animals searched for a long time but could not find it again. Many animals believed that the leopard had used some special means to escape right under their noses. The dragon felt that the green crystal had been lost right under its watch, and it bore an undeniable responsibility. Then, it issued an order to begin searching the entire Shinong Ridge area for suspicious animals and humans. It had heard those parrots mention that humans had entered Shinong Ridge. It thought for a moment that such a versatile ability should not belong to the animals of Shinong Ridge. Not to mention that the animals in Shinong Ridge simply did not possess such abilities. Even if they did, they would not act this way. The green crystal held significant meaning for Shinong Ridge, and the animals there were well aware of it. It was their sacred object, used for their pilgrimages. To dare to seize their sacred object was to become an enemy of the entire Shinong Ridge. The dragon was not only powerful, its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. It could think of things far more comprehensively than an average person. With the issuance of this command by the dragon, all the animals in the Shinong Ridge area sprang into action. From tigers and lions to eagles and hawks, down to mice and insects. As long as the thief remained in Shinong Ridge, they would surely be able to find him. Moreover, they all adhered to a principle: better to mistakenly kill than to let go. Any suspicious creature would have to face their judgment. Of course, this was a later matter, and Song Tianli was completely unaware of it. He could not understand the animals' words, so he did not know that they had already begun to hunt for humans. He had been following the transforming Sakura, which had turned into a gopher, to a hidden tree hole. Of course, it was the gopher inside the tree hole, while he observed from 50 meters away with a disdainful eye. At that moment, he saw the gopher change again. Its limbs began to elongate, and its body slowly grew larger. Wow, it really is transforming Sakura! Song Tianli exclaimed. He saw the gopher transform into a man in his 20s. However, this man looked pale and appeared to be seriously injured. Fortunately, I extracted the cockroach gene, otherwise, I would undoubtedly be dead this time. This dragon is a bit too powerful. If I could extract its gene, my strength would undergo a tremendous change. The man in the tree hole leaned against the trunk to recover his strength while quietly muttering to himself. Unfortunately, he was talking to himself, and Song Tianli was too far away to hear. Otherwise, he would have had a better grasp of his speculation about the golden finger. This man must be a chosen one. After witnessing this scene, Song Tianli said with great certainty, such an incredible ability, aside from a chosen one, he could not think of any other possibility. It is well known that the abilities of chosen ones are strange and varied. Although sometimes chosen ones hide very deeply, if they take action, it is still possible to identify their identity. After all, when pushed to the brink, one cannot hide their talents. Not using one's best skills could lead to death. The more peculiar the ability, the greater the likelihood of being a chosen one. Song Tianli was already certain that this man's golden finger was definitely related to animals. However, he had no clue as to how it was related. The man would never have thought that after planning for so long, he was merely a mantis catching a cicada, with a yellow sparrow behind. The most important thing was that this yellow sparrow not only took the crystal but also did not leave and was now fixated on him. Should I take him out? At this moment, Song Tianli was grappling with this question. He understood the principle of taking advantage of someone's weakness. Now that this man was injured, if he launched a sneak attack, there was a high probability he could take him down. This way, he would have one less competitor in the future for the chosen ones. The recommendations would start tomorrow, a free little gift, a wave of opportunity. After thinking it over, Song Tianli ultimately abandoned this plan. Of course, he gave up not because he lacked the confidence to take down the opponent, but because doing so would not benefit him at this moment. In the process of eliminating the opponent, if he missed even once, it would definitely create a noise. Once a noise was made, it would surely attract the attention of other animals in Shinnong Ridge. They were outsiders now, and the sacred object of Shinnong Ridge had already been lost. Those animals would deal with them upon seeing them. In that case, he might even end up in trouble himself. Therefore, killing this chosen one was not a wise decision. Besides, Song Tianli felt that if he killed him now, although it would reduce the competition in the future, he was not the only one competing with this man. There were other chosen ones as well. If he eliminated one competitor, others would also lose one competitor. Not killing him would mean that others would have one more competitor. He had already learned that this chosen one's special ability was related to animals, and if he had more information, he could slowly deduce what this chosen one's special ability truly was. In that case, he might be able to control him just like he did with He Tianrui. Subduing a chosen one would be beneficial for him. With this thought, Song Tianli quietly observed the other party. Under his gaze, he noticed that the other party had transformed into a cockroach. After turning into a cockroach, the injuries on his body were healing rapidly. This ability is a bit overpowered. I wonder if he could grow back limbs if they were chopped off, like a lizard. If he were cut in half and turned into an earthworm, could he become two of himself? Song Tianli thought whimsically. If that were possible, then this ability would indeed be extraordinary. Compared to his own, peach, card, it was not lacking at all. Song Tianli did not know how many types of animals existed in the land of China. However, it was certain that there were definitely tens of thousands. If each type of animal counted as a unique ability, then the skills possessed would also number in the tens of thousands. One could imagine a person possessing the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a leopard, the defense of a turtle, the strength of an ant, the vitality of a cockroach, the regenerative ability of a lizard, and the splitting ability of an earthworm, along with the flight speed of a falcon. Concentrating all these abilities in one person would be terrifying. Song Tianli was certain that as one's own strength increased, these abilities would also continuously enhance. As they evolved, these abilities would become exceedingly formidable. This ability, even in the realm of special abilities, is quite explosive, Song Tianli muttered to himself. Fortunately, even with these abilities, as long as one's actions were not overpowered, it was acceptable. No matter how flashy the abilities were, they would not hold up against absolute strength. For example, when this man faced a dragon, he could only flee in embarrassment, lacking even the ability to resist. Of course, this was also because the chosen one had not yet fully developed. Given any chosen one enough time to grow, a dragon would be nothing at all. However, what chosen ones lacked the most was time. Time passed second by second, and soon, a day had gone by. During this day, aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, Song Tianli kept a close watch on the other party. Even while eating, drinking, and sleeping, he would conjure a clone to continue observing the other party. Gradually, Song Tianli came to a conclusion about the man in the tree hole. He could indeed transform into many types of animals, and with each transformation, he could gain the abilities of that animal. However, this required sufficient physical strength. When his stamina was depleted, he had to revert to human form to recover. The same applied during cultivation, he could only cultivate in human form. This golden finger will be very powerful in the early stages, but it also has significant limitations. If the host's cultivation talent is average, then their own strength cannot improve, and they won't be able to fully unleash the power of this golden finger. Perhaps this is why this man would take such great risks to seize the green crystal, Song Tianli murmured. He believed that this man must know that stealing the green crystal comes with life-threatening dangers. Yet he still did it, which meant he had compelling reasons to do so. Otherwise, with the attributes of a chosen one, he would definitely avoid risks if he could. Slow improvement in strength was his shortcoming. Therefore, he had to take great risks to snatch the crystal that could rapidly enhance his power. Once this man finds a way to quickly increase his strength, he will become unstoppable. I wonder what his name is. For now, I'll just call him Beastman, Song Tianli muttered. He couldn't keep referring to him as that man, so he gave him a nickname. Being both beast and human, the title Beastman was quite fitting. After a day, the man's injuries had mostly healed. If I don't stir up some trouble after watching you for so long, it would be a bit unfair. Shadow clone technique. Song Tianli said, conjuring 10 clones. Immediately, all 10 clones used transformation techniques to turn into monkeys. These monkeys looked almost identical to the group that had attacked him earlier. In the next moment, the monkeys picked up some sticks from the forest and quietly approached the Beastman in the tree hollow. After a day of healing, the Beastman had recovered but was feeling a bit fatigued. Leaning against the trunk of the tree hollow, he was taking a nap and completely unaware that a group of monkeys transformed from the chosen one was slowly approaching him. Once the monkey clones reached above the tree hollow, they raised their sticks and smashed down towards the hollow. The monkeys aimed at the hollow, not at the Beastman, because Song Tianli was concerned that hitting the Beastman again would be problematic. He had other plans that required the Beastman's assistance, and he couldn't let him get hurt. Boom! The stick struck the top of the tree hollow, creating a loud crashing sound. This instantly startled the napping Beastman awake. Upon seeing the monkey holding the stick, he realized he had been discovered. Without a word, he crawled out of the hollow, transformed into a leopard, and randomly chose a direction to flee. The monkey clones transformed by Song Tianli began to chase after him. As they pursued the leopard, they wildly struck the trees with their sticks. Rather than a chase, it was more about attracting the attention of other animals. Sure enough, the surrounding animals were drawn to the loud noise. They also spotted the speeding leopard. Thus, they immediately began to pursue as well. Good luck, scapegoat, Song Tianli said, dashing off in the opposite direction of the Beastman. During his observation of the Beastman, Song Tianli also noticed many animals searching the area thoroughly for something. Without needing to ask, he knew they were definitely looking for the thief who stole the green crystal. He would not admit to being the thief of the green crystal. After all, he didn't snatch it from under the dragon's nose, he simply picked it up from the ground. His father said that things thrown on the ground are things others don't want. If others don't want it, what's wrong with him taking it? As for deliberately forcing the Beastman out of the hollow, that was the Beastman's own karma. The green crystal was originally something he had taken from under the dragon's nose. Being pursued was only to be expected. There is a saying, a dead friend is better than a dead poor Taoist. If he escapes by himself, it might attract the attention of other animals. After all, there are simply too many animals in Shinong Ridge. Perhaps in some corner, there are a few old sixes he hasn't noticed. However, if a Beastman helps him attract attention, that would be different. If the Beastman knew everything that Song Tianli had done, he would definitely curse. He hadn't even seen Song Tianli's face, yet he was clearly arranged for this. Without gaining any benefits, he became the scapegoat. It's unfair, he is more wrong than Doi. But the animals in Shinong Ridge don't know this, only Song Tianli is clear about it. Perhaps it echoes that saying, those who wrong you know better than you how wronged you are. After Song Tianli escaped in the opposite direction of the Beastman, he ran far away in one breath. He didn't let the Beastman take the blame for nothing. After all, he had indirectly saved the other party's life, which could be considered a repayment. Now, they were even. As for whether the Beastman could survive, Song Tianli hadn't thought about it at all. As a chosen one, it's not so easy to be killed. Unless, of course, other chosen ones guess his golden finger. At this moment, Song Tianli appeared on a cliff. On this cliff, there was a cave about 3 meters wide. Inside the cave, there were no signs of other animals living there. He unhesitatingly occupied it as his temporary residence. After using some stones to block part of the cave's entrance, he began to sit down and cultivate. Rather than cultivating, it was more about consolidating his realm. He had already opened up the 5th divine store within him. However, just after opening the 5th divine store, he was busy activating his white eyes and stealing the green crystal. Then, he kept observing the Beastman and didn't have time to consolidate his realm. Now, he finally had some peace. Time passed quietly in cultivation. day turned to night, and another whole day slipped away. Throughout this entire day, Song Tianli was consolidating his realm. After consolidating his realm, Song Tianli opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. After a whole day of consolidation, his fifth divine store had stabilized completely. Next, I should condense the Qi Mansion. In the path of cultivation, one condenses the essence, cultivates the 5 stores, gathers the 6 mansions, and steps onto the divine path. Once all 5 divine stores in the body are opened, one must use these 5 divine stores to condense the Qi Mansion. The so-called condensing of the Qi Mansion means gathering the essence from the 5 divine stores into one place. A new, different place is created. This is somewhat like when you learn subjects like language, math, and English in elementary school. Now it's time for the exam. After completing the exam, one can advance to middle school. Although there is only a 1-grade difference between the first year of middle school and the 6th grade, there is an essential difference. One is elementary school, and the other is middle school. The same goes for condensing the Qi Mansion. It will bring about earth-shattering changes. The most significant feature is that after condensing the Qi Mansion, one can fly. When the human body condenses 6 Qi Mansions, one can step onto the divine path. Being able to step onto the divine path means having the qualification to become a god. This is also the goal pursued by many cultivators in the land of the gods. However, condensing the Qi Mansion is not an easy task. Fortunately, Song Tianli now has the green crystal that can quickly enhance his cultivation. Coupled with multiple shadow clones and 10 times the efficiency, his cultivation speed will only get faster. Moreover, he had just opened the 5th divine store, so he wasn't in a hurry to condense the Qi Mansion. After taking out his phone, Song Tianli found that there was still no signal. However, he could see the time and date. There are still 5 days until the next teleportation. Within these 5 days, it is basically impossible for him to walk out of Shinong Ridge. Not to mention that the animals inside Shinong Ridge are searching for suspicious individuals. Once he steps out, he might be discovered by other animals. Even without these animals, leaving Shinong Ridge is not an easy task. Shinong Ridge covers over 10,000 square kilometers, and traversing it in just 5 days is nearly impossible. Unless he breaks through to the Qi Mansion realm and relies on flight to leave. Song Tianli stepped out of the cave, standing halfway up the mountain, gazing into the distance. One must admit, Shinong Ridge is truly breathtaking. Just looking at it brings a sense of peace and joy. The beauty of Shinong Ridge ranks among the best in the entire land of Jojo. If only there was a signal for my phone here, that would be fantastic, Song Tianli murmured. With a signal, he could enjoy the beautiful scenery while scrolling through short videos and choosing new abilities. That would be simply wonderful. No signal, but there's wild game here. Eating some wild game, and no one will care about me. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. If this were Blue Star, hunting wild game would probably land him in prison. But here, in the land of Shenzhou, there are no animal protection laws. In that case, my dear little animals, I'm sorry. Byakugan, activate. Song Tianli said, activating his Byakugan to search for the sounds of animals. Soon, he discovered several wild animals halfway up the mountain. There were gazelles, black bears, and spotted deer. This black bear is only at the 3 treasures realm. With my current strength, I can easily take it down. Today, I'll have a taste of bear paw, Song Tianli said, licking his lips. In the next moment, he flashed and headed towards the black bear. At that moment, the black bear was leaning against a rock, hugging a beehive, happily enjoying the honey, completely unaware of the impending danger. Shadow clone technique. Song Tianli created several clones, planning to encircle the black bear. This way, he would be foolproof and wouldn't have to worry about the black bear escaping. Once Song Tianli and his clones surrounded the black bear in a triangular formation, they simultaneously launched their attack. At that moment, the black bear instinctively sensed danger and hurriedly stood up. It swiped its paw, leaping high into the air, trying to escape. However, it was already too late. Song Tianli seemed to have anticipated this situation. One of his clones descended from the sky, striking the black bear. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the black bear's body, which had just jumped, slammed down onto the ground. Song Tianli didn't notice that when the black bear swiped its paw and leaped, a crack had already appeared on the ground. When the black bear's body crashed down, the crack widened. Braced bear paw, here I come. Song Tianli excitedly ran towards the black bear. Crack! At that moment, the ground emitted the sound of stones breaking. In the next second, the ground suddenly collapsed, and both Song Tianli and the black bear's corpse fell downwards. This sudden turn of events was completely unexpected for Song Tianli. Even with his strength at the 5 treasures realm, he had no time to react. His main body, along with several clones, fell directly towards the ground. During the fall, Song Tianli saw below him a bottomless pit. The pit was devoid of any light, resembling a massive blood-red mouth. If I fall down there, I'll surely die. Another card wasted, Song Tianli said somewhat reluctantly. He had just over 100 cards for his Three Kingdoms kill game. They were all one-time use. Once used, there was no way to replenish them. With one card used, one less remains. During this period, he had already used over 20 cards. He truly did not want to use them unless absolutely necessary. Silver Lion. In a reluctant mood, Song Tianli activated a defensive card. Instantly, a massive light shield appeared around his body, protecting him like armor. After free-falling for a while, Song Tianli felt his body crash hard against the ground. Thanks to the protection of the Silver Lion, he sustained no injuries. Boom! At the same time, he heard many stones falling around him. He clearly sensed that several of his clones had completely dissipated. At this moment, everything before his eyes was pitch black. He could see nothing. Although his white eyes had the ability to see through, they lacked night vision. Fortunately, Song Tianli had prepared equipment long ago. He flipped his palm and took out a large searchlight from his spatial ring. The moment the searchlight was turned on, everything around him was illuminated as if it were daytime. Only then did he see that he was in what seemed to be a massive city. What puzzled him was that he had fallen from underground. Why was there an underground city? Upon closer inspection, he found that only a few buildings remained in this underground city, while the rest were completely buried. Moreover, the architectural style of this underground city was entirely different from that of the current Shenzhou continent. This seems like another civilization. This thought suddenly emerged in Song Tianli's mind. His emotions told him it was absurd, but his rationality suggested it could very well be true. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain why there was an underground city with a completely different architectural style. He looked up at the place he had fallen from, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he did not want to be overly curious. He understood well the saying that curiosity killed the cat. However, the large pit he had fallen into was too far away for him to climb back up, and he currently had no way to leave this cursed place. The only thing he could do seemed to be to explore. Multiple shadow clone technique. His main body could not venture forward, so only his clones could proceed. Holding the searchlight, Song Tianli walked cautiously through this unknown underground city. When one of his clones accidentally touched a building, he found that the structure collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a pile of sand. Has this weathered? Song Tianli speculated. However, no one answered his question. He could only tread on the stone sand and continue forward. This underground city was vast, stretching endlessly. After walking for a long time, Song Tianli suddenly saw a tall cliff appear before him. Embedded in the cliff were what seemed to be stone pillars. Due to the distance and dim light, he could not clearly see what these pillars looked like. So, he instructed a clone to bring the searchlight closer to the pillars for a better look. However, after just a glance, he was left dumbfounded. These are coffins, Song Tianli murmured. The exposed stone pillars were not true pillars but coffins embedded halfway into the cliff. These coffins were identical in size, shape, color, and the distance they were embedded into the cliff. As far as the eye could see, they were densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Why are there so many coffins here? Song Tianli muttered to himself. An underground city filled with countless coffins. He was eager to know what had happened here. Judging by the weathering of these buildings, this place had existed for at least thousands of years, perhaps even tens of thousands. These coffins have existed for over 10,000 years. However, as far as he knows, the history of humanity on the divine continent is not even 10,000 years old. If everything here has existed for more than 10,000 years, does that not mean it is older than the history of humanity on the divine continent? Then who built these structures? Could it be that before the current civilization on the divine continent, there really existed another civilization? Perhaps due to some special reasons, this civilization disappeared. With these thoughts, Song Tianli began to ponder. The more he thought, the colder his back became. The destruction of a civilization is often not a long process, but rather a very brief one. For example, back on Blue Star, the extinction of the dinosaurs. Experts pointed out that the extinction of the dinosaurs was due to an asteroid striking the Earth. And the impact of the asteroid occurred and was completed in a very short time. Song Tianli was certain that the situation in this underground city was definitely not caused by an asteroid hitting the divine continent. Otherwise, the buildings he had just seen could not have been preserved. If it wasn't an asteroid impact on the divine continent, then what could destroy a civilization? Since that unknown existence could destroy this civilization, does that not mean it could also destroy the current civilization of the divine continent? If that is the case, then above the heads of the hundreds of millions of people on the divine continent hangs a sword that could fall at any moment. Once this sword falls, the current civilization of the divine continent would be instantly destroyed. The more Song Tianli thought about this, the more terrifying it became, and he even began to sweat coldly. Cough cough. At that moment, suddenly, a coughing sound came from not far away. This sudden cough startled Song Tianli. He had thought that there should be no other presence in this underground city. Even if there were living beings, they should be some animals that had made this place their home. But now, a cough had actually been heard. He was certain that what he had just heard was definitely a human cough, not an illusion. Who is it? Come out! Song Tianli shouted loudly. As he spoke, he shone his flashlight around, searching for the owner of the cough. At the same time, he took out 2 cards in his hand. If the situation turned bad, he would use the cards at the first opportunity. Thud thud thud. As Song Tianli's voice fell, a heavy sound of footsteps came from afar. Song Tianli quickly looked up. He saw a massive figure walking towards him. This figure was over 2.5 meters tall, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. What it looked like specifically was hard to tell from a distance, and Song Tianli couldn't see clearly for a moment. However, he was certain he had never seen a creature that looked like this. The unknown is what frightens people the most. Song Tianli was ready to act at any moment. Of course, he was also prepared to flee. As the massive figure drew closer, Song Tianli finally saw its true form. It turned out that it was not some giant creature or bizarre being, but a person carrying a coffin, walking towards him. However, this sight was still quite frightening. After all, a coffin is not a good object. I hope they're just passing by. Song Tianli muttered, slowly moving to the side. He wanted to see if this coffin-carrying person was merely coincidentally walking in his direction or truly approaching him. Song Tianli moved 20 meters to the side, avoiding the direction of the coffin-carrying person. But the coffin-carrying person also changed direction, continuing to come towards him. Not believing in evil, Song Tianli moved again. He found that wherever he went, the coffin-carrying person followed. This scene was truly chilling. If I can't provoke him, can I not avoid him? Song Tianli said, his figure flashing as he sped away into the distance. The coffin bearer was simply too strange, it was better to keep his distance. However, after dashing forward for 2 meters, he suddenly found the coffin bearer appearing right in front of him. Still moving at a leisurely pace, his footsteps remained heavy. Occasionally, a cough would escape him. Song Tianli quickly turned around to look back, only to find that the previous coffin bearer was no longer there. This meant that the one now in front of him was indeed the same coffin bearer he had seen before. Shadow clone technique. Without a second thought, Song Tianli conjured hundreds of clones. These clones sped off in different directions as fast as they could. His true self mingled among them, trying to escape the coffin bearer. However, he realized that after dashing forward less than 20 meters, the coffin bearer appeared in front of him again. After dispelling 2 clones, he gained insight into everything they had just seen. He discovered that in the directions where the clones had gone, the coffin bearer did not appear. This meant that the coffin bearer had completely locked onto him. Clones might be sufficient to deal with ordinary people, but they were useless against a powerful practitioner. Previously, Xingguan could see through his clone's illusions at a glance, and now this coffin bearer was the same. Life is like a bowstring, since I can't avoid it, I must face it head-on. As someone once said, a true warrior dares to confront the bleakness of life. Song Tianli stopped hiding and allowed his clones to quickly converge towards him. He wanted to see what this coffin bearer was after by relentlessly pursuing him. Thud thud thud. The coffin bearer continued with his heavy footsteps, occasionally coughing. However, he was getting closer and closer to Song Tianli. Finally, he stopped 2 meters away from Song Tianli. At that moment, Song Tianli truly saw the coffin bearer's appearance. It was a hunched old man, looking incredibly frail, with hollow eyes, as if he were a walking corpse. From him, Song Tianli felt no trace of life. He seems to have been dead for a long time. This was Song Tianli's most immediate impression. The coffin bearer, unaware of Song Tianli's thoughts, gently set down the coffin on his back. Bang! Although the coffin bearer's movement was careful, the heavy coffin still made a loud thud when it hit the ground. When the coffin landed, Song Tianli felt a chill rush over him. It was as if he had suddenly appeared in a cold storage room while wearing short sleeves. Though he wasn't shivering, he felt icy all over. "Senior, do you need something?" Song Tianli cautiously inquired, looking at the coffin bearer. "Please, help, take care of her," the coffin bearer said with great difficulty. It took him nearly 10 seconds to utter those few words. It sounded as if he hadn't spoken in a long, long time. After saying this, the coffin bearer gently patted the coffin he had set down. In the next moment, his body crumbled to dust, vanishing without a trace. This. For a moment, Song Tianli was stunned. He had thought that the coffin bearer had approached him for some purpose, but unexpectedly, after just patting the coffin and saying a single sentence, he had dissipated. What kind of situation was this? However, he clearly heard the coffin bearer's words, though they were slow. Please help me take care of her. Take care of whom? The person in the coffin? If Song Tianli's understanding is correct, it means there is someone in the coffin. Thinking of this, he sent 2 avatars to the coffin to take a look. The avatars were also cautious, as if afraid of disturbing the person inside the coffin. Crack! Just as the 2 avatars approached the coffin, ready to check, a sudden crisp sound of shattering echoed. This made the 2 avatars stop in their tracks, quietly watching the coffin. Song Tianli hid behind the avatars, waiting silently. He heard clearly that the shattering sound just now came from the coffin itself. Byakugan, activate! Without any hesitation, Song Tianli activated his Byakugan immediately. He wanted to see what was inside the coffin. However, the Byakugan, which had been invincible before, could not penetrate the coffin at this moment. There was a mysterious force on the coffin that resisted the Byakugan's scrutiny. This made Song Tianli furrow his brows. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Crack, crack, crack. As time passed, the sound of shattering from the coffin grew more intense. Bang! Finally, with a loud bang, the coffin lid above shattered completely, turning into pieces that fell into the coffin. Song Tianli's avatar hurriedly looked inside the coffin and discovered that a woman dressed in white was lying there. The woman was entirely snow white. Her hair was white, her eyebrows were white, and her skin was also white. She looked just like a snow child. After the fragments of the coffin lid fell onto her, they were slowly absorbed by her body. As she absorbed these fragments, the woman in the coffin finally began to change. Her eyebrows gradually turned black, and her skin became rosy. However, her hair remained snow white. A bit eerie, Song Tianli's avatar murmured. The woman in the coffin was beautiful, like a figure stepping out of a painting. But at that moment, he had no thoughts of admiring her beauty, he only felt a chill run down his back. Everything had already exceeded his understanding. He didn't know who the person who had just been by the coffin was, nor did he know who the woman in the coffin was. He found it hard to describe his feelings. He didn't know whether to turn and leave or to stay here. Just as Song Tianli was in a dilemma, the woman lying in the coffin suddenly opened her eyes. This made Song Tianli's avatar retreat several meters in an instant. The next second, Song Tianli saw the woman in the coffin float out. Yes, she floated out. Her body first floated horizontally out of the coffin, then she rotated 90 degrees and stood upright in the air. This scene looked just like the female ghost Song Tianli had seen back on Blue Star. Oh my, I can't handle this, Song Tianli exclaimed, turning to run. He didn't care about who she was anymore. Running away from a female ghost was the right thing to do. If he didn't run, he might get drained of his essence. At least, that's how it was portrayed in movies. After Song Tianli had sprinted a few meters forward, the woman in white suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Just like before, she was floating in the air. She appeared without any warning, as if teleporting. Why are you running? The woman in white asked Song Tianli, looking puzzled. Why are you chasing me? Song Tianli retorted. I only chase you because you run. I only run because you chase me. You clearly ran first. I didn't chase you first. You chased me first, so I ran. No, you ran first, and I chased. In an instant, the two began an extreme tug-of-war. During the extreme tugging process, Song Tianli discovered that the intelligence of the woman in white didn't seem very high. Moreover, she was a bit childish. Back when he was on Blue Star, he would say this to children a few years younger than him. Then I won't run, and you can't chase me either, Song Tianli said. Okay. The woman in white nodded. Seeing her nod, Song Tianli stood still. He knew he couldn't outrun her, so he decided to use his strengths to exploit her weaknesses. He resolved to crush her with his intelligence. What's your name? Song Tianli tried to make his tone as friendly as possible. Name? Upon hearing his question, the woman in white suddenly furrowed her brows, as if she were deep in thought. No way, another amnesiac? Song Tianli silently thought. With one amnesiac already at home, if another one came, wouldn't his place turn into a shelter? My name is Du. D for Emperor, U for language. Just then, the woman in white suddenly said, Du? That name sounds quite extraordinary, Song Tianli murmured. He had never heard of the surname D. It seemed she was not an ordinary person. Extraordinary? I don't think so, she replied. My sister is called Dn, my brother is called Dlin, and my father is called Dxin. Du spoke while pondering. It was unclear whether she had been asleep for too long or if she was just slow to react. When she said this, she seemed to be thinking very hard, as if that was the only way she could remember what to say next. What? Dxin? Are you sure he's called Dxin? Song Tianli suddenly asked. That name was quite famous to him when he was on Blue Star. Dxin was the last human emperor. After him, the other emperors were merely sons of heaven. Yes, my father is called Dxin. Do you know him? Di looked at Song Tianli and asked. I don't know if it's the same Dxin I know. Do you know Wen Zhong? Or Nuwa, Yuan Shi Tianzun? Song Tianli inquired. If the Dxin you mentioned was the same one he knew, then she must have heard of Wen Zhong and Nuwa. I've never heard of them, Diyu said after thinking for a moment. That's good, it should just be a coincidence with the name. I also haven't heard of Dxin having children named Diyu or Dilin, Song Tianli silently thought. If it was just a coincidence with the name, he didn't think it was anything to be surprised about. The world is vast, and there are definitely more than one person named Song Tianli on the entire Shenzhou continent. There must also be at least one person named Song Tianli on Blue Star. What about your father, sister, and brother? Song Tianli asked Diyu. They all died. At this point, Diyu's mood became somber. How did they die? Why were you in the coffin? Who was that person carrying the coffin just now? And who embedded the coffin on that cliff not far ahead? At this moment, Song Tianli had too many questions. Did this underground city exist for a long time? Did they really have another kind of civilization? How long had Diyu been sleeping in the coffin? How did they die? At first, my father and I, along with others, were all living happily. But suddenly one day, a great fog came. This fog slowly spread from a single point to the surroundings. Anyone enveloped by the fog would become weak and have their lifespan reduced. For example, my father originally had at least 10,000 years of life left, but after coming into contact with that white mist, his lifespan was reduced to less than 100 years, Diyu said seriously. As soon as she said this, Song Tianli was stunned. What did it mean to have 10,000 years of life left? 10,000 years already surpassed the history of humanity on the Shenzhou continent. What happened later? Song Tianli asked impatiently. What could have happened to reduce the lifespan of someone with 10,000 years to just 1%? Later, as the white mist spread wider and wider, more and more people were enveloped by it. Anyone who came into contact with the white mist became weak. Not only did their lifespan decrease, but their bodily functions also deteriorated. These were the lucky ones. Some unlucky ones died directly in the white mist. My sister and brother were among the first to come into contact with the white mist, and both of them died. Diyu's expression was filled with desolation. What exactly is that white mist? This was the key point. He really wanted to know why this white mist was so terrifying. I don't know exactly what that white mist is. I heard my father refer to it as the second high-dimensional disaster. Diyu explained. Second high-dimensional disaster? What does that mean? This was the first time Song Tianli had heard this term. Simply put, it is a disaster that comes from a higher dimensional existence, to suppress our human growth, making us weak and vulnerable, so that we can be controlled by certain existences. Since Diyu had been awake for a long time, her mind began to function. Her expression at this moment was much clearer than before. Higher dimensional existence? Are you talking about gods? Song Tianli suddenly thought of the legendary gods. After all, the goal of most cultivators on the Shenzhou continent was to become gods. What is a god? Diyu looked puzzled. This was also the first time she had heard this term. As soon as she asked this question, Song Tianli was momentarily speechless. Because, for a moment, he didn't know how to correctly explain the meaning of this word. Does your era not have this term? Song Tianli asked. No, I'd never heard of it, Diyu said after thinking for a while, quite certain. She was sure that it wasn't a mistake in her memory, but that she truly had never heard this term before. By the way, you just said that the white mist is called the second high-dimensional disaster. Is there a first high-dimensional disaster? Song Tianli changed the topic. Yes, I heard my father say that there is a first high-dimensional disaster. Then what is the first high-dimensional disaster? The first high-dimensional disaster is the invasion of high-dimensional life. Of course, they don't invade personally, but send some beings they enslave to invade. For example, demons, undead, insectoids. Diyu was quite knowledgeable about these and spoke freely. Do you know what a golden finger is? Song Tianli suddenly thought of this and hurriedly asked. Never heard of it. Is a golden finger a golden-colored finger? Diyu asked. Forget it if you don't know, let's continue. After the white mist descended, more and more people were affected, and then what happened? Song Tianli said curiously. He really wanted to know what happened later that caused a civilization to perish. At that time, after my father and the others discovered that the white mist could affect people's lifespan and functions, they began to think of ways to cope. But they found that no matter what methods they used, they could not stop the damage caused by the white mist. In the end, they proposed two plans. First, let a portion of those who have not yet been infected by the white mist fall into a deep sleep. I am one of the chosen ones. Second, let another group of those who have not been infected leave the ancestral star and wait for the right moment to return. As for those who have already been infected, they will remain on the ancestral star. As for what specifically happened afterward, I cannot say. After being chosen, Du fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, no one could tell her what happened next. Do you know how long you have been asleep? Who is the guardian watching over you? Song Tianli asked. I don't know exactly how long I've been asleep. The guardian should be our protector after we fell asleep. At that time, when people were infected by the white mist, their lifespans were reduced to 100 years. If our guardians are still alive, it means I have been asleep for at most 100 years. Du was not familiar with the current land of Shenzhou, so she mentioned the 100-year figure. Impossible. The history of our existence spans thousands of years, even tens of thousands. In our historical records, there has never been anything like what you just mentioned. Moreover, the underground city we are in has existed for over 10,000 years, perhaps even longer. This means you have been asleep for over 10,000 years, or even longer. Song Tianli said, looking at Du word by word. What? I've been asleep for over 10,000 years? How? How is that possible? Du's face was filled with disbelief. As she spoke, she hurriedly looked around. Soon, she saw the steep cliffs not far from her, with coffins embedded in them. They are dead, they are all dead. I am the only one left. Woo woo. Du could clearly sense that all the people in the coffins on the cliffs were dead. The people she was familiar with were all gone, and she felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. At that moment, she fell to the ground, hugged her knees, and couldn't help but cry out loud. At that moment, she resembled a helpless little girl. Seeing Du cry, Song Tianli was at a loss for how to comfort her. Faced with a crying girl, he truly had no idea what to do. He would rather find someone to fight than face a crying girl. Although your loved ones are no longer here, their greatest wish was for you to survive. Now that you are alive, their wish has been fulfilled. They have no regrets. Song Tianli said, feeling somewhat helpless. He was really not good at comforting people and could only say whatever came to mind. However, as soon as he said this, Du cried even louder. Du, please don't cry, okay? Let me tell you a story. Song Tianli said cautiously, looking at Du. Okay, go ahead. Hearing Song Tianli say this, Du raised her head to look at him. With her head raised, she cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking a sense of pity. When she was unhappy before, her father would tell her stories. So, she really wanted to hear a story. Seeing Du so straightforward, Song Tianli was momentarily taken aback. He had just said that without thinking of any story in his mind. Du noticed that Song Tianli had been silent for a long time and pouted, as if she was about to cry again. Seeing Du about to cry, Song Tianli panicked instantly. Don't cry, don't cry. I was just thinking about what kind of story I should tell you. I know many stories. As he said this, his mind was racing. This was not a lie. When he was on Blue Star, he had heard many stories. He was pondering which story would be most suitable to tell Du. So, have you thought of one? Du asked, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Yes, I have. I'll tell you a story about Snow White. This Snow White is quite like you, with hair as white as snow and skin as white as snow, so people call her Snow White. One day. And so, Song Tianli began to narrate the story of Snow White. As he spoke, he observed Du's reactions. Indeed, he found that Du was utterly captivated. No girl could resist the charm of a fairy tale. Later, Snow White married the prince, and they lived happily ever after. After finishing the story, Song Tianli looked at Du. This story is meant for children. I'm already an adult. Du said with a hint of disdain. However, Song Tianli noticed that her mood had improved significantly, and when she said this, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, indicating she was in a good mood. He knew his story had worked its magic. The so-called disdain was just Du putting on a front. You're an adult? How old are you? Song Tianli then asked. Du was 165 centimeters tall, with a slightly babyish face, looking only about 17 or 18. Yet, observing her temperament, she still felt like a child. I'm 180 years old, Du replied. Upon hearing this number, Song Tianli couldn't help but cough twice. 180 years? Are you sure you're not joking? He had originally thought she was a young girl. He didn't expect her to be an old lady. Of course, a beautiful old lady. I'm not joking, I really am 180 years old. I just turned adult right before I fell asleep. Now I'm an adult, Du said a bit proudly. At that moment, Song Tianli suddenly remembered that Du had mentioned her father originally had a lifespan of over 10,000 years. It was only after the appearance of the white mist that it was reduced to 100 years. Compared to a lifespan of over 10,000 years, becoming an adult at 180 didn't seem too hard to accept. Do you know where we are right now? Why are those coffins embedded in the cliff? Song Tianli asked, pointing at the coffins on the cliff. This is our custom. Once someone dies, they are buried in this manner. They are the ones who fell into sleep with me, Diyu said. Although it's not polite to ask this, I still want to know. Since you all fell into sleep together, why did they die while you were still alive? Such a straightforward question was indeed a bit impolite. But Song Tianli was just too curious. Maybe it's because my coffin is made of 10,000-year ice marrow, while the others are made of ordinary ice marrow. 10,000-year ice marrow can lock in vitality and isolate external breath, Diyu explained. Hearing her explanation, Song Tianli turned his gaze to the coffin where Diyu had been lying. If that's the case, this coffin was indeed a treasure. When we leave, I'll see if I can find a way to take it with me. Song Tianli silently thought. Can you accompany me to take a look ahead? Diyu suddenly pointed in a direction and asked. Can we not go? Song Tianli asked tentatively. The direction Diyu pointed to was the same direction the coffin bearers had initially come from. He felt there was something eerie about that direction, and if they could avoid running around, it would be better not to. Just come with me, I'm a bit scared to go alone. I feel that direction is something I need, Diyu said, looking at Song Tianli with a hint of a pout. In that moment, Song Tianli felt all the bones in his body go weak. Amatba, women are all tigers, they are red-skinned skeletons, and one must not be deceived. If you go, there might be danger, and if there's danger, your life will definitely be at risk. You can't go, absolutely can't go. Song Tianli kept muttering. I'll have my doppelganger accompany you, Song Tianli said, giving a signal to his doppelganger. Thus, the doppelganger that had split off earlier appeared before Diyu. No, these are all fake people, there's no sense of security. Come with me, Diyu said, stepping forward to grab Song Tianli's wrist. In the next moment, Song Tianli felt as if his body was being pulled by a tremendous force. He was lifted off the ground. Of course, at that moment, he truly was flying. And at a very high speed, giving him a bungee jumping sensation. The only thing he could do now was to protect himself from injury. After a few seconds, Song Tianli felt his body, which had been flying forward, come to a stop. His feet were back on solid ground. However, at that moment, he couldn't open his eyes at all. He felt dizzy, a bit nauseous. It felt like when he was on Blue Star, riding the pendulum ride at an amusement park. After a while, he finally recovered and looked around. He found himself in a palace. The floor of the palace was neatly arranged with many coffins. However, the central position was empty, but there were traces where a coffin had been placed. If he guessed correctly, that position had previously held Diyu's coffin. At this moment, Diyu was searching for something around her. Soon, she found a blue crystal at the very top of the palace. The crystal was only the size of an egg and looked dull and lifeless. Diyu held the crystal in her hand and gently stroked it twice. In the next second, the crystal suddenly began to emit a faint glow. A few seconds later, the crystal flew out of Diyu's hand and floated in the air. The floating crystal cast a beam of light, within which was the shadow of a man. He was tall and strong, with bright, piercing eyes that made one feel a sense of reverence at a glance. Father! Upon seeing this man, Diyu's eyes turned red. After such a long time, she finally saw her father again. However, her memories were still stuck at the moment before her slumber. She felt that their separation hadn't been long. But now, everything had changed, and the world was no longer the same. This was not the world she was familiar with, and there were no familiar faces here. At this moment, Diyu was like a wronged girl who had finally met her father. Unfortunately, she could no longer rush into her father's arms and express her grievances as she used to. The shadow of the man in the light seemed to know that Diyu was watching him, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yuer, have you been crying again? Dxin asked. No, I haven't cried. Diyu hurriedly wiped her tears and said upon hearing this. Now that everything had changed, she didn't want her vulnerable side to be exposed before her father's shadow. Because her father was no longer there, and her weakness had no one to comfort her. Xiao Yuer, when you see my projection, I must have already passed away. To be honest, I don't even know if you can see my projection. But I hope you can see it, because that would prove that you are still alive. At the same time, I want to inform you of the events that have occurred during this time, for you to relay to the other surviving humans. It has been 3 years since you fell asleep. In these 3 years, many things have happened. The second high-dimensional disaster has basically dissipated after 3 years of fermentation. When everyone thought we had survived this disaster, we realized we were too early in our joy. Although the second high-dimensional disaster has dissipated, the aftereffects it brought have not. All of our kin have less than 100 years left to live. Some people have even shorter lifespans, only a few decades, or even just a few years. In addition, we have lost many abilities. We can no longer fly or dive into the sea. We can only walk on the ground like some animals, relying on our feet. We have become frail and sickly, and sometimes even a slight chill can take the lives of some. As the emperor of the human race, I am unwilling, I am angry, but it is all to no avail. Our human race has completely declined, even becoming food for some beasts. Most importantly, many people's memories and intelligence are slowly degrading, just like those animals. Many have begun to live a life of eating raw flesh and blood. Now, among all of humanity, I am the only emperor left, still possessing a trace of power from the human race, maintaining this appearance. However, all my strength comes from my kin, and now that they have become like this, my power is dissipating day by day. It won't be long before I am no different from the others. So, while I still have some strength, I left behind this stone of remembrance, to tell you what has happened to our human race, and to inform other humans. I do not wish for a day to come when we forget our own history. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Song Tianli's eyes widened. At this moment, the shock in his heart was beyond words. After arriving on the Shenzhou continent, he had studied its history thoroughly. The historical records of the Shenzhou continent state that humanity has had a civilization for only 7 to 8,000 years. Adding the time from humanity's barbaric period, at most it could be 10,000 years. But now, hearing the emperor's words, he realized that humanity's history is not just 10,000 years. It is merely that the former civilization and history have been erased by higher dimensional beings. Moreover, from the emperor's earlier words, Song Tianli drew another conclusion. The barbaric period of humanity on the Shenzhou continent should correspond to the era of the emperor's speech, after experiencing the second high-dimensional disaster. They once had the ability to fly and dive into the sea, but it has regressed to a state akin to beasts. In the words of some scholars from the Shenzhou continent, they were like primitive humans 10,000 years ago. After about 10,000 years, humanity once again achieved the current civilization. If this is true, could it be that one day, that higher dimensional existence will once again bring down a high-dimensional disaster, causing the already developed civilization to regress once more? History repeating itself. Why do you want me to know this? I don't want to know. Song Tianli shouted inwardly. Although this is humanity's history, for Song Tianli, knowing this brings no benefits, only anxiety. Many times, ignorance is a form of happiness. However, now that he knows, he cannot forget it. Fortunately, Song Tianli continued to focus on the emperor in the light screen. Because the emperor's narration was not yet finished, we who have been infected by the second high-dimensional disaster have forgotten human history, and that is a foregone conclusion. So, you who are asleep, and those who have left the ancestral star, have become the sparks. I hope you can change the current situation of our humanity. When the emperor said this, he paused, as if struggling with something. After a while, he spoke again. Xiaoyuer, I didn't want to tell you about this, but after thinking it over, I've decided to speak the truth to you. The coffin in which you sleep is made from 10,000-year-old ice marrow. As you know, 10,000-year-old ice marrow can lock in vitality and isolate the breath from the outside. You will be the purest human, untouched by the second high-dimensional disaster. Therefore, you are the hope of humanity, the seed of humanity. I hope that one day, you can lead humanity to restore the glory of our kind. As a father, I don't want you to bear such a heavy burden. But as the emperor of humanity, I have no choice. Xiaoyuer, you are already an adult, you can do this, right? You will do it, won't you? As your father, I can no longer help you. The only thing I can do is become a guardian of your tomb, watching over you until you awaken. Goodbye, my Xiaoyuer. At this point, DXIN's words came to a halt. He had already conveyed what needed to be said. To say anything more would only add to the sadness. Father. After holding the shadow stone in her hand, Du said softly. From today onward, she no longer had a father. Her tears fell uncontrollably, but this time, she made no sound. At this moment, Song Tianli's heart surged with overwhelming waves. Earlier, he hadn't reacted. But upon hearing DXIN's words, he understood. DXIN had just referred to himself as the Emperor of Humanity. This matched the identity of the DXIN he knew. Moreover, the fates of these two emperors were somewhat tragic. The DXIN on Blue Star had been vilified by many historians, or rather, by the victors in history. This DXIN was even worse off. The current humanity was completely unaware of his existence. In his earlier words, DXIN mentioned that he would become a guardian of the tomb, watching over Du. This meant that the hunched old man he had seen before was indeed the former emperor. Although he didn't know why Dxin could survive until now after becoming a guardian, he had no doubts about it. When he had met the guardian had said in an extremely slow tone, "I beg you, take good care of her." Such words could only come from a father. Dxin was once the emperor of humanity, and as his daughter, Du was the princess of humanity. This identity was somewhat unattainable. However, the current Du was just a pitiful person who had lost her father and her kin. He approached Du, looking at the crying girl, wanting to comfort her, but for a moment, he didn't know how to console her. There has never been true empathy in this world. He couldn't grasp Du's feelings at this moment. Just then, Du suddenly wiped her tears and stopped crying. "Father, don't worry, I will do everything you said. I will lead humanity to restore the glory of our kind." When Du said this, her voice was not loud, but her tone was unprecedentedly firm. In that instant, she seemed to grow up all at once. The growth of a person is different from merely growing up. Growing up takes a lot of time. However, growth is never a long process. Sometimes, saying that a person has grown overnight is not an exaggeration. Some things cannot be understood until experienced. Once experienced, growth often happens in an instant. If it can be said that before arriving at this palace, Du was just a newly adult, somewhat naive child. But from now on, she would be a princess of humanity bearing a mission. "Let's go out." Du turned to Song Tianli and said, "Okay." Naturally, Song Tianli would have no objections to this. Seeing Song Tianli nod, Du's figure flickered and quickly flew forward. "Wait for me." Song Tianli shouted loudly behind Du. Du could fly, but he could not. Hearing his shout, Du's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of him. "You can't fly?" Du looked at Song Tianli with a puzzled expression and asked, "Should I be able to fly?" Song Tianli retorted, "Humans in the past could fly and dive into the sea right after they were born. By the way, my father said that because of the second high-dimensional disaster, humans can only walk upright like other animals now. I didn't expect that after so many years, humans still can't fly." Du's words seemed to be either self-talk or directed at Song Tianli. However, her words hurt Song Tianli deeply. Humans in the past could fly and dive into the sea right after birth, and after cultivating for so long, he still couldn't fly. He had worked hard for so long, yet he hadn't even reached their starting point. If it weren't for the second high-dimensional disaster, wouldn't he have been able to fly long ago? Thinking of this, he sent a flurry of curses towards the second high-dimensional disaster. Were humans back then particularly powerful right after birth? Song Tianli asked. "It seems they weren't that powerful either," Du replied. However, Song Tianli couldn't believe her words at all, because power is relative. If the people around you are just like you really can't feel what power is. It's like a billionaire. If everyone around him is also a billionaire, he won't feel rich. But if the people around him are 100 billionaires or even 1,000 billionaires, he will feel very poor. However, if everyone around him is just a 10,000aire, he will feel very wealthy. Du and the people of her era could fly and dive into the sea right after birth, so they probably wouldn't be lacking in other aspects either. Du must have long been accustomed to all of this, so she didn't feel what power was. "I need to observe Du closely in the future to see just how powerful she really is," Song Tianli silently thought. He noticed that the people who had appeared around him during this time seemed a bit abnormal. Xingguang had lost his memory and didn't know what he could or couldn't do. Only after encountering certain things could he slowly recall them. Although Du hadn't lost her memory, she was born in another era, without any reference points, and didn't know just how powerful she was. "You take me away from here first," Song Tianli said to Du. "Okay," Du replied, grabbing his wrist and flying forward. Thus, Song Tianli experienced a super roller coaster once again. Slow down," he said, trying to endure the discomfort. Hearing Song Tianli say this, Du slowed her flying speed, allowing him to adapt to the flight as much as possible. "I need to quickly condense my chi palace, otherwise, I'll be too passive," Song Tianli thought. If he could also fly, many things would be much easier to accomplish. Just as Du was pulling Song Tianli and preparing to fly out of the underground city, Song Tianli suddenly saw something. "Wait, let me down first," he hurriedly shouted. Although Du didn't know what Song Tianli wanted to do, she still brought him down. After landing on the ground, Song Tianli hurried towards the coffin where Du had been lying. Du and Dxin had both said that this coffin was made from 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Although he still didn't know what this 10,000-year-old ice marrow was useful for, he was certain that it was a rare treasure. If he collected it now, it might come in handy someday. "Do you still want this coffin?" Song Tianli turned to look at Du and asked. "This thing is, after all, someone else's. It is only right to ask before taking it." "No need, if you want it, just take it," Diyu said lightly, knowing what Song Tianli meant. This coffin was of no use to her, and besides, she didn't really want to see it. Seeing this thing easily stirred up emotions. Hearing Diyu say this, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. He then used his spatial ring to store the coffin made of 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Treasure +1. Feeling great. Alright, we can go out now, he said as he approached Diyu. Diyu didn't waste any words, grabbing Song Tianli's arm and flying out again. Soon, the two arrived in the Shinong Ridge outside. Finally out. Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief. Staying in the underground city was truly too oppressive. Being able to breathe freely was an exceptionally happy thing. However, he noticed that Diyu frowned slightly upon coming outside. What's wrong? Is something off? Song Tianli asked. There's something here that makes me uncomfortable. Hearing Diyu's response, Song Tianli began to survey Shinong Ridge. In Shinong Ridge, besides the towering trees that blocked the sky, there were all sorts of strange animals. Neither of these seemed to be uncomfortable. Unless Diyu had some kind of condition. For example, some people have a fear of giants, commonly known as megalophobia. Some people cannot look at things that are too dense, known as trypophobia. These symptoms do not physically harm a person but can make one feel uneasy. Can you sense what it is that makes you uncomfortable? Or rather, in which direction is it? Song Tianli asked. It's everywhere in this forest, Diyu replied. Her answer made Song Tianli's eyes widen. What could be everywhere in the forest? Could it be the air? Suddenly, Song Tianli seemed to think of something and muttered in disbelief. If there was something everywhere in this forest, it could only be air. What you say makes you uncomfortable is this air, Song Tianli asked. Air? What is air? Diyu asked in confusion. This was the first time she had heard this term. Air is composed of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and some other rare gases. When Song Tianli said this, he noticed Diyu looked completely bewildered. This made him realize that the knowledge he was sharing was a bit inappropriate. To put it simply, air is a very complex gas that exists in the world and can be breathed. Do you understand breathing? Song Tianli said while gesturing. Their understanding was different, and he didn't know how to express what he understood in the most appropriate language. Moreover, he had to make Diyu understand. It had to be said, this was a bit of a challenge. What is breathing? Is it absorbing a kind of energy from the world? Diyu asked. When she said this, Song Tianli felt a bit overwhelmed. He realized he couldn't express what he wanted to say. He tried to calm himself down and began to explain. In our era, after people are born, they cannot fly, cannot burrow into the ground, and cannot enter the sea. We need to survive by absorbing the gases from the world, which is what I just mentioned is air. Without air, to be precise, without the 21% oxygen that makes up air, we would die. To put it even more simply, breathing is exhaling and inhaling. Just like I am doing now. Song Tianli said, demonstrating a breathing action. Don't people from your era need to breathe like this? He asked immediately. No, we don't need to breathe after we are born. We can autonomously absorb the energy of the world, it's an instinct. Just like your breathing. Upon hearing this, Song Tianli had only one thought. That was to dissect the Empress's language and see if her composition was the same as that of people now. He felt it should be quite different, because people now need to use their lungs to breathe. And the people of the Empress's era, not needing to breathe, naturally did not need lungs. Of course, this was just a thought he had, he wouldn't dare to actually do it. Although he didn't know how strong the Empress was, there was no doubt she was definitely stronger than him. Perhaps a single slap could kill him. So, it was better not to act recklessly. So, can you breathe? Song Tianli asked curiously. Let me try, the Empress said, opening her mouth and gently inhaling the air. But just after taking a breath, her brows furrowed. That uncomfortable thing exists in the air you mentioned, the Empress said. Is it oxygen? In some ways, oxygen can oxidize objects, and living beings will accelerate their life processes due to the presence of oxygen, Song Tianli muttered to himself. For example, if you bite into an apple, it will turn black after a while. This is commonly known as oxidation. Oxygen can speed up metabolism in the human body, thus accelerating brain aging, organ function decline, joint degeneration, and so on. Could it be that the second high-dimensional disaster you experienced, that white mist, is actually oxygen? Suddenly, Song Tianli had a terrifying guess. I don't know. I don't think it is. If it were oxygen, then there is oxygen in the air now, and I only feel uncomfortable with it. It cannot harm me. The Empress thought for a moment and replied. It has been at least 10,000 years since your era. In these 10,000 years, everything in the land of Shenzhou has been evolving, and the oxygen content in the air has been slowly decreasing. What if the oxygen that appeared in your era was nearly 100% pure oxygen? Wouldn't that greatly reduce your lifespan? Song Tianli analyzed. As soon as he made this analysis, the Empress frowned. She had no understanding of oxygen, so she didn't know if Song Tianli's analysis was correct. Moreover, after 10,000 years of purification, the oxygen now is completely different from the oxygen 10,000 years ago. Perhaps the oxygen from 10,000 years ago had other properties. Although Song Tianli felt that his guess was close to the truth, it was still just a guess, and he had no way to prove it. If the second high-dimensional disaster my father mentioned was indeed this oxygen you speak of, then it is not impossible for oxygen to have continued from that time to the present. But I feel there is more than just this oxygen. If it were just this oxygen, it could weaken a person's lifespan, but it wouldn't reduce a person's abilities. Hearing the Empress say this, Song Tianli felt it made a lot of sense. The humans of the Empress's era were born with the ability to fly and dive into the sea. This ability would not disappear because of the presence of oxygen. So, his earlier guess was incorrect. However, to clarify this situation, he would need to seek more information. What are your plans next? Song Tianli did not continue the previous topic but instead asked, plans for the future? A hint of confusion flashed in the Empress's eyes. She knew nothing about this era, and there was no one she recognized in this time. For a moment, she really didn't know where to go. The world was so vast, there was nowhere to call home. If you haven't decided where to go for now, just come home with me, Song Tianli suggested. Okay, Du nodded. She only knew Song Tianli at the moment, so following him seemed like a good plan. Strictly speaking, she couldn't say she knew Song Tianli well. She didn't even know his name. What's your name? Du asked. Only after knowing his name could they be considered formally acquainted. Song Tianli was the first person she saw after waking up from the coffin. He was also the one who witnessed her growth. Therefore, she felt a sense of familiarity towards him. My name is Song Tianli. Song Tianli initially thought of using a pseudonym, but after some thought, he decided to reveal his real name. In this situation, using a pseudonym seemed meaningless. Let's go home. First, take me out of this forest, just fly in this direction, Song Tianli said to Du. He didn't know which direction Shenzhou was in, and his phone's navigation couldn't be used. So, he randomly pointed in a direction and decided to leave Shinnong Ridge first. Okay. After saying that, Du grabbed his arm and flew upwards. After flying forward for about 20 minutes, Song Tianli suddenly seemed to see something and hurriedly told Du to land. Wait for me here for a moment, I need to take care of something, Song Tianli said to Du. Okay. Du nodded obediently. Seeing her nod, Song Tianli's figure flashed and he headed in a certain direction. Soon, he appeared in front of a large rock. Byakugan, activate. He then activated his Byakugan to observe ahead. At that moment, about 50 meters away, an orc was hiding in a dirt pit, holding a large black snake in his hand. This snake looked highly venomous. The chosen one really isn't that easy to kill, Song Tianli murmured. At that moment, the orc's palm was placed above the black snake's head, gently swaying. To an unknowing observer, it would seem he was casting a spell. Through his Byakugan, Song Tianli saw a special energy surge from the black snake's body into the orc's palm. Then, the orc casually tossed the black snake away. The black snake did not die, it wriggled its body and slithered off into the distance. However, it was clear that it seemed a bit listless. At that moment, the orc held the energy extracted from the black snake in his hands, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. As he consumed it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Soon, his body began to change. A few seconds later, a black snake larger than the previous one appeared in the pit. Just as I guessed, his golden finger is to extract certain components from different animal bodies, and then he can transform into that animal. The size of the animal is not related to the original animal but is connected to the chosen one's own realm. Song Tianli was basically certain of this. After all, he had seen the orc transform into a giant crocodile, a large eagle, a turtle, a mole, a cockroach. Fortunately, this is the early stage. If it were the later stage, he could use the abilities of these animals without transforming. It would be really hard to guess his golden finger then. I really don't know who created these golden fingers, making us chosen ones kill each other, just like raising poisonous insects, Song Tianli thought silently. Shadow clone technique. Complaints aside, Song Tianli still took action. He created 2 clones and headed towards the orc. Of course, during this time, he also used a transformation technique, not using his original appearance. Just as one of Song Tianli's avatars approached the orc finally noticed. He quickly transformed back into human form, warily looking around. Soon, he spotted Song Tianli's avatar. What do you call yourself, brother? Song Tianli's avatar asked the orc. Since he already knew the other party's golden finger, it was time to take action today. Either subdue the other or eliminate him. Who are you? The orc asked Song Tianli. The chosen one, Yu Zhibua. Song Tianli once again revealed his alias. Upon hearing the words chosen one, the orc's pupils constricted sharply. All along, he had thought he was the only one in this primitive forest. He never expected that not only was there a second person, but he was also a chosen one. Is there something you need? The orc asked indifferently. At the same time, he was contemplating whether to eliminate the other. Don't think about running away. I've been watching you for a long time, and you can't escape. From the moment you snatched the green crystal, to later hiding in a tree hole to heal, and being discovered by a group of monkeys. And just now, devouring the energy extracted from the black snake. As soon as Song Tianli said this, the orc's expression changed drastically. These events were all things he had experienced recently, which meant that Song Tianli was not lying. He had indeed been watching him for a long time. This meant that his golden finger might have already been exposed. As a chosen one, once the golden finger is exposed to another chosen one's eyes, death is basically certain. If you dare to move, I will immediately invoke divine judgment. Song Tianli noticed the orc preparing to act and quickly said. As he spoke, he took out the divine judgment coin. Sure enough, upon hearing Song Tianli's words, the orc, who was originally ready to launch a thunderous attack, froze in place. Once divine judgment is invoked, there would be no room for redemption. What do you want? The orc asked Song Tianli. He was also a clever person, knowing that since Song Tianli did not invoke divine judgment immediately, it meant that the other party did not want his life. There was still room for negotiation. Very simple, hand over the divine judgment coin, and then submit to me. Song Tianli said. Impossible. The orc rejected without a second thought. If you don't hand it over, then you die. With Song Tianli's threat, the orc's gaze faltered. He was now in a passive position, as if he had no room for choice. Is there really no room for negotiation? If you have other conditions, feel free to propose. The orc said. None. You only have these two paths, either die or submit. I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. As soon as Song Tianli said this, the orc fell into deep thought. At this moment, the hidden main body of Song Tianli made a move. Multiple shadow clone technique. In the next second, countless avatars launched an attack on the ground in the distance. Boom! With his attack, a figure flew out from the ground. It was the orc. What a clever escape. If it were someone else, you might have gotten away. But unfortunately, you encountered me. One of Song Tianli's avatars blocked the orc. If he hadn't been observing the other with his Byakugan, he might have really let the orc escape. He saw that during the orc's feigned contemplation, a surge of energy erupted from his body and burrowed into the ground. Meanwhile, his original body was left as an empty shell. This reminded him of the phrase a cicada shedding its shell. Without any hesitation, he directly forced the orc out with his avatar. Forced out from underground by Song Tianli's avatar, the orc did not hesitate at all. His body moved, and he transformed into a large eagle, instantly soaring into the sky. It seems you intend to play with me. In that case, let's play for a while. At this moment, Song Tianli also wanted to see how strong his combat power was, so he didn't rush to activate the divine judgment. However, to prevent the orc from escaping, he kept his Byakugan focused on the opponent. With the Byakugan watching, even if the orc used a skill similar to the golden cicada shedding its shell, there would be no place to hide. When he saw the orc transform into a giant eagle and soar into the sky, 2 clones descended from above, smashing down towards the giant eagle. The orc clearly did not expect anyone to drop from the sky. By the time he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. In a hurry, he transformed into a massive turtle for defense. Boom! He was then smashed down to the ground, producing a loud sound. Spiral Sphere. Song Tianli used his clone to unleash a signature skill of someone, heading towards the turtle on the ground. However, just as he approached the turtle, a gigantic claw suddenly reached out and struck his clone. In an instant, the 2 clones were turned into white smoke. At this moment, Song Tianli saw with his Byakugan that the orc on the ground had transformed into a black bear. The black bear swung its massive claws, uprooting trees as it came. Many of the clones surrounding it were destroyed. Spiral Multi-Sphere. Facing the enormous black bear, Song Tianli showed no fear. Hundreds of clones, each holding a spiral sphere, rushed towards it one after another. In response to such an attack, the black bear raised its paw and slammed it down onto the ground. Instantly, a shockwave spread outwards. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Just as the shockwave was about to hit Song Tianli, a circle of stone walls rose from the ground, blocking the shockwave. At the same time, it trapped the black bear inside. It's a pity that I can't safely use Flying Thunder God yet, otherwise, I could just teleport right in, Song Tianli said with a hopeful expression. As he spoke, countless clones descended from the sky. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the black bear was rapidly rising, seemingly about to collide. At that moment, the black bear's massive body vanished, transforming into a tiny spider. The spider opened its mouth and shot out a silk thread, anchoring it to the trunk of a nearby tree. Then, using the silk thread, the spider swung its body away into the distance. Thus, it escaped Song Tianli's attack. Chosen ones really have their tricks, trying to kill them through conventional combat is indeed quite difficult. Several of Song Tianli's clones surrounded the area where the spider was. Then, these clones launched their attacks simultaneously. Great fireball technique. Countless massive fireballs surged forward. According to Song Tianli's current understanding, it seemed that there were no animals that could be 100% immune to fire attacks. Therefore, using fire attacks against the orc was the best approach. However, at that moment, a tiny body suddenly soared into the air like a sharp sword. It moved at an incredible speed, and Song Tianli couldn't stop it with his reflexes. His main body saw clearly that it was a giant flea. Just as the great fireball was about to land on the spider transformed into a flea and jumped up. It should be noted that fleas can jump to heights 150 times their own body height. An orc with this ability could soar into the air faster than flying. If it took to the skies, the orc would immediately transform into a giant eagle and fly away into the distance. This way, for Song Tianli, who couldn't fly, the opponent would be able to escape. Super multiplication technique. One of Song Tianli's clones rapidly grew larger, as if embodying the laws of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant. The giant raised his palm and slapped down at the bouncing flea. Seeing this, the orc transformed back into a turtle. Bang! The enormous turtle crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large pit. Sandstorm burial. Watching the turtle fall to the ground, Song Tianli controlled the sand beneath to attack the turtle. With this series of moves, the orc, who had been lively and jumping around, was instantly gravely injured. However, he did not die. With the genes of a cockroach, he was not so easily killed. At this moment, though, if he wanted to escape, he could not. Your strength seems to be nothing more than this, a clone of Song Tianli said to the orc, who had transformed back into human form. If you give me some more time, I will definitely be invincible, the orc said weakly. He had been in the primordial forest for too short a time and had not extracted many animal genes. If given some time to extract these animal genes, he would be fearless. You probably forgot, you are a chosen one, and so am I. As your strength rapidly advances, mine is also rapidly advancing. What are you talking about invincibility? Song Tianli said disdainfully. Given the golden finger traits the orc had displayed, it was impossible to catch up to him. Perhaps, yes, you are the victor now. I submit. Here is the divine judgment coin for you, the orc said as he threw his divine judgment coin to Song Tianli. Song Tianli reached out and caught the divine judgment coin. He quickly read the golden finger within the coin. He discovered that the orc's golden finger could not only extract animal genes for his own use, granting him the abilities of those animals, but also allowed him to parasitize a certain type of animal, ultimately taking over its body. As long as that animal did not die, the orc would not die. This was equivalent to creating a clone for himself. This clone was different from Song Tianli's shadow clone technique. Although the number of shadow clones was large, they had no physical form and would dissipate when attacked. However, the animal that the orc parasitized was different. As long as it was not killed, it would exist forever. How many animals have you parasitized? Song Tianli asked the orc. 3. The orc replied. Payment wallet received 100 yuan. Are you thinking of pretending to submit to me now and then finding a chance to escape later? As long as I don't summon divine judgment, you have other means to get rid of me, Song Tianli asked again. No. Payment wallet received 100 yuan. Indeed, the reason the orc so readily handed over the divine judgment coin was not only because he had no strength to resist at that moment. More importantly, as long as he could leave alive today, he was confident he could shake off Song Tianli's control. However, unexpectedly, this point seemed to be seen through by Song Tianli. Seeing the orc lie, Song Tianli did not say anything further. He truly wanted to recruit another chosen one, but only under conditions that ensured his absolute safety. The orc's methods were too many and not suitable to be kept alive. Thus, Song Tianli took out his own divine judgment coin and unhesitatingly summoned divine judgment. You actually summoned divine judgment. Seeing Song Tianli's action, the orc said angrily. He had originally thought that by handing over the divine judgment coin, the other party would have him under control and would not summon divine judgment. After all, summoning divine judgment now would only serve to kill him, providing no benefit to Song Tianli. Because the golden finger had completely fused with the host, even if Song Tianli summoned divine judgment, he would not obtain the orc's golden finger. On the contrary, if he subdued him, there would be many things he could do. Therefore, in his view, since he had already chosen to submit, Song Tianli would definitely not summon the divine judgment again. Who would have thought that this old fox, Song Tianli, would not play by the rules? After summoning the divine judgment, just like before, their souls left their bodies and appeared on the divine judgment platform. This was the second time Song Tianli had summoned divine judgment. The last time he did so, everyone's golden fingers had not yet fully merged with their hosts. So, he had obtained a golden finger. But this time, the golden finger had completely merged with the host. After guessing the golden finger, apart from causing the host's death, Song Tianli had no idea what would specifically happen. The reason he summoned divine judgment, besides the fact that beastmen were hard to control, was also because he wanted to see what would happen after the golden finger and the host had fully merged. Please state his golden finger, said the statue on the divine judgment platform. Extracting animal genes grants the abilities of that animal. By parasitizing that animal, one can seize its body and gain an animal avatar. Song Tianli confidently stated the beastman's golden finger. He had already read the opponent's golden finger, so he was naturally very certain. At this moment, the beastman felt utterly despondent. No matter how he calculated, he never expected that this old fox, Song Tianli, would not play by the rules. Correct guess, golden finger deprivation, the statue said. As his voice fell, the vitality within the beastman rapidly faded away. Then, the beastman's divine judgment coin in Song Tianli's hand transformed into a burst of energy, flowing into his own divine judgment coin. Immediately after, he felt that his golden finger seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. After a while, this change finally stopped. The next second, he felt a moment of daze and realized that his soul had returned to his body. He couldn't wait to read his divine judgment coin again. As he read, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. His golden finger had indeed changed. He never expected that by judging others, he would gain such benefits. Previously, his golden finger was a choice question of abilities. If you could have a certain ability, or item, but had to pay a certain price, would you be willing? When faced with such a choice, you could choose to be willing or unwilling. Now, after absorbing the beastman's golden finger power, his golden finger had transformed into this. If you could have a certain ability, or item, but had to pay a certain price, you could find one person to voluntarily share half the cost. Would you be willing? This was also easy to understand. For example, the first ability Song Tianli obtained was that if someone lied to you, you would receive 100 yuan. However, you would incur a debt of 10 million. If you found one person to voluntarily share the cost, you would only need to incur a debt of 5 million. Another example was his ability of 10 times efficiency, which would randomly teleport him to a certain place in the divine continent every 7 days. After finding someone to share the burden, it would change from every 7 days to every 14 days. However, Song Tianli was still a bit uncertain about some costs. Sharing half might lead to unexpected outcomes. For instance, the cost of losing all his body hair. After finding someone to share half, would it mean half of his body would have hair while the other half would not? Or would it mean that his hair would be thinned out by half? If it was just thinned out by half, it wouldn't be a big deal. The most important thing was that the costs he had chosen before could still be shared with others. If I guess another chosen one's golden finger correctly, I wonder if the cost of my golden finger can be shared by 2 people, or even 4 people voluntarily, Song Tianli silently thought. Regardless of whether it would turn out as he imagined, one thing was certain. Guessing the golden fingers of other chosen ones would bring him benefits. It seems I need to find an opportunity to hunt down other chosen ones, Song Tianli muttered to himself. He was thinking that if he guessed enough golden fingers of the chosen ones correctly, perhaps one day, the cost of his selection ability could be negligible. If that were the case, he would be completely invincible. Previously, he had seen some powerful abilities, but the costs were too high for him to choose. If there were no costs, or if the costs were negligible, then he could use those abilities at will. He then rushed towards the direction where Du is located. Alright, I've finished my business, let's go, Song Tianli said to Du. Okay, Du replied, grabbing his arm again and flying back in the direction they came from. During the flight, Du suddenly asked, is that how battles are fought in your era? She had witnessed the entire process of Song Tianli fighting the beastmen. However, she had not seen anything about the divine judgment platform. Sort of, it's basically similar. Aren't people in your era fighting like this? Song Tianli asked curiously. Not really, it's just not that complicated. It's very straightforward, without so many tricks. Diyu had just seen how many tricks Song Tianli used while fighting the beastmen, transforming into turtles and birds, creating clones, and making energy balls. This might be because we are too weak, so we need to use such flashy methods. If we were strong enough, it would be straightforward. Perhaps. Diyu, can you punch that mountain in front of us and blow it up? At this moment, Song Tianli suddenly pointed to a mountain about 1,000 meters high not far away. With his current strength, it would take ages to blow up that mountain, like the story of Yugong moving the mountain, doing it bit by bit. I can. Diyu nodded. Hearing this, Song Tianli gasped. He knew Diyu was strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. He was certain that this was definitely not Diyu's limit. He had no concept of how strong Diyu really was. Fortunately, he had thought from the beginning that someone who could survive in a coffin for so many years was not an ordinary person. He had been friendly from the start and hadn't said anything reckless. So, their relationship was quite good now. He needed to hold tightly onto such a powerful ally. Diyu was not like Xingguang, although Xingguang was also very strong. Her origins were unknown. No one knew if she was a great demon in the past. But he was very clear about Diyu's background. Diyu was once a princess of the human race, now bearing the mission of leading humanity to regain its glory. Such a person could never be a demon. He could rest assured holding onto such a powerful ally. Have you heard of the 10 Great Divine Realms? Song Tianli asked next. The 10 Great Divine Realms were too mysterious. He knew almost nothing about them except for their name. I haven't heard of them. Diyu shook her head. Since Diyu hasn't heard of them, that means the 10 Great Divine Realms must have appeared within the last 10,000 years, Song Tianli thought to himself. I remember you said before that when the second high-dimensional disaster struck, humanity made two choices. One was to sleep like you did, and some went to other places. Where did they go? Song Tianli asked again. I only know they left the ancestral star. As for where exactly they went, I'm not sure, Diyu replied, shaking her head. At that time, she had just turned 18 and was naturally innocent, not very aware of many things. Her father and other clan members made decisions without informing her. Perhaps, at that time, Dxin and the others did not expect that Diyu and the others would sleep for 10,000 years. Over these 10,000 years, no one knew what had happened. Those who fell into slumber did not wake up. If it weren't for Song Tianli accidentally stumbling into the underground city, Diyu might still not have awakened. It didn't take long for Diyu to bring Song Tianli back to Qianzhou, to the small courtyard where Xingguang lived. Xingguang, I'm back! Song Tianli shouted loudly in the small courtyard. On the road, catch it! As for Song Tianli's shout, Xingguang either didn't hear it or heard it but couldn't be bothered to respond. He was holding his phone, frantically tapping away, mumbling something under his breath. Hearing Xingguang's words, Song Tianli walked towards the house. However, at that moment, he noticed Diyu standing in the small courtyard, frowning deeply. She hadn't followed him. What's wrong? Song Tianli turned around and asked in confusion. You live here? Diyu looked at Song Tianli with disbelief. This small courtyard was simply too shabby. Diyu had previously been a princess, living in extremely luxurious surroundings. Other people, while not as extravagant as Diyu, also lived in quite luxurious places. After all, people back then were incredibly powerful, able to fly and dive into the sea from birth. The buildings they constructed were naturally extraordinary. A small courtyard in a slum like this would make even a dog feel wronged if it had to live here. If Song Tianli knew what Diyu was thinking at that moment, he might have been at a loss for words. Although he was the young master of the Song family, he hadn't spent much time living there. Instead, he had spent most of his time here. Do you think this small courtyard is a bit too simple? Song Tianli, being a clever person, quickly understood Diyu's thoughts. A little. Diyu was somewhat tactful in her response, not daring to say that even a dog would feel wronged living here. It's fine, we'll move in a bit. You wait for me here, I need to go find someone, Song Tianli said. Previously, he had lived here to lay low and prevent others from knowing he was the young master of the Song family. Now, he had obtained a golden finger, and it was 2 of them. Most importantly, he now had 2 incredibly powerful backers by his side. With Diyu's strength to punch through a 1,000-meter-high mountain, there was no one in all of Qianzhou who could match her. In such circumstances, Song Tianli no longer needed to disguise himself as he had before. Living a more luxurious life would raise no eyebrows. After all, when he had been a lackey for Song Shisan, it was well known that Song Shisan had rewarded him with a lot of money. No one would suspect the source of his wealth. Okay. Diyu nodded and stood in the small courtyard, not going inside. Song Tianli walked straight into the room where Xingguang was. As he pushed open the door, an extremely complex smell immediately wafted out. This made him instinctively step back. As he retreated, he glanced at Xingguang. He found that Xinguang's head was a complete mess, like a bird's nest. There were dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for many days. Most importantly, there were many uneaten takeout boxes piled up at his feet. Song Tianli had previously worried that Xinguang would become a gaming addict. He didn't expect that in just 5 short days since he left the small courtyard, Xinguang had become no different from those who had lived in internet cafes for several months. It's on fire. With his mind prepared, Song Tianli walked into the room again. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Where's the fire?" Xinguang quickly jumped up, looking around. Although his eyes scanned the surroundings in search of the fire, his hands didn't stop moving, still rubbing the screen. Pentakill! The next second, a voice came from the phone in Xinguang's hand. "Nice!" Xinguang said excitedly. "Xinguang, your skills are impressive. In a situation like this, you can still get a pentakill?" Song Tianli was also dumbfounded. He felt that Xinguang had achieved a perfect synergy with the game. No matter the circumstances, he wouldn't make a mistake. "Basic skills, just ignore the 6. Xinguang said casually. "You're back so soon, it seems your outing went smoothly." You even brought back a girl. Is she your new girlfriend?" At this moment, Xinguang sensed the presence of Diyu in the courtyard, so he looked at Song Tianli and asked. "Her name is Diyu, she'll be one of us from now on." "She's not my girlfriend, just a friend," Song Tianli said seriously. He had to clarify this, otherwise, if Diyu misunderstood later, it would be troublesome. After all, Diyu was a princess. Although she had been asleep for thousands of years, to her, it was just a brief slumber. As a princess, she would definitely place great importance on matters of companionship. He couldn't just say anything. In life, one can indulge in food and drink, but one must not speak carelessly. "I understand. Don't worry, I'll help you with the assist. Trust me, I'm the best wingman in the world." Xinguang suddenly winked at Song Tianli, speaking in a tone that suggested he understood. "Xinguang, can you at least look at something good online for a day? You play games every day, and now you've learned all this random stuff. What's next? You understand assists and wingmen too." Song Tianli couldn't help but admire Xinguang's learning ability. Although the direction of his learning was a bit off, the things he knew were indeed numerous. To be honest, there were some terms that even he couldn't think of. Yet, Xinguang could say them effortlessly, as if he had used them countless times. "No choice, just smart, I learn it right away," Xinguang said proudly. "Alright, enough of that. Pack your things, we're moving." Song Tianli was too lazy to say more about Xinguang. The internet-addicted youth was already destined for this, and he had been led astray by the online atmosphere. It's easy to lead someone astray, but correcting them is as difficult as climbing to the sky. If Xinguang wanted to use these internet terms, so be it, he would pretend he hadn't heard. "Moving? Did you offend someone and plan to run away?" Xinguang asked Song Tianli. "Yeah, I estimate that at the latest by tomorrow, thousands of emperors will descend from the sky. If I don't run, it's over," Song Tianli said seriously. Xinguang teased him, and he could tease back. He wasn't incapable of nonsense. "Emperor? What's an emperor? How strong are they?" Xinguang frowned and asked. He hadn't encountered this term recently. An emperor is immortal and indestructible, capable of destroying heaven and earth. With a grain of sand, one can fill the sea, with a blade of grass, one can cut down the sun, moon, and stars, Song Tianli described. A grain of sand can fill the sea? Are there really such powerful people in this world? Xinguang looked at Song Tianli in disbelief. "Yes, as far as I know, the most famous emperors are Yi Tiandi and Huang Tiandi. Among them, the strongest can dominate the ages, transcending the river of time. There are also those who can single-handedly support the original imperial city, invincible in the world." Song Tianli used all the impressive adjectives he could think of. "Do you think I've lost my memory, that my brain isn't working well? Let's not even talk about whether such a powerful existence exists in this world. Even if it does, would they come back to find someone as insignificant as you?" Xinguang said with a tone of disdain. Just a moment ago, he was almost fooled. Fortunately, his mind was quick enough. "You've seen through me, you're quite the clever little thing. We're moving to a better place. I'll take you to live in a big villa," Song Tianli said. "A villa? I know about that, I saw it while scrolling through short videos before. I was just thinking, when would I get to live in a villa? I didn't expect it to happen so soon. It seems only a villa can match my current status. Let's go, Xinguang hurriedly said. After Song Tianli mentioned living in a villa, Xinguang immediately felt that this small courtyard was beneath his status. "What status do you have?" Song Tianli asked curiously. He thought Xinguang had remembered something during the time he was away. "What status do I have? Well, listen closely, when I say it, it'll definitely shock you. I am in the top 100 of King of Glory, national server. Xinguang said this while standing directly on the sofa, his tone filled with extreme pride. Top 100 in King of Glory? You reached the top 100 so quickly? Song Tianli exclaimed in disbelief. When he left, Xinguang was only at diamond rank. How could he have reached the top 100 in just 5 days? He knew Xinguang had incredible gaming talent, but this was just too terrifying. At this rate, wouldn't he become the #1 player in the national server soon? Top 100 in the national server? That's just about having hands. In at most half a month, I will definitely stand at the peak of the national server, looking down on all. Being invincible is so lonely. Xinguang said, even breaking into song. Alright, I'll give you that. At this moment, Song Tianli didn't know what else to say and could only offer the highest praise from the boy's world. Let's hurry, I can't wait to see what the new villa looks like. The internet there shouldn't lag, right? That way, I won't have any delays while gaming, Xinguang said with a face full of anticipation. You want to live in a villa just so the internet doesn't lag for gaming? Song Tianli asked, speechless. Of course. Otherwise, why would I live in a villa? Xinguang replied as if it were obvious. For him now, as long as he could game, it didn't matter whether his home was a small courtyard or a big villa. The only thing he cared about was whether the internet would lag. You win! Song Tianli was truly at a loss for words regarding this internet-addicted youth, so he decided to ignore it. As long as Xinguang didn't harm society or do anything unspeakable to him, he could do whatever he wanted. With the Song family's resources, they could easily support a slacker. When Xinguang and Song Tianli walked out of the room and into the small courtyard, Diyu frowned slightly. At the same time, she instinctively took a step back. New member, chirp chirp chirp. My name is Xinguang, welcome. Xinguang enthusiastically walked towards Diyu, speaking as he went. Stop. Seeing Xinguang, Diyu hurriedly said. She really couldn't accept someone so messy and unhygienic. However, it seemed Xinguang didn't hear her and continued walking towards her. Seeing that Xinguang wasn't listening to her advice, Diyu didn't hesitate and struck out with her palm. A powerful gust of wind surged towards Xinguang. This was her instinctive reaction. Although she didn't use all her strength, the power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Oh my! Sensing a powerful gust of wind approaching, Xinguang quickly retreated while bringing his index and middle fingers together, casually waving them. A sharp sword energy shot out from his fingertips. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. In an instant, a wild wind ravaged the entire courtyard. Waves of extremely violent energy swept out in all directions. Damn it, I can't handle this at all. At that moment, Song Tianli was filled with countless curses. He finally understood what it meant for immortals to fight while mortals suffered. If the raging energy in the courtyard hit him, he would undoubtedly die. What had he done to deserve this unwarranted disaster? But at this moment, it wasn't the time for him to curse, he had to find a way to survive. He flipped his palm, and a card appeared in his hand. Reno Shield. With the protection of the card, Song Tianli was not torn apart by the raging wind. However, the small courtyard they lived in was instantly destroyed due to the lack of protection. As the violent energy scattered throughout the courtyard, Dai and Xinguang both took a step back. It seemed that the first clash between the two was evenly matched. Xinguang's strength is stronger than I imagined. Song Tianli thought to himself. He had always known that Xinguang was powerful, but he didn't know just how strong. On the way back with Dai, he had asked her if she could blow up a 1,000-meter-high mountain. Dai had answered, yes. Although this didn't reflect all of Dai's strength, it did indicate her formidable power. The fact that Xinguang did not fall behind in the earlier clash with Dai was enough to show that his strength was very impressive. Stop! Seeing that the two were about to continue their fight, Song Tianli hurriedly shouted. Their earlier clash had already completely destroyed the courtyard. If they continued to battle, wouldn't they destroy the entire slum? No one knew that. On the surface, he seemed a bit angry, but inside, he was actually overjoyed. The stronger these two were, the happier he became. He had firmly latched onto these two sturdy legs, no one could stop him. As for the destruction of a small courtyard, it was of no consequence. With the Song family's strength, they could have as many small courtyards as they wanted. Of course, he couldn't show this. It was best to make the two feel a little guilty towards him. This way, if he needed their help in the future, they wouldn't be able to refuse. Hearing Song Tianli's shout, Xinguang and Dai stopped fighting. Well, now we have to move. We have no place to stay. Let's talk things out. No need for fighting. We're all adults here. Can't you be a bit more composed like me? Song Tianli said, looking at the two. Upon hearing this, Dai and Xinguang simultaneously looked around and discovered the small courtyard they had destroyed. Thus, the two tacitly fell silent. This small courtyard was Song Tianli's residence. Although it was a bit shabby, it had sheltered both of them. Now that they had destroyed it, it was indeed unreasonable to bring it up. "He's dirty, keep him away from me," Dai said quietly. "You're the one who's dirty. I'm elegant and charming, how am I dirty?" Xingguang quickly retorted loudly. "Xingguang, you really don't look clean right now. Do you want to look in the mirror?" As Song Tianli spoke, he actually took out a mirror and handed it to the other. "What the hell? Is this me?" Xingguang took the mirror and was startled by his own appearance. He looked no better than a beggar. "Xingguang, from now on, when playing games, remember to pay attention to your image and hygiene," Song Tianli said. The starlight did not speak. After looking at himself for a few seconds, he casually threw away the mirror in his hand. "Water, come," he called lightly, and suddenly, a column of water fell from the sky, landing on him. "What the heck, is this a law of nature?" Song Tianli was instantly dumbfounded. The column of water transformed into a water dragon, swiftly darting across the surface of Starlight's body. Soon, the originally dirty Starlight became spotless. Even his previously messy hair became smooth and tidy. After cleaning up, Starlight waved his hand, and the water dragon fell into the ruins of the small courtyard beside him. "Wind, come," he shouted again. As his voice fell, a gentle breeze appeared, blowing against his body. The remnants of moisture on him quickly evaporated. His long hair danced in the wind, looking extremely soft and flowing. After doing all this, he reached out his palm towards the mirror he had thrown away, and it flew back into his hand. This is me, charming and elegant, like a jade tree in the wind, a graceful gentleman, cultured and refined, handsome and dashing." Starlight recited several idioms in one breath, without repeating a single one. It must be said that his vocabulary was indeed rich. "Starlight, you say you became so narcissistic and silly after losing your memory. Was your original personality like this?" Song Tianli asked curiously. "Who knows? But I think this is pretty good now," Starlight said, unexpectedly tucking the mirror into his bosom. In the future, he would take it out from time to admire his beauty. Ding ding! At that moment, a car horn suddenly sounded from outside the small courtyard. A regular sedan appeared outside the ruins of the small courtyard. "Let's go, there's nothing to take with us. After we move, we can buy everything new if we need anything," Song Tianli said, leading Starlight and Du towards the car. "Starlight, you sit in the front," Song Tianli pointed ahead and said. He even helped Starlight open the car door. If Du and Starlight sat in the back, they might end up fighting again. "So this is a car? It seems pretty nice," Starlight said with curiosity as he got into the vehicle. He had seen cars in short videos but had never ridden in one before. "Car?" Du muttered softly. Unlike Starlight, she at least knew of the existence of cars. This was the first time she had heard the term car. It was also the first time she had seen such an object. After Starlight got in, Song Tianli opened the door for Du, acting like a sycophant. He thought that after leaving the Song family, he wouldn't have to play the role of a sycophant anymore. Unexpectedly, it wasn't long before he started playing that role again. He had a knack for being a sycophant. If he wanted to cling tightly to these two big legs, he had to be a bit more attentive. Sitting in the car, Du curiously observed the moving vehicle. She studied it for a long time but couldn't figure out what principle allowed the car to move forward. However, she didn't ask Song Tianli. She didn't want others to know about things that didn't belong to this era. So even if she was curious, she wouldn't show it. She was no longer that innocent little girl who was doted on by her father and cared for by her older siblings. She now bore a significant mission. So, she should be a bit scheming. Song Tianli looked at Du's expression and almost laughed out loud. He could tell that Du wanted to ask but held back. Although Du had indeed grown due to her father's passing and the disappearance of her clan members. However, a once naive little girl would not change overnight. Even if she later becomes skilled in scheming and deeply guarded, it requires a process. Without the tempering of time, all her cunning would be easily seen through. Ultimately, Du's growth is merely a change in mindset, not in cunning. Finally, after a period of rapid driving, the car arrived at a villa area. This villa, in Xianzhou, is neither particularly good nor particularly bad, just average. "This will be our home from now on. You can choose your own rooms." After getting out of the car, Song Tianli said to Du and Xingguang. Looking at the villa in front of her, Du nodded in satisfaction. Although this villa is still far inferior to where she used to live, it is much better than the previous small courtyard. At the very least, it is clean. She knows she is no longer the lofty princess she once was, and she doesn't expect to be like that again. She can accept a smaller living space, the only thing she cannot tolerate is dirt and disorder. In modern terms, she has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. "Can I choose the upstairs?" Du asked Song Tianli. Sure. If you choose upstairs, then Xingguang and I will choose downstairs. Song Tianli is quite considerate towards the girl. Of course, he doesn't know if it's still appropriate to call Du a girl, not to mention that she has been asleep for over 10,000 years, her real age has long surpassed 10,000. Even before her slumber, she was already 180 years old. By today's standards, she is definitely at the level of an old baby. However, before her slumber, she had indeed just recently celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony. Calling her a girl is quite reasonable. I don't mind, as long as my room has good internet, anywhere is fine, Xingguang said nonchalantly. He really doesn't have much demand for these material things. Thus, the three of them settled on their living arrangements. Afterwards, Song Tianli sent a message to Qian Xingfa. Soon after, the villas around Song Tianli either changed owners or welcomed new residents. Although Du and Xingguang are powerful, they cannot solve everything. For some minor troubles, it's better to rely on themselves. After the rooms were assigned, Xingguang eagerly started playing games. Xingguang, there's something I want to discuss with you, suddenly, Song Tianli said while sitting next to Xingguang. What is it? Just say it, Xingguang replied without looking up. I think, with your strength, you should be able to go anywhere in the land of Shenzhou without any danger. Would you be willing to randomly appear in some place in Shenzhou every 14 days, playing games while enjoying the scenery? Song Tianli asked. He was looking for someone to share the burden of the cost of his abilities. However, this sharing must be voluntary, so he had to speak directly. But even if he wanted the other party to be willing, he could use a bit of artful persuasion in the process. Sure. Xingguang quickly replied. He actually didn't hear clearly what Song Tianli said. He only caught the part about playing games while enjoying the scenery. So, he casually said he was willing. Once the words "I'm willing" left Xingguang's mouth, a brilliant smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Because he clearly saw the countdown for his teleportation in his mind change from a day and a half to 8.5 days. This meant that his attempt to share the burden was successful. Good luck. May you become the number one in the national server soon, Song Tianli said, then got up and left. The number one in the national server will definitely be mine, Xingguang said confidently. After leaving Xingguang's room, Song Tianli was filled with excitement. This was the most troublesome cost for him, and he didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. Next, he had to deal with the cost of another ability. A debt of 10 million and a debt of 100 million were both within his capacity to bear. The Song family wasn't short on this little money. So, the cost he needed to resolve now was losing all his body hair. After resolving it, he would regain half of his body hair. He had long thought of a strategy for this. Thus, he drove a regular car out of the garage and left the villa. Soon after, he appeared on a bustling street. At this moment, Song Tianli had already changed his appearance. He transformed into an interviewer holding a microphone. Behind him was a cameraman filming with a phone. Of course, both of these people were him. The one holding the microphone was his main body, while the one filming with the phone was his clone. Song Tianli's eyes scanned the crowd like a scanner. Soon, he locked onto a man with a backpack. This man was ordinary, with no energy within him, not a practitioner. His clothes were already faded from washing, and his demeanor was average. It was clear he came from a very ordinary background. Moreover, at this moment, there was a hint of worry between his brows. This was the target group Song Tianli had chosen. So, he approached the man with the microphone. Hello, can we take 2 minutes of your time to ask you a question? Song Tianli asked. Sure. The man seemed a bit flustered and didn't quite know how to refuse. May I ask, if I give you 1 million, would you be willing to reduce all your body hair by half? Song Tianli asked with the microphone in hand. This was his method of passing on his cost in a conditional way. It was a choice of items and a burden to bear for others. One could say it was similar to his golden finger. However, what he offered as a choice and what one would gain from it was determined by him. After some thought, he felt that 1 million wouldn't seem out of place, and an average person wouldn't refuse it. Of course, why wouldn't I? My current salary is 5,000 a month, and after deducting my monthly expenses, I can save at most 3,000. 1 million, at my current salary, would take me nearly 28 years to save. And that doesn't account for any headaches or illnesses in between, which would make it even harder to save. Don't say it's just losing half my body hair. Even if I went completely bald, I'd be willing, the interviewed man hurriedly said. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Here it comes. For someone from a well-off family, 1 million might not be worth considering. But for someone from an average background, 1 million was an astronomical figure. Using a cost they didn't care about to repay was definitely something they would agree to. I've answered your question. May I ask where I can collect the 1 million? The interviewed man asked Song Tianli. He had seen similar interviews many times in short videos. Each time, he wanted to ask where the money was. A person shouldn't give up money for the sake of dignity. You'll know soon. Song Tianli smiled, holding the microphone, and walked with his clone to another place. The interviewed person didn't say much more and simply turned to leave. He regarded Song Tianli's interview as just a very ordinary one, never thinking there would be a follow-up. After all, a normal person wouldn't be delusional enough to think that just by participating in an interview, someone would actually give him 1 million. Moreover, Song Tianli hadn't even asked for his bank account details, so naturally, he wouldn't transfer money to him. However, what he did not know was that although Song Tianli did not inquire about his bank account, he had his doppelganger take a picture of his face and sent it to Qian Sheng immediately. He instructed Qian Sheng to check this person's bank account and then transfer 1 million. Of course, it was done through a secret account. Even if the other party wanted to investigate, they wouldn't find anything at all. With the Song family's arrangements in Qianzhou over the years, it was incredibly easy to look up someone's information based on their appearance. When the man saw the bank account deposit notification, he was completely stunned. Then, he felt the hair on his body starting to fall out. He grabbed a handful of his hair and found that he could pull out a large clump. He quickly took out his phone to use as a mirror to examine himself. He discovered that his eyebrows, hair, and beard were all half as thick as before. Of course, it was only half as thick, not half gone. This gave him a bit of comfort. His hair was thinning, but a perm would make it look fuller. He could get his eyebrows tattooed. Shaving his beard every day was no big deal. 1 million, ha, I have 1 million now, the man said, a bit ecstatic. Although 1 million wasn't a huge amount, it was enough for him to do many things. In the future, if he didn't like his boss, he could just confront him directly. At worst, he could find another job. Luckily, he only had 1 million. If he had 10 million, he would dare to confront his boss. This was something he couldn't tell anyone. He could just secretly enjoy it. Meanwhile, when this man received the 1 million transfer, Song Tianli felt an itch on his scalp. It felt like he was about to grow a brain. No, he was about to grow hair. This scene suddenly reminded him of a certain anime empress. He used to have a lot of hair, and now that it had grown back halfway, it was not less than some people's hair. This way, he wouldn't need to wear a wig or draw out his eyebrows anymore. During the interview process, Song Tianli used a transformation technique, so no one noticed. He left quietly, just as he had come quietly. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent out 1 million in deposits. There weren't many interviewers like him, but there were still some across the land of Shenzhou. So it didn't seem strange, absolutely no one would associate it with him. When he returned to the villa, Xingguang was still playing games, and Dai was sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the TV. Dai, I bought you a phone. From now on, you can also understand a bit about the era we live in through the internet. At the same time, it can help pass the time. Song Tianli handed Dai a phone. Okay. Dai did not refuse. Previously, she had seen Xingguang having a great time with his phone. She was actually quite curious but did not ask Song Tianli, nor would she ask Xingguang. She felt a bit like someone living in a relative's house, dependent on them. Although her relatives treated her well, she, being sensible, would not ask them for anything. If they offered her food, she would take it. If they didn't, she wouldn't ask for it. Anyone who has lived with relatives for a while could understand her feelings. I'll teach you how to use the phone first. Okay. So, for a while, Song Tianli began to explain to Dai how to make calls, how to chat, how to scroll through short videos, how to search. Dai was very smart. After Song Tianli taught her once, she could remember it. Gradually, a hint of a smile appeared on her previously lonely face. A phone could indeed bring a smile to a person's face, and many people had proven this. During the process of teaching Dai to use the phone, Song Tianli was very patient. Because, during the process of teaching each other to play on their phones, the feelings between the two can deepen. Of course, what he is thinking about is not the feelings between a man and a woman, but rather those between friends. As the bond between the two grows stronger, he can consider himself holding onto this thigh even tighter. Holding onto a thigh tightly brings him only benefits, not drawbacks. This is also why he insists on living in the same villa with Xingguang and Du, rather than finding a place to hide away like before. Living under the same roof allows their relationship to improve. In the future, there will be plenty of time to hide away. However, the time to cultivate feelings with these two big shots is not something that can be taken for granted. Xingguang is currently suffering from amnesia, and at any moment, he might regain his memory due to some trigger. Once Xingguang's memory returns, Song Tianli feels that he will definitely leave. Du has not lost her memory, but she was once a princess of the human race and still bears a mission. It is also very likely that she might suddenly leave due to some matter. Once they leave, when they meet again, it might be a case of the world has changed and so have the people. While they have not yet left, he must perform well during this time. When night fell, Song Tianli appeared in the basement of the villa. The villa he currently resides in was built by the Song family. He had thought long ago that one day, due to certain matters, he might have to live in a villa. So, he had made arrangements early on. The basement of this villa is quite large and has 2 secret passages for people to come and go. If Song Tianli needs anything, the Song family can send it through the secret passage at the first opportunity. At this moment, Song Tianli had split into 130 avatars, surrounding a piece of green crystal, practicing. After several days of training, his physical strength was now able to withstand the simultaneous cultivation of 130 avatars. The green crystal in the center was the one he had obtained from Shinong Ridge earlier. With 10 times the efficiency, the green crystal, and 130 avatars, Song Tianli's cultivation speed had become unimaginably fast. If it weren't for the fact that his physical strength was still weak and could not handle too many avatars, his cultivation speed could have increased several times more. While the avatars were cultivating, Song Tianli's main body lay on a sofa in the basement, scrolling through his phone. My ability as a golden finger can only be random, not scripted. I wonder what kind of things count as a script, Song Tianli thought while scrolling. Subjectively speaking, anything he or someone he arranged could plan could be considered a script. If these do not count as a script, he could completely mobilize the Song family members to shoot a large number of multiple-choice videos. In this way, the cost could be controlled by him. Or, he could open a thread in a forum to draw out similar posts. With this in mind, he decided to give it a try. He opened the forum, registered an account using someone else's ID, and posted a thread. What kind of superpower would you like to have? He didn't dare to be too straightforward, as it would be easy to expose himself. He used other small accounts to guide the discussion, ultimately leading others to reply in the format he desired. He filtered through some of the responses. If you could be invincible in the world, but you had to lose a hair, would you be willing? If you could be omniscient and omnipotent, but you had to remain in human form or a humanoid creature forever, unable to change into any other form, would you be willing? If you were given 10 billion, but you could never touch a woman for the rest of your life, and if you did, you would die, would you be willing? When Song Tianli saw these multiple choice questions, there were no options appearing in front of him for choosing abilities. Sure enough, anything triggered by oneself for the choice of abilities can be considered a script. It cannot be chosen. This should be determined by cause and effect. Whatever is caused by me, I cannot choose the outcome, no matter what it is. This effectively eliminated Song Tianli's whimsical thoughts of finding countless people to arrange abilities for himself. It makes sense. If that were truly feasible, other chosen ones would be at a loss. He could arrange the script himself, and with a single choice of ability, he would become invincible in the world. At that point, he could dictate everything in an instant. I should just focus on my cultivation. My current speed of cultivation is already quite fast. Song Tianli had already opened up the 5th divine vault within his body. At the current rate of cultivation, he feared he would condense his first Qi mansion by the day after tomorrow. Once he condenses the Qi mansion, it would be like trading a bird's gun for a cannon, and his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Moreover, the most important point is that once he breaks through to the Qi mansion realm, he would be able to fly. He would also be able to use the Flying Thunder God skill. This is a spatial skill that often yields unexpected results. After condensing the second Qi mansion, I should be able to use the initial state of Susanu, Song Tianli muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. This kind of joy is something most people can't even imagine. Just then, while scrolling through his phone, Song Tianli suddenly came across a very interesting multiple-choice question. If you could enhance one of your abilities by 1% for every day you burn your lifespan, would you be willing? For this question, Song Tianli did not make an immediate choice but began to calculate. 1 day of lifespan for a 1% enhancement of an ability. In other words, 100 days of lifespan could double an ability. A year of lifespan could enhance it by more than 3 times. Song Tianli currently had the strength of the 5 vaults realm. As long as he wasn't killed, he could live for at least another 100 years. If burning 1 day of lifespan could increase his lifespan by 1%, which is a year, that would definitely be a huge profit. This way, he could repeatedly exploit the bug. 1 day for 1 year, then continue to burn another day of lifespan for another year. By continuously calculating this way, Song Tianli's lifespan could become endless. Then, he could use this endless lifespan to enhance his abilities 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. It was simply unimaginable. Even if I have this conceptual golden finger, such a bug shouldn't appear. Even so, Song Tianli still chose to be willing. This is also a conceptual ability. A 1% enhancement usually means the larger the base, the greater the enhancement. For example, a 100 increasing by 1% only adds 1, but a million increasing by 1% adds 10,000. This ability incurs no cost if not used. So, he could keep it for now. In the future, if he encounters a highly profitable ability, he could burn his lifespan to enhance it. Moreover, as his strength continues to grow, his lifespan would gradually increase. When he has enough lifespan, using it to enhance an ability would also be a huge profit. Burning 1 day of life to enhance 1% of lifespan. Although he knew it probably wouldn't work, Song Tianli still wanted to give it a try. He held a mindset of taking a chance. If it succeeded, he could start exploiting the bug. After trying, nothing happened. He didn't feel his lifespan burning away. It turned out that exploiting the bug was indeed impossible. Lifespan is an objective existence, not an ability. Today's ability selection had ended, and Song Tianli put away his phone and began to exercise. Exercising could enhance his physical body. Just after he had exercised for a while, suddenly, the emperor's language appeared before him. It was very abrupt, with no warning at all. After she appeared, she did not look at Song Tianli, but instead at the green crystal surrounded by many of Song Tianli's avatars. "What's wrong, Du?" The main body of Song Tianli immediately noticed Du's presence and stood up to ask, "Where did you get this beast crystal?" Du pointed at the green crystal and asked, "It was in the forest where you were sleeping." At that time, it was being worshipped by many animals in Shinong Ridge, and it was stolen by that person I killed before. I snatched it back from him. "Do you recognize this thing?" Song Tianli inquired. He had heard clearly that Du referred to this thing as a beast crystal. "This thing belongs to my father. He used it to raise spirit beasts." Du's words were shocking. "Can humans use this thing?" Song Tianli hurriedly asked. He had absorbed quite a bit of something meant for spirit beasts. If something went wrong, he would have nowhere to cry. Humans can use it too, but in our era, no one was willing to use such things. Too low quality. Du thought for a moment and couldn't come up with a particularly appropriate term to describe that notion. Can it be understood this way? In our era, livestock, like pigs, cows, and sheep, all eat a certain kind of feed. Eating this feed, these animals can grow better and stronger. If humans want to eat it, they can eat this feed too. But usually, no one would eat this feed because not only does it taste bad, but it also lacks nutrition. Eating too much of it, while it won't pose a life-threatening danger, can lead to some unexpected problems. Song Tianli tried to use his own words to describe what Du was trying to express. "That's about right." Du nodded. Seeing Du nod, Song Tianli's face suddenly looked as if he had eaten a fly. After all this time, he had been consuming feed and was quite pleased with himself, thinking he had snatched a great treasure that could enhance his cultivation speed. At that moment, he didn't know whether to let his avatars continue their cultivation. Sometimes, being unaware can be a good thing. Just like certain foods, if you don't know what they're made of, you can eat them without hesitation. Once you find out, you can never eat them again. After thinking for a moment, Song Tianli instructed all his avatars to stop their cultivation. Knowing that this crystal was feed, he could no longer absorb it with a clear conscience as he had before. Du, since there are crystals that spirit beasts can absorb, are there also crystals that humans can absorb? Song Tianli looked at Du and asked. Of course there are. Du nodded. Do you have any? Or do you know where to find some? Just the crystals that spirit beasts can absorb already have such effects. What kind of enhancement would crystals that humans in Du's era could absorb provide? I had some before, but I don't have any now. Du said regretfully. Don't you have a spatial ring or something? To store some treasures from your era. Logically speaking, as a former princess of the human race, Du should have countless treasures. Given the strength of the human race in that era, just taking out one item would be an extraordinary treasure in this era. Just like this beast crystal. In that era, it was merely feed for raising spirit beasts. But in this era, it was a sacred object for many animals in Shinong Ridge. One is called a spirit beast, and the other is called an animal. That is the biggest difference. What is a spatial ring? Du asked again, puzzled. It's a tool used to store objects, like this one I have hanging around my neck, Song Tianli said, demonstrating it to Du. He has a space ring, but he doesn't wear it. Instead, he hangs it around his neck with a rope. Sigh, it's just for fun. Of course, the main reason Song Tianli does this is that in the 9 great states, space rings are rare treasures, and very few people possess them. His previous persona was just that of someone living in a slum. If he wore the space ring on his hand and someone knowledgeable saw it, it would easily raise suspicions about his identity. To eliminate this possibility, he has always tied the space ring with an extremely sturdy rope, wearing it around his neck and hiding it under his clothes. This way, ordinary people would hardly notice it. If someone accidentally saw it, he had already thought of an excuse. It was a relic left to him by his grandfather, and he couldn't wear it on his hand, only around his neck. Moreover, to prevent this lie from being exposed, he had arranged to play long ago, making it appear that his nominal grandparents had passed away. We want to store items. We can just open a small space directly. No tools needed. Like this, Diyu said, waving her hand in the air. Instantly, a spatial rift appeared in front of her, and a phone flew out from the rift. Can people from your era do this? Song Tianli asked, a bit enviously. To open space with bare hands, how strong must one be? Not really, you can only do it after you reach adulthood. I did store some things in the space I opened before. But I have been asleep for over 10,000 years, and during that time, I couldn't reinforce the space I opened. That space has already been assimilated, and the things inside have disappeared, Diyu said, a bit regretfully. There were many items she liked in that space. Those were her collections before she came of age. Space can be assimilated? Does that mean my space ring isn't particularly secure? Maybe at some point, the things inside will also disappear? Song Tianli asked tentatively. Many of the items in his space ring were exceptionally precious. If they were lost, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. The stronger the power, the more stable the open space. I just came of age, so the space I open can only last about 500 years. My father's open space can last for 10,000 years. The space ring you are using now should work on the same principle. It also has a lifespan, however, people in your era have relatively short lifespans. By the time the lifespan of the space ring is not yet exhausted, you have already died. Diyu analyzed. Hearing her say this, Song Tianli's mouth twitched. Blame them for living too short a time. Then, after people in our era reach a certain level of power, we should also be able to open small spaces like you, right? Song Tianli asked. That's inevitable. Opening small spaces isn't difficult. People in your era should be able to do it. Although the space ring is indeed a good item, it can be easily affected in some special places. For example, if the space is not very stable, you won't be able to take items out of the space ring normally. If you forcibly take them out, it could damage the items or the space ring. So, as long as you have the ability, you will definitely be able to open small spaces yourself. This can be considered a trend. All of this was just Diyu's speculation. She made her deductions based on her own experience, but she didn't know for sure. After all, she wasn't very familiar with this era. If a person can open a small space, does that mean their strength is the same as that of the people from your era after they reach adulthood? If that were true, then this point could roughly determine the gap between the strong of their era and those of the Empire language era. Although people from your era are relatively weak, the space in this era is not much different from ours. The difficulty of opening a small space is the same, replied the Empire language. At least there's one thing that is the same across both eras. Although this similarity only proved how weak the adults of this era were, Song Tianli still felt quite pleased. Are you going to take this beast crystal? He then asked, pointing at the green crystal in the basement. You can keep it. However, if possible, try not to absorb the energy inside. Although there won't be any problems now, I can't say for sure if absorbing too much energy later will cause issues. After saying this, the Empire language left. She wasn't trying to scare Song Tianli, she genuinely didn't know. It was like how a normal person wouldn't know what would happen to someone who kept eating feed. After the Empire language left, Song Tianli stored the beast crystal away. He was someone who listened to advice, so since the Empire language said to avoid absorbing the energy from the beast crystal, he wouldn't do it. However, it was undeniable that this thing was a treasure. It was a treasure for spirit beasts. I can use it to trick people later, and it can fetch a good price. Song Tianli said to himself. He had already thought about how to trick people. He just hadn't figured out who to target yet. If possible, the person he most wanted to trick was Yi Qingtian. Unfortunately, he still hadn't found out where Yi Qingtian was. Once he did, it would be time for his crazy revenge. He swore he wouldn't rest until he dealt with that little brat. Without the beast crystal, Song Tianli could only use his clones to cultivate. With 130 clones, plus 10 times the efficiency, his cultivation speed could only increase to 1,300 times. Although the cultivation speed wasn't slow, Song Tianli still felt somewhat dissatisfied. It wasn't that he was greedy, he just felt that his physical body's capacity hadn't reached the limit of the cultivation speed. He was already at the 5 organs realm. The 5 organs realm could split into 1,000 clones. If all his 1,000 clones cultivated simultaneously, plus the 10 times efficiency, that would be a cultivation speed of 10,000 times. That was Song Tianli's expected value. I should have asked the Empire language earlier if there were any cultivation methods to enhance the physical body. Relying on my own training is still a bit slow. Now, every time he trained, he could increase his physical strength a little bit. Over this period, his physical strength had increased significantly. However, it still couldn't keep up with the speed at which he absorbed energy. I'll burn a year of my lifespan to enhance my physical abilities. Saying this, Song Tianli took action, and soon he felt as if something was quietly flowing away from his body. At that moment, he clearly sensed the existence of his lifespan. If he died an unnatural death, he could still live for 96 more years. That was about what he expected. After burning a year of his lifespan, he could only live for 95 years now. However, his ability to enhance his physical body had also increased by more than 3 times. The ability enhancement was stacked on the initial ability, not compounded after being stacked. It was like, after enhancing 100 by 1%, it became 101. If he increased it by another 1%, it would be 100 multiplied by 102%, not 101 multiplied by 101%. In this way, Song Tianli enhanced his physical abilities to more than 13 times, with 10 times the efficiency, plus an additional 3 times gained by burning a year of his lifespan. Unfortunately, this cannot be stacked, otherwise, it wouldn't be 10 plus 3, but 10 multiplied by 3. 13 times is still a bit lacking. With this thought, Song Tianli gritted his teeth and burned another 10 years of his lifespan. This way, he could still live for 85 years. If he broke through to the Qi Mansion realm, his lifespan would be extended. The lost lifespan would then be regained. At this moment, his physical enhancement ability had risen to nearly 50 times. Thus, the efficiency was very high. With this in mind, Song Tianli began to train his body. The stronger the body, the more clones he could cultivate simultaneously. The more clones he trained at once, the faster his strength would grow. As his strength continuously increased, he could elevate his realm. With the elevation of his realm, his lifespan could be extended. With an extended lifespan, he could use that lifespan to further enhance his physical abilities. It could be said that this was a virtuous cycle. After training all night, as soon as he returned to the first floor, he received a message on his phone. Only Song Tianli knew that this message was from the Song family's steward, Chen Shang. Normally, Chen Shang would not proactively send him messages unless it was something quite important. He opened his phone to see just one number, 2. This number 2 represented the second most important matter. Song Tianli had ranked the affairs of the Song family. The most important matter, of course, was related to the life and death of the Song family or its members. When Song Shisan was assassinated, the distress signal displayed the number 1. Although it was later clarified that it was a misunderstanding, and the intended target was not Song Shisan but Lung Han, many people from the Song family had mobilized at that time. The second most important matter was the personnel records regarding the significant changes on the Shenzhou mainland that he had previously instructed. In other words, it was about who might be the chosen ones. Now that Chen Shang had sent a number 2, it indicated that he had already found at least one person who could possibly be a chosen one. With this in mind, he took out his phone and ordered a large plate of chicken with mixed noodles, adding 2 special characters in the remarks. It didn't take long before a delivery rider brought the takeout. Song Tianli opened the takeout to find a stack of A4 papers filled with dense text. Among them were many photos. Song Tianli quickly browsed through them. Wu Xiuyuan, male, 21 years old. The information recorded many deeds of Wu Xiuyuan. From childhood to last night, everything that had happened was documented. Most of the deeds were quite ordinary. The events before June 7th indicated that Wu Xiuyuan was just an ordinary person, not even a cultivator. However, many peculiar occurrences had happened recently, marked in red font. June 7th and 8th, 2 days of unexplained disappearance. After returning on the night of June 8th, disappeared again on June 10th, reappeared on June 11th. After seeing these 2 pieces of information, Song Tianli was already about 30% sure that Wu Xiuyuan was a chosen one, because June 7th and 8th were precisely the days when divine grace was bestowed. At that time, anyone who was chosen would be transported to the city of the chosen to compete for the golden finger. Those who were not chosen, no matter how powerful, could not enter the city of the chosen. This was also why, when divine grace was bestowed, those with ill intentions could only hide outside the city of the chosen and could not enter the city. On June 8th, the competition for the golden finger ended, and Wu Xiuyuan appeared, perfectly timed. The fusion of the golden finger and the host takes 3 days, and on the 3rd day, it will be exposed. This means that when Wu Xiuyuan disappears again on June 10th, it can be understood as him hiding from pursuers. As for how he evaded the pursuit of others, Song Tianli was not very clear. However, it is certain that any chosen one, even one with only a third-tier golden finger, is not to be underestimated. Do not underestimate any chosen one. Because no one knows what the golden finger of a chosen one is, naturally, their means of evading pursuit are also unclear. Just like He Tianruo from the delicious restaurant, although his strength was not strong, he could stand undefeated in his restaurant. The delicious restaurant was equivalent to his domain, and he could even block the 7-colored light beam that shot out when the golden finger was exposed. Thus, he not only successfully evaded being hunted when his golden finger was exposed, but no one even discovered that he was a chosen one. Of course, except for Song Tianli, the old six. If Song Tianli hadn't guessed what He Tianruo's golden finger was, even knowing he was a chosen one wouldn't have allowed him to kill him. Unfortunately, once the divine judgment was issued, all the means of the chosen ones became useless. This is also why, after Song Tianli exposed He Tianruo's golden finger, he gave up. Because no matter how many means he had, they were all useless. Song Tianli had grasped his vital point. With a 30% certainty, Song Tianli continued to read the information. June 12th, played games in an internet cafe all day. June 13th, while playing games in the internet cafe, was extorted by 3 little thugs, who were defeated in a minute. June 14th, played games in an internet cafe all day. June 15th, the little thugs he had previously defeated called in 8 people to surround him. It took 30 seconds to defeat all 8. June 16th, disguised identity, took out a ruby, sold it to a jewelry store for 10.88 million. Source of the jewelry, unknown. June 17th, passed the test and became a disciple of the Four Seasons Peng Lai. June 18th, bought a computer worth 20,000 and played games at home all day. June 19th, punched through a wall. June 20th, played games at home all day. June 21st, played games at home all day. June 22nd, played games at home all day. June 23rd, stopped an out-of-control car with bare hands. June 24th, appearance changed, height increased by about 3 centimeters. After seeing this information about Wu Xiuyuan, Song Tianli's certainty about him being a chosen one increased to 90%. Before June 7th, Wu Xiuyuan, based on various information, was an ordinary person to the extreme. He had never practiced, and could basically be considered a nobody. However, after June 11th, everything about him began to change dramatically. Both his personal strength and his economic situation were very different from before. Of course, on the surface, Wu Xiuyuan still appeared ordinary as before. All of this was only possible because Song Tianli activated the shadow, otherwise, it would have been difficult to uncover. The most important point is that the shadow did not uncover the origin of Wu Xiuyuan's ruby. This indicates that the origin of the ruby is extraordinary, possibly creating something out of nothing. Such a trick of creating something out of nothing is something that ordinary people cannot achieve. Only a chosen one could possibly do it. Analyzing all these factors, Song Tianli had 90% certainty about Wu Xiuyuan's identity as a chosen one. Of course, he still had no clue about what kind of golden finger the other party currently possessed. However, by analyzing the details of a person's life, one can deduce matters related to their special abilities. For example, he spends a lot of time watching short videos. If others were to discover his identity as the chosen one, combined with his daily activities, it would be easy to analyze that his special ability is related to short videos. Of course, this is incorrect. His special ability has nothing to do with short videos, it is related to multiple choice questions. His special ability is conceptual, and conceptual special abilities are harder to guess, which is normal. Moreover, with his rather cautious personality, no one can discover his daily life. After all, whether he is cultivating or scrolling on his phone, he does so in relatively concealed places. There are also clones outside to provide cover. However, He Tianruo is different. After confirming that He Tianruo is the chosen one, Song Tianli was able to determine that his special ability is related to cooking just by combining it with his daily activities. To understand how it is related, one must analyze it point by point. Now, Song Tianli plans to analyze Wu Xiuyuan's daily life to deduce the possibilities related to his special ability. Generally, during a day, aside from sleeping and cultivating, the most frequent activities of the chosen one are usually related to their special ability. For instance, aside from cultivating and sleeping, he scrolls on his phone, searching for multiple choice questions. What He Tianruo does the most is cooking. Since the 11th, the thing Wu Xiuyuan has done the most is play games. Although he played games before, he never spent this much time on them in a single day. Perhaps his special ability is related to games. Song Tianli began his analysis. Of course, this is just his speculation and cannot be confirmed. He needs more data to draw a more accurate conclusion. It's a pity that Wu Xiuyuan is no longer playing games in an internet cafe. Instead, he he bought a computer and stays home to play every day. Otherwise, I could have indirectly probed him for information. In the past, Wu Shouyuan's family was poor and had no computer at all. It was only after selling the ruby that he bought a computer. Thinking of this, Song Tianli took out his phone and sent 2 messages to Qian Shang. First, find out what game he is playing. Second, buy back the ruby he sold. Song Tianli thought carefully and felt that this ruby should be the breakthrough point to guess Wu Shouyuan's special ability. After all, the origin of this ruby is mysterious. As long as the origin of this ruby is clarified, it might be possible to determine the other party's special ability. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. According to his character, under normal circumstances, he would not take risks personally. However, when it comes to Wu Shouyuan, he has no choice but to act himself. Because he needs to use his ability to discern lies to test Wu Shouyuan's identity as the chosen one and the possibilities related to his special ability. People can disguise themselves, although the shadows can track Wu Shouyuan's actions, they cannot determine their authenticity. Received. Soon, Song Tianli received a reply from Qian Shang. As usual, on a dark and windy night, it's a day for killing and arson. After deleting the message from Qian Shang, Song Tianli looked at the sky and said, at this moment, the sky had just brightened a little, and there was still a long time until midnight. He decided to wait until it got dark to test Wu Shouyuan. As for now, with nothing to do, he might as well take a nap. After cultivating all night, his strength had improved significantly. However, the fatigue brought on by releasing his clones was also considerable. Sleeping is the best way to relieve fatigue. When Song Tianli woke up, it was already noon. Xing Wang was still engrossed in playing games as before. Diyu was standing in the yard, holding a phone and striking various poses. When Song Tianli walked in, he realized that Diyu was actually filming a short video, and the content being filmed was herself. With her flowing white hair and outstanding beauty, combined with her noble aura, if she were to shoot short videos, it would be highly attractive to some older admirers. If Diyu were to take selfies every day, it wouldn't take long to attract many fans. However, as a former princess of the human race, why would she do this? To be honest, it feels a bit like degrading herself. Of course, Song Tianli does not look down on those who shoot short videos. Everyone has their own way of life. It's not that making short videos is bad. It's just that, given Diyu's status, it seems inappropriate. It's like the leader of a country posing in front of a screen every day. It just doesn't fit. Are you planning to go the internet celebrity route? Song Tianli appeared beside Diyu and asked her. Diyu had been playing with her phone these past few days, so she had come to understand what the term internet celebrity meant. I guess so. Diyu replied. Why? Song Tianli asked, puzzled. My father was once the emperor of the human race, and all his power came from the humans. The higher his prestige among the humans, the stronger his power. When I was in slumber, my father passed the throne to me. So now, I am considered the emperor of the humans. But I just appeared in this era, and apart from you, no one knows about me. As the emperor, I must find a way to make all humans aware of my existence. After these few days of understanding your era, I found that shooting short videos is the easiest way for the people of Shenzhou to know about me. It's also the most effective and convenient way. The more people who know about me, the faster my strength will grow. Diyu explained. Upon hearing her explanation, a look of realization appeared on Song Tianli's face. He understood why Diyu wanted to do such things. This reason was something he could comprehend. Diyu, I can roughly understand your current situation, and I can understand some of your thoughts. Although you do bear a heavy responsibility, you don't need to push yourself too hard and create too much pressure. After all, 10,000 years have passed, and the human race has grown from its initial weakened state. Although most people are still weak, there are still some who have become giants, supporting the human race. So if you have any issues, you don't have to bear them alone. Speak up, and if I can help, I will definitely do my utmost to assist you, Song Tianli said to Diyu. Although true empathy does not exist in this world, he had experienced similar situations. When he first crossed over, he knew nothing about this world and was filled with suspicion towards those around him. He also slowly tried to open his heart and trust the people around him. To this day, there are already quite a few people he truly believes in. Diyu listened to Song Tianli's words without responding, just gazing at him intently. She did have a certain level of trust in Song Tianli. After all, it was he who had awakened her, taken her out of the underground city, and sheltered her. However, due to her unfamiliarity with this era, she maintained a sense of caution deep within her heart. She couldn't fully trust even Song Tianli. This was not out of malice but rather a result of her experiences that made it hard for her to trust someone outright. So how do you plan to help me? After a while, Diyu asked. By throwing money at it, Song Tianli said emphatically. Upon learning of Diyu's intentions, he had already come up with an idea. Short videos are no different from anything else. As long as you're willing to throw money at it, you can make everyone who scrolls through short videos see it again and again. What do you mean? Diyu asked, puzzled. She already understood what money represented in this era, but she didn't grasp how to use money effectively. You might not know much about the operation of short videos. The view count of short videos can be bought with money. 100 Shenzhou coins can buy 5,000 views. If the leverage effect is utilized well, 100 Shenzhou coins could even yield hundreds of thousands of views. The user base for short videos in Shenzhou is around 6 to 10 billion. Even if we calculate based on one Shenzhou coin buying 50 views, 1 billion views would only cost 20 million. Spending a mere 20 million can make you a household name, Song Tianli analyzed. For others, 20 million might seem like a lot, but for the Song family, 20 million was nothing. After all, the nominal young master of the Song family, Song Shirsan, would casually give out rewards in the millions. Over the course of a year, the rewards given out in Shenzhou coins would likely exceed 100 million. Spending 20 million to ensure Diyu is seen by all short video users is hardly a big deal. Diyu opened her mouth but said nothing. Although she didn't fully understand what Song Tianli was saying, seeing his confident demeanor made her feel it made sense and that it could definitely be achieved. So, what do you think? Is it feasible? Song Tianli asked. If you really have confidence, then let's do it your way. Diyu agreed to Song Tianli's plan. After all, this approach posed no loss to her. She currently had no other options. If it worked wonders, it would be an unexpected gain. Great. If you agree, then follow my instructions, Song Tianli said, suddenly a bit excited. Next, Diyu could cooperate with him to shoot short videos according to his ideas. Just thinking about it made him a bit impatient. With Diyu's looks, combined with her noble aura and some of his creative ideas, they could easily captivate all users. By then, whether men or women, they would all bow down to Her Majesty. Diyu, for shooting short videos, we need a nickname. Are you planning to stick with Diyu, or do you want to come up with another name? Song Tianli asked. Let's just call me Diyu. As an emperor, the human race should naturally know my true name. Diyu replied. Alright, I understand. Just wait, in no more than 3 days, I will make the name Diyu known throughout the entire Shenzhou continent, Song Tianli said confidently. After saying this, he bid farewell to Diyu and left. He then headed to the mall. He needed to buy some clothes, props, and filming tools for the shoot. Since others hadn't seen Diyu, he had to personally oversee the clothing sizes. Since this matter didn't involve any special skills, he didn't need to be discreet. Of course, he still had to use his transformation technique. In no time, Song Tianli bought a camera, a computer, and several sets of clothing. Before his time travel, he had studied computer programming in college. However, after graduating, he didn't become a programmer but instead entered the short video industry. At that time, short videos were just starting to rise, everything was on the verge of taking off. He had begun trying to write novels since high school, so he had a good grasp of literary creation. Thus, he applied to become a screenwriter, responsible for planning and writing scripts for short videos. As part of the behind-the-scenes team, they had helped several internet celebrities gain millions of followers. With over 1 million fans, internet celebrities are countless. During his work period, he also self-taught various skills such as editing, filming, and directing. It is no exaggeration to say that he alone can accomplish what an entire team would do. However, he never expected that after crossing over to the land of Shenzhou, years later, he would have to return to his old profession. For this, Song Tianli was quite happy. For him, what he filmed was not just short videos, but emotions. Diyu, we only need to shoot 3 short videos in total. The first one, clarify your identity. Next, just do as I say. After buying the items, Song Tianli said to Diyu. He had already thought of the script on the way to the mall and back. Okay. Diyu nodded. She really didn't understand short videos and could only follow Song Tianli's arrangements. Once everything was ready, Song Tianli began filming. The first video, 2 groups of people dressed in black and white were fighting fiercely. Among them, the group in white was continuously retreating, ultimately surrounded by the group in black. The darkness will eventually cover the earth, and humanity will become slaves. Will you choose to surrender or die? A man in black, wearing a sinister mask, spoke in an evil tone. There are only humans who die in battle, no slaves who surrender. We swear to never surrender. A man in white said. Never surrender. Never surrender. The others shouted in unison. Then let me send you on your way. Kill without mercy. The masked man shouted loudly. With his command, numerous men in black charged towards the men in white. Boom! At that moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing in front of the black-clad men. In an instant, all the charging black-clad men were sent flying. Who goes there? The masked man raised his head and questioned loudly. Humanity's Empress, Du. At that moment, a majestic voice echoed from the sky. Immediately after, a woman wearing a crown and imperial robe descended from the heavens. Her descent was not fast, but her robe moved without wind, looking incredibly imposing. We welcome the Empress. The leading man in white hurriedly knelt down and said, We welcome the Empress. We welcome the Empress. We welcome the Empress. The remaining men in white quickly shouted in unison. Their voices rose and fell, and although there were only a few dozen of them, the momentum was overwhelming. Those who offend humanity shall be punished, no matter how far, Du declared, launching an attack on the black-clad men. In an instant, sand and stones flew, the heavens and earth changed color, and in the blink of an eye, all the black-clad men were obliterated. From today on, humanity shall be protected by me. Du turned around, looked at the camera, and said with authority. At this moment, the camera pulled further away from Du, showcasing her dominance and beauty to the fullest. Song Tianli used the best lenses, and every frame he shot could serve as wallpaper. This plot might seem a bit cliché on Blue Star, but placed in the land of Shenzhou, it was quite explosive. The lines were also very powerful. Moreover, this plot was half true and half false, briefly explaining Du's identity. Du, we have completed the first video. Once I go back and polish it a bit, we can publish it. Next, let's start shooting the second video, Song Tianli said. The black and white figures from earlier were all his avatars. With avatars present, there was no need to hire extras. Furthermore, everything was done without wires or special effects, providing a tremendous visual impact. Song Tianli was confident that with the plot, filming techniques, equipment, and financial backing all combined, this video featuring Du would definitely go viral. He could even foresee what the comments section would say. Phrases like "We welcome the Empress" and "Those who offend our humanity shall be punished," no matter how far, would surely flood the comments. This was his instinct as a screenwriter who had produced multiple hit videos. Good. Du nodded. She also felt that her earlier performance was quite good. At least it was much better than what she had imagined for the shoot. The content of the second video was much simpler. Du held a long spear, donned an armor, yet still wore a crown. The evil has descended, and the people are suffering. Are you willing to fight with me? Du declared powerfully. Zhang San from Qinzhou, willing to follow the Empress. Kai Taimei from Kunzu, willing to follow the Empress. Zhang Nan from Zhenzhou, willing to follow the Empress. Li Qiye from Kanzhou, willing to follow the Empress. Qin Feng from Zhengzhou, willing to follow the Empress. Lin Bei from Xuanzhou, willing to follow the Empress. Numerous fierce warriors, played by Song Tianli's avatars, shouted one after another. Then, Du turned her head and looked at the camera again. With my strength, I pursue my wishes, with my blood and body, I offer as sacrifice, only to annihilate the enemy, and I shall have no regrets in death. Kill! Du shouted as she charged forward with her spear. Behind her, the fierce warriors followed closely. The content of the third video showed Du covered in blood, holding a long spear, half kneeling on the ground, appearing gravely injured. Around her were severed limbs, creating a gruesome scene. Empress of humanity, Du, once again I challenge you all, she said, leaning on her spear, struggling to stand up. Just as she managed to rise, she spat out a mouthful of blood and then collapsed straight down. My people, I'm sorry, I did my best, Du said, her gaze unfocused as the spear fell from her hand. The camera slowly pulled away, showing Du's body lying next to numerous corpses. After the last shot was completed, a wave of sadness suddenly flashed through Song Tianli's heart. He worried that one day, the scene he had just filmed might become reality. The reason he designed such a script was not only to clarify Du's identity. More importantly, he hoped that if that day ever came, many would follow Du. For the sake of humanity, even in death, there would be no regrets. Tragedy always evokes empathy. Yet, he truly hoped that the final scene would not come true. Du, for the third short video, let's change the script and shoot it again, Song Tianli suddenly said to Du. He did not want Du's ending to be that way, so he wanted to rewrite it. No, I think the third video is quite good. This might be my fate moving forward. To Song Tianli's surprise, Du actually refused. She seemed to sense something, looking rather low in spirits. No, the third video must be res hot. This is not your fate, it's just a script I wrote on a whim. Since it's a script, it can be modified. I am the screenwriter and the director, so you should listen to me. The third video will be res hot, Song Tianli said firmly at that moment. If someone familiar with him had seen his tone, they would never have guessed he was talking about a short video. There's no need, Diyu shook her head again. If you don't shoot it, then I won't release the videos we've filmed so far. He couldn't overpower Diyu, so he had to resort to this kind of threat. Fine. Diyu had no choice but to compromise. The Res Hot short video had a simpler content. At the foot of a mountain, everyone was playing and frolicking, carefree and relaxed. The camera gradually pulls back, eventually revealing a breathtaking mountain. The shot slowly moves up the mountain, and the figure of the Empress, dressed in imperial robes, gradually appears. She stands at the mountain's peak, overlooking the people playing and frolicking below. As long as my subjects live in peace and happiness, this Empress is content. After saying this, the Empress turns her body, and the scene shifts instantly. The Empress, who was originally in imperial robes, now dons a red dress and dances gracefully atop the mountain. She has studied dance, and the dance she performs now is classical and full of charm. Every movement exudes nobility and dominance, capable of outshining all dancers across the land. The Empress tells him that this dance is exclusive to their family, known as the royal dance, performed only during times of universal celebration. Seizing the opportunity to film short videos, Song Tianli enjoys a visual feast. After filming 3 videos, Song Tianli and the Empress finally head back. The footage doesn't require special effects, a little editing and some music will suffice for uploading. Song Tianli is quite familiar with this process, so it doesn't take long for him to complete the editing of the 3 short videos. Naturally, the first one is uploaded first. After uploading, he informs Qian Sheng and then begins to invest money and manage the operation. The Song family has built a large business over the years, naturally employing their own methods. They utilize some techniques that others cannot access, and soon, the Empress's videos go viral across various short video platforms. With the explosive popularity of the Empress's first video, her follower count continues to rise. Watching the follower count surge in the back end, Song Tianli turns to the Empress. So, is this increase in followers useful to you? Yes, I can already feel my strength beginning to grow. However, because people today are too weak, my strength isn't increasing very quickly, the Empress replies. Those who know her, the stronger they are, the more feedback she receives, and her strength grows faster. However, compared to the people of 10,000 years ago, the people of the Divine Land are far weaker. Therefore, the growth of the Empress's strength is quite slow. Fortunately, although slow, it is indeed growing. The people of the Divine Land may be weak, but they are numerous. Little by little, quantity leads to quality. When enough people know you, the speed of your strength growth will naturally accelerate, Song Tianli says. From his previous conversation with the Empress, he knows that in her era, the population did not exceed 10 million. Now, the population of the Divine Land is over 1 billion, an increase of hundreds of times. It is indeed possible to achieve accumulation. Looking at the Empress, Song Tianli suddenly feels that her ability is somewhat like that of a chosen one. For instance, a golden finger utilizes one's fame to enhance strength. The higher the fame, the faster the strength grows. The more he thinks about it, the more it resembles a golden finger. Empress, you mentioned before that when you were asleep, your father passed the position of the human emperor to you. Did you gain this ability to grow stronger the more people know you only after becoming the human emperor? Song Tianli ponders for a moment and suddenly asks. Yes. According to my father, this ability can only be mastered by the human emperors of each generation, the Empress replies. Do you know how this ability came to be? Or rather, what is the principle behind this ability? Although it seems a bit reckless to ask, he feels that given his current relationship with the Empress, she shouldn't overthink it. This ability existed before my father. I'm not sure about the specifics of how it came to be. I don't know what the principle is either, the Emperor said, expressing his confusion. Although she had lived for 180 years, she had never reached adulthood and had lived carefree, so she never paid much attention to these matters. This so-called human emperor status was something she had passively accepted without being aware of it. I see. Song Tianli did not speak further. If the ability of the previous human emperors was indeed a legacy of a golden finger, it would mean that the existence of the golden finger had been around for a long time, not something that had just appeared in the Shenzhou continent in recent years. According to the information he had gathered, the golden finger appeared once every 100 years in recent years. The number of golden fingers that appeared each time was uncertain. Although there was competition among the chosen ones, they would generally fight to the death when they encountered each other. Ultimately, the chosen ones who survived were not necessarily the only ones, just like him and He Tianrui. Therefore, it was possible that there were still some previously surviving chosen ones hidden in certain unknown corners of the Shenzhou continent. Of course, they might have already become gods. After all, many cultivators in the Shenzhou continent had always aimed to become gods. He currently knew too little information to analyze anything about this matter. Moreover, knowing such things would not benefit Song Tianli, it would only increase his anxiety unnecessarily. A piece of life advice: it's rare to be confused. Thus, Song Tianli shook his head, casting aside all these thoughts in his mind. His current level was still far from understanding these matters. The most important thing for him now was to find a way to increase his strength. Once his strength improved, the level he could access would naturally rise. At that time, the information he would learn would also increase. At this moment, he closed his eyes and began to wait for nightfall. After it got dark, he planned to meet Wu Xiuyuan. The night quietly descended, as if the earth was covered with a layer of black gauze. Tonight, the clouds obscured the moon, making the night very dark. Taking advantage of the darkness, Song Tianli quietly left the villa. It didn't take long for him to arrive near Wu Xiuyuan's home. Just like when he explored the delicious little restaurant before, he split into two avatars, one in front and one behind, heading towards Wu Xiuyuan's house. With his current strength, the avatars could not be too far from the main body. If they were too far apart, the avatars would dissipate. Otherwise, Song Tianli wouldn't have run so far himself. He could have just sent the avatars. Wu Xiuyuan's living conditions were poor, and the place he lived in was not much better than the slum where Song Tianli had previously lived. Although he had sold the ruby and obtained over 10 million Shenzhou coins, he had not bought a house and still lived in a dilapidated place. He knew that suddenly becoming too wealthy would definitely attract some people's attention. He had to lay low and develop cautiously. The chosen ones were all cunning. This was something that didn't need to be taught. After disguising himself, Song Tianli's avatar entered Wu Xiuyuan's home. At that moment, Wu Xiuyuan was still playing a game, looking in great spirits. Since Song Tianli did not play online games, he did not recognize what game Wu Xiuyuan was playing on his computer. He cautiously approached, intending to strike decisively. However, at that moment, suddenly, Song Tianli's avatar felt something binding its body, rendering it unable to move. At the same time, Wu Xiuyuan, who was playing the game, sensed something and turned his gaze over. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Wu Xiuyuan asked, looking at Song Tianli's avatar. "What kind of sorcery is this? Let me go, or I'll kill you," Song Tianli said, putting on a fierce expression. His current persona was that of a malicious intruder. As he spoke, he struggled with all his might, but he found that his body simply would not obey. Aside from his mouth and brain, which he still controlled, everything else was frozen. He felt as if he had turned into a stone. "Sneaking in at this hour, you can't be a good person. In that case, die." Rage explosion, Wu Xiuyuan said, raising his palm. A blood-red beam of light erupted from his hand. In an instant, Song Tianli's clone was destroyed. Once the clone was obliterated, all information was fed back to Song Tianli's main body. Definitely a chosen one. This time, Song Tianli raised the possibility of Wu Xiuyuan being a chosen one to 100%. If he weren't a chosen one, he couldn't have just performed that technique. Not only could he render himself immobile, but he could also destroy his clone with a mere gesture. That strike just now had at least the power of a Forzang realm. Before June 7th, Wu Xiuyuan was just an ordinary person. To gain such immense power in such a short time could only mean he was a chosen one. If he's a chosen one, then let's have some fun. Multiple shadow clone technique, Song Tianli said, splitting off numerous clones again. He had only come today to test the other's depths, so he needed to force the opponent to act as much as possible. This way, he could better understand them. The clones that Song Tianli created used transformation techniques, turning into countless figures dressed in black night gear. Soon, these figures surrounded Wu Xiuyuan's home completely. "Wu Xiuyuan, after our investigation, we are certain you are a chosen one. Now, we give you a chance to pledge loyalty to our heavenly sovereign. Otherwise, we will kill you on the spot today," one of Song Tianli's clones said. This was a reason for action he had just come up with. By saying this, it easily made people feel that they were part of an organization. "Knowing I'm a chosen one, you still dare to seek death. You all better get lost before I make a move. Otherwise, I will ensure you have no way back," Wu Xiuyuan said coldly. As he spoke, he felt particularly puzzled. He had been quite low-key during this time. When had he exposed his identity as a chosen one? He carefully recalled his actions over this period, and aside from playing games, it seemed he hadn't done anything else. Why had his identity as a chosen one been exposed? "If you want me to have no way back, let's see if you have that ability. Take him down for me. If he resists, kill him without mercy," one of Song Tianli's clones commanded. His current persona was that of a small leader. Following his orders, the other clones sprang into action. They didn't foolishly charge forward but used various different attacks. Four clones stepped forward, hands forming seals. Suddenly, the shadows beneath their feet transformed into ropes, heading towards Wu Xiuyuan. It was the signature technique of Shikamaru from Naruto, the shadow imitation technique. Song Tianli could use the skills of characters from Naruto, not just Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique. He could use the skills of all characters. However, because his current strength was still weak, he couldn't use some of the more powerful techniques yet. For example, Susanoo or the True Thousand Hands. But he could easily use some basic skills. The 4 clones used the shadow imitation technique, trying to bind Wuxiu Yuan from 4 different directions. Meanwhile, 4 other clones engaged in close combat, using the Leaf Whirlwind. 4 clones used Tooth for Tooth, 4 clones used Shurikens, and 1 used the heart-turning technique for control. In short, the attacks from Song Tianli's clones truly felt like a mysterious and vast organization. Each person in the organization had different methods. In a sense, Song Tianli could also be considered an organization. If it weren't for his still weak strength and the limited energy stored within his clones, he would directly materialize all the characters from the Hokage. At that time, the Konoha 12, all past Hokages, past Mizukages, Kazekages, Tsuchikages, the Akatsuki organization, and other famous ninjas would appear. If these characters came out with their abilities, one could only wonder how many could withstand them. To say he is an organization is somewhat underestimating him. Faced with the coordination of Song Tianli's clones, Wuxiu Yuan did not panic. He flipped his palm, and a blood-red long knife appeared in his hand. He quickly swung the long knife, and instantly, beams of light burst forth from the ground, creating waves of air. In an instant, these airwaves collided with the attacks from Song Tianli's numerous clones. Boom, boom, boom. The ground echoed with earth-shattering sounds. When the attacks from both sides collided, energy surged around, and the soil was completely uprooted. In the energy storm, a figure shot up into the sky. It was Wuxiu Yuan. At this moment, a huge Gatling gun appeared in his hands. He shook the Gatling gun and crazily sprayed fire at Song Tianli's clones. The Gatling gun, glowing blue, gave no chance for Song Tianli's clones to approach for close combat. Earth style, earth flow wall. One of Song Tianli's clones pressed his palm against the ground, and a wall appeared around, blocking the Gatling gun's attack. Seeing his attack blocked by the earthen wall, Wuxiu Yuan's Gatling gun suddenly transformed into a red energy cannon. He directly pulled the trigger. Boom! A massive energy beam shot towards the earthen wall. Triple Summoning Gate. In response to such an attack, Song Tianli summoned the Triple Summoning Gate. Although the energy beam's attack was powerful, it did not shatter the Summoning Gate. At that moment, a large bird flew down from the sky. The bird's color was somewhat dull, looking almost like it was painted. It was the Super Beast pseudo-paint. At this moment, several people stood on this large bird. They were rolling up dumplings in their hands and threw them at Wuxiu Yuan. These few people had closed in, and it was too late for Wuxiu Yuan to use the energy cannon and Gatling gun to attack. Just then, the energy cannon in his hand disappeared. In its place was the previous red long knife. He quickly swung the long knife, and instantly, a massive cross-shaped blade of energy appeared in front of him. The spiral balls in Song Tianli's clone's hands collided with the cross-shaped blade of energy. Boom! The collision of the attacks once again produced a tremendous sound. The energy waves generated from the collision affected Wuxiu Yuan. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking seriously injured. Injured! The real Song Tianli, who was observing from a distance with his Byakugan, said with a hint of joy. He did not expect that not long after the clash began, Wuxiu Yuan would be injured. If this continued a few more times, wouldn't Wuxiu Yuan be dead? He could already see that although Wuxiu Yuan's strength was not weak, his combat experience was too poor. Many times, he failed to make the most correct response. Although Wuxiu Yuan was injured, he had temporarily escaped the encirclement of Song Tianli's clones. Immediately after, he flipped his palm, and a somewhat sweet mineral water bottle appeared in his hand. He unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. In the next moment, his previously pale face surprisingly turned rosy. Song Tianli saw that the injuries on his body had healed in an instant. Damn, is he on drugs? This thing's effect is somewhat similar to a life potion, Song Tianli said, frowning. Of course, he couldn't be sure about this. After all, there were many similar things. So, he ordered his clone to attack again. He needed to see more of Wuxiu Yuan's performance to gather more information. The battle continued. Song Tianli now possessed the strength of the 5 organs realm, while his identity had the strength of the 4 organs realm. Wuxiu Yuan, on the other hand, was only at the 4 organs realm, so he was a bit flustered facing the attacks from Song Tianli's clone. After another minute of fighting, he was injured again. Moreover, the energy within him was almost depleted. He quickly flashed back. As he retreated, he took out a slightly sweet bottle of mineral water. After taking a few sips, his injuries disappeared again. At the same time, he flipped his palm and took out a Kong Shuifu mineral water bottle, drinking heartily. After a few gulps, the energy that had been exhausted within him was replenished. This must be the blue potion. Song Tianli's main body muttered to himself. From the recent exchanges, he was already certain that Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger was definitely related to a game. This drink that could heal wounds and restore energy was very much like the life potions and blue potions in games. Kill! Song Tianli's clone shouted, and immediately, the other clones charged towards Wu Xiaoyuan again. Do you really think I can't deal with you? I was planning to hold on for a while, but now I'm not going to. Wu Xiaoyuan said, flipping his palm to take out several books. He slapped these books together. In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura surged from his body. He's at the five organs realm. This breakthrough was even easier than mine. Song Tianli's main body was dumbfounded at this scene. He didn't expect Wu Xiaoyuan's breakthrough to be completed in an instant. Even with 1,000 times the cultivation speed, he felt a bit unbalanced. He also wanted to break through comfortably like this, without having to endure the daily grind of cultivation. However, at this moment, he was more curious about the books that had allowed Wu Xiaoyuan to break through. What kind of books had such an effect? Not good, others are coming. At this moment, Song Tianli observed with his white eyes that other cultivators were quickly approaching. So, he ordered all his clones to retreat. This sudden turn of events left Wu Xiaoyuan, who was ready for a big battle, bewildered. Why did these people suddenly leave? Their battle had not yet determined a victor. However, he did not pursue. After all, he couldn't chase so many people alone. Moreover, if the other side had set a trap to lure him in, that would be bad. There is a reason for the saying, do not pursue a desperate enemy. Not long after Song Tianli left, several dark figures appeared here. Not good, I need to get out of here. Wu Xiaoyuan flashed and disappeared from the spot. The figures that appeared looked at the ruined place with serious expressions. Did you find out who was fighting here just now? Such powerful energy fluctuations. And the residual energy here is extremely strange. I've never seen anything like it and can't discern its origin, one of the men in black said. Reporting to the leader, we did not find any suspicious individuals, another shadow replied. Since there are no casualties here, let's forget it. You all pay attention, any cultivator who dares to act in the city and harm civilians will be killed without mercy. The man referred to as the group leader said, yes. The others replied respectfully. Since the chosen one appeared, the 9 states have been in turmoil. What happened tonight is definitely not a coincidence. I fear such events will occur frequently in the future, so you must be vigilant. At the same time, see if we can recruit more fresh blood. Our inspection team is a bit overwhelmed with just this many people. Yes. After a few of them finished speaking, they turned and left. They arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. Once the inspection team left, a figure emerged from the ruins. It was Wu Xiaoyuan, another Tianzuan and another inspection team. My identity as a chosen one has been exposed, I can no longer stay here. Time to slip away. Wu Xiaoyuan said, turning to dash in the opposite direction of the inspection team's departure. As for his belongings at home, he didn't bother to pack. He had been mentally prepared for all of this since becoming a chosen one. He knew that sooner or later, his identity would be revealed. One can always have someone play the role of the sixth, but no one can play the sixth forever. Sooner or later, even the best hidden sixth will be exposed to the public eye. It was just a matter of time. What Wu Xiaoyuan didn't expect was that he would be exposed so early. It was like playing a battle royale game, getting exposed before even entering the final circle. After Wu Xiaoyuan left, a stone was turned over, and a clone of Song Tianli emerged. He had left a clone behind to see who would come and whether Wu Xiaoyuan would reveal more information. The inspection team will have to be more discreet in the future, Song Tianli said. He was aware of the inspection team. The inspection team was an official organization of the 9 states, and their sole responsibility was to protect the ordinary citizens of the 9 states. Ordinary citizens were far too weak for cultivators. If no one cared about their lives, it wouldn't take long for the citizens of the 9 states to suffer casualties and flee. By then, the land of the divine state would be finished. After all, the citizens are the foundation of a world. A building without a foundation might collapse with just a gust of wind. Song Tianli wasn't overly worried about Wu Xiaoyuan's departure. As long as he was still in the 9 states, with the distribution of shadows, finding him would be very easy. He had already speculated about Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger. As long as he found some convincing evidence, he could be 100% certain. Once Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger was confirmed, he would be a piece of meat on Song Tianli's chopping board. If Song Tianli wished, he could devour Wu Xiaoyuan in an instant. The night was dark, and apart from the 2 parties involved, no one knew that a battle between chosen ones had just taken place under the night sky. In this battle, neither side gained the upper hand. It could be considered a draw. Of course, this was because Song Tianli only used a clone. If his true self had joined the fight, the balance would have tipped long ago. However, given Song Tianli's character, he would never let his true self enter a battle without 100% certainty. By the time he returned to the villa, it was already late at night. After conjuring over 100 clones to cultivate, his true self went to rest. Early the next morning, his phone received a message. Adventurer Warrior, game name. When Song Tianli saw this message, he was delighted. He had previously asked Shen Sheng to check what game Wu Xiuyuan was playing, and this was the result of that inquiry. So, he returned to his room, downloaded the game, and started playing. Only by becoming sufficiently familiar with this game could he prove his earlier conjectures. After some time getting familiar with the game, Song Tianli discovered that there were many different characters within it. Some wielded swords, others guns, knives, or crosses, and there were summoners as well. Song Tianli first chose a sword-wielding character and created his avatar. He named the character, I Have a Sword. The game was not difficult to play, and there was a beginner's guide. The game mode was also very simple, kill monsters to level up. Entering different maps would lead to encounters with various monsters. After defeating these monsters, they would drop some items. There were equipment, materials, health potions, and mana potions. In short, all the common items found in games. After clearing out all the monsters in a map, there would be different rewards. Sometimes, it was just some simple materials and equipment that increased attributes a little. But sometimes, there would be experience books as rewards. After using an experience book, the character's experience would increase. When the experience reached a certain level, the character would level up. Upon leveling up, the character's attributes would also increase. Experience book, so it really is an experience book. Wu Xiuyuan, this time I want to see if you can still survive. At this moment, Song Tianli burst into laughter. He hadn't played games much before, so he was not familiar with items like experience books. This led to him not recognizing the experience book immediately during his previous battle with Wu Xiuyuan. However, after playing the game for a while, he had gained a certain understanding of it. The skills and items used by Wu Xiuyuan resembled the items in this game. Now, Song Tianli was 100% sure that Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was related to the game. However, he could not yet be completely certain how it was related. Whether it was the embodiment of items and character skills from adventurers and warriors, or turning the virtual into reality. Or perhaps, it was not limited to adventurers and warriors at all, he could embody items from any game. To fully understand this, Song Tianli needed more information. The more detailed the information he had about the golden finger, the more advantageous it would be for him when summoning divine judgment in the future. Just guessing a little about the golden finger was not enough to ensure the other party's demise. With this in mind, Song Tianli continued to play the game. Ideally, he could master this game thoroughly, which would aid his judgment. After all, he had nothing else to do right now, so it was better to enjoy the game and relax a bit. Yu Zhibua, you actually did this behind my back? Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded behind Song Tianli. It startled him greatly, sending chills down his spine. He turned around to find Xingguang staring intently at him, her eyes filled with indignation. Her expression looked as if she had caught her boyfriend cheating red-handed. Xingguang, can't you knock when you enter the room? You scared me to death. Song Tianli said, still a bit shaken. He admitted that he had been careless, too immersed in the game to notice Xingguang's entrance. He needed to be more vigilant in the future. Fortunately, it was Xingguang. If someone with ill intentions had come in, it would have been a disaster. Of course, there was another important point. Xingguang was very strong. If she wanted to enter quietly, most people wouldn't notice at all. Well, Yu Zhibua, I treat you like a brother, and you treat me like a major? You're playing a game and didn't even call me? Eating alone, huh? As expected, a new generation replaces the old. Only the new ones laugh, while the old ones cry. Now that you have a pretty girl, your attitude towards me has changed. I was wrong to trust you, Starlight said in a very affected tone. Those who didn't know might think he had been abandoned by Song Tianli. Starlight, can you stop being so sarcastic? You're not a yin-yang person. Yin-yang person, with a rotten butt, Song Tianli replied. Oh, am I being sarcastic? Is it me who's being sarcastic? Isn't it true that some people prioritize romance over friendship? When it was just the two of us, you would occasionally check on me and ask about my game level. Ever since that pretty girl from the Imperial language came along, I've become an expendable presence. You're with that girl, making videos and editing scripts, so dedicated. And what about me? What am I now? I'm just a pet for your amusement, something to play with when you remember. When you don't remember, I'm left to fend for myself, Starlight said in the tone of a drama heroine. Starlight, do you have some serious illness? If I were sick, I'd take you to see a doctor. Why are you acting like a bitter woman now? Song Tianli said, a bit amused and a bit exasperated. He didn't know when Starlight had changed into this. Sorry, wrong scene. Pretend nothing happened just now, and I'll do it again. This time, before Starlight could finish, he was interrupted by Song Tianli. Just say what you need to say, don't beat around the bush, Song Tianli asked directly. The game you're playing looks really fun, I want to play too. Buy me a computer. Let's just call it a computer, Starlight asked. He had seen some introductions about computers on short videos but didn't know they could also be used for gaming. He had been behind Song Tianli for a while. Watching Wang Xiao play Adventurer Warrior for a bit, he thought it seemed even more fun than Honor of Kings. Such a fun game, if he didn't play it, wouldn't that be too unfair to himself? Next time, just say it directly. Don't use that sarcastic tone again, Song Tianli said helplessly. He realized that Starlight's behavior was definitely not due to amnesia. It was clear he had always been like this. There's a saying, a leopard can't change its spots. A person's character doesn't change drastically just because of amnesia. As long as you buy me a computer to play this game, I'll do whatever you want. I can create opportunities for you to quickly warm up your feelings with that girl. I promise to be the best wingman, how about that? Starlight asked. I'll have someone bring you a computer soon. For now, just play Honor of Kings. By the way, weren't you aiming to be the #1 in the national server? What? Have you given up? Song Tianli asked, puzzled. Give up? You underestimate me too much. At most, in 3 days, I will definitely reach the top of the national server. After 3 days, reaching the top of the national server will be no challenge for me. So, I wanted to ask you if there are any other more challenging games I could try. I didn't expect you to be secretly playing by yourself in the room. Honor of Kings tests hand speed and operational ability the most. This kind of game is a bit too easy for Starlight. With just a little time spent, he could become #1 in the national server. So, he wanted to challenge something different. Want to play a challenging game? Alright, then I'll recommend a game to you. It's called StarCraft. Song Tianli directly recommended what he thought was the hardest game. Is this game really hard? If it's not hard, I won't play, Starlight said a bit proudly. Let me put it this way, there are a few games on the market that have a hierarchy of disdain. Those who play StarCraft look down on those who play World of Warcraft. Those who play World of Warcraft look down on those who play Dota. Those who play Dota look down on those who play League of Legends. And those who play League of Legends look down on those who play Honor of Kings. The reason for looking down is simply the difference in operational difficulty. You are playing Honor of Kings, which is at the very bottom of this hierarchy, Song Tianli said. What? It's actually at the bottom. I've noticed it for a long time. Such a simple game is not worthy of my status. So it's a game at the bottom. I want to play StarCraft. I want to dominate in StarCraft. Immediately, Xinguang expressed his loss of interest in Honor of Kings. Because even if he achieved the #1 rank in the national server, he would still be at the bottom. This was something he could not tolerate. You play Honor first, when the computer arrives, I'll teach you how to play StarCraft. Although Honor is relatively simpler, getting the #1 rank in the national server is not that easy. I hope you weren't just bragging before, Song Tianli said. Bragging? There are countless sword immortals in the sky, and they must bow their heads when they see me. I, the great Emperor Xinguang, am unparalleled. Do I need to brag? Just wait, within 3 days, I will definitely take the #1 rank in the national server. If I don't take the #1 rank, I won't touch StarCraft at all, Xinguang said confidently. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. We'll meet in 3 days. After saying this, Xinguang turned and left. He aimed to achieve the #1 rank in the national server as soon as possible to avoid being called a braggart by Song Tianli. After Xinguang left, Song Tianli continued playing Adventurer Warrior. Although he was already certain that Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger was related to this game, he continued playing to familiarize himself with the skills, materials, and items in the game. If he encountered Wu Xiaoyuan again in the future, he would have a general understanding of his attacks. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can one win every battle. What the heck, is this a resurrection coin? Suddenly, Song Tianli's eyes widened. Because while playing the game just now, he completed a task and received a resurrection coin. A resurrection coin, as the name suggests, is something that brings one back to life. In the game, while it is a nice item, it is not too outrageous. After all, characters in the game can respawn outside the map after dying. Therefore, the function of the resurrection coin can only be considered a bonus. However, if this thing appeared in the real world, it would be too outrageous. This is something that can bring people back to life. If Wu Xiaoyuan possesses a resurrection coin, then his level of danger would increase even more. Moreover, after using the resurrection coin to respawn, there is a 5-second invincibility. In those 5 seconds, one can do a lot of things. For strong players, let alone 5 seconds, sometimes 1 or 2 seconds are enough to turn the tide of a battle. Furthermore, since it is a resurrection coin, there might not be just one. If there are many resurrection coins, it would almost be an immortal existence. In this regard, even my Peach card can't compare, Song Tianli said enviously. Although the G Peach card also has the ability to resurrect, the quantity is too small, only 4 cards. Once used up, there are none left. But resurrection coins are different. Song Tianli had only played this game for half a day and already obtained 1 resurrection coin. If he played for a longer time, he would definitely get more resurrection coins. In that case, he would truly become like a cockroach. Just as Song Tianli was pondering these things, suddenly, his phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw a familiar number. Without hesitation, he answered it. "Hello, your takeaway." A familiar male voice came from the other end of the line. Whenever there was something that needed to be sent to Song Tianli, a delivery person would be dispatched. This delivery person was a trusted confidant of the Song family. Thus, Song Tianli created a clone and went to retrieve the delivery. The order was simple, a portion of soup dumplings and 2 eggs. When Song Tianli picked up one of the eggs, he sensed something was off. This egg was significantly heavier than a regular egg. He squeezed it casually, and it shattered. Indeed, it was not a real egg. Beneath the eggshell was a red gemstone. In an instant, Song Tianli guessed the origin of the gemstone. It was the one that Wu Xiaoyuan had sold for 10.88 million Shenzhou coins under a different identity. A pink gemstone. The moment he saw the gemstone, Song Tianli recognized its origin. It was a decorative gem from Adventurer Warriors. It didn't enhance attributes but was very beautiful. However, this gemstone looked somewhat different from the one in the game. It appeared to have been processed. This made sense, as this item was from Adventurer Warriors. There were many players of this game. If this item appeared in its original form, those familiar with the game would recognize it. In that case, Wu Xiaoyuan could be exposed. Wu Xiaoyuan was also clever enough to consider this possibility. Therefore, he used some means to alter the appearance of the pink gemstone. This way, even if someone familiar with Adventurer Warriors saw the pink gemstone, they wouldn't recognize it. At most, they would think it looked somewhat similar. After all, while pink gemstones were rare, they were not non-existent in Shenzhou. Now, with one more, unless someone was particularly concerned about it, generally no one would notice. Wu Xiaoyuan would never have thought that there would be Song Tianli, or rather, a group of people under Song Tianli, obsessively watching all unusual individuals. His first attempt to sell the gemstone was discovered. Song Tianli had spent 20 years laying plans, using most of the Song family's wealth to establish shadows across the 9 major states. This was not just for show. I now have an 80% certainty that Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger is the ability to materialize skills or items from the game Adventurer Warriors into the real world, Song Tianli thought silently. Previously, he was only sure that Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger was related to the game. But he didn't know if it was related to just one game or all games. After seeing the pink gemstone, he could be certain that the possibility of it being related only to Adventurer Warriors had reached 80%. Because if it were related to all games, Wu Xiaoyuan wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to alter the appearance of the pink gemstone. He could simply play Gold Miner and bring the gold from that game into reality. Gold was much more common than gemstones. Selling a little less wouldn't raise anyone's suspicion. Of course, the reason he said there was an 80% certainty was that there were other possibilities. The next time he saw Wu Xiaoyuan, he could use his lie detection ability to test him. As long as he caught a flaw in Wu Xiaoyuan's words, he could achieve 100% certainty. Once he was 100% certain, Wu Xiaoyuan would be nothing more than meat on the chopping block for Song Tianli. With the 80% certainty established, Song Tianli closed the game. He didn't particularly enjoy playing games. He had only played to understand Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger. Now that he could basically confirm it, there was no need to continue. Clone. When Song Tianli's main body was playing the game, his clone was diligently cultivating. Now, having released the clone, countless energies surged into his body in an instant. The Qi Mansion is about to be formed. Feeling the tumultuous energy within him, Song Tianli suddenly exclaimed with surprise. During this period, he had been seizing every moment to cultivate, aiming for an early breakthrough. Now, it was finally about to happen. A cultivation speed of 1300 times was indeed no joke. Song Tianli conjured a clone to stay in the room while his main body descended into the basement. Then, he created 4 more clones to guard the 4 directions around him. His main body sat cross-legged and began the breakthrough. Transitioning from the five organs realm to the Chi Mansion realm was not an easy task. After all, there existed a chasm between the Chi Mansion realm and the five organs realm. He concentrated the spiritual energy from the five divine stores into a single center. This situation was somewhat akin to five rivers flowing from different directions converging into one, ultimately becoming the sea. The so-called condensation of the Chi Mansion was about gathering rivers to form the sea. However, not all rivers can converge to become a sea. If the coastline is not strong enough, the river can erode it. Once the coastline collapses, it signifies the failure of the sea's formation. What Song Tianli needed to do now was to use the spiritual energy within him to build the coastline. Simply put, he had to compress the gaseous spiritual energy in his body into a solid form. Then, he would use the solid Chi Mansion to store the liquid spiritual energy. When a cultivator breaks through from the five organs realm to the Chi Mansion realm, not only does the location of the stored spiritual energy change, but the spiritual energy itself also transforms. The spiritual energy shifts from a gaseous state to a liquid state. Achieving this requires continuous compression of the spiritual energy. Such a breakthrough cannot be completed in a short time. Even the chosen ones need time. For example, Wu Shouyuan can instantly break through from the four organs realm to the five organs realm using his experience book. However, he cannot use the experience book to instantly break through from the five organs realm to the Chi Mansion realm. Therefore, breaking through requires sufficient time and patience. A slight misstep can cause the condensed Chi Mansion to collapse. This process is somewhat like building a tower of dominoes, where each piece must be placed one by one. If any one piece encounters a problem, the dominoes will fall, and all previous efforts will be in vain. Everything must start over. This is a dual test of both the mind and the body. Fortunately, Song Tianli had persevered for 20 years, and what he lacked the least was patience. Time passed second by second. Day turned to night, and night turned to day. After 2 days and 2 nights, Song Tianli finally opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh of relief, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He had finally condensed his first Chi Mansion. The path of cultivation: focus on the essence, cultivate the five organs, gather the 6 mansions, and tread the divine path. Although Song Tianli had only condensed one Chi Mansion, it marked his entry into a whole new realm. However, this process was not easy. Even with his great patience, he had failed no less than 10 times before succeeding. In the beginning, without any experience, failure was inevitable. As the number of failures increased, his experience naturally grew richer. This is akin to driving. Every seasoned driver has gained their skills through experience on the road. A novice driver, once they have enough mileage, will naturally become a seasoned driver. Multiple shadow clone technique. Song Tianli said, conjuring a clone. Stronger than the five organs realm, but weaker than the Chi Mansion realm. Feeling the aura on the clone, Song Tianli remarked, the strength of a clone can never match that of the main body. Previously, when he was in the four organs realm, his clone was only at the three organs realm. When he was at the 5 caves realm, his clones were only at the 4 caves realm. By this logic, when he reaches the 2 houses realm, the clones he conjures should be at the 1 house realm. Fortunately, although they may not match in quality, they are certainly numerous. At the 5 caves realm, Song Tianli could conjure up to 1,000 clones. Now, he wondered how many he could create. Based on his speculation, he believed the number of clones should be no less than 1,500. It might even reach 2,000. Unfortunately, the villa he was in was too small for him to unleash his full power. Even if I only have 1,500 clones, I can easily challenge higher levels using various skills from Naruto. Song Tianli imagined his battle scene. 1,500 clones using different skills and coordination would be an incredibly spectacular sight. Even at the 3 houses realm, they might not be without the strength to fight back. With Song Tianli's current combat power, he could be considered a strong figure in the land of Jojo. However, he dared not act recklessly, because in this world, what there is no shortage of is cunning old foxes. I've been in the basement for 2 days, it's time to get some fresh air, Song Tianli said as he dispelled his clones and walked out of the basement. The starlight was still playing games as before. Diyu sat in the yard, looking up at the stars. The starlight and Diyu seemed like two extremes, one preferred to stay indoors, while the other enjoyed being outside. Perhaps it was because Diyu had lain in the coffin for too long. Although it hadn't been long in her memory, her body had truly spent 10,000 years. Thus, in her subconscious, she yearned for freedom and preferred a more spacious environment. What are you looking at? Song Tianli casually asked. I'm looking at the stars. Do you think the stars I see now are the same ones I saw 10,000 years ago? Do they, like humans, have replacements? Diyu asked. Although they are not 100% the same batch, most of the stars you saw 10,000 years ago should be the same, Song Tianli replied. How do you know? Du asked curiously. The stars we see are mostly fixed stars. Even the shortest-lived stars have lifespans of millions of years. Longer-lived stars can last for hundreds of billions of years. Take our sun, for example, its lifespan is about 10 billion years. Now, it has roughly 5 billion years left. 10,000 years for humans is a long time. But 10,000 years for stars is very short. Perhaps it's equivalent to the time we spend sleeping. He learned this knowledge while on Blue Star. It seemed no one in the Shenzhou continent studied these things. He didn't care whether it was exactly like that in Shenzhou, he just told Du. So these stars really do have long lifespans. In the past, my father said that when a person dies, they become a star in the sky. I wonder if that's true. If it is, does that mean my father and the others exist in another way? Du asked. We haven't truly died yet, so no one knows what happens after death. Perhaps death is a new beginning. All deaths are reunions after a long separation. Song Tianli had not felt deeply about this saying before, but since he crossed over to the Shenzhou continent, he had a different understanding of it. He had died on Blue Star while trying to save a baby carriage that had slid down a slope, resulting in a car accident. He had already died on Blue Star. Yet, he appeared in the Shenzhou continent. In a certain sense, this was indeed death as a new beginning. Perhaps others are the same. After death, they move on to another world, existing in a different way. Upon hearing this, Du said nothing, but silently repeated the words in her heart. Suddenly, she felt a connection to this statement. Someone's coming. At that moment, Du looked up and pointed in a direction. Hearing this, Song Tianli instinctively moved closer to Du. With a powerful figure to protect him, he had no need to worry, even if danger truly approached. However, as Song Tianli followed Du's gaze for a long time, he saw no one appear. Could it be that Du is hallucinating? Song Tianli thought to himself. Just a few seconds after this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw a dark figure rushing towards them from afar. The figure moved incredibly fast, reaching the outside of their villa in just a few breaths. Behind him, several others followed. Speaking of which, Song Tianli had seen these people before. They were members of the inspection team he had encountered a couple of days ago. Generally, the inspection team would not openly pursue someone, as it could easily lead to civilian casualties. However, if a chase did occur, it meant that the person being pursued had committed serious crimes, at least 10 lives on their conscience. If Song Tianli were willing to intervene, he could definitely stop the man being chased, but doing so would undoubtedly attract the attention of the inspection team. Such actions were not something Song Tianli would consider, given his character. Exposing himself was not something the sixth brother should do. So, Song Tianli pretended he saw nothing. However, he did not seek trouble, yet trouble came to him. The man being pursued by the inspection team, upon seeing Song Tianli and Du in the villa courtyard, hurriedly rushed towards them. 5 Zong Realm. Feeling the aura of the newcomer, Song Tianli murmured. This young man surprisingly possessed the strength of the 5 Zong Realm. Stop him. Seeing the man's target, the inspection team members shouted urgently. The man they were pursuing was a killer, extremely deranged. It seemed he intended to attack Song Tianli and Du. They could not just stand by and watch 2 innocent civilians die before their eyes. Tian Hai Palm. One of the inspection team members shouted, striking out with a palm. Instantly, a massive palm print flew towards the man. In response to such an attack, the man twisted his body, transforming into a flash of lightning, tracing a Z shape to evade the strike. Without losing speed, he continued towards Song Tianli and Du. At the same time, a strong killing intent surged from him, seemingly intent on putting the two to death. Is this guy insane? No grudges, yet he harbors such murderous intent towards us. Song Tianli frowned. He wasn't afraid of the opponent, he just didn't want to act. Because once he did, it would surely attract the inspection team's attention. The man was getting closer to Song Tianli and the others. Just when they were about 20 meters apart, the man suddenly seemed to see something terrifying. Without a word, he abruptly changed direction and ran off into the distance. This left Song Tianli bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Could he have sensed Du's strength? That's why he turned and ran? Song Tianli thought. After considering it, this was the only possibility he could come up with. After all, someone who had been so aggressive just a second ago, intent on killing them, wouldn't run away so quickly unless he had discovered something. This scene also left the pursuing members of the inspection team confused. However, this was good for them, at least they no longer had to worry about the safety of Song Tianli and Du. So, they chased after the man once again. At this moment, Song Tianli was contemplating whether to catch up and take a look. He was not someone who liked to meddle in others' affairs, but his intuition told him that the man being pursued by the patrol team was very likely a chosen one. Of course, this suspicion had no substantial basis, just his gut feeling. If he had to find some basis for it, it would be the bizarre scene of the man turning and running away just now. Moreover, being chased by members of the patrol team indicated that he was not an ordinary person. Therefore, he decided to take a look. If the other party was a chosen one, he could learn more about him. If not, it didn't matter, he was just going to observe and had no intention of intervening. "Diyu, I'll be leaving for a bit," Song Tianli said to Diyu, and his body shot up into the sky. He had now broken through to the Qi Mansion realm and could fly. However, this was still his first time flying, and his body swayed as if he might fall at any moment. With his ability to operate at 10 times efficiency, he adapted to flying very quickly. In a short while, he had completely mastered the knack of flying. Thus, he used his transformation technique and pursued the direction the patrol team had taken. Multiple shadow clone technique. He then created 2 shadow clones. As soon as the clones appeared in the air, they began to fall towards the ground. These clones are weaker than the main body and can't fly at all. Clones, dispel. Song Tianli helplessly dispelled the clones. This meant he could only rely on his main body to track them. Byakugan, activate. He hurriedly activated his Byakugan. At that moment, he discovered that the range of his Byakugan had already reached 500 meters. It could be said that after breaking through to the Qi Mansion realm, the range of his Byakugan had undergone a qualitative leap. A range of 500 meters was already quite large, and Song Tianli quickly locked onto several people speeding along the ground. After observing, he found that both the patrol team members and the man being pursued were at the Five Organs realm. However, the man being pursued clearly had slightly stronger personal strength. But the patrol team had more members, which was why they could chase him. If there had only been one member of the patrol team, that man being pursued would probably have started fighting back by now. Song Tianli also observed with his Byakugan that the man was constantly searching for something as he sped forward. A few minutes later, the man spotted an elderly couple taking a walk by the roadside. Without a word, he rushed towards the couple. A murderous aura surrounded him, ready to attack the elderly couple. This scene was exactly the same as when the man charged towards Song Tianli and Diyu earlier. Why does he have to kill someone? Song Tianli was filled with confusion. A person could not possibly kill without reason. Whether out of love, hate, or even revenge against society, there was always a reason behind it. This man was being pursued by the patrol team. Logically, he should be focused on escaping, so why take the time to kill 2 passers-by? What would killing them accomplish? As a certain Captain Ding once said, whatever the enemy intends to do, even if it's to celebrate a birthday, one must not let them succeed. Therefore, if this man wanted to kill the elderly couple, he would not let him succeed. Multiple shadow clone technique. With this thought, he created 2 shadow clones and, after using his transformation technique, went to block the man. Shadow imitation technique. It was nighttime, and the shadows were long. Thus, using the shadow imitation technique was quite appropriate. The man seemed to sense the danger. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly twisted his body and evaded Song Tianli's shadow binding. He glanced at Song Tianli's 2 clones, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He then turned his head to glance at the patrol team members chasing after him, cursed under his breath, and hurriedly turned to leave. Seeing the man depart, Song Tianli immediately dispelled his clones. This left the approaching patrol members looking utterly bewildered. They had just seen someone here, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. However, they had no time to ponder this. At this moment, capturing that man was the most important thing. The elderly couple strolling by the roadside would never have imagined that they had just lingered on the edge of death. If it weren't for Song Tianli's intervention, they would likely have been killed. I stopped him once. I wonder if he will continue to kill. Song Tianli thought to himself. If this man intended to keep killing, it would be quite abnormal. There must be some kind of purpose behind it. Such unusual behavior was generally related to the chosen ones. Therefore, he wanted to keep watching to see what the man would do next. In any case, he had made up his mind. No matter what the other party did, he would find a way to counteract him. He would not let him succeed. After racing forward for a distance, 3 more passers-by were sitting by the roadside drinking. Sure enough, when the man saw them, he charged towards them without hesitation. Here he comes again. If he is a chosen one, then his golden finger must be related to killing, Song Tianli speculated. He split off 3 more clones to stop the man. The man had an exceptionally keen sense of danger. As soon as Song Tianli made a move, he sensed it immediately. He chose to retreat at the first opportunity. Who exactly are you? He asked, looking at Song Tianli's clone after stepping back. A chosen one, I give you a chance to pledge loyalty to our heavenly sovereign. I can spare your life, Song Tianli said. He didn't genuinely want the man to submit, he was merely testing whether the man was a chosen one. A coward hiding in the shadows, afraid to show his true self, and yet you dare to act presumptuously in front of me with 2 puppets? The man scoffed at Song Tianli. Upon hearing this, Song Tianli frowned slightly. The man didn't respond, making it impossible for him to determine whether he was a chosen one based on his words. He hadn't expected the man to see through his clones so easily. So far, only Diyu and Xingguang had been able to see through his clones. But what realms were those two in, and what realm was this man in? The mere realm of 5 organs had allowed him to split off his own clone, which only indicated one thing: he must be a chosen one. Different chosen ones had different abilities. Only a chosen one could discern his clones with the strength of the 5 organs realm. Naturally, Song Tianli became interested in the chosen one. I'll say it again, submit to our heavenly sovereign, or die. Song Tianli's clone said coldly. The man completely ignored Song Tianli's clone. He dashed off into the distance. With Song Tianli's clone present, he wouldn't be able to kill those 3 people in the short term. If he didn't leave soon, the patrol team would catch up. That would be troublesome. You can't escape. Shadow mimicry technique. Song Tianli's clone used an attack, trying to control the man. However, just as his shadow was about to connect with the man's shadow, the man quickly twisted his body to evade. It had happened like this last time, and it was the same this time. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time was practically inevitable. Song Tianli was certain that the man had a strong perception of any subtle danger. That was why he could make the most advantageous evasive moves at critical moments. However, he did not intend to let the other party go so easily. He couldn't believe that the other party could dodge once or twice, but could evade every single time. Thus, Song Tianli's 3 clones formed a triangle and chased after the man. While pursuing, he used the shadow mimicry technique, trying to block the opponent. If it weren't for the patrol team chasing behind, Song Tianli would have conjured thousands of clones. With thousands of clones using the shadow mimicry technique simultaneously, he wanted to see how the other party would dodge. However, the man's speed was extremely fast, and the shadow mimicry technique couldn't restrain him at all. It seems I can only suppress him with speed, Song Tianli murmured. Then, his 3 clones gathered together, standing in a shape resembling the character. The front clone suddenly leaped high into the air. Spiral sphere. The 2 clones behind him slapped their palms onto his feet. With this slap, they utilized the principle of the spiral sphere. In an instant, it was as if nitrogen boosters appeared on the feet of the front clone. He shot towards the man like an arrow released from a bow. Sensing danger, the man stomped hard on the ground with both feet. Instantly, his body soared into the air, dodging Song Tianli's flying clone. However, Song Tianli's attack was not so simple. He twisted his body and struck out a palm towards the man. Bagua empty palm. This was Niji's technique. An almost imperceptible attack headed towards the man. The man sensed the danger, but his body had just leaped up, and it was too late to evade. With no other choice, he had to raise a protective shield in front of his chest. Bang! The next second, a loud bang echoed, and the man was sent flying. At the same time, the 2 clones behind Song Tianli launched their attacks. Leaf Hurricane Kick. Spiral Sphere. The 2 clones executed different attacks. Just as these 2 attacks were about to land on him, the man became furious. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Bye! After he uttered the word bye, suddenly, Song Tianli's attacking clone paused for a moment. The next second, the 2 clones suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Song Tianli's main body received the information transmitted back from the clones, looking puzzled. Normally, clones would only dissipate when he actively dispelled them or when they were attacked. However, in that moment, Song Tianli was certain that his clones had not been attacked at all. Yet, they dissipated. This scene was quite bizarre. Fortunately, Song Tianli was not an ordinary person. He quickly thought of a possibility. That man had used a golden finger. However, Song Tianli did not know what the other party's golden finger was, so he did not realize the attack earlier. After thinking it over, this was the only reason that made sense. What a strange golden finger, without any warning. If I'm not mistaken, his golden finger's level should be first class. Once this speculation arose, Song Tianli's expression became particularly serious. So far, he had encountered quite a few chosen ones. And Ben, He Tianrui, Beastman, Wu Xiaoyuan, and a mysterious Yi Qingtian. The strength of these individuals was indeed formidable. However, their attacks, even the most mysterious Yi Qingtian, all had traces to follow. But this man just now had an attack that was very inexplicable. Moreover, he could see through his clones at a glance. It seemed that only a first-class golden finger could possess such ability. In front of a chosen one with a first-class golden finger, no matter how outrageous the events were, they would be considered normal. I don't know your name, so for now, I'll just call you the Slayer. Song Tianli gave that man a title. Since he always liked to kill for no reason, calling him the Slayer was most appropriate. He decided to have some fun with this Slayer. After the Slayer killed Song Tianli's clone, he found that the patrol team had already caught up. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, then fixed his gaze on the few people. I don't want to kill you. Why do you keep chasing me? The Slayer said to the members of the patrol team. He was not incapable of killing these few people from the Five Caves realm. Rather, he couldn't kill them. Because, as everyone knew, the patrol team was the most protective of their own. If he killed these people, once the news reached the patrol team, they would definitely send strong fighters to hunt him down. The patrol team had countless strong fighters, and he had not yet grown strong enough. If the patrol team sent strong fighters to encircle him, he would be in danger. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to kill these members of the patrol team. You murderous maniac, according to our investigation, the number of people you've killed has already exceeded 3 digits. Now come back with us to the patrol team for judgment, said a member of the patrol team. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli's eyes widened upon hearing this. Although he knew that the Slayer's golden finger was related to killing, he did not expect that he had already killed so many people. But what connection could there be between killing and the golden finger? I wonder if he only kills people or if he kills all living things. Song Tianli suddenly had a guess. He had just thought of Wu Shouyuan. Wu Shouyuan's golden finger allowed him to bring items and skills from the game into the real world. So, could it be that this Slayer treats reality as a game? Killing a person would accumulate experience, just like killing monsters in a game. When the accumulated experience was enough, he would level up, which meant improving his realm. That was why he was so reckless in wanting to kill. So far, he had already killed over 100 people. If it were just that, it wouldn't count as a top-tier golden finger. At most, it would be a second-tier golden finger. However, Song Tianli's intuition told him that the Slayer's golden finger should not be that simple. He still couldn't understand the means by which the Slayer had killed his clone. If it were just the golden finger, he guessed, it shouldn't have such bizarre methods. What if I don't go back? The Slayer said to the members of the patrol team. Going back with them would mean certain death for him. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us. Make your move, said the members of the patrol team as they acted. They formed a quadrilateral, surrounding the Slayer within. Each person had an iron ring in their hands. The rings glowed and intertwined, forming a massive orange net that covered the sky. From this orange net, the sound of electricity crackled from time to time, giving a particularly dangerous feeling. Seeing this net, the Slayer became as restless as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He was particularly sensitive to danger and immediately sensed the immense threat posed by the net. You are forcing me, the Slayer said in a tone filled with killing intent. Then, he extended his hands and clawed in the direction of the four. Come pair. Again, that familiar word. At this moment, Song Tianli used his white eyes to carefully observe all the Slayer's movements, wanting to see what his golden finger was all about. He saw that a strange energy suddenly appeared on one of the members of the patrol team. This energy surged into his heart. The next second, the vitality within this member suddenly vanished. Bang! Then, the member's body fell straight down, colliding with the ground with a thud. With his fall, the net formed by the 4 patrol team members also shattered. The killer's figure flickered and fled into the distance. Lu Yang! The other members of the patrol team shouted their companion's name, but it was of no use. This murderer is too strange, we must request reinforcements. Agreed. They were all practitioners at the 5 caves level, and dealing with the killer was truly exhausting. Not only was it difficult to pursue him, but fighting was equally strenuous. They had not even figured out the opponent's methods before their companion was killed. To deal with the killer, they could only deploy members at the Qi Mansion level. What exactly are the killer's methods? Song Tianli thought while flying in the air and tracking the opponent. He had just observed carefully, yet still did not discover the opponent's techniques. Watching the killer speed away, a glint of killing intent flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. There would definitely be an intersection between them in the future. At that time, it would be a fight to the death. If he did not kill him now, he would have to face an even more powerful killer in the future. Rather than that, it was better to eliminate the danger while it was still small. However, he was conflicted. The chosen ones had many methods, and killing one was not an easy task. If he failed to kill him this time, many of his own techniques might be exposed. When facing him again in the future, he could find himself at a disadvantage. It could be said that Song Tianli was now in a dilemma. No matter whether he acted or not, there were disadvantages for him. Watching the killer run further away, Song Tianli slowly clenched his fists. In the end, he made up his mind. He reached out and put his hand into his pocket, pulling out his phone. Then, he dialed Du's number. Du was not resting, so she quickly answered the call. Du, I need your help. Can you come over? Song Tianli said. If he acted himself, there would be risks, but he could have Du take action. Previously, when the killer saw Du, he turned and ran. This indicated that Du posed a lethal threat to him. Since that was the case, let Du take action. Soon, Du arrived by Song Tianli's side. Du, I want you to help me kill someone, it's him. Song Tianli said directly without beating around the bush. No, I cannot kill innocents indiscriminately. As the human emperor, Du naturally could not act recklessly against people. Although she was not in their era now, she still could not kill people at will. It's not indiscriminate killing. From what I've learned, this person is extremely wicked. He has already killed hundreds of ordinary citizens. If we let him go, there will definitely be more people killed by him. In the future, when his strength increases, he is likely to become a demon that kills countless. Although Song Tianli had some suspicion of using Du, what he said was reasonable. This killer was currently only at the 5 caves level, and he had already killed hundreds. If his strength grew stronger, the number of people he killed would only increase. By then, it might reach tens of thousands, or even millions. If it weren't for the extraordinary strength of him and Du, this killer would have already intended to eliminate both of them. Moreover, throughout this chase, the killer had killed anyone he encountered without distinction. The stronger such a person became, the greater the harm he would cause. Is this true? Du asked. If what Song Tianli said was true, then this killer indeed deserved to die. As the human emperor, she should eliminate harm for the people. It's true, Song Tianli said with a serious expression. However, Du chose not to believe him and instead turned her gaze to the killer who was charging forward. Just that one glance made the killer's hair stand on end. He felt an extremely powerful sense of crisis. He quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the threat. But no matter how hard he looked, he found nothing. Who is it? Show yourself! The killer shouted loudly. He believed that his perception of danger could not arise without reason. There must be someone around him. However, despite his loud calls, no one appeared. At that moment, Du, floating in the air, had golden light shining from her eyes. She noticed that the killer indeed had a strong smell of blood on him, and there were over 100 black causal lines surrounding him. This indicated that he had killed hundreds of people. Song Tianli was not lying. He truly deserves to die, Du said. After saying this, she raised her palm and struck down at the killer. Instantly, a massive palm print descended from the sky. At the same time, the killer sensed the threat from above and hurriedly looked up. He immediately saw the enormous palm print coming down. He wanted to dodge, but the palm print was too large, he couldn't escape at all. Under the killer's desperate gaze, the palm print landed on him. Boom! Following that, a deafening sound echoed. The entire Qianzhou seemed to shake violently. The killer was directly smashed into a pulp by that slap. Gulp! Song Tianli swallowed hard. So strong, he murmured. He knew Du was powerful, but this seemingly casual strike was just too strong. Not to mention a killer at the 5th Song realm, even he, who had already broken through to the Qi Mansion realm, would undoubtedly die facing such a blow. However, Song Tianli did not relax. The chosen ones were not so easily killed, they might have the ability to resurrect. So, he conjured 2 clones and began searching for something where the palm print had fallen. At the same time, he remained extremely vigilant. He was worried that the killer might suddenly resurrect and launch an attack on him. After searching for a while, Song Tianli spotted an ancient coin. He hurriedly stepped forward to pick it up. This is the Divine Judgment Coin. Looking at the Divine Judgment Coin in his hand, Song Tianli's eyes showed a hint of disbelief. He still found it hard to believe that a chosen one could be killed like this without resurrecting. When did chosen ones become so fragile? When he saw Du, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that the chosen ones were too weak, but that Du was too strong. A chosen one who had not yet grown was as fragile as paper in front of Du. The clone brought the Divine Judgment Coin over and handed it to Song Tianli's main body. No reaction at all? He frowned and said. Last time, he had asked for Divine Judgment to kill an orc, so his Divine Judgment Coin had been nourished. The cost of his golden finger could be shared with someone else, reducing the cost by half. The killer was not killed by him, so why was the Divine Judgment Coin he obtained useless? While studying the Divine Judgment Coin, he returned to the villa with Du. He could not accept that the Divine Judgment Coin of a dead chosen one would become a useless item. He firmly believed that he just hadn't found the right method. With this thought, he lay on the bed and began his research. He found that he could no longer read the rules of the golden finger within the divine judgment coin as he had before. After studying for a while without finding a breakthrough, he summoned his divine judgment coin. Just then, he noticed that a light was emanating from his divine judgment coin. This light fell upon the divine judgment coin in his hand. So that's how it is. Song Tianli suddenly understood. After the chosen one is killed by an external force, the divine judgment coin becomes ownerless. An ownerless divine judgment coin will fall into a state of sleep. As a result, even if others obtain the divine judgment coin, it is useless. They cannot access the golden finger within it. However, when the chosen one acquires this ownerless divine judgment coin, they can use their own divine judgment coin to activate the sleeping one. This way, they can read the golden finger contained within the divine judgment coin. This indicates that matters between chosen ones only concern the chosen ones themselves and are unrelated to others. With the activation of the killer's divine judgment coin, Song Tianli finally managed to read the golden finger inside. What a perversion! No wonder he keeps killing. Song Tianli murmured. The killer's golden finger was indeed a top-tier one. He summarized the rules of the golden finger as follows. It can quantify the combat power of both parties. As long as one kills the opponent, they can obtain the opponent's combat value. If the opponent's combat value is lower than their own, they can weigh it, and after weighing, they can execute a swift kill. With this golden finger, one can sense threats and malice from any direction and any being, allowing for the most advantageous evasion initially. This golden finger is very easy to understand. It quantifies the combat power of both parties. For example, if the chosen one's combat power is 10,000, and the opponent's combat power is 6,000. If the chosen one kills someone with a combat power of only 6,000, their combat power will rise to 16,000. Of course, the combat power granted by external factors does not count. The so-called extra boost refers to the combat power enhanced by external factors. If an ordinary adult's combat power is considered 5, then if they wield a sword, their combat power can reach 10. If they wield a gun, it might reach 20. The extra combat power is considered an external boost. A person with this golden finger, when killing an adult armed with a firearm, can only increase their combat power by 5, not 20. This is also why Song Tianli's avatar was recognized by the killer at a glance. Although Song Tianli's avatar was not weak in combat power, it was merely an avatar. Even if it was killed, it would not increase the killer's combat power. Even killing a newborn child would only increase the combat power by the minimum value of 1. When seeing that a being's potential combat power increases 0, it can only mean that they are not a real person. Understanding this, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief. He realized why his avatar was recognized. At this moment, he also understood why the killer killed so many people and why he killed anyone he encountered. With each kill, his strength increased by 1. To be honest, possessing such a golden finger, if one's mindset is unstable, it is very easy to become a murderer. Although ordinary people's combat power is weak, it allows the killer to rise rapidly from weakness. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. The killer's method of eliminating avatars was to compare the combat power of both parties. After the comparison, the avatar's combat power was weak, so it was instantly killed. To outsiders, this seemed like a momentary event, naturally failing to detect the underlying clues. However, those killed by the ability to compare do not increase the chosen one's combat power. Moreover, this ability has a limit on the number of uses. It seems this is why the killer was initially unwilling to act against Song Tianli's avatar. There was no benefit, and it would consume the uses of comparison. At this moment, Song Tianli felt incredibly fortunate. The killer's golden finger grew relatively slowly in the early stages. Because of their weak strength, the people they could kill were also weak. The weaker the opponent, the lower the combat power. Even if they were killed, the increase in combat power would be less. If, in the later stages, the killer's strength became stronger, then, he would be able to kill those who are stronger. It's a bit like a snowball. At the beginning, the snowball is very small. But over time, the snowball grows larger and larger. If the killer is given enough time, he will become ridiculously strong. Song Tianli felt incredibly fortunate about his previous decision. Such an opponent, if encountered later, would be particularly tricky. Killing him in the cradle now was the best choice. Having figured out the killer's golden finger, the next step was naturally to find a way to merge his divine judgment coin. Song Tianli held the killer's divine judgment coin and slowly approached his own. When the two made contact, a force of attraction appeared on his divine judgment coin. In the next moment, the killer's divine judgment coin transformed into a stream of light and entered Song Tianli's divine judgment coin. At that moment, two options appeared before Song Tianli. The first option, use the killer's divine judgment coin to enhance his own golden finger, reducing the cost after ability selection. This was the same result as when Song Tianli had killed the orc before. In this way, if Song Tianli chose to share the cost after selecting an ability, it would only be 1/3. Bearing only 1/3 of the cost was quite tempting. The second option, retain the killer's golden finger. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli directly chose the second option. The cost of his own golden finger could still be reduced by hunting other chosen ones in the future. However, the killer's golden finger was something that could not be sought after. Once retained, his strength would grow exceptionally fast. As Song Tianli made his decision, the marks of 3 divine judgment coins flickered on his chest. After flickering for a few seconds, they disappeared. From today onwards, Song Tianli had 3 golden fingers. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Previously, it was said that 3 days after the Chosen One left the city of Chosen, the golden finger and the host would completely merge. At that point, the golden finger of the Chosen One could not be seized. Song Tianli had always believed this, but now it seemed otherwise. As long as the divine judgment did not kill the Chosen One could obtain his divine judgment coin and thus gain his golden finger. However, for an ordinary Chosen One, killing him was not an easy task. After all, the means of self-preservation for Chosen Ones were far too many. This time, if it weren't for Du's intervention, Song Tianli really wouldn't have been confident in completely killing the killer. In some ways, the killer's death was a bit unjust. Who should I kill? At this moment, Song Tianli suddenly fell into a dilemma. Naturally, he couldn't kill anyone he saw like the killer did. Not to mention that he had at least a basic moral line, he was not a psychopathic murderer. If he really did that, Du might take action against him. Du had previously acted against the killer precisely because of his indiscriminate slaughter. If he wanted to enhance his strength through such means, there were 2 methods. First, kill some truly heinous people. Second, kill those who wanted to kill him. The first method was slightly more reliable. However, heinous people wouldn't come knocking on his door, he would need to seek them out himself. The second method was a bit less reliable, because, under normal circumstances, no one would actively hunt him down, unless he brought it upon himself. But bringing it upon himself did not align with his survival philosophy. How could someone who decided to promote the survival philosophy actively seek death? After thinking it over, I can only cooperate with the inspection team, Song Tianli muttered to himself. The inspection team patrolled the 9 major states, and their job was to arrest or kill those who committed crimes, protecting the people of the 9 states. They have their own channels to search for the most heinous individuals. Moreover, by cooperating with the inspection team, he would have a legitimate reason to kill, to rid the people of harm. Furthermore, he could also establish a connection with the authorities, which would be like latching onto another powerful ally. Although Xingguang and Dai are strong, one can never tell when they might leave his side. Their support may last for a time, but not for a lifetime. If he could latch onto the authorities, that would also be a good choice. The inspection team happens to be planning to recruit new members, I can give it a try. Song Tianli made his decision. Of course, he couldn't just go and find the inspection team openly, he needed a suitable opportunity. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Qian Shang, asking him to pay attention to the movements of the inspection team. As soon as he discovered any news about the inspection team recruiting, he was to inform him immediately. After doing all this, Song Tianli began to train his physical body. He was able to split into more and more clones, but his physical body was still a bit lagging behind. It seems I still need to find a way to strengthen my physical body. Previously, Song Tianli had burned part of his lifespan to increase the speed of enhancing his physical body. He burned 11 years of his lifespan, and with 10 times the efficiency, his physical enhancement speed reached 50 times. Now, he had only 85 years left to live. However, he had broken through to the Qi Mansion realm, which extended his lifespan. Without being killed by external forces, he could live for another 115 years. His lifespan had been extended by 30 years. Thus, he burned another 15 years of his lifespan, raising the speed of his physical enhancement to nearly 100 times. A 100 times enhancement speed was already quite impressive. After completing all this, Song Tianli officially began his physical training. This training lasted until dawn. After a night of practice, his strength had increased significantly. With my current strength, I should be able to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Let's give it a try, Song Tianli said as he squatted down, placing his palm on the floor of the basement. Soon, a Flying Thunder God mark appeared on the floor tiles. He moved out about 10 meters and left another mark. Then, he used the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, his body appeared next to the mark he had just left. Fortunately, my physical strength is strong enough, otherwise, using the Flying Thunder God would put too much strain on my body. Just now, Song Tianli felt that during that short movement of just a few meters, his body was being torn by a powerful force. If his physical strength had been any weaker, he would have surely been injured. Although the skills from Naruto are powerful, not all skills can be used immediately. Many skills require sufficient cultivation or physical support to use. After trying a few more spatial jumps, Song Tianli finally gained some understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. He discovered that so far, the range of his Flying Thunder God was only about 100 meters. Within this range, it was sufficient for combat. However, for escaping, it was somewhat lacking. Because marking a location and then performing a spatial jump took too much time, it would be better to just run directly. Unless the range of the Flying Thunder God was larger. Of course, there was good news as well. He could switch positions freely between his main body and clones. This would be very useful in direct combat. After familiarizing himself with the skill, Song Tianli left the basement. He was waiting for news from Qian Shang to see what method the inspection team was using to recruit. The sooner he could infiltrate the inspection team, the sooner he could openly rid the people of harm. Soon, Qian Shang sent a message. However, what he mentioned was not about the inspection team recruiting. Someone has come to the Song family to cancel the engagement. Seeing the message from Qian Shengfa, Song Tianli was completely bewildered. Breaking off the engagement, was it with him? But he had no idea he was even engaged. His father knew he was quite determined, so they had already discussed marriage matters long ago. His father would not interfere in his lifelong affairs. How could someone suddenly come to break off an engagement? Looks like I need to go back for a visit, Song Tianli said somewhat helplessly. The last time he found an excuse to have Song Shisan kick him out, he hadn't planned on returning anytime soon. He didn't expect such a turn of events to happen. This was too dramatic. When he had just crossed over, he had asked his father if there was an engagement arranged for him. His father had sworn that there absolutely was not. And now, here it was. So, Song Tianli sent a message to Qian Xingfa and headed towards the Song family. On the way, he used a transformation technique to change his appearance. At that moment, he looked like a slightly chubby man in his mid-20s. To fit his new persona, he even bought a large bag of snacks, eating as he walked. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Song family. I am the distant nephew of your steward Qian. My name is Ma Yunting. I have an appointment with him, please let him know, Song Tianli said to the two guards at the Song family gate. He figured he was the first person to return home and ask for an announcement. Naturally, he couldn't go back as Song Tianli since he had already been kicked out. So, he re-entered the Song family as Qian Shang's distant nephew. Please wait a moment. One of the guards at the gate glanced at Song Tianli and went inside the Song family. Qian Shang held a very high position in the Song family, and the guards didn't dare to make things difficult for him. You Song family are quite extravagant. I should have my uncle help me find a job in the Song family too, Song Tianli said while munching on potato chips. As soon as he said this, the other guard shot him a disdainful glance but said nothing. The Song family was not a place where just anyone could enter. If it weren't for knowing his relationship with Qian Shang, they would have mocked him long ago. Soon, Qian Shang came out with the guard from earlier. Uncle, it's me, Yuntung. Seeing Qian Shang, Song Tianli hurriedly approached. Come in with me, Qian Shang said, looking at Song Tianli. He knew Song Tianli had disguised himself, but he didn't expect the transformation to be so complete. If Song Tianli hadn't approached him, he wouldn't have recognized him at all. Alright, uncle. Your Song family is really impressive, it's clear you do big business. I wonder who is so capable, Song Tianli said while eating chips. Hearing this, Qian Shang rolled his eyes internally. Song Tianli was praising himself. 80% of the Song family's success today was due to him. However, the other members of the Song family didn't know this and thought he was just a country bumpkin coming to the city. What exactly is going on? Once they were away from others, Song Tianli lowered his voice and asked. He hadn't clarified much over the phone, so he needed to get the details now. I don't know the specifics either. When those people came, they just said they wanted to break off the engagement. The young master wasn't home, so I didn't take it upon myself to decide. I told them the young master had something to do today and wasn't home, and asked them to wait in the reception room. So, Shisan hasn't gone to see them yet. Qian Shang quickly explained the current situation. Alright, just tell Shisan one thing, if he asks, he knows nothing about the engagement. We'll discuss the other matters when we meet those people, Song Tianli instructed. Understood. Qian Shang replied and went to find Song Shisan. He went to inform Song Shisan of Song Tianli's instructions. Song Tianli walked towards the reception room, wanting to see who it was that wanted to break off the engagement with him. As he approached the reception room, he happened to see a maid from the Song family carrying tea, heading towards the reception room. Choyue, bring me the tea, Song Tianli said as he stepped forward. The maid, who was walking forward with the tea, turned her head upon hearing the voice. She realized she did not recognize the person speaking and had never seen him before. Instantly, her eyes filled with caution. How do you know my name? She asked, looking at Song Tianli. Seeing Choyue's wary expression, Song Tianli extended his hands and gently tapped 3 times on his finger joints. Less. Upon seeing this gesture, Choyue immediately understood Song Tianli's identity. Among the servants of the Song family, besides Qiansheng and Song Shisan, only Choyue knew who he was. On the surface, Choyue was just a servant serving tea in the Song family, but in reality, she held a high position. She controlled half of the shadows of the Song family. In terms of importance, her significance surpassed that of Song Shisan. In terms of status, she was only below Qiansheng. This was also why she personally served tea to the few people in the reception room. Because this way, she could take the opportunity to eavesdrop on what those people were saying. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Song Tianli appeared. Give me the tea, Steward Qian said to bring it over. Song Tianli said. Here you go. Choyue handed over the tea. Thus, Song Tianli carried the tea and walked towards the reception room. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the tea. Upon entering the reception room, he respectfully placed the tea in front of the few people. While placing the tea, he observed them. There were a total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men, 1 old and 2 young, exuded an extraordinary aura. The woman appeared to be about the same age as Song Tianli and was extremely beautiful. She also had an air of nobility, clearly a child of a wealthy family. However, she was far inferior to Du. Song Tianli initially wanted to take the opportunity of serving tea to listen to what these people would say. However, he found that after a long time, none of them had spoken a word. It seemed they were just waiting for Song Shisan to arrive. After serving the tea, Song Tianli did not leave but stood at the door. Not long after, Qiansheng and Song Shisan arrived. Everyone, this is our young master, Song Shisan. Qiansheng introduced to the group. I heard you came to break off the engagement? How come I, this young master, don't know when I had an engagement? Song Shisan casually sat in the main seat and said, appearing very carefree. He had to maintain his image as a spendthrift, so he naturally could not sit upright. Indeed, we are here to break off the engagement. This is the previous engagement. At this moment, the old man took out a marriage contract and said. Song Shisan took the marriage contract but did not open it immediately. No need to rush about the marriage contract, why don't you introduce yourselves first? I would like to know who exactly has an engagement with me? His words were mainly to make Song Tianli clear about the identities of the group. After all, Song Tianli was standing at the door and could not see the contents of the marriage contract. It seems you really know nothing at all. In that case, let us introduce ourselves. We come from the Wenren family in Zhengzhou. I suppose you in this remote area don't know much about Zhengzhou. The Wenren family is one of the 10 great families in Zhengzhou, and in terms of wealth and overall strength, it is not something your small Song family can compare to. Our young lady is one of the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation in Zhengzhou. We've inquired, and the young master of the Song family, Song Shisan, is nothing but a useless wastrel. He isn't even worthy to carry our young lady's shoes, so we have come today to annul the engagement, the old man said. They had naturally investigated the Song family and Song Shisan before coming to annul the engagement. As soon as he spoke, Song Tianli, Qiansheng, and Song Shisan all frowned. If they were just here to annul the engagement, they could do so directly. Why say such insulting words? Was it because they were used to being high and mighty, speaking in such a domineering manner? Or was it simply to humiliate the Song family? If it was the latter, it indicated some grudge between the Wenren family and the Song family. Based on Song Tianli's speculation, it might have something to do with his father. After all, his father had just gone to Zhengzhou not long ago. One of the top 10 prodigies? Huh? I've never heard of it. But if we're just talking about names, it should be similar to the previous top 10 courtesans, Song Shisan retorted mercilessly. Since the other party was already so rude, no matter how the Song family treated them, they wouldn't hold back or change their attitude. Whether it was compromising or flattering, it would be beneath the dignity of the Song family. Moreover, with such insults directed at the Song family and its young master, they could only respond in kind. Impudent! Dare to insult our young lady like this? The old man shouted. At the same time, a powerful aura surged from him. Their young lady was one of the top 10 prodigies. How could she be compared to someone like a courtesan? Second realm. Feeling the aura from the old man, Song Tianli gasped in his heart. Those who insult others will always be insulted. So, it's fine for you to insult my Song family, but when my young master speaks a few truths, it's not allowed? At that moment, Qiansheng stepped forward. Simultaneously, a powerful momentum emanated from him. Third realm. The old man was startled upon sensing Qian Shang's aura. He hadn't expected that in a small Song family, there would be someone at the third realm. One should know that a third realm expert could be considered strong even in Zhengzhou. Why would such a small Song family have such a powerful figure? Uncle Wu, step back. Just as both sides were about to clash, the woman spoke. Her voice was pleasant but carried a sense of distance. Hearing her voice, the old man retracted his aura. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wenren Buhui. I don't want to say much more. Song Shisan, the young master of the Song family, is uneducated and a complete wastrel. He is simply unworthy of me, so I will not fulfill this former engagement. The purpose of my visit today is simple. I need the Song family to provide me with a letter of annulment. Wenren Buhui stood up and said calmly. Although her tone was calm, it felt commanding, as if it must be executed. Unworthy of you? With someone like you, this young master is more than worthy of 10 of you. I don't recognize this nonsensical engagement. As for the annulment, whoever established the engagement, you should go find them. As Song Shisan spoke, he threw the engagement letter towards Wenren Buhui. Earlier, Song Tianli had already signaled Song Shisan to act freely. So, Song Shisan was fearless. Seeing him throw the engagement letter, Song Tianli almost exclaimed, "Well done." This way of handling it was something even he hadn't thought of. Not looking at the engagement letter, whatever happens, happens. To annul the engagement, wouldn't it make sense to find the person who established the engagement? This engagement was set by Huangfu Shuling, and now that Huangfu Shuling is dead, I can only come to the Song family, Wenren Buhui said. Hearing her say the name Huangfu Shuling, the reception room of the Song family instantly fell into a deathly silence. This name was taboo in the Song family, no one dared to mention it casually, because this was the mother of Song Tianli. Song Tianli had little memory of his mother. He had heard that she passed away due to an accident when he was just a month old. He wasn't clear on the specifics of the accident, as he was too young at the time. Even though he was a transmigrator, his understanding of the outside world was very vague due to his physical condition. Thus, he knew very little about his mother. When he grew a bit older, every time he asked his father about her, his father would only say that she had died in an accident, but he never elaborated on the details of that accident. Song Tianli originally thought that his engagement was arranged by his father. He never expected it to be his mother's doing. You should take a look at the marriage certificate. Wenren Buhui waved his hand, and the marriage certificate flew back. Song Shisan caught the marriage certificate again. Song Tianli gave him a look, and in an instant, Song Shisan understood and opened the marriage certificate. The marriage certificate was quite informal, containing only a few words. The son of Huangfu Shuling and the daughter of Wenren Baiwei are engaged. The daughter of Wenren Baiwei is a concubine. Song Shisan read the marriage certificate aloud. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Song family were once again dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. The next moment, Song Shisan burst into laughter. You all are so arrogant. I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a concubine. This young master declares this is the best joke I've heard this year. You've done well, successfully making this young master laugh. Come, someone, reward them. Song Shisan said loudly. Song Tianli cooperatively stepped forward and took out a few coins, tossing them at the feet of several people. This action was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. Instantly, Wenren Buhui and the other three were filled with rage. I advise you not to misjudge yourselves, otherwise, it will bring disaster to the Song family, the old man said. Disaster? Do you really think the Song family is made of clay? Whatever means you have, use them. The Song family is not afraid. Chen Shang stepped forward at this moment. Let me ask you once, are you really not going to annul the engagement? Wenren Buhui asked. If you want to annul the engagement, it's not impossible. Since you are the ones regretting the marriage, then show some sincerity, rather than just coming here with 2 shoulders and a mouth. Aren't you the Wenren family, one of the 10 great families of Zhengzhou? Offer 1,000,000 spirit stones, and the marriage will be nullified, Chen Shang said again. Song Tianli had said nothing earlier, just a look was enough for him to understand. This inexplicable marriage was not worth more than some practical benefits. 1,000,000 spirit stones? You really dare to ask for such a high price, the old man said. 1,000,000 spirit stones was an astronomical figure in the land of Zhozhou. Spirit stones were different from Shenzhou coins, they were exceptionally precious. Because there were not many spirit stones in the 9 great states. Even for the 10 great families of Zhengzhou, it was impossible to produce that amount all at once. Too expensive? Then how about 1 Shenzhou coin? Qian Shang said. Just a concubine, do you really think this young master values that? Such a thing, even if given to this young master, he might not want it. 1 coin to buy it, Song Shirsan said nonchalantly. The two of them played off each other, infuriating the people from the Wunrun family. 1 Shenzhou coin was nothing, but if this got out, it would greatly impact Wunrun Buhui's reputation. After all, her engagement was only as a concubine. If they only compensated with 1 Shenzhou coin, it would make people think that Wunrun Buhui was only worth that much. I heard that the Wunrun family compensates according to their own wishes, Wunrun Buhui said, waving his hand, and several large boxes appeared in the reception room. The old man stepped forward and opened these boxes one by one. Among them, 1 box contained spirit stones, about 1,000 of them. The other boxes held some antique calligraphy and paintings, gold bars, and gold bricks. The total value of these items is approximately 300 million Shenzhou coins, which counts as our Wunrun family's compensation. Now, I kindly ask young Master Song to write a letter of withdrawal from the engagement. You should understand the gap between us, one is in the sky, the other is underground. If it weren't for the engagement from years ago, we might never have crossed paths. Wunrun Buhui looked at Song Shirsan and said, indeed, this young master, this high and mighty swan, is not something just anyone is qualified to taste. It's very good that you have this self-awareness, Song Shirsan said, looking at Wunrun Buhui with a tone of praise. Hearing this, Wunrun Buhui clenched her fists. Song Shirsan's words were infuriating, she really wanted to give him a beating. My wife has been dead for nearly 20 years, why didn't you come to withdraw the engagement during this time? Now you come, and if I'm not mistaken, your Wunrun family has been observing for these 20 years. With the arrival of divine grace, were you watching to see if my Song family's young master has become a chosen one? Now you should have investigated clearly, my young master is not a chosen one, so you feel there is no value. Thus, you specifically came to withdraw the engagement. At this moment, Song Tianli stepped forward and said. After speaking, he stood behind Song Shirsan. He had been thinking about this matter, and this was the most likely scenario he could come up with. So what if he is? If he were a chosen one, I might still look at him with some regard. Unfortunately, he is just a useless piece of mud, a spendthrift. What qualifications does he have to be my Wunrun Buhui's man? Regarding Song Tianli's speculation, Wunrun Buhui did not deny it at all. A small Song family was not something they needed to take seriously. She originally did not want to clarify this matter. Since the Song family had guessed it, there was no need for her to hide it anymore. Such dishonesty, despicable and shameless, going back on one's word, forgetting loyalty for beauty, fickle-minded, a woman of poor quality, even if given to this young master, I wouldn't want her. Isn't it just a withdrawal from the engagement? This young master agrees. Come, bring me ink, paper, and an inkstone. Under Song Tianli's gesture, Song Shirsan agreed to the withdrawal. Soon, a servant from the Song family brought ink, paper, and an inkstone. Song Shirsan took the paper and began to write. I, Song Shirsan, today specifically dissolve the engagement with Wunrun Buhui. These 20 characters were written in a crooked manner. It is no exaggeration to say that even an elementary school student would write much better than him. This also fit his character as a spendthrift with no skills. To make it seem formal, he even signed his full name. And in duplicate. Come on, sign. Once you sign, you can go wherever you like, Song Shirsan said. Wunrun Buhui ignored Song Shirsan's mockery and stepped forward to write her name on the withdrawal letter. Whether it was the engagement letter or the withdrawal letter, the content was very informal. To put it bluntly, it was basically like children playing house. However, Wunrun Buhui valued this very much, as if she absolutely needed this thing. This puzzled Song Tianli. Logically speaking, the Song family was completely unaware of this engagement matter. The Wunrun family could completely deny it, and the Song family wouldn't say anything about it. Furthermore, even if the Song family knew about the engagement, with the strength displayed by the Song family, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the Wunrun family. Why must there be this ridiculous letter of withdrawal from the engagement? There must be some unknown reason behind it. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Let's go. Wunrun Buhui said, and took the people from the Wunrun family away. Take your junk with you, Song Shirsan shouted from behind. He was referring to the things in the box. No one from the Wunrun family paid him any mind and left the Song family directly. Since they don't want it, then let's put it away. 300 million Shenzhou coins, why not take it? At this moment, Song Tianli spoke up. What does the young master think about this matter? Qian Sheng turned to look at Song Tianli and asked. It's obvious that there must be some hidden circumstances we don't know about. Have the shadow checked what has happened in Zhengzhou during this time, and also look into the Wunrun family? Song Tianli said. Yes, the information we notify today should yield results by tomorrow. Qian Sheng nodded. By the way, have you found any results regarding the recruitment information for the inspection team I asked you to check? There are results. The inspection team in Qianzhou has set up 3 checkpoints, recruiting cultivators from all over Qianzhou. If one can pass these 3 checkpoints, they can become a reserve member of the inspection team. Have you found out the details of the checkpoints? Not yet. The specific details will be announced by the inspection team tomorrow. Alright, if there's any news, inform me in a timely manner. As Song Tianli said this, he prepared to leave. Aren't you staying at the Song family? Xian Shang looked at Song Tianli curiously and asked. He had thought that after returning to the Song family as his nephew, Song Tianli would stay for a while longer. He didn't expect him to leave so soon. I have other matters to attend to. After I leave, the Song family should maintain a level 2 alert, Song Tianli then said. For some reason, he always felt a sense of unease in his heart. It seemed like something was about to happen, and when Rinbu Hui's withdrawal from the engagement was just the beginning. To avoid being implicated, it was better to stay outside. He tightly clung to the thighs of the 2 big shots, Xingguang and Dai. With them around, all evils would retreat. Yes. Xian Shang nodded. A level 2 alert was already considered a very urgent situation. This was the highest level of alert for the Song family aside from matters of life and death. After giving these instructions, Song Tianli left the reception room and intended to leave. When he arrived at the courtyard, he found Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizai sparring in the yard. Since he and Lang Han left, only these 2 remained of Song Shisan's original 4 great warriors. Wu Zizai and Yu Chuanqiu no longer referred to themselves as the 4 great warriors, but as the Wuyou 2 generals. To be honest, Song Tianli still missed the time they spent as the 4 great warriors. Although brief, it was very interesting. Fortunately, they had all passed the test of the 4 seasons Pang Lai and became provisional disciples of the 4 seasons Pang Lai. Soon, they would reunite at the 4 seasons Pang Lai. Neither Song Shisan nor Qian Shang noticed that when Song Tianli left, he left behind a flying thunder god mark in a place that was not easily noticeable. If something really happened to the Song family, he would let his clone return to the Song family through this flying thunder god mark. This was also why he left the Song family like that. After when Rinbu Hui and his group left the Song family, they returned to a hotel. Miss, how was it? The old man asked one Rinbu Hui. We insulted Song Shisan so much before, but I can feel it very clearly. This Song Shisan has no anger in his heart at all. He seems to have remained exceptionally calm from beginning to end. All those so-called boastful words of his were basically just for show. Therefore, I can conclude that Song Shisan's image as an unlearned and wasteful son is something he has deliberately disguised. Song Shisan is far from as incompetent as the rumors suggest, he is quite cunning, when Renbuhui said. As expected, I said, how could Huangfu Shuling's son really be that mediocre? Song Sihai has already returned to Zhongzhou, although he hasn't done anything yet. But based on our understanding of Song Sihai, he never fights an unprepared battle. Since he has returned to Zhongzhou, he will surely stir up countless waves. We will sit back and watch the tigers fight. Once we see Song Sihai show weakness, we will add fuel to the fire. We will completely erase the Song family and Song Shisan, the old man said. Now that we have the divorce letter in hand, we will no longer be tied to the Song family. We can also start implementing our previous plans, Wen Ranbuhui said. The 2 men with them, whether at the Song family or in the hotel, had remained silent the entire time. They looked like 2 emotionless robots. Wen Ranbuhui and the old man seemed to have grown accustomed to their behavior. They spoke directly about their matters, as if the 2 men did not exist at all. Although Song Tianli suspected that someone might be targeting the Song family, he did not know who exactly was behind it. After leaving the Song family, he returned to the villa. Because he had less than 2 days until the next random teleportation, he needed to settle and prepare. At the same time, he planned to inform Xingguang, so he could be mentally prepared. After returning to the villa, Song Tianli went to find Xingguang. Xingguang was still engrossed in his game, oblivious to everything else. Xingguang, you will probably suddenly leave the villa tomorrow afternoon and appear in another place. You need to be mentally prepared. Song Tianli said to Xingguang. It doesn't matter, wherever I appear, it won't affect my gaming. Tomorrow, I will definitely become the #1 player in the national server of King of Glory. Then I will show you what a genius is. Xingguang replied while playing. Hearing this, Song Tianli looked at him helplessly. When Xingguang was gaming, he barely registered what others said, it was like words went in one ear and out the other. Even though he responded, he wouldn't remember what he said once the game was over. So, he chose not to engage with Xingguang further. He had said what needed to be said. For the next day, Song Tianli stayed in the villa and did not go anywhere else. The Song family had been calm these past 2 days, with nothing happening. Although the Song family had uncovered some information about the Wonrin family, it was very limited. The 10 great families of Zhengzhou were extremely difficult to infiltrate. Even though Song Tianli had set up shadows early on, it was still hard to find useful information. However, they did manage to gather some information. The Wenren family is one of the 10 great families of Zhengzhou, and can also be said to be one of the most powerful 10 families in the 9 provinces. The other 9 great families are the Dongfang family, the Baiming family, the Bailey family, the Shangwan family, the Shimin family, the Nangong family, the Gongyang family, the Wangfu family, and the Dongdong family. These 10 families represent the most concentrated power, strength, and wealth in the 9 provinces. The seat of respect in the 9 provinces, which is the administrator of the 9 provinces, is generally born from these 10 families. A competition election is held every 10 years. If a member of any family becomes the seat of respect, that family immediately transforms into the number 1 family in the 9 provinces. The current seat of respect comes from the Dongfang family, named Dongfang Tiexiong. Therefore, the Dongfang family is now the number 1 family in the 9 provinces. According to the investigation by the Shadows, a monumental event occurred in Central State 20 years ago. At that time, all 10 major families were swept into it. The entire Central State was drenched in blood, with piles of corpses like mountains. However, after the dust settled on that incident, the 10 major families chose to remain silent. It seemed they had made a pact to never mention what happened that year. Even the Shadows could not uncover the specifics of what transpired back then. However, the Shadows did find out that the incident was related to a family outside the 10 major families. It can't be related to our Song family, can it? Song Tianli muttered to himself after reading the information sent by the Shadows. If it had nothing to do with the Song family, then why did Wenren Buhui come to the Song family to annul the engagement? What was this engagement all about? Was his mother, Huangfu Shuling, a member of the Huangfu family? But there was one thing that didn't make sense. When he crossed over, the Song family was just a small family. It wasn't even significant in Xianzhou, let alone in Central State. How could such a family pose a threat to the 10 major families? Besides that, the Shadow surprisingly couldn't find out where his father had gone. Previously, according to Qian Shang, his father had gone to Central State, but the Shadows found nothing. I just want to live a peaceful life, to develop quietly. Why is it so difficult? Song Tianli said helplessly. He just wanted to quietly be a king of survival, but life was always full of drama. If the events that happened in Central State 20 years ago were indeed related to the Song family, or to his father, then he could hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. One day, he would be caught up in it. Thinking of this, Song Tianli felt inexplicably restless. To be honest, he didn't like the feeling of things slipping out of his control. But when such things happened, he felt helpless. I can only use stillness to counter movement. Song Tianli took a deep breath and said. He didn't know what the Wenren family wanted to do, and he couldn't find out, so he could only remain vigilant and silently guard against it. However, he also knew that this was not a long-term solution. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days to guard against a thief. Seeing the countdown in his mind, Song Tianli returned to his room. He silently waited for the countdown to end. Meanwhile, in Xingguang's room, Xingguang was passionately playing a game. Pentakill! Ha ha ha! If I win this round, I'll be the number 1 in the national server. I ask, is there anyone else? At that moment, Xingguang's attitude was extremely arrogant. However, the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared. The price that Song Tianli had to pay for him arrived at that moment. As for where Xingguang was teleported to, no one knew. Whether there was a signal at the place he was sent to was also uncertain. At the same time, Song Tianli was also teleported away. Just like the first time he was teleported, he didn't feel much and simply vanished from the room. When he reappeared, he found himself in a room filled with classical charm. Ah! Before Song Tianli could clearly see the layout of the room, he heard a sharp and panicked scream. He quickly turned around to look in the direction of the sound and was first met with 2 towering, white peaks. These 2 mountains were extremely steep, not something an ordinary person could climb. Just one glance made Song Tianli feel his blood surging. Just as he was about to enjoy the scenery on the peaks, a sudden sharp attack came at him. This startled him, and he hurriedly stepped back while extending his palm. Return to heaven. He used the return to heaven technique for defense. Boom! With his defense, a loud explosion echoed. A wave of energy exploded in the air, shattering the items in the room in an instant. The sudden sound immediately drew the attention of those around. Not good, I need to get out of here, Song Tianli thought as he sensed the presence of others nearby. After saying that, he casually chose a direction and jumped out of the window. Byakugan, activate. He then activated his Byakugan to observe the surrounding environment. He discovered a garden over 300 meters ahead, filled with flowers, plants, and trees. Without any hesitation, he rushed toward the garden. Once inside, he could quickly hide using his skills. Meanwhile, behind Song Tianli, pursuers appeared. These individuals were not weak, possessing the strength of the Three Treasures realm. Soon, Song Tianli arrived at the garden. Multiple shadow clone technique. Transformation technique. Song Tianli used the multiple shadow clone technique to create a clone. At the same time, his real body transformed into a stone, blending into the garden. This way, his clone sped forward, drawing the pursuers away. The pursuers did not realize they were chasing only a clone. After leading them far away, Song Tianli dismissed the clone. His sudden disappearance left the pursuers bewildered. They searched around for a long time but could not find any trace of Song Tianli, so they returned to report. Song Tianli remained hidden in the garden, not daring to show himself. Even the guards had the strength of the Three Treasures realm. The others were likely even stronger. Song Tianli had just broken through to the Qi Mansion realm, and there were many who were more powerful than him. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. After hiding in the garden for a while and confirming that no one was pursuing him, he transformed back into his human form. Of course, this human form was also disguised using the transformation technique. Knowing he would be randomly teleported, he had prepared his disguise early. After returning to his human form, he took out a silent phone. "Lucky me, there's a signal," Song Tianli said excitedly. The last time he was teleported to a primitive forest, there was no signal at all. If it weren't for his decent knowledge reserve, he wouldn't have been able to determine where he was. This time, with a signal, he could locate himself. He quickly opened the map. This is actually Zhengzhou. When Song Tianli confirmed his location, his eyes widened in surprise. He had been investigating the 10 great families of Zhengzhou and never expected to find himself there. This also explained why the guards of a single family possessed the strength of the Three Treasures realm. Zhengzhou was filled with powerful individuals. Aside from the 10 divine realms, it was the place with the most practitioners and the strongest practitioners among the 9 great states. It was somewhat similar to the imperial capital of Blue Star. In the imperial capital, there were the most officials. A single brick could hit a department head. Since I've appeared in the imperial capital, I can take the opportunity to investigate thoroughly. What exactly happened 20 years ago, and what does it have to do with our Song family? Song Tianli silently thought. Multiple shadow clone technique. He then created 4 clones, sending them in 4 different directions. To investigate Zhengzhou, he first needed to understand the family he had appeared in. This family had guards and a large garden, indicating it was certainly not a small family. It might even be one of the 10 great families. One of Song Tianli's clones ran back in the direction he had come from. To investigate, he naturally had to start with the people. Soon, he returned to the outside of the room where he had first appeared. "A bunch of useless fools, can't even catch a single person. What good are you? Under your protection, people inexplicably appeared in my room, and you didn't even notice. Are we going to have to wait until he shows up at the foot of my bed to cut off my head before you realize?" Song Tianli heard a woman scolding the subordinates who had just chased him. It was clear that her tone was quite harsh. It was understandable. Song Tianli had appeared without any warning and had seen things he shouldn't have. Anyone in her position would likely be furious. Looking through the broken window, Song Tianli noticed that the speaker was not very old, around 24 or 25, with fair skin and beauty. She resembled Tsunade from Naruto. Both her demeanor and figure were similar. "Miss, it's really not our incompetence. That person is just too strange. We were about to catch up to him, and suddenly, he just disappeared. There were no signs at all. We searched everywhere else and found no trace of him," one subordinate, who seemed to be the leader, said to the woman. Hearing the leader's words, the woman did not accuse them of making excuses for their incompetence. Instead, she furrowed her brows, contemplating what the leader had just said. She suddenly recalled that Song Tianli had also appeared in her room without any warning before. Now, his sudden disappearance was not entirely out of the question. "Who do you think this person, who suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared, could be?" the woman asked the many subordinates. "Hard to say, he didn't use any techniques, so we can't judge," the leader replied. "Then did you get a good look at his appearance?" the woman asked again. "I saw it clearly." At that moment, a subordinate raised his hand and said, "Good, since you saw it clearly, then go and describe his appearance later." "Yes. From now on, double the guards in every corner. Both open and hidden sentries must be present. I don't want any blind spots in the entire Donggong family," the woman said loudly. "Understood," the subordinates replied in unison. At this moment, Song Tianli, who was hiding and watching, withdrew his gaze. Donggong family? What a coincidence, Song Tianli murmured. The Donggong family was one of the 10 great families of Zhengzhou and also the family of Lang Han. The reason Lang Han was being hunted down was because of the Donggong family. Song Tianli never expected to be randomly transported to the Donggong family. As one of the 10 great families, the Donggong family must know about the events from 20 years ago. Therefore, wanting to investigate the events from 20 years ago, the Donggong family was a good entry point. I wonder where Lang Han is now. Lang Han used to be a member of the Donggong family, perhaps he knows about the events from 20 years ago. Song Tianli thought to himself. With this in mind, he dismissed his clone and took out his phone again. Help me find out where Lang Han is now. He sent this message to Qian Shang. At that time, Lang Han was sent out of Qianzhou by someone arranged by the Song family. So, it wouldn't be difficult for the Song family to investigate his whereabouts. Soon, Qian Shang replied. Quanzhou, Xingfu Street. After seeing the message from Qian Shang, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Since Lang Han is not in Zhengzhou, from now on, I am Lang Han. No, to be precise, I am Donggong Yanlong. The relationship between Donggong Yanlong and the Donggong family was quite subtle. Although they shared the same surname, they were not considered family. However, there was a certain specific connection. Donggong Yanlong had already explained this point before, and Song Tianli happened to understand it well. Therefore, his impersonation of Donggong Yanlong should not reveal any flaws. However, the identity of Donggong Yanlong is quite sensitive, so impersonating him has its pros and cons. Song Tianli, upon realizing that this was the Donggong family, did not immediately appear with the appearance of Donggong Yanlong. Instead, he quietly waited. He was waiting for nightfall. A moonless, windy night is more convenient for action. As he waited, the night finally descended. Multiple shadow clone technique. Song Tianli conjured several clones and then used his stealth skill to head towards the Donggong family. This stealth skill is a technique of Black Absolute, allowing him to traverse underground. Generally, it is hard to be detected. Song Tianli could just use this skill to check on the situation of the Donggong family. The Donggong family occupies dozens of miles, with hundreds of houses, an absolute wealthy household. During his stealth, he noticed that compared to the daytime, the number of patrolling people and those hiding in the shadows had significantly increased. If he did not possess this stealth skill, with so many clones spreading out in the Donggong family, he would have been discovered long ago. It seems that they had heeded the words of the woman he encountered earlier. This made him a bit curious about who that woman was during the day, at such a young age, to have such a significant say in the Donggong family. Soon, one of his clones appeared outside a row of rooms on the west side. He heard voices coming from one of the rooms and hurriedly moved closer. Brother, are we really going to cooperate with the Gongyang family? A chubby man in his 40s asked. The balance among the 10 great families has lasted for a long time, now is the time for change. If we do not seek allies, others will come to deal with us. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. A tall, thin man in his 50s said. We all know the strengths of the 10 great families. Although there are differences, the gaps between us can be said to be minimal. If we target each other, it will definitely lead to mutual destruction. The chubby man said. Have you already forgotten how our 10 great families came to be? The tall, thin man asked. Of course I remember. It was because of the divine bestowal 100 years ago. The chubby man replied. This time, the divine bestowal has been around for almost a month, and the chosen ones are starting to emerge. We know all too well how extraordinary the chosen ones can be. Although we are still the 10 great families now, once the chosen ones grow, the so-called 10 great families may collapse in an instant. We must make preparations in advance. But even so, why should we be at odds with each other among the 10 great families? Shouldn't we unite and face the outside together? Second brother, have you been living like a dog all these years? The selection of the chosen ones comes without warning. How can you guarantee that the other families do not have chosen ones? If they do, then we will all become stepping stones. We must eliminate all dangers in the cradle before the chosen ones grow. The 10 great families are destined not to coexist. When Song Tianli heard this, he already understood the meaning the tall, thin man was trying to convey. The selection of the chosen ones has no standards. Therefore, the chosen one could be anyone. Perhaps someone among the 10 great families is the chosen one. If that is the case, with the resources of their family, their strength will surely soar. It is likely that it won't take long before they grow into a super powerhouse. Once one family among the 10 great families surpasses the others significantly, they will not be content to stand on equal footing with the other families. At that time, they would definitely find a way to take action against the other major families. After all, the wealth controlled by the 10 major families is immense, enough to make anyone envious. If the 10 families were reduced to 5, the remaining families would see their wealth and power multiply. Therefore, once an opportunity arises, they would surely eliminate the other families. It would be best to have one family dominate. To prevent such a situation from occurring, one must strike first. Because if you don't take action, others will. The relationships between these 10 families are not good. This is a point that can be exploited. If I appear as Lung Han and impersonate the chosen one, wouldn't that make the Donggong family the target of everyone's ire? Song Tianli suddenly had a bold idea. He would appear as the chosen one, impersonating a member of a certain family. Of course, this impersonated member could be anyone from the 10 families, not just Lung Han. For example, the One-Run family. In this way, the other families would instinctively be wary of this family. After all, no one wants to collaborate with a family that has a chosen one. The power of a chosen one is undeniable. Cooperating with a family that has one is akin to courting danger. At any moment, one could be harmed by the tiger. Of course, whether his own family has a chosen one is another matter. Song Tianli did not know if there was a chosen one among the 10 families. If there was, how many were there? However, for him, the most important thing right now was not this. It was to clarify whether the events from 20 years ago were related to the Song family. If not, it wouldn't matter whether he impersonated the chosen one or not, because the conflicts between the 10 families had nothing to do with him. If there was a connection, then not impersonating a chosen one to stir up the chaos among the 10 families would be a disservice to himself for coming to Zhongzhou. However, although he could eavesdrop on the conversations of the Donggong family, he currently had no leads on the events from 20 years ago. If he didn't actively seek clues, the people from the 10 families would certainly not bring up the events from 20 years ago. He now felt like a dog trying to bite the moon, with no way to take action. After thinking for a while, Song Tianli decided that since the Donggong family wouldn't voluntarily discuss the events from 20 years ago, he would do something to make them subconsciously connected with those events. Strike the grass to scare the snake. I will appear as the Avenger. Song Tianli thought for a moment and said. He then sent a message to Qian Shang. I want the information on all members of the Donggong family. Wanting to know more about the Donggong family was not an easy task. However, if it was just about family members, with the strength of the shadow, it was not a difficult matter. Not to mention the shadow, even some people who had lived in Zhongzhou for a long time would likely have some understanding of the family members of the 10 major families. In less than 2 minutes, Qian Shang sent over the information on the Donggong family. Song Tianli took his phone and began to read. When Lung Han was being hunted by the Donggong family, it involved Song Shisan. So at that time, Song Tianli had asked the shadow to investigate the information about the Donggong family. He had already figured out the members of the Donggong family. However, Song Tianli had never looked at it until now. After requesting the information from Qian Shang was able to send it over in just a few minutes. After reading, Song Tianli discovered that the Donggong family was not very prosperous. The current head of the Donggong family is named Donggong Yilong. He has 2 sons, Donggong Qingxian and Donggong Qingyun. Donggong Qingxian is the tall, thin man in his 50s that Song Tianli had seen before. Donggong Qingyun was the chubby man who looked to be in his 40s. Since they were all cultivators, their actual ages were at least 20 years older than they appeared. Donggong Qingxian had a daughter and a son, named Donggong Wuyou and Donggong Wuwei, respectively. The daughter was the elder sister, the same woman that Song Tianli had seen before, who resembled Tsunade, Donggong Wuyou. She was 28 years old this year. Donggong Qingyun had only one son, named Donggong Wudi. He was 24 years old. The name Donggong Wudi was not given lightly. His talent was rare, occurring once in a millennium. In Zhongzhou, he was hailed as one of the top 10 prodigies. Although the Donggong family was not numerous, both the previous generation and the current young people were considered dragons among men. For instance, Donggong Wuyou, though a woman, was no less than her male counterparts. She managed all the trivial matters of the Donggong family. One could say she was the housekeeper of the Donggong family, organizing everything in an orderly manner. Although her cultivation talent could not compare to Donggong Wudi, she was still exceptionally outstanding. After thinking it over, I can only take action against Donggong Wuwei, Song Tianli murmured. Among the younger generation of the Donggong family, Donggong Wuwei was relatively the least noticeable. The risks of targeting the other 2 were too great. After all, one held great power while the other had extremely high cultivation talent. If he targeted Donggong Wuwei, it would be just right to test the Donggong family's attitude. Once he had made up his mind, he sent his avatar to search the Donggong family. Naturally, he was looking for Donggong Wuwei. Although the Donggong family was large with many houses, Song Tianli had plenty of avatars, and using stealth skills, he would not be discovered by others. It didn't take long before Song Tianli found Donggong Wuwei in a secret room of one of the houses. At that moment, he was in the midst of cultivation. 5 Organs Realm. Indeed, his cultivation talent is remarkable. Feeling the aura emanating from Donggong Wuwei, Song Tianli said sincerely, if Donggong Wuwei were not a chosen one, then reaching the 5 Organs Realm at the age of 23 was a talent that surpassed his own by an unknown margin. If Song Tianli had not obtained his golden finger and relied solely on his own cultivation, it would take him at least 50 or 60 years to reach the 5 Organs Realm. And even then, it was not a certainty. In comparison, his cultivation talent was indeed lacking. Looking at Donggong Wuwei, who was in the midst of cultivation, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Since he was cultivating, it would be much easier for him to take action. Thus, he had several of his avatars appear in the secret room where Donggong Wuwei was cultivating. Shadow imitation technique. To be safe, he had 3 avatars use this skill from different angles. Donggong Wuwei, who was cultivating, never expected to be ambushed while training in his own family's secret room. Moreover, since the shadow imitation technique was not a lethal move and was extremely discreet, he was caught off guard in an instant. When his body became immobile, he immediately opened his eyes. However, before he could do anything, he felt something poking him. In the next second, the spiritual energy that was circulating in his body was forcibly interrupted. Just now, Song Tianli had his avatar apply pressure points on Donggong Wuwei. This was a technique from the Hyuga clan in Naruto. Fortunately, Donggong Wuwei only had the strength of the 5 Organs Realm. If he were any stronger, relying on such a method for a sneak attack might not have succeeded. This alone was not enough. Song Tianli's avatar also quickly covered Donggong Wuwei's mouth to prevent him from calling for help. After confirming that no one had noticed, Song Tianli's main body appeared. He looked at Donggong Wuyo and extended his palm. When his palm grasped Donggong Wuyo, a vortex suddenly appeared in his eyes. Immediately, Donggong Wuwei was swept into the vortex like a piece of paper. What Song Tianli was using now was the Divine Might Space. In some ways, the Divine Might Space was akin to a prison. The show is about to begin, Song Tianli said, as his body slowly sank into the ground. When he reappeared, it was in the courtyard of the Donggong family. At that moment, he held dozens of slips of paper in his hand and scattered them carelessly. The slips rose with the wind, blowing all over the courtyard. After doing all this, Song Tianli did not leave but hid in the shadows, observing everything around him. Kidnapping Donggong Wuwei was just his first step. Next, he wanted to see how the Donggong family members would react. At the same time, he wanted to listen to whether they would mention anything about the events from 20 years ago. The slips of paper scattered in the courtyard were soon discovered by the patrolling members of the Donggong family. They picked up the slips and glanced at them, their expressions suddenly changing. The leader among the servants hurriedly ran towards the room on the west side of the courtyard. Reporting to the master, something has happened. The leader shouted outside Donggong Qingshuan's room. Hearing the leader's voice, Donggong Qingshan and Donggong Qingyun walked out of the room. What a commotion! What kind of decorum is this? Donggong Qingshan said with a cold face. What has happened to cause such panic? Donggong Qingyun asked. Reporting to the 2 masters, young Master Wuwei has been kidnapped. This is a slip left by the thief, the leader hurriedly replied. What? Upon hearing this, Donggong Qingshan instantly exploded with rage. This was his son. He rushed forward and snatched the slip from the leader's hand. The slip read, I have taken Donggong Wuwei, in return for what you did back then. Remember, this is just the beginning, not the end. I will settle the matters of that year with you bit by bit. Old acquaintances from that year. Seeing the contents of the slip, Donggong Qingshuan's face turned exceptionally grim. He truly had no clue about this old acquaintance. As one of the 10 great families of Zhengzhou, the Donggong family had offended countless people during its development. However, the Donggong family was powerful, and some people, even if they were dissatisfied, did not dare to retaliate. The words on the slip were somewhat ambiguous, which was intentional on Song Tianli's part. He knew very well that a family like the Donggong family, in the course of its growth, must have offended many people, whether intentionally or not. The expansion of a family inevitably hinders the interests of others. A colossal entity, no matter how careful it is, will inevitably crush many things into pieces without realizing it. It was like a car driving along the road. Even if the driver is quick-witted and avoids obstacles, there are still some inconspicuous things that will be crushed by the car. Branches, ants, beverage bottles. Song Tianli deliberately used such language to provoke the Donggong family into revealing themselves. He was not 100% sure about this approach, but it was worth a try. Have you checked Wu Wei's room? Donggong Qingxian asked the leader. Not yet. As soon as I picked up the slip, I came to find the two masters, the leader hurriedly said. Let's go check Wu Wei's room first, Donggong Qingxian said, leading the way to the room where Donggong Wu Wei was located. When he arrived outside Donggong Wu Wei's room, he did not knock but barged right in. Wu Wei, Wu Wei. Donggong Qingxian shouted loudly. There was no response from inside the room. So, he approached a bookshelf and turned a piece of inkstone on it. Ka ka ka. With a series of sounds, the bookshelf in front of Donggong Qingxian moved to one side, revealing a space. Without a second thought, he slipped inside. Donggong Qingyun and the leading servant followed him in, and after surveying the room, they also entered the secret chamber behind the bookshelf. Once inside the secret chamber, they saw Donggong Qingxian frowning as he examined the surroundings. Elder brother, have you found anything? Donggong Qingyun asked. I just parted ways with Wu Wei before dark, he replied. He told me he would be in seclusion today, trying to see if he could break through to the Qi Mansion realm. So, if the thief wants to kidnap Wu Wei, it must have happened in this secret chamber. However, I just observed and found no signs of a struggle in the chamber. This indicates that the opponent subdued Wu Wei in an instant. Therefore, the opponent's strength must be far above Wu Wei's. At the very least, they must be at the second mansion realm, Donggong Qingxian analyzed. It must be said that his analysis was indeed quite reasonable. Song Tianli was indeed a formidable opponent. Although he was not at the second mansion realm, he had numerous avatars. Moreover, these avatars could coordinate with various skills. His combat power was not inferior to that of someone at the second mansion realm. Thus, saying he was at the second mansion realm was not an incorrect deduction. Second mansion realm? There are indeed quite a few people who have grievances with our Donggong family, but those with the strength of the second mansion realm are few and far between. Moreover, those bold enough to strike against our Donggong family are even rarer. Elder brother, do you think it's possible that it was done by other families? They might have struck first. Donggong Qingyun pondered for a moment and asked his elder brother. Impossible. Before Donggong Qingxian could respond, another voice abruptly interjected. Following that, a figure walked in from outside. It was Donggong Wu Wei's sister, the current housekeeper of the Donggong family, Donggong Wuyo. Why are you so certain? Donggong Qingyun inquired. Other families may have the capability, but they would never do such a thing. Not to mention our agreement among the 10 great families, which forbids us from taking action against the younger generation. Because once discovered, it could lead to retaliation from the other family. Our Donggong family has only 3 young members, but the other families have many. If we find out it was done by another family, they would be unable to withstand our Donggong family's retaliation. At that time, it would surely lead to mutual destruction, allowing another family to profit. Hearing Donggong Wuyo's analysis, Donggong Qingyun nodded. The agreement among the 10 great families cannot be violated lightly. Once violated, one would become a target. Also, I just asked others, and there are many such notes. Moreover, they have only recently appeared. The person who could sneak away with my younger brother without alerting the many guards of the Donggong family and leave these notes behind must possess strength far beyond the second mansion realm. People from other families would not mobilize such strong individuals at this critical moment. Any unusual movement from any family would set off a chain reaction. Furthermore, they targeted only my younger brother, not me or my second brother. This could merely be a test for our Donggong family, wanting to see our next move. The other 10 great families would not go to such lengths for just this purpose, Donggong Wuyo analyzed. Wuyo, then in your opinion, who could have kidnapped Wu Wei? Donggong Qingxian asked. The note mentioned that this is just the beginning, and it was signed by an old acquaintance from years ago. It is obvious that this is indeed a form of revenge, rather than a distraction from other families. There are actually not many who have the ability to take revenge on the Donggong family. We can use the process of elimination. Upon hearing what Donggong Wuyo said, both Donggong Qingxian and Donggong Qingyun fell into deep thought. Indeed, there are not many who have the ability and a grudge against the Donggong family. Could it be him? At that moment, Donggong Qingxian suddenly widened his eyes and said, Who is it? Donggong Wuyo asked. At only 28 years old, she did not know much about the past of the Donggong family. Is it possible that my elder brother is talking about Song Sihai? Donggong Qingyun asked at that moment. Song Sihai? Are you talking about the person in charge of Sihai Express? Does he have a grudge against our Donggong family? Donggong Wuyo asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Song Tianli, who was hiding in the shadows, quickly perked up his ears. It seems that among the 10 great families, there indeed exists some animosity with their Song family. Otherwise, the Donggong family wouldn't have immediately thought of his father when considering their enemies. There is indeed a grudge, and it's quite significant. To be honest, I knew a long time ago that sooner or later, Song Si-hai would return to Zhongzhou and take action against us, Donggong Qingxian said. His words were not only unclear to Song Tianli, but also to Donggong Wuyo. Since you knew he would take action against us, why did you allow Si-hai Express to develop? Why not eliminate it early? This was the part Donggong Wuyo found most incomprehensible. Sitting back and waiting for death was not the style of the Donggong family. It's a simple principle. If you know someone will eventually take action against you, the best course of action is to eliminate them while they are still weak. For example, if the Soul Emperor knew that a certain brat shouting "Don't bully the young and poor" would become his greatest enemy, he would lead all the strong from the Soul Palace to that small city overnight, wiping out everyone from the Shao family. Even the egg yolks would be scrambled. The ant nest would be scalded with boiling water. So, it was quite puzzling that the Donggong family allowed Si-hai Express to develop over the years. The reason we haven't acted is mainly due to two factors. First, although Si-hai Express has developed rapidly and made a lot of money, that's all it is. Wealth means nothing to the 10 great families. The 10 great families are the most concentrated in power, status, and wealth. No family in the 9 states can compare to them. Although the Song family has made a lot of money over the years, there is still a significant gap compared to the wealth possessed by the 10 great families. No amount of wealth can pose a threat to the 10 great families. What about the second reason? Donggong Wuyo asked. The second reason is because they dare not, Donggong Qingxian said seriously. Dare not? Why not? Donggong Wuyo thought of many reasons, but she never considered that it was due to fear. This involves events from 20 years ago. At that time, you were still young, so you don't know what happened 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Song Si-hai appeared out of nowhere, like a blazing sun, overshadowing everyone else. He was powerful, had many treasures, was handsome, and talented. Even though there were countless talents in Zhengzhou, they all seemed like mere grains of rice in front of Song Si-hai. Back then, he truly was in the limelight, high profile and unmatched, attracting countless women. At that time, even our 10 great families were overshadowed by him. However, how could Zhengzhou allow such an impressive person to exist? Thus, our 10 great families united to encircle and kill him. However, we have already tried to overestimate his strength, sending out a large number of practitioners and using various less than glorious means to deal with him. But we didn't expect that his strength, his trump cards, were far more terrifying than we imagined. In that battle, the number of people who died at his hands was in the thousands. These deceased were the foundation of various great families. That battle dealt a nearly devastating blow to the 10 great families. Yet, they still couldn't take down Song Si-hai. In the end, the 10 great families bowed their heads. When Donggong Qingxian said this, a flicker of trepidation flashed in his eyes. It seemed he was still haunted by the events of that year. What? The 10 great families bowed their heads? Upon hearing this, Donggong Wuyo could hardly believe it. What kind of existence were the 10 great families that they would simultaneously bow to one person? Song Tianli also wore a face of disbelief. He hadn't expected that the seemingly simple, honest-looking old man had such a glorious past. What a shock! It's hard to believe, but that's the truth. The 10 great families of Zhengzhou were suppressed to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. Donggong Qingxuan's words were filled with sarcasm. And then what? Donggong Wuyo asked. Since the 10 great families had bowed their heads, why had they not heard of Song Si-hai's existence in recent years? Moreover, Song Si-hai had left Zhengzhou. At that time, although the 10 great families bowed their heads, Song Si-hai was not the kind of person to show mercy. He originally intended to wipe out the 10 great families entirely, but at that moment, Huangfu Shuling stepped forward. She told Song Si-hai that she was pregnant with his child and hoped that, for the sake of the child, he would not commit further slaughter. Of course, this was not a deception. Huangfu Shuling was indeed pregnant with his child. Huangfu Shuling said this partly because she truly did not want Song Si-hai to commit further slaughter. Another part of the reason was that the Huangfu family among the 10 great families was her family. For the sake of the child and Huangfu Shuling, Song Si-hai reigned in his killing intent. However, he made the 10 great families pay compensation. But Song Si-hai did not value material possessions like money, so the compensation he demanded was bizarre. Using special means, Song Si-hai learned the gender of the fetus in Huangfu Shuling's belly, so he made the 10 great families establish a marriage contract, allowing those little girls born within the past year to become concubines for his son. When Song Tianli heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder Wenrun Buhui had a marriage contract with him. Moreover, the contract was written as if it were a child's play, without even his name. It seemed that at that time, his father had not yet given him a proper name. Thus, the contract stated son of Huangfu Shuling. Did this mean that besides one Renbuhue, there were other women among the 10 great families who also had a marriage contract with him? Aside from this, Song Si-hai also made the 10 great families compensate with various rare materials and treasures. The marriage contract was one thing, but these rare materials and treasures were definitely a significant loss for the 10 great families. Naturally, some were unwilling. However, since they couldn't defeat Song Si-hai, they could only resort to other means. Under the pretext of collecting rare materials and treasures, the 10 great families delayed a bit of time and united again, preparing to secretly take action against Song Si-hai. Ordinary means couldn't deal with him, so they could only use some despicable tactics. In the end, the 10 great families found the legendary poison Tianrenwujia. The so-called Tianrenwujia is a poison targeting the 5 organs of the human body. Once ingested, the 5 organs of the body would rapidly fail, leading to death from poisoning. This poison is colorless and tasteless, and it can be taken in 5 doses. Only after the 5th dose will it trigger a chain reaction. Even if Song Si-hai is powerful, it will be difficult for him to notice before the poison takes effect. In the end, the 10 great families succeeded. After Song Si-hai took the heavenly man's 5 exhaustions, he was severely injured. The members of the 10 great families once again surrounded and attacked him. At that time, Song Si-hai, relying on his own strength, fought his way out with Huangfu Shuling. Then, he vanished without a trace. When we heard news of him again, it was already more than half a year later. By then, Huangfu Shuling had given birth, and Song Si-hai looked to be in excellent condition. It was easy to assume that he had resolved the toxicity of the heavenly man's 5 exhaustions. Thus, the 10 great families were once again on edge. Hearing Donggong Qingxuan's account, Song Tianli clenched his fists. He never expected that his father would be so schemed against by these despicable people. This debt, whether his father sought it back from the 10 great families or not, he would never let it go. And then what? Donggong Woyo asked. After we discovered Song Si-hai's whereabouts, especially seeing him in such good condition, everyone was on edge, fearing that he would retaliate against us. We wanted to unite again to surround and kill him, but we were also worried about his still formidable strength. After discussion, we decided to use Huangfu Shuling and his child to force him to submit. But we didn't expect that Huangfu Shuling had a treasure given by Song Si-hai, which prevented us from taking action immediately and even alerted Song Si-hai. Thus, a great battle unfolded once more. During the battle, we found that Song Si-hai's strength had decreased significantly. It seems he paid a considerable price to counter the heavenly man's 5 exhaustions. However, the 2 battles from more than half a year ago had caused heavy losses to the 10 great families, so they did not seize the opportunity to take down Song Si-hai immediately. The fighting between both sides fell into a stalemate. As time passed, Song Si-hai's wounds increased, and his injuries worsened. The members of the 10 great families also dwindled. In the end, taking advantage of Song Si-hai's severe injuries, your grandfather captured Huangfu Shuling. This was to force Song Si-hai to give up resistance. What we didn't expect was that Huangfu Shuling was exceptionally strong-willed. To prevent Song Si-hai from being implicated, she shouted to take care of our son and then chose to commit suicide. After Huangfu Shuling died, Song Si-hai went mad. After roaring a few times, he slaughtered some members of the 10 great families. Then, seizing the opportunity, he took Huangfu Shuling's body and left with his son. As he left behind a sentence: "One day, I will make you pay in blood for your debts." Later, when he reappeared, it was in Xianzhou. But this time, the 10 great families did not dare to send people to surround and kill him again. Because, after the previous 2 attempts, the 10 great families had already suffered heavy losses. If they lost more elites, they might lose their status. They could be replaced by other families from Zhongzhou. So, they did not take further action against Song Si-hai, because no one knew whether Song Si-hai's strength had regressed or become stronger. Thus, the 10 great families both kept an eye on Song Si-hai while secretly growing stronger. After Donggong Qingxian finished speaking, the secret chamber fell into a deathly silence. Donggong Qingyun knew what had happened back then, while Donggong Wuyo was still digesting the series of information just revealed. To be honest, the impact of this series of information was quite significant for her. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli tightly clenched his fists. He originally just wanted to check if the events that happened 20 years ago were related to the Song family. Unexpectedly, he learned how his mother died. Even more unexpectedly, the Donggong family he had transported to was actually the culprit behind his mother's death. Over the past 20 years, although Song Si-hai had said nothing, Song Tianli understood at this moment. Song Si-hai had not targeted the 10 great families all these years, likely because of him. His father had promised his mother to take good care of him as he grew up. So, even if there was immense hatred deep within Song Si-hai, he suppressed it for the sake of raising him. It wasn't until he gained his golden finger that Song Si-hai eagerly left Xianzhou and arrived in Zhongzhou. However, he didn't know why. Even after being in Zhengzhou for a while, he had yet to take action. Perhaps he had reservations, or maybe he was secretly plotting something. Soon, Song Tianli left the Donggong family and headed to a deserted place. He had learned what he needed to know. Staying any longer, he feared he would be unable to suppress the anger within him and reveal his presence. If that happened, it would likely bring him great trouble. Right now, he was still weak and it wasn't the time to confront the Donggong family head-on. He was a chosen one. As long as he was given enough time to develop, surpassing the 10 great families was just a matter of time. Although he wanted to slaughter the members of the 10 great families to avenge his mother and seek justice for his father, he was well aware that with his current strength, he was no match for them. However, collecting some interest was still possible. Thus, he flashed and arrived in the Divine Might space. Donggong Wuwei, who had been captured and brought into the Divine Might space, was now tied to a pillar. When he saw Song Tianli appear, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes.
Do you know what you will face for daring to kidnap me? Donggong Wuwei asked Song Tianli.
Although he was the least noticeable person in the Donggong family, in terms of status, he was the eldest grandson. Moreover, their Donggong family was already sparse in numbers. If anything happened to him, the Donggong family would turn Zhengzhou upside down to seek justice for him. In his view, Song Tianli's kidnapping of him was merely for money or to threaten the Donggong family, and he certainly wouldn't dare to harm him. Song Tianli slowly walked up to Donggong Wuwei, looking down at him.
Are all the people from the 10 great families this confident? I really like your confidence.
After saying this, Song Tianli flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his grasp. Without a word, he directly slashed the dagger across Donggong Wuwei's neck.
In an instant, a spray of blood erupted, scattering throughout the Divine Might space. Donggong Wuwei did not die immediately.
He widened his eyes, looking at Song Tianli in disbelief. He never expected that Song Tianli would actually dare to kill him after kidnapping him. He couldn't believe that he, the dignified eldest grandson of the Donggong family, would die like this.
He didn't even know who his killer was. Feeling the life force within Donggong Wuwei rapidly fading, a cruel smile appeared on Song Tianli's face.
Donggong family, just wait, this is only the beginning. He had said this before in a note to the Donggong family, but at that time, he had only said it to confuse the issue. Now, when he said it, it was heartfelt.
The Donggong family was the root cause of his mother's death.
The hatred for his mother's murder could not be shared. Although Song Tianli had crossed over, his mother had carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. To him, this was an immense grace. Therefore, he would never let go of the family that killed his mother. Although he was only 3 years old when his mother was killed, Donggong Wuwei had to bear the debts of his family. The debts of the father must be repaid by the son, and the debts of the grandfather by the grandson. After killing Donggong Wuwei, Song Tianli clearly felt an increase in the energy within him. He took out a mirror to take a look and found that his combat power had risen from over 2000 to 2598. The reason there was a plus after Song Tianli's combat power was that it was not fixed. He possessed too many skills, and the combat power displayed varied depending on the skills used. The previous combat power of 2000 was determined solely by his realm. If he employed certain techniques, his combat power would change. At this moment, Song Tianli closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. Just now, his combat power had increased by 598, equivalent to a quarter increase in strength. This feeling was simply exhilarating. He began to understand why the killer had acted like a madman, killing anyone in sight. This method of enhancing strength was simply too addictive. Just by killing one person, he could increase his strength by a quarter.
If he killed enough people, wouldn't he become invincible?
With such a golden finger, if one's mindset wasn't strong enough, it would be easy to fall into depravity. In that case, let's have some fun with the 10 great families,
Song Tianli said meaningfully.
He was indeed not a match for the 10 great families, but dealing with the younger generation of those families was not a problem at all. He could hunt down the younger generation of the 10 great families and gradually increase his strength.
Once his strength was sufficient, he could then confront the older generation.
With this thought, Song Tianli left the Divine Might space. For now, only the Donggong family was on alert. The other 9 great families were still unaware of his kidnapping of Donggong Wuwei. Therefore, he needed to take advantage of this time to kidnap as many of the younger generation from the 10 great families as possible. The reason for kidnapping rather than killing on the spot was that he couldn't kill these young people in their homes. Not to mention the noise and the smell of blood that would arise from a killing. If he made a commotion and attracted the strong members of the 10 great families, he would risk exposure. Once exposed, he would be in danger.
So, kidnapping was the way to go.
This way, if the younger generation of the 10 great families kept disappearing, it would easily cause them to panic. Once panic set in, they would be prone to chaos, allowing Song Tianli to take advantage of the situation.
The waters of the 10 great families were too deep, he had to find a way to stir them up. Murky waters were better for fishing. Help me investigate the details of all members of the 10 great families, the more detailed, the better. Soon after, Song Tianli sent a message to Qian Xingfa. To deal with the 10 great families, he naturally needed to understand their members first. Previously, the shadows had investigated some information about the 10 great families, but it was not detailed enough, and the focus was different. Now, Song Tianli only needed to investigate the details of each member of the 10 great families, which would be relatively easier. After all, the personnel of a family were the easiest to investigate. Received, soon, Qian Shang replied. After deleting the chat with Qian Shang, Song Tianli began to get busy. Zhongzhou was vast, and the residences of the 10 great families were quite far apart. It was unrealistic to capture all the younger generation of the 10 great families in a short time. Even using a clone wouldn't work, as a clone would automatically dissipate if it strayed too far from the main body. Therefore, Song Tianli planned to start with the family closest to the Donggong family. The family closest to the Donggong family was the Gongyang family. It's about 50 kilometers. In order to leave no traces, Song Tianli did not take a car but instead used his stealth skill to traverse underground. There were too many cameras above ground, and even though he used transformation techniques for disguise, it would be easy to leave a flaw. To be on the safe side, moving underground was the safest option. Even if it was a bit slower, it didn't matter. What he lacked the least right now was time. The 50-kilometer distance took Song Tianli a full 2 hours. Moving underground significantly reduced his speed. By the time he arrived at the Gongyang family's residence, it was already past 3 in the morning. At this hour, apart from those keeping watch, most people had already gone to bed. Song Tianli easily infiltrated the Gongyang home. Qian Shang had not yet sent any information about the Gongyang family, so he was not very familiar with its members. However, these large families had their own rules. The master lived in a specific direction, and the servants lived in another. The higher the status of a person, the more elaborate their living quarters. Therefore, based on the characteristics of the building, Song Tianli determined the approximate residence of the main figures in the Gongyang family. Multiple shadow clone technique. He then split into dozens of clones to check on the situation of these individuals in their rooms. The people in deep slumber were not very alert. Moreover, Song Tianli's clones were merely scouting and held no killing intent. Additionally, the stealth skill effectively concealed his presence, so even some of the stronger members of the Gongyang family did not notice the existence of the clones. Soon, Song Tianli identified the specific residences of several young people. At this point, his main body moved. To be cautious and avoid any mishaps, after arriving outside the rooms of these young people, Song Tianli did not recklessly send in his clones. He needed to assess the strength of these young individuals. Byakugan, activate. Song Tianli activated his Byakugan to observe the energy flow within these bodies. By analyzing the energy pathways, he could easily determine their strength. For safety's sake, he only planned to take action against those below the Qi Mansion realm. As for those above the Qi Mansion realm, there was a certain risk, so he decided not to take that chance for now. After screening, Song Tianli confirmed he could take action against 4 young people. Just like when he dealt with Donggong Wui, he first used the shadow imitation technique to bind them, then employed acupoint sealing skills to immobilize them. Finally, he transported them into the divine might space. Since Song Tianli only targeted those below the Qi Mansion realm, his 4 actions did not attract the attention of the Gongyang family. It was unlikely that the Gongyang family would suspect that a late-night intruder would target their younger generation. After successfully capturing them, Song Tianli left the Gongyang residence as quickly as possible. He then reappeared in the divine might space. He did not directly confront the 4 individuals because he was unsure if they were all members of the Gongyang family. Song Tianli considered himself not a good person, but his revenge this time was only against the 10 great families. In his view, the people of the 10 great families deserved to die. However, he would not kill those outside the 10 great families. This was his principle. Therefore, he first needed to inquire about the identities of these 4 individuals. Song Tianli took out a table, used transformation techniques to become Yen Luo. At that moment, he looked fierce with a leopard head and iron face, appearing quite intimidating. He also used the multiple shadow clone technique to create many clones, transforming them into the appearance of underworld messengers, standing in 2 rows in front of the table. He took out a brick inscribed with the character, virtue, to serve as a gavel and slammed it on the table. Court is in session. Song Tianli shouted loudly. Majestic! Bang bang bang! The 2 ghostly figures beside the table struck the ground with their wooden sticks, chanting incantations. Soon, the first young man from the Gongyang family was brought up. he was directly held down by two ghostly figures and forced to kneel on the ground.
Who is it below? State your name. Song Tianli shouted loudly at the people below.
The person brought up had never seen such a scene and was momentarily at a loss for words. However, being from the Gongyang family, he had experienced great storms and was not easily intimidated.
Who are you to dare kidnap me? Do you know who I am?
I am the 9th young master of the Gongyang family, the man below said with a haughty tone. After saying this, he attempted to struggle to his feet. However, as soon as he stood up, one of the ghostly figures swung his stick and struck his ankle.
Bang!
Instantly, the man who had just stood up was back on his knees.
I ask the questions, and you dare refuse to answer.
Bring him out and give him 50 lashes.
Song Tianli said loudly.
The man had already revealed himself as the 9th young master of the Gongyang family, so his identity was basically confirmed, and a beating was not unjust.
Yes.
Immediately, two ghostly figures transformed and came to the man's back, dragging him away. This left the man bewildered, wondering how he was about to be beaten after just one sentence.
Next, Song Tianli shouted again. Soon, another man was brought up. Who is it below? State your name. Song Tianli once again struck the brick on the table. The remaining 3 members of the Gongyang family watched everything unfold clearly.
They saw their companion was about to be beaten for just saying one sentence. They could still hear his cries of agony. Therefore, when it came to Song Tianli's questioning, this man dared not hesitate at all. He feared he would follow in his companion's footsteps.
My name is Gongyang Jiling, the 11th young master of the Gongyang family. May I ask who you are, my lord?
The man spoke while looking at Song Tianli, trying to understand where he was.
I am the king of hell.
Your lifespans have come to an end, and I have come to judge your crimes.
Confess your sins honestly, and I may show leniency for your cooperation. If you refuse to confess, do not blame me for the severe punishment.
Song Tianli spoke in a tone mimicking that of the king of hell. The land of Shenzhou also has some mythological stories, and although they are not exactly the same as those of Blue Star, they are similar. He impersonated the king of hell, and the Gongyang family members could not see through it. After all, they had never died and did not know if they would truly meet the king of hell after death.
Lifespans have come to an end?
My lord, this is impossible. I was living well just yesterday.
Could there be a misunderstanding?
Gongyang Jiling hurriedly said. If it were bandits or something, he could still threaten them with the name of the Gongyang family. But facing the legendary king of hell, he had no way to threaten him.
Misunderstanding?
The king of hell decrees your death at midnight. Who would dare let you live until dawn?
It is clearly written in my death ledger that Gongyang Jiling's lifespan has ended.
Now confess all your previous crimes, and I will allow you to be reincarnated, sparing you from physical suffering. Otherwise, I will surely cast you down to the 18th level of hell, where you will suffer endlessly.
Song Tianli glared fiercely at Gongyang Jiling as he spoke. He had suddenly thought of an idea. Instead of killing these young members of the Gongyang family, he would first expose their crimes. He would ruin the Gongyang family's reputation before dealing with them. My lord, I have always been kind and have never committed any evil deeds.
Gongyang Jiling pretended to be pitiful and said, How bold, do you dare to deceive this official? Come here, take him down and give him 100 lashes.
Song Tianli clapped the brick in his hand and said loudly, Yes. Immediately, 2 underworld officials stepped forward, dragging Gongyang Jiling away into the distance.
Lord Yen Luo, I confess. Seeing that these underworld officials were serious, Gongyang Jiling hurriedly said.
He usually relied on the reputation of the Gongyang family to bully others. His own backbone was not that strong.
Now, being frightened by Song Tianli, he immediately cowered. His 9th brother's screams had not yet stopped, and he did not want to end up like that.
Speak, we are recording.
Song Tianli said, giving a signal to his clone.
The clone immediately took out a phone, opened the camera, and started recording. He intended to capture everything Gongyang Jiling said.
When I was 10 years old, I pushed a child from the Zhou family into the lake. I just wanted to see what it looked like when he drowned. I didn't expect that guy could swim and tried to come up from the lake. So, I took a stick and kept hitting him. Every time he was about to swim up, I would hit him down with the stick. After a while, he had no strength left and finally drowned.
The first thing Gongyang Jiling confessed made Song Tianli furious. This scoundrel was utterly malicious, taking pleasure in killing at such a young age. When I was 14, I fell in love with a girl in our class. I wanted her to be my girlfriend, but she refused. I even offered her money, a lot of money, but she still refused. So, one night after school, I tricked her into our family's RV and forced myself on her. To prevent her from telling anyone about what I did, I killed her. Then I directly cremated the body. As Gongyang Jiling continued to confess, Song Tianli's expression grew darker. He did not expect that Gong Yang Jiling was a beast in human skin, capable of such vile acts. It truly confirmed that saying, some children are just children, but some children are demons. Gong Yang Jiling confessed many things, each one enough to warrant him being torn apart. To be honest, even if he were killed with a single blow, Song Tianli felt it would dirty his divine space. If there really were 18 levels of hell, such a person should be cast down to the 18th level, never to be reborn. Song Tianli recorded all of Gong Yang Jiling's crimes. In the end, he also asked for his phone password. He decided to use Gong Yang Jiling's phone to publish all this evidence online. He wanted everyone in the 9 states to see the true face of the Gong Yang family. Next, after finishing the interrogation of Gong Yang Jiling, Song Tianli had his clone bring in others. To be honest, after interrogating Gong Yang Jiling, his subconscious told him that the people of the Gong Yang family were all beasts in human guise. After all, what kind of good people could raise a scum like Gong Yang Jiling? Sure enough, in the following interrogations, 2 other members of the Gong Yang family also confessed. Although they were slightly better than Gong Yang Jiling, they were still deeply wicked. If carrying a life meant going to hell, these 2 would have to go down dozens of times. Similarly, Song Tianli recorded the crimes of these 2 people with his phone. After doing all this, Song Tianli did not hesitate and directly killed all 4. To be honest, even if he had no grudge against the Gong Yang family for his mother's death, knowing the actions of these scoundrels, he probably would not have let them go. Not to mention, he had a personal vendetta against them. Not dismembering them into pieces is already a sign of Song Tianli's good heart. After doing all this, Song Tianli transformed his clone into the appearance of Donggong Wuwei and fabricated some crimes. He had killed Donggong Wuwei too decisively before, without having the chance to interrogate him. Therefore, he did not know what sins he had committed. Of course, even if he had not committed any sins, just because he was from the Donggong family, he deserved to die. Moreover, Song Tianli did not believe that those who could bully Donggong Yanlong back then were anything good. After killing the 4 members of the Gong Yang family, Song Tianli's combat power increased from 2598 plus to 4373 plus. In terms of strength, these members of the Gong Yang family were significantly weaker than Donggong Wuwei. A combat power of 4373 plus was already close to the second mansion realm. The next day, after dawn, Song Tianli uploaded the recorded video to major platforms on the internet using his phone. He only wrote 8 words for the video title, acting on behalf of heaven, rewarding good and punishing evil. Of course, he did not really intend to act on behalf of heaven, he was just creating a gimmick. At the same time, he misled the 10 great families and others who saw this news. He did this not for personal revenge or to retaliate against the 10 great families, but simply to act on behalf of heaven. To spread the news faster and wider, he also topped up the phone of Gong Yang Jiling. When the people of the 9 great states woke from their slumber, the confession video regarding the Gong Yang family members and Donggong Wuwei had already spread like wildfire. Although the Gong Yang and Donggong families reacted quickly and took down the videos circulating online, many people still saw them. Some even saved them. Thus, a wave of discussions arose online about the Gong Yang and Donggong families being morally corrupt and committing numerous evils. Initially, only a small number of people were discussing it, but as time passed, more and more people joined in. This was because, over the years, the Gong Yang and Donggong families had intentionally or unintentionally offended many people during their development. These people usually did not dare to provoke these 2 families. The 2 families were simply too powerful. Provoking them would lead to death. However, now that such an incident had occurred, they did not mind stirring the pot from behind the scenes. As time went on, the discussions about the Donggong and Gong Yang families' numerous evils not only did not decrease but instead intensified. Under the manipulation of some interested parties, it gradually spread to the other 8 families. As part of the 10 great families, if these 2 families were like this, how could the other 8 families be any better? When the discussions online began to ferment, the current head of the Gong Yang family, aside from sending people to find the kidnappers of the Gong Yang family members, immediately went to the Donggong family. Previously, the 2 families had planned to unite and act together. Unexpectedly, in just one night, such a thing had happened. The Gong Yang family had reason to suspect that someone was sending them a warning. Qin Xian, what do you think about this matter? Gong Yang Tingfei, the head of the Gong Yang family, asked Donggong Qin Xian. To be honest, at first, we suspected that this might be the doing of Song Sihai. But now, we are not so sure. Donggong Qin Xian replied. Song Sihai? Why do you suspect him? Gong Yang Tingfei asked, puzzled. The name Song Sihai was too sensitive for them. So, Donggong Qin Xian recounted the story of his son's disappearance and the note left behind. Song Sihai indeed has reasons to do this, but from what I know of him, Song Sihai is a very proud person and should not resort to such despicable means.
Even if he really wanted to take revenge on our 10 great families, or on the Donggong family, he wouldn't do it this way.
He would definitely declare war openly, Gong Yang Tengfei said. Then, Brother Tengfei, who do you think is behind this? There are 10 great families, so why is it that only the disciples of our 2 families were kidnapped, and such things happened? Our 2 families were just about to form an alliance when this happened. If it were just a coincidence, it would be too coincidental. So, I suspect that it might be other families who learned of our plans and are targeting us. They want to ruin our reputation in this way.
Think about it. The person who can stealthily kidnap the disciples of our 2 families must have unfathomable strength.
In Zhengzhou, there aren't many families with such power, Gong Yang Tengfei analyzed.
What Uncle Gong Yang said does make some sense.
But if it really is the work of other families, wouldn't that be rather foolish of them?
After all, if our 2 families are targeted, the first suspects would be the other families.
Isn't what they are doing equivalent to self-destruction?
At this moment, Donggong Woyo spoke up. She is the chief steward of the Donggong family and has a say in family matters.
What if it's a case of darkness under the lamp? They think we would suspect them first, so they wouldn't do it. But they are going against the grain. Moreover, the other 8 great families are all possible suspects. We can't simply suspect one family, Gong Yang Tengfei asked.
The most dangerous place is often the safest. Similarly, the least likely person might actually be the most likely. There is indeed such a possibility, but it doesn't rule out that some people are just taking advantage of this. They want to sow discord among our 10 great families, making us fight each other.
The one behind it would reap the benefits. Donggong Woyo offered a different perspective. For a moment, no one could convince the other. It must be said that both Donggong Woyo and Gong Yang Tengfei had valid points.
Moreover, both could be the truth of the matter.
Without direct evidence, they couldn't prove that what they said was right.
Naturally, they also couldn't prove that what the other said was wrong.
Do you think it's possible that the chosen one is targeting us?
At that moment, Donggong Qingxian suddenly spoke. As soon as he said this, both Donggong Woyo and Gong Yang Tengfei, who had been arguing, turned their gazes toward him.
What do you mean by that? As we all know, the chosen ones have all sorts of strange abilities.
No one knows what their abilities are except for the chosen ones themselves. If one of the chosen one's abilities is to stir up public opinion and gain power from it,
or other similar abilities,
our 10 great families are the most talked about families, so he chooses to target us. The chosen one might have some unknown means to stealthily kidnap the young disciples of our 2 families.
Donggong Qingxian analyzed. We can't rule out this possibility.
Donggong Woyo and Gong Yang Tengfei said simultaneously. It must be said that what Donggong Qingxian just mentioned was getting closer to the truth.
Although Song Tianli did not intend to gain power from public opinion, he was indeed a chosen one. So let's summarize. We have currently analyzed 3 possibilities.
The first possibility is that it was done by Song Sihai.
The second possibility is that it was done by other families. The third possibility is that it was done by the chosen one. Donggong Qingxian summarized.
I think there should be a fourth possibility, that it was done by an unknown force.
Donggong Woyo added. Alright, let's count that for now. Brother Tengfei, which of these 4 possibilities do you think is the most likely? Donggong Qingxian asked.
I think the second and third are the most likely.
What do you think, Brother Qingxian? Gong Yang Tengfei countered. I believe the first possibility is the most likely. The third is next. Different people have different opinions on the outcome, because the information they currently have is simply too limited.
Based on this limited information, it is impossible to deduce the result. Since we cannot arrive at a definite conclusion, we can only start gathering evidence. The thieves are targeting our 2 families, so I think we should formalize our alliance and act together.
What do you think, Brother Tengfei?
Donggong Qingxian asked at this moment.
I think that's a good idea. From today onwards, our 2 families will act together. We will share information, Gong Yang Tengfei said.
The waters of Zhengzhou are too deep. Even as one of the 10 great families, they do not dare to claim they can see everything clearly. Not to mention, among the 10 great families, the other families would love to see them perish. After all, if one cake is too big, everyone gets less. There are also some families that, while not as strong as the 10 great families, are not too weak either. They would love to replace the 10 great families. Now, with the emergence of the chosen one, it can be said that the situation in Zhengzhou is becoming increasingly chaotic.
They have reason to believe that this is just the beginning.
In the face of such circumstances, it is natural to band together for warmth.
After all, unity is strength.
Song Tianli might not have expected that by targeting the Donggong and Gongyang families, he would prompt the 2 families to ally so quickly. The reason he previously kidnapped members of the Gongyang family was not just because they were close to the Donggong family. He had overheard a conversation between Donggong Qingxian and Donggong Qingyun when he was at the Donggong family. They were planning to ally with the Gongyang family, but had not yet taken that step. By kidnapping members of these two families and damaging their reputations, he aimed to make them suspicious of the other families. This way, he could fish in troubled waters. The best way would be for the clam and the snipe to fight, while he, the fisherman, benefits.
However, instigating conflict among these great families is not an easy task.
He needs to observe the performance of the 10 great families while formulating and adjusting plans based on the actual situation. At this moment, Chen Sheng has already sent him intelligence about the other family members among the 10 great families. He is reading it carefully. Among the 10 great families, aside from the Donggong family, the other families are thriving. The Baiming family, with the largest number, has nearly 100 members in the younger generation. Thus, the Baiming family is jokingly referred to as the breeding pig family by some, because they are incredibly prolific. With so many young members, naturally, there is a mix of talent and mediocrity.
The Baiming family's consistent principle is that more people mean more power.
With a larger population base, the chances of producing exceptional talents are greater than in other families.
This is good news for Song Tianli.
Because the more young members the Baiming family has, the more opportunities he will find to act. After reviewing the members of the 10 great families, Song Tianli began to think. He pondered whether to continue using some methods to kidnap the younger generation of other families, or to try a different approach. If he continued with the previous methods, over time, the 10 great families would gradually realize that he was targeting them, not just the Gongyang and Donggong families. After some thought, Song Tianli decided to use the method of framing. If successful, it would surely lead to infighting among the 10 great families. Even if he fails, he would just revert to the original method, and for him, there wouldn't be much loss. After formulating his plan, Song Tianli headed towards the Dongfang family. He came to the Dongfang family not to kidnap someone or to kill someone, but to track Dongfang Zhoutian. This name is quite imposing. It sounds like a dragon among men. After all, dragons soar through the skies, and phoenixes dance in the heavens.
Anyone who doesn't know Dongfang Zhoutian would likely think that this person must be an extraordinary talent just by hearing the name. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Dongfang Zhoutian is cynical and a good-for-nothing. Of course, this good-for-nothing doesn't mean he is utterly useless. Rather, compared to the prodigies of other families, Dongfang Zhoutian can be described as mediocre. It's like a student in a class full of top scholars who always comes in last. This doesn't mean that the last-place student is the worst of the worst. The last place in a top class could very well be the first in an average class. Dongfang Zhoutian's situation is just like that. Among many prodigies, he appears inconspicuous. However, he is still somewhat better than the average person. This situation is slightly awkward. The reason Song Tianli has set his sights on Dongfang Zhoutian is mainly for 2 points. First, Dongfang Zhoutian is a member of the Dongfang family, which is currently the strongest family among the 9 major states. If Dongfang Zhoutian stirs up trouble, it would be easy for other families to target him. No family wants to see an increasing number of outstanding members from a single family. Among the younger generation of the Dongfang family, there is already Dongfang Shanha, the top prodigy of the central state. If another chosen one, Dongfang Zhoutian, were to emerge, the Dongfang family would surely become a target. At that time, other families would definitely unite against the Dongfang family. The meaning is simple. Song Tianli has decided to mold Dongfang Zhoutian into a chosen one. At the very least, he wants others to believe that Dongfang Zhoutian is the chosen one. The second point is that Dongfang Zhoutian's presence in the Dongfang family is not high, and not many people know him. If he were to replace Dongfang Zhoutian in a short time, most people wouldn't notice. To replace Dongfang Zhoutian, one must have a general understanding of him. And to understand him, one can only observe closely. The Dongfang family is the number 1 family among the 9 major states, with many strong members, so Song Tianli must be very cautious. Fortunately, his strength has been increasing, and the skills he can use are also growing. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, it is generally not easy to be discovered when stealthily entering a family. After searching with his clone for about half an hour, Song Tianli finally found Dongfang Zhoutian. At that moment, Dongfang Zhoutian was sitting in his room practicing. It was evident that he was training very diligently. 3 Treasure Realm, his talent isn't that great. After observing the energy within Dongfang Zhoutian's body with disdain, Song Tianli muttered to himself. Dongfang Zhoutian is 22 years old this year, but only has the strength of the 3 Treasure Realm. This level of strength is indeed quite good for an average person. It's worth noting that before Song Tianli obtained his golden finger, he was only at the 2 Treasure Realm. Of course, he is 2 years younger than Dongfang Zhoutian.
However, before obtaining the golden finger, he had no confidence in breaking through to the three treasure realm within 2 years.
Therefore, Dongfang Jotian's talent is indeed considered decent.
But compared to Donggong Wuwei, he falls a bit short. Donggong Wuwei is 23 years old and has already reached the 5 treasure realm. Moreover, he is only one step away from the Qi Mansion realm. Not to mention, Donggong Wuwei's talent is not even considered that great. He is far inferior to Donggong Wudi. With the resources of the Dongfang family and the teachings of the strong, Dongfang Jotian, at 22 years old, indeed falls short of the strength of the three treasures realm.
Watching Dongfang Jotian diligently practicing, Song Tianli shook his head.
Many things do not yield results just because one puts in effort. No matter how hard one tries with $50, it will never be as valuable as $100.
If effort were enough, what need would there be for geniuses? Similarly, if geniuses were sufficient, what need would there be for the mediocre?
Observing Dongfang Jotian in his training, Song Tianli split off several avatars to quietly gather information about the Dongfang family. With the abilities of shadows, he had reached the limit of what he could learn about the personnel composition of the Dongfang family. It was basically impossible to uncover any other information about them. Therefore, this matter had to be handled by him personally. He remained as cautious as before. During his infiltration, he had noticed that there were far too many practitioners at the Qi Mansion realm in the Dongfang family.
Every few dozen meters, there was one.
If it were anyone else without the skills of stealth and evasion, entering the Dongfang family would not be an easy task. When one of Song Tianli's avatars arrived in the reception hall, he found 7 or 8 people seated there. All were the most influential figures in the Dongfang family. Among them, sitting in the main seat, was the head of the Dongfang family, also the esteemed leader of the 9 states, Dongfang Tiexiong.
You must all be aware of the situation regarding the Donggong family and the Gongyang family, right? Dongfang Tiexiong asked the people below him.
His voice was very calm, devoid of any arrogance.
However, it exuded an indescribable authority.
Perhaps it was due to his long-standing position of power. Both his demeanor and gaze carried a certain dominance. In his presence, many would involuntarily feel inferior. Even Song Tianli, at first, found it hard to meet his gaze. Of course, this was mainly because he was eavesdropping and did not dare to look directly, only observing from the corner of his eye. These powerful individuals were very sensitive to the attention of others. If he kept staring at Dongfang Tiexiong, he would likely be discovered.
We just found out,
one member of the Dongfang family said. They had only learned of the matter after waking up that morning.
I'll ask you this, among you, is there anyone involved in this matter?
Dongfang Tiexiong scanned the group with a scrutinizing gaze.
No, I'm not. No.
The others responded in turn.
Hearing their answers, Dongfang Tiexiong's expression softened slightly, and he withdrew his scrutinizing gaze.
That's best. Although our Dongfang family is the foremost family in the 9 states, that does not mean we can act recklessly. Every step our Dongfang family has taken to reach this point has been like walking on thin ice, filled with caution. The Dongfang family may seem powerful, but a single misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss.
The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Don't pretend you don't know how the other major families view us.
They all wish they could replace us, Dongfang Tiexiong said. Head, we know this is a tumultuous time, and we will be very careful. It's been less than a month since the divine bestowal ended, and almost all the chosen ones have chosen to remain silent. However, we must be clear that their silence is only temporary. Once they make a move, it's possible that our Dongfang family could become cannon fodder.
Dongfang Tiexiong stated. Head, our Dongfang family shouldn't become cannon fodder, right? One person couldn't help but say. Shouldn't? Tiexiong, why are you still so forgetful of past lessons? Hasn't the matter of Song Sihai from 20 years ago taught you a lesson? Do you think that if the Dongfang family had faced Song Sihai alone 20 years ago, we would have had a chance of winning? Dongfang Tiexiong asked.
As soon as he said this, Dongfang Tiexiong, who had just asked the question, was instantly rendered speechless. Although the events surrounding Song Sihai happened 20 years ago and the final outcome was that the 10 great families emerged victorious, the shadow left by Song Sihai was too deep. 20 years ago, if only one of the 10 great families had confronted Song Sihai, that family's fate would have surely been destruction. Even when the 10 great families joined forces, if it weren't for a bit of luck and some despicable means, the final result would still have been annihilation. It should be noted that 20 years ago, Song Sihai was not a chosen one, he nearly brought about the downfall of the 10 great families. Now, the chosen ones have appeared, and not just one. If the 10 great families were to stand against the chosen ones, they might very well walk the same path as 20 years ago. The only question is whether their luck this time is as good as it was 20 years ago. Pass down my order, from now on, all members of the Dongfang family, regardless of gender or status, must act with low profile.
If anyone behaves as they did before, break their legs and throw them in the woodshed. We can't afford to attract trouble for the Dongfang family, Dongfang Tieshun said loudly to several people. He became the head of the Dongfang family and the respected leader of the 9 great states not because he was soft-hearted. As the saying goes, kindness does not command troops, and righteousness does not manage wealth. Dongfang Tieshun's current position is naturally that of a person with an iron-fisted approach.
Breaking legs is already a relatively merciful way of putting it.
Yes, head of the family. The others did not dare to show any negligence towards Dongfang Tieshun's order. The Dongfang family being the first family among the 9 great states indeed makes some sense.
Just this unity and obedience to orders is not something an ordinary family can compare to, murmured Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows. He then sent his avatar away to check other places. The younger generation of the Dongfang family consists of 7 members, 4 girls and 3 boys.
Among these 7, apart from Dongfang Jotian, the other 6 are not weak in strength.
Especially Dongfang Shanha and Dongfang Honghong. Dongfang Shanha is hailed as the #1 prodigy of Zhengzhou, the foremost figure of the younger generation, a leading character of his time. Although Dongfang Honghong is not as strong as Dongfang Shanha, her talent is also not to be underestimated. She can be said to be the top among the young women of Zhengzhou. One must admit that the genes of the Dongfang family are truly powerful. During his stealthy observation of the Dongfang family, Song Tianli discovered Dongfang Shanha. At this moment, Dongfang Shanha was in the Dongfang family's martial arts arena, fighting against Dongfang Honghong. The 2 wielded long swords, their bodies flashing continuously.
3-mansion realm. Feeling the aura emanating from Dongfang Shanha, Song Tianli said in disbelief.
Relying solely on his own cultivation to reach the 3-mansion realm without any special advantages, he truly deserves the title of Zhengzhou's #1 prodigy. Honghong, your progress in the past 2 months has been astonishing. You might soon break through to the 2-mansion realm. Dongfang Shanha praised Dongfang Honghong after their battle ended.
It's all thanks to my elder brother's guidance, Dongfang Honghong said excitedly.
Being praised by her elder brother made her happier than breaking through to the 2-mansion realm.
You have been diligent in your training.
When you break through, remember to come find me. I'll protect you, Dongfang Shanha said as he sheathed his sword. From his words, Song Tianli could easily see that Dongfang Shanha was gentle and refined, exuding the demeanor of an elder brother. A person like Jade on the road, a young master unmatched in the world. He felt that this line of poetry was specifically describing Dongfang Shanha.
Thank you, big brother,
Dongfang Honghong said gratefully. You can cultivate here for now. I'll go check on the others. Big brother, in a few days, the Tianjiao realm will open.
Are you going in? Dongfang Honghong suddenly asked.
Of course, I want to take a look.
The Tianjiao realm opens once every 10 years. Once inside, you might gain tremendous opportunities.
I might even advance further and step onto the path of divinity, Dongfang Shanha said with a look of longing. The path of cultivation involves focusing one's essence, refining the 5 organs, gathering the 6 palaces, and stepping onto the divine path. Whether in the realm of the 5 organs or the 6 palaces, it is all about laying a foundation. Only by stepping onto the divine path can one qualify to compete for the chance to become a deity.
Alright, I'll go in with you then.
At this moment, Song Tianli withdrew his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed.
What is the Tianjiao realm? I've never heard of it. He knew far too little about the matters of Zhengzhou.
This was the first time he had heard of the Tianjiao realm.
However, from Dongfang Shanha's earlier words, it seemed that there were many opportunities within the Tianjiao realm that could greatly enhance the strength of those who entered.
Otherwise, Dongfang Shanha wouldn't have said that entering the Tianjiao realm could lead to stepping onto the divine path. Based on the name, it should be like a secret realm, and only the talented can enter, Song Tianli speculated. He had seen such places before in various films, novels, and anime back on Blue Star. But after arriving in the land of Shenzhou, he had never heard of such a place. So, he had always thought that such places were merely fabricated by the dog authors of Blue Star. He never expected them to actually exist. It seemed that he had only scratched the surface of what was out there. After all, although Song Tianli had been laying plans for nearly 20 years since his arrival, what he could understand was merely superficial.
He could never grasp the secrets of the major families. Not knowing about the Tianjiao realm was within reason. After some thought, Song Tianli's avatar followed closely behind Dongfang Shanha. Dongfang Shanha held a very high position in the Dongfang family, and following him would surely allow him to uncover more secrets. However, Song Tianli did not expect that Dongfang Shanha was heading towards the place where Dongfang Jotian was located. Jotian, are you in there?
Dongfang Shanha knocked on the door and asked.
Big brother, please come in. Dongfang Jotian, waking from his cultivation, said loudly. Hearing Dongfang Jotian's voice, Dongfang Shanha pushed the door and entered. Big brother, is there something you need? I just came to ask how your cultivation is going. Any signs of a breakthrough? Not yet. Don't be discouraged. Sometimes the more anxious you are, the harder it is to break through. In a few days, the Tianjiao realm will open. You should come in with me then. There are countless opportunities in the Tianjiao realm. If you're lucky, you might soar to great heights, Dongfang Shanha said. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli watched him and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It must be said that Dongfang Shanha truly had a broad mind. As an older brother, he was absolutely qualified. It is no exaggeration to say that he could serve as a model for being an older brother. From this perspective, the education Dongfang family provided him was extremely successful. No wonder Dongfang Shanha was the ideal partner for many women in Zhengzhou. It's a pity that the positions of Song Tianli and Dongfang Shanha were different, making it ultimately difficult for them to coexist. Otherwise, he would have been very willing to be friends with Dongfang Shanha. Life is like this, the only thing one cannot choose is their birth. When born into a certain family, one bears the mark of that family. Once marked, one's position is predetermined. After the position is set, many things cannot be done entirely according to one's own wishes. Big brother, I will definitely enter the Tianjiao realm. You understand, this is my only chance to change my fate, Dongfang Jotian said firmly. No matter what, he had to take a risk. Otherwise, he would forever be a useless person in the Dongfang family. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what happens, you still have your big brother, Dongfang Shanha said. Prepare yourself in the next few days, and we will enter the Tianjiao realm then. If there is an opportunity, I will fight for you, Dongfang Shanha added before turning to leave. Watching his big brother's departing figure, Dongfang Jotian clenched his fist. He also admitted that his big brother was impeccable in every way. However, having such a big brother, the pressure he felt was unimaginable. Whenever people mentioned the unparalleled talents of the Dongfang family, they would inevitably refer to him as the useless one. No matter where he went, he was always pointed at and whispered about. Although he always pretended to be indifferent and carefree on the surface, how could he truly not care? He did this because he had no other choice. I've had enough of being called useless. This time, when I go to the Tianjiao realm, I will either soar to great heights or die inside, Dongfang Jotian declared resolutely. Hearing Dongfang Jotian's words, Song Tianli couldn't help but smile with amusement. He had originally planned to eliminate Dongfang Jotian after figuring out his habits and attitudes towards others. Then he would take his place. However, he changed his mind. He decided to follow Dongfang Jotian into the Tianjiao realm and eliminate him there. Or, he would take him out just before entering the secret realm. This way, he could showcase part of his strength. By then, even if someone asked, he would have a reason, claiming that he had gained immense opportunities in the Tianjiao realm and his strength had soared. Such a reason would be flawless. As for whether to let Dongfang Jotian become a chosen one, he would find another opportunity. Thus, for a while during the day, Song Tianli and his clone moved around the Dongfang family, observing the actions of all the young members. It is no exaggeration to say that he understood these people better than some of the elders in the Dongfang family. Because the young members of the Dongfang family wore a facade in front of their elders. But when they were alone, they would reveal their true selves. When night fell, Song Tianli left the Dongfang family. Since he had decided to use the Dongfang family as a breakthrough point, he naturally could not take action against them anymore. Therefore, he needed to go to other families to deal with the young members there. His combat power had now reached over 4,300. As long as his combat power reached 5,000, he would have broken through to the second mansion realm. He decided to achieve this goal tonight. The two families closest to the Dongfang family were the Huangfu family and the Shangwan family. The young members of these two families were roughly the same, with about a dozen each. These big families did not worry about raising children, so they often had many offspring. Unlike the Donggong family, who wanted to have children but could not, resulting in a sparse population. After some thought, Song Tianli decided to go to the Shangwan family. The Huangfu family was his mother's family, and he still hadn't figured out what role they played in the events 20 years ago. If he dealt with them now, it could lead to misunderstandings. He decided to wait until everything was clear, and if he found the Huangfu family to be despicable and shameless, he would show no mercy, even if there was some blood relation between them. Song Tianli always believed that the relationship between relatives was not determined by blood ties. It relies on the attitudes between each other and the frequency of interactions. Don't say they are just relatives. Even parents, if they give birth but do not raise, or if they only hit and scold, then they do not deserve to be called parents. There is no need to treat them with a forgiving heart.
People like the Huangfu family should nominally be considered Song Tianli's maternal grandfather, uncles, and cousins. However, in the past 20 years, they have never visited the Song family. Therefore, there is no familial bond between Song Tianli and them. This time, if he hadn't been randomly transported to Zhengzhou, he wouldn't have known that he had such a group of so-called relatives. When he arrived at the Shangguan family, Song Tianli found that the guards were extremely strict. Compared to the previous Gonyang and Donggong families, the security was several times more stringent. It was unclear whether the Shangguan family was always like this or if they had heightened their defenses after the incidents with the Gonyang and Donggong families. Fortunately, even with the strict guards, it couldn't stop Song Tianli from infiltrating. After spending about 3 hours, Song Tianli took away 3 young members of the Shangguan family. Just like with the Gongyang family, he first interrogated them, then recorded videos, and planned to post them on various short video platforms when dawn broke. At the same time, he added some money to increase exposure. After this process, when people woke up and got busy with work, they quickly came across these videos. Just like before, the situation soon began to ferment online. At this moment, in the Shangguan family's reception room, the head of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Luyun, smashed the teacup in his hand into pieces. "Investigate, find out who sent these videos," he said angrily. Reporting to the head of the family, "These videos were all sent from young Master Juinxiang's account," said a man resembling a steward. The young Master Juinxiang he mentioned was one of those kidnapped by Song Tianli. "Yesterday, I ordered to increase the guards. Did you increase them?" Shangguan Luyun asked. "We have tripled the guards in various places. However, none of the guards were injured or killed, and no suspicious individuals were found," the steward replied. "No suspicious individuals found? Useless, good for nothing. If no suspicious individuals were found, tell me how Juinxiang and the others disappeared? And how did the videos appear online?" Hearing the head's words, the steward was momentarily speechless. "Second brother, calm down. We can't blame the stewards, there is something else going on." At that moment, Shangguan Liuyun's fourth brother stepped forward to say. Shangguan Luyun was not the type to lose his mind and only know how to get angry. He had just been too furious earlier to say such things. Now, hearing his brother's advice, he calmed down. "Was there any discovery at the place where Juinxiang and the others disappeared?" After sitting down, Shangguan Luyun asked lightly. Reporting to the head of the family, "We found nothing. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing in the room was damaged. It was as if the young masters had vanished into thin air," the steward answered. Upon hearing this response, Shangguan Liuyun's brows furrowed. This was not the answer he wanted to hear. First the Donggong family, then the Gongyang family, and now us, the Shangguan family. Do you think we, the 10 great families, are being targeted? Or is it some family among the 10 families that is causing trouble? Shangguan Luyun asked the steward and his fourth brother. His eldest brother and third brother had been killed by Song Sihai 20 years ago. Therefore, the hatred between the Shangguan family and Song Sihai could never be resolved. However, like Donggong Qingxian and the others, his first suspicion was other families, not Song Sihai. They believed that Song Sihai was not that kind of person. "It's all possible. We know too little information to speculate on more useful details," said Shangguan Liuyang's fourth brother, Shangguan Luyang. "Actually, the information we have isn't that little. The ones kidnapped from our Shangguan family are Juinxiang and a few others. From the Eastern Palace family, it's Donggong Wui. From the Gongyang family, it's Gongyang Jilin and the others. Haven't you noticed that these people have a common trait?" Shangguan Luyun analyzed. "Indeed, they all share a common trait, they are very young. But that's not the main commonality. The main commonality is that their cultivation talent is average, and their strength is not strong. This indicates that the people who kidnap them are not too powerful. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have kidnapped Donggong Wudi from the Eastern Palace family? Or Gongyang Jiqi from the Gongyang family? Or Arjun Kai? If they wanted to take revenge on the 10 great families, wouldn't it be more thorough to directly kidnap their most proud prodigies? However, now, the ones taken are all people with low presence in their families," Shangguan Luyun analyzed. As the head of the Shangguan family, he was certainly not an ordinary person and had directly grasped the crux of the issue. As soon as he said this, both Shangguan Luyang and the steward paused in their thoughts. This was indeed something they had not considered. "So what should we do next?" Shangguan Luyang asked. Wait for what? Wait for the other party to make their next move. If the target of their next move is still the younger generation among the 10 great families, those with weaker talents, then my earlier inference can basically be confirmed." Upon hearing Shangguan Luyun say this, Shangguan Luyang and the steward fell into silence. For now, this seemed to be the best approach. If the other party truly targeted those with poor talent and low strength, it would indicate that their own strength was not too formidable. They might just have some unknown means to evade the guard's scrutiny. If that were the case, they wouldn't need to be so cautious. The 10 great families were not so easily manipulated. At this moment, Song Tianli was hidden in an unknown corner, consolidating his cultivation. After eliminating 3 members of the Shangwan family, his combat power had increased to 5436+. Once his combat power broke through 5000, his strength had risen to the second mansion realm. At this moment, he was condensing his second chi mansion within his body. With a tenfold efficiency boost, it didn't take long for Song Tianli to successfully open up his second chi mansion.
Second mansion realm, he murmured, feeling the more surging power within his body.
After breaking through to the second mansion realm, combined with his methods, he could confidently take on practitioners of the first mansion realm. He was no longer limited to those below the chi mansion realm. This combat power stacking ability was truly overpowered. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the sixth mansion realm.
Even stepping onto the divine path was not out of the question. However, after some thought, Song Tianli decided not to take action against members of other families for now. He had already tied up members from the Eastern Palace, Gongyang, and Shangwan families, which could be considered alarming. Other families would surely be on guard, and continuing to act could lead to him being trapped.
In the previous 2 attacks, one could say the 10 great families had been careless, not expecting someone to strike against them.
However, if he continued to act, it was hard to guarantee that the 10 great families wouldn't be prepared.
Being among the 10 great families of the 9 states, even as a chosen one, Song Tianli did not dare to underestimate them. Therefore, to be safe, he decided to remain low-key for a while. During this time, he planned to gather information about the Prodigy Realm. Once he entered the Prodigy Realm, he would unleash chaos.
By that time, no one would be able to stop him.
Moreover, there was no need for any reservations. To be fair, Song Tianli's luck was indeed quite good. His decision inadvertently disrupted the plans of the Shangwan family. They were waiting for Song Tianli to make another move, but he chose to remain silent instead.
In the following days, none of the younger generation from the 10 great families were kidnapped.
Meanwhile, the Donggong family, the Gongyang family, and the Shangwan family sent countless people to search for their missing family members. However, after several days of exhaustive searching, they found nothing. Not even suspicious individuals, let alone any other clues. This left the other families monitoring the situation astonished. It wasn't surprising that someone targeted the 10 great families. After all, a large tree attracts the wind, and the 10 great families had indeed offended many people. However, given the power of the 10 great families, it was quite unbelievable that they still didn't know who their enemy was. During these days of various investigations and follow-ups, Song Tianli finally understood what the Tianjiao realm was. The so-called Tianjiao realm was indeed a secret realm as understood by Song Tianli. This secret realm was opened up from the Liuli Shoucheng within the 10 great divine realms, with the purpose of selecting exceptionally talented youths every 10 years. This way, Liuli Shoucheng could continuously have fresh blood.
There had always been some connection between Liuli Shoucheng and the 10 great families of Zhengzhou. Back then, Donggong Yanlong was born in Liuli Shoucheng and was later fostered in the Donggong family of Zhengzhou. After living there for a few years, he was brought back to Liuli Shoucheng. The name Tianjiao realm was merely a title given by the 10 great families. The true name was known only to the people of Liuli Shoucheng. After clarifying all of this, a hint of hesitation flashed through Song Tianli's mind. He wondered whether he should enter the Tianjiao realm.
If he caught the attention of the people from Liuli Shoucheng, it would not be good. However, after some thought, he decided to go in anyway. He was already a prospective disciple of the Four Seasons Pang Lai, and once the 3-month period was up, he could head to the Four Seasons Pang Lai. Now, only 2 months remained. Even if he attracted the attention of the people from Liuli Shoucheng, it wouldn't matter. Once he emerged from the Tianjiao realm and resolved the issues with the 10 great families, he could slip away without a trace. By then, the people from Liuli Shoucheng would not come to the Four Seasons Pang Lai looking for him. To enter the Four Seasons Pang Lai, 2 conditions needed to be met. First, one must not be over 30 years old. Since the Tianjiao realm was named after the word Tianjiao, being too old would disqualify one from being called a Tianjiao. After all, the Tianjiao realm opened once every 10 years. If someone was over 30, it meant they had already participated in it in their 20s. Such a person, even if they entered the Tianjiao realm again, would only be wasting their effort. The second point required proof. The spatial gate of the Tianjiao realm was surrounded by spatial storms. Without the protection of the 10 great families' proof, one could not enter. If one forced their way in, they would be swept away by the spatial storms.
For the past few days, Song Tianli had been guarding Donggong Jotian, hoping to see if he had any proof on him. As the time for the Tianjiao realm's opening drew closer, Song Tianli still had not seen Donggong Jotian produce the proof. This made him feel that perhaps he should use some means to force the issue. Fortunately, Song Tianli's luck was good. Just as the Tianjiao realm was about to open, Donggong Jotian took out the proof. He needed to ensure that the proof was on him and undamaged. The moment Song Tianli saw the proof, he took action. Originally, he planned to wait until he reached the Tianjiao realm before taking action against Donggong Jotian. Now, he couldn't wait for that moment. Suddenly, two of Song Tianli's avatars appeared behind Donggong Jotian, using the shadow imitation technique. With Song Tianli's current strength at the second palace realm, dealing with a third palace realm Donggong Jotian would pose no surprises. In just 2 seconds, he subdued Donggong Jotian and brought him into the divine might space. He understood Donggong Jotian well enough, so he didn't interrogate him like he did with others. To be on the safe side, he didn't kill him, merely temporarily imprisoning him in the divine might space. Then, Song Tianli transformed into Donggong Jotian's appearance, playing with the token in his hand. He discovered that this token contained a kind of spatial power. Due to his practice with the Flying Thunder God technique, he had gained some insights into spatial power. It was this spatial power on the token that ensured others could enter the Tianjiao realm. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Song Tianli was toying with the token, suddenly, the door to Donggong Jotian's room was knocked on. Come in. Song Tianli imitated Donggong Jotian's voice and said. The transformation technique could not only change a person's appearance but also mimic their voice. Young Master Jotian, the master asked me to convey that we are ready to depart, said the servant. Alright, I'm coming. Song Tianli replied, getting off the bed. From now on, he was Donggong Jotian. He had to focus on imitating Donggong Jotian, not allowing anyone to see any flaws. Once he entered the Tianjiao realm, he could do as he pleased. When Song Tianli arrived at the Donggong family's reception hall, he found that most of the Donggong family members had already gathered. Jotian, next time gather faster, don't keep everyone waiting for you alone, said Donggong Tianxin with an unfriendly expression. He was the leader of this trip, escorting the younger generation of the Donggong family to the Tianjiao realm. Yes. Song Tianli obediently nodded. After observing for a few days, he found that Donggong Jotian had a rebellious and arrogant personality outside, as if he were invincible. However, within the Donggong family, he was particularly low-key. He never rebutted the usual criticisms and teachings from other members of the Donggong family, simply agreeing with them. He understood very well that he had no say within the Donggong family. His cultivation talent was lacking, and he wasn't smart enough. To the Donggong family, someone like him was just a burden. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Donggong Tianxin said, turning to board a flying boat. The others followed closely behind. Once everyone boarded the flying boat, it took off. The flying boat streaked through the air, heading towards a direction in the central continent. At the same time, members of the other 10 great families were also aboard flying boats, heading in the same direction. In the central continent, some bewildered onlookers stared in astonishment at these flying boats. They had never known that the 9 great states had such means of transportation. However, some older individuals were not surprised, as they had seen them 10 years ago. Song Tianli stood quietly in a corner of the flying boat, trying his best not to attract anyone's attention. This was his first time seeing such a flying boat. He had to admit, the 10 great families had some impressive things. It was very stable, and he felt no bumps at all. Soon, the flying boat arrived above the highest mountain in the central continent but did not land, instead continuously circling. We're preparing to go down, Donggong Tianxin said, leaping directly off the flying boat. This scene left the others on the flying boat dumbfounded. How could he just jump down like that? However, it didn't take long for everyone to realize that Donggong Tianxin was already a practitioner at the Qi Mansion level and could fly. Jumping down from a high place wouldn't kill him. Jotian, don't worry, come down with me, said Donggong Shanha as he approached Song Tianli. Thank you, big brother. Song Tianli pretended to be very grateful. However, he was troubled inside. If he got too close to Donggong Shanha and was discovered to have the strength of the second mansion, that would be bad. After all, the flow of energy within a practitioner is hard to conceal. Thinking of this, Song Tianli raised his hand and quickly tapped a few points on his body. Instantly, the energy within him stopped flowing as much. He used the skills of the Hinata clan to perform acupoint sealing on himself. This was the only method he could think of to change the energy fluctuations within him. To be honest, using this method to conceal his energy fluctuations was quite painful. Song Tianli instinctively frowned and clenched his fists. This scene was clearly seen by Donggong Shanha. Jotian, what's wrong?
Dongfang Shanha asked as he looked at Song Tianli.
Hearing his question, Song Tianli paused. He didn't expect his small action to be noticed. I'm a bit nervous, he stammered. Your strength is still weak, you can't fly, and it's natural to be nervous when jumping from a height. Come down with me, Dongfang Shanha said gently without thinking much about it. Thank you, big brother. Song Tianli pretended to be very grateful.
Thus, Dongfang Shanha took Song Tianli and jumped off the flying boat. At the same time, people from the Dongfang family and other major families continuously jumped down to the ground from their flying boats. From below, it looked like dumplings falling from the sky. The number of outstanding individuals and family protectors from each family was not small.
During the fall, Song Tianli pretended to be very nervous and instinctively grabbed Dongfang Shanha's arm.
Dongfang Shanha just glanced at him and didn't stop him. Dongfang Jotian was only at the 3 treasures level, so such behavior was quite normal. Once they landed, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief, looking somewhat shaken.
His performance was completely in line with Dongfang Jotian's realm.
In this regard, his act was quite on point. Then, Song Tianli looked around and noticed that as time passed, more and more people appeared at the mountaintop. The open space at the top of the mountain was quite large, covering tens of thousands of square meters. At this moment, people from the 10 major families stood in different places according to their factions. Just a cursory glance revealed some familiar faces to Song Tianli. Of course, this familiarity didn't mean they had met face to face, but rather that he had seen them while lurking before. For example, Donggong Woyo, Donggong Wudi, Shangguan Junki, Gongyang Jiqi. These were all the elites of their respective families, and they had all arrived. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Song Tianli's eyes.
One Ran Buhue. He saw One Run Buhue and silently thought to himself. Speaking of which, if it weren't for One Ren Buhue going to the Song family to break off the engagement, he wouldn't have known that there was a connection between the Song family and the 10 major families. If he hadn't known this, even if he had been teleported to the Donggong family before, he wouldn't have thought to investigate the events from 20 years ago. He would have definitely left at the first opportunity and found a way back to Qianzhou. Speaking of which, One Ran Buhue was a catalyst. It's about time, leaders, shall we begin? After a while, Dongfang Tianxin stepped forward and said, it was customary for the 10 major families that each time the Tianjiao realm opened, someone from the Shizuan family would take the lead. Therefore, Dongfang Tianxin stood up. After his words fell, each family had one person step forward. Each of them held a token, and when the 10 gathered together, they activated the tokens collectively. Immediately, beams of light shot out from each token, soaring into the sky. 10 different beams of light formed a massive circle. In the next moment, the space within this circle began to ripple, as if a stone had been thrown into the water. The chosen ones enter. Dongfang Tianxin shouted loudly. With his shout, all those under 30 from the 10 great families moved towards the rippling space in the sky. They approached the edge of the circle, jumped with force, and entered the realm. Song Tianli followed closely behind Dongfang Shanha, heading towards the realm of the chosen ones. As he leaped towards the realm, he distinctly felt as if his body had touched the water's surface, experiencing a strong pressure. However, before he could do anything, he found that the token he received from Dongfang Jotian erupted with energy, enveloping his body. He smoothly passed through the rippling space. Without the sensation of the world spinning, Song Tianli effortlessly arrived in the realm of the chosen ones. He looked up and discovered that this was a vast mountain range, lush with vegetation and steep terrain. The spiritual energy here was many times denser than that of the outside world. Just taking a breath made him feel refreshed. The corners of Song Tianli's mouth slightly lifted. The scenery here was beautiful and pleasant, suitable for the 10 great families to use as a burial ground. According to feng shui, being buried in such a place would be very beneficial for future generations. Of course, the premise was to have descendants. Jotian, stay behind me. Dongfang Shanha turned to Song Tianli and said, big brother, you go ahead, I want to explore on my own. After saying this, Song Tianli casually chose a direction and sped off. Jotian, come back. Dongfang Shanha shouted. Big brother, just leave him be. People like him just don't know what's good for them. If he wants to explore, let him go. He won't know growth without hitting a wall. His talent is poor, yet he acts as if we owe him something, always sulking. Dongfang Lingtian said disdainfully. He had long been displeased with Dongfang Jotian's demeanor. Don't say that, Jotian is just sensitive, he means no harm, Dongfang Shanha hurriedly replied. Being his own brother, he didn't want any conflict to arise between them. After Song Tianli had distanced himself, he concealed himself. The reason he hadn't acted earlier was that the people from the 10 great families had just appeared in the realm and had not yet dispersed.
If he acted then, he would definitely become the target of everyone. So, he needed to wait for a while. Once these people scattered to various corners, he would strike them down one by one. Soon, the people from the 10 great families began to spread out. They needed to seek opportunities within, so it was impossible for everyone to stay together. The realm of the chosen ones was vast, so ultimately, everyone would have to separate. Unless a few individuals decided to stick together. After waiting for half an hour, Song Tianli finally emerged from his hiding place. Multiple shadow clone technique. The realm of the chosen ones was large enough, so when Song Tianli used the multiple shadow clone technique, he didn't hold back. He also wanted to see how many clones he could create at once. Puff puff puff. Clones continuously appeared. In the blink of an eye, a dense mass of clones filled most of the forest. This was the first time Song Tianli had fully exerted himself to create clones since breaking through to the second mansion realm. When he was in the 5 organs realm, he could already split into 1,000 clones. Now, in the realm of the second level, the number of avatars that can be split has reached 3,000. Although these 3,000 avatars are somewhat weaker than his main body, possessing only the strength of the first level, their sheer number is overwhelming. The combined strength of the younger generation from the 10 great families is less than 1/10 of his avatars. The hunt has begun. Kill. With a command from Song Tianli's main body, numerous avatars surged forward. Their speed was incredibly fast, and they moved in groups of 10. With 10 people working together, using various skills and coordination, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary individuals. Unless they encountered someone as powerful as Dongfang Shanhe. In Song Tianli's plan, talents like Dongfang Shanhe would be dealt with last. First, he would handle the other weaklings to enhance his own combat power. Although Song Tianli had thousands of avatars, they did not charge forward in a grand manner. If they did, they would surely be discovered by others. Instead, they moved quietly in groups of 10, breaking into smaller units. Using the cover of the trees in the forest, ordinary people would not notice them at all. Soon, one of Song Tianli's groups of avatars discovered 2 young talents from the 10 great families. Song Tianli recognized them. They were from the Shiman family. Hello, have you found anything? One of Song Tianli's avatars asked as he approached. His avatar naturally inherited the personality of his 6th brother. Although they had the numerical advantage, they would try to ambush whenever possible. If they could avoid direct combat, they would. Who are you? The 2 members of the Shiman family looked at Song Tianli's avatar with confusion. At this moment, Song Tianli's avatar had already used a transformation technique to take on the appearance of someone else. No, we are not from the Shiman family. We've at least had drinks together before. If you don't recognize them, that's fine. But how can you not recognize me? One of Song Tianli's avatars said as he walked towards the 2 from the Shiman family. The other avatars had also unknowingly surrounded the 2 members of the Shiman family. Did we drink together? One of the Shiman family members asked, looking puzzled. He had tried hard to recall but found he had no impression of the person in front of him. Let me remind you, on June 7, 3 years ago, we were at a place called the Yama Hall. At that time, you looked at me just like you are now, and I pulled out a dagger. I mistook you for someone trying to ambush me and stabbed you. As he spoke, Song Tianli's avatar really pulled out a dagger and lunged at the Shiman family member. The other party sensed the danger and tried to dodge. But at that moment, he suddenly found that his body could not move. He can only watch helplessly as the dagger in Song Tianli's avatar's hand stabbed towards him. Put! Without any surprise, the dagger pierced into the heart of the other party. Then, with the fastest speed, he pulled the dagger out and slashed it towards the neck of the other Shiman family member. Again, without any surprise, the dagger sliced across the other person's neck. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, Song Tianli's avatar had completed a double kill. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli's main body felt a massive surge of energy flowing into his body. His combat power increased by nearly 1,000. Indeed, a horse cannot thrive without night grass, and a person cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. The feeling of gaining strength while sitting was simply exhilarating. Thinking back to the days of arduous cultivation, and comparing it to the current methods of increasing strength, it was like heaven and earth apart. With enough avatars, Song Tianli's group quickly discovered more members of the 10 great families. This time it was the Gongyang family. Song Tianli's avatar planned to use the same old trick, continuing to get close before launching a surprise attack. However, the Gongyang family members were particularly vigilant due to the previous incident where Song Tianli had kidnapped their family members. Stop! Speak your mind, we don't seem to be familiar. One of the Gongyang family members said. You may not be familiar with me, but aren't you familiar with Gongyang Jiling? I am his best friend. Previously, as Song Tianli's avatar spoke, he launched an attack directly.
However, the Gong Yang family members were already prepared and retreated immediately.
But at that moment, it was too late for him to escape. Song Tianli's 10 avatars had completely surrounded him.
Shadow Mimicry Technique, Kanova Whirlwind Kick, Heart-to-Heart Technique.
In an instant, various control skills and attack skills were directed at the Gong Yang family member.
Song Tianli's avatar was already stronger than him, and with the cooperation of multiple avatars, they quickly took him down. Such incidents continued to occur.
Those below the first realm were basically killed instantly by Song Tianli. Those at the first realm would sometimes resist a little. However, the final outcome remained unchanged. In just over an hour, the number of people who died at Song Tianli's hands had reached 3 digits. Meanwhile, Song Tianli's accumulated combat power had reached a terrifying 60,000 plus. Adding to the previous 5,000 plus, his combat power had now reached an astonishing 67,452 plus. With over 60,000 combat power, his strength had risen to the 5th realm. To be honest, before obtaining the golden finger of combat power accumulation, he had never imagined that his strength could increase so rapidly. He believed that as long as he could kill all the descendants of the 10 great families who entered the Tianjiao realm, his strength would definitely break through to above the 6th realm.
That is, stepping onto the path of the divine.
I've already reached the 5th realm, there's no need to hide anymore. It's time to push forward, Song Tianli said to himself as he woke from his cultivation. After breaking through his realm, he needed to spend some time consolidating his strength. Just now, he had released his avatars to solidify his power.
Multiple Shadow Clone Technique.
Then, he began to create avatars again. After reaching the 5th realm, he could now create up to 5,000 avatars.
Just thinking about 5,000 avatars was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Song Tianli's avatars were densely packed. Attack!
Song Tianli shouted, and the 5,000 avatars began to search vigorously. This scene quickly caught the attention of others from the 10 great families.
Who are you? Donggong Wuyo asked Song Tianli's avatar. The one who will kill you.
Song Tianli was too lazy to waste words and directly launched an attack.
Realizing the situation was dire, Donggong Wuyo turned and ran immediately. Want to escape? Too late.
Earth escape, earth flow wall. 3 of Song Tianli's avatars pressed their palms to the ground, and instantly, 3 earthen walls rose up, surrounding Donggong Wuyo.
Then, Song Tianli's other avatars rushed into the enclosed area and began attacking Donggong Wuyo. 3 seconds later, Donggong Wuyo fell.
Sister! Seeing this scene, Donggong Wudi cried out in sorrow from a distance.
However, Donggong Wudi's cries did not prevent Donggong Wuyo's death. In an instant, Donggong Wuyo was killed.
Sister! Seeing his sister killed, Donggong Wudi shouted again. His shout caught the attention of Song Tianli's avatar. Without saying a word, Song Tianli's avatar headed straight for Donggong Wudi.
Run! This was Donggong Wudi's first thought.
He alone could not possibly contend against so many powerful individuals. The only way was to gather with the others from the 10 great families to jointly confront them.
Thus, without any hesitation, Donggong Wudi turned and flew off into the distance.
At that moment, he had already thought of something. Those who had previously targeted their 10 great families in the shadows were likely these people.
However, he was unclear how these individuals had infiltrated the Tianjiao realm.
It should be noted that outside the Tianjiao realm, there were members of the 10 great families guarding the exits. At the same time, he was contemplating how to inform those outside about the events occurring within the Tianjiao realm. He could escape for a moment, but he could not run forever. After all, although the Tianjiao realm was vast, the number of opponents was too great, and he had nowhere to hide.
Seeing Donggong Wudi turn and flee, Song Tianli's avatar quickly chose to pursue him.
However, he did not chase with full force but followed from a distance. He wanted to fish for information, to see if following Donggong Wudi would lead him to more members of the 10 great families.
Scenes like this were continuously unfolding within the Tianjiao realm.
Song Tianli, who had decided to push forward, showed no mercy when facing the members of the 10 great families. The situation quickly turned one-sided. In less than an hour, over 100 members of the 10 great families had been eliminated by Song Tianli.
At this point, there were fewer than 30 Tianjiao remaining in the Tianjiao realm. As long as he eliminated them, the younger generation of the 10 great families would essentially be wiped out. Of course, there were still some children from the 10 great families who had not entered the Tianjiao realm.
At this moment, Song Tianli's combat power had exceeded 100,000, reaching the 6th mansion realm. He was just a step away from the Divine Path realm. Song Tianli did not know if killing all the people in the Tianjiao realm would allow him to break through to the Divine Path realm. According to previous trends, breaking through to the Divine Path realm seemed somewhat difficult. As more and more members of the 10 great families died, the remaining survivors finally huddled together. At this moment, Song Tianli's thousands of avatars surrounded the remaining 20 or so individuals in a valley. He discovered that these survivors were all elites among the 10 great families. For example, Dongfang Shanha, Donggong Wudi, Gongyang Jiqi, Wenren Bubui, Shangguan Junki. At this moment, these individuals stood back to back, nervously staring at the ones surrounding them. Regardless of any previous friction among the 10 great families, they were united like never before at this moment. Who are you? Dongfang Shanha asked, looking at the avatars of Song Tianli that surrounded them. Under the Justice Celestial Lord, the enforcer of good and evil. You 10 great families have committed numerous evils, we have come to deliver justice upon you. One of Song Tianli's avatars proclaimed loudly. He said this out of concern that these individuals might have unknown means. In case they escaped, it would not lead to doubts about his identity. Justice Celestial Lord? I've never heard of such a person, Dongfang Shanha muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked at the others. However, the others also shook their heads. They had never heard of the name Justice Celestial Lord. There is no way such a Justice Celestial Lord exists in the 9 great states. This must just be a gimmick. He must be the one who previously kidnapped my brother and the others, Shangguan Junki said at that moment. I think so too. This group is powerful. We are definitely no match for them. The most important thing now is to find a way to notify the outside world and have the leaders take us out, Donggong Wudi said. However, Song Tianli did not wait for them to come up with a plan before dealing with them. After revealing his identity, he directed his avatars toward the remaining individuals. Seeing the numerous clones rushing in, the remaining prodigies of the 10 great families stood ready, their expressions extremely serious. They understood very well that this time was different from their usual sparring. This time, it was a true confrontation. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Dragon soars in all directions. Azure lotus fills the sky. Snow drifts in the world. The remaining members of the 10 great families launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, a variety of complex assaults surged toward Song Tianli's many clones. Desert Burial, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Thousand Birds, Shadow Imitation Technique, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. When it came to flashy attacks, Song Tianli, who could manifest the skills of the Hokage, was not afraid of anyone. His thousands of clones could unleash countless attacks. Boom! 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 A series of attacks erupted, stirring up energy storms. Poof! 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 As the energy storms swept over the prodigies of the 10 great families, many of them spat out blood. When Song Tianli's clones were engulfed by these energy storms, they all turned into clouds of white smoke and vanished. Unfortunately, the prodigies of the 10 great families did not witness this scene. They were too preoccupied with their own survival to have the chance to observe Song Tianli's performance. Then, other clones of Song Tianli charged recklessly toward the prodigies of the 10 great families. Lightning Cutter, Fire Release, Tooth for Tooth. Following that, Song Tianli launched another round of attacks. Faced with these assaults, the members of the 10 great families were unable to withstand them. Soon, over a dozen were slain by Song Tianli. At that moment, a massive sword aura rose from Dongfang Shanha's body. This sword aura shot into the sky as if it were going to tear apart the entire space. At the same time, in the other 9 directions, equally powerful auras surged forth. They were a sword, an axe, a whip, a bell, a spear, a hammer, a halberd, a staff, and a suit of armor. Once these 10 powerful auras rose, they instantly dispersed all the attacks launched by Song Tianli's clones. At the same time, they destroyed hundreds of his clones. At this point, Song Tianli's expression was exceptionally serious. He had previously suspected that the prodigies of the 10 great families might have hidden cards, which was why he had been cautious and did not dare to be too reckless. He did not expect that they indeed had hidden cards, and they appeared to be quite formidable. The reason there were 10 great families in Zhengzhou, rather than 9 or 11, was not simply because the number 10 sounded nice. It was not because 10 is perfect. It was because each of these 10 families possessed a spiritual treasure. These 10 spiritual treasures held unimaginable power, representing the foundation of the 10 great families. With their spiritual treasures in hand, the members of the 10 great families were essentially invincible in the 9 great states. The 10 great families bestowed these 10 spiritual treasures upon their most outstanding prodigies: Dongfang Shanha of the Dongfang family, Gongyang Jiqi of the Gongyang family, Shangguan Junkai of the Shangguan family, Donggong Wudi of the Donggong family, Nangong Minglu of the Nangong family, Shiman Wangyang of the Shiman family, Baiming Mengshur of the Baiming family, Bailey Changhuang of the Bailey family, Huangfu Yisan of the Huangfu family, and Wenren Xinghuan of the Wenren family. In this way, even if the events of 20 years ago were to repeat and the 10 great families truly faced annihilation, there would still be bloodlines left behind. Moreover, with the talents of these individuals, they could revive the glory of their families in the future. These old schemers, revealing their trump cards only at this critical moment, Song Tianli's true self murmured from the shadows.
However, he had no intention of retreating.
Previously, if he had wanted to, he could have eliminated all these people, because he could use the comparison in his golden finger. If the opponent's combat power was lower than his, he could kill them. However, by doing so, he wouldn't be able to gain their combat power. He was a bit greedy, wanting to harvest everyone's combat power. So, he didn't use this ability. Now, these people had brought out their spiritual treasures, their combat power enhanced, and they were no longer weaker than him. It was impossible for him to rely on this method to take them down.
Now, the only way was to fight.
He had many trump cards and wouldn't be helpless just because the opponent had brought out their spiritual treasures. He also wanted to test whether those unused trump cards of his were actually useful.
Susanoo. With a light shot from Song Tianli, huge skeletal phantoms formed above all the clones.
These skeletal phantoms were over 10 meters tall and came in different colors. The different Susanoo manifested different figures for Song Tianli, hence the varying colors. Moreover, this was only the second stage of Susanoo, so the height was around 10 meters. These gigantic skeletal phantoms swung their massive hands and struck down at the members of the 10 great families. The 10 prodigies of the 10 great families never expected that someone would conjure such terrifying skeletal phantoms. However, they knew they had no choice but to fight. The 10 prodigies, each holding a spiritual treasure, stood at the forefront, protecting the few remaining members of their families and began attacking the skeletal phantoms with their treasures. As Dongfang Shanha swung his sword, a sharp sword aura descended from the sky, slashing at a green skeletal phantom.
The green Susanoo raised its arms to block the descending sword aura. Clang!
A loud crash echoed, and the green Susanoo was actually severed, losing more than half of its body.
It then dissipated into the air. These spiritual treasures are indeed powerful, Song Tianli murmured.
His clones only had the strength of the 5-mansion realm, while the 10 prodigies wielding spiritual treasures had combat power exceeding his main body.
He wasn't surprised that the Susanoo was cut down.
The reason he hadn't left was that he wanted to see if these prodigies could continuously use these treasures.
Although the treasures were strong, Song Tianli didn't believe that the users bore no burden.
He used numerous clones to increase the burden on these prodigies.
As Dongfang Shanha launched his attack, the other treasure wielders also began their assaults.
In an instant, various blade shadows, giant axes, and spear lights, all sorts of attacks rained down on the Susanoo.
In just a few minutes, the Susanoo that surrounded the 10 great families was completely destroyed. However, soon, many more Susanoo appeared.
This scene made the faces of many prodigies turn extremely grim,
because using the spiritual treasures consumed a lot of energy.
If this continued, they probably wouldn't last much longer. Have you noticed, the attacks from these people at this time, although slightly different, aren't much different. Moreover, after killing them, they directly turned into white smoke and disappeared, leaving no corpses. Dongfang Shanha said to the others.
That's right, I noticed that too. After killing these people, they not only didn't bleed, but there weren't even any bodies. Dongfang Wudi echoed.
This only indicates one thing, we've been killing for half a day, but what we've actually killed are not humans. Or rather, not real humans. These should be puppets or clones conjured by someone hidden in the shadows.
Shang Wanjun said.
So, it means that although it seemed like we were surrounded by thousands of people, in reality, there was only one person.
But can one person really be this strong? Bailey Changhong analyzed. The chosen one.
The eastern mountains and rivers, along with Donggong Wudi and a few others, spoke in unison. This was the only possibility they could think of. If it were just one person who was particularly powerful, they wouldn't be so suspicious.
However, this person's methods were simply too numerous. Countless flashy attacks could only be the work of a chosen one.
There was a widely accepted principle in the land of the divine. If the opponent's methods exceed your understanding, then the likelihood of them being a chosen one is 90%.
We can be 100% sure that the opponent is definitely a chosen one.
Only a chosen one could possibly infiltrate the realm of the outstanding under the watchful eyes of so many of our elders.
Otherwise, it would be impossible for thousands to blend into the realm of the outstanding.
Dongyang Jiqi said with a tone of certainty. None of those who could wield spiritual treasures for the 10 great families were fools.
This point was quickly understood.
What they couldn't comprehend was why the opponent was targeting their 10 great families.
Was it for revenge, or was it because of some golden finger, seeking to gain power through this?
They knew too little about Song Tianli, so they were unclear about his true intentions.
Their guesses were all correct. Song Tianli targeted them for revenge.
At the same time, it was also to enhance his own strength.
You are good at guessing. Does getting it right mean you won't die?
Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli smiled cruelly at the scene before him. The earlier use of Susanoo was merely an appetizer.
Now, he was about to get serious.
He flipped his palm and took out several cards. Although the skills from Naruto were flashy, they were limited by his own strength, so the skills he executed were not powerful. However, his cards were different. His cards were logical type abilities, unrestricted by realm. Hundreds of skeletal Susanoo surged toward the members of the 10 great families once more. The eastern mountains and rivers used their spiritual treasures to attack again. As they launched their attacks, their eyes scanned the surroundings like radar. Knowing that these were all clones or puppets, fighting them was merely a waste of time and spiritual energy.
Therefore, they needed to find Song Tianli's true body. As long as they could eliminate the true body, their current predicament would resolve itself.
The eastern mountains and rivers envisioned a beautiful outcome, but Song Tianli's true body was not so easily found. When the eastern mountains and rivers raised his long sword spiritual treasure to attack, suddenly, the sword twisted in his hand and stabbed toward Donggong Woody beside him. Donggong Woody was focused on battling the skeletal Susanoo and had no idea someone would attack him from behind. Caught completely off guard, he was pierced through the body by the long sword in the eastern mountains and rivers hand.
You!
Donggong Woody turned around, looking at the eastern mountains and rivers with an expression of disbelief, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. The life force within him dwindled, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. This scene instantly drew the attention of the others in the 10 great families.
Eastern mountains and rivers, what are you doing? Shang Wanjun said loudly, glaring at the eastern mountains and rivers.
At the same time, the others also distanced themselves from the eastern mountains and rivers, wary of a sudden attack. I didn't mean to, the long sword in my hand was completely out of my control just now, the eastern mountains and rivers explained hurriedly, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events.
However, his explanation sounded extremely weak.
The long sword had been in his hand, and suddenly it was out of control. Who would believe that?
Anyone would probably find it hard to accept. Eastern mountains and rivers, do you really think we are children? Finding a reason, you should at least find something credible. Dongfang Shanha, tell me, is this a conspiracy of your Dongfang family? From the very beginning, it couldn't have been your Dongfang family targeting the other families, right? Does your Dongfang family want to dominate alone?
In an instant, the elites of the 10 great families began to speculate.
No!
You all saw it before, our Dongfang family also had members killed.
I swear, just now, the long sword in my hand truly lost control, Dongfang Shanha explained loudly.
At that moment, it was like getting mud in your pants. It was not shit, but it was still shit, and there was no way to explain it clearly. He finally understood what it meant to be at a loss for words. However, from the perspective of others, it was also understandable. After all, the long sword in his hand lost control for no reason. He still couldn't figure out why the spiritual treasure in his hand suddenly became uncontrollable.
The Dongfang family indeed has dead people, but who knows if it's a ploy? Who knows if you all are just putting on a show?
Bai Li Changhong said.
At a critical moment related to life, who would dare to trust their back to someone who had attacked their own companions? Human hearts are always the most terrifying.
Big brother, our goal has been achieved. Why waste more words with them? If we kill them all directly, our goal will be completely accomplished. Just then, Dongfang Jiutian suddenly walked out from among the many skeletal Susanoo, looking at Dongfang Shanha. His appearance left Dongfang Shanha dumbfounded.
He had always thought that Dongfang Jiutian had probably met with misfortune.
Unexpectedly, upon appearing, he said such words.
It really is you. What a good Dongfang family, actually playing us around.
No wonder my brother and the others were quietly captured. I had suspected it was the people from the 10 great families. I didn't expect it to be your Dongfang family. Dongfang Shanha, your Dongfang family has slaughtered so many of our young members. We must settle this score, Shang Wanjun said angrily.
The Dongfang family intends to wipe out the younger generation of our other families, leaving no successors, so that the Dongfang family can completely dominate. I have to say, what a good scheme, and so vicious. Bai Ming Mengsher looked at Dongfang Shanha with a hateful gaze. If looks could kill, Dongfang Shanha would have been slain by that hateful gaze.
I swear in the name of the Dongfang family, we have never plotted any plans against the 10 great families, Dongfang Shanha said to the others. However, no one was willing to believe his words.
Big brother, our goal has been achieved, there's no need to continue acting. Let's quickly kill them and proceed to the next plan, Dongfang Jiutian said at that moment.
Hearing his words, Dongfang Shanha turned to look at him.
You can't be Jiutian, who exactly are you? What is your intention in pretending to be Jiutian and sowing discord between us? Dongfang Shanha stepped forward to question. Big brother, the goal has been achieved, continuing the act is unnecessary. Time is pressing, let's act quickly, Dongfang Jiotian said, waving his hand.
Immediately, the skeletal Susanoo behind him began to attack the elites of the 10 great families again. However, they did not attack Dongfang Shanha. If you're going to act, you must do it thoroughly. You scoundrel, at this time, you still want to sow discord between us. I will definitely kill you today. Dongfang Shanha roared and charged towards Dongfang Jiotian. Dongfang Shanha, having killed so many of our 10 great families, do you still want to leave? At that moment, Wenrun Xinghuan shouted loudly, blocking Dongfang Shanha. In his view, Dongfang Shanha seemed to be attacking Dongfang Jiotian, but in reality, he wanted to take this opportunity to break free from their encirclement. Then he would join forces with Dongfang Jiotian to launch a counterattack against them.
Since he had already seen through the other party's plan, how could he allow it to succeed?
Thus, Wenrun Xinghuan wielded a long whip and launched an attack on Dongfang Shanha. Although Dongfang Shanha did not want to engage with Wenrun Xinghuan, if he did not fight back, he would surely die. After all, Wenrun Xinghuan showed no mercy and was armed with a spiritual treasure.
One misstep could lead to either death or serious injury.
Consequently, a battle broke out between Dongfang Shanha and Wenrun Xinghuan.
Both sides wielded spiritual treasures, and their attack power was extraordinary.
The aftermath of the battle sent dust swirling and shattered stones flying.
Don't harm my elder brother. Kill!
Dongfang Jiotian roared as he charged toward Wenrun Xinghuan. At the same time, the skeletal Susanoo behind him surged forward, seemingly to support Dongfang Shanha. Seeing this, the others from the 10 great families quickly began to intercept. Among the 10 great families, there were a total of 10 people wielding spiritual treasures. Now, with Dongfang Shanha on the opposing side and Donggong Woody killed, only 8 wielders remained. If anything unexpected happened to Wenrun Xinghuan, their allies would dwindle even further. Thus, the remaining members of the 10 great families naturally had to support Wenrun Xinghuan. However, the sheer number of skeletal Susanoo in front of them blocked their path. At this moment, Wenrun Xinghuan was filled with rage, determined to slay Dongfang Shanha. However, just as he swung the long whip in his hand to attack Dongfang Shanha, suddenly, the whip vanished from his grasp. At that moment, Dongfang Shanha's attack had already descended upon him.
With no time to think, Wenrun Xinghuan could only raise an energy shield in front of him as quickly as possible to block Dongfang Shanha's attack. Boom! Puff!
After a loud explosion, Wenrun Xinghuan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His strength was already somewhat inferior to Dongfang Shanha's, and without the spiritual treasure, he was heavily injured with just one move. This scene left the other prodigies of the 10 great families stunned.
They never expected that Wenrun Xinghuan would not even last a single move against Dongfang Shanha.
That old schemer, Dongfang Shanha, had hidden his true strength too deeply. Just as Wenrun Xinghuan's body was falling toward the ground, suddenly, a water dragon shot up from the ground and swallowed his falling body. Thus, Wenrun Xinghuan died.
Shangguan Junzai, Bailey Changhong, why aren't you surrendering quickly?
Wenrun Xinghuan is dead.
If you do not surrender, you will be next, Dongfang Jiotian shouted loudly from the side. Hearing his words, Shangguan Junzai and the others did not respond, but their faces turned exceptionally grim.
Although his words were harsh, they were the truth.
If this continued, they would surely die. They relied on spiritual treasures and could not hold out for long. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to frame the Dongfang family like this?
Before Shangguan Junzai and the others could speak, Dongfang Shanha shouted loudly. Because of him, Wenrun Xinghuan had actually died. If the earlier death of Donggong Woody was due to the uncontrollable long sword in his hand, then Wenrun Xinghuan's death was directly related to him. He had actively attacked. However, he could not understand why the spiritual treasure in Wenrun Xinghuan's hand had suddenly disappeared. Nevertheless, it was certain that the sudden disappearance of the spiritual treasure in Wenrun Xinghuan's hand was the work of the same person who had caused the earlier loss of control of the treasure in his own hand. The eastern mountains and rivers are quite right, all of this is naturally related to Song Tianli. The long sword in eastern mountains and rivers' hand is out of control because Song Tianli used the borrowing a knife to kill card. The so-called borrowing a knife to kill means using someone else's weapon to kill their companion. Although Donggong Woody uses a sword, the effect is the same. This time, his borrowing a knife to kill not only targeted Donggong Woody but also struck at the united hearts of the many talents from the 10 great families. With this one move, the other talents began to harbor suspicions towards eastern mountains and rivers. Coupled with the performance of his clone transformed into Dongfang Jiotian, eastern mountains and rivers found himself at a loss for words. No matter who it is, facing such a situation, it is hard to clarify in a short time. And Song Tianli would not give them too long to slowly explain. He aimed for the unexpected. The reason he chose eastern mountains and rivers is that he is the #1 talent in Zhengzhou, and many have long harbored fear and jealousy towards him.
Additionally, the eastern family is the foremost family in Zhengzhou. With this dual identity, choosing him could instantly make others wary.
Later, when eastern mountains and rivers fought against Wanren Xinghuan, Song Tianli used the taking advantage card. He snatched the spiritual treasure from Wanren Xinghuan's hand and took it for himself. That is why such a situation arose. At this moment, Song Tianli was toying with two spiritual treasures, feeling the immense power contained within them. One of these treasures belonged to Wanren Xinghuan, and the other to Donggong Wudi. After Donggong Wudi was killed by the uncontrollable long sword of eastern mountains and rivers, the spiritual treasure in his hand fell to the ground. Song Tianli immediately ordered that clone to use the forward skill to retrieve the treasure.
Donggong Wudi's spiritual treasure was a long spear, while Wanren Xinghuan's was a long whip.
It was not a soft whip but something akin to a steel whip like that of Yuchi Gong. However, Song Tianli could not discern what material the whip was forged from. Holding these two spiritual treasures, Song Tianli felt that his combat power had increased at least by double. It is worth noting that he is now at the 6th mansion realm. If his combat power could double, one can imagine the power of the spiritual treasures, not knowing where the 10 great families obtained them. Song Tianli's numerous clones continued to battle the remaining talents of the 10 great families.
He intended to keep all the talents forever trapped in the talent realm.
This talent realm is beautiful and pleasant, dying here is not a loss.
As time passed, the remaining few talents holding spiritual treasures suffered no further harm. Of course, this was mainly because Song Tianli realized that his consumption was a bit high.
He had split off too many clones at once, leading to insufficient spiritual energy in his main body. Thus, in the next moment, he dismissed all the clones.
The once noisy talent realm instantly became quiet with the disappearance of the clones.
This caused the attacks from the many talents of the 10 great families to all miss.
Huff, huff.
They gasped for breath, clearly exhausted.
Their eyes were weary yet vigilant as they stared around. Why is it suddenly empty? Shang Guanjun said, somewhat puzzled.
The opponents split off so many clones, the consumption must be considerable.
They definitely can't hold on now.
Bailey Changhong speculated.
I think so too.
Even if the opponent is a chosen one with remarkable means, they probably can't maintain such high consumption for long.
Baiming Mengshe replied.
While everyone was talking, they saw eastern mountains and rivers walking towards them.
Stop!
Bailey Changhong shouted loudly. Hearing his words, eastern mountains and rivers halted. I'll say it again, this matter has nothing to do with my eastern family.
Think carefully about the performance of that person just now. Is it really the style of the Dongfang family?
It's obvious that he wants to sow discord and make us suspicious of each other. You are all smart people, if you think carefully, you should be able to find some loopholes, right?
Dongfang Shanha said.
He felt it was necessary to persuade these people. Otherwise, not only would there be mutual suspicion in the Tianjiao realm, but even after leaving here, there would be lingering resentment.
It must be said that Dongfang Shanha was very thorough in his considerations. It was best to resolve all conflicts within the Tianjiao realm.
Once they left the Tianjiao realm, this matter would ferment, and no one knew what the consequences would be.
Moreover, there was a high possibility that the Dongfang family would become the public enemy of other families.
Dongfang Shanha thought of this, which was why he risked being attacked by these Tianjiao to come and clarify things.
As the first Tianjiao of the Dongfang family, he naturally had to consider the family. Upon hearing Dongfang Shanha's explanation, everyone began to think about the loopholes in Dongfang Jotian's words just now. To be honest, if they could, they would not want to believe that Dongfang Shanha had betrayed them. However, everything that had happened before was indeed too strange. Even if Donggong Wudi is your uncontrollable sword and was mistakenly killed. What about Wanren Xinghuan? Don't use the same excuse again, Bailey Changhong asked. Regarding Wanren Xinghuan, I don't know if you all noticed.
Just as Dongfang Shanha was about to explain the situation during his battle with Wanren Xinghuan, suddenly, 3 figures shot up from the ground and launched a surprise attack on Bailey Changhong, Shangwan Junkai, and Baiming Mengshe.
The 3 reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly used their spiritual treasures to block the attack.
Therefore, the surprise attack by the 3 figures did not succeed. Missing their strike, the 3 figures instantly disappeared without a trace. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the clear sensation of vibration they felt on their arms, they would have thought that what had just happened was an illusion.
They released their senses, searching for the attackers.
However, they found nothing. Dongfang Shanha had originally planned to explain the situation of Wanren Xinghuan to the Tianjiao of the 10 great families, but this sudden scene interrupted him. Before he could say anything, he noticed that the Tianjiao of the 10 great families were all looking at him warily again.
They were even preparing to take action.
What just happened has nothing to do with me, I really don't know them, Dongfang Shanha hurriedly explained. Seeing the expressions of these people, he understood that the Tianzhou of the 10 great families mistakenly believed he was there to draw their attention, creating an opportunity for the ones who had just attacked them.
Dongfang Shanha, in this situation, it no longer matters whether you know them or not. If you don't want to be besieged by us, keep your distance. Once we get out, we will naturally demand an explanation from the Dongfang family, Baiming Mengshi said. Whether Dongfang Shanha was involved in the plan against them was no longer important. They were all quite exhausted, and if they fought Dongfang Shanha, it would easily lead to a situation where both sides suffered. Even if they could win in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, the title of the first Tianzhou of the central continent was not just for show. If they both suffered injuries, then those hiding in the shadows might launch another attack and reap the benefits. At that time, they would surely be doomed. Therefore, the best outcome now was that they did not attack Dongfang Shanha, but they also could not let him get close. Everything would be discussed after leaving the Tianzhou realm. By then, the 9 great families would unite, and even the Dongfang family would have to give them an explanation. Alright, once we leave the celestial talent realm, our Dongfang family will naturally give you an explanation. After saying this, Dongfang Shanha turned and walked into the distance. He knew that whatever he said now was useless. After walking a distance, he sat down on the spot to begin recovering his energy. The consumption he had just experienced was quite significant. Seeing Dongfang Shanha like this, the other celestial talents from the 10 great families breathed a long sigh of relief. They also sat down to begin their meditation. Their consumption was not less than that of Dongfang Shanha, so they needed to recover as well. The spatial gate of the celestial talent realm would reopen in 2 days. As long as they could hold out for those 2 days, they would be able to leave. However, they were ultimately thinking too simply. How could Song Tianli allow them to meditate so peacefully? A great figure from Blue Star had a 16-character guideline known as the 16-character strategy for guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy halts, I disturb. When the enemy tires, I strike. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. What Song Tianli intended to do was to implement this 16-character strategy thoroughly. Previously, when many celestial talents used spiritual treasures to kill his avatars, he chose to dissolve his avatars, which counted as the enemy advances, I retreat. Now, it was time for the enemy halts, I disturb. Seeing the celestial talents from the 10 great families sitting down to meditate, a brilliant smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. He then split off dozens of avatars and sent them towards the opposing celestial talents. With 4 avatars guarding him, Song Tianli's main body began to meditate. His consumption was great, so he needed to quickly recover the energy within him. With 10 times the efficiency, he could recover in no time. What he needed his avatars to do now was to buy time. As Song Tianli began to meditate, the dozens of avatars he had split off arrived at the place where the celestial talents from the 10 great families were meditating. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out as 4 water dragons surged from 4 different directions towards the celestial talents. The momentum was immense, as if it aimed to destroy everything. This startled the many celestial talents who were resting. Immediately, they leaped up from the ground at the fastest speed and launched an attack against the incoming water dragons. With a flash of cold light, the 4 water dragons were shattered. The water dragons turned into puddles, splashing onto the ground. The celestial talents from the 10 great families observed their surroundings as if facing a great enemy, trying to see who was attacking them. However, they still found nothing. The surroundings were so quiet that they could only hear each other's breathing. What does the opponent want to do? Bai Li Changhuang asked. If I'm not mistaken, the opponent intends to continuously disturb us, preventing us from meditating. And that person is secretly meditating himself. If we can't recover our consumed energy, then once that person recovers, it will be our doom, Wang Fuisen said thoughtfully. He instantly understood Song Tianli's plan. I think so too. Baiming Mengshi nodded in agreement. The opponent is in the dark, and we are in the light. Our current situation is very passive. A little movement will put us on edge. In this way, as long as the opponent sends out 2 or 3 avatars, we will remain in a state of high tension. This won't do. What do you think we should do? Huang Fuisen said. Although the celestial talents from the 10 great families understood Song Tianli's intentions, that did not mean they had a way to resolve their current predicament. It was like everyone knew that studying hard could lead to getting into a good university. However, not everyone could calm down and study diligently. There is a saying, having the will but lacking the strength. The place where Dongfang Shanha is located has not been disturbed by the avatar of Song Tianli, because, for Dongfang Shanha, he has other plans.
He intends to use this tool for a long time to come. Therefore, he allows Dongfang Shanhe to recover the energy within his body.
I have a solution.
At that moment, Dongyang Jiqi suddenly said. As soon as he spoke, all the talented individuals turned their attention to him. We have 7 people now. We can split into 2 groups, one group on guard, and the other group resting. We will rotate every 20 minutes. Hearing Dongyang Jiqi say this, everyone fell into deep thought. It must be said that this is indeed the best solution so far. However, there is a significant problem. The person resting essentially entrusts their life to the one on guard, without a great sense of trust. Who would dare to do this? At this point, we have no choice.
I agree. Shangguan Junzai was the first to speak. I agree too. Agreed.
Subsequently, several others chose to agree.
Indeed, as Shangguan Junzai said, they had no other choice.
I think we should establish a pact. If anyone harms another during the rotation, they will be the common enemy of all our families, Huan Fuisan said. It is not surprising he said this. After all, one can know a person's face but not their heart, and no one can guarantee that among them, there isn't another Dongfang Shanhe.
If that were to happen, they would be doomed.
Therefore, it is best to lay the ugly truth out in the open.
Agreed. I agree.
Naturally, the others had no objections.
After all, who wouldn't fear being stabbed in the back?
Next, they adopted an extremely childish method to decide the group members.
That is, by using the palm and back of the hand.
Soon, the results were out.
Shangguan Junzai, Shiman Wanyang, and Baiming Mengshi formed one group.
Dongyang Jiqi, Nangong Minglu, Bailey Changhong, and Huan Fuisan formed another group.
The first to stand guard were the 4 from Gongyang Jiqi's group.
At this moment, the 4 of them formed a quadrilateral, each facing a different direction, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The other 3 sat cross-legged within the quadrilateral they formed, focusing entirely on their rest. Since they had made a choice, they needed to have enough confidence in their companions. Now, if they could recover a bit more energy, it would increase their chances of survival. After seeing this scene from the shadows, Song Tianli's avatar flashed a hint of mockery in his eyes.
Did they really think that by forming groups, they could be completely at ease?
One of Song Tianli's avatars took out a string of firecrackers that made 1,000 sounds. Don't ask where the firecrackers came from, just know they were well prepared. After lighting the firecrackers, he threw them in the direction of the 10 talented individuals.
Bang 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 bang.
Suddenly, the sound of earth-shattering firecrackers erupted.
Although the firecrackers had no lethal power, the noise was particularly loud, perfect for scaring people. Sure enough, when the firecracker sounds erupted, Shangguan Junzai and the others, who were resting, were instantly awakened.
Although resting does not mean it has to be 100% quiet, at the very least, it should not disturb one's mind. When the mind is disturbed, resting will be greatly affected.
What the hell, this is too disrespectful, what a beast.
Shangguan Junzai, who was awakened, instantly let out a stream of expletives.
In just a few seconds, a barrage of curse words poured from his mouth. If Song Tianli's avatar continued to use other attacks to disturb them, although they would still despise it, they wouldn't be this angry.
After all, from the other party's perspective, using such an intrusive method is reasonable and legal. However, they never expected that firecrackers would be used.
Who carries firecrackers around like a good person?
They had seen some troublemakers before, but never had they seen troublemakers like this.
This was simply a dog king.
Although Shiman Wangyang and Baiming Mengshi did not speak, their feelings were the same as Shangguan Jun's. They also had a long string of exclamations they wanted to express.
Continue to adjust your breathing. Shangguan Jun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger, and said to the other 2.
This was not the time to be angry, the most important thing now was to quickly restore their spiritual energy. So, the 3 of them sat down again and began to adjust their breathing. The 4 standing guard exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes. They had thought that Song Tianli's clone would cause disturbances, but they never imagined the other party would use such a method.
This was simply like a dog opening the door for another dog. The dog had arrived home.
Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli's clone saw that Shangguan Jun and the others had sat down to adjust their breathing again, and took out some firecrackers.
The so-called 2-kick firecrackers are also a type of firecracker.
The difference is that the sound of 2-kick firecrackers is extremely loud and produces 2 sounds.
Song Tianli's clone quietly arranged the 2-kick firecrackers in a row. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique.
Then, he used the Great Fireball Technique to ignite these 2-kick firecrackers. Just when the 4 standing guards saw the Great Fireball, they thought that was all Song Tianli's clone could do. However, they quickly discovered that projectiles were flying out from the Great Fireball like cannonballs.
Whoosh bang, whoosh bang, whoosh bang.
These 2-kick firecrackers exploded around the many prodigies, producing a tremendous roar. With each sound, it felt as if someone was striking their hearts. Although they did not jump up and curse like before, their adjustment of breathing was once again greatly affected. It could be said that the efficiency of their adjustment was less than half of what it normally would be. In fact, it was even less than a third. 20 minutes quickly passed, and the roles of the 4 standing guard and the 3 adjusting their breathing switched. This was what they had agreed upon, to switch every 20 minutes.
Shangwan-jun and the others had not adjusted well, and this could not be blamed on Gongyang Jichi and the others.
After all, the 4 of them had been quite dedicated while standing guard. If there was blame, it could only be directed at Song Tianli for being too much of a dog. After the prodigies of the 10 great families switched roles, Song Tianli's main body stood up. During these 20 minutes, he had been fully adjusting his breathing. Next, it was time for the hunt. With 10 times the efficiency, Song Tianli's 20 minutes of adjustment was equivalent to 200 minutes for others. This had allowed him to recover most of the energy he had consumed. In comparison, Shangwan-jun and the others had only effectively adjusted for about 5 or 6 minutes. Comparing the two, Song Tianli had recovered much more energy than the others. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, thousands of clones appeared. They rushed towards the prodigies of the 10 great families at an incredible speed. From a distance, it looked like a legion. Some were flying in the sky, some were running on the ground, and others were burrowing underground. In short, there were all kinds of people. This scene left many prodigies, both adjusting their breathing and standing guard, stunned. They never expected that the energy within Song Tianli would recover so quickly. Faced with the overwhelming number of clones, they could only be forced to confront the enemy. Thus, a new round of battle began. Although Song Tianli's clones had surrounded them, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded the prodigies of the 10 great families. He decided to go all out. Let these prodigies know what a real surprise is. The prodigies from the 10 great families saw the numerous clones rushing towards them, each one standing ready, gripping their spiritual treasures tightly.
Among them, Huang Fuisin took advantage of the others' inattention, popped a pill into his mouth.
Immediately, the energy that had been completely depleted within him was replenished.
Instantly, he was revitalized, as if reborn.
The others were all nervously watching Song Tianli's clone, so no one noticed this scene. Although they were relying on each other now, each still had their own little schemes. Pills like this were too precious. If shared with others, one would be left with nothing. At this moment, the others looked at Song Tianli's clone with puzzled expressions. After surrounding them, Song Tianli's clone did not attack immediately. What was he planning? No one among the prodigies dared to be careless. They were certain that Song Tianli's inaction did not mean he intended to let them go. All of this was merely the calm before the storm. Although it was their first encounter with Song Tianli, they had a good understanding of his tricks. How could someone like him fight fairly? He was bound to unleash some insidious move. The prodigies from the 10 great families were correct in their assumptions. After surrounding them, Song Tianli's clone was indeed brewing a big move. Mutual detonation talismans. In the next moment, numerous clones of Song Tianli charged towards the prodigies of the 10 great families. At the same time, an incredibly powerful energy surged from their bodies. Although this move was called mutual detonation talismans, it did not involve using talismans to generate attacks. Instead, it utilized clones. He used the clones as detonators, causing one explosion after another. The energy contained within the clones far exceeded that of the talismans. Therefore, when the clones exploded one after another, the cumulative power was astonishing. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions echoed continuously. With each explosion, a small mushroom cloud appeared. The number of clones split off by Song Tianli exceeded 5,000. Thus, over 5,000 small mushroom clouds rose up. These mushroom clouds overlapped, creating even greater shockwaves. This left the prodigies of the 10 great families stunned. The clone explosions were simply too outrageous. In an instant, the space within tens of thousands of meters was engulfed. Massive energy storms, mixed with countless boulders, came crashing down on the prodigies of the 10 great families. These prodigies coordinated remarkably well. They quickly backed up against each other at the fastest speed, then used their spiritual treasures to defend themselves. The treasures contained incredibly powerful forces, allowing them to quickly form a massive energy shield. This energy shield contained different powers within it. Boom boom boom. Waves of energy storms continuously slammed against the energy shield, producing earth-shattering sounds. Each impact of the energy storm caused the energy shield to shake violently. Each tremor was a torment for the prodigies of the 10 great families. They feared that the energy shield would shatter in an instant. Once the energy shield broke, what awaited them would likely be death. It must be said that the energy contained within the spiritual treasures was indeed powerful. Such intense energy waves had not shattered the shield.
However, these prodigies were not feeling well.
At this moment, except for Huang Fuisan, everyone else's faces were exceptionally pale. Although the spiritual treasures were powerful, activating them consumed the energy within their bodies. The energy within them had not fully recovered, and coupled with the series of attacks just now, it was simply too overwhelming.
This had completely drained their energy.
To put it simply, they were exhausted. When the energy storm dissipated, the energy shield vanished as well. Subsequently, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies feeling as if they had been hollowed out. Of course, it wasn't just a feeling, they were indeed hollowed out. At that moment, they didn't even have the strength to lift their hands. They could barely hold on to the spiritual treasures in their hands.
Hand it over.
At that moment, a clone of Song Tianli used the wood release technique to entangle all the spiritual treasures in the hands of these prodigies, then yanked them forcefully. The already weakened crowd had their spiritual treasures instantly pulled away.
Of course, this did not include Huang Fuisan.
His energy consumption was not as severe as the others. He had secretly taken a pill earlier, and still had half of his energy left. This scene puzzled Song Tianli's clone. However, when he observed Huang Fuisan's internal energy with his Byakugan, he instantly understood. He did not immediately attack the prodigies of the 10 great families. For him, the prodigies without their spiritual treasures were no different from weaklings.
He decided to play a game of deception. Huang Fuisan, well done.
Once I kill them, it won't be long before only the Dongfang family and the Huangfu family remain among the 10 great families of Zhengzhou. The other families will become a thing of the past. At this moment, Song Tianli's clone stepped forward, speaking in a villainous tone, looking at Huang Fuisan with excitement.
As soon as he said this, Shang Wanjun and the others immediately turned their gazes towards Huang Fuisan.
They had originally thought that only Dongfang Shanhe was a traitor among them. They never expected that there was also a Huang Fuisan.
When Shang Wanjun and the others looked at Huang Fuisan with suspicion, he was completely bewildered. He had never anticipated that Song Tianli's clone would suddenly say such a thing. What nonsense are you spouting? I have nothing to do with you.
At this point, you still want to sow discord between us.
Your heart deserves to be punished. Huang Fuisan quickly retorted.
This matter had to be clarified, otherwise, it would bring unimaginable trouble to the Huangfu family.
Yes, we have no relationship. We don't know each other, not at all. You should hurry and escape. I need to pretend to chase you. As for them, I'll deal with them first. Song Tianli looked at Huang Fuisan and pretended to suddenly realize.
As soon as he said this, the other prodigies from the 10 great families looked at Huang Fuisan with unfriendly eyes.
Normally, they might not believe Song Tianli's provocation, but at this moment, they couldn't help but believe it. After all, Huang Fuisan's condition was clearly much better than theirs. Moreover, he had not lost his spiritual treasures. If this didn't indicate something, then what would? Facts speak louder than words.
Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Huang Fuisan instantly understood what they were thinking. I'm in good condition because I just took a recovery pill, he hurriedly explained.
I gave you the pill to take later, why did you take it beforehand? Do you know how precious this pill is? If it weren't for this plan, I wouldn't have been willing to give it to you, Song Tianli said, somewhat angrily.
This was also a chance for him to insert a wedge. As soon as the other party mentioned the pill, he claimed it was a gift from him. As soon as he said this, Huang Fuisan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood.
When did the treasure that their Huangfu family spent a fortune to obtain become a gift from this guy?
Just as Huang Fuisan was about to explain something, Song Tianli stopped wasting words. He had already guided what needed to be guided. Whether the young talents of the 10 great families believed it or not was their own business. He could not continue to talk. After all, villains die from too much talk. Although he was not a villain, excessive chatter could lead to unexpected outcomes. So, he directly attacked the members of the 10 great families.
Wind escape, spiral shuriken.
Song Tianli's clone shouted as it threw out a massive ball of energy. Faced with such an attack, aside from Huang Fuisan, the other young talents had no strength to resist. They wanted to continue fighting, but their hearts were willing while their bodies were weak. At that moment, all the young talents made the same gesture.
They reached out and grabbed their necks. Each of them had a jade slip around their necks.
Of course, the properties of these jade slips were different, but their functions were the same. In an instant, they crushed the jade slips in their hands. Instantly, a bubble-like object appeared around them, protecting each of them within. This move was called Family Guardian.
Each of the 10 great families would grant a family guardian to their favored young talents. This way, as long as they crushed the jade slip in a critical moment, they could save their lives. unless the opponent's strength was not weaker than that of the protected. The family guardian required a significant cost, so not every young talent had one. Generally, only the first young talent of the family possessed the family guardian. Unfortunately, the family guardian was not a passive skill, it needed to be activated. Donggong Woody and Wanren Xinghuan died too suddenly, they had not anticipated their deaths and did not even have time to activate their family guardians. Song Tianli's expression became serious as he saw the guardians on Shang Wanjun's group. He had previously felt that the people of the 10 great families were not so easily killed. Now it seemed that was indeed the case. However, at this moment, he was not pondering this. If he simply wanted to kill these few people, there were many ways to do so. For example, using cards, or by comparing combat power. Now, they had no spiritual treasures, and their combat power could not compare to his. Simply killing them was too easy. He was very clear that he was not just dealing with this younger generation, more importantly, he was concerned about the others in the 10 great families. What he was contemplating now was that he realized the action of these young talents crushing the jade slips reminded him of someone. Before he was teleported for the first time, Xingguang had given him a jade slip. At that time, Xingguang said that if he encountered danger, he should crush the jade slip immediately. He would arrive in the shortest time possible. He did not know if the young talents of the 10 great families crushing their jade slips were also calling for the person who had given them the slips. If those who had given them the jade slips could appear in a short time like Xingguang, then he would be in danger. Although he was now at the level of the 6 houses, he was still far inferior to Xingguang. If these jade slips had the same effect as the one Xingguang gave him, it would mean that Xingguang might be related to the 10 great families. If that were the case, the situation would become complicated. After thinking for a while, Song Tianli decided to retreat. If he wanted to eliminate Shang Wanjun and the others, there would be plenty of opportunities in the outside world. After all, his current strength was much higher than theirs. If he did not leave now and something unexpected happened, it would be a loss. This time, he had already killed enough people from the 10 great families. Thus, Song Tianli split off several clones and rushed in different directions. This way, no one would be able to know his whereabouts. Song Tianli's true self headed towards the place where they first appeared in the Tianjiao realm. If the spatial gate of the Tianjiao realm opened, he would leave at the first opportunity. At that time, under the identity of Dongfang Jiutian, he would launch a preemptive strike. Being the first to enter would influence a person's judgment. Song Tianli concealed himself, bearing the visage of Dongfang Jiutian. He waited for more than a day. The family guardians of Shang Wanjun and the others only protected them, no one else appeared. Song Tianli was a bit overly cautious. However, even if given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Killing more people could not compare to his own safety. Even if there was only the slightest possibility, he was unwilling to take that risk. 2 days after the Tianjiao realm opened, the spatial gate opened once again. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli took his credentials and leaped out from the spatial gate. To be honest, he had wanted to try the space jump of the Flying Thunder God before. But lacking absolute certainty, he did not dare to take that risk. The members of the 10 great families guarding outside the Tianjiao realm had no idea what had happened inside. They were all eagerly anticipating a significant transformation for their family members, preferably one that would see them soar to great heights. When Dongfang Jiutian appeared first, the people of the Dongfang family hurriedly welcomed him. "Jiutian, how was your harvest?" Dongfang Tianxin asked Dongfang Jiutian. Although Dongfang Jiutian's talent was extremely poor and he was not well regarded in the Dongfang family, he was still a member of the family. As the leader of the Dongfang family this time, Dongfang Tianxin naturally had to inquire. "Fourth uncle, they're all dead, all of them," Dongfang Jiutian said in a mournful tone. "What do you mean, dead?" Dongfang Tianxin asked anxiously. "Except for me, everyone is dead." "What? How is that possible? Even your elder brother is dead?" Dongfang Tianxin said in disbelief. Dongfang Shanhe was the first Tianjiao of the Dongfang family and the first Tianjiao of Zhengzhou. He not only possessed spiritual treasures but also had family guardians. How could he die? And why would the others die as well? "What did you say? Except for you, everyone is dead?" At this moment, a member of the Shangguan family stepped forward to ask, "What exactly happened in the Tianjiao realm?" A member of the Bailey family also inquired. "After I entered the Tianjiao realm, my elder brother wanted to take me along to explore and see if there were any opportunities. However, I refused because I thought I couldn't always rely on my elder brother. So, I left alone, wanting to rely on myself to find opportunities. Later, I discovered that many people with very strange abilities appeared in the Tianjiao realm. They were extremely powerful and killed anyone they saw. We, the members of the family, were no match for them at all.
I saw many people being killed with my own eyes. Out of fear, I found a place to hide. Song Tianli imitated Dongfang Jotian's manner of speaking. Many people with very strange abilities. Aren't they just the members of our 10 great families in the Tianjiao realm? Where did these other strange ability users come from? The leader of the Bailey family looked puzzled. Even if these people's abilities are very strange, that doesn't mean all of our 10 great families are dead, said the leader of the Shangwan family. After hiding for a while, I became a bit worried about my elder brother and their safety, so I secretly came out to take a look. I found that the Tianjiao realm was filled with corpses, all of them from our 10 great families. When I saw my elder brother and the others, I found that only a dozen of them were left, and they were surrounded by thousands. Before long, Dongdong Wudi and Wenren Xinghuan were killed. Other people's conditions aren't good either. So, I hid again. Song Tianli said with a hint of panic. What? Dongdong Wudi is dead? The people from the Dongdong family were filled with shock upon hearing this. Xinghuan is dead? The Wenren family members also found it hard to believe. Dongdong Wudi and Wenren Xinghuan were the most talented individuals from their two families, and they had spiritual treasures and family guardians. How could they die so easily? Yes, they are dead. I saw it with my own eyes. Song Tianli said with great certainty. What about Jun Kai and the others? Did you see them die with your own eyes? Someone from the Shangwan family asked. I didn't see that with my own eyes. After Wenren Xinghuan and Dongdong Wudi were killed, I hid again. However, not long after I hid, suddenly there were earth-shattering explosions coming from a distance. I looked from afar and found that the space within a radius of 10,000 meters had been flattened. I thought, Shangwan Jun Kai and my brother, they probably won't survive. The commotion was too great. I didn't dare to go look and stayed hidden at the exit. When the spatial door of the Tianjiao realm opened again, I hurried out as fast as I could, Song Tianli recounted. What he spoke of was not something he witnessed but rather something he had done himself. His role as Dongfang Jotian had average strength and talent, so hiding in the face of danger seemed perfectly normal to others. Moreover, he recounted some events, intending to tell them again after the others emerged, making it easier to pit the Dongfang family against the other families. He deliberately omitted some details. Upon hearing Dongfang Jotian's words, the leaders of the 10 great families were all stunned, finding it hard to accept this reality. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Dongfang Shanha. Shanha, you're alive? That's great. Seeing Dongfang Shanha, Dongfang Tixin hurriedly approached him. After hearing Dongfang Jotian's account, he had felt utterly hopeless. He never expected that Dongfang Shanha had come out alive. The leaders of the other families also showed joy upon seeing Dongfang Shanha. Since Dongfang Shanha had emerged, it meant that what Dongfang Jotian had said earlier was not true. He must have been joking with everyone, deliberately fabricating a story to scare them. Brother Tixin, your family's child needs some education. Such matters can be used as a joke. The leader of the Dongdong family couldn't help but say to Dongfang Tixin, let Qin Yun brother have a laugh. Dongfang Tixin said this while blaring fiercely at Dongfang Jotian. Such matters should indeed not be joked about. Shanha, where are the others? The leader of the Bailey family had been watching for a while and noticed that no one else had appeared, so he asked. Hearing his question, Dongfang Shanha opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He didn't know how to describe what had happened in the Tianjiao realm. Seeing Dongfang Shanha's hesitant expression, the others' faces changed. They wondered, could it be that what Dongfang Jotian said was true? Just as this thought crossed their minds, suddenly, several familiar figures flew out from the spatial door of the Tianjiao realm. It was Shangwan Jun Kai and the others. There were only 7 of them, scattered and not many. This made the members of the other families breathe a sigh of relief. Since people were coming out one after another, it meant that things were not as Dongfang Jotian had said, that all the remaining people were dead. Moreover, although those who had just come out looked tired, they appeared to be in relatively good condition overall. The reason they looked so radiant was that Song Tianli had not harassed them for a while. Thus, they had taken the time to adjust their breathing, and their condition had returned to its peak. However, due to the fear of Song Tianli launching another surprise attack, they did not dare to rest at ease, their eyes betraying their fatigue. Jun Kai, how was your harvest? The leader of the Shangwan family approached Shangwan Jun Kai and asked. Hearing the question from his elder, Shangwan Jun Kai lifted his head to glance at him, his expression particularly serious. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Noticing the look in Shangwan Junkai's eyes, the leader of the Shangwan family finally sensed that something was amiss. In the past, most people emerging from the Tianjiao realm, even if some bore injuries, would be brimming with excitement and unable to contain their joy. But this time, whether it was Dongfang Jotian, Dongfang Shanha, or Shangwan Jun Kai and the others, none of them wore a happy expression. Dongfang Jiutian was understandable, his strength was low, and he lacked exceptional courage, so not having any gains was normal. But the others shouldn't be like this. After all, they were all the pride of their respective families. The reason they had survived was that Song Tianli had shown mercy. He still needed to keep these people around to target the Dongfang family. If all these people died, then all his plans in the Tianjiao realm would have been for nothing.
Jun Kai, what exactly happened in the Tianjiao realm? Why did only you few come out? Where are the others?
The leader of the Shangguan family inquired. At this point, he had already sensed that something bad had happened. After all, Shangguan Jun Kai and the others had been out for quite a while, yet the others had not appeared. Aside from us, the rest are all dead,
Shangguan Jun Kai said after a brief silence.
Upon hearing this, the members of the 10 great families were once again left in shock.
They could choose not to believe Dongfang Jiutian's words. However, they could not afford to doubt Shangguan Juansai's.
Moreover, the expressions on their faces already spoke volumes.
How could this be? Could it be that what Dongfang Jiutian said before was all true?
The leader of the Shangguan family said in shock.
Dongfang Jiutian? Where is he? Shangguan Jun Kai hurriedly asked.
It was Dongfang Jiutian who had attacked them while they were in the Tianjiao realm.
He is right.
The leader of the Shangguan family began, pointing to where Song Tianli had been earlier.
However, when he pointed, he realized that Dongfang Jiutian had already vanished without a trace. Where is Dongfang Jiutian? The leader of the Shangguan family asked the people nearby.
Didn't notice. The others replied, looking equally bewildered. After Dongfang Jiutian had just emerged from the Tianjiao realm, he had drawn the attention of others for a moment. But since Dongfang Shanha had come out, he had been automatically overlooked by everyone.
Compared to Dongfang Shanha, Dongfang Jiutian's words held little credibility. It was no exaggeration to say that 10 words from Dongfang Jiutian could not compare to a single word from Dongfang Shanha.
Not to mention, Shangguan Jun Kai and the others had also come out afterward. Thus, everyone had focused their attention on these few people, further neglecting Dongfang Jiutian. Song Tianli naturally understood Dongfang Jiutian's standing in the eyes of these people, so after saying those words, he quietly left while everyone was distracted by Dongfang Shanha's appearance. He had already achieved his true purpose. The words he had said earlier, aside from deliberately concealing certain matters, had a more important point: to bring Dongfang Jiutian into the sight of the 10 great families.
He wanted everyone to know that Dongfang Jiutian had walked out of the Tianjiao realm alive.
In this way, combined with the things he did in the Tianjiao realm under the identity of Dongfang Jiutian, it is easy for the Dongfang family to become the target. If it were just the spiritual treasure in Dongfang Shanha's hands that went out of control and killed Donggong Wudi, perhaps the Dongfang family would still have a way to prove his innocence. Of course, whether that is possible, Song Tianli does not know. He is just making preparations on 2 fronts. He wants to ensure that Shangguan Jun Kai and the others can be certain that the one who acted against them in the Tianjiao realm is Dongfang Jiutian. He had previously deliberately concealed that Donggong Wudi and Wenren Xinghuan were killed by Dongfang Shanha, just to let the people from the 10 great families learn the truth from Shangguan Jun Kai and the others. This way, they would feel that as members of the Dongfang family, they were covering for Dongfang Shanha.
This would further increase the suspicion surrounding the Dongfang family or Dongfang Shanha.
Especially the Donggong family and the Wenren family would not easily let this go.
After all, although other families also had deaths, their first Tianjiao was still alive.
But the first Tianjiao of these 2 families is dead. Of course, the Huangfu family is also under suspicion. Other families have lost their spiritual treasures, but only the Huangfu families and the Dongfang family's treasures remain. Moreover, Dongfang Jiutian's misleading words to Huangfu Isin in the Tianjiao realm also easily cast suspicion on the Huangfu family. It can be said that the situation among the 10 great families is very chaotic right now.
So chaotic that Song Tianli cannot predict how things will develop next. What he needs to do now is 2 things. First, sit back and watch the tigers fight. See if the people from the 10 great families will engage in internal strife because of these events. Second, hide and look for opportunities to stir the waters even murkier, then fish in troubled waters. When the right opportunity arises, he will push things along. Jun Kai, what exactly happened? Why are you asking about Dongfang Jiutian?
The leader of the Shangguan family looked at Shangguan Jun Kai and asked. In response, Shangguan Jun Kai did not hide anything, recounting all that had happened in the Tianjiao realm, including Dongfang Shanha killing Donggong Wudi and Wenren Xinghuan, as well as the words spoken by Dongfang Jiutian afterward. Occasionally, if there were any omissions, Bai Li Changhong and the others would supplement the details. As the few of them recounted everything that happened in the Tianjiao realm, the faces of the people from the 10 great families were extremely grim, but no one interrupted. Nor did anyone from the Dongfang family demand an explanation. It was only after Shangwan Jun Kai and the others finished recounting everything that the Donggong family and the Wunren family took action.
Dongfang Shanha, return my son's life.
Donggong Qingyun shouted loudly as he rushed towards Dongfang Shanha. He had refrained from acting earlier, fearing there might be some misunderstanding or reversal.
However, after listening to the entire account, he did not hear any misunderstanding or reversal.
As for Dongfang Shanha's claim that the spiritual treasure was out of control, he did not believe it at all. He had used spiritual treasures before, how could they suddenly go out of control? His son was killed, and if he did nothing, he would not deserve to be a father. Therefore, Donggong Qingyun's strike was without any restraint. When Shangwan Jun Kai and the others mentioned that Dongfang Shanha killed Donggong Woody and Wunren Xinghuan, Dongfang Tiexin felt something was amiss. So, he early on signaled to the people of the Dongfang family.
Upon receiving Dongfang Tiexin's signal, the Dongfang family members subtly protected Dongfang Shanha within their ranks.
At this moment, seeing Donggong Qingyun launch an attack, Dongfang Tiexin quickly moved to meet him. Soon, the attacks from both sides collided.
Bang!
The palms of Dongfang Tiexin and Donggong Qingyun clashed, producing a tremendous sound.
Accompanying this were waves of shockwaves.
A violent shockwave erupted at the mountaintop, forcing the members of other families to retreat. At the same time, to avoid being affected, they raised an energy shield. Yet, on the mountaintop, the wind howled fiercely, and sand and stones flew about. After colliding in midair, Dongfang Tiexin and Donggong Qingyun both retreated several dozen meters. The two were nearly equal in strength, so in battle, neither gained the upper hand. Dongfang Tiexin, your Dongfang family has killed all the prodigies of my Donggong family.
Are you planning to have a life and death feud with us? In that case, I, Donggong Qingyun, hereby declare that my Donggong family officially declares war on the Dongfang family.
Donggong Qingyun shouted loudly. Among the younger generation of the Donggong family, there were only 3 people left. Donggong Wuwei was assassinated while outside, and Donggong Woody and Donggong Wodio were killed in the prodigy realm. It was inferred that one was the doing of Dongfang Jiutian, and the other was by Dongfang Shanha.
As a result, the entire younger generation of the Donggong family was wiped out.
Without the younger generation, the Donggong family had no future.
Even if the Donggong family grew to become the #1 family in Zhengzhou, what would be the point? Brother Qingyun, I believe there is a misunderstanding here.
My Dongfang family has no grievances with the Donggong family and could not possibly kill your people, Dongfang Tiexin hurriedly explained, trying to remain calm.
They were in the wrong and needed to handle this properly. Otherwise, they would truly face the Donggong family's crazy retaliation. After all, a family without a future would inevitably become desperate. Misunderstanding?
Dongfang Shanha killed someone, and this was witnessed by their own eyes.
Where is the misunderstanding?
Dongfang Tiexin, hand over Dongfang Shanha, or else our two families will be at odds to the death.
Donggong Qingyun declared. We cannot hand over Shanha until the matter is thoroughly clarified.
Shanha, you explain what happened, Dongfang Tiexin said, looking at Dongfang Shanha. He knew Dongfang Shanha very well and understood that he was honest and would not kill without reason. At that time, we were surrounded by that chosen one's avatar, and I was in the process of killing his avatar. Suddenly, my spiritual treasure went out of my control and stabbed Donggong Woody. Dongfang Shanha stated factually, without any excuses. A ridiculous reason. Why did no one else's spiritual treasures go out of control, but yours did? All 10 great families have spiritual treasures, yet I've never heard of one going out of control, Donggong Qingyun mocked. I suspect it was that chosen one's doing. Dongfang Shanha voiced his suspicion. That chosen one? Are you talking about Dongfang Jiutian? He is also one of your Dongfang family, Donggong Qingyun replied. He absolutely cannot be one of our Dongfang family, he must be disguised as a chosen one to sow discord among our 10 great families. At the same time, he framed our Dongfang family. If he really is Jiutian, why didn't he stay here but instead took advantage of our inattention to leave? Dongfang Tiexin asserted confidently. Regardless of whether the chosen one in the prodigy realm was Dongfang Jiutian, they absolutely could not admit it at this moment. Because once they did, it would make the Dongfang family a target. Upon hearing Dongfang Tiexin's words, everyone fell into deep thought. It must be said that Dongfang Tiexin's statement had a bit of reason to it. If that were the case, then if they targeted the Dongfang family, wouldn't they be falling into the chosen one's trap? For a moment, the members of the 10 great families fell silent. At this time, both sides argued their points, and neither could prove that the other's claims were false. Regardless, the fact remains that my son Woody died at the hands of Dongfang Shanha. To prove the innocence of Dongfang Shanha, there is only one way. Test the heart. Donggong Qingyun said. Although he was angry, he was not blinded by rage. He intended to take revenge for his son, but he did not want to become a sword in someone else's hand. Therefore, before avenging his son, he had to clarify the truth of the matter.
What? Test the heart? I disagree. Dongfang Tianxin immediately opposed.
Testing the heart was a very cruel act that could verify a person's most genuine thoughts.
Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal.
The key point was that during the heart test, one would suffer unimaginable pain.
Moreover, the darker the heart, the greater the pain endured.
There are no saints in this world, nor are there perfect people, everyone has a dark side. Thus, the so-called heart test was no different from being cut into 1,000 pieces. Even if one could endure it in the end, they would be severely weakened. Dongfang Shanha was the pride of the Dongfang family, how could he bear to see him suffer such pain? If Dongfang Shanha cannot prove his innocence, then I can only conclude that he is the murderer.
Donggong Qingyun said.
No matter what, he had to seek justice for his son. Indeed, my Xinghuan also died at his hands, he must give us an explanation. The leader of the Wenren family stepped forward at this moment. He had remained silent before, wanting to see how the Donggong family would act. He initially thought that the Donggong and Dongfang families would engage in a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, Donggong Qingyun was extremely patient. In such a situation, he had not been blinded by anger. His plan to watch the tigers fight from the mountain had fallen through.
Dongfang Tianxin, at this point, do you think Dongfang Shanha has any choice left?
The leader of the Bailey family said. Third uncle, I am willing to test my heart. At this moment, Dongfang Shanha stepped forward. Until now, he truly had no other choice.
Moreover, he wanted to prove his innocence.
This matter not only concerned his own innocence but also the innocence of the Dongfang family. No matter how painful the heart test would be, he had to go through with it.
Are you really sure?
Dongfang Tianxin turned to look at Dongfang Shanha and asked.
I'm sure.
Dongfang Shanha said firmly.
In that case, go ahead. Dongfang Tianxin said.
There was a hint of reluctance in his words, but he had no other choice.
Because both the Dongfang family and Dongfang Shanha needed to prove their innocence.
Seeing Dongfang Shanha agree to the heart test, the people from the other major families did not waste any words and cleared a space. Immediately, 2 people from the Donggong family and 2 from the Wenren family stepped forward, surrounding Dongfang Shanha.
Then, the 4 of them extended their fingers and pointed at Dongfang Shanha's body.
2 of them pointed at his chest and back, while the other 2 pointed at his temples. After their fingers landed, Dongfang Shanha's body began to tremble slightly. As time passed, his body trembled more violently.
At first glance, it looked as if he had been electrocuted.
He gritted his teeth, seemingly enduring immense pain.
Finally, Dongfang Shanha could not hold back any longer and let out a painful roar.
Seeing this scene, Dongfang Tianxin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with compassion.
However, this was the only way to prove the innocence of the Dongfang family and Dongfang Shanha at present.
For a period of time afterward, Dongfang Shanha continued to emit painful howls.
Dongfang Shanha, why did you attack Donggong Wudi in the Tianjiao realm? Donggong Qingyun inquired. My hand.
Spiritual treasure.
Out of control. Dongfang Shanha replied intermittently. Is that chosen one from the east, Dongfang Jotian? Donggong Qingyun asked again. Not at all. Have you ever killed anyone from the 10 great families in the Tianjiao realm? No. Has your Dongfang family ever made plans to deal with other families? No. Donggong Qingyun, you've gone too far.
At that moment, Dongfang Tianxin shouted loudly, rushing to Dongfang Shanha's side and grabbing him, pulling him away from Donggong Qingyun and the others. Donggong Qingyun had already begun to inquire about some secrets of the Dongfang family. Seeing Dongfang Shanha being taken away, a hint of regret flashed in the eyes of the others. If Donggong Qingyun continued to ask, they would learn more about the secrets of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Shanha, rescued by Dongfang Tianxin, was still trembling, as if enduring immense pain. Those who had not experienced such pain could hardly imagine it. It was many times more painful than childbirth.
After trembling for a while, Dongfang Shanha suddenly fainted. Now can we prove Shanha's innocence? Dongfang Tianxin looked at the others and asked.
As soon as he said this, the others from the 10 great families fell silent.
Through the earlier heart examination, they could confirm that Dongfang Shanha did not intentionally kill Donggong Wudi. The person in the Tianjiao realm was also not Dongfang Jotian. If it wasn't Dongfang Jotian, then who could it be? Someone, search for Dongfang Jotian. Donggong Qingyun shouted loudly to the people of the Donggong family.
According to the words of Shang Guanjun and the others, the chosen one in the Tianjiao realm had attacked them while bearing the appearance of Dongfang Jotian.
Moreover, just now, there indeed was someone who looked like Dongfang Jotian coming out of the Tianjiao realm. So, they would first search for Dongfang Jiutian. You all go too. I want to see Dongfang Jiutian alive or dead. The leader of the Wenren family immediately added. The first Tianzhou of the Wenren family, Wenren Xinghuan, had also died, so they naturally would not let this go easily. Search for Dongfang Jiutian throughout the entire Zhangzhou. Following that, the Shangwan family, the Bailey family, and other families also issued orders in succession. Although the first Tianzhou of these families had not been killed, every other young member had been wiped out. They had deep-seated grudges against the Chosen One. They did not know any other information about the Chosen One and could only search for someone resembling Dongfang Jiutian. As the people from the 10 great families searched for Dongfang Jiutian, a figure in a crevice on the mountaintop transformed into a cloud of white mist and vanished. It was the avatar of Song Tianli. After releasing the avatar, Song Tianli sensed all the information that the avatar had seen. Thus, he knew everything that had happened on the mountaintop, including how Dongfang Shanha had proven his innocence in a peculiar way. To be honest, he was not surprised by this outcome, rather, he felt that everything was as expected. If the 10 great families didn't have some means, they would truly be unworthy of their status. Things are getting more and more interesting. There are some things you can explain clearly, and some things you cannot. After saying this, Song Tianli used his stealth skill to leave. Soon, the entire Zhangzhou was in turmoil. Previously, only the Dongdong family and the Gongyang family were active. This time, the entire 10 great families had mobilized. This led other families in Zhangzhou to speculate about what had happened that could prompt all 10 great families to act simultaneously. After returning to Zhangzhou, Song Tianli did not hide away to secretly observe the actions of the 10 great families. Instead, he quietly infiltrated the Dongfang family. The previous events were merely part of his plan. Now, the real plan was about to begin. After he infiltrated the Dongfang family, he arrived in Dongfang Qiankuan's room. In the next moment, a vortex appeared in one of his eyes. Immediately, Dongfang Qiankuan floated out from his eye and landed on the bed. Following that, he went to the rooms of several other members of the Dongfang family, releasing them one by one from the divine might space. Since he had made up his mind to frame the Dongfang family, he naturally had to put on a complete act. Therefore, when he was in the Tianzhou realm, Song Tianli did not kill the members of the Dongfang family. Instead, he knocked them out and locked them in the divine might space. Now, having returned to the Dongfang family, he released them. When these people appeared in front of everyone, the other families would naturally draw many conclusions. The Chosen One killed so many people, why did he spare the younger generation of the Dongfang family? If they said there was nothing suspicious about it, no one would believe them. At that time, all it would take was a trigger, and the Dongfang family would surely be besieged. Once it reached that point, it wouldn't be as simple as Dongfang Shanha's heart verification to clarify things. After all, the geniuses of the other families were dead, while the members of the Dongfang family were still alive. This fact could not be changed by anyone. After doing all this, Song Tianli went to Dongfang Taiying's room. Dongfang Taiying was the father of Dongfang Jiutian. Song Tianli sought out Dongfang Taiying to confront him. Of course, it was not as Song Tianli, but as Dongfang Jiutian. When he appeared in Dongfang Taiying's room, he found Dongfang Taiying holding a cup of tea, his brow furrowed, deep in thought. "Father," Dongfang Jiutian said softly. Hearing his voice, Dongfang Taiying instantly looked up. When Dongfang Taiying saw Dongfang Jiutian, he was momentarily stunned. He had thought that his useless son was already dead, but unexpectedly, he appeared at this moment. Just as he was about to step forward and talk to his son, he suddenly recalled what his third brother had said upon returning. Someone was impersonating Dongfang Jiutian and had killed many geniuses among the 10 great families. It almost led to a civil war among the 10 families. "Who are you?" Dongfang Taiying asked warily, looking at Song Tianli. If he discovered that the other party was an imposter, he would act immediately. "Father, it's me, Jiutian." As Song Tianli said this, he suddenly looked up at him. At that moment, his eyes turned blood red. "Bi Tianshan." In an instant, Dongfang Taiying's gaze became dazed. Bi Tianshan could cast the strongest illusion on a person. "Father, I am your son Dongfang Jiutian, don't you remember me?" Song Tianli said. "Oh, right, you are my son, Dongfang Jiutian." Dongfang Taiying seemed to suddenly realize. Then, his gaze slowly returned to normal, looking at Song Tianli with extraordinary affection. This was another part of Song Tianli's plan. He had previously observed Dongfang Taiying with his white eyes and knew that he was at the level of the 5 mansions, so using Bi Tianshan on him would not lead to any accidents. Once he had Dongfang Taiying as an insider, he would not be suspected by anyone in the Dongfang family. This way, he could continue with his plan. "Father, let's go meet the family head," Song Tianli said to Dongfang Taiying. "All right, Dongfang Taiying had no objections to this.
Thus, the two of them walked out of the room. As they headed towards Dongfang Tieshong's study, they happened to see Dongfang Tiexin.
Jiutian, you dare to come back? Dongfang Tiexin also saw them and stepped forward to block Song Tianli's path.
Third uncle, I know you have many questions, but now let's go meet the family head together.
Is there any question? We can discuss it together after we meet the head of the family.
If I ask now, it will save me from having to repeat myself later.
Song Tianli said to Dongfang Tiexin.
He was now at the 6th mansion level, while Dongfang Tiexin and Dongfang Taiying were both at the 5th mansion level. He had no need to fear them. The only thing he couldn't gauge was what hidden cards the Dongfang family had. Therefore, he didn't dare to act against the Dongfang family lightly. Once he understood everything about the Dongfang family, he would strike decisively.
Soon, they arrived at Dongfang Tiexion's study and met him. Jiutian, it seems we have underestimated you all along.
Dongfang Tiexin said, a bit surprised but not overly shocked upon seeing Song Tianli. He had already heard from Dongfang Tiexin about the events that occurred in the Tianzhou realm.
He had initially thought that Dongfang Jiutian was an imposter.
Now that he dared to meet him, it seemed he was not a fake.
However, he did not let his guard down and signaled Dongfang Taiying.
I had a chat with Jiutian about his childhood, and I must say, his memory is quite good. He remembers almost everything.
Perhaps we have always underestimated Jiutian. He just lacks talent and an opportunity, and he could soar to great heights, Dongfang Taiying said. He said this to hint to his elder brother that he had verified Dongfang Jiutian's identity. He was not an imposter. Hearing this, Dongfang Tiexin turned his gaze to Song Tianli. Was it you who caused the events in the Tianzhou realm? He asked directly. Yes. Song Tianli did not hide it and straightforwardly admitted.
He had come to lay his cards on the table.
Did you kill your siblings?
Dongfang Tiexin asked, his eyes fixed intently on Song Tianli.
No, I only knocked them out. I have already sent them all back to their rooms.
If the head of the family does not believe me, he can send someone to check. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Tiexin did not immediately believe him. Someone, go check if the young masters and young ladies have returned to their rooms, he called to a servant.
Yes. After the servant left, Dongfang Tiexin did not continue speaking with Song Tianli but quietly waited for the servant to return. Song Tianli was not anxious either, he waited as well. For a moment, the entire study fell into a deathly silence. The atmosphere was very oppressive.
During this time, Dongfang Tiexin kept observing Song Tianli. The previous Dongfang Jiutian was very afraid of drawing attention, so every time the family members gathered, he would always hide in inconspicuous corners.
Moreover, he would always bend over and lower his head.
Now, the Dongfang Jiutian stood tall, his eyes showing a sense of dignity. This demeanor he had only seen before in Dongfang Shanha. It didn't take long for the servant to return with a report.
Reporting to the head of the family, the young masters and young ladies have all returned. I understand.
Pass my orders that the young masters and young ladies are not allowed to leave their rooms until they receive my command. Also, once you go out, guard the door well and do not allow anyone to approach, Dongfang Tiexin instructed the servant.
Yes.
After the servant left, Dongfang Tiexin turned his gaze back to Song Tianli.
I need a reason. I am the chosen one. Song Tianli had long prepared this reason.
He decided to reveal his identity as the chosen one not only because his upcoming plans required the cooperation of the Dongfang family. More importantly, he was now at the 6th mansion level, possessing the power to protect himself.
As long as he wants to leave, no one can keep him. Moreover, this reason is the most appropriate one for Dongfang Jiutian's drastic change.
The world knows that those with a golden finger can defy fate and change their destiny.
How can you prove it? Dongfang Tiexin asked again. Song Tianli remained silent, merely releasing his aura.
In an instant, the pressure of a 6-mansion realm cultivator swept through the entire study. Dongfang Tiexin and Dongfang Taiying felt as if a great mountain had been added to their bodies, making it hard for them to breathe. They could hardly imagine that merely being in the 6-mansion realm could exert such immense pressure. Compared to these two, a hint of surprise flashed in Dongfang Tiexin's eyes, but there was no other expression on his face. It was clear that the pressure of the 6-mansion realm was nothing to him.
Song Tianli was not surprised by this.
Earlier, he had seen that Dongfang Tiexin's combat power was over 200,000, while his own was just over 100,000.
In other words, Dongfang Tiexin was a powerhouse of the Divine Path realm. No wonder he could become a seat master of the 9 great states. His talent was probably not inferior to the current Dongfang Shanha. The pressure from Song Tianli came quickly and dissipated just as fast. He only let the few people in the study feel it for a moment before retracting it. Although he said nothing, Dongfang Tiexin understood his meaning. If he were not a chosen one,
who could elevate their strength from the 3 treasures realm to the 6 mansion realm in just a few days. Such a speed of improvement was unheard of, even for Dongfang Tiexiong, the seat master. Therefore, Song Tianli's method of proof was quite persuasive. Then why did you kill the younger generation of the 10 great families? Dongfang Tiexiong asked. I originally had no intention of killing them, but my golden finger pointed to them. Then I can only say I'm sorry. Song Tianli said matter-of-factly. The 10 great families had all risen to their current status by stepping over countless corpses, and they naturally understood the law of the jungle. His words did not seem inappropriate to Dongfang Tiexiong and the others. Then why did you frame your elder brother? Dongfang Tiexiong asked again. He could understand the killing of the younger generation of the 10 great families due to the golden finger's instructions, but he did not understand why he would frame Dongfang Shanha. If he were to frame someone, wouldn't it be better to frame other families? I framed my elder brother to distance this matter from our Dongfang family. My elder brother knows nothing about my affairs. I first let him have suspicion, although it will temporarily wrong him. But once he proves his innocence, our Dongfang family's suspicion will be completely cleared. I previously speculated that after my elder brother left the Tianjia realm, he would be subjected to a heart examination. The facts have proven this to be true. Later, I took advantage of everyone's unpreparedness and hurriedly left. This gives the impression that I was guilty and fled. Moreover, it seems I targeted the Dongfang family again. The more so, after my elder brother's heart examination, the less our Dongfang family will be connected to this matter. According to normal logic, if a person continuously frames the Dongfang family, it indicates that person must have a deep-seated grudge against the Dongfang family. They would never think that it was me who had been framing the Dongfang family all along. It's all about playing a trick in the dark, Song Tianli explained. In fact, he had made 2 preparations. If Dongfang Shanha had not been proven innocent earlier, he would have taken advantage of the situation to make the Dongfang family the target of public criticism, attacked by other families. If Dongfang Shanha proved his innocence, then he would act as he was now. You really have a good plan. I had not noticed before that you had such cunning, Dongfang Tiexiong said with appreciation. It turned out that Song Tianli's plan was feasible. Currently, although Dongfang Shanha had suffered a bit of injustice, the suspicions surrounding the Dongfang family and Dongfang Shanha had been completely cleared. Everyone believed that Dongfang Jotian was dead, and he was merely an impersonator of the Chosen One. Who would have thought that Dongfang Jotian was indeed the Chosen One, but not an impersonator? Of course, this was from Dongfang Tiexiong's perspective. He would never have imagined that the Dongfang Jotian speaking confidently in front of him was truly an impersonator. It wasn't that Dongfang Tiexiong was careless, he simply could not fathom that Song Tianli would be so bold. Moreover, he had also had Dongfang Taiying verify the other party's identity, and there was no problem, so he no longer doubted Song Tianli's identity. Many things cannot be accomplished without matching strength, Song Tianli explained. And sometimes, it just takes one opportunity. What are your plans next? Dongfang Tiexiong asked. When I was in the Tianjia realm, I also framed Huangfuisen. And I did not kill anyone from the Huangfu family. I've decided to quietly send the people from the Huangfu family back and inform the other families that the younger generation of the Huangfu family is still alive. Let them take the blame. Of course, during this period, aside from my elder brother, the other members of our family cannot appear in public. If we can provoke a conflict between the Huangfu family and the other families, making them target each other, then we can reap the benefits. When the time is right, we, the Dongfang family, will step in and sweep everything away. Song Tianli's plan was very thorough. What he mentioned was only part of his plan. There were other aspects he did not disclose to Dongfang Tiexiong. Why choose the Huangfu family? What benefit do you gain if they are destroyed? Why are you so determined to eliminate the other families? Dongfang Tiexiong asked again. Choosing the Huangfu family is because I saw Huangfuisen secretly taking pills when I was in the Tianjia realm. This formed a stark contrast with others, and it was just right to take advantage of. As for the benefits of eliminating the other families, it's quite simple. My golden finger is related to luck, and among the 9 states, the luck of the 10 great families is the strongest. I cannot act against our Dongfang family, so I can only target the other families. Once I succeed, my strength will soar. I will surpass the family head in a very short time. At that time, the entire 9 states will be under the control of our Dongfang family, Song Tianli explained. Hearing him say this, the few people in the study all turned their gazes toward him. They had not expected Dongfang Jotian's ambition to be so great. However, they were quite intrigued by this. Although the Dongfang family was currently the #1 family in Zhengzhou, due to the existence of other families, many things could not be done as they pleased, even by the Dongfang family.
Moreover, they would face many constraints. This first family was actually only called so because of Dongfang Tieshion's esteemed position. If judged by the true foundations of each family, the Dongfang family might not even rank as the true number one family. If they could annihilate the other families and absorb their foundations, then the Dongfang family could truly become the number one family from then on. Dongfang Tieshiong and the others were very much looking forward to what Song Tianli had said. If you need anything, the family can assist you. Dongfang Tieshiong was also a bit tempted, so he said to Song Tianli, if I need anything, I will let you know. Song Tianli nodded and replied. He knew that the identity of Dongfang Zhoutian had stabilized. Next, it was time to use the Dongfang family to deal with the other families. After confronting Dongfang Tieshiong, Song Tianli left the study and returned to Dongfang Zhoutian's room. As soon as he entered the room, a figure emerged from a hidden corner. It was Dongfang Zhoutian. Or rather, it was the true form of Song Tianli, disguised as Dongfang Zhoutian. He was about to meet Shizun, and given Shizun's formidable strength, Song Tianli's cautious nature meant he could not go in his true form. The Dongfang Zhoutian who had been following Dongfang Taiying was merely a clone of his. In addition, he had made two preparations. If Dongfang Tieshiong saw through his clone and could not be persuaded, he would escape at the first opportunity. Outside the Dongfang family, he had not only marked the Flying Thunder God's seal but also hidden other clones of himself. If the need arose, he would use these clones to divert the Dongfang family's attention. That wasn't all, he had also hidden clones near those he had released from the Divine Might space. If things went awry, he would use these people as hostages. In short, he had come to the Dongfang family to incite conflict among the 10 great families, not to seek death. He would never place himself in danger, even if that danger was minimal. Fortunately, the worst thing he feared did not happen. Events unfolded according to his plan. For him, this was the best outcome. To ensure that Dongfang Tieshiong truly had no suspicions about him, he had a clone use stealth skills to hide in a corner of the study and keep an eye on him. He wanted to see if Dongfang Tieshiong would behave the same way after leaving his sight. He hoped there wouldn't be any tricks, or on the surface he agreed with his decisions but secretly had other plans. He had to be cautious with these old foxes from the 10 great families. Otherwise, he might be bought off and end up helping others count their money. Thankfully, his worries did not materialize. Dongfang Tieshiong believed his previous claims and accepted that he was the chosen one. This was somewhat expected, as the plan Song Tianli had previously mentioned posed no harm to the Dongfang family. If successful, it would allow the Dongfang family to take the lead completely. Thus, Dongfang Tieshiong decided to take a gamble. It is well known that only the chosen one can deal with the chosen one. He had been worried that the Dongfang family had no chosen one and might become targets in the future. This could lead to the Dongfang family becoming cannon fodder. Now, however, the Dongfang family had a chosen one. Although this chosen one was not the person he had hoped for the most, they were still from the Dongfang family. It must be said that the chosen one had hidden too deeply. It had been so long since the divine bestowal, and he only just discovered that Dongfang Zhoutian was the chosen one. To impersonate Dongfang Zhoutian, Song Tianli had thoroughly inquired about all his matters. Coincidentally, when the divine bestowal occurred, Dongfang Zhoutian happened to be away from the Dongfang family. This provided Song Tianli with the perfect opportunity to impersonate him. If Dongfang Zhoutian had been present that day, then impersonating the chosen one would have been a path to self-destruction. It was only after clarifying all possible exposure factors that Song Tianli dared to impersonate the chosen one while bearing Dongfang Zhoutian's appearance. After staying in the Dongfang family for a while and confirming that nothing bad had happened, Song Tianli left. He was heading to the Huangfu family. He did not kill the younger generation of the Huangfu family but instead knocked them out and captured them. Not only did he want to frame the Huangfu family, but more importantly, the Huangfu family was his mother's family. He still had not figured out what role the Huangfu family played when his mother passed away 20 years ago. This time going to the Huangfu family is to clarify this matter. According to the investigation that Song Tianli had Xiansheng conduct earlier, it was discovered that the head of the Huangfu family is named Huangfu Junlin. In this generation of the Huangfu family, there are a total of 4, Huangfu Junlin, Huangfu Tiankai, Huangfu Pengcheng, and Huangfu Wanli. Among the younger generation of the Huangfu family, there are 12. The one with the best talent is Huangfu Yisan, known as the pride of the Huangfu family. Among the younger generation of the Huangfu family, except for 2 children who are not yet 16, the others have all entered the realm of prodigies. Now, only Huangfu Yisan has safely returned to the Huangfu family, while the others are all trapped in Song Tianli's divine space. When Song Tianli infiltrated the Huangfu family, he found the family members gathered together, discussing something. Head of the family, our situation among the 10 great families is quite dire. That chosen one is in the dark, while we are in the light. We have no idea what his next move will be. We are no different from live targets, Huangfu Tiankai said seriously. What do you suggest we do now? Huangfu Junlin replied somewhat harshly. They were already overwhelmed by the situation with the chosen one. In the past, the enemies of the Huangfu family could always be traced back to some clues. But this time, they still did not know who was targeting the Huangfu family and the 10 great families. Hearing Huangfu Junlin say this, Huangfu Tiankai fell silent instantly. He also had not thought of a good solution. Head of the family, if it really comes to it, let's ask the main family for help, Huangfu Pengcheng suddenly said. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. The 10 great families of Zhengzhou all have legacies, and they are inherited from one of the 10 divine realms, the Liuli Shoucheng. As one of the 10 divine realms, the strength of Liuli Shoucheng is evident. If they were to intervene, they would surely find a way to locate those secretly dealing with the 10 great families. No, we still don't even know who the opponent is. How can we ask the main family for help? Once we ask the main family for help, it only proves our incompetence. We already cannot hold our heads high in front of the main family. If we do this, we will have even less say in the future. Let's think of a way ourselves first, Huangfu Junlin said. Big brother, precisely because we currently have no way to find out who is targeting the 10 great families, we need to ask the main family for help. It's not that we are incompetent, it's just that the opponent is a chosen one, and their abilities are indeed strange. Not to mention our Huangfu family alone, even the people from the 10 great families have mobilized, but so far, they have discovered nothing. We don't know what the opponent is plotting. Perhaps their next plan could destroy our Huangfu family. If we wait until then to ask the main family for help, it will be too late, Huangfu Pengcheng said. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent again. It must be said that what Huangfu Pengcheng said made sense. They were in the light, while the enemy was in the dark. They had no idea what the enemy was planning. Once the enemy's plans were set, it might be too late for them to react. This matter concerns the survival of the Huangfu family, and they cannot afford to have even a hint of luck. Moreover, in such matters, it is better to be cautious than to regret later when it is too late. Head of the family, I agree with Peng Cheng's idea to ask the main family for help. Our branch family originally has little say in front of the main family. It doesn't matter if it's just this time, the most important thing right now is to prioritize our lives, Huangfu Tiankai said. I also agree, this cannot be said to be our Huangfu family's incompetence. The other party is a chosen one, and the methods of the chosen are mysterious. It is understandable that we cannot see through them, Huangfu Wanli said immediately after. Seeing that the family members all agreed, Huangfu Junlin clenched his fists, contemplating the feasibility of the matter. The others did not urge him further but quietly waited for his decision. Huangfu Junlin is the head of the Huangfu family. Whether to seek help from the main family is not something they can decide. Ultimately, it is up to the head of the family to make the decision. These old sixes, I thought they would rely on themselves, but unexpectedly, they sought outside help. Song Tianli, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but complain inwardly upon witnessing this scene. He only knew that the strength of the 10 divine realms was incredibly powerful, but he had no idea how strong they truly were. If one of the 10 divine realms, the Liuli Shoucheng, were to take action, he wasn't sure if they could find him. Perhaps there were unknown methods to track his whereabouts. His current strength was still weak. If he were found, it could be dangerous. So, he needed to act quickly. Alright, first thing tomorrow morning, we will seek help from the main family. In the end, Huangfu Junlin made his decision. It was already evening, and seeking help at this time was somewhat inappropriate. With the strength of the Huangfu family, supporting themselves for a day was completely unproblematic. Seeing that Huangfu Junlin had made a decision, Song Tianli hurriedly left as quickly as possible. It was already evening, and tomorrow morning the Huangfu family would seek help from the Liuli Shoucheng. He only had one night to act freely. Once the Huangfu family sought help, he planned to withdraw. He wanted to avenge his mother and seek justice for his father. However, that did not mean he would put himself at risk. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. He was a chosen one, and with the help of his golden finger, it was easy for him to enhance his strength. As long as he was given enough time, the future 10 great families would be like ants to him. Therefore, it was completely unnecessary to take risks. After arriving at the Huangfu family, he quietly placed the people of the Huangfu family, who were trapped in the divine might space, into a room. Then, he flashed away, leaving the Huangfu family and heading to the Donggong family. It was the last night. He decided to have some fun. He would start with the Donggong family. When he arrived at the Donggong family, it was shrouded in sorrow. The younger generation of the Donggong family, Donggong Wudi, Donggong Wuwei, and Donggong Wuyo, were all dead. The Donggong family was sending off their black-haired youth with white-haired elders. How could they not be sad?
Donggong Qingyun and Donggong Qingxian looked as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. At this moment, Donggong Qingyun sat in the courtyard, holding a bottle of wine, drowning his sorrows.
Perhaps only by getting drunk could he briefly forget the pain of losing his son.
Just then, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger approaching him.
Without any hesitation, he quickly dodged to the side.
"Who dares to show themselves?
Come out!" he shouted, striking towards the direction of the incoming danger. Boom!
A thunderous sound erupted. Immediately after, two figures in black flew out from underground, one to the left and one to the right, heading straight for him.
"Seeking death!"
Donggong Qingyun shouted, taking the initiative to meet them head-on. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from him.
He was a practitioner at the Five-Mansion realm. The two black-clad figures attacking him were quickly dispersed by Donggong Qingyun. "Is this a clone? It's that chosen one,"
Donggong Qingyun said with great certainty. He was sure that a chosen one capable of splitting into clones would not be too far from him. They must be hiding nearby. Thus, he expanded his perception, his eyes scanning the surrounding space like radar, searching for the presence of the chosen one. Previously, he had never encountered the chosen one, but this time, he would not let the opportunity slip by. Soon, he noticed a shadow darting past from a hidden corner, speeding away into the distance.
"You rat, where do you think you're going?"
Donggong Qingyun shouted, chasing after the shadow. Quickly, he realized that the shadow was racing towards the outside of the Donggong family estate at an incredible speed. He hurried after it.
"Second master, what on earth happened?"
At that moment, the guards of the Donggong family arrived, having heard the explosion.
"The chosen one has intruded into our Donggong family. Gather the troops and follow me to pursue," Donggong Qingyun said urgently.
He spoke briefly and then rushed forward. The black-clad figure had been fast. If he didn't keep close, the figure might escape. Having finally caught a glimpse of the target, he was determined to capture it this time, no matter what.
With Donggong Qingyun's departure, the Donggong family became lively. In just a few seconds, a large number of people appeared.
During this time, the Donggong family had been on high alert, and upon discovering the situation, they reacted immediately.
"What happened?" Donggong Qingxian inquired upon his arrival. Reporting to the head of the family, the second master has discovered the chosen one's trail.
At this moment, he has gone alone to pursue. The steward of the Donggong family said. "Not good, quickly, follow me to support Qingyun,"
Donggong Qingxian said anxiously.
The chosen one was cunning, and he feared for his brother's safety. Thus, Donggong Qingxian led the members of the Donggong family in the direction where Donggong Qingyun had left.
The Donggong family was one of the 10 great families of Zhengzhou, with many skilled experts within. Once they began their pursuit, the momentum was immense. The black-clad figure being chased by Donggong Qingyun was none other than Song Tianli.
Of course, it was his clone.
He had intentionally exposed a flaw to lure Donggong Qingyun away.
He sped along at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow, forcing Donggong Qingyun to exert all his effort to catch up, yet not allowing him to lose track. Eventually, he led Donggong Qingyun to the entrance of the Huangfu family. When Song Tianli's clone lured Donggong Qingyun to the entrance of the Huangfu family, he did not immediately enter but circled around the Huangfu estate. As he turned, he glanced back, seemingly checking if anyone was following him. Following closely behind Song Tianli's clone, Donggong Qingyun frowned when he saw the person he was tracking near the Huangfu family. He did not rush forward to engage in battle but quietly trailed behind Song Tianli's clone, wanting to see what he intended to do. After following for a while, he discovered that Song Tianli's clone actually entered the Huangfu family.
Could this chosen one be from the Huangfu family? Donggong Qingyun thought to himself.
As this thought arose, he suddenly recalled what Shang Wanjun and the others had said at the peak of Tenjiao realm. They mentioned that the chosen one had claimed to be in cahoots with Huangfu Isin. At the time, he thought it was merely a frame-up by the chosen one, similar to the trap set for Dongfang Shanha, intending to incite infighting among the 10 great families. But now it seemed that the other party might have played a trick in the dark. This chosen one was indeed from the Huangfu family. Of course, he could not be certain yet. So, he flashed his figure and followed into the Huangfu family. Today, he wanted to see the true face of the chosen one. After entering the Huangfu family, Song Tianli's clone headed in a specific direction. This direction led to a room where he had previously released the other young members of the Huangfu family. His goal was to let Donggong Qingyun see these young people from the Huangfu family. In this way, even if the Huangfu family wanted to explain, they would have no way to clarify. When Dongfang Qingyun followed Song Tianli's avatar to the door of a room, he suddenly found that Song Tianli had vanished. He heard other voices coming from inside the room, so he hurried to the window and peered through the gap. Upon looking in, his eyes widened in shock. He saw that among the younger generation of the Huangfu family, those he thought were dead were gathered together, discussing something. A few minutes earlier, Song Tianli had instructed his avatar to wake these people up.
What a Huangfu family, so deeply hidden. For killing my son, I will make you pay in blood, Dongfang Qingyun said, preparing to break through the window. At that moment, he was consumed by rage. Who dares to intrude upon my Huangfu family? Someone shouted.
At the same time, someone attacked Dongfang Qingyun from behind. Faced with the surprise attack, Dongfang Qingyun did not dare to be careless and quickly turned to counter with a palm strike.
A massive palm imprint shot out, meeting the opponent's attack. Boom!
A thunderous sound erupted, instantly breaking the silence of the Huangfu family.
Without a doubt, the one attacking Dongfang Qingyun was Song Tianli's avatar.
He had lured Dongfang Qingyun here to show him that the younger generation of the Huangfu family was still alive, and this was not going to end easily. He intended to keep Dongfang Qingyun forever within the Huangfu family, deepening the misunderstanding between the two families, leading to a deadly feud.
Dongfang Wudi, Dongfang Woyo, and Dongfang Wuwei's deaths left the Dongfang family with no evidence, unaware of who was responsible.
However, if Dongfang Qingyun died in the Huangfu family, they would have no way to explain it. His avatar had been keeping an eye out. Dongfang Qingshan and the others from the Dongfang family were almost there. He planned to kill Dongfang Qingyun in front of Dongfang Qingshan, posing as a member of the Huangfu family.
What's going on?
Soon, the people of the Huangfu family began to take action. The younger generation of the Huangfu family was also drawn outside by the commotion.
Be careful, he wants to kill you.
Song Tianli's avatar shouted loudly to the Huangfu family members. At that moment, he was wearing the face of Huangfu Wanli. The real Huangfu Wanli had been subdued by him and was temporarily imprisoned in the Divine Might space. Someone, Dongfang Qingyun, has intruded into my Huangfu family at night, intending to kill all of you young masters and misses. Kill him.
Then, Song Tianli ordered the other arriving servants of the Huangfu family.
Hearing this, the servants of the Huangfu family rushed towards Dongfang Qingyun without a second thought. They did not need to discern the truth, they just needed to follow orders.
What a Huangfu family, what a backhanded move.
You Huangfu family really knows how to scheme,
Dongfang Qingyun said, seething with anger. He understood why Huangfu Wanli wanted him dead. It was because he feared that Dongfang Qingyun would reveal the secrets of the Huangfu family. At that time, the Huangfu family would become the target of public criticism. This was the stronghold of the Huangfu family, and being alone here would surely put him at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Thinking this, he said nothing more, struck out with a palm, and turned to flee. He needed to relay this information to his family. As he ran, he took out his phone and dialed Dongfang Qingshuan's number. Big brother, I'm at the Huangfu family, and I'm being chased by them. Listen to me, that chosen one is one of the Huangfu family. None of the younger generation of the Huangfu family is dead, everything in the Tianjiao realm is self-directed and performed by them. After saying this, Dongfang Qingyun focused on escaping. Meanwhile, the Song Tianli avatar, pretending to pursue him, smiled upon hearing him on the phone. He had originally thought that Dongfang Qingyun would wait to speak after meeting Dongfang Qingshan, but unexpectedly, he had called to say it. To be honest, even he didn't think of making a phone call just now.
Since what needed to be said has already been said, it was time to strike. Thus, under the guise of Song Tianli's appearance, his clone intensified the attack on Dongfang Qingyun.
If it were just a one-on-one fight, Dongfang Qingyun wouldn't fear Song Tianli's clone.
After all, Song Tianli's clone was merely at the 5-mansion level, and Dongfang Qingyun was also at the 5-mansion level. However, the members of the Huangfu family were continuously hunting down Dongfang Qingyun, while Song Tianli acted like a sneaky thief, constantly launching surprise attacks. Soon, the Huangfu family surrounded Dongfang Qingyun. A great battle was about to unfold. As time passed, Dongfang Qingyun's injuries worsened. Song Tianli's clone observed the movements of the Dongfang family while sneaking attacks on Dongfang Qingyun. Finally, Dongfang Qingshan led the Dongfang family members to the entrance of the Huangfu family. Just then, under the deliberate guidance of Song Tianli's clone, Dongfang Qingyun also happened to appear there. The timing was perfect, and Dongfang Qingyun's value had reached its peak. At that moment, Song Tianli moved. Taking advantage of the other members of the Huangfu family attacking Dongfang Qingyun, he suddenly descended from the sky. Wood Leaf Whirlwind Kick. He kicked out directly. Song Tianli's kick landed squarely on Dongfang Qingyun's head. Instantly, Dongfang Qingyun was sent flying. His head spun a full 360 degrees. His body landed right in front of Dongfang Qingshan and the others.
Qingyun, Qingyun.
Seeing Dongfang Qingyun fall before him, Dongfang Qingshan cried out in a sorrowful tone. At this moment, Donggong Qingyun's eyes were wide open, his eyeballs bulging, tears of blood flowing, looking as if he could not close his eyes in death.
However, he could no longer speak. Huangfu family, you all deserve to die. I want you to pay with your lives for my second brother, for my son, for all the dead of the Donggong family. Kill them for me.
Donggong Qingxian shouted and charged towards the members of the Donggong family.
At that moment, he completely lost his rationality.
The Donggong family was already short on manpower, and in just a few days, only he remained alive.
This was an immense shock to Donggong Qingxian.
Thus, he erupted. A powerful aura of the 6th mansion level surged from his body, instantly sweeping over everyone from the Huangfu family. He struck out with a palm, and immediately, 2 servants of the Huangfu family spat blood and died. Most of the servants of the Huangfu family were at the 3 storehouse or 4 storehouse level. Their strength was not strong, and they usually relied on numbers to win. Faced with the furious Donggong Qingxian, they had no power to resist.
Besides Donggong Qingxian, many strong fighters from the Donggong family joined the battle.
These were individuals secretly trained by the Donggong family over the years, including several at the 4 mansion and 5 mansion levels. This time, Donggong Qingxian brought out all those he had secretly trained.
Donggong Qingxian, are you declaring war on my Huangfu family? At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Following that, Huangfu Junlin appeared and struck towards Donggong Qingxian with a palm. Donggong Qingxian sensed the crisis and also struck out with a palm. Boom!
The 2 palms collided in mid-air, instantly creating a shockwave centered around their hands. This shockwave swept across a radius of hundreds of meters, lifting the floor tiles off the ground in layers. In an instant, the members of the Huangfu family and the Donggong family were continuously retreating. Both Huangfu Junlin and Donggong Qingxian were pushed back several dozen meters.
Huangfu Junlin, you are too much.
The blood debt owed to the Donggong family must be repaid in blood. At this moment, Donggong Qingxian was filled with extreme hatred. After saying a word, he launched another attack on Huangfu Junlin.
The first move was a desperate strike.
This left Huangfu Junlin quite puzzled. He did not understand what had happened that could make Donggong Qingxian fight so fiercely.
What was this blood debt he mentioned? Huangfu Junlin had just arrived and was unaware of what had transpired. Donggong Qingxian, is there some misunderstanding here? When has my Huangfu family ever owed the Donggong family a blood debt? Huangfu Junlin asked while defending himself and retreating. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding are you talking about?
Today, my Donggong family and your Huangfu family will fight to the death.
Donggong Qingxian directly cursed.
He had been the head of the Donggong family for many years and had never cursed before. This was the first time. As for the misunderstanding Huangfu Junlin mentioned, that was simply impossible. Not to mention what his brother said, that the chosen one was from the Huangfu family. They had killed his son, daughter, and nephew. Just now, he had watched helplessly as Huangfu Wanli killed his own brother. His brother died right before his eyes. How could that be a misunderstanding? Faced with the merciless Donggong Qingxian, Huangfu Junlin was slowly ignited with true anger. Even a clay figure has some fire in it, let alone Huangfu Junlin as a member of the Huangfu family. At this moment, he saw many of the Huangfu family's subordinates continuously falling. These were all resources accumulated by the Huangfu family.
To the world, convey my master's order. The Huangfu guard is mobilized. Huangfu Junlin said. Yes. Huangfu Tiantian replied and turned to leave.
The Huangfu guard was one of the Huangfu family's trump cards and would not be mobilized unless absolutely necessary. Now that the Donggong family was coming on strong, they had no choice but to act. If this continued, the other guards of the Huangfu family would likely be slaughtered.
With Huangfu Junlin's order, the entire Huangfu family was shaken. Roar!
Soon, a tiger's roar echoed from deep within the Huangfu family. Following that, countless individuals dressed in yellow battle robes surged out from various places in the Huangfu family, charging towards the Donggong family.
With their addition, the Huangfu family stabilized against the Donggong family's assault. The battle between the 2 top families in Zhengzhou could not be hidden from the other families.
Soon, members of other families came to watch the fight.
Do you know what exactly happened? Why is the Donggong family attacking the Huangfu family so crazily? Someone from the Shangwan family asked.
Unclear, but looking at the Donggong family's demeanor, they seem intent on fighting to the death.
I wonder what the Huangfu family did.
I just vaguely heard something. It seems that the chosen one who slaughtered the younger generation of our 10 great families is from the Huangfu family.
What?
Upon hearing this, the others were stunned. Perhaps only this reason could drive the Donggong family to attack the Huangfu family so frantically. After all, the younger generation of the Donggong family had been nearly wiped out. The Donggong family could be said to be without successors now, and knowing the culprit, they naturally could not let it go.
Is this true? Someone from the Wunrun family asked.
Although there were still some young members alive in their family, all the prodigies who had entered the Tenjiao realm back then had died, including their first prodigy, Wunrun Xinghuan.
I'm not sure if it's true.
It's just inferred from their words.
Let's go ask Donggong Qingxian. Thus, the members of the other families immediately headed towards the direction where Donggong Qingxian and Huangfu Junlin were fighting.
They had to get to the bottom of this matter. This issue not only concerned the Donggong family but also involved their families. Only the members of the Dongfang family showed a hint of unease, as they all felt that this matter was likely related to Dongfang Zhoutian. After all, Dongfang Zhoutian had previously mentioned that the Huangfu family was also within his calculations. He would find a way to incite conflict among the 10 great families. Now that the Donggong family and the Huangfu family were in a fierce battle, they would never believe that Dongfang Zhoutian was not involved. However, they were unclear about how Dongfang Zhoutian had managed to do it. With this thought, the Dongfang family members quickly followed suit. If they were to put on a show, they had to do it thoroughly. On the surface, it appeared that they had also suffered casualties. During the clash between the Donggong and Huangfu families, Song Tianli took advantage of the chaos to maximize the potential of his sixth persona. Amidst the turmoil, he had some of his clones transform into guards of the Donggong family to kill members of the Huangfu family. Meanwhile, other clones turned into guards of the Huangfu family to kill members of the Donggong family. Although these individuals were weak in combat, even if he killed them, Song Tianli would not gain much combat power at once. However, the sheer number of these guards meant that small gains would accumulate. When the number of kills reached a sufficient level, the combat power gained would be substantial. After all, Song Tianli, this sixth persona, was now reaping benefits from both sides. Soon, he noticed that several members of the 10 great families were heading towards Donggong Qingxian and Huangfu Junlin. He did not dare to get too close but instead allowed his clones to maintain a slight distance, aiming to kill as many as possible. Before long, a few members of the 10 great families joined forces to block the attacks of Donggong Qingyun and Huangfu Junlin.
Gentlemen, let's clarify our words, one member of the Bailey family said. Let's not ruin the atmosphere. Our Donggong family and Huangfu family are at odds. There's no room for pleasantries. Step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. At this point, Donggong Qingxian was consumed by anger and had not considered whether his words would offend members of the other families. Although his words were unpleasant to the ears of the 10 great families, they understood that Donggong Qingxian had lost much of his rationality, so they did not pursue the matter. Brother Qingxian, let's calm down first. We can discuss things clearly before resuming the fight. Could you explain why the Donggong family is acting this way? A member of the Bailey family inquired. Junlin, do you have any idea what your Huangfu family has done to provoke Brother Qingxian so? Meanwhile, members of the Shengwan family questioned Huangfu Junlin. I don't know anything. All I saw was Donggong Junlin leading the Donggong family to directly attack my Huangfu family. When I asked him why, he wouldn't say, only insisting on a fight to the death with my Huangfu family. Huangfu Junlin replied. He was not lying. He truly did not know anything at the moment. You're talking nonsense. You really think you can act like a victim while being the perpetrator? Does your Huangfu family think that the despicable and shameless things you've done are unknown to anyone? Donggong Qingxian exploded with curses again. Donggong Qingxian, then tell me, what exactly has my Huangfu family done? Huangfu Junlin questioned. How could he endure being insulted like this in front of others? During this time, the uproar about the Chosen One, don't tell me it's not related to your Huangfu family? On the surface, it seems that all the younger generation of your Huangfu family died in the Tianjiao realm. In reality, you've been scheming behind the scenes, and they are all alive. Yet you designed the deaths of my son, daughter, nephew, and other families' younger generations. So, Huangfu Junlin, do you acknowledge this or not? Donggong Qingxian pressed. Pure nonsense. Among the younger generation of my Huangfu family, aside from Isan, everyone else died in the Tianjiao realm. Don't slander my Huangfu family. Huangfu Junlin said anxiously. If this matter were to be settled, their Huangfu family would definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. Slander? This is what my second brother witnessed with his own eyes, and for this, you even killed my second brother to silence him. At this moment, his body is still lying there. You Huangfu family still dare to deceive us, Donggong Qingxian said, pointing in a direction. The people from the Bailey family followed his and saw the body of Donggong Qingyun. He hurriedly stepped forward to check and confirmed that it was indeed Donggong Qingyun, not someone else impersonating him. It is indeed Donggong Qingyun, the people from the Bailey family said with certainty. As soon as he said this, the other families all gasped in shock. Since the battle 20 years ago, there had been no significant deaths among the 10 great families for so many years.
Although there had been many frictions between the 10 great families, the ones who died were all insignificant figures. This was the first time a person of Donggong Qingyun's status had died. They instantly believed Donggong Qingshuan's words. After all, given the current situation of the Donggong family, they would not falsely accuse the Huangfu family at the cost of Donggong Qingyun's life. This meant that the Huangfu family was indeed the family of the chosen one. If that were the case, then this matter was also related to them. After all, many in their family's younger generation had also died in the realm of the outstanding.
Our family has no chosen one.
The reason Donggong Qingyun died is that he infiltrated my Huangfu family, intending to assassinate our family. He admitted himself that because of Donggong Wudi's death, he felt jealousy. So, he wanted all the outstanding members of other families to die as well. At this moment, Song Tianli, a clone of the top Huangfu Wanli, stepped forward and spoke. He first spoke on behalf of the Huangfu family, then stirred the pot, trying to incite more family conflicts. His words caused some hesitation among the others. This reasoning was indeed plausible. After all, Donggong Qingyun was the only son of Donggong Wudi. His death would certainly have a significant impact on him.
Otherwise, it was indeed hard to explain why Donggong Qingyun would appear in the Huangfu family. Nonsense. Tonight, the chosen one infiltrated my Donggong family, intending to harm my second brother, but failed. As a result, my second brother pursued the chosen one. This pursuit just happened to lead him to the Huangfu family, where he saw the scene of the younger generation of the Huangfu family still alive. As a result, he was discovered by the Huangfu family, and to prevent my second brother from revealing the truth, they chose to kill him to silence him. If you don't believe it, you can enter the Huangfu family to investigate and see if the younger generation of the Huangfu family is still alive. Donggong Qingxian said urgently.
Hearing him say this, the people from the other families exchanged glances. Indeed, to prove whether what Donggong Qingxian said was true or not, they only needed to enter the Huangfu family and see if their younger generation was still alive. If they were alive, it would prove that what Donggong Qingxian said was true. Conversely, it would mean that Huangfu Junlin's words were true. Thus, a few figures moved and were about to break into the Huangfu family to investigate.
Stop! Do you think my Huangfu family is just any place you can barge into?
Without our permission, if you dare to enter the Huangfu family, don't blame us for being rude. At this moment, Huangfu Wanli stepped forward to block a few people, speaking in an unfriendly tone.
His expression looked a bit tense.
The tense expression of Huangfu Wanli was noticed by the people from the 10 great families. This made them feel that Huangfu Wanli was a bit too nervous, resembling a thief with a guilty conscience. Tian Xiaxiong, if you really want to stop us, then it proves that what Brother Qingxian said is true. The people of the Shangguan family asked.
If you want to add a crime, what reason is there to worry about?
My Huangfu family acts justly and sits properly. It is absolutely impossible for us to do such a thing.
However, as one of the 10 great families of Zhengzhou, how can my Huangfu family be casually intruded upon? If you are allowed in, then in the future, if others want to enter the Huangfu family, wouldn't they just need to find any excuse? You are all from the 10 great families. If someone wanted to intrude into your home, would you be willing? Huangfu Wanli said loudly.
His words were reasonable and others could not find fault with them.
However, in Song Tianli's view, no matter how legitimate the reason, it was still just a reason.
The people from the 10 great families have never been ones to reason. Therefore, this reason would not stop them. At this moment, the more he spoke for the Huangfu family, the angrier he would become when he saw the younger generation of the Huangfu family later. By then, their anger towards the Huangfu family would be even stronger. It was like a spring, only after a certain amount of pressure could it produce greater deformation. Brother Wanli, this matter concerns our families, we must go in and take a look. If we really find nothing, we will apologize to the Huangfu family. The people from the Bailey family said. They understood that Huangfu Wanli was right, but they were not reasoning now, they were only stating facts. If they were not allowed to see, it meant there was something to hide. The more they were not allowed to see, the more they wanted to look.
Alright, then please come in.
If you find nothing, then don't blame my Huangfu family for being unmerciful.
At this moment, Huangfu Junlin spoke up.
He did not know that the younger generation of the Huangfu family was still alive, so he spoke without guilt. In his view, although these people intruding into the Huangfu family was quite rude, at this point, it was the only way to prove the Huangfu family's innocence.
Head of the family, we can't let them in.
Hearing this, before others could say anything, Song Tianli, playing the role of Huangfu Wanli, hurriedly said.
His expression looked anxious. Fourth brother, it's fine. We have nothing to be guilty about, so we need not fear. Huangfu Junlin said with an extremely firm tone.
Hearing him say they had nothing to be guilty about, Song Tianli almost laughed out loud. If Huangfu Junlin really knew the current situation of the Huangfu family, he wondered if he could still say such things. When the people from the 10 great families entered the Huangfu family and saw those who should have been dead, he wondered if Huangfu Junlin would feel that his face had been swollen from the beating.
"We are going in,"
the people from the Shangguan family said to the others. After saying this, they did not enter through the main door but flew directly inside. After all, if they entered through the main door, the Huangfu family would probably be well prepared. Once they hid the younger generation of the Huangfu family in some place, it would not be easy for them to find them.
"The battle has just begun,"
Song Tianli silently said in his heart. Just now, because of the addition of these few people, the battle between both sides had briefly stopped. However, this was only temporary.
Next, a more intense battle would erupt.
The people from the 10 great families did not know where the young people of the Huangfu family were, but he did.
He would act as a beacon in the night, guiding these people.
After the people from the 10 great families entered the Huangfu family, they instantly released their senses. They were sensing the presence of humans. Once they discovered someone in a certain place, they would immediately go check it out. Although this method was a bit clumsy, it was the most effective method. Meanwhile, in the room where the young people of the Huangfu family were, they looked at each other in confusion. Because they still had not figured out the situation. Their memories linger on the moment they were attacked in the celestial realm, after which they knew nothing. When they awoke again, they found themselves back at the Huangfu family home. To be honest, they had thought they were doomed this time, but unexpectedly returned to the Huangfu family like this. Before they could say or do anything, they heard the sounds of battle coming from the Huangfu residence, followed by a commotion. They had just been discussing how they had survived. "Young masters, young ladies, you all need to hide with me quickly," a servant from the Huangfu family appeared and said urgently.
This servant was also a manifestation of Song Tianli. "Why? We just got back," Wang Fuichen asked in confusion.
"There's no time to explain now. You all need to find a place to hide, or if others discover you, it will bring disaster to the Huangfu family."
"This is the master's order," Song Tianli's manifestation said in an urgent tone. "All right." Although they didn't understand why, since it was the master's order, they would certainly comply.
So, they followed Song Tianli's manifestation toward a hidden underground base of the Huangfu family. They soon arrived at the secret base. This place was known to very few, even within the Huangfu family. Song Tianli had discovered it by chance while he was in hiding. Just then, taking advantage of the others' inattention, Song Tianli's manifestation quickly launched an attack at the ground.
Suddenly, a faint rumble echoed. This unexpected sound, though subtle, caught the attention of several members of the 10 great families.
They hurriedly flew toward this direction at their fastest speed. In just a few seconds, they arrived above the base and sensed the presence of some humans.
"Cloud-pushing palm," a member of the Shangguan family shouted, striking out with a palm.
Instantly, the stones above the ground were lifted layer by layer.
Ultimately, the entire underground base was exposed to everyone's view.
The members of the 10 great families immediately saw the bewildered young people of the Huangfu family. They might not be able to recall these individuals' names or match them to their faces, but they recognized at a glance that these were the younger generation of the Huangfu family.
All present, none dead. That means what Brother Qingxian said earlier was true. The chosen one is in the Huangfu family.
The members of the Shangguan family said, looking at the younger generation of the Huangfu family.
What is going on?"
Huangfu Junlin said, his face filled with confusion. It was one thing for the younger generation of the Huangfu family to be alive, but why did he, the head of the family, know nothing?
"Huangfu Junlin, aren't you going to give us an explanation?"
A member of the Wenren family turned to Huangfu Junlin and questioned. The first genius of the Wenren family had died in the celestial realm, and he needed to seek justice.
Huangfu Junlin was stunned by the scene before him.
He hadn't expected that the young people of the Huangfu family were all alive, hidden in this secret base. If it were just that, it would be fine, but they had been discovered by members of other families. This was truly like stepping in yellow mud. It was not just a mess, it was a disaster.
"Wanli, what on earth is going on?" Huangfu Junlin asked his brother Huangfu Wanli.
Based on his brother's previous behavior, he was sure that his brother knew about this matter. "I'm not very clear either, it's as if they suddenly appeared." Huangfu Wanli hurriedly waved his hand. He had done what he needed to do, and now it was up to the members of the 10 great families to show their reactions. Only when the waters became murky again could he take advantage of the chaos.
"Huangfu Junlin, at this point, are you still pretending? Do you really think we are fools?" The people from the Shangguan family shouted loudly.
In their eyes, Huangfu Junlin was merely feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation. "Everyone, we truly have no knowledge of this matter," Huangfu Junlin attempted to explain. However, the members of the 10 great families, faced with overwhelming evidence, were too weary to listen to his excuses any longer.
Huangfu Junlin, return my son's life.
A member of the Bailey family shouted, launching an attack on Huangfu Junlin. Among the younger generation of the Bailey family, many had also died.
With the Bailey family taking action, the other families began to move as well. Moreover, they not only attacked but also sent out distress signals one after another. Knowing that the Huangfu family was the family of the chosen one, they naturally would not remain idle. Even if the Huangfu family had not killed the younger generation of the 10 great families, they would still seek to retaliate against the Huangfu family. The 10 great families absolutely could not possess the chosen one, otherwise, the balance they had maintained over the years would surely be shattered. Their attack on the Huangfu family was not solely because they discovered that the younger generation was still alive. They were simply taking advantage of the situation. Wanli, what on earth is going on? Huangfu Junlin asked his brother.
Head of the family, I am also unclear, Huangfu Wanli replied. I couldn't sleep earlier, so I planned to take a stroll in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, I happened to see Donggong Qingyun attempting to assassinate those juniors, and I just happened to stop him. As a result, he tried to kill me, and in my moment of panic, I struck a bit too hard and accidentally killed him.
Just then, Donggong Qingshan arrived with people. You know the rest, big brother. Huangfu Wanli recounted the events in the briefest terms.
At this moment, Song Tianli's role-playing was quite successful. No one had yet discovered his false identity. Our Huangfu family has been schemed against. Although he understood this, Huangfu Junlin knew very well that if he spoke out, the members of the 10 great families would not believe him. Or rather, they were unwilling to listen in detail. Moreover, at this moment, the attacks from the 10 great families had already reached him.
Wanli, it seems my Huangfu family is in for a disaster today. You take those children and some resources and leave. Preserve the bloodline of my Huangfu family. Huangfu Junlin said. What about you?
I am the head of the Huangfu family. Naturally, I must share the fate of the family. There was something Huangfu Junlin did not say. If he did not die, the other families would not let it go easily.
Big brother, I won't leave. I also want to share the fate of the Huangfu family. Song Tianli shouted loudly.
Wanli, this is not the time for sentiment. We must preserve the bloodline of the Huangfu family.
This is an order.
After Huangfu Junlin said this, he charged towards the other members of the 10 great families. The battle was about to begin, and there was no time for them to say more.
Seeing Huangfu Junlin leave, a faint smile appeared on Song Tianli's face.
Handing over the younger generation of the Huangfu family to him was quite amusing. However, the people of the Huangfu family could not die just yet, and the support from the 10 great families had not yet arrived.
Big brother, I will preserve the bloodline of my Huangfu family, Song Tianli shouted, then turned to leave.
The members of the Huangfu family he had just released were now to be taken away again. With the strength of the Huangfu family, there would not be significant casualties before the support from the 10 great families arrived. Even if there were deaths, they would only be minor characters like guards. Such matters would not be enough to shake the 10 great families to their core. He intended to escalate the situation. Thus, Song Tianli had his clone impersonate a member of the Huangfu family and launched a surprise attack on the key figures of the 10 great families.
As long as these people were dead, the members of the 10 great families would naturally seek vengeance against the Huangfu family, just like the Donggong family.
After he killed Donggong Qingyun, Donggong Qingtian was blinded by rage and was determined to fight the Huangfu family to the death.
The other families would likely react the same way.
Therefore, he targeted a member of the Shangwan family and used the shadow imitation technique on him. This member of the Shangwan family was engaged in battle with others and had no idea that someone would use such a skill. After all, the battlefield was too chaotic. No one paid attention to what was happening beneath their feet. Soon, he was immobilized by the shadow imitation technique. This skill caused a momentary pause in his actions.
However, in a duel between experts, a moment is enough to accomplish many things.
He was immediately sent flying by his opponent, a member of the Huangfu family, with a single punch. As he fell towards the ground, Song Tianli's clone moved.
He appeared behind the Shangwan family member and extended his palm.
Lightning flickered at his fingertips.
5 Guan's hand.
In an instant, the palm of Song Tianli's clone pierced directly into the heart of the Shangwan family member.
The opponent's heart shattered instantly.
At this point, the Shangwan family member was dead beyond recovery.
Haoja. Another member of the Shangwan family shouted loudly upon witnessing this scene. After successfully landing his attack, Song Tianli quickly vanished into the crowd at the fastest speed.
As time passed, more and more people died.
Song Tianli also killed one member each from the Gongyang and Baiming families.
As for the guards of the Huangfu and Donggong families, his clone had killed several of them. This significantly increased his combat power. Now, his combat power had reached over 130,000.
He knew this was just the beginning.
After all, reinforcements from the other families had not yet arrived. The real slaughter had not yet fully begun.
What had just happened could only be considered a warm-up.
Finally, while waiting, members of the other families arrived. They came in a grand procession from all directions, surrounding the Huangfu family. Upon seeing this scene, those from the various families who had been fighting the Huangfu family all rushed to where their family reinforcements were located. They quickly recounted the situation regarding the Huangfu family. Upon learning that their own people had been killed by the Huangfu family, the Gongyang, Shangguan, and Baiming families were instantly filled with rage.
Today, we will definitely flatten the Huangfu family and avenge eighth brother.
A member of the Gongyang family shouted angrily. What a Huangfu family, treating us 10 great families as stepping stones.
What? The chosen one is from the Huangfu family?
The Huangfu family has no reason to exist anymore. Hearing their family members' accounts, the members of the 10 great families reacted fiercely, exuding killing intent.
Everyone, there is a misunderstanding here.
My Huangfu family has been framed. We have never plotted against you. Taking advantage of this brief ceasefire, Huangfu Junlin hurriedly explained. After the earlier battle, he was already exhausted. The spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. He wanted to see if he could take this opportunity to explain further. All units, follow my lead and kill to avenge 8th Master.
Kill! Kill for me!
However, the members of the other families completely ignored Huangfu Junlin, leading their own family members to charge towards the Huangfu family. Watching the approaching crowd, Huangfu Junlin sighed.
He knew that no amount of explanation would be effective at this point.
Yet, until now, he still did not know who was targeting the Huangfu family.
The Huangfu family is simply more wrong than Doi.
Thinking of this, Huangfu Junlin flipped his palm and took out a pill, placing it in his mouth. Instantly, the spiritual energy within him, which was nearly depleted, began to recover at an astonishing speed. Back when he was in the Tianjiao realm, Huangfu had taken similar pills. As the head of the Huangfu family, he naturally possessed such pills. Now, there was no other choice but to fight to the death. They had originally planned to seek help from the main family early tomorrow morning, but they never expected such an incident to occur tonight. Truly, the world is unpredictable, and the unexpected happens. What he wanted to know most now was who was secretly framing the Huangfu family. Otherwise, he would die with his eyes closed. Without giving Huangfu Junlin much time to think, members of the 10 great families had already arrived before the Huangfu family. Thus, a great battle was about to unfold once again.
The alliance of the 9 great families was certainly not something the Huangfu family could contend with.
Whether in terms of the number of subordinates or top-tier cultivators, they were vastly outmatched.
You are going too far. At that moment, a furious voice suddenly rang out.
The next second, countless figures appeared within the Huangfu family, more than 5,000 in number. Their appearance was abrupt, as if they had descended from the heavens.
The avatar of the chosen one?
Upon seeing this scene, everyone present instantly reached a conclusion. They had already heard from their own people about the avatars of the chosen ones. These avatars were extremely powerful, but would disappear once attacked. They were eager to experience just how strong this chosen one truly was. Thus, what began as a battle between the 10 great families and the Huangfu family slowly transformed into a battle between the 10 great families and the avatar of Song Tianli. The Huangfu family members merely played a supporting role.
This sudden turn of events left Huangfu Junlin utterly bewildered.
He had initially thought that the Huangfu family was being targeted. He never expected that they actually had a chosen one to help them fight against the 10 great families.
Could it be that this chosen one is truly from my Huangfu family? If so, who could it be? Huangfu Junlin silently pondered.
At this moment, he could not be certain. If the Huangfu family truly had a chosen one, then even if countless members of the Huangfu family were to die today, as long as the chosen one survived, it would all be worth it. After all, as long as the chosen one was alive and given enough time, the Huangfu family would eventually stand at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. However, what Huangfu Junlin did not know was that Song Tianli used his avatar to deal with the members of the 10 great families, not to help the Huangfu family, nor because the Huangfu family was his mother's family.
He did this simply to prevent the Huangfu family from perishing too quickly.
Because once the Huangfu family was wiped out, the battle among the 10 great families would come to an end. At that point, he would have no way to continue harvesting combat power. This time, although the members of the 10 great families who came to deal with the Huangfu family were not weak, they did not deploy their full strength.
He could handle them completely.
If he could kill all these people and harvest their combat power, it would lead to a significant increase in his own. In that case, even if he faced the members of the 10 great families directly, he would have some confidence. As it stood, if he could kill all these people, that would be best. Even if he couldn't kill them, the Huangfu family would take the blame. No one would connect it to him, so he was safe. Thus, Song Tianli began to single-handedly confront the alliance of the 9 great families. The members of the Dongfang family always believed that Song Tianli was their Dongfang Zhoutian, so all the reinforcements came targeting the Huangfu family, without confronting Song Tianli's avatar. Song Tianli now exists at the level of the 6 realms, and his avatars possess the strength of the 5 realms. Although an avatar will dissipate once attacked, having over 5,000 avatars at the 5 realms level is still quite terrifying. Since he has already decided to confront the members of the 10 great families, Song Tianli no longer holds back. At this moment, he attacks as simply and brutally as possible. Sandstorm Burial, Great Jade Spiral, Susanu, Thunder Cut, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Each of Song Tianli's avatars uses different attacks. These attacks are extremely bizarre, and the members of the 10 great families have basically never seen them before. Therefore, when they first tried to respond, they were flustered. In less than a minute, Song Tianli, like the Grim Reaper, harvested the lives of hundreds. Although these individuals were not very strong, there were still 300 to 400 of them. Some even reached 500. This wave of harvesting increased Song Tianli's combat power by over 40,000. At this moment, his combat power had already reached 180,000. According to Song Tianli's speculation, once his combat power reaches 200,000, he would likely break through to another realm. The next realm after the 6 realms is the Divine Path realm. However, he is not very familiar with the specific divisions of the Divine Path realm. After all, practitioners of the Divine Path realm in the 9 great states are few and far between. Thus, even with the Song family's intelligence, there is not much information about the Divine Path realm. After breaking through from the 5 organs realm to the Qi realm, Song Tianli mastered flight. Therefore, breaking through from the Qi realm to the Divine Path realm will surely involve a qualitative change. After all, this is a significant elevation in realm. Song Tianli does not know what changes will occur after he breaks through to the Divine Path realm, so he is quite looking forward to it. 200,000 combat power is within reach. Tooth for Tooth, Bagua 64 Palms, Konoha Hurricane Kick, 3 Strikes, Thunder Pear Hot Knife. Song Tianli's various attacks are countless and ever-changing. However, the 10 great families have stood strong for so many years, so they are certainly not incompetent, they have their own strengths. After the initial chaos, they have now basically adapted to Song Tianli's attacks. The members of the 10 great families formed huge formations. These formations connected them into a whole. Each whole resembled a giant beast. In this way, it became much more difficult for Song Tianli to slay them. In that case, I can only use my ultimate move. Song Tianli's main body said, quickly distancing itself from the Huangfu family. Mutual Explosive Talismans. This move was something Song Tianli had used back when he was in the Tianjiao realm. He used his avatars as explosive talismans, continuously self-destructing. The explosion of one avatar counts as one attack. When thousands of avatars explode simultaneously, that amounts to thousands of attacks. The key is that these attacks stack. When these attacks are combined, the effect is extremely terrifying. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out continuously. In an instant, centered around the Huangfu family, terrifying waves of energy swept outward. Whether it was the Huangfu family members or those from the 10 great families, all were affected. In an instant, the giant beast formed by the guards of the 10 great families collapsed into dust. Puff puff puff. Those guards spat out blood one after another. Some of the weaker individuals died on the spot. Those who were slightly stronger did not die, but were all severely injured. This included some relatively important figures among the 10 great families. Besides the casualties, the entire Huangfu family was almost leveled to the ground by the previous stacked explosions. One of the 10 great families of Zhengzhou, the Huangfu family, has thus disappeared. Once the shockwave from the explosion dissipated, the members of the 10 great families began searching for any survivors from the Huangfu family. Since they had already taken action this time, they must ensure that the Huangfu family is completely eradicated. It's either do nothing or do it thoroughly. This has always been the principle of the 10 great families. However, they found that after a portion of the Huangfu family had died, the remaining members seemed to have vanished without a trace. Huangfu Junlin had taken advantage of the recent battle to relocate all the important members of the Huangfu family. Search the entire state. Thus, the 10 great families quickly issued another command. And so, the remaining 9 families began to hunt down the members of the Huangfu family to the last. Once one of the 10 great families, The Huangfu family had now become a thing of the past. Before yesterday, no one had anticipated this. Song Tianli had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to continue killing members of the 10 great families. However, he discovered that ever since his combat power had broken through to 200,000, it felt as if something within him was about to be birthed. This forced him to abandon the pursuit of the 10 great families and focus entirely on his breakthrough. After reaching a combat power of 200,000, he had entered another realm. Song Tianli now needed to consolidate his power, otherwise, he risked instability in his foundation. This was a matter of a lifetime, so he could only temporarily give up on attacking the members of the 10 great families. Other places were easily searched, so to be safe, Song Tianli returned to the Dongfang family. The people of the Dongfang family had already accepted that he was Dongfang Jiutian, so he could live in the Dongfang family while maintaining the appearance of Dongfang Jiutian. Even if the Dongfang family members guessed that he was behind tonight's events, they would not target him. He could safely consolidate his realm in the Dongfang family. Not to mention, when he returned to the Dongfang family, it was done so stealthily that no one noticed.
Song Tianli entered Dongfang Jiutian's bedroom, then split into 4 avatars to guard his surroundings, and began his cultivation.
At this moment, he discovered that the 6 energy centers within him had formed a circle. Within this circle, a sphere of light was being nurtured. The sphere emitted a peculiar aura.
Song Tianli did not know what this peculiar sphere of light was.
The only thing he could do now was to instinctively operate the spiritual energy within the 6 energy centers.
If only someone could guide me, Song Tianli murmured.
If someone could provide guidance, he wouldn't have to explore alone.
Unfortunately, he did not know any practitioners above the Divine Path realm.
Dongfang Tiexiong was indeed a strong practitioner of the Divine Path realm, but Song Tianli could not ask him, because interacting with such a powerful figure and talking too much would easily reveal his true identity. Anyway, he wasn't particularly anxious at the moment. With his tenfold efficiency, he could take his time to explore. As the spiritual energy within him circulated, he began to immerse himself and slowly comprehend. The path of cultivation is like building a structure on flat ground. There are definitely rules to follow. No matter how many layers are built, the foundational rules remain unchanged.
Moreover, construction is always layered. Even if the speed of construction is extremely fast, this will never change.
Therefore, Song Tianli began to observe. From the initial 5 divine stores to the 6 energy centers he had opened up, and now to the sphere of light enveloped within the energy centers, he discovered that these elements were all interconnected. The divine stores are the foundation, just like the base. The divine stores are also the source of all power. In a certain sense, the divine stores are like a water pump. The opened energy centers are like a reservoir. When the reservoir is large enough, it should be time for cultivation, Song Tianli speculated.
According to his speculation, what was being nurtured within the light orb should be the next stage.
When what was inside the light orb was fully nurtured, it would signify that he had successfully stepped into the next stage of cultivation. Thus, Song Tianli calmed his mind and began to mobilize the energy within his body to accelerate the nurturing of the light orb. As time passed, the light orb grew larger, giving the impression that something was about to break through the surface. After an unknown amount of time, the light orb suddenly exploded. Something unknown flew out from the orb, rushing straight towards Song Tianli's brain.
Boom! In an instant, a tremendous sound echoed in Song Tianli's mind.
The explosion in his brain did not mean that his head had been blown apart.
Instead, a vast amount of information surged into his mind. At that moment, he was rapidly digesting this immense information.
After a while, Song Tianli finally completed the digestion of the information generated in his brain.
Innate divine ability, Azure Dragon's Fury, Song Tianli murmured. After breaking through to the divine path realm, one would comprehend an innate divine ability.
Song Tianli's innate divine ability was to gather all the energy in his body to form a spiraling azure dragon, capable of sweeping away everything within a radius of several thousand meters. However, after this strike, if he did not kill the enemy, he would basically be finished, because this strike would deplete all the spiritual energy within him. It could be said that this was a desperate gamble. If it failed, he would perish.
Unless absolutely necessary, it should never be used.
The innate divine abilities of cultivators are like this. They are never used unless absolutely necessary. The innate divine ability is related to one's own fate. At this moment, Song Tianli took out a mirror to check his combat power. He discovered that his combat power had actually reached 240,000. This had already surpassed Dongfang Tiexiong. It should be noted that when he previously checked Dongfang Tiexiong, his combat power was only around 210,000. Now, he was 30,000 higher than the other party. This meant that if he wanted, he could use the skill compare to instantly kill Dongfang Tiexiong.
However, Song Tianli did not want to do that.
Because if he could kill Dongfang Tiexiong openly, his combat power would increase to 450,000.
That would be a qualitative leap. However, Song Tianli also knew that it would be very difficult to kill Dongfang Tiexiong openly.
As the head of the Dongfang family and a respected figure among the 9 great states, he would not believe that Dongfang Tiexiong had no trump cards. If the other party revealed all his cards, even Song Tianli might not gain an advantage. If the first strike failed, it would be even harder to kill him again, unless his own strength experienced a dramatic increase. Taking out his phone, Song Tianli checked the time and found that this time he had spent 3 days consolidating his realm. If it weren't for his tenfold efficiency boost, it would have taken at least a month of closed-door cultivation.
There is only 1 day left until the next random teleportation, Song Tianli murmured as he glanced at the countdown in his mind.
1 day, neither too much nor too little. If used for sleeping, it would pass in the blink of an eye. If used for work, there were still many things he could accomplish. For example, in just 1 short day, one of the 10 great families, the Huangfu family, had become a thing of the past. Now, with 1 day left, Song Tianli could still do many things.
He walked out of Dongfang Joutian's room and headed towards Dongfang Taiying's room.
He wanted to inquire about the situation of the 10 great families over the past 3 days. The reason for seeking out Dongfang Taiying was that he had previously used a different celestial technique to cast an illusion on him. Now, Dongfang Taiying was 100% loyal to him. Soon, he met with Dongfang Taiying.
How have the 10 great families been faring these past 3 days? Song Tianli asked directly. In these 3 days, the other families have launched a comprehensive manhunt for the Huangfu family. The Huangfu family has completely disappeared from Zhongzhou.
Although many members of the Huangfu family have died, their foundation has not been significantly affected.
Using the Huangfu family's commercial channels, the remaining members have already left Zhongzhou.
As for where they might go, the 10 great families have not yet found out.
Dongfang Taiying explained.
The Huangfu family has not been completely wiped out. Some key members are still alive.
Will they seek help from the main family? Song Tianli asked.
If the Huangfu family truly sought assistance from the main family in Liuli Shoucheng, the appearance of any Huangfu family members there would surely change the current situation in Zhongzhou. They have left Zhongzhou, and seeking help from the main family is not so easy. If the 10 great families want to seek help or communicate with the main family, they must use the heavenly ladder. Once they use the heavenly ladder, it will definitely be detected.
At that time, the other families will naturally take action. Hearing Dongfang Taiying's explanation, Song Tianli felt a sigh of relief in his heart.
This meant that it was impossible for the Huangfu family to seek help from the main family without alarming the other families. And once they made a move, the other families would naturally intervene.
What have the 10 great families been doing these past few days? Song Tianli asked again.
These days, the various families have been particularly quiet.
In the previous battle, the various families suffered considerable losses, and recently, they are probably recuperating. However, they are all secretly investigating the news about the Chosen One.
After all, as long as the Chosen One is alive, they will never find peace.
Dongfang Taiying said. Then I'll add some fuel to the fire. Song Tianli said, turning to leave.
If he hadn't been in a hurry to consolidate his realm before, he wouldn't have let those from the 10 great families leave in peace. Now that he had broken through to the Divine Path realm, it was time to be a bit more arrogant. Of course, this arrogance was only relative to before. It didn't mean he would swagger into the 10 great families.
After leaving the Dongfang family, Song Tianli headed to the Baiming family.
There was no particular reason for going to the Baiming family, just that they were the closest to the Dongfang family.
When Song Tianli arrived at the Baiming family, he directly used the multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of clones used stealth techniques to spread out in the surroundings. Previously, Song Tianli's actions were just minor skirmishes. The real retaliation against the 10 great families was now officially beginning. Song Tianli's dozens of clones began to stealthily operate within the Baiming family. Whenever they encountered disciples of the Baiming family, Song Tianli would launch surprise attacks. His clones now possessed the strength of the Six-Mansion realm. As long as they did not encounter the family head of the Baiming family, basically no one could evade his attacks. The Baiming family members were unaware that the shadow of death had already enveloped the entire Baiming family. Time passed second by second, and the number of Baiming family members who died at Song Tianli's hands continued to increase. The thick smell of blood finally attracted the attention of some powerful individuals. After investigating, they discovered that the Baiming family was indeed awash in blood. At this point, the entire Baiming family was in an uproar. Song Tianli did not hesitate and quickly left at the fastest speed. he still needed to hurry to the next family. After leaving the Baiming family, Song Tianli headed to the Shiman family.
He chose the family he would go to without any special meaning, it was simply the closest one. The events at the Baiming family had happened recently and had not yet spread. Other families were unaware of what had occurred at the Baiming family, so they were not on high alert. Thus, Song Tianli replicated the same method and began to attack the members of the Shiman family. By the time the Shiman family detected the smell of blood, he hurriedly left and headed to the Shangguan family. For a period of time afterward, Song Tianli transformed into a master of time management. He filled his schedule to the brim, attacking as many family members as possible before the 10 major families received the news. By the time the other families learned of the Baiming family's massacre, Song Tianli had already visited 4 families. At this point, his combat power had increased to 280,000. The feeling of such a power surge was incredibly intoxicating. Song Tianli felt he had no desire to stop. If he visited 2 more families, his combat power could break through to 300,000. This would be a qualitative leap. When Song Tianli arrived at the Bailey family, he found it heavily guarded, and the people inside were on high alert. He knew that relying on a sneak attack would not work anymore. At this point, he had no intention of sneaking in. Multiple shadow clone technique. He then split into numerous clones and launched a direct attack on the Bailey family members. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The people of the Bailey family shouted loudly. At the same time, the sound of bells rang out continuously. In an instant, everyone in the Bailey family sprang into action. They formed a large formation to counter Song Tianli. Who exactly are you? The head of the Bailey family, Bailey Guanri, questioned. I am a messenger from hell, here to deliver you from your many sins. Song Tianli replied with just that one sentence. Following that, his numerous clones began their assault. Red Tiger Guard, mobilize! Bailey Guanri shouted. The Red Tiger Guard was one of the Bailey family's trump cards and would not be deployed unless the family's survival was at stake. The Red Tiger Guard moved like a legendary fierce tiger, weaving through Song Tianli's clones. Wherever they went, even the clones at the 6 Mansion realm could not resist. Song Tianli had long known that in a direct confrontation, the 10 major families must have hidden trump cards. So it's the Red Tiger Guard, let me show you the giant formation. Susanoo, 3rd form. With a light shout from Song Tianli, enormous phantoms over 30 meters tall appeared. This was indeed the 3rd form of Susanoo. But that was not all, this was just part of Song Tianli's attack. Multiplication technique. Then, his clones rapidly grew larger. One by one, they stood tall like mountains. Wood release, wooden man technique. Giant wooden figures appeared out of thin air and launched their attacks. In an instant, various attacks emerged continuously. The Bailey family's Red Tiger Guard was simply no match. Seeing this situation, Bailey Guanri grew anxious. Even if it costs us dearly today, I will ensure you are left here forever. Cage formation, activate. With a loud shout, he flipped his palm and took out a 1-foot-sized formation flag. In an instant, the entire Bailey family trembled. Not good, I absolutely cannot let him activate the formation. Song Tianli, who had been closely watching Bailey Guanri, silently thought. His sixth sense told him that the attack Bailey Guanri was about to launch would be exceptionally powerful. It could potentially harm him. Such a thing was unacceptable to Song Tianli. Compare. Thus, he used his golden finger. He had just observed that Bailey Guanri's combat power was over 190,000. In a direct confrontation, it might not be possible to kill him in a short time. However, with the use of the golden finger, it could easily be a one-hit kill. As Song Tianli activated his golden finger, Bailey Guanri's movements came to an instant halt. The formation flag in his hand fell to the ground, and his body slowly began to topple forward. Head of the family, head of the family. The members of the Bailey family rushed forward, shouting loudly at the sight. Unfortunately, by this time, the life force within Bailey Guanri had completely dissipated. No matter how the Bailey family called out, Bailey Guanri showed no response. Seizing the opportunity, Song Tianli instructed his clone to use the stealth skill and quietly pick up the formation flag that had fallen to the ground. This item was the trump card of the Bailey family and could not fall into the hands of others. What a pity, my battle power of over 100,000. Song Tianli said with a look of regret. If he had relied on himself to slay Bailey Guanri, his battle power would have surged dramatically. Unfortunately, he was not given that chance. With Bailey Guanri's death, the Bailey family fell into chaos, feeling somewhat like a headless dragon. The head of the family is the backbone of a clan. Without the head, the others were at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Bailey Guanyang stepped forward. He was Bailey Guanri's younger brother and still held a certain level of authority within the Bailey family.
Everyone, listen to my orders. Regroup.
Bai Li Guanyang shouted loudly. With his command, the members of the Bai Li family gradually found their backbone.
Song Tianli pondered whether he should eliminate Bai Li Guanyang as well.
However, Bai Li Guanyang also had a battle power of over 100,000, and it would be a shame to let him die just like that. In the end, he decided to observe the situation first. Currently, he could still handle the members of the Bai Li family.
Moreover, the formation flag was already in his possession.
There was nothing left that could pose a threat to him. As time passed, more and more members of the Bai Li family fell. The expressions of the Bai Li family members grew increasingly grim. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Bai Li family would be wiped out. Thinking of this, Bai Li Guanyang suddenly dashed at high speed towards the innermost part of the Bai Li family estate.
His speed was so fast that Song Tianli didn't even have time to react. Not good, I have to stop him.
Although he didn't know what Bai Li Guanyang intended to do, the sudden departure surely had some hidden agenda. As Captain Ding had said, no matter what he was going to do, even if it was to celebrate a birthday, he must not be allowed to succeed. Whatever the enemy aimed to achieve, the right thing to do was to find a way to prevent them from doing so. Thus, Song Tianli's two clones hurriedly pursued at the fastest speed. Soon, Song Tianli discovered that Bai Li Guanyang had run into the Bai Li family's ancestral hall. He quickly twisted two tablets. Then, the wall in front of the ancestral hall moved aside, revealing an opening. Without any hesitation, he jumped right in.
Song Tianli's clone quickly followed.
After entering the opening behind Bai Li Guanyang, Song Tianli's clone found that the spiritual energy inside was exceptionally abundant. It was at least 10 times denser than outside. Before him appeared a long corridor. The corridor was slightly dim, giving off a somewhat eerie feeling.
Song Tianli noticed that Bai Li Guanyang was racing down the corridor at high speed.
Without hesitation, his two clones pursued him at the fastest speed. After all, they were clones and not afraid of death, so they charged ahead without concern. After passing through the corridor, they finally arrived in front of a massive underground chamber. This chamber was not only rich in spiritual energy but also filled with formations.
Incompetent descendant Bai Li Guanyang, I respectfully invite all ancestors to emerge.
Bai Li Guanyang shouted loudly. Upon hearing this voice, Song Tianli finally understood that the other party had come to summon people.
Great Jade Spiral Pill. Song Tianli did not waste any words and launched an attack directly.
A massive spiral sphere headed towards the basement. He didn't even take the time to see who was in the basement, he just initiated the attack. He aimed to catch the opponent off guard. As the giant spiral sphere approached the basement, a cold light suddenly flashed within. Immediately, Song Tianli's clone discovered that the attack he had unleashed was punctured like a soap bubble. His clone was also slain. After the giant spiral sphere shattered, the energy it produced quietly dissipated in the basement, without causing any shockwave.
At that moment, Song Tianli's second clone finally arrived in the basement and saw the entire scene. In the basement sat 5 old men. These old men were dirty and looked like beggars. However, one of the old men emanated an extremely terrifying aura. It must have been him who had just made a move, causing the fluctuations in energy. Much stronger than my main body. Song Tianli's clone silently thought as he sensed the aura emanating from the old man. He did not make another move because he knew that even if he did, he could not inflict any harm on these people. What he needed to do now was to gather as much information about these individuals as possible while this clone was still active. He could deduce the identities of these old men from Bai Li Guanyang's earlier words. Bai Li Guanyang referred to them as ancestors, so they must be members of the Bai Li family. Throughout history, the Bai Li family had always been led by Bai Li Guari and his peers. These individuals were only in their 60s or 70s. 60 or 70 years old is not considered too old among ordinary people, let alone cultivators. Cultivators at the 6th mansion level could easily live to be 150 years old. Those above the 6th mansion level could live to 200 without difficulty. So the question arose, where had the elders of Bai Li Guari and the others gone? Upon seeing these people, Song Tianli instantly understood. These individuals were hidden in the basement of the Bai Li family ancestral hall, serving as the family's foundation. The Bai Li family would not act unless they faced a catastrophic disaster. Now that the Bai Li family members were on the verge of being wiped out, Bai Li Guanyang had gone to summon the family's foundation. However, Song Tianli was curious as to why, as one of the 10 great families, the Huangfu family had not summoned their foundation when they were attacked earlier. Were they concerned about something, or was there another reason? This was something Song Tianli was currently unclear about. Perhaps he would understand in the future. What has happened? At that moment, the old man who had just made a move spoke. His voice sounded a bit hoarse and was not particularly clear.
It was evident that he had not spoken for a long time. Reporting to the ancestors, our Bailey family is under attack from the Chosen One, and now the family members are on the brink of death and injury. Even the family head, for some unknown reason, has suddenly died. So, I have come to request the ancestors to take action and eliminate the enemy, Bailey Guanyang said.
The strong enemy you speak of, is it him?
The old man said, reaching out towards the direction of Song Tianli's clone. In an instant, the pursuing clone was uncontrollably drawn towards him. Soon, his neck was caught in the old man's hand. Song Tianli's clone struggled with all his might, but the old man's grip was like a vice, firmly constraining his neck.
Ancestor, he is just a clone, not the true body of the Chosen One. We have yet to see the true body of the Chosen One, Bailey Guanyan said.
Old fellows, those who commit many injustices will surely meet their end. You of the Bailey family have done countless evil deeds, harming the innocent, and are destined to die without a burial place. We have come specifically to reward the good and punish the wicked.
If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, when the Lord of Heaven descends, you will be cast down to the 18 layers of hell, Song Tianli's avatar said loudly. By saying this, he was creating an identity for himself to confuse the opponent's thinking. This way, no one could connect him to this situation. Of course, whether the other party believed it or not was none of his concern. He was merely speaking off the cuff. It was best if they believed, but if they didn't, it wouldn't matter. Noisy!
The old man, upon hearing Song Tianli's avatar, instantly exerted force with his palm.
In the next second, Song Tianli's avatar transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. Is this the avatar of a Chosen One? It indeed has some tricks, the old man said.
Everyone, the Bailey family is facing great calamity. It's time for us old geezers to take action, the old man said to the others. Hearing his words, the other elders in the basement all stood up. Outside, the disciples of the Bailey family were fighting desperately. Every second they delayed could mean the death of a Bailey family member. Therefore, they had to act quickly. Thus, the 5 elders hurriedly rushed towards the outside of the Bailey family at the fastest speed. As the 5 elders headed outside, Song Tianli's main body had already fled. When his avatar used the Great Jade Spiral Bomb to attack those elders and was instantly killed, he knew that these old fellows were not something he could handle. At that moment, he left his avatar to fight the Bailey family members while his main body directly used the Flying Thunder God to leave the Bailey family and head towards the Dongfeng family.
These big families were indeed not so easily destroyed.
However, he had roughly figured out their strength. As long as he was given another 10 days this month, he would be able to surpass them. By then, as long as the 10 great families did not seek help from the Liuli Shouchun, he would have nothing to fear. Right now, Song Tianli's strength was still insufficient in front of these old fellows. So, he could only hide for now and develop cautiously. Song Tianli's main body rushed towards the Dongfeng family at the fastest speed, while his avatar temporarily stayed at the Bailey family to continue fighting.
The more people he could kill, the stronger his combat power would become. However, Song Tianli's avatar did not last long. Just a short while after his main body left, those old monsters from the Bailey family's basement appeared. People of the Bailey family, gather around me, the old man shouted loudly. As his voice rang out, the members of the Bailey family hurriedly gathered towards his direction at great speed. Soon, they arrived in front of him. Meanwhile, Song Tianli's other avatars surrounded everyone. Seeing that the Bailey family members had gathered together, the old man took action. His figure flashed, and he soared into the air, rising higher and higher. Blood Wave Divine Spell, he shouted, slapping his palm towards the direction of Song Tianli's avatar.
Instantly, chains of attacks flew out from his palm. These chains were like living blood pythons, opening their massive mouths and howling towards Song Tianli. Faced with such an attack, Song Tianli's avatar quickly gathered together and launched a counterattack.
Super Great Jade Spiral Bomb, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Sandstorm Burial.
Song Tianli unleashed a series of attacks, trying to block the old man's assault.
However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. The attacks he launched were as fragile as soap bubbles.
Upon contact with the red chains, they were instantly shattered. Then, the chains surged forward with unrelenting force, howling towards the numerous avatars.
Puff, 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 puff.
Song Tianli's avatars offered no resistance at all and were pierced through by the chains. One by one, these avatars transformed into white smoke and vanished.
With just this one move, more than half of Song Tianli's avatars were destroyed. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining avatars of Song Tianli showed no hesitation and turned to flee.
This was part of his prior plan.
After engaging with these people, he would leave.
In doing so, he could not only buy time for his true self but also give these people the illusion that he was afraid and running away after the confrontation. Thus, numerous avatars sped away in all directions. Since he had decided to run, he naturally pushed his speed to the limit. With nearly 1,000 avatars racing in different directions, it was truly impossible to discern which one was the true body. At that moment, the 5 elders who had emerged from the basement moved. Each of the 5 elders flew towards a different direction. Cage, rise. The 5 elders made the same gesture, and then, centered around the Bailey family, they continuously unleashed beams of green light from the ground. These beams rippled outward like ocean waves, heading towards the direction where Song Tianli's avatars had fled. The speed of the green light was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with Song Tianli's avatars. Before Song Tianli's avatars could react, they were all bound by the green light. In just a few seconds, all of Song Tianli's avatars were ensnared, and then, the green light quickly contracted, moving towards the 5 elders.
I want to see who you are, daring to target the Bailey family,
said the elder, manipulating the green light to launch an attack on Song Tianli's avatars. The green light transformed into sharp spikes, piercing through the bodies of Song Tianli's numerous avatars. Puff, 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 puff. With each avatar pierced, it would turn into white smoke and disappear. In just a few seconds, all the bound avatars were pierced by the green spikes.
How is this possible? No true body?
The elder was bewildered upon seeing this scene. He had originally thought that among these avatars, there must be one that was Song Tianli's true body, while the others were merely distractions. To his surprise, the true body was not hidden among the avatars at all.
Ancestor, this chosen one can disguise himself as others, said Bailey Guanyang at that moment.
I believe he is very likely disguised as someone else, hiding among our Bailey family.
One had to admit, his speculation was quite plausible. Initially, Song Tianli had indeed thought this way.
However, he was concerned that these old monsters of the Bailey family might have some unusual means, so he dared not take the risk and chose to leave instead.
For now, hiding in the Donggong family was the best choice.
In a few hours, he would be randomly teleported again. By then, the sky would be high for birds to fly, and the sea would be vast for fish to leap. It would be nearly impossible for the 10 great families to catch him. Although this time he did not annihilate the 10 great families, he had already inflicted heavy losses on them.
For now, this would suffice. Once his strength increased a bit more, he would come back to completely destroy the 10 great families. By then, even if powerful figures like the elders of the Bailey family appeared, he would have no fear. Those people would only become stepping stones for his own growth. Hiding among our Bailey family? Is it dark under the lamp? The elder of the Bailey family frowned upon hearing Bailey Guanyang's account.
The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. From this perspective, it was indeed a possibility.
Everyone, listen up.
You 3 will form a group and ask each other about matters concerning the Bailey family.
Anyone who can't answer, report immediately,
the ancestor of the Bailey family said to the crowd. Upon hearing this, the survivors quickly divided into 3 groups and began to inquire. However, after questioning for a long time, there were no suspicious individuals.
Everyone answered fluently to their questions. Could it be?
Suddenly, the ancestor of the Bailey family thought of a possibility. In the next moment, without any hesitation, he struck out with his palm.
Boom! Puff puff puff! Bang bang bang!
The members of the Bailey family were all sent flying, spitting out blood in midair.
Ancestor, what is the meaning of this?
Bailey Guanyang hurriedly asked after witnessing this scene. I just suspected that the other party was using a clone as a cover, which is why they could answer each other's questions so smoothly. If his clone is attacked, it will dissipate, so I wanted to see if there were any of his clones mixed in among our Bailey family members. Fortunately, there are no clones of the other party among them, the ancestor of the Bailey family explained.
However, since Song Tianli did not blend in among the members of the Bailey family, where could he have gone? Could he be underground?
Suddenly, the ancestor of the Bailey family thought of another possibility. You few, check the underground of the Bailey family, he said to several other elders. Upon hearing this, the elders began to use their perception to probe the ground of the Bailey family. As long as there were living people, with their strength, they would definitely be able to detect them. However, they were destined to be disappointed.
Song Tianli was not hiding underground in the Bailey family. Could he have vanished into thin air?
The ancestor of the Bailey family frowned and said. He was certain that after he appeared, none of Song Tianli's clones had escaped from the Bailey family.
So why was there no presence of his true self? Ancestor, do you think it's possible that the Chosen One has already used some means to leave the Bailey family?
He is the Chosen One, and it is reasonable to have some unknown methods, Bailey Guanyang stepped forward and said.
That makes sense.
The ancestor of the Bailey family nodded. If the other party had indeed left the Bailey family, finding him would not be an easy task. After all, the population of the entire central state exceeded 300 million. Song Tianli could also disguise himself. If he randomly found a place to hide in the crowd, it would be nearly impossible to locate him. At this point, we can only use the gathering light. Another elder stepped forward and said, "The gathering light? This can only be used one last time. Do we really need to use it now?" The ancestor of the Bailey family said, "Although the gathering light is a treasure, it is ultimately an external object. Now that our Bailey family is at a critical juncture of life and death, if we don't use it now, when will we?" Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Bailey family fell into a brief silence. This statement was indeed reasonable. The Bailey family had reached a life and death moment, so they should not care whether it was the last time to use the gathering light. The most important thing now was to find and kill the enemy of the Bailey family. Since the other party was the chosen one, if given enough time, he would surely grow to a very terrifying level. At that time, it would truly bring disaster to the Bailey family. Even they might not be able to stop it. Thinking of this, the ancestor of the Bailey family flipped his palm, and a small lamp made of jade appeared in his hand. This small lamp was only the size of a palm and looked as white as jade. Strangely, it had no wick. The greatest function of the gathering light was to collect the aura left by a person when they appeared in a certain place. Then, using this aura as fuel, it would burn and indicate the direction of the aura's owner. Before Song Tianli left thousands of clones in the Bailey family. Although these clones have now been killed, the aura on them will not disappear in a short time. Thus, the ancestor of the Bailey family began to use the aura-collecting lamp to gather information about Song Tianli's aura. Normally, to collect a person's aura, one must have clothing worn closely by that person or items they have used for a long time as a medium. Otherwise, everyone would leave their aura lingering in the air, making it impossible to determine which aura belongs to the target. Checking one by one would be too troublesome. They did not have any items used by Song Tianli or his clothing, but they did not find this to be a problem. Because within the Bailey family, there were thousands of auras that were the same, which must belong to Song Tianli. Song Tianli had no idea that while the multi-shadow clone technique was excellent, especially in battle, it was also flawed. For instance, like now, after collecting all the auras left by Song Tianli in the Bailey family, the aura-collecting lamp lit up. At the same time, it pointed in a direction. Once the aura collected in this lamp is burned clean, the lamp will no longer be usable. "So, we need to hurry," said the ancestor of the Bailey family. "All right." The others nodded. "Guan Yue, you stay and take care of the family members. I'll accompany a few ancestors for a trip," Bailey Guanyang said to a person beside him. The head of the Bailey family was dead, and now he had the final say. After all, the few ancestors were not in charge. "Okay, second brother." The person beside him nodded. Thus, Bailey Guanyang and several ancestors of the Bailey family soared into the sky, flying forward according to the guidance of the aura-collecting lamp. As they flew, Bailey Guanyang frowned. "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" the ancestor of the Bailey family asked curiously. "Not particularly, but the direction we are heading seems to be towards the Dongfang family." Dongfang family? Could that chosen one be from the Dongfang family? It shouldn't be. As far as we know, that chosen one is from the Huangfu family. How could they appear in the Dongfang family? Maybe it's just a coincidence. We'll know when we get there. The group continued to fly while talking. When they arrived above the Dongfang family, they saw the aura-collecting lamp flickering. The flickering of the lamp indicated that the target was nearby. It's really in the Dongfang family. Seeing this scene, Bailey Guanyang's expression turned grim. If it were anywhere else, they could charge in and kill. But with the Dongfang family, it would be problematic. "Ancestor, what should we do?" Bailey Guanyang asked. "So what if it's someone from the Dongfang family? They killed so many of our Bailey family members, how could we let it go? We must seek an explanation. Let's go, follow me down," said the ancestor of the Bailey family, and flew towards the Dongfang family. At the same time, several ancestors of the Dongfang family sensed the presence of the group and hurriedly flew out from the secret chamber of the Dongfang family. Among strong practitioners, it is difficult to hide one's aura. Because, once a cultivator reaches a certain level, they will resonate with the heavens and the earth. Unless they completely waste their own cultivation, this resonance will not disappear. If this resonance does not disappear, those with comparable or higher strength can detect it. "What brings you to my Dongfang family?" asked the ancestor of the Dongfang family. As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from him, instantly awakening everyone in the Dongfang family. Dongfang Tiexiong and the others felt their ancestors' aura and hurriedly flew out from their respective rooms. Thus, both sides formed a standoff. Oriental Jinghong, I don't want to beat around the bush with you, nor do I want to waste too much time talking. Hand over the murderer who killed the members of my Bailey family, or don't blame us for being rude. The ancestor of the Bailey family said. The murderer who killed your Bailey family members? What evidence do you have to prove that it was someone from my Dongfang family? Oriental Jinghong did not know what had happened, but that did not stop him from protecting his own people. As the ancestor, no matter what happens, the first priority is naturally to protect one's own. Otherwise, what would be the point of being an ancestor? You want evidence? You can't say you don't recognize this G exiting. You should know its function. We followed its guidance to the Dongfang family. This indicates that the murderer is one of your Dongfang family members. The ancestor of the Bailey family raised the G exiting and looked at Oriental Jinghong. Upon hearing this, Oriental Jinghong frowned. He indeed recognized the G exiting and knew its function. He understood that with the existence of the G exiting, he couldn't find an excuse to play dumb. Tai Xiong, whose residence does the G exiting point to? Oriental Jinghong asked. It was still not 100% certain that the person indicated by the G exiting was from their Dongfang family. It was possible that the other party was just hiding within the Dongfang family. If that were the case, then their Dongfang family would be taking the blame for someone else. Therefore, he had to clarify this matter. At the very least, he needed to know whether the person indicated by the G exiting was indeed from the Dongfang family. It seems to be Tai Ying's son, Oriental Tai Xiong said. In fact, he was already certain in his heart that the person indicated by the G exiting was Dongfang Jiutian. After all, Dongfang Jiutian had already confessed to him that he was the chosen one. Moreover, Dongfang Jiutian had previously mentioned that he would incite conflict among the 10 great families. This had already been well demonstrated, as the Huangfu family had now left Zhengzhou. Furthermore, according to the information he had received, several families had lost quite a few members. No one had ever known that all of this was done by Dongfang Jiutian. It was likely that Dongfang Jiutian had not anticipated that the Bailey family would possess a G exiting and would pursue the Dongfang family. Let him come out. We need to clarify things first, Oriental Jinghong said. Alright. As Oriental Tai Xiong spoke, he headed towards Dongfang Jiutian's room. While flying, he pondered how to proceed next. After all, once Dongfang Jiutian's identity was exposed, it would undoubtedly bring great trouble to the Dongfang family. A proper method had to be devised. Whether the other party is from my Dongfang family is still unclear. So, we must clarify this, Oriental Jinghong said to the ancestor of the Bailey family. At the same time, he was also considering what to do if the person who killed the members of the Bailey family was indeed from their Dongfang family. Directly handing him over was definitely not an option. A young generation capable of killing many members of the Bailey family and drawing the pursuit of these old fellows undoubtedly possessed exceptional strength and talent, destined to be the most brilliant existence in the Dongfang family in the future. Such a person could not be neglected. Even if it required some means, he had to ensure the person's safety. The reason he sent Oriental Tai Xiong to take a look personally was to give him some operational space. He wanted them to think of a strategy while in the room. It would neither implicate the Dongfang family nor lead to handing the person over. Knock, knock, knock. Jiutian, are you in there? Oriental Tai Xiong knocked on the door and asked. Head of the family, I'm here. At that moment, a voice came from inside the room. Simultaneously, the door opened, and Dongfang Jiutian appeared before Oriental Tai Xiong. The Bailey family is pursuing you. What you've done has been exposed. Now I ask you one thing. Did you kill the members of the Bailey family? Oriental Tai Xiong asked softly. Seeing that Oriental Tai Xiong was inquiring and did not immediately take action, Song Tianli understood that the other party wanted to protect him. It was understandable. After all, he was now a chosen one. The Oriental family had finally produced a chosen one. How could they not protect him? With this in mind, he nodded. It was indeed me who killed them, but I have never shown my true face. How did they find this place? Song Tianli asked. This point, he truly did not understand. He needed to clarify this time. He could not let himself make the same mistake again. They used the interest lamp. Now is not the time to discuss this. They have already found us. Now, think about how to clear the Oriental family's relationship while still being able to protect you, Oriental Tai Xiong said. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared in Song Tianli's heart. How could he possibly clear his relationship with the Oriental family? Everything he had done before was to drag the Oriental family down, to incite conflict among the 10 great families. If the Oriental family cleared their relationship, then all his efforts during this time would have been in vain. However, he could not say this directly. Head of the family, I have a way to leave the Oriental family. By then, even they won't be able to stop me. But I need a little time. So, I hope the head of the family and the ancestors can help me buy some time. Song Tianli thought for a moment and said, By time? How long do you need? Oriental Tai Xiong asked. If it was just to delay for a little while, with the strength of the Oriental family, it would not be difficult to achieve.
20 minutes.
In another 20 minutes, he would be randomly teleported again.
If it's just 20 minutes, we can manage that. Now, you come with me.
Hearing Song Tianli's words, Oriental Tai Xiong felt a sigh of relief in his heart.
20 minutes was not difficult for the Oriental family to manage. Thus, Song Tianli followed Oriental Tai Xiong outside. To buy time, neither of them chose to fly.
As Oriental Tai Xiong and Song Tianli appeared, the interest lamp in the hands of the ancestor of the Bailey family began to flicker rapidly. This indicated that the target was getting closer. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Bailey family flew towards the two. Oriental Jinghong and the others closely followed, ready to prevent the Bailey family from making a sudden move.
It's you, Oriental Jiutian. Bailey Guanyang's eyes widened when he saw that the person indicated by the interest lamp was actually Oriental Jiutian. Although Oriental Jiutian was a junior, he recognized him at a glance. Because Oriental Jiutian was quite famous. Not for his exceptional talent, but rather the opposite, he was famous for his poor talent. Everyone in the Oriental family was a dragon among men, but Oriental Jiutian was an exception. Thus, his reputation as a waste was well known in Zhengzhou. Just as a crane standing among chickens can become famous, so too can a chicken standing among cranes. However, Bailey Guanyang never expected that Oriental Jiutian, the well-known waste of Zhengzhou, would actually be a chosen one. Moreover, he had killed so many from the 10 great families. So it was you who killed so many of my Bailey family? The ancestor of the Bailey family asked Oriental Jiutian. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. I've been staying at home recently, never going out. How could I kill anyone? Song Tianli began to act.
What he needed to do now was to buy time, so he stretched the limits as much as possible.
You little one from the Oriental family, you don't need to pretend to be innocent. This interest lamp has collected the aura you left in the Bailey family, this cannot be faked. You will have to pay the price for killing my Bailey family members. The ancestor of the Bailey family said loudly. If it weren't for Dongfang Jinghong and the others being present, they would have already acted. So, he turned his gaze to Dongfang Jinghong and the others. Dongfang Jinghong, the soul connecting lamp has indicated that he is the murderer of my Dongfang family. I will ask you one question now, will you hand him over or not? Upon hearing the ancestor of the Bailey family's question, Dongfang Jinghong turned to look at Dongfang Jiutian. He had just received Dongfang Tiexiong's lip movements, indicating to delay time. Although he didn't know their specific plan, he was willing to trust Dongfang Tiexiong. Just one soul connecting lamp doesn't prove anything. It only represents a person's aura, and a person's clothing and frequently used items are often imbued with their aura. How can you prove that when you used the soul connecting lamp, you didn't use clothing as a medium? Dongfang Jinghong asked.
If you can't provide other evidence to prove that I killed someone from the Bailey family, then it is a baseless accusation.
Song Tianli also spoke up.
He knew that the Bailey family had cameras and such, but he had not appeared in front of the Bailey family with Dongfang Jiutian's face. So, he wasn't afraid of them producing video evidence. Even if they could produce a video, he wouldn't admit to anything. He would stick to his point and never confess. This soul-connecting lamp is evidence. Dongfang Jinghong, we did not come here to negotiate with you. The murderer of my Dongfang family, no matter what, we must capture him.
If you hand him over, we will leave immediately.
But if you do not hand him over, then we will fight. My Bailey family cannot suffer losses in vain, your Dongfang family must pay with blood. The ancestor of the Bailey family said loudly. They were not the government and did not need 100% evidence.
Do you really think that our Dongfang family is made of clay? We are speaking to you properly. Do not think that we are afraid of your Bailey family. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Dongfang Jinghong was also hot-tempered and was not afraid of the Bailey family.
As soon as he said this, both sides immediately became tense. It looked like a great battle was about to unfold. At that moment, suddenly, several figures flew in from a distance.
These were the ancestors and heads of other families coming.
The many ancestors of the Bailey family flew high above Zhengzhou, which could not help but attract others' attention. They all wanted to know what the ancestor of the Bailey family was planning. However, they did not expect that the ancestor of the Bailey family would confront the people of the Dongfang family. They were eager to know what had happened. You came at the right time, this matter is just right for you to know.
Guanyang explained the situation to them.
The ancestor of the Bailey family said to the arriving members of various families. Hearing this, Bailey Guanyang stepped forward and began to recount the events to everyone. What he said was not exaggerated at all, he simply narrated the events objectively. The Dongfang family was currently trying to delay time, so they did not stop the Bailey family.
Telling a story would take several minutes.
As the members of the other families listened to Bai Li Guanyang's account, their expressions turned grim,
because several of them had also been attacked by the chosen ones today.
Although their losses were not as severe as those of the Bai Li family, many had still died.
Is this true?
The ancestor of the Bai Ming family inquired.
Of course it's true, this soul-connecting lamp, you should recognize it, it is currently pointing at Dongfang Jiutian, and this cannot deceive anyone.
Bai Li Guanyang said, pointing to the soul-connecting lamp in the hands of his ancestor.
Everyone followed the direction of his finger and indeed found that the wick of the soul-connecting lamp was pointing at Dongfang Jiutian.
I originally thought the chosen one was from the Huangfu family, but I didn't expect it to be someone from the Dongfang family in disguise. Dongfang family, you really are calculating, letting us clash with the Huangfu family while you reap the benefits.
It seems that everything that happened in the Tianjiao realm was true. Dongfang Shanhe wasn't framed.
At this moment, the head of the Bai Ming family spoke.
Previously, they all believed that Dongfang Jiutian was impersonated, thus framing Dongfang Shanhe. But now, Dongfang Jiutian not only appeared alive in the Dongfang family but was also captured by the Bailey family's interest lamp. This was basically solid evidence.
Everything in the Tianjiao realm was a frame-up. When Shanhai came out of the Tianjiao realm, people from various families had tested his heart, and it was already proven that Shanhai was innocent, Dongfang Tieshong said.
Then who knows what methods you used to deceive the heart test?
Or perhaps, your plan was not disclosed to Dongfang Shanhai, so he knows nothing.
Now that Dongfang Jiutian is still alive, this is solid evidence. How can you argue? The head of the Bai Ming family said. You families are really calculating, finding excuses to drive the Huangfu family out of Zhengzhou, and now you want to use the same method to expel my Dongfang family?
If you want to dominate Zhengzhou, you can directly go to war with my Dongfang family, there's no need to use such despicable excuses.
My Dongfang family is not to be slaughtered at will. Anyone who wants to harm my Dongfang family, we will fight to the end. Even if my Dongfang family disappears, we will still take a piece of flesh from the opponent, Dongfang Tieshong said powerfully. At this moment, he displayed the dominance of the seat of honor to the fullest. However, he had just secretly signaled Song Tianli, meaning that if he had any way to help the Dongfang family clear their suspicions, he should use it quickly. 20 minutes were almost up. Dongfang Tieshong, stop changing the concept. Dongfang Jiutian was captured by the interest lamp. This is solid evidence. Is your Dongfang family determined to protect him? Or is this all part of your Dongfang family's conspiracy?
Bai Li Guanyang said loudly.
Ha ha ha. Just as tensions were high, Song Tianli suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter instantly attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, Dongfang Jiutian was the protagonist. Everyone had come here because of him. Dongfang Jiutian, what are you laughing at?
Bai Li Guanyang asked. What they had just said didn't seem funny at all.
I laugh because you are truly ridiculous. I've been bearing the name of a waste for many years, and I didn't expect to be the protagonist today. It's worth it, Song Tianli said in a completely baffling manner. Everyone was confused about what he was trying to say or do. The people from various families remained silent, quietly watching Dongfang Jiutian, wanting to see what he would do next.
You say I'm the chosen one, fine, I won't pretend anymore. I admit I am the chosen one. You say I killed many people. I also admit that the people from your families were all killed by me.
What else do you want me to admit? I will admit it all.
You don't need to find various excuses anymore.
I'm already tired for you.
Song Tianli's expression looked as if he had given up, completely uninterested in explaining.
Dongfang Jiutian, don't think that you can escape your guilt with this attitude. You killed hundreds of my Bailey family members. Even if you were to be cut into 1,000 pieces, it wouldn't ease my hatred.
Bai Li Guanyang said angrily.
I have a way to help you ease your hatred, and it can be done in an instant. Do you want to give it a try? Song Tianli retorted.
A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spoke.
Dongfang Jiutian, you won't be able to pull any tricks. For some reason, a sense of foreboding surged in Bai Li Guanyang's heart. With so many of you watching me, how could I possibly pull tricks? I just want to help you and eliminate the hatred in your heart, Song Tianli said with a smile. Compare. He silently thought to himself.
He used his golden finger to measure his combat power against Bai Li Guanyang's. Bai Li Guanyang only had a combat power of over 100,000, while his own was nearing 300,000. In an instant, Bai Li Guanyang's body stiffened, and the vitality within him began to dissipate. The next second, his body fell forward stiffly.
This sudden scene left everyone present dumbfounded.
They had no idea what had just happened. Bai Li Guanyang had been speaking robustly just moments ago, and now he had collapsed in the blink of an eye. The ancestor of the Bailey family rushed forward to check on Bai Li Guanyang and found that his vitality was completely gone.
This meant that Bailey Guanyang had been killed right under their noses. It was you. You did this. The ancestor of the Bailey family looked up at Song Tianli and said, "Senior, please don't wrongfully accuse me. I was just standing here, doing nothing. You should have some basis for your accusations, you can't just speak out of turn. You should consider whether he suddenly collapsed due to some serious illness. At the same time, Senior, you should quickly go back and check on the other members of the Bailey family. What if it's a hereditary disease or an infectious disease? That would be terrible. The sooner we discover it, the sooner we can treat it," Song Tianli said lightly. To eliminate a person's hatred, one only needs to deal with that person, and naturally, the hatred will be gone. It's like this, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who raised the problem. It's that simple. Song Tianli had just said he would help Bailey Guanyang eliminate his hatred. Now, Bailey Guanyang had no hatred left at all. He kept his word. This bizarre scene left everyone present in shock. At the same time, they felt a chill down their spines. Whether it was members of other families or the Dongfang family, they all felt the same. The unknown is what terrifies people the most. Killing a Bailey Guanyang was nothing, many people present could have done it. However, to kill him in front of so many people without anyone noticing was truly terrifying. With their senses, they hadn't even realized how Bailey Guanyang had died. Does that mean the other party could kill Bailey Guanyang and could also kill them? At this moment, they could be 100% certain that Song Tianli was a chosen one. Only a chosen one would have such a bizarre ability. In front of me, you kill a member of the Bailey family. Do you really think my Bailey family has no one? Dongfang Jiutian, I will make you pay in blood for this debt, the ancestor of the Bailey family said bitterly. As he spoke, he stood up. At this moment, he was ready to take action against Song Tianli. Old man Bailey, have you really thought this through? Are you sure you want to make a move against me? Do you know what kind of consequences you will face once you do? Song Tianli asked loudly. I would very much like to know what consequences there could be. The ancestor of the Bailey family felt no fear towards Song Tianli at all. Because if Song Tianli's strength was strong enough, he would just act directly, there would be no need for all this talk. The more he talked, the more it proved that Song Tianli was all show and no substance. At this moment, he had not grown strong enough. To them, he was simply not worth a blow. Good, very good. You all know that I am the chosen one, so you should be very clear about what the greatest characteristic of the chosen one is. Rapid growth, and very hard to kill. If you make a move against me now, it means you want to be irreconcilable with me and the Dongfang family. If you fail to kill me today, then anyone who has made a move against me will surely face my crazy revenge in the future. Are you sure you can withstand my revenge? Song Tianli retorted. Then let's kill you today. The ancestor of the Bailey family did not waste any more words, nor did he give Song Tianli time to show off his tongue. He directly attacked him. At the moment he made his move, Song Tianli's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, appearing 100 meters away. He had used the Flying Thunder God technique to perform a space jump. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They had not noticed at all how Song Tianli had vanished. Listen up, all you families, if even a single hair is harmed on anyone from the Dongfang family, I will hold you accountable for it. When I return, I will wipe out each of your families one by one. I tell you, not even the gods can stop me, Song Tianli said loudly. After saying these words, he silently counted one in his mind. This was the countdown for his random teleportation. Upon hearing Song Tianli's words, the expressions of the people from various families instantly turned ugly. Song Tianli actually dared to threaten them. However, it seemed they had no way to counter it. Seeking death. The ancestor of the Bailey family directly launched another attack. However, just as his attack was unleashed, Song Tianli vanished once again. The ancestor of the Bailey family was not surprised at all. Instead, he opened his senses to search for Song Tianli's trace. Previously, Song Tianli had used the Flying Thunder God to move a distance of 100 meters. Therefore, in his view, the distance Song Tianli flashed this time was also about 100 meters. Even if he held back, it wouldn't be much more than that. With his strength, he could clearly sense any changes within a kilometer radius. The last time, Song Tianli had evaded his attack simply because he was unprepared and did not know that Song Tianli had such a skill. Now, he was serious. However, this time, he was destined to be disappointed. Last time, Song Tianli had used the Flying Thunder God to teleport. This time, it was random teleportation. Thus, the ancestor of the Bailey family sensed for a long time but did not find Song Tianli's figure. This made his brows furrow tighter. He found it hard to accept that Song Tianli had just disappeared right under his nose. Was the chosen one really this bizarre? Thinking of the threat that Dongfang Jiutian had made to them before disappearing, the ancestor of the Bailey family looked very grim. because this was very likely to come true. The growth rate of the chosen one was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. With this in mind, they turned their gaze to the other members of the Dongfang family. At this moment, the people of the Dongfang family looked particularly grim. The words Dongfang Jiutian had said before leaving did not clear his relationship with the Dongfang family. On the contrary, because of his words, the hatred of the other families had shifted onto the Dongfang family. They could already foresee how the people from those families would act next. They would definitely use this as an excuse to attack the Dongfang family. They couldn't understand why Dongfang Jiutian would do this. Was it unintentional or deliberate? If it was just unintentional, that would be fine. But if it was deliberate, then Dongfang Jiutian's intentions were rather sinister. They had to question Dongfang Jiutian's identity. In just a few seconds, the members of the Dongfang family thought of many things. With this in mind, Dongfang Tiexiong spoke up. How outrageous, daring to speak such wild words. As the head of the Dongfang family, I announce that from now on, Dongfang Jiutian is stripped of his identity as a member of the Dongfang family. From this moment on, his life and death have nothing to do with the Dongfang family. Dongfang Tiexiong, worthy of being the seat of honor, reacted quickly and made this announcement. Dongfang Tiexiong, do you think that by saying this, you can sever the relationship between the Dongfang family and Dongfang Jiutian? Dongfang Jiutian killed hundreds of my Bailey family members and murdered the head of my Bailey family. The Dongfang family must give us an explanation. If you do not provide an explanation today, then my Bailey family will definitely not rest until we have a reckoning with the Dongfang family. The ancestor of the Bailey family said loudly. Dongfang Jiutian killed the pride of my Wunren family. The Dongfang family must also give us an explanation. And my Baiming family, my Gongyang family, my Shangwan family. In an instant, all the families were demanding justice from the Dongfang family. Previously, when targeting the Huangfu family, only elite members from each family had been sent, and the ancestors of each family did not appear. But at this moment, the ancestors of all the families had shown up. Therefore, the crisis facing the Dongfang family was far more severe than that of the Huangfu family. Although the Huangfu family had been forced to leave Zhengzhou and had lost many elite members, their foundation still remained. No matter which of the 9 major states they appeared in, they were a powerful dragon, a behemoth-level existence. Thus, the Huangfu family's situation would not be too dire. However, the Dongfang family was different. If these families truly united to strike against the Dongfang family, then the Dongfang family would not be able to escape like the Huangfu family. The only possible outcome was that after paying some price, the various families would annihilate the Dongfang family. A small portion of the Dongfang family members would escape, from then on living in hiding, harboring hatred, waiting for an opportunity to rise again and take revenge. This was the situation that Song Tianli had painstakingly orchestrated. One could say that before the realm of pride had even opened, Song Tianli had been lurking in the Dongfang family for so long just for this moment. Now, it had finally come to fruition. Unfortunately, due to random teleportation, he could not witness his masterpiece with his own eyes. He also had no way to take advantage of the chaos among the various families. At this moment, the faces of the Dongfang family members turned extremely ugly, as they all thought of this possibility. If today's matter was not handled well, the Dongfang family would face annihilation. Everyone, I will give you an explanation regarding this matter. However, I ask you to think carefully. It is very possible that Dongfang Jiutian is not one of our Dongfang family members. If he were, he would not have said such things, nor would he have put our Dongfang family in this position. I believe this is a form of provocation, just like the previous targeting of the Huangfu family by the various families. Dongfang Tiexiong said loudly. Regardless of whether Dongfang Jiutian was a member of their Dongfang family or what his intentions were, at this moment, Dongfang Tiexiong regarded him as a provocateur. One must admit that Dongfang Tiexiong had some skill to become the seat of honor. A moment of contemplation had already revealed the truth of the matter. However, even if this was the truth, the other families would not acknowledge it. Recently, the various families had suffered heavy losses, with countless casualties. Aside from the losses incurred 20 years ago when targeting Songxihai, they had never experienced such losses at any other time. Dongfang Tiexiong, you can't be so naive as to think that by saying this, you can make us retreat, right? Said a member of the Shangwan family. What they sought was not just a word from Dongfang Tiexiong. Although Dongfang Jiutian is not a member of the Dongfang family, our failure to recognize his identity in time, allowing him to commit crimes under the guise of a Dongfang family member, is a mistake on our part. Dongfang Tiexiong said very seriously. He knew that this time, they couldn't avoid a significant loss. 1 million spirit stones may seem like a small amount, but in reality, it was the greatest sincerity the Dongfang family could offer.
This is because spirit stones are particularly scarce in the 9 states, with 90% of them coming from the 10 great divine realms. Therefore, 1 million spirit stones per family is undoubtedly the greatest sincerity from the Dongfang family. Everyone from the various families understood this, and for a moment, they fell into silence. The lives of hundreds of people from my Bailey family, not to mention our family head, cannot be compensated with just some spirit stones. Blood debts must be repaid with blood, the ancestor of the Bailey family declared loudly. The Bailey family had suffered too great a loss this time, no amount of spirit stones could make up for it. Dongfang Jinghong, who already had a bad temper, was immediately enraged upon hearing the ancestor of the Bailey family speak so rudely. Old man Bailey, if you want to fight, then let's fight. My Dongfang family has no fear. I want to see how many of you who came here today will remain after trying to deal with my Dongfang family. Dongfang Jinghong said defiantly. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere between the two sides became tense once again. The Dongfang family had become the first family in the 9 states for a reason. They naturally had their own foundation. Although they could not be the opponents of so many united families, these families would not be able to eradicate the Dongfang family without paying some price. As for what price would be paid, no one knew until the battle began. Moreover, they were currently on the Dongfang family's territory. There might be unknown traps in their domain. Seeing the atmosphere between the two sides grow tense, Dongfang Tieshun chose not to speak further. He did not blame the ancestor for being so tough earlier. He had already represented the Dongfang family to express their sincerity and willingness to pay a price. This indicated that the Dongfang family had softened and was willing to compensate. However, this did not mean that the Dongfang family would allow themselves to be slaughtered. Dongfang Jinghong's earlier performance was another attitude of the Dongfang family. The other families watched in silence, observing Dongfang Jinghong and the ancestor of the Bailey family. They understood that the Dongfang family had shown ample sincerity. Now, they were waiting to see how the ancestor of the Bailey family would respond. If the ancestor of the Bailey family intended to go to war with the Dongfang family, they would not mind lending a hand. However, it had to be the Bailey family leading the charge. After all, the Bailey family had suffered the most casualties. With the Bailey family taking the lead, if they involved Dongfang Jinghong and a few others, the strength of these families would find it relatively easy to deal with the other members of the Dongfang family. If the Bailey family was unwilling to take the lead, then if the others started fighting, unexpected incidents might occur. Any mishap among them would be a huge loss for their respective families. Seeing the expressions of these families, the ancestor of the Bailey family silently cursed. Being old and experienced, he naturally understood what these people were thinking. At this moment, they were somewhat caught in a dilemma. If they fought, and the Bailey family led the charge, it would certainly result in massive losses. At that time, they might be at risk of being the ones to benefit from the chaos. The Bailey family had already suffered greatly. If they incurred another massive loss, they would likely be on the brink of extinction. Let's not fight, things have come to this point. With such a grandiose conclusion, the Bailey family would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Dongfang Jinghong, come and fight. In the end, the ancestor of the Bailey family roared angrily and charged towards Dongfang Jinghong. At this moment, they could not avoid battle. Regardless of the outcome, they had to fight first. As the ancestor of the Bailey family took action, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. In its place was the energy wave generated by the impending battle. Dongfang Jinghong also met the charge head-on. At this stage, they naturally could not show any fear. As the two of them engaged, several members of the Bailey and Dongfang families also joined the fray. Seeing that the Bailey family had already taken action, members of other families wasted no time and began to surround the Dongfang family. As the saying goes, pulling one hair can move the whole body. At this moment, aside from the Dongfang family, the other families were united, whether in terms of interests or enmity. After all, Song Tianli had previously killed members of various families. Thus, a world-shaking battle was about to unfold. This battle was even more intense than the two previous wars instigated by Song Tianli. In those earlier battles, the ancestors of each family had not intervened. Unfortunately, this time Song Tianli was not present. Otherwise, he might have been able to successfully ambush one or two ancestors. If he could kill them, he would gain their combat power. In that case, his strength would surge instantly. As for the fate of the Dongfang family, Song Tianli was unaware. After the countdown for his random teleportation ended, he was transported away. When he reappeared, it was on a brightly lit stage. Confused, he found himself greeted by a tsunami of cheers from the audience below. This left him puzzled, not knowing what had happened. However, after listening to the surrounding people's explanations, he finally understood the situation. A few minutes earlier, The host, holding a microphone, stood under a spotlight on the stage, surrounded by darkness, unable to see the situation clearly.
Dear audience, good afternoon.
Next, you will witness a visual feast of magic. The greatest magician of the 9 continents, Louis Show, will present his heart magic, titled Visitor from Beyond. Unlike previous performances, this time the magic show will have no concealment and will be conducted under the capture of 7 or 8 cameras, witnessed by thousands of audience members.
Now, please welcome the magician, Louis Show.
With the host's announcement, a figure wearing a mask, dressed in a black cloak, and donning white gloves slowly walked out. Their appearance made it impossible to discern whether they were male or female, old or young. When Louis Show appeared, he slightly bowed to the audience below, looking very gentlemanly. The next moment, he snapped his fingers, and countless petals fell from the sky. The petals floated down, a breathtaking sight. As the petals descended, a red light flashed. A red magic wand appeared out of thin air in his hand. Seeing this, the audience erupted into scattered applause.
Such magic tricks could be performed by many magicians. Lights on.
Louis Show spoke at that moment.
As his voice fell, the entire stage was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime.
Everyone, now, open your eyes wide and watch closely.
The great transformation is about to begin.
After Louis Show said this, he waved the magic wand.
The next second, Song Tianli appeared out of thin air.
This sudden scene left the audience momentarily stunned, followed by thunderous applause.
Just now, with Louis Show's reminder, they could see clearly that there was nothing around the stage. Song Tianli really appeared out of thin air.
None of them noticed how Song Tianli had appeared.
Even the camera on stage quickly replayed the footage, but still found no flaws. At this moment, not only were the audience members below the stage bewildered, but even the magician Louis Show looked confused. Because he had merely waved his magic wand casually and hadn't officially started the performance yet. How did Song Tianli appear? However, the magician's reaction was quick. Although Song Tianli was not someone he had planned for, the effect was better than he had anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic performance ends here. I welcome everyone to look for flaws through the camera. Louis Show said, giving a slight bow before turning to walk off the stage. Song Tianli watched Louis Show descend from the stage, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, he mimicked Louis Show's gesture, giving a slight bow and following him off the stage. When he first saw Louis Show, who was wearing a mask and cloaked in a cape, he immediately used his Byakugan to see through her. He discovered that this magician was actually a woman. And she was extremely beautiful. Of course, the reason Song Tianli followed her was not because of her looks. The Song family was one of the 3 major families in Qianzhou. As long as he wanted, he could find any beautiful woman. The reason he followed Louis Show was that he recognized the familiar face beneath the mask. The so-called familiarity did not mean that they knew each other, but rather that Song Tianli knew her. This person was none other than the renowned diva and actress Lu Yuru. Song Tianli did not pay much attention to the entertainment industry, but he was aware of Lu Yuru. It was easy to imagine how popular Lu Yuru was among the 9 major states. She was called a goddess of beauty and was the dream lover of countless boys. However, why was she not properly being an actress and singer, but instead hiding her appearance to become a magician? If it were a request from her company or the production team for her to make a cameo as a magician, that would be understandable. But based on Song Tianli's observations, it was clearly not the case. No one knew about Louis Show's identity as a magician. So the question arose, why did Lu Yuru wear a mask and impersonate a magician? One thing was certain, it was not for money. With her fame, making money would be incredibly easy, and she wouldn't need to do this at all. Secondly, it was not for fame either, as her fame was already sufficient. Although it couldn't be said that she was a household name, over 80% of the people in the 9 major states knew of her existence. Not for money, not for fame, why disguise herself as a magician on such a stage? Moreover, Song Tianli also noticed that there was something within Lu Yuru that blocked the probing of his Byakugan. This made it impossible for him to discover her true strength. Anyone who could block the probing of the Byakugan was not a simple character. Furthermore, Lu Yuru's behavior was somewhat abnormal. As the saying goes, strange occurrences must have their reasons, which indirectly indicated that Lu Yuru's actions surely had some ulterior motive. Song Tianli's first reaction was, a chosen one. Because, under normal circumstances, there are 2 types of people who would do unusual things. The first type is those who are not mentally sound, some of whom even call themselves performance artists. The second type is a chosen one. Lu Yuru, being able to become a diva and actress, certainly was not mentally unsound. Therefore, the second possibility was highly likely. Speaking of which, it had been a while since Song Tianli had encountered a chosen one. During this time, he had been busy enhancing his strength against the 10 major families. No one had the time to pay attention to other matters. Unexpectedly, right after being randomly teleported, he encountered someone who seemed to be a chosen one. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure. Lu Yuru sensed Song Tianli following her, and after stepping down from the arena, she deliberately headed towards a secluded area. Song Tianli could tell that she was intentionally leading him there. After a moment of thought, he followed her. With his current strength at the Divine Path realm, as long as he didn't run into someone of the level of the ancestors of the 10 great families, no one would be his opponent in the 9 great states. Even if he were to encounter such ancestors by bad luck, he was confident he could leave safely. As his strength continued to grow, the number of times he had to use his trump cards became fewer and fewer. Finally, the two arrived at a deserted place. At that moment, Lu Yuru suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at Song Tianli. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear on the stage?" Lu Yuru asked Song Tianli. At the same time, she quietly mobilized the spiritual energy within her body, as if she was ready to attack at any moment. Hearing her question, a glint flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. He had just thought of a rather amusing approach. "Master, did you summon me here? Why are you asking me who I am?" Song Tianli replied casually. If the other party was a chosen one, his words would surely disrupt her rhythm. It was all about being unexpected. If he could stay close to her, he would gain an extremely secretive understanding of her. The word master left Lu Yuru momentarily stunned. "Master? What nonsense are you talking about? When did I summon you?" Lu Yuru was indeed bewildered, her face filled with disbelief. She didn't believe Song Tianli. She clearly hadn't done anything, yet Song Tianli appeared before her without any warning. It was impossible for her to have summoned him. Moreover, she knew very well whether she had such ability. "Master, I am a student of Shrek Academy. I was originally cultivating when suddenly, I was enveloped by a force and inexplicably appeared here. After appearing here, I gained a contract power that made me recognize you as my master," Song Tianli explained. "What kind of place is Shrek Academy?" Lu Yuru asked. "Reporting to you, Master, Shrek Academy is the most famous academy on Blue Star, recruiting students every 3 years. Each time, the students recruited are unparalleled talents. Thus, Shrek students are also known as the Academy of Talents," Song Tianli casually fabricated. "So, you are also an unparalleled talent?" Lu Yuru asked. Unknowingly, she began to believe what Song Tianli said. She had not been a magician for long and did not fully understand her own abilities. Therefore, she unconsciously believed Song Tianli. However, she was not 100% convinced. At this moment, she was still in the testing phase. "Sort of. I am a second-year student at Shrek Academy, ranked 7th among the hundreds of talents in the second year. The top 7 of us are called the Shrek 7 monsters of the second year. The one ranked first is named Tang Sirui. The one ranked second is named Xiao Huahua." Song Tianli seemed to be a chatterbox, talking to himself. "Stop, stop, stop. Did I ask you? Why are you saying so much?" Lu Yuru said loudly at that moment. She hadn't expected to summon a chatterbox. "Since the master didn't ask, I should still say. I cannot have any concealment from the master," Song Tianli said seriously. "Since there will be no concealment, let me ask you a few questions." Lu Yuru looked at Song Tianli and said, "Master, may I ask? What is your name? How old are you?" "My name is Yu Zhibua. I am 19 years old, 182 centimeters tall, weighing 154 pounds, and my favorite thing to do is collect hidden weapons. My biggest dream is to become Hokage." Song Tianli began a series of self-introductions as if he were introducing himself. "Stop. I didn't ask you anything else, I just asked for your name and age. Next, whatever I ask you, you answer. If I don't ask, you are not allowed to answer. Do you understand?" Lu Yuru said. "Yes. Do you know about the Shenzhou continent, or the 10 great divine realms? I've never heard of them. What you just mentioned, Blue Star, what is it?" Blue Star is located in the solar system, one of the 9 planets of the sun. What is the solar system? The solar system is located in the Milky Way, about 26,400 light-years from the center of the Milky Way. What is a light-year? Reporting to the master, a light-year is a unit of length, meaning the distance light travels in 1 year, called a light-year. The speed of light can be measured? Yes, the speed of light is 3 times 10 to the power of 8 meters per second, which is 3 billion meters per second. You people from Blue Star can even measure the speed of light? My goodness, 3 billion meters per second. The knowledge that Song Tianli spoke of did not exist in Shenzhou. This not only increased Lu Yuru's trust in him but also shocked her immensely. After all, an ordinary person could hardly imagine what 3 billion meters per second meant. After their brief conversation, she was certain that Song Tianli came from another world.
After all, the questions she asked were casual, and it was impossible to fabricate such flawless lies.
Yu Jibua, will you execute my orders 100%? Lu Yuru asked.
I don't really want to execute them 100%, but I have the power of a contract on me, which makes it impossible for me to resist the master's orders.
Otherwise, I would die. Song Tianli said. Slap yourself. Smack.
As soon as Lu Yuru's words fell, Song Tianli raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap without hesitation. To play his role well, he was quite ruthless with himself.
That slap just now was completely merciless.
However, this slap also greatly increased Lu Yuru's trust in him. Originally, Lu Yuru had already trusted him a lot because of the stories he told about another world. This unhesitating, merciless slap completely convinced Lu Yuru that Song Tianli was summoned by her and would obey her orders.
Hiss!
At that moment, Song Tianli took a sharp breath and covered the corner of his mouth, looking pained.
He seemed a bit slow to react. His response was clearly half a beat behind.
His actions were ahead while his mind lagged behind. This was also one of the important reasons Lu Yuru believed that Song Tianli was summoned by her. Unfortunately, all of this was just a facade created by Song Tianli.
How strong are you? Lu Yuru asked again. About as strong as a 3-story building? Song Tianli replied. Can you fly? Yes. Show me. Upon hearing Lu Yuru's command, Song Tianli instantly soared into the air.
Being able to fly was a sign of a Qi Mansion realm expert. He was now at the Divine Path realm, so exposing his Qi Mansion realm strength was not a problem.
What realm are you in? I am a fighting king. Fighting king?
Forget it. I guess the cultivation systems of the two worlds are different.
Since you are summoned by me, from today on, you will stay by my side. By the way, can you drive? Drive? You mean to operate a vehicle?
I can drive any vehicle, whether it's an ox cart, a donkey cart, a horse cart, or a beast cart, Song Tianli said confidently. However, his answer left Lu Yuru with a face full of black lines.
The vehicles she was referring to were not these primitive modes of transportation. Nevertheless, she didn't say much more.
Because when Song Tianli mentioned those vehicles, she knew he definitely couldn't drive a car. For the time being, you can be my bodyguard, Lu Yuru said after some thought. She was a big star, although she was quite capable. There were some things that were inconvenient for her to handle alone.
With Song Tianli around, many things no longer required her to step in. Yes, master.
When Song Tianli said this, a hint of barely noticeable pride flashed in his eyes.
Although Lu Yuru had a bit of cunning and wasn't completely naive, she was still too innocent.
Perhaps her first half of life had been too happy and smooth. Therefore, her guard against people only stayed on the surface.
This was good news for him. After all, being able to stay by Lu Yuru's side was a good thing. He could observe her closely to determine if she was a chosen one.
If she was, he would need to carefully observe what her golden finger was.
If not, it didn't matter, he had nothing to do anyway.
He could follow Lu Yuru while quietly improving his strength.
The 3-month period left until the 4 seasons of Penglai was getting closer. He wondered if he could significantly enhance his strength before heading to the 4 seasons of Penglai.
This way, he would have a bit more self-protection. After all, the 4 seasons of Penglai was one of the 10 divine realms, filled with countless strong individuals. If he had no strength, he might be bullied. The 4 seasons of Penglai was not like the 9 great states. If he was bullied there, no one would help him. The only one he could rely on was himself.
Thus, Song Tianli left with Lu Yuru.
During this time, Lu Yuru waved her magic wand, and instantly, her cloak and mask disappeared. In their place was a sky blue tracksuit. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli pretended to widen his eyes.
I didn't expect my master to be so beautiful.
Compared to the first beauty of our Shrek Academy, she's not inferior at all, Song Tianli pretended to mutter to himself.
What, is your first beauty at Shrek Academy particularly beautiful? Lu Yuru asked.
Girls always subconsciously pay attention to women who are more beautiful than themselves. Her name is Medusa, extremely beautiful, on par with you, master.
However, she has a mature charm, while you have a pure charm.
The beauty of the two of you is different, Song Tianli said in a very sincere tone. Although he had seen videos, photos, and posters of Lu Yuru before, and had just observed her with a sidelong glance, her beauty still amazed him. Lu Yuru belonged to the kind of person whose beauty didn't come across well in photos. Videos and pictures couldn't fully present her beauty,
because some things simply couldn't be conveyed through video or photo. Do you have a photo or portrait of Medusa? Lu Yuru looked at Song Tianli and asked. She also wanted to see how beautiful the person was who could receive such praise from Song Tianli and was on par with her in beauty. I don't have that. Song Tianli shook his head. Medusa was a character he had seen in an anime back on Blue Star.
He could say she was a figment of his imagination, so naturally, he couldn't produce her portrait. He said this just to tease Lu Yuro. If you don't have it, then forget it. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Yuro. The world we live in is called the Divine Land, and the place we are currently in is Jinzhou, one of the 9 great states. As for other matters, I'll tell you slowly. Lu Yuru said. She didn't want others to know about Song Tianli coming from another world, so she needed to quickly help him gain a clear understanding of the world they lived in. Okay, master. Song Tianli replied. I'll go buy you a phone so we can stay in touch. Master, I'm not hungry, so there's no need to buy me chicken. The phone isn't the kind of chicken you eat, you'll understand later. After disguising herself, Lu Yuru took Song Tianli to the mall. She bought him a series of things she thought he might need. So this is a phone? It's so small, like a little brick, but it can't be used for attacking. What's the point? Song Tianli turned the phone over and over, pretending to be clueless. This left Lu Yuru feeling helpless, so she had to teach him how to use the phone step by step. So simple? This is no challenge for me at all. He then started playing with it on his own. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed like someone who had never seen the world. If I take this back, I'll be the coolest guy at Shrek Academy. By then, even Medusa will have to take a second look at me. Song Tianli muttered to himself. Master, when are you sending me back? He then looked up at Lu Yuru and asked. His expression seemed to say, hurry up and send me back. I want to show off the phone to my friends. Don't rush back. First, you need to understand our world. Our world has more than just phones. There are many things you've never heard of. Lu Yuru actually didn't know how to send Song Tianli back, so she decided to drag it out. To her, Song Tianli was just a tool. Since she had him, she might as well use him for as long as she could. However, because of Song Tianli's behavior, she had already become convinced that he came from another world. Only someone from another world would behave like this. In a sense, Song Tianli really was from another world. It's just that he wasn't summoned by Lu Yuru. Thus, Song Tianli followed Lu Yuru back to the hotel. Auntie, where have you been all this time? I've been going crazy looking for you. You didn't answer your calls or reply to my messages. As soon as they returned to the hotel, Lu Yuru's manager, Wang Ya, rushed over, speaking rapidly. Sister Ya, I just went out to clear my mind. There's nothing to worry about. It's not the first time. Lu Yuru said nonchalantly. Auntie, you can't walk by the river all the time without getting your shoes wet. Your luck isn't always that good. What if a fan or a paparazzi spots you? You could be in danger, Lu Yuru's manager said with a worried tone. If it were any other star, she wouldn't be so deferential. But Lu Yuru was different. She was a top singer and actress. She was definitely the cash cow of their company, even the stabilizing force. If anything happened to her, the entire company would be greatly affected. Got it, Sister Ya. I'll be more careful next time. I'm going to take a shower. Arrange a room for him, right next to mine, Lu Yuru said, pointing to Song Tianli behind her. This kind of thing had happened more than once, and she had grown accustomed to it. It was just that she had her reasons for needing to go out. Such things were unavoidable. At that moment, Lu Yuru's manager finally noticed Song Tianli's presence. Yuru, he can't be your boyfriend, right? Lu Yurua's manager asked in disbelief. With Lu Yurua's current level of fame, if a romantic relationship were announced or rumors spread, it would greatly impact her reputation. After all, a significant portion of her fans are attracted to her looks. Fans are often irrational. They cannot accept their idol having a partner. No, from today on, he is my bodyguard. My safety is his responsibility. As for the other bodyguards, they can keep their distance from me, Lu Yurua said. Although she didn't know the exact strength of Song Tianli, the fact that he could fly was already a sign of being at the Qi Mansion level. In the land of Jojo, that was quite impressive. He was far stronger than her current bodyguards. Hearing that Song Tianli was just a bodyguard, Lu Yurua's manager breathed a long sigh of relief. However, she noticed that Song Tianli looked very young and quite handsome. She began to suspect that Lu Yurua was deceiving her. In fact, he was Lu Yurua's boyfriend, just pretending to be a bodyguard. As Lu Yurua's manager, she absolutely could not allow such a situation to occur. Yurua, you should understand how important your safety is. Not just anyone can act as your bodyguard. However, since he is your choice, I can't outright deny it. How about this? Let him compete with the current bodyguards. If he wins, he can stay to protect you. If he loses, he will have to leave. Of course, I will give him some money, Lu Yurua's manager said. Okay. Lu Yurua had no objections to this. She was aware of her bodyguard's abilities. They could not possibly be Song Tianli's match. This time, she could also see just how strong Song Tianli really was, to gauge his true capabilities. Seeing Lu Yurua agree, her manager smiled. Soon, she summoned the bodyguards. There were 4 in total. The 4 had slightly bulging temples, clearly having practiced martial arts since childhood. "You Jibwa, you can spar with them. Just keep it light, don't harm their lives," Lu Yurua said. "Understood," Song Tianli replied, putting his phone in his pocket. He looked at the 4 bodyguards and raised a finger. "What does that mean?" Lu Yurua's manager asked, confused. "It should mean he can finish them with just one move," Lu Yurua explained. "Not one move, just a finger. For dealing with trash like them, a finger is enough," Song Tianli added. "Kid, do you dare call me trash?" one of the bodyguards said angrily. No, I'm not targeting you. I mean, all of you are trash," Song Tianli said mercilessly. Upon hearing this, the 4 bodyguards could no longer hold back and charged at Song Tianli. Facing the 4 bodyguards rushing towards him, Song Tianli slowly raised a finger. "Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger," he shouted lightly. Of course, this was just a casual exclamation. However, power surged from his fingertip. Immediately, a powerful finger imprint shot out from his finger. Upon seeing the flying finger imprint, the 4 bodyguards' expressions changed instantly. They could feel the overwhelming energy contained within it, as if it could suppress everything. Thus, the 4 hurriedly joined forces to create an energy shield to protect themselves. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the energy shield created by the 4 bodyguards shattered instantly. Puff! The next second, all 4 spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying backward. "Is that it? Too weak to withstand a single blow," Song Tianli said disdainfully. Seeing this scene, Lu Yurua revealed a faint smile. She had known that Song Tianli's strength was not weak, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. His 4 bodyguards were all at the 5 caves level. Unexpectedly, they couldn't even withstand a single move from Song Tianli. The 4 bodyguards struggled to stand up from the ground, looking at Song Tianli with fear in their eyes. Even when they teamed up, they couldn't block a single move from him. They could tell that the opponent hadn't even used his full strength just now. If he had, he could have killed them with one blow. Song Tianli's strength was somewhat terrifying. "Monsieur, our strength is low, we can't protect Miss Lu anymore. Then we take our leave." At this moment, one of the bodyguards said to Lu Yurua's manager. They had been defeated in one move and truly felt embarrassed to stay. "Wait, you've worked hard protecting Yurua during this time. I'll transfer you 1 million as a token of your hard work. Also, go to the hospital to check on your injuries," Wang Ye said to the 4 of them. These 4 had considerable strength, and although there was now Song Tianli, there was no need to offend them. As a manager, one must learn to maintain good relationships with everyone. These bodyguards had been protecting Lu Yurua for a long time and knew quite a bit about her affairs. If they got along well, they shouldn't go out and spread rumors. "Thank you, monsieur," one of the bodyguards said gratefully. They worked as bodyguards for money. Now that Wang Ye was willing to give them money, they naturally wouldn't refuse. After receiving the money, the 4 bodyguards turned and left. Wang Ye then turned her gaze to Song Tianli. Song Tianli was engrossed in his phone, acting like an outsider. At that moment, he was scrolling through Douyin, looking for suitable ability multiple choice questions. During this time, he had been busy, either training or plotting against the 10 major families. He hadn't had time to scroll through Douyin, so he needed to make the most of it now. Of course, one of the most important reasons was that the abilities he currently had were already sufficient for him. In battle, he had the task skills from Naruto. When training, he could split into hundreds of clones to train simultaneously, and with 10 times the efficiency, his speed could increase by thousands of times. Moreover, he could plunder the combat power of those he killed. In terms of increasing strength, he was already nearing the limit. For self-preservation, he had dozens of cards. To be honest, he didn't really have any urgent abilities he needed right now. However, having new abilities was always good. So, he needed to hurry and scroll through short videos. "Yurua, can he be trusted?" Wang Ye asked as she approached Lu Yurua. Lu Yurua's identity was too sensitive. If he was just strong but not trustworthy, then he couldn't be kept. "Don't worry, he can be trusted," Lu Yurua said very firmly. From her perspective, Song Tianli called her master, so no one was more trustworthy than him. "Nice." At that moment, Song Tianli suddenly said excitedly. His voice instantly caught the attention of Lu Yurua and Wang Ye. "Yurua, why do I feel like his brain isn't quite right?" Wang Ye couldn't help but ask upon seeing Song Tianli's silly expression. He has been training since he was young and has had little contact with the outside world, so he's a bit different from ordinary people. Lu Yurua made an excuse for Song Tianli. He came from another world, so it could indeed be said that he was different from ordinary people.
Whether in experience or thinking, there were differences. Yuzebo, it's time to rest. Lu Yurua called out. Okay, master. Boss. Although Song Tianli was scrolling through short videos, he wasn't immersed in it. He was multitasking, paying attention to the conversation between Lu Yurua and Wangya. So, when Lu Yuru called him, he put on another act. He pretended he was about to shout master, but at the crucial moment, he changed it to boss. This was a specific request from Lu Yuru when she returned. It wouldn't look good for someone to hear Song Tianli calling her master. Thus, Song Tianli followed Lu Yuru closely, completely acting as her bodyguard. Song Tianli's room was next to Lu Yuru's. He lay on his bed, observing her with a sidelong glance. So far, he still couldn't be sure whether Lu Yuru was indeed the chosen one, because Lu Yuru hadn't shown any signs of abnormality. However, there was still plenty of time ahead. He would surely uncover various clues. At this moment, Song Tianli noticed Lu Yuru lying on the bed with a pile of scripts beside her. As a film queen, it was perfectly normal for her to read scripts. However, Song Tianli found something quite interesting. Lu Yuru didn't read each script in detail. Instead, she skimmed through them rapidly, reading 10 lines at a glance. A script made up of dozens of 4 pages was flipped through in less than 20 seconds. The way she did it made it seem like she wasn't reading the scripts but searching for something. Song Tianli said nothing, just quietly stared at Lu Yuru. He wanted to see what she would do next. Under Song Tianli's gaze, a stack of nearly 20 centimeters thick scripts was flipped through by Lu Yuru in less than half an hour. She tossed the last script onto the bed, lay down, and looked utterly helpless. Why is there nothing suitable? These scripts are either too low level, like weaklings, or they feature the greatest warrior of the 4 seas and 8 realms out of nowhere. The gap is just too big. Lu Yuru muttered to herself. Seeing this, Song Tianli frowned slightly. Logically speaking, as an actress, if one wanted to portray a story, one should consider whether the script's content was engaging and whether the story was moving enough. Lu Yuru's comments just now didn't seem like evaluations of the scripts at all. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and began to look up the films and dramas Lu Yuru had acted in. Of course, he mainly focused on those released after June 8th. Because if Lu Yuru was indeed the chosen one, she could only start using her golden finger after June 8th. Therefore, any abnormalities would have begun after that date. After searching online, Song Tianli indeed discovered something unusual. After June 8th, Lu Yuru had only 2 dramas aired. In one of these dramas, Lu Yuru played a character who disguised herself as a magician. When he saw the plot summary, Song Tianli instantly got goosebumps. He felt he had stumbled upon a blind spot. After all, when he first encountered Lu Yuru, she was playing a magician. It was impossible to say there was no connection between the two. However, just one drama couldn't prove anything. So, Song Tianli continued browsing. Lu Yuru's second drama had extremely poor reviews, with netizens criticizing it to the point of near silence. Because in terms of plot, production, or the acting of others, it could be considered a bad film. A certain platform rated it only 3.6 out of 10. Such a score could be considered among the lowest in the entire film industry. Many people felt that it was beneath a film queen like Lu Yuru to take on such a role. Some said Lu Yuru took this role purely to make money, because more than half of the investment in this drama went to Lu Yuru's salary. Some film critics lambasted Lu Yuru mercilessly. Song Tianli paid no attention to these insults. He started watching the movie that had a score of only 3.6. After just 5 minutes of watching, he felt an urge to turn it off. It couldn't even be described as a bad movie, it was simply painful to watch. However, in order to understand Lu Yurua a bit better, he endured the discomfort and watched the entire film at several times the speed. The plot was quite simple. Lu Yurua played a junior sister from a sword sect. At the beginning, her strength was not impressive. But as her master and senior brothers died one after another, she began to flee. During her escape, she experienced some fortuitous encounters and progressed rapidly. In the end, she avenged her master and senior brothers by killing her enemies, and she also grew significantly as a person. The drama was extremely cliched, and the plot was quite foolish. From an actor's perspective, if it weren't for the money, one would really not take on such a script. However, Lu Yurua was not short on money or fame, so it was puzzling why she would accept such a role. The so-called abnormal behavior must have its reasons. Lu Yurua's actions, which defied common sense, surely had her own motives. What those motives were, Song Tianli did not yet know. However, by staying close to Lu Yurua, he would eventually find out. If Lu Yurua was a chosen one, then what she did must be related to some special ability. Through observation, Song Tianli noticed that after Lu Yurua flipped through all the scripts, she looked quite disappointed. She then went to the bathroom to prepare for a shower.
Seeing this, Song Tianli quickly closed his eyes. What you shouldn't see, don't look, he hurriedly said. It wasn't that he had no thoughts about beautiful women, it was just that Lu Yurua was too stunning. If he really saw her while she was showering, he worried that his desires would overpower his reason, and he wouldn't be able to control himself. If he did something irrational and she found out, he wouldn't be able to stay by her side to observe whether she was the chosen one. As Lu Yurua began to shower, Song Tianli took out his phone and continued to scroll through short videos. After a long time, he finally came across a choice question that left him feeling conflicted. If you could have the peak abilities of the most powerful person you know from your ancestors, but you cannot have any intimate contact with women for 10 years, and the greater the contact, the more severe the injury, and if you have any negative contact, you will definitely die, would you be willing? When Song Tianli saw this, his brows furrowed. He could manage 10 years without negative contact with women. However, he knew nothing about the powerful figures among his ancestors. He had no idea who among them was remarkable, and it seemed impossible to investigate. After thinking for a moment, he still chose to accept. Because his father, Song Sihai, 20 years ago, could single-handedly make the entire 10 great families unable to hold their heads high. It seemed his strength was not weak. Although he didn't know who among his ancestors was powerful, his father was also considered part of that lineage. If nothing else, having his father's abilities would suffice. Of course, he needed to ask his father about how strong his peak abilities were and whether they surpassed his current self. If they did, then this ability would be a huge gain. Besides that, he could also ask his father if he knew of any impressive figures among their ancestors. If there were, it might bring him some surprises. After Song Tianli chose to accept, something like an input box appeared in his mind. In this input box, he could enter the names of his ancestors. Unfortunately, he currently knew too little about his ancestors and could only wait until he saw his father to discuss it. However, the cost of this ability had already manifested in him. He could clearly sense it. The good news was that he had previously obtained the Beastman's Divine Judgment coin, which could reduce his cost by half. For 10 years, he could not have intimate contact with women, which turned into 5 years. Moreover, the degree of injury was also halved. For example, receiving a kiss would result in losing all 4 limbs, but now it was reduced to losing 2 limbs. In other words, within 5 years, starting from today, Song Tianli could not get too close to women. Unless he could eliminate a few chosen ones and use their divine judgment coins to reduce the cost of ability selection. Song Tianli had a feeling that if he hunted enough chosen ones, sooner or later, the cost of his ability selection would become negligible. He didn't know what kind of people were bestowing these golden fingers. The current situation was a typical case of making these chosen ones engage in mutual slaughter. It was like raising a poisonous insect. Ultimately, the one who survived would be the strongest insect. Moreover, this was beyond one's control. If you didn't kill others, once someone discovered your identity as a chosen one, they would find ways to kill you. This was also why, after encountering chosen ones, Song Tianli would do everything possible to figure out the other party's golden finger and then eliminate them. If he didn't kill them now, it would be like raising a tiger to trouble him. Once they grew stronger in the future, if he encountered them, he would have left himself a rival. By then, he might end up dead. After obtaining a satisfactory ability, Song Tianli also closed his eyes to rest. He didn't split his consciousness to be on guard because he was worried that Lu Yurou might sense that there was more than one person in his room. So far, he was still unclear about what abilities Lu Yurou had. Therefore, he didn't dare to expose too much in front of her. The next morning, Song Tianli got up early. As a bodyguard, he naturally had to be more competent. "Boss, where are we going next?" Song Tianli asked. "To the film set, to shoot," Lu Yurou replied. As an actress, acting was naturally indispensable. Thus, Song Tianli followed Lu Yurou to the film set. Today was Lu Yurou's first day in a new crew, and they were going to shoot a TV drama called Eternal Night. In this drama, Lu Yurou played the leading female role. The leading female's alter ego was a talisman master. A talisman master is someone who uses talismans to attack others. Those with lower realms draw talismans on paper. Powerful ones inscribe talismans in space. The strongest talisman masters can use heaven and earth as paper. Another new profession, Song Tianli murmured. He noticed that since June 8th, every role Lu Yurou played seemed different. The first drama was about a magician, also a sorcerer. The second drama featured a swordsman. The third drama was about a talisman master. Shooting a film was an extremely tedious task, especially for scenes that involved flying or escaping, because such scenes mostly relied on post-production special effects. Watching it live would seem particularly awkward. After staring for a while, Song Tianli withdrew his gaze. The scene was simply too embarrassing. He felt that he could now use his big toe to tap out a 3-room apartment. Being an actor wasn't easy. Ensuring that one didn't break character was no small feat. So, he started chatting with the staff beside him. Let me ask you an intelligence test. Do you know how many steps it takes to put an elephant in a refrigerator? Song Tianli asked Lu Yuro's makeup artist beside him. 5 steps? Wrong, it's 3 steps? How's that? To put an elephant in a refrigerator, the first step is to open the refrigerator door. The second step is to put the elephant inside. The third step is to close the refrigerator door. Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous question. Hearing Song Tianli say this, although Lu Yuro's makeup artist cursed a bit, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do you know how many steps it takes to put a giraffe in the fridge? Song Tianli asked. 3 steps. Wrong, it's 4 steps. First, open the fridge door. Second, take the elephant out. Third, put the giraffe in. Fourth, close the fridge door. Ha ha ha. Bro, give us another one. I've got the hang of it. I don't believe I can get it wrong. In the animal conference in the forest, which animal didn't attend? The moose, because it got lost. Wrong, it's the giraffe, because the giraffe is still in the fridge. Ha ha ha. While Lu Yuru was filming, Song Tianli entertained her makeup artist with some jokes and riddles, making them laugh uncontrollably. As time passed, more and more people joined in. When Lu Yuru finished filming and returned, she saw many people surrounding Song Tianli. Bro, tell us another one. Bro, I want to hear the story of the horse transformed by fighting spirit. I want to hear the story of the brother-in-law chasing the son. The crowd around Song Tianli chimed in, urging him to tell stories. What are you all talking about? Lu Yuru asked curiously. Hearing her voice, everyone around Song Tianli instantly scattered. What were you telling them? Lu Yuru looked at Song Tianli and asked. I was just telling a story about the horse transformed by fighting spirit. This is a story about a group of alchemists, set in the Kanglan continent, where there are no flashy spells, only fighting spirit practiced to perfection. Song Tianli briefly recounted the story of the horse transformed by fighting spirit. The more Lu Yuru listened, the brighter her eyes became, her delight growing stronger. This story is so interesting. Yu Zhibua, can you turn this story into a script? If this story gets made into a film, it will definitely be popular. Of course, I won't let you write for free, I'll pay you for your work. Lu Yuru asked a bit nervously. No problem, do you want to play the female lead? Song Tianli asked curiously. I don't want to play the female lead, change the male lead to a female. I'll play her. Lu Yuru said confidently. If the lead is changed to a woman, it might lose some of the thrill, Song Tianli said, staring intently at Lu Yuru. The reason he chatted so much with the makeup artists was to pique Lu Yuru's curiosity. Then, it naturally led to the story of the horse transformed by fighting spirit appearing before Lu Yuru, because he wanted to verify a guess of his own. That's fine, just write it. Girls like stories like this too. Lu Yuru didn't mind that at all. Alright, no problem. Apart from the horse transformed by fighting spirit, I know many other stories, like the unparalleled divine doctor, the extraordinary fortune teller, the ultimate gun god. Song Tianli listed several story titles in one breath. These were all novels he had seen while on Blue Star. The common point of these novels was that each protagonist had a different profession. He noticed that Lu Yuru seemed particularly interested in the professions of the protagonists in the stories. So, he deliberately mentioned this to test his guess. Upon hearing the string of names from Song Tianli, Lu Yuru looked at him as if she had discovered a rare treasure, her gaze fixed on him. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Facing Lu Yuru's greedy eyes, Song Tianli pretended to be scared. You seem to know a lot of stories? Lu Yuru asked him. Yes. When I was at Shrek Academy, I was the king of stories, and I've read many stories from Blue Star. Not to exaggerate, but you all combined might not know as many stories as I do, Song Tianli said with a self-satisfied tone. Hearing him say this, Lu Yuru smiled even more happily. She originally thought that Song Tianli had decent strength and could only be a tool. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Write down all the stories you know for me, Lu Yuru said hurriedly. Write them all down? That would take many years. I can write 8,000 words a day, even one story would take at least a year to finish. When Song Tianli said this, he fixed his gaze on Lu Yuru. He wanted to see if she was as urgent about time as he was. After all, the chosen one must seize the time to improve their strength. If it really took a year to write a story, the opportunity would be lost. Sure enough, upon hearing that Song Tianli could only finish a story in a year, Lu Yuru's previously smiling face changed slightly. How about this, write down the stories you know as briefly as possible. The plot doesn't need to be too exciting, as long as the story is complete. Unnecessary details can be omitted. It would be best if it could be finished in a few tens of thousands of words, and try not to exceed 100,000 words, Lu Yurua said. But if that's the case, the highlights of the story will be lost, Song Tianli asked. That doesn't matter, it just needs to be a complete story. Lu Yurua said nonchalantly. Alright, then I need paper and a pen. Song Tianli agreed. He was now 90% sure that Lu Yurua was the chosen one. Moreover, his golden finger was related to the protagonist in the story. It could be the protagonist's profession or their abilities. Currently, he couldn't be 100% certain. So, he still needed some probing. Sister Ya has a computer, you can write directly on it. I'm not very good with that thing, I'll stick to paper and pen. Hearing Song Tianli say this, Lu Yurua remembered that he came from another world. It was normal for him not to be familiar with things from this world. However, what she didn't know was that Song Tianli said this not only to maintain his persona but also to buy time. Writing stories with paper and pen was slower, and he could doodle as well. Sister Ya, please bring me a stack of A4 paper and 2 pens, Lu Yurua said to her manager. After Song Tianli got the paper and pens, he thought for a moment and began to write. The first story he wanted to write was the transformation of Qi into a horse. Synopsis: there are no flashy spells here, only the peak of practiced Qi. Yu Jibua, remember to write all the protagonists as female, Lu Yurua reminded. Boss, leave it to me, you can rest assured. Song Tianli said confidently. Seeing his confident gaze, Lu Yurua didn't say much more, took a sip of water, and continued filming. As an actress, she was dedicated. Song Tianli watched Lu Yurua continue filming, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. His gains were quite significant. Just by following Lu Yurua for a day, he had already obtained so much information. The next thing to do was to verify his previous guesses. To verify, this time point was not suitable, there were too many people on set. As a practitioner, one could not casually act against ordinary people, as it would attract the attention of the inspection team. The main responsibility of the inspection team was to balance the relationship between practitioners and ordinary people. The inspection team had set rules that practitioners could not act against ordinary people. Once discovered, they would be hunted down by the inspection team. Therefore, it was often during dark nights that one could commit murder and arson. While Lu Yurua was filming, Song Tianli wrote the transformation of Qi into a horse. He only remembered the general plot, so he recalled while making up the rest. Fortunately, in 2 lifetimes, his writing skills had accumulated quite well. Night quietly descended. During the day, Song Tianli used A4 paper to write 6,000 words of the Horse of Qi transformation. Of course, it wasn't as complicated as a published novel, this was a fast-forward version. In just 6,000 words, the old man made his appearance and explained the profession of an alchemist. When Lu Yuru saw the story written by Song Tianli, she was extremely satisfied. She bought him a lot of delicious food, urging him to keep writing, speed up the process, and finish quickly. After returning to his room, Song Tianli didn't start writing immediately. Instead, he used a stealth technique to leave. Multiple shadow clone technique. After leaving the hotel, he arrived at a deserted place and conjured multiple clones. Tonight, he planned to test Lu Yuru. The reason he didn't summon the clones in the hotel was that he was worried Lu Yuru might sense them. Sometimes, it's better to be a little troublesome than to take risks. After all, Song Tianli wasn't in a hurry, a little trouble didn't matter. After creating the clones, he returned to the hotel and began to continue writing the Horse of Qi transformation. About 10 minutes later, he put down his pen. It's time. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly rushed in from a distance, heading straight for Lu Yuru's room. At that moment, Lu Yuru was taking a shower, and the 2 figures entered her room through the window. Who? Lu Yuru, sensing someone had intruded while showering, quickly shouted. At the same time, she wrapped her body in a towel as fast as she could and rushed out of the bathroom. Miss Lu, we don't want to hurt you. If you know what's good for you, come with us. One of them said. Who are you? Lu Yuru asked, looking at the 2. While speaking, she knocked on the wall. Our young master is particularly fond of Miss Lu, so he sent us to bring you back. We hope Miss Lu can cooperate a bit to avoid any harm. The other continued. Lu Yuru was the dream lover of many, so it was only natural that someone would take an interest in her. Thus, this reason was valid. First, tell me who your young master is. If he's famous, I wouldn't mind having a little something with him, Lu Yuru said with a smile. She was stalling for time. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to reveal her strength. She hoped Song Tianli would hurry over from next door. Who our young master is, you'll naturally know once Miss Lu comes with us. Miss Lu, we mean no offense. As they spoke, the 2 moved toward Lu Yuru. Facing the 2 rushing at her, Lu Yuru showed no signs of panic. She had already sensed Song Tianli's presence. "Get lost." Just then, a furious voice rang out. Immediately, a figure blocked Lu Yuru's front and delivered a flying kick at the two who were charging at her. Bang! Bang! After two sounds of collision, the two who had rushed at Lu Yuru were sent flying back. After sliding a distance on the ground, they warily looked at Lu Yuru. At that moment, a strong and imposing man stood in front of Lu Yuru. It was Song Tianli. "Who dares to attack my master? Die, you little bastards!" Song Tianli shouted as he launched an attack on the two. The two ignored Song Tianli's insults, exchanged glances, and charged at him from both sides. Thus, the three began to fight in Lu Yuru's room. Song Tianli's attacks were very simple, using the most basic fist techniques, while the two pulled out daggers. "Bull Demon Fist," Song Tianli shouted casually. Seeing the cold gleam on the dagger, he hesitated not for a moment and quickly swung his fist. Instantly, a series of fist imprints flashed continuously. Bang bang bang. A string of collision sounds echoed. The items in Lu Yuru's room shattered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the two men wielding daggers were retreating step by step. "It's too dangerous, retreat," one of the men said. After speaking, the two hurriedly backed away and jumped out of the window in an instant. "Little thief, where do you think you're going?" Song Tianli roared, chasing after them. "Yujibo, no need to chase," Lu Yuru shouted from behind. Unfortunately, she was too late. Song Tianli had already flown out of the window. Being too beautiful is also a kind of trouble, Lu Yuru muttered to herself. She felt no panic from the battle, just a hint of distress on her face. She had actually experienced such things before. However, in the past, those who wanted to harm her would not be so brazen as to break into a hotel. Instead, they would use various connections to force her to comply. She never expected this time to be so blatant. Everything that just happened seemed long, but it was only a matter of seconds. Neither the hotel nor Lu Yuru's manager had reacted yet. Lu Yuru ignored the chaos in the room and headed straight for the bathroom. She had only washed halfway, with foam still on her head and body, and needed to rinse it off quickly. However, at that moment, two figures jumped in through the window. The young master is indeed clever, knowing that she has powerful bodyguards around her. "Now that the bodyguards have been lured away, we can easily take her," the two said as they charged towards Lu Yuru from both sides. This made Lu Yuru furrow her brows. She hadn't expected a second wave of attackers. But at this moment, Yujibo had gone after the previous two, leaving her unprotected. "Stop! Don't come any closer!" Lu Yuru shouted loudly. However, the two did not heed her words. "Why are you forcing me?" Seeing that they were unmoved, Lu Yuru spoke softly. As she said this, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, a magic wand appeared in her hand. This scene made the two rushing towards her frown slightly. They saw that what Lu Yuru held was a magic wand, not a magic stick. Magic sticks were everywhere, but magic wands were nearly non-existent. Lu Yuru held the magic wand, murmuring incantations, and then waved it. With the wave of the wand, a huge fireball shot towards Song Tianli's two clones. Indeed, whether it was the initial plan to kidnap Lu Yuru or the two who appeared later, they were all clones of Song Tianli. This was all a play he had scripted and directed himself, just to test Lu Yuru's capabilities. Lu Yuru's use of magic attacks was the same as the protagonist's abilities in the first drama she aired after June 8th. According to Song Tianli's understanding of this world, it seemed that there were no magicians among the 9 major states. There were many skills that could produce fireballs, but very few could do so in this manner. The magic attack was entirely fabricated. Ordinary people did not possess such abilities. Creating something from nothing was something only the chosen ones could achieve. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. One of Song Tianli's clones used a water attribute attack that countered her fire. When the two attacks collided, a large amount of water vapor immediately filled the room. Just as Song Tianli's clone was about to launch another attack, he suddenly noticed that amidst the thick steam, streaks of cold light appeared. This is sword energy. Sensing the incoming cold light, Song Tianli's clone retreated while making a judgment. In the second drama that Lu Yuru starred in, she played a sword cultivator. So, at this moment, she unleashed her sword energy. Everything was within reason. I wonder if she will use talismans next. Song Tianli's clone thought silently. He didn't know about this either. Because talismans were the signature skill of a talisman master, one had to become a talisman master first to use them. Lu Yuru's third drama was still being filmed and had not yet aired. Without airing, it was uncertain whether Lu Yuru could use the abilities of the character she portrayed in the drama. Knowing this would be extremely useful information. With this in mind, Song Tianli's clone quickly retreated. It's getting dangerous, retreat. One of Song Tianli's clones said to the other. Then, the two clones hurriedly flew out of the hotel window at the fastest speed. He had gathered enough information for tonight. Continuing to fight Lu Yuru could easily bring him trouble. There was a possibility that members of the patrol team might appear. Moreover, the commotion they had just caused had already attracted the attention of others. Seeing Song Tianli's two clones leave, Lu Yuru did not pursue. For her, driving off the intruders was enough. If she pursued, she might fall into a trap. Human hearts are unpredictable. The other party might have already set a snare, waiting for her to walk right into it. Sigh. After considering this possibility, Lu Yuru let out a long sigh. This was her first time engaging in combat, and she knew that from today onward, her identity as a cultivator had been exposed. Her avatar as a chosen one might also be hard to conceal. She had to make plans early. Bang! At that moment, Lu Yuru's door was pushed open, and her manager rushed in. Yuru, what happened? Are you okay? Wang Ye asked anxiously. The battle had only lasted a little over a minute. From the moment she heard the commotion to appearing in Lu Yuru's room, it had taken her less than 2 minutes. She was so anxious that she hadn't even put on her shoes. I'm fine. Lu Yuru waved her hand. As she spoke, Song Tianli flew in through the window. At that moment, there was a hint of pride on his face. A mere ant dares to fight me. It's not worth dying. Boss, I killed both of them. Song Tianli said somewhat boastfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his brows furrowed. He saw that the room was in disarray. It was different from when he had left. Boss, this is. He wanted to ask Lu Yuru what had happened. Although he knew everything that had transpired here, one had to ask the necessary questions when acting. However, just as Song Tianli called out, he was interrupted by Lu Yuru. We'll talk about this later. Yajia, report this to the hotel and the patrol team, saying we were attacked by unidentified cultivators. Also, arrange for another presidential suite. Yu Zhibua, you move in and stay with me. Lu Yuru said to Wang Ye and Song Tianli. Okay. Wang Ye nodded. After saying this, she turned to make arrangements. From the state of the room's chaos and destruction, she had already guessed what had happened. She hadn't expected someone to be so audacious. After seeing Wang Ye leave, Lu Yuru turned her gaze to Song Tianli. Yu Zhibua, from now on, you will stay by my side without leaving an inch. Even if I go to the bathroom, you must guard the door. If something like tonight happens again, after you repel the enemy, do not pursue. Everything is centered around my safety, understand? Lu Yuru looked at Song Tianli and said. Next, she decided that if she could avoid fighting, she would. Because the more she fought, the more she exposed herself. Moreover, Yu Zhibua's strength was not weak. He was capable of handling ordinary enemies. If she encountered an enemy that she truly could not confront, she would have to choose to escape. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never strike. As a chosen one, she was not afraid of ordinary cultivators, no matter how strong they were. Even if she couldn't win, she had the ability to protect her life. However, she was afraid of encountering another chosen one. Once a chosen one sensed everything about her through combat, she would be in danger. It must be said that Lu Yuru's considerations were indeed thorough. Unfortunately, it was a step too late. What she did not know was that the biggest sixth brother had already appeared by her side early on. Moreover, she trusted him immensely. Boss, don't worry, as long as I'm alive, no one can harm you a single hair. I, Yu Zhibua, vow to protect the boss with my life. Song Tianli said with a powerful tone. I believe in you. Lu Yuru's eyes flashed with gratitude as she looked at Song Tianli. Fortunately, yesterday, without her knowledge, she had summoned Song Tianli. This gave her a significant boost. Soon, Wang Ye arranged the presidential suite. The presidential suite had several rooms. Song Tianli was in the living room outside, while Lu Yuru was in the bedroom inside. At this moment, Song Tianli lay on the sofa, a smile on his lips. From the information he currently had, Lu Yuru was 100% a chosen one. Moreover, her golden finger was quite peculiar. According to Song Tianli's speculation, for every film or television drama she participated in, whether it was a movie or a TV series, she could gain the corresponding abilities or professions of the roles. He was not clear whether it was abilities or professions. He leaned towards professions. When he first met Lu Yuru, she was playing a magician. If she had gained the ability, it seemed unnecessary to play a magician. Because the role in her first drama was that of a magician dressed as a wizard. If she only gained the abilities of a wizard or magician, why would she need to play a magician again? After thinking it over, Song Tianli felt that it was possible she had not fully completed the profession when she gained it. Therefore, Lu Yuru had to dress up as a magician again to make up for the incomplete profession. Of course, whether this was the case, Song Tianli was also unsure. All of this was his speculation, and he did not have 100% certainty.
Since it was speculation, it could be wrong.
This was also why he did not immediately take action against Lu Yuru but continued to stay by her side. In the following days, Song Tianli stayed close to Lu Yuru. He continued to write about the martial arts while observing Lu Yuru. Aside from filming, Lu Yuru spent all her time in her room. She was not sleeping in her room, she was cultivating.
However, her method of cultivation was not like Song Tianli's, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Instead, she absorbed an invisible energy. If it weren't for Song Tianli's Byakugan, he would not have been able to perceive this energy at all. This is a bit like the energy that He Tianrui absorbs, Song Tianli muttered to himself. He Tianrui was the chef of the delicious bistro, whom he had subdued. Initially, He Tianrui's golden finger was to absorb the popularity from customers' recognition of the food at the delicious bistro. Now, the energy Lu Yuru was absorbing was somewhat similar to popularity.
Where does her popularity come from?
Song Tianli pondered. Popularity, as the name suggests, is something that people possess.
The popularity that He Tianrui absorbed came from the recognition of the customers at the delicious little restaurant for the food he made.
Therefore, Lu Yurua's popularity should be similar.
Of course, she couldn't cook, but she was a queen of song and a queen of film. Her music fans and movie fans certainly recognized her. Thus, it was very likely that this popularity was absorbed from those fans. Her fame was well known across the 9 major states, with an extremely large fan base. If she absorbed popularity from these people, her strength would naturally grow rapidly. When they had previously clashed, Song Tianli discovered that Lu Yurua possessed at least the strength of the 5-mansion realm. This was only what was revealed, he couldn't say how strong she was in total. Given her vast number of fans and her rapid growth in strength, it was only reasonable.
Suddenly, Song Tianli thought of something.
Actors or singers are also professions. If Lu Yurua's golden finger was related to her profession, then she undoubtedly excelled in both roles. After all, this was a performance of her true self. If Lu Yurua's portrayal of a certain profession reached a certain level, she would receive certain rewards. Therefore, her roles as a singer and an actress must have brought her substantial rewards. What those rewards were, Song Tianli did not know. However, according to the nature of golden fingers, the rewards given were generally extraordinary. It was reasonable for Lu Yurua to possess at least the strength of the 5-mansion realm. She might even be stronger. The strength she had previously displayed was merely what she wanted him to see.
As is well known, the chosen ones are often cunning.
Thinking of this, Song Tianli suddenly felt incredibly fortunate that he had not rashly attacked Lu Yurua head-on, but had only probed from the side. If he had attacked directly, he might have fallen into a trap. I wonder how well she has completed her role as a magician. During this time, she hasn't thought about acting as a magician again, so the portrayal of the magician should be complete or nearly complete. With this thought, Song Tianli opened his phone and began searching online for videos related to extraterrestrial visitors and transformations. To his surprise, there were indeed quite a few results. These scenes were very familiar to him, precisely the moment he had suddenly appeared on stage.
He saw many video hosts trying to find flaws in the magic.
However, many bloggers, despite saying a lot, did not provide any substantial reasoning. So, he began to browse through the comments.
This isn't magic, this is sorcery.
I agree with the above, this is magic disguised as a trick, otherwise, how could there be no flaws at all? Lu Yisho is truly the fastest rising and most famous magician in the 9 major states.
Lu Yisho is amazing.
Looking at these comments, Song Tianli suddenly realized. Lu Yurua's identity as a magician had already gained fame across the 9 major states. Her reputation in the magician community was not weaker than her identity as a singer. Therefore, Lu Yurua no longer needed to act as a magician. The magician no longer needs to be portrayed. I wonder if she needs to take on the identity of a sorcerer. These two professions are from the same play. It's possible that she only needs to successfully portray one. If my guess is correct, then Lu Yurua must take on the role of a swordsman. But during this time, she has taken no action.
Could it be that I guessed wrong? She doesn't need to act? Song Tianli lay on the sofa, his mind filled with many thoughts.
So far, he had been making guesses based on the information he had gathered. There were many possibilities he speculated about, but none were 100% certain.
To completely win over Lu Yuru, he still needed some information.
Just as Song Tianli was lost in thought, making various guesses, Lu Yuru's door opened. "Yu Zhibua, come in for a moment," she said softly. This voice inexplicably reminded Song Tianli of the scene where a fairy called Elder Tang. He stood up and slowly walked toward Lu Yuru's room. He felt as if he was about to enter not a bedroom, but a fairy's lair. Shaking his head gently to cast aside some unfounded thoughts, Song Tianli stepped into Lu Yuru's room.
Boss, why are you dressed like this? Song Tianli asked.
He noticed that Lu Yuru was wearing a loose night outfit, making it hard to tell whether she was male or female underneath.
Here, put this on.
We're going out for a bit, Lu Yuru said, handing Song Tianli a set of night clothes.
What are we going to do? Song Tianli asked while putting on the night outfit.
At this moment, he already had a certain guess in his heart.
Lu Yuru was likely going to play the role of a swordsman, acting heroically. Don't ask what you shouldn't. What you need to know, I will tell you. Once you leave this room, just listen and don't speak, understand? Lu Yuru said seriously without further explanation. Yes, master.
Song Tianli replied with a serious tone as well.
After Song Tianli finished putting on the night outfit, Lu Yuru opened the window. Let's go,
she said, and with a flash of her figure, she jumped out of the window.
Of course, she didn't fall. With her current strength, she was already able to fly. Song Tianli followed closely behind. Although he had his suspicions, he needed verification to know what Lu Yuru was truly up to. Thus, he followed Lu Yuru without saying a word. Since Lu Yuru had said that once he left the room, he should just listen and not speak, he acted as a compliant follower. Once outside, Lu Yuru didn't flail about like a headless fly.
Instead, she closed her eyes and carefully sensed her surroundings. After about 10 seconds, she looked in a certain direction.
Follow me,
she said to Song Tianli. After saying this, she flew off in that direction.
Song Tianli followed closely behind.
He also opened his senses, but sensed nothing. He knew this must be Lu Yuru's special ability, or a unique power brought by her golden finger.
After flying for about 2 minutes, the two arrived in an alley.
At this moment, in the alley, two men were blocking two slightly drunk women dressed rather provocatively. The two men occasionally reached out to grab and touch the two women. The women, who had been a bit tipsy, seemed to have completely sobered up, continuously retreating to fend off the men's harassment.
It's late at night, dressed so provocatively, aren't you just trying to entice men? Why are you hiding when your brother is here? One of the men said while touching them.
Get away from us, or we'll call the police, one of the women said, her voice trembling.
Call the police for what? Hold me,
the man said as he lunged at one of the women.
Get away, hurry and get away.
The woman shouted loudly, struggling with all her might. However, her strength was simply too little, her struggles were utterly futile. Her so-called struggle only excited the man further. Soon, one of the woman's garments was torn off. Suddenly, her upper body was left with only the most form-fitting clothes. If it happened again, it would be a sudden exposure of spring.
Beautiful lady, don't be envious, Big Brother is here too. Another man was not idle.
Just as he lunged at the remaining woman, Lu Yuru suddenly descended from the sky. She kicked the first man squarely in the chest. Then, raising her palm, she slapped the other man. Instantly, both men flew out.
Lu Yuru showed no mercy, so the two men were seriously injured.
The man who was kicked in the chest had at least 2 ribs broken. The man who was slapped in the face had half of his face swell up immediately. If I see you two committing crimes again, I will make your lives worse than death.
Get lost,
Lu Yuru said to the two men lying on the ground. Her voice was disguised, making it hard to tell if she was male or female.
Yes, yes, yes. The two men didn't dare to retaliate, hurriedly helping each other to leave. Thank you, hero. May I ask how to address you? The rescued woman asked Lu Yuru. I am called Jian Wuxin. You two should not dress so revealingly at night, and you shouldn't drink. It's easy to attract ill-intentioned people, Lu Yuru said to the two. However, upon hearing her warning, the two women instantly flared up. In today's society, there's freedom of dress.
You should advise those shameless men not to commit crimes, instead of telling us to wear less and not drink.
Hearing this, even Lu Yuru was taken aback. If those two succeeded today, they would be criminals. Are you asking me to talk about morality with criminals?
You two are really funny. I advise you not to stand under a dangerous wall. You turn around and ask me why I don't advise the dangerous wall.
Lu Yuru truly couldn't understand this woman's thought process.
It's not that dressing more doesn't lead to being violated, and it's not that wrapping up tightly prevents it.
Bad people have no bottom line, it has nothing to do with how much you wear.
Society should teach men more not to commit crimes, instead of restricting girls' clothing. The woman continued.
Ridiculous. This society can't even convince people like you, how can it convince criminals? If you think there's freedom of dress, then wear what you want. Dress however you like. You can even go out without wearing anything.
Just, if you are violated again, don't blame others for not advising you.
After saying this, Lu Yuru left.
She felt that if she continued talking to such a woman, she wouldn't be able to help but curse. A person can be foolish, but not stupid.
Sometimes, stupid people are scarier than criminals. After Lu Yuru left,
the woman muttered angrily under her breath, not knowing what she was saying. Her expression looked very indignant. After Lu Yurua left, she flew into the air again. Yu Jibwa, why do you think there are such people? I kindly advised her to wear more clothes to avoid being harmed. But she turned around and said she has the freedom to dress. Lu Yurua couldn't help but complain to Song Tianli. To this, Song Tianli didn't respond, as if he hadn't heard. After waiting for a long time without hearing Song Tianli's reply, Lu Yurua turned to look at him. Why aren't you speaking? Song Tianli pointed to his mouth and then waved his hand. Meaning, before going out, didn't you say that after I leave, I only brought my ears and not my mouth? You can speak when I ask a question. Lu Yurua couldn't help but say. She never expected that Song Tianli would be so obedient. I think this matter can be summed up in one sentence. Still hasn't suffered a loss. Once such a person is severely taught a lesson by the real world, it is more effective than all the advice. Those men with ill intentions who violate women are not a conflict between men and women. There is no conflict between men and women. This is not a conflict between the strong and the vulnerable, it is a conflict between criminals and ordinary people. According to that woman's logic just now, advising men not to commit crimes is certainly not a problem. The problem is that some people are criminals and cannot simply be called men or women. For criminals, advice is useless. If it were useful, with the education implemented by humanity so far, there would be no criminals. Song Tianli had been watching the whole situation just now, so he expressed his viewpoint. Hearing him say this, Lu Yuru nodded. Indeed, this is not a conflict between men and women. It is a conflict between criminals and non-criminals. It's like knowing someone is a murderer. When you see him, your first instinct is to find a way to stay away from him. When you know that among a group of people, there is one who is a criminal and could kill at any moment, almost everyone's first thought should be how to protect themselves, not to advise the murderer not to kill. In the following period, Lu Yuru engaged in several acts of bravery. She seemed to sense such things, so there was no need to deliberately seek them out. She closed her eyes, carefully feeling, and could know where there was injustice. Each time after her act of bravery, the name she left behind was Jian Wuxin. During this time, Song Tianli silently followed Lu Yuru, not intervening. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, but Lu Yuru didn't want him to. Of course, Song Tianli wasn't idle either. When Lu Yuru acted, he opened his white eyes to observe closely. He discovered that after Lu Yuru's act of bravery, the name Jian Wuxin was reported. Soon, a kind of energy would surge from the people she saved. This was what Song Tianli had previously understood as popularity, flowing towards Lu Yuru's body. However, Lu Yuru saved too few people, so the popularity that surged into her was pitifully small. If this trend continues, then what Lu Yuru should do next is to promote the name Jian Wuxin, just like the magician Lu Yishou. Song Tianli silently thought. Lu Yishou's name was already close to being a household name. Once the name Jian Wuxin reached that level, Lu Yuru's strength would surely undergo another qualitative leap. If Lu Yuru really did this, then Song Tianli would have a great understanding of her golden finger. At that time, if he targeted Lu Yuru, he couldn't say he would have 100% certainty. At the very least, he could achieve 70 to 80% certainty. Plus, with his acting skills and bluster, capturing Lu Yuru shouldn't be too much of a problem. What Song Tianli needed to do now was wait. He wanted to see if Lu Yuru would act as he imagined. If she really did, then he would have to take action. There were countless chosen ones on the land of Shenzhou. He couldn't spend all his time on just Lu Yuru. He had been away from Shenzhou for a while and didn't know how Xingguang and Diyu were doing. These two were not very familiar with reality. Without him watching, something might happen. However, it should be fine. Fortunately, before he left, he had instructed Xian Shang to help keep an eye on things secretly. If something really happened, Xian Shang would definitely contact him. Moreover, with the strength of the two of them, if something were to happen, it would be someone else's problem. They absolutely would not encounter any issues. Among the 9 great states, Song Tianli did not believe anyone could harm them. Following behind Lu Yuru, he watched her act heroically throughout the night, like a swordsman. It wasn't until the next morning, just before dawn, that Lu Yuru brought Song Tianli back to the hotel. Boss, you let me follow you, so why didn't you let me take action? Song Tianli asked knowingly. I just wanted to indulge in the thrill of being a heroine. If you had acted, wouldn't I have had no experience at all? Lu Yuru stated her premeditated excuse. She had long anticipated that Song Tianli would ask about this. So that's how it is. Song Tianli pretended to suddenly understand and nodded. What we did tonight, you must not tell anyone. Including Sister Ye, Lu Yuru reminded him. Understood, this is our little secret. The next day, Lu Yuru continued filming, transforming back into that seemingly delicate and helpless star.
Perhaps, I should take action, Song Tianli silently thought. While Lu Yuro was busy filming, he seriously reviewed her actions. He felt that he had basically understood the situation he needed to know. Continuing to investigate seemed unnecessary. After some thought, he decided to confront Lu Yuro that night. He wanted to see if he could win her over. After finishing filming during the day, Lu Yuro took out her night gear in the evening and called Song Tianli to join her in doing good deeds. This made Song Tianli feel more confident. After Lu Yuro and Song Tianli dealt with a group of robbers, planning to head to another place to continue their heroics, suddenly, several men blocked their path. They were actually Song Tianli's clones. The place they were in was deliberately chosen by Song Tianli. There were very few people passing by, so even if a fight broke out, no one would appear in a short time. Boss, I see these people are up to no good, Song Tianli said to Lu Yuro. They look like the ones who attacked me that night. Let's act according to the situation. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't, we run. Lu Yuro whispered. She didn't want to reveal too much of her strength, so she preferred to avoid fighting if possible. Hey, who are you? Blocking our way, what do you want? Song Tianli stepped forward, standing in front of Lu Yuro, looking at his clones. We're looking for her, it has nothing to do with you, so get lost. One of Song Tianli's clones pointed at Lu Yuro. His tone was flat, appearing somewhat cold and ruthless. Our boss's business is my business. If you have something to say to our boss, you must say it to me first, Song Tianli stated with righteous indignation. Seeing Song Tianli defend her like this, Lu Yuro felt quite touched. After all, she and Song Tianli had not known each other before. It was just a twist of fate that led to their current relationship. You're not qualified. Lu Yuro, step forward and speak. We don't want to fight with you, we just have something to say, one of Song Tianli's clones said loudly. I said, our boss's business is my business. If you have something to say to our boss, you must say it to me first. As Song Tianli spoke, a powerful aura surged from him, sweeping toward those men. He didn't use all his strength, only revealing the power of the fourth mansion. Facing the aura emanating from him, Song Tianli's clone showed no fear at all. In an instant, a powerful aura surged from him. Sixth mansion realm. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, Song Tianli's main body staggered back 3 steps, staring in horror at his doppelganger. I must say, the script he wrote and directed himself was filled with details. Boss, these people are a bit strong. I'm afraid I'm no match for them. We need to find a way to escape. Boss, I'll hold them off. You look for a chance to retreat. Song Tianli turned his head and whispered to Lu Yuro. Okay. Lu Yuro nodded decisively, showing no hesitation. She had sensed the aura from Song Tianli's doppelganger and knew they were powerful. If it were just one person, she wouldn't be afraid. But there were 5 or 6 of them, and she had no idea if there were others lurking in the shadows. At this point, it was a matter of if my friend dies, I die too. If only she had a little more time, her strength would see a tremendous boost. By then, she wouldn't need to fear these people at all. This woman is really heartless. I'm risking my life, and she doesn't even pretend to be polite. Song Tianli's main body complained inwardly. You scoundrels, come and fight. He ignored Lu Yuro and shouted loudly at his main body. Meanwhile, Lu Yuro was scanning the surroundings, looking for an escape route. Chosen one Lu Yuro, if you plan to escape, don't blame me for calling upon divine judgment. At that moment, Song Tianli's doppelganger spoke loudly. Lu Yuro, who had been preparing to flee, froze at those words. She had thought these people were merely after her celebrity status. She never expected they knew about her identity as a chosen one, and the fact that they dared to seek her out indicated they had considerable confidence. Thus, she abandoned her escape plan and turned to face Song Tianli's doppelganger. This matter had to be dealt with. Who are you? Lu Yuro asked, looking at Song Tianli's doppelganger. The first messenger under the moral heavenly sovereign, chosen one, Luffy. Song Tianli's doppelganger revealed his identity. This was the line he had prepared long ago. So you are indeed a chosen one. Lu Yuro thought to herself upon hearing his self-introduction. As a fellow chosen one, the audacity of the other party to openly reveal their identity was either a sign of madness or sheer confidence. She leaned towards the latter. In Lu Yuro's view, the other party was in the dark while she was in the light. Moreover, their confidence put her at a disadvantage. She had no idea how much the other party knew about her situation. The mention of divine judgment was either a bluff to scare her or they genuinely had information on her. What are you talking about? What chosen one? Lu Yuro pretended not to understand what Song Tianli's doppelganger was saying. Lu Yuro, there's no need to pretend. I know everything about you. For instance, after you became a chosen one on June 8th, you released your first film. In that film,
you played a magician disguised as a sorcerer, and your golden finger was to materialize the abilities of the characters in the film. Later, you played the magician and named yourself Louis Shou. Then, you took on a second project, and after that, you became a master swordsman. At the same time, your original identity as a singer and actress earned you a large fan base, allowing you to absorb a significant amount of popularity from them. Thus, your strength saw a qualitative leap. For example, you are now infinitely close to the divine path realm but have yet to break through. Do you need me to continue? As Song Tianli's doppelganger said this, his eyes were filled with amusement. His words made Lu Yirua's expression turn extremely grim. Because the information the other party spoke of completely matched her golden finger. She never expected that the other party's grasp of her golden finger had reached such a level. All along, she believed she had hidden it very well. Unexpectedly, it felt as if she had been stripped bare, exposed so thoroughly. In that moment, she was drenched in cold sweat. She knew very well that as long as the other party summoned the divine judgment, she would basically be finished. What divine chosen one? What summoning divine judgment? Nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I fear you are not real heroes. At that moment, Song Tianli's true self spoke loudly. Yu Zhibua, from the otherworldly Shrek Academy. Summoned here by Lu Yirua, do you think you've hidden it well? Song Tianli's avatar spoke again. As soon as he said this, Lu Yirua's eyes widened once more. It was one thing for the other party to know all her information, but they even knew the origin of Yu Zhibua. Yu Zhibua had been by her side, and apart from the name she had told others, she had revealed nothing else. Is your golden finger able to see through a person's life? Lu Yirua asked Song Tianli's avatar. Besides this, she couldn't think of any other reason why the other party would know so much about her. This has nothing to do with you. I come under the orders of the Lord of Heaven to persuade you to surrender. If you do not wish to die, then submit to the Lord of Heaven, Song Tianli's avatar said. Hearing this, Lu Yirua did not speak again, just staring at him without blinking. At that moment, her expression was particularly complex, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Yirua, my patience is limited. I give you one last chance, surrender or die. Song Tianli's avatar said with a heavier tone. Since you know me so well, it seems I have no other choice. I choose to summon divine judgment. When Lu Yirua said this, she suddenly placed her palm on her chest. Immediately, her mind moved, and her divine judgment coin appeared in her hand. Without any hesitation, she activated the divine judgment. Rather than entrust her fate to the other party, it was better to take a gamble. If she succeeded, everything would turn around. The divine judgment coin in Lu Yirua's hand transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Song Tianli's avatar. However, just as the streak of light was about to touch Song Tianli's avatar, it suddenly changed direction and headed towards her own position. What's going on? Is he not the divine chosen one? Was he just pretending to deceive me? Lu Yirua silently thought. Boss, be careful. At that moment, Song Tianli shouted and hurriedly blocked in front of Lu Yirua. Instantly, that streak of light entered his body. This sudden scene left Lu Yirua momentarily bewildered. The divine judgment coin was only meant to summon divine judgment, not to attack. How could it be blocked by someone else? Before she could figure this out, the scene before her began to change. At the same time, all of Song Tianli's avatars disappeared. The scene in front of Song Tianli also changed. According to the rules of the divine judgment coin, once the divine judgment coin was activated to summon divine judgment, it would automatically connect with the divine chosen one within 100 meters. If there was only one divine chosen one within 100 meters, even without locking on, the divine judgment would fall upon them. If there were two divine chosen ones within 100 meters, then the owner of the divine judgment coin would need to lock on. When Lu Yirua used the divine judgment coin to summon divine judgment, Song Tianli knew that ultimately that streak of light would fall upon him. So, at the last moment, he played a little trick on Lu Yirua. As the scenes before the two changed, they both appeared in front of a gigantic statue. At this moment, Song Tianli had returned to his true self. Lu Yirua looked at the unfamiliar face across from her, completely bewildered. She felt as if her CPU was about to overheat, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why had the divine judgment coin flown into Yu Zhibua's body? Why was the person appearing on the divine judgment platform a stranger? What's wrong? Can't you figure out the reason yet? Seeing Lu Yirua's confused expression, Song Tianli couldn't help but ask. Lu Yirua remained silent, furrowing her brows as she contemplated the entire situation. There was not a single fool among those who could become chosen ones. With a bold guess, one could unravel the events that had transpired. Is it you? Are you Yu Zhibua? Lu Yirua asked Song Tianli, who was across from her on the divine judgment platform. To be honest, she was shocked by her own daring guess. In her mind,
Yu Zhibua had always been someone from another world. Guess. Although Lu Yurua had hit the nail on the head, Song Tianli did not confirm it. So it was you, you've been by my side all along. So you basically know everything about me. Yu Zhibua, you really hid yourself well. Lu Yurua said angrily. She had actually brought another chosen one along with her, truly blind to the truth. The divine judgment begins. Please state the opponent's golden finger. At that moment, the statue spoke to Lu Yurua. As soon as those words were uttered, both Song Tianli and Lu Yurua fell into silence. To be honest, Song Tianli had conducted divine judgments on others several times. However, this was the first time he had been subjected to one himself. Song Tianli realized that when the statue spoke, he was unable to move, unable to speak, and even unable to blink, as if he had turned into a statue. It wasn't just his body, even his soul felt the same. It felt as if he had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As soon as someone struck, he would have no place to be buried. At this moment, Lu Yurua's expression was particularly grim. At first, she thought the reason the other party knew so much about her was that they possessed a golden finger that could see through others' lives. However, later she realized that the reason the other party knew so much was that they had been disguising themselves as Yu Zhibua, staying by her side. Many times, she had actively exposed her information to the other party. For example, when she took Song Tianli to act heroically. For instance, her magician persona, Luisho, was also something she had actively revealed. To be fair, she could only blame Song Tianli's earlier call of master for being so misleading. Moreover, his storytelling ability was so strong that it made her believe he truly was from another world. Please state the opponent's golden finger. If you don't speak within 10 seconds, it will be considered a wrong answer. 10, 9. The statue began the countdown. If the countdown ended and Lu Yurua still did not speak, a punishment would befall her. Divine judgment was not something that could be invoked casually. Invoking divine judgment came with risks. If successful, one would gain the opponent's divine judgment coin and receive a reward. However, if guessed incorrectly, the person who initiated the divine judgment would also face severe punishment. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no chosen one would dare to invoke divine judgment without at least 100% certainty. Even when Song Tianli first encountered the chosen one named In Ben, he needed at least an 80% certainty to take the gamble. Listening to the statue's countdown, Lu Yurua's expression darkened further. Earlier, she had approached the divine judgment with a mindset of taking a chance. But now that she knew the Yu Zhibua beside her was a chosen one, she had lost even the desire to take a risk. Because she knew that it was impossible to guess the other person's golden finger out of thin air. However, things had come to this point, and she could only make random guesses. It was like trying to fill in the blanks of a question one couldn't understand. The difficulty was evident. His golden finger is. It's through disguise. As long as you make others completely believe in you, you can gain rewards. Helpless, Lu Yurua made a random guess based on Song Tianli's performance over the past few days. The answer is 100% wrong. The chosen one is erased. The statue spoke. As he spoke, Lu Yurua's soul began to dissipate. No! Lu Yurua shouted in despair and unwillingness. Her divine judgment coin transformed into a stream of light, once again heading towards Song Tianli. When the stream of light entered Song Tianli's body, he felt the scene before him change. After he opened his eyes, he found that his soul had returned to his body. Turning around, he saw Lu Yurua still looking puzzled. However, at that moment, her gaze was vacant, devoid of any anger. He knew that Lu Yurua's soul had perished, and only her body remained. Fireball technique. Song Tianli opened his mouth and spewed out a massive fireball. The fireball enveloped Lu Yurua's body. In just a few seconds, Lu Yurua's body turned to ashes and completely vanished. Thus, a generation's singing and acting queen, the national goddess, completely disappeared from this world. I'm sorry, but as a chosen one, I have no choice. Song Tianli murmured as he looked in the direction where Lu Yurua had vanished. If he could, he wouldn't want to kill Lu Yurua. After all, there was no hatred between them. They could only blame their status as chosen ones, the ones who grant golden fingers, forcing them to kill each other. If he didn't kill her, she might kill him one day in the future. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living enemy. If there was a chance, one must strike first. Fortunately, Song Tianli was not the type to be overly sentimental. He said that, but deep down, he didn't feel particularly sorry. I am a little monster, carefree and at ease. Killing without blinking, devouring without seasoning. After that, he hummed a tune and flew towards Qianzhou. Lu Yurua's matter ended here. What would happen after her disappearance was none of his concern. In the 9 major states, people died or went missing every day for various reasons. He had been away from home for nearly 20 days, and it was time to return. To be honest, after nearly 20 days without seeing them,
he actually missed Diyu and Xingguang a bit. In the villa where they lived, he didn't have to worry about safety issues or other matters. One could say that being around those two big shots was the most relaxing time for him. While flying towards Qianzhou, Song Tianli began to study his divine judgment coin. Because after Lu Yuruwa guessed his golden finger wrong, his golden finger had once again been replenished. The cost of his golden finger must have decreased. He just didn't know by how much. Thinking of this, he was a bit eager to check his divine judgment coin. He found that the cost of his golden finger had been halved. Take the side effect of random teleportation, for example. Previously, the time for random teleportation was 14 days. Now, after absorbing Lu Yuruwa's divine judgment coin, it had become 28 days. This was a geometric increase. To be honest, Song Tianli had been worried that the cost of random teleportation was just a stacking of 7 days. From 14 days of random teleportation, it would become 21 days. In that case, no matter how many chosen ones he killed, it would leave him completely unfazed. As it stands now, the cost of the golden finger was decreasing geometrically. Then the next random teleportation will be on a 56-day cycle. The one after that will be 112 days. As long as he kills enough chosen ones, sooner or later, the cost of his golden finger will approach zero. When the cost approaches zero, his golden finger will become utterly invincible. Previously, he had seen some powerful ability choices, but the costs were too high, so he couldn't choose them. If the cost approaches zero, then he can choose these powerful abilities at will. To all the chosen ones I will encounter in the future, I apologize in advance. I will take your lives. Song Tianli muttered to himself. A hint of excitement flashed in his words. With Song Tianli's current strength, returning from Jinzhou to Qianzhou didn't take much time. In less than 2 hours, he was back at his villa. Xingguang, Dai, your emperor has returned. Song Tianli shouted loudly. However, after his words fell, there was no response from inside the villa. The lack of response made Song Tianli furrow his brows. With Dai and Xingguang's strength, it was impossible they didn't hear him speaking so loudly. The absence of a response only indicated that the two were not in the villa. Sure enough, after Song Tianli returned to the villa and searched carefully, he found no sign of the two. He took out his phone and dialed their numbers. However, the final result showed that the calls could not be connected. This made Song Tianli's frown deepen. Where could the two have gone that their phones couldn't connect? Given the convenience of today's society, the possibility of their phones being out of battery could be ruled out. After all, places to rent power banks are everywhere. Before leaving, Song Tianli not only transferred a considerable amount of money to the two but also informed them of these matters. Neither of them was foolish. Even if they couldn't operate the phone, they could ask someone for help. After all, the mouth beneath the nose is meant for asking, not for venting. The inability to connect the calls indicated that the two must be in a place without signal. In this society, there are many signal towers, and places without signal are few and far between. This suggests that the two are very likely not in the 9 great states. After realizing this, Song Tianli began searching the villa again. He wanted to see if the two had left him any other information. Eventually, he found an envelope in Dai's room. It was labeled, to Song Tianli, personally opened. So they really have left? Looking at the envelope, Song Tianli muttered to himself. He then opened the envelope. Song Tianli, by the time you read this letter, I have already left. Thank you for bringing me out of the underground city, and for your care during this time, which has greatly helped me understand the current society. I won't say much more in gratitude. If there's a chance in the future, I will express my thanks. If there isn't a chance, then I can only say I'm sorry. You know my identity, I have my own mission to fulfill. As I absorbed more power from the human realm, I became increasingly aware of what I needed to do next. So, I left. I originally planned to say goodbye properly, but you never returned, so I used this method instead. I hope that one day, we can meet again. If we can meet again, I will give you a gift. With that, Dai's letter came to an end. Dai, what exactly did you sense that you must do? Song Tianli thought to himself. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed it. But Dai was different. Because, the emperor's language is the current human emperor. As the human emperor, there is naturally a different perception towards humanity and the society that humanity inhabits. Soon after, he arrived at Xingguang's room to see if Xingguang had left a similar envelope. However, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. This Xingguang didn't leave a message when she left. How rude, Song Tianli murmured. Then, he went to the Song family again, disguised as Jian Xingyuan's nephew. It had been more than 20 days since he left Qianzhou, and he needed to check on the situation of the Song family. Before long, he met Qian Sheng and Song Shisan. Uncle Qian, when did the people in the villa leave? Song Tianli asked. That woman left 10 days ago. The man left on the same day as the young master, and then never returned. Before leaving, Song Tianli had asked Qian Shang to arrange for someone to deliver meals to the emperor's language in Xinguang every day. At the same time, he wanted to understand the two from the side. Therefore, Qian Shang was quite familiar with their movements.
Xinguang left on the same day as me? Song Tianli's eyes widened. He and Xinguang had been randomly teleported away. If Xinguang had not returned, it was indeed thought-provoking. Although Song Tianli was now at the Divine Path realm, he felt that he was still not enough in front of Xinguang. Given Xinguang's strength, no matter which corner of the 9 great states he was teleported to, half a day's time would be enough for him to return. Even if there were a few minor incidents, a day's time should suffice to come back. However, according to Qian Shang's account, Xinguang had never returned. Therefore, there were 2 possibilities. The first was that Xinguang, after being teleported away, did not want to come back. The second was that Xinguang was teleported to a dangerous place, and even if he wanted to return, he couldn't. If it was the second case, then Song Tianli felt a bit guilty towards him. After all, the cost of random teleportation was something he had asked Xinguang to share. Xinguang, I'm sorry. When you come back, I will make it up to you. Song Tianli silently said to himself. How has the situation of the Song family been during this time? Song Tianli did not inquire further about Xinguang and the emperor's language but instead asked about the Song family. After all, he was the master of the Song family. During this time, the family head has not appeared. Moreover, Shursan's persona is that of an incapable spendthrift, so the Zhang family and Han family have set their sights on the Song family. However, they do not know what the family head is doing and cannot gauge the current situation of the Song family. Therefore, they did not dare to launch a large-scale attack on the Song family's business but are testing it little by little. It seems they plan to boil the frog in warm water. If the Song family cannot discover their movements in time, by the time we react, it will be too late. Qian Shang briefly reported on the situation of the Song family. The Zhang family and Han family were among the 3 major families of Qianzhou, alongside the Song family. Just 2 groups of clowns, no need to pay attention. Song Tianli completely dismissed it. The reason there are 3 major families in Qianzhou is not because the Zhang and Han families are particularly strong, but because Song Tianli and Song Sihai need these 2 families as a cover. A tripartite balance is better than a single dominant family, because a tripartite balance represents the constraints of other families. However, if one family dominates, it is a different story. The so-called the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. A single dominant family is easily envied and plotted against by others. Both Song Tianli and Song Sihai understood this, which is why the Zhang and Han families could exist for so many years. One could say that the existence of the Zhang and Han families is because the Song family is willing to let them exist. Now the Zhang family and the Han family want to target the Song family, which is completely a path to self-destruction. To take a step back, even if the Zhang family and the Han family are extremely powerful, Song Tianli is not the least bit afraid. Because no matter how strong these 2 families are, they cannot be stronger than the 10 great families of Zhengzhou. When in Zhengzhou, Song Tianli could manipulate the 10 great families with ease. To be honest, if it weren't for the old ancestors backing the 10 great families, the combined strength of their members wouldn't be enough for him to play with. He could single-handedly annihilate the 10 great families. In fact, after the 10 great families are completely destroyed, no one would even know why. No one would know it was his doing. A small Zhang family and Han family, if they hadn't provoked him, Song Tianli wouldn't even bother to bully them. Since they want to die, let's fulfill their wish. Song Tianli said with a hint of murderous intent in his voice. Speaking of which, he still had an account to settle with the Zhang family. Back when he had just become the chosen one, when his golden finger was exposed, he was hunted by the Zhang family. Although the Zhang family members didn't know his identity, the fact remains that they pursued him. However, he had always been too lazy to trouble the Zhang family. After all, this was a family he had deliberately left behind. Now, he felt there was no longer any need for that. Just a little mouse, daring to jump around, could be easily squashed. Young master, what do you plan to do? Qian Shang asked Song Tianli. The last time they met, he could still vaguely sense his young master's strength. But this time, he felt nothing at all. Song Tianli seemed like the ocean, unfathomable. Yet he also seemed like a small stream, easily seen through. Which one it was, Qian Shang couldn't say. But he knew that his young master's strength was even greater than before. This was a good thing for the Song family. First, pretend to be at a stalemate for a week, then strike with lightning speed to take them down. Young master, why wait a week? Qian Shang didn't quite understand this. In just over 10 days, the 3-month deadline for the disciples of the 4 seasons Panglai to conclude their worldly affairs will arrive. At that time, I and Shursan will have to leave Qianzhou and head to the 4 seasons Panglai.
Once we leave, other forces might set their sights on the Song family.
If it's just the Han family and the Zhang family, they are indeed not to be feared. But what if a fierce dragon crosses the river?
So, we must show our strength. By then, even if a fierce dragon crosses the river, they will have to weigh whether taking a bite out of the Song family will cost them 2 front teeth.
Low-key, stealthy development is certainly important.
However, at the right moment, it is also necessary to showcase one's strength. A snake often hides in the dark, waiting for the right moment to strike. But a tiger always appears boldly, and wherever it goes, all beasts avoid it. All the 6th-rate characters are merely lacking in strength. If one has enough strength, no one would want to be a 6th-rate character.
Understood. Qiansheng nodded. Young master, what are your plans next?
At this moment, Song Shi-san asked. For now, I will live in the Song family under the guise of Uncle Qian's nephew. At the villa, Uncle Qian, you send someone to keep an eye on it and see if those two will return.
If they come back, notify me immediately. Song Tianli made a simple arrangement.
With Diyu and Xingguang not around, he had no need to return to the villa.
Yes. Qiansheng nodded again. By the way, do you have any news about my father? Song Tianli then asked.
Previously, he had heard Qiansheng say that his father had gone to Zhongzhou. After learning about his father's situation, he thought that his father had gone to Zhongzhou to seek revenge on the 10 great families. However, what Qiansheng didn't know was that Song Tianli cursed like this because he felt that his father's actions were really messed up. Although he had traveled through time, he had been reborn in the womb and grew up beside Song Sihai. He genuinely recognized this father from the bottom of his heart. In his view, since they were father and son, they should face everything together, no matter what happened. However, looking at the current situation, it was clear that Song Sihai intended to face everything alone.
Moreover, he didn't plan to tell him anything.
Perhaps one day, after Song Sihai died, he would finally learn everything that had happened to his father. This time, if he hadn't been randomly transported to Zhongzhou, he wouldn't have known what had happened to his father 20 years ago. How his mother had died like that. He felt that aside from the matters concerning the 10 great families, his father was hiding many things from him.
For example, his origins, his family.
It should be known that 20 years ago, there was no golden finger descending.
Song Sihai could oppose the 10 great families with his own strength. This couldn't have been achieved without reason.
Either he had some fortuitous encounter, or he had been cultivating since childhood.
Song Tianli didn't really believe in fortuitous encounters. He preferred to believe that Song Sihai was exceptionally talented and had been cultivating since he was young.
Therefore, to possess such strong strength, there must have been predecessors guiding him and a massive accumulation of resources. These could not have been achieved solely by Song Sihai. Since ancient times, the rich have been martial, and without a certain family background, it is very difficult to go far on the path of martial arts. 13. You should also make some preparations in the next few days. In a few days, we will have to go to the Four Seasons Panglai. We don't know much about the Four Seasons Panglai, and once we go, when we will return is still full of uncertainty. So, we need to make thorough preparations, Song Tianli said to Song Shi-san.
Yes, young master. Song Shi-san nodded.
The Four Seasons Panglai is one of the 10 divine realms, and being able to go there is something many people envy. However, those who can go to the Four Seasons Panglai are all exceptional talents, rare as a phoenix among 1,000. Such people in the same place will inevitably face extremely fierce competition. If the competition is too intense, it can be very cruel. It could be a case of the survival of the fittest, where you die and I live. If they were to face such a situation in the future, they naturally needed to make some preparations, both mentally and physically. As the publicly recognized young master of the Song family, Song Shi-san had to leave, so he naturally needed to make some arrangements. Such small matters were enough for Song Shi-san to handle. There was no need for Song Tianli to make any further plans. In the following days, nothing particularly special happened. The only thing the Song family needed to pay attention to was that the Zhang family and the Han family were gradually encroaching on the Song family's industries.
At this moment, standing on the rooftop of a tall building belonging to the Song family, Song Tianli looked down at the entire Qianzhou.
A gentle breeze brushed against his not-so-long bangs.
The wind is rising, let the Zhang and Han families go bankrupt. Uncle Chen, take action.
Song Tianli said lightly, with his hands behind his back.
Yes.
Qiansheng replied and turned to leave. After he left, Song Tianli extended his hand, looking at the sky through the gaps between his fingers. The sky was dotted with stars, and dark clouds loomed, but he could hear the howling wind roaring continuously. High places are cold. This was Song Tianli's most intuitive feeling at that moment. The higher he stood, the stronger the wind, the lower the temperature. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a bright light descending from the sky, like a comet falling.
Familiar, not just familiar. he murmured.
This scene reminded him of the first time he met Xingguang, when she had descended from the sky like this. He had no hesitation, his figure flashed and he flew towards the direction where the bright light fell. With Song Tianli's current strength, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he could fly hundreds of meters. However, the bright light fell to the ground even faster. By the time he reached that direction, the light had already hit the ground. Instantly, it created a large pit and blew away the floor tiles layer by layer.
Wind release. Song Tianli waved his hand, and a fierce wind immediately rose.
In an instant, all the dust that had splashed up from the ground was blown away.
Another person? Could it be Starlight? As Song Tianli muttered to himself, he flew towards the pit. Damn it, it really is Starlight. When Song Tianli clearly saw the face of the person in the pit, he couldn't help but exclaim a traditional saying. He hadn't expected Starlight to appear again in such a manner. Was it a coincidence, or a talent, or perhaps some skill? Cough cough.
At that moment, a coughing sound came from the pit. With that cough, Starlight spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that Starlight was seriously injured.
Forget it, who told this to be my fault?
Song Tianli said, taking out a wine card and throwing it towards Starlight. It was he who had made Starlight bear the cost of the random teleportation.
Only then did Starlight get randomly teleported away.
In a sense, Starlight's current serious injury was largely related to him. Therefore, he couldn't be stingy and used the wine card to heal Starlight's injuries.
As his injuries improved, Starlight's complexion also brightened. Starlight, where have you been all this time? Song Tianli asked as he approached. Speaking of which, I'm just full of anger.
I was about to become the #1 player in the national server of the game, just needed to win the last match, and I would be the rightful first. But then, I don't know what happened, I suddenly appeared in a place with no signal. Not only could I not play the game, but I was also attacked by a large group of creatures that looked like big bugs. I had no choice but to fight them. Who would have thought that the more I killed, the more they came?
I couldn't finish them off, it was endless.
I knew that if I kept killing like this, I would definitely tire myself to death.
So, I could only run. I ran, and they chased.
They chased, and I had to stop from time to time to fight them. It went on like this until recently when I finally broke through space and left that strange place. I don't even know when I lost my phone, it really made me furious.
Starlight couldn't help but say angrily.
It was unclear whether he was angry about losing his phone or about being suddenly teleported to that strange place, which caused him to miss winning the last game and the title of #1 in the national server. Perhaps both situations applied. Hearing Starlight say this, Song Tianli felt a pang of guilt.
It's okay, it's just a phone. I'll get you another one.
He then pretended to be very generous. He didn't know which specific situation had made Starlight angry, so he acted as if the other was upset about losing his phone. At times like this, it was best to change the subject. So, about what we talked about before, once I become the #1 in the national server of the game, you'll take me to play StarCraft.
It was due to unexpected circumstances that I didn't become the #1. You can't say I went back on my word. Starlight hurriedly said. He was still thinking about the game in his heart. Alright, I'll count that as you did it. Once I buy a computer, I'll take you to play StarCraft. Song Tianli coaxed Starlight like a child. That's great.
Being able to play games made him forget all the unpleasant things. So, the two of them flew towards the villa where they had previously lived. Xingguang, what you just said, the beings you fought against, are like giant insects. Where exactly did you appear before?
Song Tianli couldn't help but ask. I'm not quite sure where it was specifically. In any case, it was very far from here. In the sky above, you don't need to worry about them appearing. Xingguang's words did not ease Song Tianli's heart,
because he suddenly thought of the high-dimensional disaster that Diyu had mentioned earlier. 10,000 years ago, a calamity befell the land of Shenzhou.
It was hailed by Diyu's father, who was the emperor of humanity at the time, as the second high-dimensional disaster.
However, according to Diyu, before this second high-dimensional disaster, there had been a first high-dimensional disaster.
This first high-dimensional disaster involved insect races.
Xingguang had just mentioned beings like giant insects, and they were endless to kill.
There was a significant similarity between the two. They could possibly be the same kind of creature.
If that were the case, then the situation would be a bit dire.
Song Tianli worrying about these things was somewhat self-inflicted. When the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up.
Not to mention others, there are still the 10 great divine realms. Among the 10 great divine realms, they are incredibly mysterious, with countless strong individuals.
Moreover, they know many secrets unknown to the world.
When a force or a person becomes powerful to a certain extent, they must bear certain responsibilities.
Sometimes it is proactive, and sometimes it is passive.
As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility.
Alright, I'm not worried. Song Tianli smiled and said.
This time, when I was fighting those giant insects, I suddenly remembered some things.
At that moment, Xingguang suddenly spoke. What did you remember? Do you know your identity now? Song Tianli asked curiously.
Xingguang had lost his memory and remembered nothing except for instinct. I remembered a little. I recall that I once fought against beings like those giant insects. It seems that the last time I was injured, before I met you, I was fighting them. I don't quite remember the specifics, but these fragments flashed through my mind when I fought them this time.
Oh, right, I also remembered that my name is Donggong Taizi.
After Xingguang said the last sentence, he flew forward. However, upon hearing this, Song Tianli's body stiffened, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes.
This expression was not because Xingguang's real name was Taizi.
Although the word Taizi had its humorous points, what concerned him more was his surname.
The surname Donggong was a bit sensitive for Song Tianli. After all, the first family he encountered when he was in Zhengzhou was the Donggong family. Moreover, the first person he killed was also from the Donggong family. Could it be that Xingguang is from the Donggong family? This thought popped into Song Tianli's mind.
However, he quickly dismissed it for two reasons.
First, he had previously asked Xian Shang to check the personnel information of the Donggong family.
There was no one named Donggong Taizi in the Donggong family. Second, Xingguang's strength was extremely formidable, far surpassing him, who was at the Divine Path realm. Moreover, Xingguang looked to be only in his 30s or 40s. The Donggong family could not possibly cultivate such an outstanding individual.
It wasn't that Song Tianli looked down on them, it was simply that they couldn't have that capability.
Therefore, there was only one possibility. Xingguang came from the Liuli Shoucheng of the 10 Great Divine Realms, the main family of the Donggong family.
According to what Lun Han had said before, the 10 great families of Zhengzhou were merely branches, sidelines.
The true main family was in Liuli Shoucheng. Thinking about it, only a place like Liuli Shoucheng, one of the 10 great divine realms, could produce a powerhouse like Xingguang. Therefore, Song Tianli could basically be certain that the starlight must be coming from Liuli Shoucheng. If that is the case, his relationship with the starlight becomes a bit delicate. His relationship with the 10 great families of Zhengzhou could be considered a matter of life and death. After all, if the 10 great families of Zhengzhou knew about his actions in Zhengzhou this time, they would definitely find a way to flay him alive and grind his bones to dust. However, it is uncertain whether the hatred between the 10 great families of Zhengzhou and him would extend to Liuli Shoucheng. If the main family of Liuli Shoucheng sought revenge for the branch family in Zhengzhou, they would inevitably cross paths sooner or later. At that time, he and the Starlight might find themselves on opposing sides.
What kind of situation is this?
It would be better not to know, Song Tianli said somewhat helplessly.
If he didn't know the Starlight's name, he could interact with it very calmly.
But now that he knew the other's background, he was at a loss as to how to interact with the Starlight. Continuing as before was clearly impossible. Given his character, now that he knew the other's background, even if the other had not regained their memory, he could not let his guard down.
Better safe than sorry.
However, with the Starlight's strength, if he was on guard, the other would definitely sense it. His current situation was quite awkward. After thinking for a while, Song Tianli decided to act as if he knew nothing during this period. Because in a few days, he would be heading to Sihua Panglai. By then, he would naturally be separated from the Starlight. Even if the Starlight was from Liuli Shoucheng, they probably wouldn't be able to casually enter Sihua Panglai, which was also one of the 10 great divine realms. After some time, with the many golden fingers he currently possessed, his strength would surely increase significantly. By then, even if they faced each other, he wouldn't necessarily be weaker than the Starlight.
Moreover, the Starlight had not yet regained their memory.
To take a step back, even if they regained their memory, Liuli Shoucheng might not necessarily be able to make decisions for the branch family in Zhengzhou. Based on the conversations he had with the Huangfu family back then, Song Tianli realized that the relationship between the branch family and the main family was not as harmonious as he had imagined.
Starlight, have you heard of Liuli Shoucheng? After catching up with the Starlight, Song Tianli asked.
Although he already knew the other's name, he still referred to them as Starlight.
This name was given by him,
and he had saved the Starlight's life twice. By calling the Starlight's name, he wanted to remind them that even if they regained their memory, they should not repay kindness with enmity.
Liuli Shoucheng?
It sounds a bit familiar, like I've heard it somewhere, the Starlight said, frowning.
However, after thinking for a long time, they couldn't recall.
Fortunately, they were not the type to dwell on things.
Since they couldn't remember, they simply let it go.
Compared to that, they were more concerned about how fun the game StarCraft that Song Tianli had mentioned was. They were already a bit impatient. Song Tianli was not stingy either. After returning to the villa, he had a high-spec desktop computer delivered and then taught the Starlight how to play StarCraft. Playing StarCraft indeed had a certain level of difficulty, and after half a day of learning from Song Tianli, the Starlight had only grasped a little bit of the basics. However, they were not discouraged at all. Instead, they were particularly interested. A game being difficult made it more enjoyable. If it were too easy, it would be quite boring. While the Starlight was playing the game, Song Tianli began his cultivation. During this period, he relied on the killing golden finger to dramatically increase his strength. Now, calming down to cultivate using his clone was, to be honest, quite challenging. It was like getting used to taking the high-speed train for travel, and suddenly being asked to ride a donkey cart. Naturally, it was a bit hard to accept. However, Song Tianli also understood that he could not rely on the killer golden finger forever. If he has no bottom line, sooner or later, he will become a killing machine that knows only slaughter. At that time, he will no longer be himself. Moreover, once he kills too many, attracting super strong opponents, it won't take a minute for them to crush him. His luck cannot last forever. Therefore, calming down to cultivate is a skill that must be learned. Fortunately, even if he calms down to cultivate, his speed won't be too slow. He is now at the Divine Path realm, and the number of clones he can split off has exceeded 10,000. The number of clones available for cultivation has also reached over 200. With a tenfold efficiency, his cultivation speed can reach over 2,000 times. The speed of physical growth is still a bit too slow. I must speed it up, Song Tianli murmured, burning 15 years of lifespan to enhance the ability to strengthen the body. After thinking for a moment, Song Tianli burned another 15 years of his lifespan. The cost of his golden finger has now been reduced to only a quarter of the original. Therefore, by burning 15 years of lifespan, the results he can achieve have also increased fourfold. His ability is that for every day of lifespan burned, a certain ability is enhanced by 1%. After absorbing the divine judgment coins from other chosen ones, the cost has become a quarter of the original. This means that by burning 0.25 days of lifespan, he can enhance a certain ability by 1%. He used all these 15 years to improve his physical strength. Strengthening his lifespan by 1 day results in a 4% enhancement, which means in a year, it's 14.6 times, and in 15 years, that's 219 times. Adding the previous 100 times, now Song Tianli's physical enhancement speed can reach almost 320 times. It can be said that with just a little exercise, he can enhance his body. However, if he wants to continue making breakthroughs, it will still take some time. After all, the cultivation speed after the Divine Path realm slows down significantly. When the Song family strikes, the two families have no resistance at all. In less than a day, they are already struggling to hold on. They are very clear that if this continues, their two families will be finished. It's just a matter of time. At this moment, the heads of the Zhang family and the Han family gathered together to discuss countermeasures. I really didn't expect the Song family to be hiding so deeply. Our two families have no resistance at all. If this continues, in at most 2 days, our two families will be completely finished. I wonder what Brother Han thinks. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jinda, asked. After he asked this, the head of the Han family, Han Zixing, did not speak immediately. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth. During this time, it seemed as if he was making some significant decision. Relying on commercial means, even if our two families unite, we cannot be the Song family's opponent. This, I believe Brother Jinda is also aware of. Therefore, if our two families want to survive under the Song family's counterattack, there is only one way to go. To take a desperate gamble and fundamentally solve the problem. Han Zixing said. Although he spoke very implicitly, Zhang Jinda understood his plan. To fundamentally solve the problem naturally means to eliminate those who oppose their two families. To be honest, I think the same. The Song family is hiding too deeply. Relying solely on our family is simply impossible to be their opponent. Only by joining forces can our two families have a glimmer of hope. When Zhang Jinda said this, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. As long as the people of the Song family are dead, there will be no one to take charge. At that time, even if the Song family has means in business, they will have no way to implement them. Alright, then tonight at 11 o'clock, our two families will move out in full force. I hope Brother Jinda will not hold back, Han Zixing said. To be honest, he was quite worried about the Zhang family. In order to preserve their strength, they only sent a small portion of their people. Or perhaps they were just putting on a show while heading to the Song family. At that time, they would let the Song family and the Han family fight it out, allowing the Zhang family to reap the benefits. You can rest assured about this, Brother Han. I understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold.
If the Han family is destroyed by the Song family, it wouldn't be a good thing for us, the Zhang family. We might be next, Zhang Jinda hurriedly said.
Once the Han family was wiped out, the Song family would naturally not spare the Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family had also participated in this encroachment on the Song family's business.
Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation, Han Zixing said. Pleasant cooperation.
After the two finished their plotting, they returned to their respective families to make arrangements.
To mobilize the family's strength, the head of the family had to take the lead.
However, what they didn't know was that their agreed-upon strategy had already been learned by Song Tianli and Xianshang before nightfall. The shadows that the Song family had set up years ago to gather intelligence were not just useless drifters. As one of the three major families in Qianzhou, when the Song family arranged for the shadows, the Zhang and Han families were the key targets. After all, at that time, they were the two families with the most severe conflicts of interest with the Song family. At this moment, as Song Tianli and Xianshang looked at the intelligence handed over by the shadows, smiles appeared on their faces simultaneously.
Caught in the trap. Close the door and beat the dog.
Then, the two said in unison. Although they were not using the same idiom, the meaning they wanted to express was the same.
Young master, then I will make arrangements, Xianshang said, preparing to leave. No need, I'll handle tonight's matters. Song Tianli stopped him. Although the Zhang and Han families were not as powerful as the 10 major families of Zhengzhou, there were still quite a few cultivators among these two families.
If he could kill them, his combat power would rise again.
Even a mosquito is meat.
For such combat power delivered to his door, it would be foolish not to take it. Little by little, it adds up to a lot.
Since the young master has arrangements, I will wait and see.
Although he was a bit surprised that Song Tianli had people he didn't know about, Xianshang didn't say much. After all, he was just the steward of the Song family, and his job was to execute his master's orders. He needed to know what to do and what not to do in his heart.
Nightfall quietly descended. Soon, it was 11 o'clock at night.
The Song family was still the same as usual. Aside from arranging people to keep watch, everyone else had already fallen asleep. At this moment, Song Tianli was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard. In front of him was a set of tea utensils, and he was leisurely sipping tea. Xianshang sat opposite him, occasionally glancing around.
Why haven't they come yet? He asked a bit anxiously. Uncle Chen, don't worry, they will come. Look, they are already here, Song Tianli said lightly.
Hearing this, Xianshang hurriedly turned his gaze to the Song family's courtyard. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw countless figures in black clothes climbing over the courtyard wall. Among them, some were even flying in. This indicated that they were people at the Qi mansion level. After entering the Song family, these people split into 4 groups, intending to launch an attack on the Song family. However, at this moment, they noticed that although the Song family was brightly lit, there were not many people in the courtyard. This left them puzzled. They instinctively felt that something was off, but at this point, there was no room for retreat. Now, all they could do was to go all in. If they didn't succeed, they would perish. There are more people than I expected. It seems that the heads of the Zhang and Han families have made a great determination. After taking a sip of tea, Song Tianli said. As he spoke, the people from the Zhang and Han families rushed towards their direction.
Zhang family head, Han family head, you are a bit late,
Song Tianli said, looking at the 2 figures in black ahead. He had just been observing everyone with a sidelong glance, so he recognized the 2 family heads dressed in night attire.
Did you know we were coming? Zhang Jinda couldn't help but ask. Of course we knew, otherwise we wouldn't be waiting here, he replied. Since you both are here, would you like to sit down for a drink?
If we wait until next time, it might be in the next life, Song Tianli said, pointing to the teacups on the stone table.
Who are you?
Zhang Jinda asked, looking at Song Tianli. From his understanding of the Song family, there were 3 main figures, Song Sihai, Song Shisan, and Xianshang.
He had no impression of Song Tianli.
However, seeing Xianshang's attitude towards this person, filled with great respect, and the fact that he was seated in the main position, indicated that Song Tianli was an important figure in the Song family. Yet, they had no idea about it. Just this matter alone had already exceeded their control. Who I am is not important. What matters is, are you really not going to sit down for a drink? This is good tea, worth several tens of thousands a pound, Song Tianli said lightly.
No matter who you are, you will die today,
Zhang Jinda said without further ado, waving his hand, and immediately, the people behind him charged towards Song Tianli and Xianshang.
As long as they could take down Xianshang, the Song family would lose a significant ally. Since you're so eager to seek death, then let's get started. Kill them, leave none alive,
he said in a very calm tone. As his words fell, countless masked figures appeared from all directions around the Song family. Upon seeing the people from the Zhang and Han families, they immediately launched an attack.
Masked people, it's you! Zhang Jinda suddenly exclaimed in shock.
When the divine gift first descended and the position of the Chosen One was exposed, the Zhang family had once surrounded and killed a Chosen One. However, just as they attacked the Chosen One, a group of masked black-clad individuals suddenly emerged. Their strength was extremely formidable, and they quickly scattered the Zhang family's people. Only a few managed to escape back to the Zhang family to report the incident. Since then, those masked individuals had completely disappeared and had not reappeared. He had always thought that these people were from other states, only appearing in Xianzhou because of the Chosen One. He never expected that they would actually be from the Song family. The Song family was not only deeply hidden in business but also had such a large number of people cultivated in secret.
Moreover, there was one more point.
Initially, those masked individuals appeared to help that Chosen One.
This meant that the Song family possessed a Chosen One.
The candidate for this Chosen One could first rule out Song Shirsan, because when the position of the Chosen One was exposed, Song Shirsan had shouted in the middle of the street, "Chosen One, come to me." If he were the Chosen One, he would have been exposed long ago.
Thus, only one person remained. Is it you?
Zhang Jinda asked incredulously, looking at Song Tianli.
Your brain works quite well, you actually figured it out.
But it's too late, be careful in your next life,
Song Tianli said while sipping his tea.
As he spoke, the masked individuals began to attack the black-clad people from the Zhang and Han families. In front of the masked figures, the people from these two families had no power to resist at all. Because these masked individuals were not the ones Song Tianli had cultivated since childhood, but rather his avatars. Killing these people would increase combat power, and naturally, Song Tianli would not miss the opportunity. The reason he had these avatars appear with masks was to intimidate those who harbored ill intentions towards the Song family. After all, the Song family indeed had such a team. Upon hearing Song Tianli's words, Zhang Jinda gritted his teeth and charged at him. He knew that the Zhang and Han families had little chance against these powerful masked individuals.
To turn the tide, there was only one path to take.
Shoot the horse before shooting the rider, capture the king before capturing the thieves.
As long as they could take down Song Tianli and Xian Shang, they need not worry about the Song family being cautious. Brother Han, take them down.
With this thought, Zhang Jinda shouted at the head of the Han family. Thus, the two charged towards Song Tianli and Xian Shang simultaneously.
Zhang Jinda's plan was sound.
Unfortunately, they had underestimated Song Tianli's strength. Facing the two charging at him, Song Tianli casually threw the teacup in his hand.
Bang! The teacup transformed into a streak of light, landing on Zhang Jinda's chest with a loud bang. Puff!
Zhang Jinda spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He felt as if a mere teacup had shattered his heart. He struggled a couple of times, his head tilted, and the vitality within him was completely extinguished. Seeing this scene, Han Zixing, who had been rushing towards Song Tianli, turned and ran without a word. Charging at a powerful opponent who could kill them in an instant was foolish. However, with his strength, he could not escape in front of Song Tianli.
With a wave of his hand, another teacup flew out, smashing into Han Zixing's back. Puff!
After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he too, like Zhang Jinda, lost his vitality. In the blink of an eye, the heads of two families among the three great families of Qianzhou had fallen. These two might never understand why the Song family was so much stronger than their two families, despite being part of the same three great families of Qianzhou.
With the deaths of these two, the remaining members of the Zhang and Han families instantly lost their backbone.
Moreover, the gap in strength between them and Song Tianli's avatars was too great, so they did not last long before being completely slaughtered.
Uncle Chen, the remaining members of the Zhang and Han families are up to you.
As Song Tianli spoke, he waved his hand. Instantly, those masked individuals vanished without a trace. Quietly, they left, just as they had come quietly. With a wave of his sleeve, only a ground full of corpses remained.
Yes,
Xian Shang replied respectfully. At this moment, the way he looked at Song Tianli had changed significantly from before. Previously, Song Tianli had only given him the impression of being resourceful, adept at disguise, skilled at hiding, and able to plan several steps ahead. However, the powerful strength Song Tianli displayed today left him in shock. Zhang Jinda and Han Zixing had at least the strength of the three realms, just like him. Yet, such strength had not even lasted a single move against Song Tianli. They could not even make Song Tianli take them seriously. He merely waved his hand and used a teacup to kill the two.
Moreover, those masked individuals were also extremely formidable.
The people brought by the Zhang and Han families were all killed, yet they suffered no casualties.
This was simply terrifying. After that, Song Tianli did not participate further.
Because the capable cultivators from the Zhang and Han families had basically all died, The rest were insignificant characters, and with Qian Sheng's involvement, it was sufficient. They had always thought that the three great families were in a state of balance. They never expected that the combined strength of the other two families was not enough for the Song family to play with. Thus, the spokespersons of each family all sent greetings and gifts to the Song family, because they were afraid that the Song family would look down on them and wipe them out. The Song family rejected all these invitations but accepted the gifts without hesitation. At the same time, they sent a message to these people: if others do not offend me, I will not offend them; if they offend me, I will eradicate them completely. Once this was said, everyone from the major families in Qianzhou breathed a sigh of relief. This statement indicated the Song family's stance. A few days ago, the Zhang and Han families had joined forces to encroach on the Song family's assets, and they were somewhat aware of it. Now that the Zhang and Han families had been destroyed, this was considered the Song family's revenge. As long as they did not provoke the Song family should not go mad and deal with them. After this incident, the Song family had thoroughly intimidated the major families in Qianzhou. Naturally, the Song family became the undisputed first family in Qianzhou. For this, Song Tianli did not care. Because, before this, the Song family was already the undisputed first family in Qianzhou. They just kept a low profile and did not expose this. At this moment, Song Tianli was focused on another matter. Lang Han had returned to Qianzhou again. Initially, he had been pursued by assassins sent by the Eastern Palace family, and the Song family staged a play to drive him out to avoid being implicated. Later, the Song family used their own channels to send him out of Qianzhou. After that, whether Lang Han was alive or dead, Song Tianli did not pay attention anymore. After all, they were just acquaintances, and their feelings for each other were not particularly strong. Unexpectedly, months passed, and Lang Han returned to Qianzhou again. Song Tianli also knew why he had come. At that time, the Spring Venerable had given them, the qualified disciples who passed the test, 3 months to deal with worldly matters, and now the 3-month period was about to end. Naturally, Lang Han had to return to Qianzhou to avoid missing the time to go to the Four Seasons Panglai. At this moment, Song Tianli was in the villa, looking at the news about Lang Han sent by Qian Xinghua. He was contemplating whether to meet Lang Han and ask him about the separation of the Liuli Shoucheng lord's family and the 10 major families of Zhengzhou. At that moment, he saw Xingguang walking out of the house. This made him particularly curious. It should be known that Xingguang was now a proper internet-addicted teenager. Besides playing games, it seemed he had nothing else to do. How could he bear to come out of the house now? What's wrong, Xingguang? Did you encounter any problems while gaming? Song Tianli asked with concern. Not really. It's just that while I was playing just now, my heart suddenly raced. I felt like something was happening that made it hard for me to concentrate, but I can't quite say what exactly happened. In short, it's very strange. As Xingguang spoke, he poured himself a glass of water. Can you sense what kind of matter it might be? Song Tianli asked. Normally, a powerful cultivator would not have such feelings. If such a feeling arose, it indicated that something truly related to them had occurred. But what could be related to Xingguang? Could it be that the people from Liuli Shoucheng had descended? Thinking of this, suddenly Song Tianli seemed to recall something. He remembered clearly that Lang Han had once said he had lived in Liuli Shoucheng for a period of time. However, after some events occurred, he escaped from Liuli Shoucheng. Song Tianli could now be certain that Xingguang came from Liuli Shoucheng. Lang Han had also lived in Liuli Shoucheng, making him a member of Liuli Shoucheng. Therefore, it was possible that Lang Han and Xingguang knew each other. So, when Lang Han appeared, Xingguang felt a connection. The more he thought about this possibility, the more Song Tianli felt it could be the truth. If these two knew each other, it would be interesting. Xingguang, have you heard the name Donggong Yanlong? Song Tianli asked after a moment of thought. Donggong Yanlong, that name sounds so familiar. Xingguang murmured to himself. However, he really couldn't recall where he had heard that name before. Since it sounds familiar, they must know each other. Song Tianli silently thought. Where is Donggong Yanlong? I want to meet him. At that moment, Xingguang looked at Song Tianli and said, Alright, I'll arrange it. Song Tianli did not refuse. He owed a debt of gratitude to Xingguang, and he also owed one to Lang Han. If these two knew each other, it certainly wouldn't be detrimental to him. He just feared that there might be some enmity between them. If they have a grudge, then let their fathers harm each other, it has nothing to do with me. Song Tianli thought to himself. Okay, I'll follow your lead, Xingguang said. Thus, Song Tianli left the villa to find Lang Han. At that moment, Lang Han was eating noodles in a noodle shop. He was enjoying the noodles with garlic, savoring every bite. Eating noodles without garlic loses half the flavor. Just then, Song Tianli walked in and sat down across from him. Boss, a bowl of big plate chicken mixed noodles, he's paying.
Song Tianli pointed at Long Han and said.
As soon as he said this, the boss looked at Long Han with a bit of hesitation. This matter required the other person's consent, otherwise, if someone just walked in and said that, and the other party didn't acknowledge it, the boss would have no way to handle it.
Alright, boss, put it on my tab, Long Han said, glancing at the boss.
Song Tianli did not disguise himself, so Long Han recognized him at a glance.
How have you been these past few months? Song Tianli asked Long Han.
Not bad, haven't encountered any major troubles, Long Han replied while eating.
Then you should thank me. What, you came to find me today just to have me thank you? Not exactly, I just want to take you to meet someone you might know. Who to meet?
At this moment, Long Han looked up at Song Tianli. In Shenzhou, the only people he knew were Song Shisan, Song Tianli, Yu Chuanxiu, and Wu Zizai.
Besides them, he didn't know anyone else.
However, from Song Tianli's tone, the person he wanted to take him to meet was clearly not one of those.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it was someone he might know. Someone from the Donggong family, Song Tianli said lightly.
After saying this, he stared intently at Long Han, wanting to see his reaction.
Because Long Han was not on good terms with the Donggong family.
As far as I know, the Donggong family has encountered great trouble. Recently, many from the Donggong family have died or been injured.
They currently have no intention of causing me trouble, Long Han said.
He had just thought about whether Song Tianli was colluding with the Donggong family to catch him.
However, he quickly dismissed that idea.
Because if Song Tianli were in cahoots with the Donggong family, then the person coming today wouldn't just be Song Tianli alone.
Moreover, what he said earlier was also correct. The Donggong family had no intention of dealing with him right now.
I just want to take you to meet someone. He has amnesia, but he thinks your name sounds a bit familiar.
So, he wants to meet you. What's his name? Donggong Taizi. What?
Upon hearing the words Donggong Taizi, Long Han's chopsticks instantly fell from his hand, clattering onto the table. He paid no attention to it, only raising his head to look at Song Tianli with an incredulous expression.
What did you say his name was?
Long Han asked with extreme seriousness.
Donggong Taizi, Song Tianli repeated.
From Long Han's reaction, it seemed he must know Xingguang, and he should be quite familiar with him.
I just don't know what their relationship is. I'll go meet him with you. Let's go, right now, Long Han hurriedly said, not even bothering to eat. Boss, pack my big plate of chicken noodles to go, Song Tianli quickly added.
Just like that, Long Han followed Song Tianli out.
Soon, the two appeared at the villa.
At that moment, Long Han saw from a distance a man with a buzz cut sitting on a chair in the villa's yard. Xingguang had initially had long hair, but was taken by Song Tianli to get it cut short. Upon seeing this man, Long Han's body trembled, and his fists slowly clenched. He then began to walk slowly towards Xingguang. At the same time, Xingguang seemed to sense something, standing up from the chair and looking in Long Han's direction. The two walked towards each other simultaneously. Song Tianli had no idea what would happen next. He sat down at a nearby table and opened his packed big plate of chicken noodles to eat.
As a bystander, eating was quite important.
He saw that Xingguang and Lang Han quickly came together, stopping 2 meters apart.
You are Donggong Taizi?
Long Han was the first to speak. His expression was very cold, and there was a hint of hatred in his eyes. Yes, I didn't remember who I was before, but a couple of days ago, I recalled that my name is Donggong Taizi.
Who are you? Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity? I feel like I've seen you somewhere, Xingguang asked.
Upon hearing his question, Long Han did not respond. He suddenly moved, raising his fist and striking hard at Xingguang's stomach. Lang Han's strength was much weaker than Xingguang's, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to hit him. However, Xingguang did not dodge or evade Lang Han's attack, allowing his fist to land on him. Moreover, to prevent his internal energy from injuring Lang Han, he controlled the energy within him.
Bang!
Xingguang was instantly sent flying by Lang Han's punch, sliding across the ground for over 10 meters before finally stopping.
No way, taking a hit on purpose? That's not Xingguang's style. Could these two be father and son?
That shouldn't be, they don't look alike at all, there's basically no resemblance. Also, Lang Han mentioned before that his old man is already dead. Song Tianli mumbled while eating noodles.
So far, he hadn't figured out their relationship.
Since he couldn't guess, he decided to keep watching. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the truth would reveal itself. After knocking Xingguang away with a punch, Lang Han didn't stop there. He flashed again and came back in front of Xingguang, continuously swinging his fists.
This time, Xingguang didn't passively take the hits like before.
He extended a hand, constantly dodging and blocking. However, he never counterattacked, allowing Lang Han to keep attacking him. Song Tianli also noticed that although Long Han was continuously attacking Xing Guang, he wasn't trying to kill him. It seemed more like he was venting his frustrations, but Song Tianli didn't know what he was venting about. After attacking Xing Guang for a while, Long Han probably got tired and stopped. He then stood in front of Xing Guang, looking at him. Father! In the next moment, Long Han knelt down before Xing Guang, his voice choked with emotion. What the hell? They really are father and son. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli was instantly dumbfounded. He had previously thought that they couldn't possibly be father and son, but he had misjudged. Long Han might have taken after his mother. Father? You are my son? Xing Guang said, his expression somewhat stiff. Although he had lost his memory, during the time he lived with Song Tianli, he had watched quite a few short videos. He naturally understood what the word father represented. He never expected that he had a son. Yes, you are my father, and I am your son, Donggong Yanlong. I thought you had really died in battle. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Son, I pay my respects to you, father, Long Han said, bowing to Xing Guang. He had always thought his father was dead. After all, that was what everyone in Liuli Shouqing said. So, since he was little, he had been called a wild child without parents. He had imagined more than once that when he was bullied, his parents would stand up to protect him. But all of this was ultimately just fantasy. His father was already dead. He was just a wild child without a father or mother, and no one would stand in front of him to speak for him. The only one he could rely on was himself. Over the years, he had always done just that. He took care of everything himself. As long as he could do it, he would never rely on others. But now, his father, who had been dead for many years, suddenly appeared before him. This made him think of the grievances he had endured over the past 20 years. Since his father was still alive, why didn't he appear? Why let him suffer so much? So, he took action against Xing Guang. Donggong Yanlong, my son, I remember now, I remember. Yanlong, my little Yanlong. I didn't expect you to have grown so big. At that moment, Xing Guang felt both joy and sorrow, as well as regret. In short, his expression was exceptionally complex. At this time, the memories he had lost began to recover little by little. Soon, he completely remembered everything from the past. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch Long Han. However, he found that the son in his memory was completely different from the son before him. Not being there for his son's growth was his failure as a father. It is my failure as a father, Yanlong. I'm sorry for not being there to watch you grow all these years, Xing Guang said while stroking Long Han's head. Father, it's enough that you are back. Just being back is enough. From today on, I am no longer a wild child, Long Han said, his voice choked with emotion. This was a scene that had appeared in his dreams countless times, and it finally came true today. Hearing the words wild child, Xing Guang felt as if something had stabbed his heart. He knew that his son must have grown up with those words. Have you been well all these years? Xing Guang asked. I'm doing fine. Long Han did not reveal his experiences. As one grows up, one must learn to report good news to parents and not bad. What the hell? Xing Guang, you have no idea how miserable your son has been all these years. Song Tianli stepped forward at that moment. Song Tianli. Long Han seemed to know what Song Tianli was about to say, so he hurriedly stopped him. Long Han, they have bullied you for over 20 years. It was one thing when your father was not around before. Now that your father is back, shouldn't he seek justice for your past 20 years of suffering? I know Xing Guang, and I think it's necessary for him to know about these things. If you are unwilling to speak, then I will help you, Song Tianli said, turning his gaze to Xing Guang. He then told Xing Guang everything Long Han had recounted to him about the bullying he had suffered since childhood and his life experiences. The more Xing Guang listened, the darker his expression became. Good, really good. I risked my life for Liuli Shouqing, and they treated my son like this. Let my son drink expired milk, eat expired food, and be bullied at will. You are truly something else. Yanlong, don't worry. I will get back every grievance you've suffered one by one. And as for the branch families in Zhengzhou, since they sent assassins to hunt you down, they have no reason to exist anymore. When Xing Guang said this, an extremely intense killing intent surged from him. It was almost tangible, making it hard to imagine how many people he had killed before. Hearing Xing Guang's words, Song Tianli smiled inwardly. Causing a bit of trouble for the 10 great families of Zhengzhou and Liuli Shoucheng was something he was very willing to see. He wasn't using Xing Guang, he was merely informing him of the truth. As a father, it was necessary to seek justice for his son. Father, I'm already very satisfied that you can come back. I no longer wish for anything else. I am now a disciple of Sihua Panglai. In a couple of days, I can report to Sihua Panglai, Long Han said at that moment. As the son of the East Palace Crown Prince, how can I go to Sihua Panglai as a mere outer disciple? As my son, you will enjoy supreme glory. You don't need to go to see Hua Panglai, come with me to Liuli Shoucheng. What belongs to you, no one can take away. At that moment, Xing Guang's tone was filled with dominance. There's no need for that. Long Han replied. He didn't know how strong his father's abilities were, but he knew that there were countless strong individuals in Liuli Shoucheng. If his father went there to seek justice for him and the other side acted shamelessly against him, that would be bad. He had finally gotten his father back and didn't want to lose him again. The past was already behind him, he didn't want to pursue it any further. He was doing quite well now. It is very necessary. After saying this, Xing Guang turned his gaze to Song Tianli. At this point, Xing Guang had regained his memories, and his eyes were completely different from before. Previously, his gaze was pure and clean. Now, it was filled with stories. Song Tianli, thank you. You saved me twice and helped me find my son. In the future, if you need my help, no matter the danger, I, the East Palace Crown Prince, will definitely go through fire and water for you. Xing Guang said firmly. He no longer called Song Tianli Yu Zhibua but referred to him as Song Tianli. This indicated that he had recognized Song Tianli's identity. Hearing this, Song Tianli smiled. He had done so much before, not for the sake of repaying kindness, but to befriend a strong individual like Xing Guang. Now, he had finally achieved his goal. I feel the same. You saved my father twice, helped me once, and reunited us. This kindness, we will remember in our hearts. If you ever need me, just say the word. Through fire and water, I will definitely go through it for you. Lang Han said at that moment. You two are being too modest. To meet both of you is also a kind of fate. If I ever need anything in the future, I won't be polite. Song Tianli said with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality during this time. I will take Yen Long and leave now. Keep the jade slip I gave you safe. If you need me, just crush the jade slip. I will appear. After Xing Guang finished speaking, he took Long Han and left. He had regained his memories and was eager to seek justice for his son. Just thinking about the humiliation his son had suffered for over 20 years filled him with rage, wishing he could kill everyone in Liuli Shoucheng. Watching Xing Guang and his son leave, Song Tianli took a deep breath. One must admit, fate is indeed very miraculous. He had come to know this pair of father and son in different ways. The matters that should be handled in Qianzhou have mostly been taken care of. Now we just need to wait for the people from the Four Seasons Panglai to arrive, Song Tianli muttered to himself. Lan Han had been taken away by the starlight to the Liuli Shoucheng. Naturally, he could no longer go to the Four Seasons Panglai. According to the starlight, even if he went to the Four Seasons Panglai, he would only be an outer disciple. Lan Han was different from before. With the starlight present, a mere outer disciple could no longer contain him. Song Tianli did not mind this. Everyone has their own different fate. Becoming an outer disciple of the Four Seasons Panglai is not necessarily good or bad. Different choices lead to different outcomes in the future. Although he was a chosen one, Song Tianli still planned to go to the Four Seasons Panglai. Because the 10 great divine realms are the most mysterious and powerful places in the land of Shenzhou. To rapidly increase his strength, he must go to the 10 great divine realms. Otherwise, even with a golden finger like Song Tianli, his strength would eventually stagnate after reaching a certain level. Even with the Slaughter Golden Finger, it was the same. The Slaughter Golden Finger allows one to enhance their combat power by killing those with lower combat abilities. However, with Song Tianli's current strength, killing an ordinary cultivator would yield negligible increases in combat power for him, unless he disregarded everything and killed a large number of cultivators. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. But if that were the case, Song Tianli would truly become a murderous fiend. Killing tens of thousands of ordinary people would not be as effective as killing a single cultivator at the Divine Path realm. Therefore, it is still more prudent to kill cultivators. In the following days, Song Tianli went nowhere. He stayed in the villa, cultivating while waiting for the appearance of the Four Seasons Panglai personnel. He did not wait long. On the third day, the people from the Four Seasons Panglai arrived. The leader was still the Spring Venerable. This time, their arrival was not as silent as the first time. This time, their appearance caused quite a stir. They arrived on a massive flying vessel. This flying vessel blocked out the sun. When it appeared in the sky above Qianzhou, it plunged half of Qianzhou into darkness. I am the Spring Venerable of the Four Seasons Panglai. The 3-month period has come to an end, and I am here to take you all to the Four Seasons Panglai. Listen to my orders, all disciples who have passed the test, input your spiritual power into the jade token that symbolizes your identity. As the voice of the Spring Venerable echoed, every corner of Qianzhou became lively. Mom, the Spring Venerable from the Four Seasons Panglai has come to take us. Ha, they finally arrived. I can't wait any longer. Dad, Mom, take care, I'm leaving. Grandma,
I won't be by your side anymore, take care of yourselves. Different people had different mindsets. Some were joyful, while others were sorrowful. Then, one by one, they took out the jade tokens given by the Spring Venerable and input their spiritual power into them. In the next second, a burst of light erupted from the spiritual power, enveloping the owner of the jade token. After that, these people all flew towards the flying vessel in the sky. Among them were Song Tianli, Song Shisan, Yu Chuanxiu, and Wu Zizai. Once enveloped by the light, Song Tianli felt that this light was actually a very gentle energy. This energy held his entire body. If he struggled with all his might, he could break free. Of course, he would not resist. Soon, one figure after another took off from the ground and arrived on the flying vessel. They looked at each other, seeing familiar yet strange faces around them. They had met before. Some familiar faces naturally gathered together. Song Tianli. At this moment, Song Shisan waved and shouted at Song Tianli. Beside him were Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai. Song Tianli approached the three without any hesitation. Upon seeing Song Tianli walking towards them, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Back when they were at the Song family, Song Tianli had not left on good terms. Why was Song Shisan so enthusiastic upon seeing him? However, there was no animosity between the two and Song Tianli. Since Song Shisan welcomed him warmly, they naturally would not speak harshly. Long time no see. The two greeted Song Tianli enthusiastically. Long time no see, Song Tianli replied. In fact, he had seen Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai several times before, they just didn't recognize him. Back then, the reason Song Tianli left the Song family was that I staged a play with him. And Lang Han as well, I had sent them on a secret mission. I deliberately used that method. At that time, Lang Han didn't steal my things either, Song Shisan explained from the side. After hearing Song Shisan's explanation, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai finally understood. They had thought the departure of Lang Han and Song Tianli was rather inexplicable, so it was all an act. Then our four great kings can wreak havoc again, Yu Chuanxiu said excitedly. He still fondly remembered the brief time they spent together as the four great kings. What about Lang Han? Lang Han is not here, we are missing one of the four great kings. Wu Zizai looked around, searching for Lang Han's figure. Song Shisan also turned his gaze to Song Tianli. He had received news that Lang Han had already returned to Qianzhou. Why hadn't he boarded the flying boat? Lang Han is originally from Liuli Shoucheng. He has probably returned there by now, Song Tianli explained. What? He is from Liuli Shoucheng? This guy is really good at hiding. I said, how could he be so powerful? When we participated in the selection, it seemed like he knew everything. If he is from Liuli Shoucheng, then it makes sense, Yu Chuanxiu said, a bit surprised and enlightened. Everyone, quiet. Just as the few were about to say something, Master Chun spoke up. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Back then, I distributed 212 jade tokens, and now, only 205 people have boarded the spirit boat. This means that 7 people, for some reason, missed this opportunity. No matter the reason, missing it is missing it, we will not wait for them. This is your first lesson in becoming a cultivator. Often, opportunities come only once missed, they are gone. We are about to set off for Sihua Panglai. During this time, whatever you see or whatever happens is normal, there's no need to be alarmed. Set off. With Master Chun's command, the flying boat took off. The flying boat was what the people of Qianzhou instinctively called it. Master Chun referred to it as the spirit boat. On the spirit boat, the formation flickered, lifting the boat into the air. At first, the speed of the spirit boat was not fast. But as time passed, the spirit boat accelerated, and many people began to feel a sense of weightlessness. Some with lower cultivation, who had not yet reached the Qi Mansion realm, had never flown before. This sensation of weightlessness was particularly uncomfortable for them. Soon, many began to feel queasy. Master Chun, should we not care about them? At that moment, a female disciple from Sihua Panglai looked at Master Chun and asked, no need to care. If they can't even endure this little discomfort, what are they talking about cultivating? They might as well go home and farm. Besides, they will have to experience this eventually. As they vomit, they will get used to it. Spring Master said nonchalantly. That's not what I mean, I'm saying that with so many people vomiting together, it will dirty the spirit boat. How disgusting, the female disciple exclaimed. Well, if it gets dirty, let them clean it up themselves. That's not important, you all should record those who didn't vomit during this process, Spring Master said. Those who didn't vomit either had strong willpower or were powerful enough to be accustomed to flying. Whichever it was, they were worth cultivating. Although it wasn't absolute, it was indeed a way to filter out the talented. Song Tianli, why are you not reacting at all? Wu Zizai had been vomiting for a long time,
feeling like he was about to expel his bile. He saw Song Tianli, who surprisingly had no reaction, and asked, "I've liked playing on big swings and pirate ships since I was young. So, this situation just makes me a bit uncomfortable, but not enough to vomit." Song Tianli casually found an excuse. Although he didn't want to draw too much attention, he couldn't force himself to the point of feeling like he was dying. Moreover, he had observed earlier that not everyone was vomiting. There were still some people like him. His demeanor didn't seem out of place. Gradually, as time passed, everyone finally calmed down. Just as Spring Master had said, they got used to it after vomiting for a while. Now, these people had adapted. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze to the outside of the spirit boat. They discovered that the spirit boat was flying higher and higher, and the 9 great states were almost out of sight. Soon, they flew above the clouds, reaching the highest point over the 9 great states. At this time, everyone saw a barrier above the 9 great states. This barrier was a light blue color, blending seamlessly with the sky. If one didn't look closely, it was indeed hard to see. The color of the sky we see can't be the color of this barrier, right? Yu Chuanqiu asked curiously at this moment. Very likely. Wu Zizai nodded. The sky is originally blue, this barrier might reflect the color of the sky. It can't be that the sky reflects the color of the barrier, Song Tianli explained at this moment. According to the physics knowledge he learned on Blue Star, the reason the sky is blue is that sunlight is composed of 7 colors. Among these 7 colors, the higher frequency ones are green, cyan, blue, and violet. The higher frequency light is more easily scattered by air molecules and dust in the air, so when sunlight passes through the atmosphere, most of the green, cyan, blue, and violet light gets scattered. The proportion of violet light in the sunlight spectrum is already quite small, and since violet light and ultraviolet rays are mostly absorbed by the ozone layer, what remains is predominantly cyan blue, which is why the sky appears blue. Why? Yu Chuanqiu asked in confusion. The 9 great states had no such scientific explanation, so he didn't understand. Just a guess, Song Tianli said lightly. While the two were talking, a burst of light suddenly erupted in front of the spirit boat. Immediately, this burst of light enveloped the entire spirit boat. The spirit boat wrapped in light seemed to merge with the barrier in the sky, slowly penetrating through it. Those on the spirit boat, including Song Tianli, felt no turbulence at all. I wonder if this barrier can be broken through by human strength, Song Tianli thought silently. Although he could fly, he had never tried flying this high. So he didn't know if a person could pass through this barrier. After the spirit boat passed through the barrier, Song Tianli and the others clearly felt the spirit boat jolt. After flying a distance forward, violent energy storms appeared around the spirit boat. These energy storms were attacking the spirit boat. However, the spirit vessel was protected by the light orb, so it suffered no harm. This energy storm is a bit terrifying. It's not easy to resist it with human strength. Even if I were 10 times stronger now, I fear I still couldn't manage it, Song Tianli silently thought. The others were also stunned by the scene before them. Many had fantasized about what lay beyond the sky. Today, they witnessed it. However, the scene beyond the sky was somewhat different from their imaginations. They had envisioned a romantic and beautiful sky beyond. The actual starry sky was filled with danger. If it weren't for the protection of the spirit vessel, they would all be dead. At this moment, everyone was filled with fear, gazing at the energy storm in the sky. The spirit vessel was already extremely large, blocking out the sun when it hovered over Qianzhou. But now, amidst the massive energy storm, the gigantic flying ship was like a child being toyed with at will. This scene resembled a killer whale balancing a sea turtle on its head in the ocean. Those who don't understand can look it up. It's particularly interesting. Fortunately, there was an energy shield protecting the spirit vessel, so even though it was tossed around by the energy storm, the people inside remained unharmed. They simply experienced the sensation of a wild pendulum once again. Many had already grown accustomed to the feeling of weightlessness, but this time it was even more severe. Thus, many of the would-be disciples of the Four Seasons Pang Lai began to vomit again. Even Song Tianli felt a strong discomfort. However, he managed to hold it in. The people of Four Seasons Pang Lai seemed to be used to this, showing no signs of distress. They merely smiled at everyone, with no intention of offering help. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the spirit vessel flew out of the energy storm's range, and calm returned to the vessel. All the would-be disciples of Four Seasons Pang Lai huddled together, gasping for breath. The previous experience had been too uncomfortable. They never wanted to go through it again. We've arrived. At that moment, Elder Chun said lightly. Hearing this, the previously half-dead crowd hurriedly struggled to stand up from the spirit vessel. They were eager to see what the legendary Four Seasons Pang Lai was truly like. Looking out, they saw an enormous island before them. This island was no less impressive than any of the 9 great states.
Moreover, what was most peculiar was that the island was divided into 4 parts, each displaying a different color: green, red, yellow, and white. Do these 4 colors symbolize the 4 seasons? Yu Chuanxiu said at this moment. The name 4 Seasons Panglai surely has a deeper meaning than just a casual choice. The 4 seasons can also be referred to as 4 times. This must be the origin of the name 4 Seasons Panglai, was as I said. You little ones guessed correctly. The origin of the name 4 Seasons Panglai is indeed due to the unique seasonal distribution of Panglai Island. Elder Chun spoke at this time. As everyone was talking, the spirit vessel began to descend. The massive spirit vessel landed on a huge square. When they looked up, they noticed that 3 other spirit vessels were parked nearby. They were almost identical to the one they had taken, the only difference being that their vessel had a large character 4 Chun, spring, on it. The other 3 vessels bore the characters 4 Xia, summer, Xiao, autumn, and dawn, winter, respectively. Creak! At that moment, a ramp from the spirit beast fell down, extending to the ground. Everyone, disembark! Elder Chun's voice rang out. Hearing his voice, the disciples of 4 Seasons Panglai flew directly down from the spirit vessel. Meanwhile, Song Tianli and the others walked down the ramp to the ground. Song Tianli could indeed fly, but he didn't want to draw attention, so he chose to walk down like everyone else. Meanwhile, Elder Chun also took to the air, heading towards a high platform. On this platform stood about 10 people. Island Master, I'm back, Elder Chun said. How many people returned this time? Asked an elder who looked ethereal and wise. A total of 205 people. That's not too few. Let's start testing the spiritual roots. Zuanlai, you preside over this next. The elder, referred to as the Island Master, said to a young man who looked to be in his 20s. Yes, Island Master. Zuanlai replied, stepping forward. I hope a few extraordinary talents will appear. Island Master, you said before that if there are extraordinary talents, I should be allowed to choose first, said a man in a white robe. On what basis? You disciples of Winter Mountain are quite numerous, while we disciples of Autumn Mountain are fewer. It's only right that we get to choose first, said a man in a yellow robe. This is what the Island Master promised me. Island Master, did you promise him? No, when did I promise? I don't recall. Island Master, you said it after drinking last time, you can't go back on your word. What I said after drinking can't be taken seriously. In an instant, several people on the high platform began to argue. The man named Zuanlai had arrived at the front of Song Tianli and his group. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zuanlai, and I am the steward of the outer disciples of Panglai, responsible for all matters concerning the outer disciples. On behalf of Panglai, I welcome your arrival. Now, we will conduct the spiritual root test. Many of you may not even know what a spiritual root is, so let me briefly explain. Upon hearing Zuanlai's words, Song Tianli and the others furrowed their brows. They truly did not know what a spiritual root was. This term was something they were hearing for the first time. As we all know, the purpose of us cultivators is singular, to cultivate into gods. Thus, we cultivators are also referred to as God cultivators. The path of God cultivation emphasizes talent and opportunity. Opportunities are predestined by heaven and depend on personal fortune. Those with deep fortune are more likely to gain opportunities. Those with shallow fortune may even lose the opportunities they have. This is something we cannot force. But talent is predetermined by heaven. The quality of a person's talent is determined by their spiritual root. Spiritual roots range from low to high, classified as first grade, second grade, all the way to 9th grade. Since you were selected by Elder Chun, your spiritual root grades must not be low. However, how strong they are, you probably aren't very clear about. So, next, we will conduct the spiritual root test. If you are chosen by any of the mountain masters, you may become a direct disciple of Panglai. You all just arrived and are not familiar with Panglai. Let me give a brief introduction. Hearing Zuanlai's introduction, Song Tianli unknowingly began to feel drowsy. He thought that Zuanlai's speech at this moment resembled the speeches given by school leaders at the beginning of each term. It felt more like an old lady's foot-binding cloth, long and stinky. Perhaps all leaders liked to speak in official tones. Summarizing Zuanlai's speech, Song Tianli gathered that Panglai was mainly divided into 4 major mountains: Spring Mountain, Summer Mountain, Autumn Mountain, and Winter Mountain. The highest authority of each mountain is the Mountain Master, who is one of the people on the high platform. Below the Mountain Masters are the elders of each mountain. The number of elders varies from mountain to mountain. Both Mountain Masters and elders can take in disciples, who are referred to as true disciples. Among the many disciples, the true disciples hold the highest status. Below the true disciples are the inner disciples, who are able to enter the major mountains for cultivation. Most of these disciples cannot take on a master,
but the elders or mountain lords of each mountain occasionally give them lessons. This means they have access to the elders and mountain lords of each mountain. Moreover, they can receive some spirit stones and cultivation methods each month. Although it is not a lot, it is not insignificant either. Below the inner disciples are the outer disciples. Outer disciples cannot enter the 4 major mountains for cultivation and can only stay in other areas of the 4 seasons Panglai. The resources they possess must be earned through their own efforts, requiring labor in exchange. It is akin to working part-time in the 4 seasons Panglai. Below the outer disciples are the miscellaneous disciples. They are considered the lowest tier in the entire 4 seasons Panglai, mostly consisting of those without spiritual roots or with very low-quality spiritual roots. They are responsible for various trivial tasks in the 4 seasons Panglai, such as cooking, cleaning, and scrubbing toilets. The number of miscellaneous disciples in the 4 seasons Panglai is the largest because it is vast and there is much to be done. People like Song Tianli, who have already been selected by the Spring Venerable once, will generally not fall to the level of miscellaneous disciples. Being able to pass the Spring Venerable's selection means they have some merit. At the very least, they will become outer disciples. If their spiritual root quality is high enough, they may even become inner disciples or even true disciples. I've said so much, you should have a certain understanding of Panglai now. I now announce the start of the spiritual root test, Zuanlai said loudly. As his voice rang out, several people immediately brought 4 tables to the front of the crowd. On each table was a crystal ball the size of a basketball. This is the spiritual root testing ball. When testing your spiritual roots, just place your hands on it. You will line up in 4 rows, one by one, Zuanlai said loudly. After he finished speaking, Song Tianli and his group consciously lined up in 4 rows. I'm a bit nervous and a bit excited. I wonder what grade my spiritual root will be, Yu Chuanqiu said quietly at this moment. It must be a 9th grade spiritual root, and you'll directly become a true disciple, Wu Zizai said from the side. Old Wu, don't worry, if I become a true disciple, I will definitely look out for you, Yu Chuanqiu said, not being modest but instead patting Wu Zizai on the shoulder. Hugging the big shot's thigh, Wu Zizai said in agreement. Song Tianli remained silent. He knew that his spiritual root quality should not be too high. He had known since childhood that his cultivation talent was average. He estimated he would only be able to become an outer disciple. Soon, the first wave of spiritual root tests began. Lu Ziyuan, 5th grade spiritual root, outer disciple, shouted a disciple of the 4 seasons Panglai next to the spiritual root testing ball. What? 5th grade spiritual root, and still an outer disciple? Are the requirements for becoming an inner disciple and true disciple that high? I'm suddenly feeling nervous. My cultivation talent is about the same as Lu Ziyuan's. I feel like I can only be an outer disciple. In an instant, everyone began to discuss. Yang Ning, 6th grade spiritual root, inner disciple. Another voice rang out. 5th grade and 6th grade spiritual roots differ by just 1 grade, but the treatment is completely different. I don't seek to become a true disciple, I just want to become an inner disciple. Wang Fei, 4th grade spiritual root, outer disciple. Zhao Jiawan, 7th grade spiritual root, inner disciple. On the high platform, the brows of many mountain lords furrowed slightly. These children's average qualifications are decent, but there are no top talents. A 7th grade spiritual root is also considered good. Xiao Mountain Lord, should we take in a disciple with a 7th grade spiritual root? Dong Mountain Lord asked with a smile. If you want to become my disciple, you must at least have an 8th grade spiritual root, even if you don't have a 9th grade one. 9th grade spiritual roots are extremely rare, truly a 1 in a million find. It might take years to encounter even one. Therefore, having an 8th grade spiritual root is often enough to make the major mountain lords fight over it. Sun Ao, 8th grade spiritual root, for inner disciples. Upon hearing this voice, the 4 mountain lords who had been bickering just moments ago instantly vanished from their spots. An 8th grade spiritual root was enough for them to compete over. At this moment, everyone looked at Sun Ao with a hint of envy. He was currently the one with the highest spiritual root grade tested. Sun Ao himself wore a face of joy. Before he could fully relish the moment, he suddenly felt someone grab his wrist. He then saw a man in a yellow robe appear before him. Sun Ao, I am the master of Chio Mountain. Do you wish to take me as your teacher? Master Chio Mountain asked Sun Ao. Sun Ao was still trying to grasp the situation, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that a mountain lord would want to take him as a disciple. Sun Ao, Chio Mountain is the poorest of the main mountains. Following him has no future, you should take me as your teacher instead. I am the master of Xia Mountain, and our Xia Mountain is the wealthiest. At that moment, a man in a red robe appeared on Sun Ao's other side. Nonsense, how is our Chio Mountain poor? Master Chio Mountain retorted.
You two are really quick on your feet. Forget it, we won't compete, Sun Ao can go to you. The masters of Chun Mountain and Dong Mountain, seeing this scene, couldn't help but speak up. They had acted just a bit too late and were beaten to the punch. They wouldn't compete for the first 8th grade spiritual root. They believed there would be other 8th grade spiritual root disciples later on. After all, the spiritual root testing had just begun. Sun Ao, have you thought about it? Who will you choose? I choose Master Xia Mountain, Sun Ao said instinctively. He didn't know much about the 4 main mountains, but Master Xia Mountain said they were the wealthiest. Choosing the wealthiest was surely the right choice. At the very least, he wouldn't be poor. Ha ha ha. Master Chiu, I concede. Master Xia Mountain said with a laugh. You have no vision. Master Chiu Mountain said, somewhat angrily. Pei Dongyang, 9th grade spiritual root, for inner disciples. At that moment, another voice rang out. The next second, the masters of Chun Mountain and Dong Mountain rushed to Pei Dongyang's side at lightning speed. Master Chiu Mountain glanced at Sun Ao and immediately found him less appealing. There was still a gap between 8th grade and 9th grade spiritual roots. Sun Ao had just agreed to Master Xia Mountain, and if Master Xia Mountain were to compete with the other mountain lords for Pei Dongyang, it would be hard to justify. However, if he didn't compete, he would surely regret missing out on a 9th grade spiritual root disciple. In an instant, Master Xia Mountain found himself in a dilemma. Forget it, one shouldn't be too greedy. Sun Ao, since you chose me, from today on, I am your master. The apprenticeship ceremony will be held tomorrow. Master Xia Mountain said to Sun Ao. Yes, Master. Sun Ao replied excitedly. Being able to take a mountain lord as his teacher was a tremendous fortune for him. He knew that from this day forward, his fate would be completely different. Pei Dongyang was snatched up by the fastest-moving Master Dong Mountain, thus becoming the true disciple of Dong Mountain. Moreover, he was the true disciple of the Mountain Lord. With the appearance of a 9th grade spiritual root, the other spiritual roots seemed somewhat dim in comparison. Even when more 8th grade spiritual roots appeared later, the competition among the Mountain Lords was not as intense as before. However, there was still some contention. As time went on, the competition became more peaceful. Soon, it was the turn of Song Tianli and the others. Yu Chuanxiu, 6th grade spiritual root, for inner disciples. Wu Zizai, 7th grade spiritual root, inner sect disciple. Song Shisan, 7th grade spiritual root, inner sect disciple. Song Tianli, 5th grade spiritual root, outer sect disciple. Upon hearing the spiritual roots of the 4, Song Shisan and the others simultaneously turned their gazes towards Song Tianli. They had not expected that Song Tianli only had a 5th grade spiritual root, making him an outer sect disciple. The gap between outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples would only grow larger. Hey! At that moment, Song Shisan approached Song Tianli, wanting to comfort him. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Song Tianli. Well done. No wonder I chose you, your spiritual root is actually 2 grades higher than mine. Song Tianli patted Song Shisan on the shoulder. To others, this scene seemed unremarkable, but it made Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai whiten their eyes. They felt as if the identities of these two had somehow switched. Chuanxiu, Zizai, congratulations to you both. Song Tianli then turned to Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai. Boss, don't be disheartened, the 3 of us will look out for you, Yu Chuanxiu said. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. This outer sect disciple status is enough for me. Song Tianli smiled at the two. His words were not just to comfort himself, he genuinely believed this. He was a chosen one and didn't want to attract too much attention. Among the outer sect disciples, there were no particularly powerful ones, so no one would notice him. He could just bide his time. If his spiritual root grade were too high, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing, as the major mountain lords would fight to take him as a disciple. He had just observed these mountain lords with a discerning eye and found that the energy within them was incredibly vast. Compared to them, he was like a speck of dust against the sun and moon. Even the killing Goldfinger couldn't see through their combat power. This indicated that their combat strength far exceeded his. Seeing Song Tianli so optimistic, Yu Chuanxiu and the others had nothing more to say. He Tianrui, 9th grade spiritual root, inner sect disciple. At that moment, another voice rang out. Hearing this name, a smile crept onto Song Tianli's lips. He Tianrui was the previous owner and chef of the delicious bistro, and he was also a chosen one. Moreover, he had already been subdued by Song Tianli. Song Tianli had read his divine judgment coin and understood his golden finger. As long as he wished, he could eliminate He Tianrui in an instant. However, upon learning that he had also become a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons Pang Lai, Song Tianli chose not to have him killed. He decided to keep He Tianrui as a cover for himself. Looking back now, that decision seemed particularly wise.
He Tianrui possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, and barring any surprises, he would become a disciple of a certain mountain lord. With him around, it would be much more convenient for Song Tianli to operate within the 4 seasons Panglai in the future. Sure enough, upon hearing of another 9th grade spiritual root, the 4 major mountain lords began to scramble for him, including the Winter Mountain Lord, who had already become strong enough to rival Pei Dongyang.
Song Tianli did not pay too much attention to this.
What he valued more was his future lifestyle in the 4 seasons Panglai. He could feel that the spiritual energy in this square was 100 times that of the 9 major states. He wondered how abundant the spiritual energy was in places specifically meant for cultivation.
Cultivating in such a place would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Soon, the spiritual root tests for everyone were completed.
Among them, there were 2 with 9th grade spiritual roots and 7 with 8th grade spiritual roots. These individuals would basically become the true disciples of the 4 seasons Panglai. They would either be the true disciples of the mountain lords or the true disciples of the elders. At this moment, the island master of the 4 seasons Panglai stepped forward and looked at everyone.
From today onward, you are all disciples of the 4 seasons Panglai.
Among you, some have become true disciples, some have become inner disciples, and others have become outer disciples. This is just your starting point, and it does not mean this is your end point. The status of disciples in the 4 seasons Panglai has never been fixed.
Being an outer disciple today does not mean you will always be an outer disciple.
Similarly, being a true disciple today does not guarantee you will still be one in the future. Cultivators go against the heavens. Everyone must be unwilling to accept their fate. You can all do better. If you are not satisfied with the status quo, then strive to change it. Since the establishment of 4 seasons Panglai, many legendary figures have risen from obscurity.
For example, one of our most legendary predecessors was originally a servant disciple.
He rose from nothing, step by step, to the highest position, becoming one of the most legendary figures in 4 seasons Panglai.
Likewise, there are similar figures among outer and inner disciples.
So, I hope you do not belittle yourselves. Work hard to cultivate and change your situation. The island master stood above, looking at everyone as he spoke. His words stirred the blood of many, especially some outer disciples, who felt that as long as they worked hard, they could be like that legendary predecessor.
Only a few smiled and said nothing. Changing one's fate is not that easy. Many times, many things cannot be achieved just by effort. $50, no matter how hard you try, won't be as sought after as $100. Just like the saying goes, if effort were enough, what would talent be for? A piece of toxic wisdom says it well, doing your best still can't compare to others doing it casually. Effort can only determine the lower limit, but the upper limit still relies on talent. Of course, these thoughts should just stay in your heart, they cannot be spoken aloud. Many things are like this, even if you know them in your heart, you cannot say them. I know you young people like to hide your talents. You even call it a trump card. Young people should act like young people, be a bit reckless. Remember what I said, in 4 seasons Panglai, you can be as reckless as you want. The more reckless you are, the more I like it. In 4 seasons Panglai, you must remember one word, compete. Compete for status, compete for resources, compete for techniques, compete for contributions. If you cannot do this, then you can only wait to eat and die. The island master said loudly again. On the path of cultivation, it is impossible to always be kind to others. If you do not compete, you will fall behind, and if you fall behind, you will be beaten. Therefore, 4 seasons Panglai encourages competition among disciples. I have said everything I needed to say, now I will say one last thing. If there are any chosen ones among you, please step forward. I will take them as my disciple, making them the holy son of 4 seasons Panglai, dedicating all the resources of the island to cultivate them. As soon as the island master's words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Chosen ones are different from them. Chosen ones have golden fingers and can take shortcuts. However, all chosen ones are cunning and will not easily reveal their identities. At this moment, Song Tianli turned his gaze to He Tianrui. He wanted to see if the other party would step forward. He noticed that He Tianrui seemed to have no intention of admitting his identity as a chosen one. Island Master, I am a chosen one. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. With the sound of his voice, it instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Song Tianli and the various mountain masters, elders, and the island master's gaze. Everyone discovered that the speaker was a man in his 20s. He looked ordinary and was quite unremarkable in the crowd. Zhou 5th grade spiritual root. The 4 seasons Panglai just tested the spiritual roots of the person, and he remembered the result of his spiritual root test. How can you prove it? The island master asked Zhou. The chosen one possesses a golden finger, it's not enough to just claim to be one. Proof must be presented.
Once the island master accepts me as a disciple, I will naturally prove it to you, Joey said. However, upon hearing this, many began to doubt. The title of Chosen One isn't written on one's face, and without presenting the Divine Judgment coin, there really is no way to prove it. But those who are not Chosen Ones have no idea that Chosen Ones possess the Divine Judgment coin. Even if Joey were to produce the Divine Judgment coin, others would still be unable to confirm his identity. No need to make it so complicated. Take this. At that moment, Zunlai shouted and launched an attack at Joey. If Joey truly was a Chosen One, then in 3 months across the 9 continents, he would have made significant progress in strength. Even if he didn't reach the Divine Path realm, he would at least possess the strength of the Chi Mansion realm. His power would far exceed that of other new disciples. Therefore, he only used the strength of the 3 Mansion realm. Facing Zunlai's attack, Joey did not show much fear. He brought his fingers together and waved them. Instantly, a sword aura flew from his hand, extremely sharp, as if it could cut through anything. 5 Mansion realm. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Joey, the crowd exclaimed. Zunlai also felt the ferocity of this attack and thus increased his own power. With the strength of the 3 Mansion realm, he simply could not withstand Joey's attack. So, he raised his strength to the 5 Mansion realm. Boom! A loud crash echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Zunlai staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. Joey also took 2 steps back. From the outcome of the battle, neither side gained an advantage, but Zunlai had retreated a few more steps. This meant that in their earlier clash, he had slightly fallen behind. This was related to his hasty increase in attack power from the 3 Mansion realm to the 5 Mansion realm. However, it also indicated that Joey's strength was sufficiently strong. In the 9 continents, it is not impossible for someone Joey's age to cultivate to the 5 Mansion realm. However, with his 5th grade spiritual root talent, achieving this level of strength at his age would require an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, such opportunities do not simply appear. Excluding the possibility of extraordinary opportunities, to cultivate to the 5 Mansion realm at this age with a 5th grade spiritual root talent, one would have to be a Chosen One, relying on the Golden Finger to achieve it. This means that Joey really could be a Chosen One. Interesting, but I wonder what his Golden Finger will be, Song Tianli thought silently as he watched Joey. He couldn't quite understand why Joey would expose his identity as a Chosen One. Once the identity of a Chosen One is revealed, it easily draws the attention of others. Once he becomes a focus of attention, it becomes easy for others to deduce his Golden Finger based on his daily actions. If his Golden Finger is guessed, then he would undoubtedly face death. He didn't know if Joey was doing this intentionally, with ulterior motives, or if it was because the island master said that all Chosen Ones would be accepted as disciples. So, Joey was eager to become the island master's true disciple. Which of these was the case, Song Tianli did not know. But he remembered Joey. Song Tianli was certain that within the 4 seasons Panglai, there were definitely more than just Joey, He Tianrui, and the 3 Chosen Ones. There were certainly other Chosen Ones as well. Better to stay low. Song Tianli made up his mind. Until he had a clear grasp of everything in the 4 seasons Panglai, he absolutely could not act recklessly. He would carry out the path of survival to the end. Alright, I accept you. At this moment, the island master stepped forward and looked at Joey. Thank you, island master. Joey said respectfully. Are there any other Chosen Ones? The island master then turned to ask Song Tianli and the others. However, this time, no one stepped forward. Seeing that no one stood up, the island master turned his gaze to Zunlai. I announced that the spirit root test is over. Upon hearing this, the slightly tense expressions of the crowd relaxed. No matter what spirit root it was, everything had been settled. Next, it was time to see their own fate. I announced that the welcoming ceremony of our 4 seasons Panglai is about to begin. Zunlai said. However, as he spoke, a malicious smile appeared on his face. A welcoming ceremony, how nice. Many new disciples below said with a hint of joy. They had originally thought that after arriving at 4 seasons Panglai, they would become the lowest existence, subject to random bullying. After all, there were countless strong individuals within 4 seasons Panglai. They did not expect that their treatment would be much better than they had imagined. Just as everyone was excited, suddenly a huge vortex appeared above them. This vortex generated a powerful devouring force, instantly swallowing all the new disciples, including those with 8th and 9th grade spirit roots, as well as the Chosen One Joey. In the face of this devouring force, Song Tianli could have used the Flying Thunder God to escape. However, he did not do so. He remembered what Zunlai had said. Zunlai mentioned that the next step was the welcoming ceremony. It seemed that this welcoming ceremony was not as pleasant as they imagined. After a period of spinning, Song Tianli and the others found themselves in a mountain forest. What on earth is this place? Everyone said with puzzled expressions. A strange mountain forest, it seems there are quite a few wild beasts, one person said. This is Beast Valley. Let me remind you, there are wild beasts everywhere here, extremely dangerous. Your main task now is to find a way to survive, and kill as many wild beasts as possible. For every wild beast you kill, it will be recorded on your Disciple Jade token. In the end, you will have a ranking. The top 10 disciples will receive mysterious rewards. Similarly, the bottom 10 disciples will face unknown punishments. All you new disciples, do your best to survive. Good luck! At this moment, Zunlai's voice echoed above everyone's heads. After he finished speaking, something balloon-shaped suddenly fell from the sky. This object landed on the ground and instantly shattered. Immediately, a peculiar smell began to spread. It was somewhat fragrant, mixed with a hint of stench. What is this? Someone couldn't help but ask. Not good, this is beast attractant powder. It will attract wild beasts, everyone run. One person recognized the object and hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, the crowd did not hesitate and quickly ran in all directions. However, their speed was still a bit slow. Roar! A whoa! Hiss! The sounds of wild beasts' roars continuously came from around them. At the same time, the ground began to shake violently. Song Tianli flashed and arrived next to Song Shirsan. Song Shirsan was the person he had chosen, and he naturally could not watch him get into trouble. At this moment, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai also came to their side. After all, they were acquaintances, and their previous relationship was quite good, allowing them to rely on each other. They couldn't tell which direction to go, so they randomly chose one. However, they hadn't run forward for long when a group of wild beasts appeared in front of them. Most of them are beasts of the 3 and 4 Zine realms. We can definitely deal with them if we work together, Song Tianli said to the others. At that moment, they were back to back. Alright, I'll make the first move, Wu Zizai declared. After saying this, he pulled out some bottles and jars from his pocket and threw them at the beasts. The moment the bottles and jars hit the ground, they exploded. In an instant, various powders spread among the group of beasts. These powders caused the beasts to writhe in pain, leading them to charge wildly. Immediately after, Wu Zizai waved his hand, throwing out a massive fishing net. The net ensnared the rampaging beasts. Yu Chuanxiu seemed to have anticipated this. As the net fell, he wielded a brick engraved with the character D and smashed it towards the beasts. The two had been together for 3 months and knew each other very well. Moreover, they had cooperated many times in the past, developing a strong tacit understanding. It was no exaggeration to say that when one of them made a move, the other knew exactly what to do. Yu Chuanxiu entered the group of beasts with the brick, like a tiger among sheep, crazily smashing the brick against the heads of the beasts. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds echoed continuously. With each sound, a beast would fall. Shirsan, let's make our move too. No need to hold back, Song Tianli said to Song Shirsan. Earlier, when they were in the square, the island master had said that in the 4 seasons Panglai, they must compete. Only by competing could they gain resources and status. Therefore, without exposing his identity as a chosen one, Song Tianli aimed to compete as much as possible. Their appearance in this place was due to the efforts of the people of 4 seasons Panglai. He believed that someone was definitely watching their performance from the shadows. After testing their spiritual roots, everyone was divided into true disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. But as the island master had said, a single division did not mean it would last a lifetime. If they performed well, everything could change. This was not Shenzhou, and there was no need for Song Shirsan to hide anymore. Understood. Song Shirsan replied and headed towards the group of beasts. At the same time, his aura fully expanded. 5 Zong Realm. Song Shirsan was chosen by Song Tianli, so his talent was naturally impressive. The previous test of spiritual roots had proven this, with a 7th grade spiritual root. Although it wasn't an 8th or 9th grade root, it was still quite good. Over the years in the Song family, Song Shirsan appeared to be a playboy, but behind the scenes, he worked harder than many others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the strength of the 5 Zong realm. Only in this way, when one day he could no longer disguise his playboy side, could he shock the world. With Song Shirsan's addition, the pressure on Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai significantly decreased. They were both astonished by Song Shirsan's strength in the 5 Zong realm. However, after thinking it over, they felt it was all part of the cleanup. They had previously speculated that Song Shirsan's playboy persona might just be a facade. Now, this had been proven. Song Tianli was also busy. He didn't reveal his strength, but he was excellent at picking up the pieces. Holding a dagger, he moved behind the others. Whenever he spotted a lone, heavily injured beast, he would strike it down at the first opportunity. The 4 of them cooperated quite well, so the first wave of beasts that attacked them was completely killed within just a few minutes.
Don't you think it's too coincidental that these beasts came? Yu Chuanxiu said, looking at the others.
It's already quite obvious, these beasts were sent by the people of 4 Seasons Panglai. It's to make us fight these beasts, Wu Zizai said.
But why? Do they want to kill us? Yu Chuanxiu asked in confusion.
For us lowly ones, if they really wanted to kill us, they wouldn't need to go through all this trouble.
Any one of them could just slap us down, and we would all undoubtedly die. So why are they doing this? Yu Chuanxiu couldn't understand why a welcoming ceremony had to be so fraught with danger. There are only 2 reasons for this. First, to give us a warning, to make it clear that we are just a bunch of lowly ones. If we don't work hard to cultivate, we might accidentally become fodder for beasts. Second, they want to gauge our strength and performance. Maybe they are secretly observing us right now.
What surprised Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai was that these words came from Song Shisan. The two turned to look at him, their faces filled with disbelief.
Is it strange for this young master, a natural talent, to say such things?
Seeing their expressions, Song Shisan understood what they were thinking and replied. If I had said this before, it would have been strange. But now, it's not strange at all, Wu Zizai said.
They could see that Song Shisan had no intention of pretending anymore. With his cultivation no longer concealed, his persona naturally fell away. I think there's a third point.
Many of us are just focused on cultivation and have never experienced life and death trials. The island master said before that cultivators go against the heavens. In the future, we will definitely face life and death tests, so they want us to adapt in advance, Song Tianli said at that moment.
That possibility cannot be ruled out. The others nodded. So what should we do now? Yu Chuanxiu asked the group.
Fight,
Song Tianli said. Fight? What do you mean?
Wu Zizai and the others looked at him in confusion, not understanding what Song Tianli was trying to say.
Didn't the steward say before that we should kill as many beasts as possible?
The top 10 will receive rewards, while the bottom 10 will face punishment.
Since that's the case, why don't we compete for a spot in the top 10? Song Tianli looked at them.
Hearing this, the others were shaken. To be honest, when the steward mentioned rewards for the top 10, they had never thought about competing for it. Because among the new disciples this time, there was one chosen one, 2 with 9th grade spiritual roots, and 7 with 8th grade spiritual roots. Not to mention, there were some powerful individuals hidden among the crowd who were overly low-key. It was simply too difficult for them to secure a spot in the top 10.
Can we really compete? Yu Chuanxiu asked, lacking confidence. If we don't compete, how will we know we can't? Since there are 10 spots in the top 10, why can't there be a place for the 4 of us? Here, what we are competing in is killing beasts, not the quality of our spiritual roots. Killing beasts relies on cultivation and intelligence. If we join forces, we might not necessarily lose to others. If we give it a shot, we still have a chance. Even if we gain nothing, we won't suffer any losses. If we don't take the risk, we might end up in the bottom 10. At that point, who knows what kind of outcome we will face. After hearing Song Tianli's words, the other 3 fell into a brief silence. The boss is right, if we don't take a shot, we'll never have a chance. Take a shot, and a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle.
Song Shisan was the first to stand up in support of Song Tianli.
I agree. Yu Chuanxiu nodded. So how do we distribute the beasts we kill? The steward said that each beast is worth 1 point, Wu Zizai asked. That's simple, if we fight individually, it's based on ability. If we cooperate, we'll split it evenly. If we can't split it evenly in one collaboration, we'll make up for it in the next one.
In this way, during the cooperation process, the points between each other will differ by at most 1 point.
Song Tianli said. If that's the case, I agree.
Wu Zizai also agreed. Once confirmed, the alliance of the 4 officially began. Compared to alliances with others, they still trusted each other to some extent. After all, they were all acquaintances. Thus, the 4 began to roam in the Beast Valley. Soon, they saw a pack of wild wolves coming in their direction. The strength of these wolves was only at the Sanzine level, but their numbers were numerous. If Song Tianli and the others were surrounded, it would be dire for them. Of course, this was under the premise that Song Tianli did not take action. Be careful, wolves are pack animals, and there will be a wolf king in a wolf pack, Yu Chuanxiu said. The terrain here is too flat, which is not favorable for fighting against the wolf pack. Let's go to the narrow pass ahead and use the terrain advantage to fight, Song Tianli said. The reason he cooperated with Song Shisan and the others was not only to utilize them to hide his identity but also, more importantly, to take this opportunity to help them, especially Song Shisan.
Song Tianli was not clear about what rewards the top 10 in points would receive.
However, he could be sure that the rewards from the 4 Seasons Panglai would not be too stingy. Once the rewards were claimed, it would be possible to get ahead of the other disciples. A step ahead means every step ahead. At this moment, he was thinking about how to help them kill the beasts without them noticing. With his strength, dealing with these beasts would be a piece of cake. However, getting Song Shur-san and the others to kill the beasts without them realizing it was not an easy task. Upon hearing Song Tianli's words, Song Shur-san and the others all ran towards the narrow pass. This pass was gourd-shaped, with the narrowest point being only 2 meters wide. If Song Tianli and the others guarded this place, they could face the wolf pack directly. Each time, they would only need to face at most 3 wild wolves. This was because the number of wolves that could pass through at one time was 3. If there were more, they would get stuck. Once stuck, they would become meat on the chopping block. In battle, sometimes it's not just about combat power, timing and terrain also matter. At this moment, Song Tianli and the others occupied the advantageous terrain. Thus, a battle between humans and wolves began. At the narrow pass, Song Shur-san, Yu Chuanxiu, and Wu Zizai guarded it. Whenever a wild wolf charged at them, they would kill it. The wolf pack only had San Zine level strength, and once they lost their numerical advantage, they were no match for Song Shur-san and the others. After all, Song Shur-san was at the Wu Zhang level. Wu Zizai and Yu Chuanxiu were both at the Xizan level. With 3 people guarding the narrow pass, they had the imposing aura of being able to hold back thousands. A whoa! At that moment, a wolf howl sounded. Upon hearing this howl, many wild wolves began to retreat. Run, run, the Wolf King is coming, Song Tianli said to the others. The reason he urged them to run was that he could see clearly with his white eyes. This Wolf King was at the Yifu level. A beast at the Yifu level could no longer be called a mere beast. According to Song Tianli's understanding, once a beast breaks through from the Shinzang level to the Chifu level, it can be called a demon beast. The biggest difference between a beast and a demon beast is the presence of intelligence. Beasts below the Chifu level, although they have some strength, are not strong. They have not awakened their intelligence and basically act on instinct. However, a demon beast that breaks through to the Chifu level forms a demon core within, which allows it to fully awaken its intelligence. The higher the cultivation, the higher the intelligence. Among Song Shur-san and the others, the highest strength was only at the Wu Zhang level. Faced with a Yifu level Wolf King, they had no chance of winning at all. This is a gap of great magnitude that cannot be compensated for by mere numbers. If Song Tianli does not take action, facing the Wolf King, Song Shur-san and the others will undoubtedly die. Song Shur-san has unconditional trust in Song Tianli, so upon hearing his voice, he immediately turned and ran. Wu Zizai is also someone who listens to advice, the kind of person who eats his fill, so he quickly turned and ran as well. As for Yu Chuanxiu, he was somewhat reckless. He was currently killing wolves left and right, enjoying himself immensely. In just a short while, he had already earned several points. Hearing Song Tianli's words, he had no intention of retreating, but when he saw Wu Zizai and Song Shur-san turn and run, he followed suit. After all, he could not face the entire wolf pack alone. Seeing the 3 of them run ahead, Song Tianli leaped high and punched the stone wall above the narrow pass. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, and the stone wall above the narrow pass began to collapse. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the falling stones completely blocked the narrow pass, which was over 2 meters wide. After doing all this, Song Tianli then chased after Song Shur-san and the others. He was well aware that this action would only slightly slow down the wolves' pursuit. It was likely that before long, the Wolf King would break through the blocked narrow pass. Sure enough, after the few of them had run about 100 meters, a loud bang came from behind them. An energy blast, like a cannon, directly smashed through the stones blocking the narrow pass. A pack of wolves crazily pursued Song Shur-san and the others once more. The Wolf King's strength is formidable. If it catches up to us, we are likely no match. What should we do? Yu Chuanxiu, feeling the energy fluctuations behind them, asked the others. We definitely can't outrun the wolf pack. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they catch us. We must find a way to shake them off. Wu Zizai quickly added. So far, he had not thought of any good solutions. At this point, there is only one way left. Use someone else's knife to kill. Song Tianli said at that moment. Use someone else's knife? Whose knife? Wu Zizai asked. Of course, it's the other disciples' knives. Those people's strength should not be underestimated, not to mention that Chosen One, Zhou, is a presence at the 5-mansion level. He could instantly kill the Wolf King. I can almost guarantee that, barring any accidents, he will be the first this time. Song Shur-san said, looking at the 2. Song Tianli did not speak at this time. He was contemplating whether he should compete for that first place. If he decided to compete, Zhou would definitely not be his opponent. However, doing so would easily expose him. After all, he only possessed a 5th-grade spiritual root. If a person with a 5th grade spiritual root were to overpower a chosen one, it would raise suspicions. Therefore, if Song Tianli wanted to keep his identity as a chosen one hidden, he had to find a reasonable and legitimate way that everyone could accept. At most, they would say, this guy just got lucky. After thinking for a moment, Song Tianli came up with a possibility: killing wild beasts or the young of demon beasts. However, young demon beasts or wild beasts are not so easy to find. They would have to stay in this beast valley for 3 days. So, there was no need to rush. The urgent matter was to escape the current predicament. I remember that Joey seemed to have run in this direction before, Song Tianli said, pointing in a direction. He had memorized Joey's escape route from the beginning because he had been considering whether to deal with Joey. Alright, then let's go this way. With that, Song Tianli and the others sped toward the direction where Joey was located. What Song Shisan and the others did not know was that Song Tianli was heading towards the direction of Joey not just to use him as a pawn. He also wanted to observe Joey up close, to see what his golden finger was related to. If he could eliminate Joey and get his divine currency, then the cost of his own golden finger would be halved again. Therefore, it was very necessary to make contact with Joey. At the same time, he was contemplating whether to have Song Shisan follow Joey and report back to him on his situation. A wolf howl echoed again. The Wolf King swiftly blocked the path of the few people. It's over, we're too slow, Yu Chuanqiu said. Attention, killing a first-level beast earns 100 points, 500 points for a second-level beast, 2,000 points for a third-level beast, 5,000 points for a fourth-level beast, 10,000 points for a fifth-level beast, 50,000 points for a sixth-level beast. At that moment, the voice of the steward echoed again in the Beast Valley. Hearing this voice, many disciples of the Divine Concealment Realm let out a wail. Killing a beast only earns 1 point. However, killing a demon beast, even the lowest level first-level demon beast, requires 100 points. If one could kill a 6th level demon beast, that would be 50,000 points. To simply kill beasts, one would need to kill 50,000 to reach 50,000 points. Ordinary disciples of the Divine Concealment Realm could not possibly kill a 6th level demon beast. This meant that the so-called top 10 spots were reserved for those in the Qi realm. Others were simply too weak. The only thing they could compete for was not to be in the bottom 10. Wolf King, I know you can hear me. How about we discuss something? If you don't kill us, we can take you to kill others. How about that? At this moment, Song Tianli looked at the Wolf King and said. As soon as he said this, Song Shisan and the others looked at him with incredulous expressions. They never expected Song Tianli would say such a thing. However, what was even more outrageous was that they actually saw the Wolf King nodding. This was truly absurd to the point of being ridiculous. Alright, then I'll take you, Song Tianli hurriedly said. In fact, he had just seemed to speak casually, but in reality, he had used the technique of the Inuzuka clan from Naruto. The Inuzuka clan could communicate with dogs and coexist harmoniously. In Song Tianli's view, dogs and wolves were close relatives, so communication should be similar. Thus, he approached it with a mindset of trying. He never expected it to actually succeed. However, all of this seemed a bit unbelievable to Song Shisan and the others. What they did not know was that Song Tianli had prepared a backup plan. If communication failed, he intended to use illusion techniques, because only illusions could be silent and would not attract the attention of others. Thus, Song Tianli led the first-level Wolf King and Song Shisan and the others towards the others. He ignored everyone else and headed straight for Zhou. At this moment, the Wolf King had an extraordinary trust in Song Tianli and did not suspect he would do anything else. Although a first-level demon beast had gained some intelligence, it was not very high. It was equivalent to a 10-year-old child, easily trusting others. Soon, Song Tianli and his group saw Joey slaughtering beasts. Wolf King, it's him, Song Tianli said, pointing at Joey. The Wolf King charged towards Joey without any hesitation. Beast, you don't know when to die. Joey squinted his eyes at the Wolf King charging towards him, a hint of killing intent flashing across his body. Then, he brought his index and middle fingers together and quickly waved them. Suddenly, a sword energy burst forth from his fingertips, heading towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King did not expect that Joey could unleash such a powerful attack. Thus, it hurriedly retreated. However, its retreat was still a bit slow, and the sword energy struck it. Oh, the Wolf King howled in pain, instantly suffering severe injuries and losing its combat ability. Beast, how dare you harm others? At that moment, Song Tianli shouted loudly and charged towards the Wolf King. He had somehow acquired a dagger in his hand. He raised the dagger and stabbed it towards the severely injured Wolf King. At this point, the Wolf King had already lost its combat ability and did not expect Song Tianli to attack it.
In an instant, the Wolf King was done for.
Brothers, don't worry, this beast has been dealt with by me, Song Tianli said, looking at the people around him.
Shameless, so damn shameless. I've never seen such a brazen person. Don't be a fool. How can he say that with a straight face? The onlookers couldn't help but criticize.
If they hadn't witnessed the entire process and only saw the final scene, they might have thought that Song Tianli was someone who cared for his fellow brothers. This Wolf King is a beast of the first realm. Killing it can earn 100 points. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "What the hell, 100 points? No wonder this person is so shameless, that's 100 points. We need to kill 100 beasts to get 100 points. The others also came to their senses. Joey frowned slightly upon hearing the discussions around him.
He then walked over to Song Tianli.
He stood in front of Song Tianli, looking at him coldly. He was about the same height as Song Tianli, but at that moment, he gave off an air of superiority.
Are you using me?
Joey asked Song Tianli.
What are you talking about, Brother Joey? I'm just helping you share the burden.
Brother Joey is a person of great importance and should be going after those stronger beasts. This small beast doesn't need Brother Joey to take action, Song Tianli said in a very humble tone.
To an outsider, it sounded like he was flattering Joey. Do you think I'm a fool? That I would fall for your tricks? Let me tell you, no one can use me. Anyone who tries to use me will have to pay a price. Considering we are fellow disciples, I won't kill you.
But while you may escape death, you cannot escape punishment. After saying this, Joey attacked Song Tianli. He waved his hand, and his sword energy flew from his fingertips towards Song Tianli. Faced with such an attack, Song Tianli hurriedly raised an energy shield in front of himself. However, the energy shield shattered instantly.
Then, the sword energy struck Song Tianli's chest, sending him flying backward.
Put! After hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Boss!
Seeing this, Song Shisan rushed forward to help Song Tianli up, concerned. Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizai also came to his side, looking worried. At the same time, the two glared at Joey with hostility.
Joey, don't you think you're going too far? To strike so viciously. Yu Chuanqiu couldn't help but say, too far? You all used me to deal with this first realm beast, and that's not too far?
Using me is one thing, but you even dealt the finishing blow, costing me 100 points.
I haven't even settled this score with you yet. You still dare to say I'm going too far?
Joey retorted at Yu Chuanqiu. You. For a moment, Yu Chuanqiu was at a loss for words, because what he said was the truth. We know your strength, dealing with a beast at the first level is a piece of cake, so we kindly lured the beast to you, allowing you to kill it. Who would have thought you couldn't finish it off in one blow?
Song Tianli only stepped in to deliver the final blow. How can that be considered using you? We're doing this for your own good.
If you don't appreciate it, that's one thing, but to injure Song Tianli is unacceptable.
That's truly unreasonable, Wu Zizai said at that moment.
He was indeed someone who had fought his way up from the very bottom of society. This kind of sophistry left Joey momentarily at a loss for words. Whether you used me or not, you know yourselves. Listen to me, if anyone dares to use me, I will make you pay a heavy price.
He is an example.
This time, I only let him get injured. Next time, I will kill him directly. Joey declared loudly, scanning the people around him with his gaze. Everyone who met his eyes instinctively averted their gaze.
Joey's strength far surpassed theirs.
Seeing the reactions of those around him, Joey nodded in satisfaction.
He enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention while others dared not act recklessly. It was a sensation he relished. Then, he soared into the air, beginning his search for the beasts. Song Tianli's earlier actions had reminded him.
Killing these weak beasts was meaningless. After all, killing one only earned a single point. It was far less efficient than killing a demon beast for points. Even if he couldn't kill a beast at the 5th level, casually killing one below that level could be worth several beasts. If he could kill a beast at the 4th level, that would be 5,000 points. If he could kill a beast at the 5th level, that would be 10,000 points. He just didn't know how many beasts at the Chi level were in this beast valley. Once Joey left, Yu Chuanqiu and the others turned their attention to Song Tianli.
Boss, are you okay? Song Shisan asked with concern. On the surface, Song Tianli appeared severely injured.
There was a sword wound over 20 centimeters long on his chest, and his face was pale, looking extremely weak.
I'm fine, it's just a surface injury.
I'll be okay after a bit of rest, Song Tianli said to the group. What he said was, of course, the truth. The current situation could be said to have been guided entirely by him. To make it look convincing, he had deliberately forced out a mouthful of blood earlier, making his face appear pale. He had long anticipated that if he snatched Joey's monster, Joey would definitely not let it go easily. He intentionally allowed Joey to injure him for two main reasons. The first was to understand what Joey's attack was like and if there were any special aspects to it. After verification, he found that the sword energy Joey emitted was extremely sharp. This sword energy lingered on the surface of his skin, even eroding it. If the strength truly belonged to someone at the divine concealment level, it would likely take a long time to remove this sword energy. The second reason was to observe the performance of Yu Chunxiu and Wu Zizai. As for Song Shi-san, he completely trusted him. After all, Song Shi-san was someone he had personally selected. However, he had no confidence in Yu Chunxiu and Wu Zizai. As the saying goes, it's easy to paint a tiger's skin but hard to paint its bones. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Some people appear righteous and full of loyalty in ordinary times, but once a situation arises that is unfavorable to them, they will betray and try to distance themselves in every possible way. He wanted to see if Yu Chunxiu and Wu Zizai were such people. If they were, then it would be unfortunate, their bond would end there. Song Tianli did not want the people around him to stab him in the back at any moment. For now, the performance of these two was quite satisfactory. Just because Joey is a chosen one with great strength, it doesn't mean he has distanced himself from me. Since that's the case, when I eat meat, I don't mind bringing the two of them along for some soup. In fact, I have a third purpose. After I get injured, I can cover my tracks. I still plan to compete for this first place. Next, I can't stay with you guys anymore. I already have 100 points, so I probably won't be among the bottom 10. You all need to work hard. After that, Song Tianli said to the others, "Boss, it's not good for you to stay here alone." Song Shi-san couldn't help but say, now that Song Tianli is seriously injured, he doesn't feel comfortable leaving him alone. "Song Tianli, hurry up and heal. We'll guard you here," Yu Chunxiu said. "We've already killed quite a few wild wolves, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Just focus on healing, you're our military strategist, and we're waiting for your plans," Wu Zizai also said to Song Tianli. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Although these two have some minor flaws, they are worth forming a deep bond with. In such circumstances, they are still thinking about guarding him. "Alright, I'll hurry up and heal." Song Tianli didn't refuse and closed his eyes to begin healing. The healing was just an act, he didn't actually need to heal. With his tenfold efficiency, even without actively healing, his injuries would heal in no time. If he actively healed, the recovery speed would be too fast. He still needed to cover his tracks and didn't need his injuries to heal immediately. Multiple shadow clone technique. Song Tianli split his clones underground. His main body pretended to heal here while his clones went to stir up trouble. His clones used stealth techniques and headed off into the distance. With the strength of Song Shi-san and the others, they couldn't detect Song Tianli's departing clone. Song Tianli created 4 clones, each heading in different directions. One of the clones chased after Joey. Joey had injured him, and although he was pretending to be hurt, this grudge couldn't go unpunished. If he could kill Joey, it would be a good thing for him. Joey was only at the 5-mansion realm, while his clone was at the 6-mansion realm. Killing Joey wasn't impossible. However, the chosen ones have many tricks up their sleeves. It's not just about having a higher cultivation level to kill them. Song Tianli's purpose this time wasn't to kill Joey but to teach him a lesson and force out as many of his trump cards as possible. This way, he could determine what his golden finger was related to. Soon, Song Tianli's clone caught up with Joey, who was searching for demon beasts. He blocked Joey's path, looking at him with a hostile gaze. Of course, he was disguised with transformation techniques, so Joey couldn't recognize him. "What's the matter?" Joey asked, looking at Song Tianli, who was blocking his way. "Joey? The chosen one? You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Today, I'll see if the chosen one is really that powerful," Song Tianli said to Joey. Before a battle, experts usually exchange pleasantries. The reason Song Tianli engaged in small talk was mainly to understand Joey better. People have dual natures. Some people act one way in public and another in private. Not to mention others, even his own demeanor in front of people is a disguise. What you see may only be what others want you to see. "Do you think you're worthy to experience my methods?" Joey remained as arrogant as ever. "You'll find out soon enough whether I'm worthy or not. Are you ready to face death?" After Song Tianli finished speaking, he moved and charged towards Joey. He did not engage in flashy attacks but instead launched directly into hand-to-hand combat. Joey realized his intention and met him head-on. Thus, the two began a back-and-forth contest of physical skills. However, as soon as they clashed, Joey's expression turned serious. He discovered that Song Tianli was actually at the 6th mansion level, which was a small realm stronger than his own. Konoha whirlwind kick. Song Tianli jumped, twisted his body, and kicked out. In an instant, Joey's body was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, creating a large pit. "Chosen one,
is this all you've got? Easily defeated. Song Tianli stood above, looking down at Zhou He, who was smashed into the ground, and mocked him. In truth, he knew that although Zhou He had been kicked down, he had not sustained serious injuries, not even superficial ones. He said this merely to boost his own momentum. Whether he could kill Zhou He was not important. What mattered was not losing face. Sure enough, as soon as Song Tianli's words fell, the ground exploded, and a figure shot up into the sky. At that moment, Zhou He radiated an extremely sharp aura, exuding a chilling presence. If Zhou He before was a treasured sword in its sheath, now he was a blade drawn from it. A sword can only reveal its edge once it is unsheathed. Good. I actually underestimated you. Now I want to see how much you can handle. Receive my sword. Zhou He brought his index and middle fingers together, forming an illusory sword shadow at his fingertips. In that moment, his clothes moved without wind. A fierce sword energy enveloped him, as if it could tear through space. Moon shifts, stars change. The next moment, he swung the illusory long sword in his hand. A powerful sword energy slashed toward Song Tianli. Seeing this attack, Song Tianli crouched down, placing his palm on the ground. Triple Rashomon. With a light shout, 3 massive doors rose from the ground. The enormous sword energy struck the 3 doors. Boom boom boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Instantly, debris flew, and dust filled the air. Missed escape. At that moment, a voice rang out. Following that, a thick fog enveloped the space where Zhou He was. This fog obscured his vision, making it difficult for him to see his surroundings. However, his senses remained intact. He clearly sensed an attack appearing beneath his feet. Without a second thought, he swung his sword again. A 10-meter-long sword energy descended. Boom! A water dragon was split in 2 by this sword energy. Just then, a flying knife shot toward him. Zhou He raised his sword and aimed to slash at the flying knife. However, just as his long sword was about to strike the knife, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Song Tianli. After obscuring Zhou He's vision with the thick fog, he used the water dragon bullet. This move was not meant to hit Zhou He but to distract him, allowing him to use the Flying Thunder God technique. He had marked the shuriken and, using the Flying Thunder God technique, jumped in front of Zhou He. In one hand, he held a Rasengan. Zhou He was taken aback by this scene. He had not noticed how Song Tianli had appeared before him. If he were to retreat now, it was clearly too late. If he moved, he would have to accelerate from 0. Meanwhile, Song Tianli was already moving at high speed, making it impossible for him to dodge. Moonlight cascades. In a critical moment, countless dense sword energies erupted from Zhou He's body. The sword energy spread out like blooming flowers in all directions. In response, Song Tianli showed no signs of retreat. He gathered his spiral sphere and smashed it directly towards Zhou He. They had to collide head-on, otherwise, it would be difficult to gauge the true strength of Zhou He's attack. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided completely. Instantly, a powerful energy storm erupted at the point of impact. This energy storm generated strong shockwaves that spread outward. Both Song Tianli and Zhou He were thrown back by the shockwaves, retreating over 100 meters in the air. In the next moment, Song Tianli's clone suddenly vanished. He had just been affected by a very small shockwave. If it had been his main body, such an attack would not have been enough to harm him. However, a clone would disappear upon being attacked, and this was something Song Tianli could not change at the moment. When Zhou He sensed Song Tianli's disappearance, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he widened his eyes, fully opened his senses, and searched for Song Tianli's figure. He felt that Song Tianli's sudden disappearance must be brewing some kind of scheme. Perhaps he was hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to ambush him. At this time, the thick fog that Song Tianli had previously conjured had completely dissipated. Zhou He looked around warily, his expression particularly tense. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have found it somewhat inexplicable. Song Tianli was unaware of what had happened after his clone vanished. It's a pity that a single clone couldn't force out Zhou He's trump card. Next time, I can use 10 clones, Song Tianli, pretending to heal, silently thought. Meanwhile, his other 3 clones were reaping plenty. The other 3 clones did not attempt to encircle and kill Zhou He. Instead, they were searching for traces of the beasts. In the Beast Valley, the number of beasts was not very high. The people from 4 Seasons Panglai knew that these new disciples were not very strong. 90% of them were at the divine concealment level. Only a very few had reached the Qi Mansion level. If there were too many beasts, these new disciples would be in danger. The purpose of 4 Seasons Panglai was to let these disciples experience the dangers of beasts and monsters, not to kill them. Therefore, there weren't many overly strong beasts. The Wolf King that Song Tianli had killed earlier was already considered one of the strongest beasts. Because of this, Song Tianli's clones searched for half a day without finding any particularly strong beasts. However, he discovered a large number of wild animals. Thus, he began to attack these wild animals. While attacking, he drove them towards the direction where Song Shisan and the others were. The purpose of Song Tianli's clone was not to kill these wild animals but to let Song Shisan and the others do so. In this way, Song Shisan and his group could pick up the spoils. By then, entering the top 10 should not be a problem.
Did you hear any sounds? Song Shisan suddenly asked Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizai.
Sounds? What sounds?
Yu Chuanxiu asked, puzzled.
There is indeed a sound, and it seems to be getting closer to us, Wu Zizai said at that moment.
He had heard the sound of the ground shaking. The three hurriedly stood up.
What happened? Song Tianli also woke from his healing and looked at the others.
There's a pack of wild beasts,
Song Shisan said.
At this moment, they had already seen a large group of wild animals approaching from their 11 o'clock direction.
There's also one over here.
Wu Zizai pointed to their 2 o'clock direction.
Is there a beast tide happening? We should run, Yu Chuanxiu said anxiously.
Wait, look, these beasts seem to be charging at each other,
Song Tianli said.
Hearing this, the others frowned and looked at the beasts before them. Sure enough, under their gaze, the two groups of beasts charged towards each other. Once the two groups collided, chaos quickly spread throughout the entire beast horde. Before long, many of the beasts from both groups were severely injured and fell to the ground. They did not die, but they had lost all fighting capability. Of course, it was not mere coincidence. This was all the result of Song Tianli's clone manipulating things in the shadows. He controlled these two groups of beasts to charge at each other while also ensuring that the conflict would not result in mass casualties.
After all, he needed Song Shisan and the others to kill these beasts to earn their points. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. What are we waiting for? Let's go take advantage of this.
At that moment, Song Tianli shouted loudly to Song Shisan and the other three. Hearing his shout, the three finally came to their senses and hurried towards the beast horde. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a huge windfall. With no one else around, they had to seize the moment. Thus, the four charged into the beast horde and began to finish off the wounded beasts. The beasts had basically lost their fighting capability, so the four of them could be said to have killed these severely injured beasts with ease. The situation here naturally caught the attention of other disciples. However, by the time they arrived, Song Shisan and his group had already harvested all the lives of the beasts. How can they be so strong? The arriving disciples looked at the mountain of corpses ahead, their faces filled with disbelief. They found it hard to believe that these seemingly weak individuals could kill so many beasts. It was simply outrageous. I saw what happened from a high point just now. The two large groups of beasts seemed to have gone mad and fought among themselves. As a result, they were all severely injured, and then these few people took advantage of it. A disciple who witnessed the entire process explained to the others. After seeing all this, he hurried over, hoping to get a share of the spoils, but he was still a step too late.
What the hell? This is possible? What kind of luck did these people have to encounter something like this? I fought tooth and nail to kill just a dozen beasts, and these few just swooped in and got so many. They must be the children of fortune.
The others said, each feeling a sense of imbalance in their hearts.
Anyone who learned of this would probably turn green with envy. However, envy aside, they could not replicate such luck. As for the top 10, whoever wants to take it can go ahead, I don't care, one person said, a bit exasperated. Then he turned and left.
Seeing this, the others glanced at Song Tianli and his group before also turning to leave. Envy and jealousy were useless. They could only find ways to kill more beasts. Although Song Tianli was the first to charge into the beast horde, he had not actually killed many beasts. He had already killed a wolf king of the first realm earlier, earning 100 points.
Moreover, with his strength, killing beasts was simply too easy. By killing fewer, Song Shisan and the others could kill more.
This way, their points would increase a bit.
Boss, we're riding on your coattails. If it weren't for staying back to guard you, we definitely wouldn't have been able to take advantage of this big opportunity,
Song Shisan said excitedly.
Yeah.
This might be what they say, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be should not be forced,
Yu Chuanxiu said from the side. Wu Zizai remained silent, but the joy on his face was unmistakable.
By killing these beasts, we are basically unlikely to fall into the bottom 10. This time, we can really compete for a spot in the top 10, Song Tianli said.
Yes, we might not be able to claim first place,
but the chances of getting into the top 10 are quite high, Yu Chuanxiu added.
What should we do next? Wu Zizai looked at Song Tianli and asked. After fighting for so long, aren't you all hungry?
Song Tianli suddenly asked the group. Hearing this, they finally remembered that they hadn't eaten for a long time. With so many beast corpses here, we can have a feast of wild game, Song Tianli said. Let's eat, I'm almost too weak from hunger. Yu Chuanqiu replied. Previously, they had been so tense that they didn't feel hungry. Now that they relaxed, the hunger hit them. Each of them felt they could eat a whole cow. How about this, each of us roast a different beast and see whose cooking is better? Wu Zizai suggested at that moment. Sounds good. Yu Chuanqiu nodded. No one was obligated to cook for the others, so it was best if each person roasted a different meat. This way, they could each enjoy 4 different delicacies. With that, the 4 of them got to work. Cooking is my specialty, can I join in? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Song Shisan and the others looked up to find that the speaker was He Tianrui, the chef from the delicious restaurant. Of course, only Song Tianli knew this identity at the moment. It's him. The others recognized He Tianrui as well. He had been identified as having a 9th grade spiritual root during the testing. They couldn't understand why someone with a 9th grade spiritual root would actively approach them. Sure. Since you're good at cooking, we'll leave it to you. Just as the other 3 were about to refuse, Song Tianli spoke up. This left the others somewhat incredulous. Based on their understanding of Song Tianli, they knew he was hard to trust. Why was he so trusting of this stranger, He Tianrui? Moreover, their group was fine as it was. Why would they let another person join for no reason? Thank you, He Tianrui said to Song Tianli. However, there was something intriguing in his gaze. Whenever he looked at Song Tianli, there was an unexplainable depth to it. After He Tianrui finished speaking, he wasted no time. He selected some of the more delicious beasts from the many they had killed and got busy. With his culinary skills, he quickly prepared several fragrant roasted meats. It smells so good. Yu Chuanqiu couldn't help but exclaim. This aroma feels familiar. You're not the chef from the delicious restaurant, are you? Wu Zizai asked He Tianrui. He had only smelled this aroma when he was at the delicious restaurant. That's me. He Tianrui did not deny it. Ah, we are in for a treat, Wu Zizai said excitedly. Please try it, the seasoning is limited, so the taste is slightly inferior to what you would find at the delicious restaurant. Just make do with it, He Tianrui said. You're being modest. It's way better than any of our cooking, Yu Chuanqiu said, eagerly cutting off a piece of meat, ready to dig in. Song Shisan and Wu Zizai did not start eating right away but watched Yu Chuanqiu prepare to take a big bite. Yu Chuanqiu noticed this scene as well. Why are you just staring at me? Eat, he asked, puzzled. Little you, you're so eager to eat, aren't you afraid someone might poison it? Wu Zizai said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, Yu Chuanqiu's expression instantly stiffened. He hadn't thought this much just now. For a moment, he was left holding the meat in his hand, unsure whether to eat it or not. He had trusted He Tianrui too much, never considering that he might poison them. If he really did poison them, wouldn't that mean certain death for him? He was still too naive. However, they felt it was unlikely that he would poison them. A person with a 9th grade spiritual root wouldn't resort to such methods to deal with them. But then again, anything was possible. After all, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Until they figured out He Tianrui's true intentions, they dared not easily eat what he had prepared. You guys really don't mind speaking in front of others, He Tianrui said. He said this without any embarrassment on his face, because if it were him, he might think the same way. Just eat, why are you all staring? How could there be so many malicious people? I'm telling you, eat with peace of mind. Song Tianli stepped forward at this moment. After he finished speaking, he used a dagger to cut off a large piece of roasted meat and began to eat heartily. From He Tianrui's earlier gaze, he had already realized. It was likely that the other party had recognized him as the chosen one who had subdued him back then. Although he didn't know what method the other party had used, they were also a chosen one, and had plenty of means. It wasn't surprising that they could recognize his identity. His identity being exposed wasn't a big deal, as long as his golden finger remained hidden. Moreover, so far, he didn't believe anyone could guess his golden finger. Seeing that Song Tianli had started eating, Wu Zizai and Song Shisan also stopped hesitating and began to eat heartily. If we were to judge purely by culinary skills, there were probably very few people across the entire Shenzhou who could compare to He Tianrui. Seeing everyone start to eat, He Tianrui also cut a piece of roasted meat. He didn't sit down to eat immediately but walked over to Song Tianli. Then, he sat down next to Song Tianli. It's been a few months, and you've become much stronger, he said after taking a bite of the roasted meat. You recognize me? Song Tianli asked. I did. I have to say, you hid yourself quite well. If it weren't for my recent progress in strength, I really wouldn't have been able to confirm that person was you. Now, He Tianrui's strength had also reached the 5-mansion realm. He was just one step away from breaking through to the six-mansion realm. It should be noted that when Song Tianli had subdued him before, he was only at the three treasures realm. To have such progress in just a few months was indeed impressive. He Tianruo truly deserved to be a chosen one.
Since you know it's me, you didn't think about secretly plotting against me? After all, your life vein is in my hands. Once successful, you wouldn't be able to control me anymore, Song Tianli asked. I did think about it, but later gave up. I understand people like us. It's not that easy to be schemed against. If it fails, I would be the one to die. The risk of scheming against you is too great. It's better to lay it all out, He Tianruo said. He had indeed thought about taking advantage of the fact that Song Tianli didn't know he had discovered his identity as a chosen one to secretly eliminate him. However, this idea was quickly dismissed. As a chosen one, he naturally knew how difficult it was to kill another chosen one without knowing their golden finger. If he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill, then Song Tianli would definitely not let him go. He didn't want to die, so he refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he chose to confront Song Tianli directly. He now felt incredibly fortunate for having made this choice, because just now, when Song Tianli ate the roasted meat he made, he could roughly sense Song Tianli's strength. Song Tianli's current strength was far superior to his own. A very wise choice. Song Tianli smiled and said. The conversation between the two did not avoid Song Shisan and the others. However, at this moment, the three of them looked completely bewildered. They could understand every word spoken by Song Tianli and He Tianruo, but when put together, they had no idea what it meant. Nevertheless, they had already noticed that the two were acquainted. Since they knew each other, there was no reason for them to harm them. They could eat their barbecue in peace. Young master, tell us the truth. Who exactly is Song Tianli? At this moment, Wu Zizai suddenly looked at Song Shisan and asked. Through the previous interactions between Song Tianli and Song Shisan, they had discovered that their relationship was quite unusual. Moreover, it seemed that Song Shisan always intentionally or unintentionally regarded Song Tianli as the main focus. Guess. Song Shisan just smiled and did not answer. No matter what, he could not reveal the answer to this question. Even if the two were truly trustworthy, it should be Song Tianli who tells them. It seems that the one hiding the deepest is still him. I felt before that he wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. Now that feeling is even stronger. Wu Zizai glanced at Song Tianli and said, Old Wu, what are you talking about? What do you mean he isn't as simple as he seems? Yu Chuanxiu asked in confusion. He was puzzled as to why he suddenly couldn't understand what the people around him were saying. What step had he missed? Guess. Wu Zizai looked at Yu Chuanxiu and said with a smile, I don't know, how should I address you? At that moment, He Tianruo looked at Song Tianli and asked. He had only seen Song Tianli and did not know his name. Song Tianli. Song Tianli revealed his name. What are your plans next? What do you want me to do? I naturally want to compete for this first place. Even if you hadn't come to find me today, I would have sought you out. I plan to have you help me, or it could be said that I am helping you. Song Tianli did not hide his intentions. As he spoke, he finished all the barbecue in his hand. Once he said this, He Tianruo instantly understood. Song Tianli intended to hide his strength. Otherwise, with his current power, why would he need He Tianruo's help? At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from He Tianruo. Did he break through so quickly? Seeing this scene, Song Tianli hurriedly stood up and protected him behind himself. Song Tianli knew about He Tianruo's golden finger. As long as there were diners eating the food he prepared, he could absorb energy from these diners. The higher the identity, status, and strength of the diners, the more energy he could absorb. Previously, he was just a step away from the six-mansion realm. Song Tianli's current strength was formidable, already at the divine path realm. After eating the barbecue he made, He Tianruo naturally absorbed a large amount of energy from Song Tianli, allowing him to break through in an instant. Wait, did he just break through? Isn't that too easy? Yu Chuanxiu looked at He Tianruo in disbelief. He was all too clear about how difficult it was to break through during his own cultivation. Yet, He Tianruo was chatting with Song Tianli, and just like that, he broke through. It was simply out of the ordinary. If Yu Chuanxiu had known about He Tianruo's identity as a chosen one, he probably wouldn't have been so surprised. For a chosen one, breaking through under any circumstances was considered normal. Because no one knew what the other person's golden finger was, they naturally didn't know the other's cultivation method. A single word, a smile, or a bite of food could be the opportunity for a chosen one to break through. Perhaps he had some kind of insight just now. Song Tianli offered a reason for He Tianruo. For cultivators, sometimes having an insight and breaking through is quite reasonable. The aura on him is so powerful, not weaker than Zhou He. Wu Zizai said.
As he spoke, it seemed he suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. He was a chosen one, which was why he was so powerful, a crushing presence compared to the other disciples. But why was he Tianruo so strong? Could he also be a chosen one? Or was it because he possessed a ninth-grade spiritual root? Wu Zizai did not know which reason accounted for He Tianruo's formidable strength. If he was also a chosen one, that would be quite interesting. Song Tianli actually knew a chosen one. Wouldn't that mean they could walk with confidence in the Four Seasons Pang Lai? Even if He Tianruo was not a chosen one, he was still a holder of a ninth-grade spiritual root, the direct disciple of the Mountain Master. He could still walk with confidence. A person with an 8th grade spiritual root only represented the potential of having an 8th grade spiritual root. However, a holder of a 9th grade spiritual root did not merely represent the potential of having a 9th grade spiritual root. It was like someone scoring 95 points. It meant their ability could only score 95 points. But if someone scored 100, it was because the full score was only 100, not because their ability was limited to 100. The aura of He Tianruo's breakthrough quickly attracted the attention of some nearby disciples. They all came over. Our boss is breaking through, no outsiders are allowed to approach. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. At this moment, Song Tianli said loudly. It's the direct disciple of Mountain Master Chun, He Tianruo, the holder of a 9th grade spiritual root. As expected of a 9th grade spiritual root, he's breaking through already? The 5-mansion realm, it really is despairing. Everyone looked at He Tianruo, who was in the midst of his breakthrough, discussing among themselves, but no one dared to disturb him. Interrupting someone's breakthrough was a grave offense. They didn't want to earn He Tianruo's resentment. Being resented by a direct disciple of the Mountain Master and a holder of a 9th grade spiritual root was not a good thing. They were just there to take a look. He Tianruo? Holder of a 9th grade spiritual root? Very good. I will let you know that the so-called 9th grade spiritual root is nothing before a chosen one. You all will ultimately just become my stepping stones. At this moment, Joey also appeared, murmuring to himself. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention but disliked sharing that attention with others. Therefore, he would trample down anyone who shared the spotlight with him. He would make everyone know that he was the number one among this generation of disciples. He was determined to take first place in this points competition. With that thought, he flashed away, flying into the distance. He wanted to take advantage of He Tianruo's breakthrough to kill as many demon beasts as possible. No matter what, he had to secure that first place. The others did not linger too long. After all, watching someone else's breakthrough only satisfied their curiosity without any other benefits. About an hour later, He Tianruo completed his breakthrough. Thank you. He stood up and said gratefully to Song Tianli. His gratitude had 2 points. First, he thanked Song Tianli for protecting him just now, allowing him to break through without being disturbed by others. Second, he thanked Song Tianli for eating the barbecue he made earlier, which allowed him to absorb some energy and achieve his breakthrough. Song Tianli knew about his golden finger and still ate the barbecue he made. There was an element of intentional help in that. No need to be polite. Now that you've broken through to the 6-mansion realm, your chances of taking first place are even greater. Let's go. We should take action now, Song Tianli said. The decision he made earlier was to help He Tianruo secure first place. If there were material prizes, then He Tianruo would give them to him. If the prizes were non-material, then He Tianruo would find a way to transfer them to him. If it really couldn't be transferred, letting He Tianruo gain a little advantage wouldn't be a problem. After all, the other party could be considered one of their own. Moreover, he had already thought out the script. Once He Tianruo secured first place, he would transfer the reward to him. If anyone asked, he would say that he and He Tianruo were cousins. His father had accidentally died while trying to save He Tianruo. He wanted to repay this debt. Such a reason would be easy for others to believe. In this way, his strength would basically remain undisclosed. He wondered how Song Sihai would feel if he knew that Song Tianli had claimed his father was dead just for a first-place reward. Alright. Just like that, the original 4-member group of Song Tianli transformed into the current 5-member group. On the surface, this group was led by He Tianruo, as he was the strongest and had the highest spiritual root grade. But in reality, it was led by Song Tianli. Only outsiders were unaware of this. Song Tianli's clone had previously searched for beasts and demon beasts in the Beast Valley, so he was somewhat familiar with the situation of the beasts in that area. Soon, he led the others to a swamp. He had seen that this swamp was home to a large number of beasts. Moreover, there was a demon beast at the 4-mansion level. If they could kill this 4-mansion demon beast, He Tianruo would earn 5,000 points. This would allow him to significantly outpace the others. The demon beast here is only at the 4-mansion level, no need to be cautious, just crush it, Song Tianli communicated to He Tianrui. Upon hearing this, He Tianrui showed no hesitation, his figure flashing as he took to the air. He extended his hand and slashed down towards the swamp. A blade of energy, several dozen meters long, erupted in the swamp. When the blade energy exploded in the swamp, it caused considerable damage. Because in this swamp, there was not only the 4-mansion demon beast but also other relatively weaker beasts. Roar! Soon, a deep, angry roar echoed from the swamp. Following that, a massive figure shot up from the swamp. It was a gigantic crocodile over 5 meters long. It twisted its body and charged towards He Tianrui. Behind it were several smaller crocodiles and some other water-dwelling beasts, such as otters, water voles, and water shrews.
Here comes the action, Song Tianli said, looking at these beasts.
These were all beasts below the Qi Mansion level, perfect for Song Shisan and the others to handle.
Thus, a battle commenced.
However, from the very beginning, the outcome of this battle was already determined. The crocodile was only at the 4-mansion level, while He Tianrui was now at the 6-mansion level. Dealing with it was a piece of cake. As for the smaller creatures that Song Shisan and the others were facing, they were quickly taken down as well. This was because Song Tianli used the shadow mimicry technique to create a brief pause for those beasts at the most critical moment of the battle.
In a life and death struggle, even a tiny pause could determine victory or defeat. In less than 10 minutes, everyone resolved the battle.
This time, He Tianrui earned 5,000 points. Song Shisan and the others also earned several dozen points. The difficulty of the battles they faced was roughly similar. However, the disparity in their gains was quite significant. This left Song Shisan and the others feeling quite unbalanced.
Nevertheless, despite their imbalance, they said nothing.
After all, He Tianrui's 5,000 points were earned through his own ability.
They couldn't handle a 4-mansion demon beast either.
One should eat according to the size of their bowl.
No need for envy or resentment.
Following this, they replicated their success and took down several more demon beast layers. At this point, He Tianrui's points had already exceeded 20,000, while Song Shisan and the others had just barely crossed 200.
This is a 100-fold difference.
Attention, attention, the leaderboard is about to open, please pay attention, disciples. At that moment, the voice of the elder came again. Hearing this voice, everyone in the Beast Valley was bewildered, not knowing what the opening of the leaderboard meant at this time. The elder had previously said they needed to stay here for 3 days.
It had only been 1 day. How could the leaderboard be opening now? Were they going to decide who was first already? Is the opening of the leaderboard meant to incite competition among the disciples? Song Tianli suddenly had a guess.
He had noticed before that the people from the 4 Seasons Panglai were quite adept at stirring things up. Such a move was not surprising. 10 seconds after the elder's words fell, suddenly, a huge light screen appeared in the sky. This light screen was visible from any corner of the Beast Valley. On the screen were the names of many disciples and their scores. First place, He Tianrui, 21,198 points. Second place, Bai Yun, 10,524 points. Third place, Joey, 10,425 points. Fourth place, Pei Dongyang, 691 points. Fifth place, Song Tianli, 372 points. Sixth place, Wu Zizai, 286 points. Seventh place, Song Shisan, 279 points. 8th place, Yu Chuanxiu, 266 points. 9th place, Sun Ao, 122 points. 10th place, Subai, 118 points. When everyone saw this leaderboard, they were completely stunned. Because the leaderboard displayed individuals, and the point differences were too vast.
Especially between the top 3 and the 4th place and below. The 10th place didn't even have a fraction of the first place's score. The drop from 3rd to 4th place was like a cliff.
From 5 digits, it plummeted to 3 digits.
Upon reflection, this phenomenon was actually normal.
The top 3 must be at the Qi Mansion realm. They could earn several thousand points just by killing a single beast.
How could those below the Qi Mansion realm compete? Pei Dongyang also has a 9th grade spiritual root. How come he only has over 600 points?
Yu Chuanxiu murmured as he looked at the rankings. Hearing this, Wu Zizai turned his gaze to He Tianrui. Indeed, they both had 9th grade spiritual roots. Logically, even if He Tianrui was slightly stronger than Pei Dongyang, he shouldn't be that much stronger.
Unless, He Tianrui was not just a 9th grade spiritual root, he had another identity. For example, a chosen one.
Wu Zizai had previously suspected that He Tianrui was a chosen one.
Now he was about 90% sure.
However, even if he knew He Tianrui was a chosen one, it wouldn't help him.
Because he was not a chosen one. Who is this Bai Yun in 2nd place? He is actually ahead of Zhou He.
He then looked at the person in second place, unsure if he was talking to himself or asking someone nearby. This question puzzled not only Wu Zizai but others as well. It was understandable for He Tianrui to take first place, after all, he had a 9th grade spiritual root. But many people didn't even remember who Bai Yun was, yet he had over 10,000 points, ranking ahead of the chosen one Zhou He.
I wonder if this Bai Yun is a chosen one, Song Tianli thought silently.
He decided to observe Bai Yun closely for a while. Meanwhile, Zhou He looked at the leaderboard, his expression extremely grim. He was determined to fight for first place, but unexpectedly, he was overshadowed by 2 people. This was absolutely intolerable for him.
There are still 2 days left until the welcome ceremony ends.
In the next 2 days, everyone should take good care of their identity tokens.
If someone else snatches them, the points on them can also be transferred. The elder's voice rang out again.
His words seemed to remind everyone to keep an eye on their identity cards, but in reality, he was telling them that the identity cards of others could be snatched. Once snatched, the rankings on the leaderboard could change. He Tianrui, Bai Yun, just wait, Zhou He declared.
This first place, I'm going to secure it.
With that, Zhou He leaped into the air, searching for the figures of others. With his strength, he was among the top tier of these disciples, fearless in his pursuit. He had just made an extremely bold decision. He planned to plunder all the disciples in the Beast Valley, including Bai Yun and He Tianrui. This way, the first place would definitely be his. If Song Tianli knew his thoughts, he would surely give a thumbs up in praise. After crossing over to the land of Shenzhou, Song Tianli had begun to develop in a low-key manner. For 20 years, he had been biding his time. After becoming a chosen one, he had become even more cautious. Therefore, he found it hard to understand why Zhou He, also a chosen one, was so ostentatious.
In everyone's understanding, a chosen one should hide when possible. Until the last moment, one should never admit to being a chosen one.
Yet Zhou He was going against the grain. He wondered if Zhou He was reckless or if he simply didn't fear exposing his golden finger.
Song Tianli didn't know what Zhou He was specifically thinking.
But he firmly believed in one saying, if heaven wants to destroy a person, it will first make them crazy.
Next, it won't be our battlefield. We need to find a place to hide. As long as we can survive until the end, we'll definitely make it into the top 10. Moreover, we might even have the chance to reap the benefits.
At this moment, Song Tianli said to Song Shisan and the others. The others had no objections to his plan. They understood how much luck was involved in their current position in the top 10. Initially, they had picked up the scraps from 2 beast groups fighting. Later, they had followed He Tianrui and benefited a bit. If they relied on their own strength, they would absolutely not make it into the top 10.
So should I hide too? He Tianrui asked. No need.
You have the strength of the 6 houses realm, and among these disciples, you can be considered the strongest.
Even if others team up, they might not be your match, so you can appear openly and seize from anyone you see.
If you can snatch all the points from others, then the first place will not only be more secure,
but our rankings can also improve, Song Tianli said.
Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed across the faces of Song Shisan and the others.
Right, if you can take the points from Bai Yun, Zhou He, and Pei Dongyang, then our rankings will automatically move up, Wu Zizai said excitedly.
Rather than exhausting themselves in competition, it was better to find ways to eliminate others.
In that case, I'll give it a try.
But, others must be thinking the same as you, and many must have already hidden away.
Finding them won't be an easy task.
This was the most challenging part for He Tianrui.
Just do your best, Song Tianli said.
He planned to assist He Tianrui from the shadows, but he couldn't say that out loud. He couldn't let Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizai know he had such abilities. Although he knew that one day, his identity as a chosen one would be exposed, it wasn't the right time yet.
You all hide, I'll go first,
He Tianrui said, then turned and flew off into the distance. Follow me, I know the best places to hide, Song Tianli said as he moved forward. He took advantage of the moment when a few people were not paying attention and split off a clone, using the technique of forward movement to follow He Tianrui. In the river beside, someone is hiding with a tube, concealed in the water. Under the stone ahead, someone has dug a hole. On the third branch of the tree to the left, under the observation of Bai Yan, anyone hiding in the corners could be found. With the assistance of Song Tianli, everyone in the places He Tianrui passed through was looted. Zhou He was also doing the same thing. At this moment, his ranking surpassed Bai Yun, who was in second place. Everyone looked at the ever-changing light screen ranking in the sky, feeling extremely emotional. They knew that the final first place would likely be between Zhou He and He Tianrui.
Monsters, get away, monsters, get away.
When He Tianrui passed by a patch of grass, he heard a muttering voice from within. This didn't require Song Tianli's observation, He Tianrui noticed it himself. Who's there? Come out! He Tianrui shouted loudly at the grass. Big brother, don't hit me. I'm coming out, I'm coming out. Hearing He Tianrui's voice, the person in the grass hurriedly replied. Song Tianli, who was hiding in the shadows using stealth, also turned his gaze towards the grass. Under their watch, a thin, small girl crawled out from the grass. Indeed, she crawled out. She looked dark and thin, at most 1.50 meters, resembling someone malnourished. Song Tianli had no impression of her. Hand over your identity token. He Tianrui, too lazy to waste words, said straightforwardly. The thin girl didn't hesitate and directly took out her identity token, handing it to He Tianrui. When He Tianrui received her identity token and prepared to transfer her points to himself, he suddenly froze. Because he discovered that she actually had over 10,000 points. Among all the disciples, only 3 had points above 10,000. He Tianrui, Zhouhe, Baiyun. He knew Zhouhe, after all, he was so high profile during the spirit root test. So, there was only one person left. You are Baiyun? He Tianrui asked. Yes, it's me. Baiyun timidly nodded. You're this weak? He Tianrui instinctively asked. He had thought Baiyun was a boy, but didn't expect her to be a little girl. Of course, this didn't matter. He had thought Baiyun would be a strong person, possibly even a chosen one. Even if she wasn't a chosen one, her strength shouldn't be too weak. After all, to have obtained 10,000 points, at the very least, she must have killed 2 beasts of the 4th Mansion Realm or 1 beast of the 5th Mansion Realm. However, he sensed that Baiyun was only at the 3 Treasures Realm. This strength was basically among the weakest of all the disciples. Yes, I'm not very strong, Baiyun said a bit nervously. Then how did you get this 10,000 points? He Tianrui asked curiously. To say a few points, with some effort and luck, it was still possible. But over 10,000 points couldn't just be achieved through effort. I just had pure luck. When we first appeared here, we were chased by a large group of beasts. I was so scared that I panicked and just ran in a random direction. I ran for a long time and eventually reached the edge of a cliff. At that time, I suddenly saw 2 beasts fighting. I was afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so I hid and observed them secretly. Later, the 2 beasts ended up collapsing. At that time, I didn't know if they were alive or not, so I picked up 2 stones and threw them at them. Seeing that they had no reaction, I threw a few more times. As a result, I don't know how, but I ended up with an extra 10,000 points on my identity badge, Baiyun explained. Hearing her explanation, He Tianrui and Song Tianli frowned simultaneously. Baiyun's explanation sounded a bit unbelievable, even absurd. However, apart from this possibility, Song Tianli and He Tianrui couldn't think of any other explanation. Because, whether through observation or using the killing golden finger to check combat power, Song Tianli found that Baiyun's strength was only at the 3 treasures level. The strength of the 3 treasures level couldn't possibly kill 2 beasts at the 4 mansion level. Following Baiyun's explanation, one could understand the reasoning behind it. Song Tianli had basically figured out the principle of the identity badge points. The points belonged to whoever dealt the final blow before the beast died. This is somewhat like a game where you defeat a boss and claim the last hit. For example, earlier, Song Tianli had stolen a kill from Zhouhe. It was also normal for 2 beasts to fight, as they would compete for territory. When the 2 beasts fought and both were severely injured, Baiyun appeared. She didn't know whether the 2 beasts had died, so she threw stones at them. At that time, the 2 beasts were only heavily injured and had not died. However, when the stones Baiyun threw landed on them, they died. The damage caused by the stones to the 2 beasts was quite limited, but when the stones landed on them, it was determined that the final blow was dealt by Baiyun. Therefore, when the 2 4-mansion level beasts died, it was only natural that Baiyun received the points. No, your statement has a loophole. At that moment, He Tianrui suddenly looked at Baiyun and said, Loophole? What loophole? Baiyun asked, a bit confused. If what you said is true, then you should have only received 10,000 points, but now your points are over 10,500. Where did the extra 500 points come from? If it were just a few extra points, it could be said that you killed them, but this is over 500 extra points. How do you explain that? He Tianrui asked Baiyun. Song Tianli also noticed this. He had originally wanted to send a message to He Tianrui to ask about it. Unexpectedly, he also discovered it. I didn't kill a single beast from start to finish. At that time, after I threw stones at the 2 beasts and saw they had no reaction, I mustered my courage and walked towards them. As a result, just as I reached their bodies, the ground suddenly shook. Then, the ground at the edge of the cliff broke apart. I, along with the bodies of the 2 beasts, fell towards the bottom of the cliff. During the fall, I grabbed onto a vine on the cliff, which prevented me from falling. But the broken ground and the bodies of the two beasts all fell to the bottom of the cliff. When I climbed down the cliff along the vine, I found that more beast corpses had appeared at the bottom. I guess that those beasts might have had bad luck and were crushed to death by the falling stones and the bodies of the two beasts. Just like that, I gained over 500 extra points, Bai Yun explained. Hearing this, He Tianrui and Song Tianli fell into silence simultaneously. It must be said that although Bai Yun's words sounded a bit ridiculous, it was still possible. Some people just have good luck. There's nothing you can do about it. Luck is something you can't envy. Song Tianli had previously arranged a scene for Song Shisan and the others to pick up the scraps. However, compared to Bai Yun, it was just too far off. People are meant to die, and goods are meant to be thrown away. He Tianrui stopped speaking and directly transferred the points from Bai Yun's identity card to his own. After returning the identity card to Bai Yun, he turned and left. He had worked hard to take down the lair of 4 demon beasts, only to earn over 20,000 points. Meanwhile, someone else could just wander around, get lost, and earn over 10,000. Staying any longer, he felt a bit unbalanced inside. Song Tianli saw He Tianrui leave, but he did not follow. Instead, he hid in the shadows, observing Bai Yun. He always felt that what Bai Yun said was a bit too strange. So, he wanted to see what Bai Yun was like when no one else was around. People usually disguise themselves in front of others, but when alone, they would drop the facade. After He Tianrui left, Bai Yun immediately found a rock to sit on. Now I have no points left, so it doesn't matter if I encounter others. Others want to steal my points, but there's nothing to steal. Then I can stop hiding and walk out in the open. At that moment, Bai Yun seemed very happy, hanging her identity card directly at her waist, showing no intention of hiding. Seeing her like this, Song Tianli frowned slightly. Am I overthinking this, being too neurotic? Song Tianli muttered to himself. After observing for another 5 minutes and finding that Bai Yun indeed showed no abnormalities, he then chased after He Tianrui. Once Song Tianli left, a triumphant smile suddenly appeared on Bai Yun's face. Ah, I've fooled them. They want to compete with me in wits, these little trash are nothing. Thinking that someone hiding in the shadows can escape my scrutiny, how naive. Both of these two are not weak, and my strength has increased significantly. Bai Yun suddenly laughed to herself. At that moment, her expression was no longer timid but rather like a cunning fox. Meanwhile, the points on her identity card changed from 0 to 21048. Compared to before, it had doubled. However, her points did not appear on the light screen. This was very strange. If Song Tianli had seen this scene, he would have been dumbfounded. All along, he had been the one playing tricks on others, using various means to deceive. He never expected to be played by someone else this time. Of course, this was mainly because Bai Yun did not directly say those words to him, he was merely an observer. If Bai Yun had said those words to him instead of to He Tianrui, he would have been able to discern it, because he had a conceptual ability. Initially, he gained his first ability through his golden finger. If someone told him a lie, then 100 yuan would be credited to his payment wallet. Just from the series of words Bai Yun had just said, Song Tianli's payment wallet would have at least received 1,000 yuan. Unfortunately, this ability was that when someone told him a lie, 100 yuan would be credited to his payment wallet. It was not that when someone told a lie, 100 yuan would be credited to his payment wallet. There is a fundamental difference between the two. After Song Tianli and He Tianrui left Bai Yun, they robbed some points from others. A few minutes later, they suddenly encountered Zhou He in a forest. Of course, Song Tianli was still hiding in the shadows, so Zhou He only saw He Tianrui. He Tianrui, very good. I just dealt with Pei Dongyang, now it's your turn. Be smart and hand over your identity card, or the next scene will be very tragic, Zhou He said arrogantly, looking at He Tianrui. What a coincidence, that's what I wanted to say. He Tianrui showed no fear at all. Not to mention, his realm was a small level higher than Zhou He's. Even if their strengths were equal, he felt no fear. Zhou He was a chosen one, and so was he. Moreover, he had Song Tianli backing him up. Song Tianli's strength was even greater than his. He didn't believe that the two of them couldn't take down Zhou He. Since you won't hand it over willingly, I'll have to beat you up and then take it. I hope your strength is as tough as your mouth. Don't let me down too much, Zhou He said arrogantly. I'll send that same line back to you. To be honest, I've been annoyed by your arrogant demeanor for a long time. He Tianrui said candidly. And what if you're annoyed? I just enjoy watching you, unable to stand me but unable to take me down. Come and hit me, Zhou He provocatively said. Since you have such a shameless request, I'll fulfill it. He Tianrui said as he charged towards Zhou He. Zhou He could sense the powerful aura emanating from He Tianrui and knew he wasn't being arrogant. One could underestimate the enemy tactically, but one must take the enemy seriously in action. Seeing He Tianrui rushing over, Zhou expression turned serious. In an instant, he brought his index and middle fingers together and swiftly waved them. Immediately, a sharp sword energy shot towards He Tianrui. In response to Zhou's attack, He Tianrui extended his palm. He used his hand like a blade and slashed forward. Chop bone, he whispered. A wave of blade energy shot from his hand, colliding with the sword energy. The two attacks were very similar. The difference was that one was skilled in sword techniques, while the other excelled in blade techniques. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as both of them staggered back. Dust flew up from the ground, and fragments of stone scattered everywhere. Many trees around them were snapped in half. In this first round of confrontation, neither side could be said to have the upper hand. With the strength of the five-mansion realm, to unleash such an attack, no wonder you're so arrogant, He Tianrui murmured. He realized that Zhou could challenge opponents above his level. It wasn't surprising for a chosen one to challenge above their level, but He Tianrui was also a chosen one. Facing another chosen one who could still challenge above their level, that combat power was indeed quite strong. Sword 1. After failing to land a hit, Zhou immediately unleashed his big move. A massive sword shadow flew out from him, directly stabbing towards He Tianrui. This sword shadow was a full 10 meters long, exuding impressive intimidation. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Faced with such an attack, He Tianrui showed no fear. He let out a light shout, and his palm began to wave. Countless dense blade energies continuously shot out from his palm. Each blade energy collided with the giant sword. With each collision, a small portion of the sword shadow was chipped away. As countless blade energies kept striking the giant sword shadow, it was as if the sword shadow was being sliced into countless tiny pieces. Eventually, these shredded pieces dissipated into the air. What kind of technique is that? Zhou asked He Tianrui after witnessing this scene. He hadn't expected He Tianrui's combat power to be much stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, it was somewhat strange. Although he hadn't used all his strength yet, he was sure that He Tianrui hadn't used all his strength either. Guess. If you guess right, I'll tell you, He Tianrui said with a smile. Seeing him like this, Zhou said nothing and launched another attack. Sword 2. Two massive sword shadows flew out from him, one to the left and one to the right, heading towards He Tianrui. Kung Pao Chicken. Faced with such an attack, He Tianrui remained unfazed. The palm he waved was constantly flashing with a cold light. After a few cold glimmers and two sword energies collided, nothing happened. The two massive sword shadows continued to advance towards He Tianrui. However, just as the two enormous sword shadows were about to land on He Tianrui, they suddenly collapsed. Note, they collapsed, not shattered. It was said to have collapsed because the two sword shadows broke into pieces, like a disassembled Rubik's Cube. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli was somewhat surprised to see He Tianrui's combat techniques. He had fought against him before, but quickly revealed the matter of the golden finger. At that time, both of their strengths were quite weak. Therefore, he had never known that He Tianrui's fighting style was like this. He Tianrui's golden finger was related to cooking, so his attacks were also somewhat related to cooking. When actually cooking, he would use various dishes as ingredients. Different dishes required different handling methods. In battle, it was similar. He could treat the opponent's various attacks as materials, just like processing ingredients. That was why the opponent's attacks turned into shredded meat and small pieces. You are quite good at resolving techniques, then I want to see how much you can resolve. Sword 10. 10 massive sword shadows flew out, heading towards He Tianrui. These 10 sword shadows locked onto all the directions He Tianrui could evade. Garlic choy sum. As expected, with this move, He Tianrui once again resolved Zhou's attack. Sword 22. Boneless chicken feet. No matter what kind of attack Zhou launched, He Tianrui could easily resolve it. However, he also lacked the ability to launch any other offensive moves. The battle between the two could be said to be evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Although the battle between these two is intense, it is clear that they are holding back, not using their trump cards. Are they afraid of exposing their golden fingers? Song Tianli thought in the shadows. Zhou continuously emitted sword energy, but he had never shown his real sword. He Tianrui's weapons were a kitchen knife and cooking utensils. However, he also did not bring those out. This couldn't go on. Upon encountering Zhou, he naturally had to find a way to force out his golden finger. Small skirmishes were meaningless. I will assist you from the shadows, trying to force Zhou into a corner as much as possible. Let's see what his trump card really is, Song Tianli said to He Tianrui. Hearing this, He Tianrui nodded slightly. In fact, He Tianrui also knew that their previous battle, though seemingly intense, was merely a skirmish. As chosen ones, their means could not possibly be so limited.
However, he also did not want to completely expose his golden finger. It was unavoidable for Song Tianli to know about the golden finger. Moreover, Song Tianli did not intend to kill him. But if other chosen ones learned about the golden finger, they would not be so merciful. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to reveal anything related to his finger. In the previous battles, although there were various dishes like fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken, in reality, both Song Tianli and Zhou He could only see the attacks they launched. They did not know what these attacks were called. Now that he heard Song Tianli's voice transmission, wanting to cooperate with him to force out Zhou He's golden finger, he actually had a lot of confidence in this. If two chosen ones, both at a higher level than the opponent, could not force out the opponent's golden finger, then these two chosen ones would seem too useless. Thus, he flashed his figure and once again headed towards Zhou He. He was in the light, while Song Tianli was in the dark. This would definitely catch Zhou He off guard. Stir-fried little rooster. He Tianruo intensified his attack. In an instant, Zhou He felt as if a wave of intense heat had suddenly appeared around him, making his skin burn. He felt as if he were in a gigantic furnace. What Zhou He did not know was that he was not in a huge furnace, but rather inside a massive pot. He Tianruo used his abilities to transform the space around Zhou He into a giant pot. At that moment, Zhou He was like an ingredient constantly tumbling in the pot. More accurately, he resembled a chicken being stir-fried. The name of this dish was stir-fried young rooster. I have a sword that can move mountains. At that moment, Zhou He moved. A sharp sword aura radiated from him, and he seemed to transform into a giant sword. What he did not notice was that as he launched his attack, a black shadow slowly approached him. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly felt his body unable to move, as if something had bound him. He strained to look down and discovered that a black shadow had appeared on him without him realizing it. He struggled with all his might, but the black shadow firmly restrained his body, rendering him completely immobile. At that moment, He Tianruo's attack was already descending upon him. If he continued to do nothing to defend himself, he would either be gravely injured or killed by He Tianruo's strike. Sword, come, break for me. Faced with this situation, Zhou He shouted loudly. Instantly, a buzzing sound erupted, and a cold light shot out from his body. When this cold light appeared, it seemed as if the space itself was torn apart. The cold light transformed into a long sword, landing in Zhou He's hand. At the same time, the black shadow that had entangled him shattered like glass. Not good. Seeing this, He Tianruo thought to himself and quickly retreated at the fastest speed. Now you want to retreat? It's too late. One sword moves mountains. Zhou He shouted and launched his attack. Similarly, a sword aura flew from his hand. However, this sword aura was far stronger than the previous one. It seemed as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing all evils to retreat in its path. Faced with this situation, He Tianruo's expression became exceptionally serious. He knew this was Zhou He's true strength. If he faced such an attack as he had before, he would definitely suffer a great loss. In that case, bring it on, he said softly. After he spoke, two items appeared in his hands, a kitchen knife and a frying pan. He watched as the frying pan in his hand expanded against the wind, quickly blocking out the sun. The enormous frying pan directly swatted at the sword aura Zhou He had unleashed. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, instantly reverberating throughout most of the Beast Valley. Almost all the disciples heard this collision. Centered around the point of their attack, waves of terrifying energy swept outward. Damn, this attack is way stronger than that of the Six-Mansion realm. Seeing this, Song Tianli's avatar hurriedly sped away into the distance. If it were his main body, he wouldn't have dodged. However, his avatar was inherently weaker than his main body, and once hit, it would disappear. So at this moment, he could only run. It must be said that when a chosen one unleashed their full power, their attack strength was indeed formidable. Despite having experienced numerous battles of various scales, Song Tianli had always used his avatar to attack while his main body remained safe. Aside from the day his golden finger was exposed and he had to flee, he had never fully unleashed his power in other situations. So, he also didn't know how strong he would be if he attacked with all his might. When Song Tianli was escaping, the shockwaves generated swept wildly in all directions. Soon, the trees within a radius of several hundred meters were cut in half. The rocks on the ground turned to dust. Zhou He and He Tianruo both retreated several hundred meters. In front of them appeared a large pit over 100 meters wide. I see, you are also a chosen one? At this moment, Zhou He said to He Tianruo. Aside from the chosen ones, he couldn't think of anyone else who could fight him to this extent with the strength of a six-mansion realm. Because his battles were never just one level above. As long as the gap wasn't between major realms, he could use all his strength to contend with a six-mansion realm practitioner with the power of a one-mansion realm without falling behind.
Now, as a 5-mansion realm, dealing with an ordinary 6-mansion realm practitioner wouldn't be too difficult at all. However, He Tianrui was able to stand his ground against him. After thinking it over, there was only one possibility: the other party was also a chosen one.
Do you think only chosen ones can unleash such attacks? A frog at the bottom of a well. You really think being a chosen one means you can look down on everything? This world is far more complex than you imagine.
When He Tianrui said this, he looked at the long sword in Zhouyi's hand. The sword was as black as ink, and even from a distance, one could feel the chill emanating from it. This was definitely not an ordinary sword. Song Tianli, hidden in the shadows, was also observing the long sword in Zhouyi's hand. He was certain that even the most skilled craftsman in the 9 great states couldn't forge such a sword. Even the 4 seasons Peng Lai would probably be unable to do so. Thus, there was only one possibility. Song Tianli was sure that the long sword in Zhouyi's hand was an item of a chosen one. Could his golden finger be this sword? Song Tianli thought silently. The golden fingers of chosen ones are divided into 3 levels. From low to high, they are items, logic, and concepts. The sword in Zhouyi's hand was truly extraordinary. The land of the divine continent did not allow such powerful objects to exist. The kitchen knife and frying pan in He Tianrui's hand were also items of a chosen one. However, in terms of grade, these 2 items could not be compared to the long sword in Zhouyi's hand at all.
Moreover, the items in He Tianrui's hand were mostly auxiliary.
The increase in combat power was very limited. However, the long sword in Zhouyi's hand directly increased his combat power by more than 10 times.
Such an enhancement was truly terrifying.
Yet, even if he guessed this possibility, Song Tianli did not dare to be certain. He didn't know if it was really the case. If he guessed wrong, then his fate would be dire. Like Song Tianli, He Tianrui had the same suspicion. Of course, he also did not dare to be certain. If they guessed right, it would be fine, but if they guessed wrong, the outcome awaiting them would be grim. Their current understanding of Zhouyi was still very limited. They didn't know if Zhouyi's current demeanor was genuine or if he was deliberately putting on an act for them. It was a well-known fact that chosen ones were all cunning. Suddenly, with Zhouyi appearing so openly foolish, they had no way to judge, because no one dared to risk their life. Let's stop guessing for now. I won't hide anymore. I'll strike directly. Let's see if we can forcefully kill him. Song Tianli communicated to He Tianrui. The emperor's language had previously taken action, and it was proven that it could forcibly kill a chosen one. It all depended on whether their strength was strong enough. Hearing this from Song Tianli, He Tianrui nodded. With the combat power Zhouyi had just displayed, it was impossible for him to kill him alone. At most, he could manage to retreat unscathed. However, if the 2 of them attacked together, then it was hard to say what would happen. The probability of killing Zhouyi is quite high. After Song Tianli's clone dispelled itself, his main body became aware of everything that had happened during this time.
Bai Yun, Zhouyi.
Zhouyi, last time it was just a clone playing with you. This time, let's see how you withstand thousands of clones.
Song Tianli's main body casually found an excuse and left his hiding place.
Then, he rushed at the fastest speed towards the location of He Tianrui. At this moment, He Tianrui and Zhouyi were already engaged in battle.
Multiple shadow clone technique.
When Song Tianli arrived, his main body hid once again. However, in the space where the 2 were, thousands of clones appeared in an instant. This made the 2 who were originally in a fierce battle stop simultaneously, as they had no idea what was happening.
He Tianrui, you find an opening to attack him. I'll go first.
Song Tianli communicated telepathically to He Tianrui. Upon hearing this, He Tianrui understood that these clones were all Song Tianli's. He had seen Song Tianli's clones before, but there were only 2. He never expected that Song Tianli could split into so many clones. Each clone was at the level of the 6-mansion realm, which was simply terrifying.
Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. Susanu. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Sandstorm burial. One consistent hand. Super large-tailed beast spiral bomb.
The many clones of Song Tianli engaged in battle, creating a feast of artistry. Each clone executed a different type of attack. These attacks came from all directions towards Zhouyi. The variety of attacks left Zhouyi and He Tianrui dazzled. I didn't expect his strength to be this formidable. If I weren't in the chef god domain, I would surely be dead.
He Tianrui murmured. Want to kill me? Dream on.
I have a sword that can move mountains. I have a sword that can fill the seas. Zhouyi dared not hold back any longer and began to unleash his most powerful attacks. He could sense that the opponent truly wanted to kill him. Moreover, he realized that with such attacking means, the opponent must also be a chosen one. However, he did not know that this chosen one was Song Tianli. He still thought all of this was He Tianrui's doing. After all, only Yi Tianrui was fighting him in the vicinity. He also recognized that a day ago, someone had attacked him. The attacks he had used were among those being executed by these clones. This meant that the person who attacked him a day ago was indeed Yi Tianrui. With this realization, everything fell into place. Yi Tianrui was also a chosen one, so he had previously sent clones to probe his background. As Zhou launched his attacks, waves of destructive sword energy spread out from him, radiating in all directions. The attacks from Song Tianli's clones, as well as those launched by his clones, were directly split in two by these sword energies. The fierce sword energy seemed capable of destroying everything. Zhou stood in the center, like a demon god descending, exuding an imposing aura. The many clones of Song Tianli and his various attacks could not get close at all. However, this scene did not last long. Zhou had already fought a fierce battle with Yi Tianrui, which had consumed a lot of his energy. Coupled with the fact that he was continuously launching such powerful attacks, his internal spiritual energy was quickly nearing exhaustion. But Song Tianli was a practitioner at the Divine Path realm, and with his ability to operate at 10 times efficiency, his recovery speed of spiritual energy was not something Zhou could compare to. After fighting for a while, his clones continued to charge towards Zhou one after another. Gradually, Zhou began to feel overwhelmed. At that moment, a dart with a special mark flew towards Zhou. When Zhou saw the dart, his pupils constricted sharply. This scene felt eerily familiar. Previously, when Song Tianli had tested him with a clone, he had used a similar tactic. Sure enough, the next second, a clone of Song Tianli appeared right in front of him, holding a massive Rasengan. Super large Rasengan. The clone of Song Tianli swung the giant Rasengan down at Zhou. Sword technique. Faced with this attack, it was too late for Zhou to dodge. In the final moment, he threw the long sword in his hand. The thrown sword did not fall, instead, it transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the clone of Song Tianli holding the giant Rasengan. Soon, the attacks from both sides collided. Zhou's sword technique was powerful, instantly piercing through the clone of Song Tianli along with the giant Rasengan. However, after this clone of Song Tianli disappeared, countless clones appeared in the sky above. Each clone held a giant Rasengan. Thousands of clones, each with thousands of giant Rasengans, came crashing down on him. That previous strike was merely a feint, now it was the real deal. Sword technique, sword net. In response to such an attack, the flying long sword quickly split apart. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. In the blink of an eye, countless dense sword shadows appeared. These sword shadows intertwined, forming a large net that stood in front of Zhou. The many clones of Song Tianli, wielding giant Rasengans, continuously struck the sword net. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions echoed repeatedly. It was no exaggeration to say that each giant Rasengan could shatter mountains and split rocks. Yet, against this sword net, they were utterly powerless. The sword net was exceptionally sturdy. After numerous attacks landed on it, it merely trembled slightly. However, what Zhou did not know was that these attacks were still feints. Heart transfer technique. If caught off guard, this technique could easily ensnare someone. Zhou was solely focused on defending against the thousands of visible attacks in the sky. He had no defenses against the invisible attack. Thus, he was instantly caught. The clone of Song Tianli manipulated Zhou, reaching towards his own chest. He did not intend to kill Zhou but to read the golden finger on his divine judgment coin. If he learned Zhou's golden finger, then Zhou would be nothing more than a piece of meat on the chopping block. Sword, come, Zhou said with great difficulty. The heart transfer technique was something he could not resolve in a short time. He also knew that if the rules of the golden finger on his divine judgment coin were discovered by others, he could only imagine the fate that awaited him. Therefore, he had to protect his divine judgment coin at all costs. As a result, he could no longer use the long sword to fend off Song Tianli's other attacks. With Zhou's call, the sword net formed by countless sword shadows instantly dissipated. A streak of light flew towards him, returning to his palm. In an instant, the heart transfer technique was broken. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, the clones of Song Tianli attacking Zhou recognized their chance. They once again wielded the giant Rasengans and hurled them at Zhou. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the giant Rasengan struck Zhou. At that moment, the only thing Zhou could do was to defend as much as possible, ensuring he would not be killed. After all, Zhou was ultimately just at the five-mansion realm. Song Tianli was a being of the Divine Path realm, and even his avatars were at the six-mansion realm. Moreover, his fighting style was exceedingly bizarre. Even Zhou, who could fight above his level, could only passively endure the blows. Seeing Zhou reduced to a defensive stance, Song Tianli intensified his attacks. He couldn't believe that Zhou could keep defending indefinitely. As long as his attacks kept coming, even if Joe He were shielded by a turtle shell, he believed he could break through it.
Thousand Birds, Chilin, Amaterasu, Tooth for Tooth, Wood Leaf Whirlwind Kick. Song Tianli's attacks never ceased, whether powerful or weak.
As long as it was an attack, he kept unleashing them.
Crack!
Finally, after some time, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. The protective shield Joe He had set up was finally broken.
Die! Wind Release, Super Large Shuriken, Fire Release, Susanoo with the Power of the Earth.
These two techniques could merge and would exponentially increase in power. When these two techniques fused together, forming an even more powerful attack, He Tianrui's eyes widened.
He couldn't believe that the fusion of the two skills resulted in such a formidable attack.
If this move landed, it would undoubtedly unleash an extremely violent energy, affecting a vast area. Without any hesitation, he turned and retreated into the distance. His eyes remained fixed on the battlefield.
Such a battle was something to learn from.
Earlier, Song Tianli had sent him a message, urging him to find an opportunity to attack Joe He.
However, in the recent fight, Song Tianli's avatars had taken the initiative and were numerous. He hadn't found any suitable opportunity to strike. Song Tianli alone was enough to crush the opponent.
He Tianrui was merely shocked, but Joe He felt as if his heart had turned to ash.
He knew all too well that he couldn't withstand such a powerful move.
No! He roared in despair. Yet, the roar did not change his fate. Song Tianli's attack still landed on him.
Boom!
A thunderous explosion resounded. Instantly, the ground was upheaved in layers.
It was as if a massive boulder had been thrown into a calm lake, stirring up countless waves.
However, what erupted from the ground was not waves but stone waves. The ground, formed of stone, rippled outward in circles. Even Song Tianli's main body was being pushed back continuously. The range of this impact was far greater than he had imagined. Within a kilometer radius, it had turned into ruins. Trees vanished, and rocks shattered. Even being bombarded by hundreds of missiles might not cause such destruction.
Where did Joe He go?
At that moment, Song Tianli suddenly murmured. He was certain that Joe He could not have withstood his previous strike. Yet now, even with his Byakugan observing the area, he found no trace of Joe He.
If he had been blasted to nothing, that was absolutely impossible. Even if he had killed Joe He, a part of the body would remain. But now, there was nothing.
I saw it just now. At the last moment, Joe He transformed into a white light and vanished, He Tianrui said as he approached one of Song Tianli's avatars.
Is the chosen one really that hard to kill?
In such a situation, he managed to escape, Song Tianli said somewhat helplessly. He had originally thought that Joe He was undoubtedly doomed this time. Unexpectedly, he still hadn't managed to kill him. The reason he was so sure Joe He was not dead was that his combat power had not increased. If Joe He had truly died, his combat power would have definitely increased.
Moreover, the opponent's Divine Judgment coin would have appeared. What is this?
Suddenly, Song Tianli saw a white light appear where Joe He had just been. His avatar hurried forward and reached for the white light.
When he grasped it, he realized it was Joe He's identity token.
The token clearly displayed 18,796 points. Aside from his own 10,000 points, the remaining points were all those he had snatched during this time.
Why is his identity jade token left here, while he is nowhere to be found? Did he accidentally drop it here? Song Tianli frowned and said. However, no one could provide an answer to this question at the moment. Nevertheless, since Joe He's identity jade token was left here, those points now belong to them. Here, just transfer it all to you. Song Tianli handed Joe He's identity token to He Tianrui. All for me? He Tianrui said, a bit surprised. He had thought that since Song Tianli intended to take down Joe He himself, he must have decided to stop hiding. He didn't expect that he would give all of Joe He's points to him. I said before, this time I want to push you to the top position. I can't expose myself, Song Tianli's avatar said. Hearing this, He Tianrui did not refuse, took Joe He's identity token, and transferred all the points to himself. Instantly, his points jumped from over 20,000 to 42,674. At the same time, his points on the light screen also changed synchronously. With over 40,000 points, he was undoubtedly in first place. He believed that no one else could surpass him. Meanwhile, Song Tianli, with 372 points, ranked second. Previously, he had only been fifth. After that, he hadn't killed a single beast or robbed anyone, yet he became second. This was because the few ahead of him had either been robbed by He Tianrui or Joe He. With the second, third, and fourth places gone, he was now second. Thus, the two of them decided not to continue working hard and planned to relax and enjoy themselves. They decided to eat some barbecue and chat for a while. Not just the two of them, but most others felt the same way.
After working hard to accumulate points for so long, they were robbed as soon as they stepped out.
Who could tolerate such a thing?
So, others also decided to take it easy. Their mindset was the same: as long as I have no points, others can't rob me.
After a while, the voice of the elder rang out again.
Due to the excessive number of deaths this time, the welcome ceremony will end early in 3 days.
Everyone return, rewards will be distributed. As his voice echoed, the identity tokens of the surviving disciples in Beast Valley emitted beams of white light.
These white lights enveloped them and flew towards the sky.
Above, an energy vortex appeared. The many disciples all flew into this energy vortex.
After a brief moment of dizziness, Song Tianli found that they had returned to the square where they had first landed. Next to them stood some other disciples, including Zhou He.
This left everyone puzzled.
Why were those who had already died still alive? Congratulations to you all for surviving until the end. Some of you may be surprised as to why some of the people you killed are now standing beside you.
This is not strange, nor is it a resurrection ability. Because the space where Beast Valley is located was opened up by our ancestors of the 4 seasons Pang Lai using a special ability. Dying in there does not mean true death, instead, it means being teleported out. So, those you killed are still standing beside you. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, everyone suddenly understood.
A hint of joy flashed across Song Tianli's face at that moment. In other words, during the Beast Valley incident, he had actually killed Zhou He. However, due to the peculiar nature of the Beast Valley, the other party had not truly died. This proved that Zhou He, this chosen one, could be killed by him. It didn't matter that he hadn't killed him this time, he would find another opportunity. As long as he could kill him, he believed there would be plenty of chances to strike. What he had been worried about before was Zhou He's numerous methods, which might allow him to escape at a critical moment. Now it seemed that his methods were not that impressive after all. Compared to others, he was indeed strong, but compared to him, he was nothing special.
Next, let's distribute the rewards for the top 10. I will call out the names, come forward. First place, He Tianrui. Second place, Song Tianli. Third place, Wu Zizai. Fourth place, Song Shisan. Fifth place, Yu Chuanxiu. The top 5 spots on the leaderboard were all taken by Song Tianli and his group. However, He Tianrui had over 40,000 points, while Song Tianli and the others only had a few hundred. The gap was not insignificant. First place receives 1 washing marrow pill, 2 methods of their choice from the treasure pavilion, 1,000 contribution points, and 1 low-grade spiritual weapon. Second place receives 1 washing marrow pill, 1 method of their choice from the treasure pavilion, and 500 contribution points. Third place receives 1 washing marrow pill, 1 cultivation pill, and 200 contribution points. Fourth place receives 1 washing marrow pill, 1 small returning pill, and 100 contribution points. Fifth place receives 1 washing marrow pill, 1 yang supplement pill, and 50 contribution points. As for the others behind them, the rewards became increasingly meager. Song Tianli and the others currently did not know what these rewards represented. However, the reward for He Tianrui, the first place, was clearly extraordinary and different from the others. Low-grade spiritual weapon. I wonder if it's the same as the spiritual treasures owned by the 10 great families of Zhangzhou. Song Tianli thought to himself. Previously, when he was in Zhangzhou, he had snatched 8 treasures from the 10 great families. If he had wanted to, he could have taken all 10. However, due to some plans, he had refrained from doing so. Those treasures could enhance his combat power, containing terrifying energy. The names of these 2 items were quite similar, and they were likely the same kind of thing. However, whether they were indeed the same would only be known once he saw them. Soon, Zuanlai distributed the rewards for the top 10. This washing marrow pill should be taken after you settle down and return to your residence. By the way, there's one more thing: any outer disciples among the top 10 can be directly promoted to inner disciples. Upon hearing Zuanlai's words, Song Shisan and the others all turned their gazes toward Song Tianli. Among them, only Song Tianli was an outer disciple. They had originally thought that they would have to part ways with Song Tianli. They did not expect that due to this points competition, they would actually be promoted. In that case, they could stay together again. Except for direct disciples, other disciples can choose which of the 4 main mountains they want to join. As soon as this was said, everyone fell into deep thought. Since they were not familiar with the 4 seasons Pang Lai, they did not know the pros and cons of the 4 main mountains. Now that they had to make a choice, they could only rely on their instincts. Boss, which main mountain do you choose? Song Shisan asked. I like spring, so I'll choose Spring Mountain. Song Tianli thought for a moment and said. His choice of Spring Mountain did not carry any special meaning. If he had to say something, apart from liking spring, he had a pretty good impression of the Spring Elder.
He didn't know if there was a connection between the Spring Elder and Spring Mountain, but he decided to choose this way.
The boss chose Spring Mountain, so I will choose Spring Mountain too. Song Shirsan was the first to express his opinion.
We don't know much about the 4 main mountains, so let's go together, Yuchuinshio said. Their relationships were decent, and if something happened, they could look out for each other. After all, this 4 seasons Panglai was not comparable to the 9 great states.
Good. Wu Zizai also nodded in agreement. Thus, Song Tianli and the other 3 made their decisions simultaneously.
Then, they turned their gaze to He Tianrui. I was accepted as a disciple by the Winter Mountain Master, so I can only choose Winter Mountain, He Tianrui said. Upon hearing this, everyone remembered that He Tianrui had been accepted as a direct disciple by the Winter Mountain Master because he had tested positive for a 9th grade spiritual root. His status was different from the others. He was now a direct disciple, while Song Tianli and the others were merely inner disciples. In terms of their current status, He Tianrui was a level above them.
Winter Mountain is Winter Mountain. If we have time in the future, we'll come to visit you, Song Tianli said. Okay. He Tianrui nodded. By the way, here's this for you. As we agreed before, if you come in first, I will give you the first place reward. He Tianrui handed over the low-grade spiritual weapon he had obtained, along with the 1,000 contribution points that had already been assigned to his identity token, to Song Tianli. As for the marrow cleansing pill, everyone had one, so there was no need to give that. Song Tianli took the spiritual weapon and examined it, discovering that this low-grade spiritual weapon was the same as the spiritual treasures of the 10 great families. They were the same kind of item, just called differently. This meant he now had 8 low-grade spiritual weapons. You can keep this. As for the contribution points, you can keep those too. We still don't know what these contribution points are useful for, so let's wait until we figure it out. Song Tianli generously returned these items to He Tianrui. He had 2 purposes for doing this. First, since He Tianrui was the first place winner, if he gave him all these items, it would easily attract the attention of others. He was still unfamiliar with 4 seasons Panglai, so it was better to keep a low profile. If He Tianrui lost the low-grade spiritual weapon, he would have to come up with a reason. Often, one lie requires countless others to cover it up. You never know which lie might be exposed. Second, he followed a principle. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it more grass. He Tianrui was currently his tool, but tools also had rights. They couldn't be overly exploited. If he pushed too hard and confused the tool's mindset, leading him to do something extreme, it would be counterproductive. The low-grade spiritual weapon was dispensable for Song Tianli. Therefore, giving such an item to He Tianrui was no big deal. Indeed, when He Tianrui saw that Song Tianli returned the low-grade spiritual weapon to him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You really don't want it? He asked uncertainly. No, you use it yourself.
Song Tianli would never tell He Tianrui that he didn't want it because he had too many low-grade spiritual weapons. Please choose the disciples of the main mountains and stand together according to your choices. The voice of the elder came again.
Song Tianli and Song Shirsan went to the place where the Spring Mountain disciples were located.
He Tianrui went to the place where the Winter Mountain disciples were. Previously, it was a welcoming ceremony. Now, the many disciples were about to truly start engaging with and understanding 4 seasons Panglai. Standing in the area designated for the Spring Mountain disciples, Song Tianli and the others quickly saw several streaks of light approaching them from afar. They were a few disciples dressed in green robes. However, their strength was far superior to that of Song Shirsan and the others. Song Tianli took a look and found that these few people all possessed the strength of the Divine Path realm. They say there are countless strong practitioners in the 10 great divine realms, but I didn't expect that just a few disciples would have the strength of the Divine Path realm. Song Tianli silently thought to himself.
The Divine Path realm could basically be considered as kings in the 9 great states.
Apart from the many ancestors of the 10 great families, Song Tianli had not seen any strong practitioners of the Divine Path realm elsewhere. It is easy to imagine how rare strong practitioners of the Divine Path realm are in the 9 great states.
My name is Xin Hongyu. You can call me Senior Brother Hongyu.
From now on, among you, except for the direct disciples, all other disciples will be taught by me in terms of techniques, skills, and answering questions. You could say I am your primary instructor here at Chunshan. If you encounter any issues, remember to find me first. The few beside me are also your senior brothers and sisters. They are my assistants, responsible for assisting in my teaching.
Xin Hongyu said expressionlessly while standing at the front. He appeared somewhat aloof. However, he was very handsome, exuding a noble aura. This made several female disciples who chose Chunshan a bit infatuated. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Just as men like beautiful women, women also like handsome men. Greetings to all senior brothers and sisters.
The others simultaneously cupped their hands and bowed respectfully. Song Tianli did not expect that these people would make such a unified gesture without prior discussion. Without bowing, he stood out like a crane among chickens. This caused the few disciples to instinctively turn their gaze towards him. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Wow, what a handsome junior brother. Senior brother Hongyu, this junior brother's looks are not inferior to yours at all. At this moment, the only female disciple among the Divine Path Realm disciples looked at Song Tianli and said, indeed, even among the younger generation of the entire Qianzhou, Song Tianli's looks could be considered among the top. However, in the past, he had tried not to attract attention by not revealing his full face. The gentle breeze at Chunshan blew his hair, revealing his entire visage. Coincidentally, this scene was just seen by that world. Mo Ling, pay attention to your image. Xin Hongyu couldn't help but transmit his voice. Senior brother Hongyu, you are really boring. I think this little junior brother is quite fun, we should meet more often in the future. Mo Ling smiled at Song Tianli. Song Tianli had no idea that just because he was a bit late in his actions compared to others, he had caught the attention of a beauty. Next, we will head to Chunshan. Those who can fly, follow us in the air. Those who cannot fly, just run on the ground with us. Remember your route. This will be the only way for you to enter and exit Chunshan in the future. After Xin Hongyu finished speaking, he flew forward. The other disciples of the Divine Path Realm followed behind him. Their flying speed was not fast, allowing Song Tianli and the others to keep up. The group hurriedly ran forward, fearing that if they were a bit slower, Xin Hongyu and the others would fly too far away. Just as everyone was quickly moving forward, suddenly one person among them soared into the air. It was Zhou He. Song Tianli had not noticed before that Zhou He was also in the team heading to Chunshan. He remembered that Zhou He had been accepted as a direct disciple by the island master. How could he appear in the team heading to Chunshan? Could it be that Zhou He did not achieve first place in the previous welcoming ceremony and was stripped of his status as a direct disciple by the island master? Normally, this shouldn't happen. Choosing Chunshan is just right. I'll find a chance to kill you. Song Tianli looked at Zhou He's back, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. As long as he killed Zhou He, he would be able to obtain another divine judgment coin. In this way, the cost borne by his golden finger would be reduced by half. He didn't show off, instead, he honestly ran on the ground like everyone else. At the same time, he observed others, wanting to see if there were any familiar faces. Soon, he spotted someone. Bai Yun. She had once held the second place on the leaderboard. However, her points were later snatched by He Tianrui, causing her to drop from second place. Song Tianli noticed that Bai Yun had a remarkably low presence. If he hadn't seen her, he wouldn't have remembered her at all. However, Bai Yun didn't show any signs of abnormality at the moment, so Song Tianli only acknowledged her existence. Thus, Song Tianli and the other new disciples began to run towards Chunshan. Although Chunshan was called a mountain, it was very large. The term mountain was not entirely accurate. Strictly speaking, a mountain should be referred to as a mountain range. A mountain range consists of rows of mountains extending in one direction, forming prominent peaks. Therefore, Chunshan could also be called the Chunshan Mountain Range. The residences of the many disciples were located on the main peak of the Chunshan Mountain Range. The so-called peak is the prominent tip of a mountain. A peak is part of a mountain. The main peak is the highest peak within that mountain range. The disciples, including Song Tianli, had to cross several mountains to reach the main peak. Even though they were cultivators, long periods of running were still quite exhausting. By the time they reached the main peak, they were all panting heavily. It was no exaggeration to say that at that moment, they resembled pugs gasping for breath. Except for Zhou He. Zhou He possessed the strength of the five-mansion realm and had flown over, looking quite relaxed. Of course, among the crowd, Song Tianli's panting was feigned. He had been hiding for 20 years, and his acting skills were top-notch. Ordinary people couldn't see through it at all. Moreover, he treated this run as a physical training session, not entirely an act. He was like Rock Lee from Naruto, training with weights. This was beneficial for increasing his physical strength. Some abilities he had previously stacked allowed him to train his physical capabilities 100-fold. He actually enjoyed this kind of training. Boss, I just discovered something very interesting. At that moment, Song Shisan suddenly came to Song Tianli's side and said, "What is it?" Song Tianli asked curiously. "Do you see that thin and small girl not far away?" Song Shisan said, pointing to a direction on his right. Song Tianli looked up and realized that the person Song Shisan was pointing at was indeed Bai Yun. "What's wrong with her? You don't have a crush on her, do you?" Song Tianli suddenly asked. Although Bai Yun was dark and thin, she wasn't ugly. Her face was quite delicate. It wouldn't be surprising if Song Shisan really liked this type of girl.
After all, everyone has their preferences. Boss, what nonsense are you talking about?
I just noticed that her breathing seems a bit unnatural, as if she's pretending. I dare say, she's also a master of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Her true strength is definitely not weak, Song Shursan said with a very certain tone. Impossible, she only has the strength of the three treasures realm.
Are you overthinking it? Song Tianli replied.
He had previously assessed Bai Yun's strength, and whether through observation or checking her combat power, it showed that her strength was only at the three treasures realm.
Boss, you know me well. My greatest strength is reading people's expressions.
I can assure you that I have at least 80% confidence in this judgment, Song Shursan said again. The reason Song Tianli chose Song Shursan to act as his substitute was that he had discovered Song Shursan was skilled at reading people's expressions.
He could easily judge what a person's expression wanted to convey. He could also determine what a person intended to do next based on their demeanor.
Previously, when Song Tianli pretended to be Song Shursan's lackey, they had several moments of perfect cooperation. Whenever Song Tianli wanted to make a decision, Song Shursan could immediately understand. Hearing Song Shursan's affirmative tone, Song Tianli glanced at Bai Yun out of the corner of his eye. Although he couldn't see anything unusual about Bai Yun at the moment, he trusted Song Shursan. He knew he wouldn't speak without reason. Since he said so, there must be a reason behind it. It seems I need to pay a little more attention to Bai Yun from now on. Thinking back, the things she said in Beast Valley were indeed too coincidental. Can a person's luck really be that good? Song Tianli pondered. While he was contemplating these thoughts, Xin Hanyu once again appeared above everyone. From today onwards, you are the disciples of the Four Seasons Panglai, and also the official disciples of our Spring Mountain. This is a basic introduction to our Four Seasons Panglai, each of you will receive a copy. As Xin Hanyu spoke, he waved his hand. Instantly, dozens of small booklets flew out from his hand. These booklets accurately landed in front of each new disciple. Do you see those small courtyards not far from you? Outer disciples have the white courtyards on the edges, inner disciples have the blue courtyards in the middle. Direct disciples have the golden courtyard at the center. Zhou, you are the direct disciple of the Island Master, and the Island Master allows you to study freely on the four main mountains. Since you chose Spring Mountain first, your status is the same as that of the Island Master's direct disciple. Now, everyone, choose your courtyard according to your identity. With Xin Hanyu's command, the many disciples all sprang into action. Hearing Xin Hanyu's words, Song Tianli understood why Zhou was at Spring Mountain. He felt that although the Island Master had accepted Zhou as a disciple, he didn't want to personally teach him, so he adopted a free-range approach, allowing him to grow wildly. It was beautifully named that the four main mountains could be chosen freely. He didn't know if the Island Master treated all disciples this way or if it was because Zhou was a chosen one. Boss, let's go, we need to choose a courtyard. Song Shursan said. The Four Seasons Panglai was quite generous, whether inner or outer disciples, they all had their own independent courtyards. It was just the location that differed. Of course, aside from the different locations, the concentration of spiritual energy in the courtyards also varied. Song Tianli casually chose a small courtyard and entered it. He discovered that there seemed to be something resembling a formation outside the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the spiritual energy was dozens of times denser than outside. He quickly surveyed the courtyard and found that although it was small, it had all the essentials. A bedroom, kitchen, living room, cultivation room, and bathroom. The only thing missing was a toilet. If I cultivate here, my speed will be hundreds of times faster than in the 9 great states. No wonder there are countless strong individuals in the 10 great divine realms. In such an environment, even a pig wouldn't have a slow cultivation speed. There must be other places in the Four Seasons Panglai where the spiritual energy is even denser than in these small courtyards. It seems I need to learn more about the Four Seasons Panglai. As Song Tianli spoke, he took out the booklet that Xin Hanyu had previously distributed to everyone. The cover of the booklet had 4 large characters, Entry Manual. Opening the first page, it introduced the origins of the Four Seasons Panglai. Like the other 9 great divine realms, the Four Seasons Panglai was established by deities. Thus, it was referred to as one of the 10 great divine realms. The ancestor of the Four Seasons Panglai was named Lu Zhu. The Four Seasons of Panglai actually has 5 main peaks. In addition to the 4 main peaks of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, there is also Panglai Peak. This is where the Island Master of the Four Seasons of Panglai resides, and ordinary disciples are not allowed to enter without permission. The entry manual not only introduces the situation of the Four Seasons of Panglai but also details the cultivation status of the disciples. Disciples of the Four Seasons of Panglai must wear the clothing of the Four Seasons of Panglai. The colors of the clothing differ according to the main mountain each disciple belongs to. The spring mountain is green, the summer mountain is red, the autumn mountain is yellow, and the winter mountain is white.
Moreover, these outfits vary in color combinations based on the disciples' ranks.
For instance, on the spring mountain, although all disciples wear green, the colors of the collars and cuffs differ. Outer disciples wear white, inner disciples wear blue, and direct disciples wear gold. Thus, it is easy to distinguish the ranks of the disciples based on the colors of their clothing. The top 10 disciples on the leaderboard were rewarded with contribution points, which can be exchanged for elixirs, techniques, and spiritual tools.
Different items require different amounts of contribution points.
It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the contribution points are sufficient, one can exchange for anything needed for cultivation at the 4 seasons of Panglai. Earning contribution points is also easy. Disciples can take on assigned tasks, and different task levels correspond to different contribution points. If they accomplish other tasks beneficial to the 4 seasons of Panglai or their respective main mountains, they will receive additional rewards. In short, as long as one's strength is strong enough, earning contribution points is not difficult. The stronger one is, the easier it is to earn contribution points.
The last 2 pages of the manual describe the effects of various elixirs.
For example, the Peiyuan Dan can strengthen the foundation and solidify the essence. The Xiaohuan Dan can heal injuries. The Shisui Dan, previously awarded to Song Tianli and the other top 10 disciples, can cleanse impurities from the body. The Shisui Dan is the elixir that should be taken after becoming a disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai because only by thoroughly cleansing the impurities within can one cultivate more effectively. The more impurities a person has in their body, the slower their cultivation speed. Upon seeing the introduction of the Shisui Dan, Song Tianli suddenly realized.
Without any hesitation, he took out the Shisui Dan and consumed it. He was eager to see how many impurities were in his body.
As he took the Shisui Dan, Song Tianli clearly felt something moving within him. Along with that, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate. Thus, after splitting off a clone to guard himself, he began his cultivation. He did not know how long had passed when he opened his eyes.
It stinks.
Suddenly, he smelled a foul odor. He raised his hands and saw a thick, black, greasy substance on the surface of his body.
Is this the impurity in my body? It's a bit disgusting,
Song Tianli said as he walked toward the bathroom. Fortunately, there was a bathroom in the house, so he didn't have to go elsewhere. After taking a shower, Song Tianli changed into the clothing of a Spring Mountain disciple. After the shower, he felt refreshed. After taking the Shisui Dan, he found that his strength had improved significantly, and his combat power had also increased. His current combat power was nearing 400,000. However, he still had not shown any signs of breaking through to the second level of the divine path. After reading the entry manual, Song Tianli gained a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of the cultivation system. The so-called condensing the essence, cultivating the 5 organs, gathering the 6 palaces, and stepping onto the divine path actually refers to 3 realms. Cultivating the 5 organs is the first major realm, known as the divine storage realm. However, this divine storage realm is further divided into 5 minor realms, namely, the first storage realm, the second storage realm, all the way to the 5th storage realm.
Gathering the 6 palaces is similar, with the major realm being the Chi Palace realm.
The small realms are divided into the first realm, second realm, all the way to the 6th realm. However, the divine path realm is different. Only upon reaching the divine path realm does one truly step into cultivation and gain the qualification to cultivate the divine. Thus, the divine path realm is divided into 9 paths, or 9 levels.
Each path represents a level of heaven.
The difference between the first and second levels of the divine path may seem small, but in reality, the gap between them is like a chasm. Only by cultivating to the 9th level of the divine path can one qualify to become a deity. Song Tianli still has a long way to go before he can step into the second level of the divine path.
Damn it, I thought I was already far ahead, but it turns out I'm just at the starting line.
He lay on the bed, feeling a bit frustrated, and took out his phone. Just as he instinctively prepared to scroll through short videos, he suddenly realized that there was no internet in the 4 seasons Panglai.
Without internet, he couldn't watch short videos.
Without the ability to watch short videos, he couldn't use his golden finger to select his abilities.
It's over, I'm done for. Song Tianli lay on the bed, feeling lifeless, staring blankly at the ceiling.
Without short videos, he felt that his golden finger might be useless. The thought of losing the function of his golden finger made him very sad.
Without the golden finger, what kind of chosen one would he be? Fortunately, there are still 2 other golden fingers I can use. Song Tianli comforted himself.
Even without the ability selection golden finger, he still had the Naruto skill manifestation golden finger and the killing golden finger. With these 2 golden fingers, his strength could still rise rapidly. If others knew Song Tianli's thoughts, they would definitely beat him up. Isn't this pure Versailles? One golden finger becomes unusable, and he still has 2 golden fingers to use. Listen to that, is that even human talk? Thinking of this, Song Tianli felt as if he had been resurrected on the spot and walked back to the training room. This training room is a bit small, it can accommodate at most 10 avatars, he frowned and said. He could now use over 100 avatars to cultivate simultaneously, so the training room was definitely insufficient. The builders of the training room in Four Seasons Pang Lai probably never expected that someone would be able to use multiple avatars for cultivation.
It seems I'll have to sit in the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom to cultivate.
I just don't know if using so many avatars at the same time will cause any huge commotion. Forget it, I'll just have to try little by little, Song Tianli muttered to himself. After saying that, he split into 100 avatars.
One of the avatars went to the yard.
He needed to observe whether his cultivation would cause a significant disturbance. If it did, he would have to stop immediately.
If not, he could continue cultivating.
Thus, Song Tianli began his cultivation. He initially used only 10 avatars, all within the training room. With his 10-fold efficiency, 10 avatars cultivating was equivalent to 100-fold cultivation speed. As Song Tianli began to cultivate, the spiritual energy in the small courtyard slowly surged towards him. His cultivation speed was fast, but the spiritual energy in the courtyard was dense enough to support the cultivation of his 10 avatars, and there was still plenty to spare. So, Song Tianli began to increase the number of avatars for cultivation.
20, 30, 50.
Eventually, when the number of avatars exceeded 80, a change occurred in the courtyard, forming a spiritual energy storm. Seeing this, Song Tianli hurriedly dismissed the other avatars. Sure enough, as the other avatars disappeared, the energy in the yard vanished. Thus, Song Tianli settled on the final number of avatars for cultivation at 75. Thus, with his 10-fold efficiency, his cultivation speed was equivalent to being enhanced by 750 times. A cultivation speed of 750 times was already not considered slow, but Song Tianli was not satisfied with it, because that was not his limit. Since he was going to cultivate, he had to reach his limit. After thinking for a while, Song Tianli decided to head to Song Shisan's small courtyard. If the concentration of spiritual energy in these small courtyards was the same, then Song Shisan's small courtyard could accommodate about 75 avatars. This was basically his current limit. However, as his physical strength increased in the future, his limit would definitely continue to rise. Therefore, Song Tianli had to think of other methods. Today was the first day he arrived at Chunshan, and he was not in a hurry to cultivate. He decided to familiarize himself with the environment and get a rough understanding of Chunshan before doing anything else. Thus, Song Tianli did not go to Song Shisan's small courtyard. After being busy in the Beast Valley for several days, he was quite tired, so he lay down directly on the bed. He did not know how long he had slept when he was awakened by a loud noise. All inner disciples, gather at Qianbua Hall. This voice rang in Song Tianli's ears like a thunderclap. He was originally drowsy, but instantly woke up. He hurriedly got up and walked out of the small courtyard. He knew where Qianbua Hall was, it was mentioned in the enrollment manual.
Boss, good morning. After exiting the small courtyard, Song Shisan greeted him. Song Shisan's small courtyard was directly opposite Song Tianli's.
Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizai's small courtyards were on his right and directly across from him, respectively.
Everyone rushed towards Qianbua Hall together. A few minutes later, everyone stood at the entrance of Qianbua Hall. Starting from the first one, report your number. Xin Hongyu stood in front of everyone and said loudly, 1, 2, 28.
Originally, there were more than 200 people who came to Sihai Pang Lai. These 200 people were divided into 4 main mountains. However, some were outer disciples. Now, the ones gathering were the inner disciples, so there were only 28 people. As the last person finished reporting, Xin Hongyu withdrew his gaze. In your cohort, there are 28 people. To be honest, that's a bit more than I expected. But, it doesn't matter, I will slowly eliminate some of you. Once eliminated, you can only become outer disciples. If outer disciples perform well, they can also become inner disciples. Whether in the other main mountains of Sihai Pang Lai or in our Chunshan, the main focus is on one word: compete. Only by competing can there be resources, and strength can progress rapidly.
We will conduct assessments every so often.
Those who do not meet the standards will face light punishments or heavy eliminations.
Now, everyone enter the first floor of Qianbua Hall and find a place to sit. We will begin the first cultivation lesson. Xin Hongyu said loudly.
Everyone could only choose to obey his words.
They were just newly joined disciples and had no say.
They did whatever others said.
Senior brother Han Yu, what is on the second floor of Qianhua Hall? Someone asked curiously.
Just now, they saw that Qianhua Hall towered into the clouds, at least 20 or 30 floors high.
The second floor is for the senior brothers and sisters who are one level above you. Don't think that Chunshan only has you disciples. There are thousands of disciples in Chunshan, it's just that you have just entered Chunshan and haven't seen them yet. Hearing Xin Han Yu's words, everyone widened their eyes. Many indeed thought that Chunshan only had these 200 disciples from the 9 major states. However, upon reflection, it makes sense that the Four Seasons Panglai has existed for many, many years. How could it possibly have only these disciples? They had taken it for granted. Brother Han Yu, how often does the Four Seasons Panglai recruit disciples? That person asked again. Every 5 years. Xin Han Yu answered patiently. However, this answer made everyone gasp internally.
Recruiting every 5 years, and if 200 people are recruited each time, that would mean at least 4,000 disciples over 100 years. After Song Tianli and the others entered the first level of the Qianhua Hall, they began to examine their surroundings carefully. The tables here were different from those in the schools of the 9 great states. They were low tables. Behind the low tables were cushions, and everyone needed to sit on the ground. At the front, there was a huge crystal-like panel. Feel free to sit, Xin Han Yu said to everyone. Hearing this, Song Tianli and the others began to look for their preferred spots. Some liked to sit in the front, while others preferred the back. Thus, there were no conflicts over seating arrangements. Once everyone was settled, Xin Han Yu began the first lesson. In this first lesson, we won't talk about cultivation, but rather about the understanding of cultivators. Who among you can tell me what a cultivator is? Or what do you think the Four Seasons Panglai is, and what are the 10 divine realms? Upon hearing this question, everyone exchanged glances. At first glance, this question seemed meaningless. Cultivators go against the heavens, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to strengthen their own power. As for the Four Seasons Panglai, it is merely a name for a force. The builders of the Four Seasons Panglai named it so, hence it is called the Four Seasons Panglai. The 10 divine realms were created by 10 deities, and it is said that within each divine realm, there are countless treasures. Zhou He was the first to stand up and speak. This must be the understanding of most of you. You often say you go against the heavens, but do you even know what the heavens are? Why go against them? The heavens are just there, neither bothering you nor provoking you. Why go against them? I can clearly tell you, there is no need to go against the heavens. The path of cultivation is akin to climbing an endless mountain. You start from the first step at the foot of the mountain, and as long as you have the ability, you can keep climbing. During this time, you may have conflicts with other climbers, but you will not conflict with the mountain. The mountain does not care how high you can climb. So, in your future cultivation, you need not shout about going against the heavens. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Because in the past, when they were in the 9 great states, they often heard that cultivators went against the heavens and fought against fate. They didn't know where this saying came from, but since everyone said so, they believed it. Upon careful consideration, Xin Han Yu was indeed correct. They only knew the term heavens, but they didn't even know what the heavens truly were, yet they shouted about going against them. This seemed quite ridiculous. The 10 divine realms were indeed established by 10 deities. But do you know why these 10 deities created the 10 divine realms? Many of you may wonder why the place you lived in before was called the Divine Continent or Divine Land. But in fact, there are only the 9 great states. You have no idea what this so-called Divine Land is. Xin Han Yu continued. On this point, everyone nodded in agreement. They had no idea why it was called the Divine Land. Once, the Divine Land was vast and boundless, encompassing not only the current 9 major states and the 10 divine realms but also some other continents. On the Divine Land, countless deities existed. That is why it was called the Divine Land. However, later on, some events occurred, forcing the Divine Land to be divided. One part remained in place, becoming the current 9 major states. Another part was lifted into the sky by powerful beings. This portion lifted into the sky was divided into 10 parts, which you know as the 10 divine realms. Another part was directly shattered. Upon hearing this, Song Tianli frowned slightly. He suddenly recalled some things that Diyu had told him before. Over 10,000 years ago, when the second high-dimensional disaster struck, the Emperor of Humanity divided the citizens of the Divine Land into 2 parts. One part was made to fall into a deep sleep like Diyu. The other part was allowed to leave the Divine Land in search of another path. Among those who fell into a deep sleep, Song Tianli knew that only Diyu survived. The others all perished. The whereabouts of the other part remain unknown to this day. Now, Song Tianli had reason to suspect that the so-called 10 divine realms were those who had left the Divine Land in search of another path. Of course, he was only suspicious, he was not sure if that was the case.
This world is not as beautiful as you imagine.
There are always dangers you do not know about, eroding this world. The 10 divine realms form a super formation, protecting the current 9 major states. At the same time, they fend off those dangers you are unaware of.
Senior brother Hanyu, when you mention the dangers we do not know, are you referring to the beastly monsters?
I once read in an ancient text that powerful beastly monsters can swallow mountains and rivers, destroying heaven and earth.
Moreover, beastly monsters prefer to feast on humans, so they are always at odds with humanity. One person couldn't help but ask. Beastly monsters are part of it.
But not all. What the real danger is, you will know when your strength increases in the future.
You are too weak now, knowing this will bring you no benefit.
I tell you this only to make you aware that this world is filled with great crises. Becoming disciples of the 4 seasons Panglai does not mean you can rest easy from now on. On the contrary, you will bear responsibilities you have never shouldered before.
With greater power comes greater responsibility.
If you do not work hard in your cultivation, you may one day have to face these crises. At that time, if your strength is not sufficient, you will undoubtedly perish.
Xin Hanyu said with a serious tone.
As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the Qianhua hall became somewhat heavy.
Of course, these are not things you should be considering right now.
Your current strength is too weak. To put it bluntly, you don't even qualify to be cannon fodder.
Alright, now we officially begin the lesson. Seeing the slightly heavy expressions of the crowd, Xin Hanyu said.
The crowd adjusted their emotions and turned their gazes back to him. They knew that Xin Hanyu was about to start teaching them about cultivation.
Although everyone present had practiced cultivation, the methods were very complicated and certainly not of high grade.
They could not compare to the techniques of the 4 seasons Panglai. They were about to learn the true methods of the 4 seasons Panglai, and everyone was very much looking forward to it. To cultivate, you must first have a clear understanding of the path of cultivation. There are 5 main professions for cultivators: Battle Master, Alchemist, Artifact Master, Talismancer, and Formation Master. The 5 major professions are also easy to understand.
The Battle Master exists solely for combat.
Aside from fighting, it's still fighting. Therefore, the Battle Master is also one of the strongest professions among the 5.
The second profession, the Alchemist, is about refining pills.
You should have some understanding of pills. The introductory manual distributed earlier has a general description.
The Alchemist and the 3 subsequent professions can all be attributed to supportive roles.
If we purely discuss combat power, the Alchemist definitely cannot compare to the Battle Master. Of course, this does not include those who balance both. The Weapon Refiner creates spiritual weapons, both defensive and offensive.
The Talismancer is responsible for crafting talismans. Different talismans have different effects. For example, some talismans can increase speed, some can enhance strength, and some can provide invisibility. The Array Master is responsible for setting up formations.
Formations can trap enemies, kill enemies, block enemies, and can also gather spiritual energy.
In the small houses you chose earlier, there is a gathering formation that can collect spiritual energy. In the upcoming training, we will choose different professions for you based on the talents you display.
Upon hearing this, everyone finally had a general understanding of the 5 major professions in cultivation.
Next, these individuals would become Battle Masters, Alchemists, Array Masters. Different people have different inclinations. Song Tianli was also contemplating which of the 5 major professions to choose. First of all, he definitely wanted to choose the Battle Master. Because, in the future, he would certainly have to fight. He would also have to deal with the attacks of other chosen ones, and having weak combat power would not do at all. The Alchemist refines pills.
And as long as one has money, or rather, contribution points, they can exchange for them in the 4 seasons Panglai.
The same goes for the spiritual weapons and talismans made by the Weapon Refiner and Talismancer.
Only the Array Master could provide him with a strong enhancement. So, if possible, he planned to become both a Battle Master and an Array Master. Next, Xin Hanyu began to teach the content of cultivation. He first taught everyone a technique called Transformation of Spring. This technique is the foundational skill of Spring Mountain, and all disciples of Spring Mountain can cultivate it.
The only difference is that inner disciples receive detailed explanations from senior brothers like Xin Hanyu. When faced with questions from everyone, he would provide timely answers.
As for outer disciples, although there are people to explain, these instructors are like some teachers in a university who finish their lectures and turn to leave without any pause. Therefore, even if these outer disciples have doubts, they can only ponder on their own, with no one to answer their questions.
As for direct disciples, their treatment is even better.
They are taught one-on-one by the mountain master or elders.
One-on-one teaching is certainly much more effective than one-to-many teaching. Song Tianli listened to Xin Hanyu's teachings, trying hard to understand. However, he found that he was struggling a bit. He couldn't grasp the transformation of spring at all in a short time. It's so profound, even if I had 10 times the efficiency, I could only temporarily understand a little bit. I wonder how much the others have understood, Song Tianli silently thought. He planned to discuss it with Song Shisan and the others later. He wanted to see whether the transformation of spring was too profound or if his talent was limited. Soon, several hours passed. Today's lesson ends here. After you go back today, digest what I just taught. If you have any questions, you can ask me during tomorrow's lesson. After Xin Hanyu finished speaking, he turned and left. Song Tianli and the others left the Qianhua Hall and headed towards their own small courtyard. On the way back, Song Tianli, Song Shisan, Yu Chuanxiu, and Wu Zizai exchanged insights. Through their discussion, Song Tianli discovered that among the four of them, the one who understood the transformation of spring technique the deepest was actually Wu Zizai. This made it somewhat hard for him to accept. After all, he possessed the ability to work with 10 times the efficiency, yet he was still outdone by Wu Zizai. One must admit, Wu Zizai's comprehension was quite exceptional. In the path of cultivation, besides talent, comprehension is equally important. If only I could understand this technique just by reading it once. Song Shisan said with a hint of longing. Where in this world would such a good thing exist? Even if it did, there would be a price to pay. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, Yu Chuanxiu remarked. If it really allowed me to do that, I wouldn't mind paying some price, Song Shisan said nonchalantly. Then tell me, what price would you be willing to pay? Wu Zizai asked curiously. If I could have the ability to understand a technique just by reading it once, I would be willing to be a poor man for the rest of my life. Song Shisan declared. Pfft, why don't you say you'd never touch a woman for the rest of your life, Yu Chuanxiu said, somewhat speechless. He had been a poor man for the first half of his life. Boss, if you could have the ability to understand a technique just by reading it once, would you be willing to never touch a woman for the rest of your life? At that moment, Song Shisan suddenly looked at Song Tianli. Upon hearing this, Song Tianli was taken aback, because his golden finger had activated, and an option appeared before him. If you could have the ability to understand a technique just by reading it once, would you be willing to never touch a woman for the rest of your life? Note, a lifetime refers to 102 years. With Song Tianli's current strength at the first level of the divine path, under normal circumstances, his lifespan could reach over 150 years. However, he was already 20 years old, and having previously used 30 years of his lifespan to enhance a certain ability, he was left with only 102 years. Willing, of course I'm willing. Song Tianli hurriedly replied. He initially thought that without his phone to scroll through short videos, his golden finger would not have much effect. Unexpectedly, Song Shisan had given him a choice. As soon as he said he was willing, a peculiar energy surged into his mind. He found that the parts of the transformation of spring technique taught by Xin Hanyu that he previously did not understand suddenly became clear. This filled him with joy. Moreover, he discovered that the price was not 102 years, but rather 1/8 of 102 years. Because he had previously obtained 3 divine judgment coins, the price he had to bear was reduced to 1/8 of 2 to the power of 3. That is, 12.75 years. 12.75 years without touching a woman was incredibly easy for Song Tianli. Previously, the price for one of his golden finger abilities was that the more intimate his contact with women within 5 years, the greater the pain he would endure. Once he made close contact, he would undoubtedly die. This current price was somewhat similar. Of course, the meaning of touching a woman here referred to close contact, not just being touched by a woman. If it meant dying from just a touch, he would undoubtedly perish. What a pity, it's all just ifs. Song Shisan said with a hint of regret. What he did not know was that his one sentence had granted Song Tianli the ability to fully comprehend a technique just by reading it once. Hearing Song Shisan's words, Song Tianli smiled without speaking. For others, it was an if, but for him, it was a fact. With this ability, if he went to the place where the 4 seasons Pang Lai collected techniques, wouldn't he be able to wreak havoc? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with excitement. He had previously secured second place on the leaderboard, and one of the rewards was the opportunity to choose a martial art from the treasure pavilion. He decided to go there tomorrow. However, he only had 7 days left for random teleportation. He didn't know where he would be randomly teleported this time. If he were sent back to the 9 great states, he wasn't sure if he could return. Therefore, before that, he had to visit the treasure pavilion and learn as many martial arts as possible. If he really ended up in another place, it would still be worth the trip to the 4 seasons Pang Lai.
Soon, Song Tianli and the others returned to their small courtyard.
Today, Xin Hanyu had discussed many cultivation-related issues, and they needed to digest it well.
Such matters couldn't rely on others, they could only depend on themselves. At this moment, Song Tianli stood in his small courtyard, eyes closed, circulating the spiritual energy in his body according to the transformation of spring technique. He had now understood this martial art very thoroughly. It was no exaggeration to say that his comprehension was not inferior to anyone who had mastered the transformation of spring technique.
Transform clouds into rain, rain come,
Song Tianli softly commanded while standing in the courtyard. Soon, a large amount of water vapor gathered above his head, forming a small cloud. This cloud was only a little over 3 meters in diameter, looking very mini. A few seconds later, rain began to fall from the cloud.
I did it! Song Tianli exclaimed excitedly.
Although he knew there wouldn't be any problems, the joy in his heart was still uncontrollable at the moment the transformation succeeded. The so-called transformation of spring technique simulates everything about spring. What he had just summoned was spring rain. Spring rain is as precious as oil. If he could bring this ability to the 9 great states, it would be no different from a miracle. The only downside was that the cloud was a bit too small. The 3-meter diameter cloud produced rain that was less than that of a larger water gun. However, this was because Song Tianli was only using the strength of the 3 treasures realm. What he was currently disguising was indeed the 3 treasures realm. If he used the strength of the divine path realm, then the size of the cloud would at least increase by 300 to 500 times.
Transform seeds into sprouts, grow strong, Song Tianli said, throwing a handful of seeds. These were the seeds that Xin Hanyu had distributed to everyone earlier for practicing the transformation of spring technique. After being thrown to the ground, the seeds began to take root and sprout at a visible speed. In just 10 seconds, the small seeds grew into vines over 2 meters long. It worked too,
Song Tianli said excitedly. This ability, which had once seemed miraculous to him, he now possessed.
Simple, simple, still simple. I need to go to the treasure pavilion right now, Song Tianli said, leaving his small courtyard and heading in the direction of the treasure pavilion.
The entry manual that had been distributed earlier marked the locations of various palaces, main mountains, and other places in the 4 seasons Panglai. Song Tianli had a good sense of direction. After looking at the map twice, he had roughly memorized it. Thus, based on his memory, he arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion in no time. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, there was a pavilion where an old man leaned against a pillar, holding a wine gourd and leisurely savoring his drink.
Hello, old man, may I ask what credentials are needed to enter this treasure pavilion?
Song Tianli approached the old man politely. Based on his previous experience reading novels on Blue Star, those who guarded the entrance to treasure pavilions were generally unfathomable, especially those who enjoyed drinking and carried a wine gourd. Such people were definitely extraordinary masters. Therefore, Song Tianli was very courteous. Sure enough, upon hearing Song Tianli's words, the old man lifted one eye and glanced at him.
You're quite polite, young man. Are you new here?
The old man asked Song Tianli.
Yes, I just joined, Song Tianli replied humbly. To enter the treasure pavilion, you must have a permit. Do you have a permit?
The old man who was drinking asked.
A permit? I don't seem to have one.
Old man, I ranked second on this new disciple points list, and the reward was to enter the treasure pavilion and choose a cultivation method.
How do I redeem this? Song Tianli asked again. I see.
Take out your disciple identity token, the old man said.
Alright. Without hesitation, Song Tianli quickly took out his identity token.
The old man swiped his hand over it, and the number 1 on it disappeared.
Alright, you can go in now.
Remember, you can only choose one cultivation method, the old man reminded. Old man, I'm not very familiar with the cultivation methods here, so it might take me some time to choose.
Is there a time limit for entering the treasure pavilion? Song Tianli asked.
Within 6 hours, you can browse freely.
After 6 hours, you must leave.
When you leave, you can only take one cultivation method with you. It's always necessary to browse more, because without browsing, one cannot know if they are suitable for cultivating that method.
This rule of the 4 seasons Panglai is quite humane. Okay, thank you, old man. Then I'll go in. After saying this, Song Tianli walked towards the treasure pavilion. Interesting little guy, the old man remarked and continued drinking.
Although Song Tianli was very polite to the old man, that was all there was to it. Over the years, he had seen all kinds of people while guarding the treasure pavilion. A polite disciple might easily evoke goodwill, but it wasn't worth paying attention to. For him, it was more enjoyable to drink than to focus on others. Chapter 193, Immersive Reading. As Song Tianli pushed open the door to the treasure pavilion, a rich scent of books immediately enveloped him. Before him was an enormous space. This space was 10 meters high and covered an area as large as a football field. It was divided into many sections. Song Tianli quickly scanned the layout inside, noting that there were cultivation methods for all 5 major professions. I'll start by selecting books related to formations, Song Tianli muttered to himself. He didn't really need to look at books on combat, as there were already many skills from characters in Naruto, and he had plenty of means during battles. However, he was still a novice when it came to formations, completely clueless. So, starting to understand formations was the best choice for him at the moment. As for combat methods, he could come back to them later when he had time. After deciding on his target, Song Tianli walked towards the formation section. He estimated that there were at least 500 books related to formations. If he were to look at each one, he definitely wouldn't finish in 6 hours. So, he began to select. Basic Theory of Formation Composition, I need to read this, Song Tianli said as he took a book off the shelf. Formation Grade Identification, I need to read this too. He then took another book from the shelf. This one seems worth reading. This one too. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, he had selected 10 books related to formations. Most of them were basic materials, with only 2 that delved deeper. So, Song Tianli found a corner and sat down to start reading. Could this little guy be thinking of pursuing the path of formations? The choice of books is quite appropriate. At this moment, the old man outside the treasure pavilion murmured to himself. However, after he finished speaking, he withdrew his gaze. For him, as long as Song Tianli did not damage the treasure pavilion, he could read whatever he liked. It was none of his business. Song Tianli sat in the corner, rapidly flipping through the books. He discovered that even with his speed reading, he could completely remember everything he had read. I didn't expect this ability to also give rise to a photographic memory. I wonder if it's only useful for reading or if it applies to everything. If everything were to be remembered perfectly, it could actually be quite painful. Song Tianli recalled that having an exceptionally good memory was, in fact, a kind of illness. This illness of having an overly good memory was something that ordinary people might not understand, and they might even envy it. But only the person suffering from it knew how painful it could be. Soon, Song Tianli finished reading the first volume of the technique. He roughly estimated the time and realized it took about half an hour. This meant that with the same books, Song Tianli could read 12 volumes in 6 hours. In this way, not only could he finish the 10 books he had chosen, but he could also read 2 more. When he left, he could take 1 more. If he could fully comprehend all 13 books, he would be able to enter the realm of formation masters. Although entering the realm of formation masters seemed to be a low level, Song Tianli had only used 6 hours. To go from a novice to an entry-level practitioner in just 6 hours was astonishing. If this were to be known, it would likely shock many people. For ordinary individuals, aside from battle masters, the other 4 professions would generally take at least half a year to progress from novice to entry level. Even for a prodigy, it would take at least 3 months. Song Tianli had only taken 6 hours, which was simply terrifying. Time passed second by second. Song Tianli remained in the corner, immersed in his reading. Little guy, have you made your choice? It's time to leave. Just then, an elderly voice reached Song Tianli's ears. He recognized that the owner of this voice was the old man at the entrance. Alright, I'm leaving now. After saying this, Song Tianli stood up. He then returned all the books he had previously taken to their original places. Finally, he took a book titled Complete Guide to Formations and left. This Complete Guide to Formations recorded numerous formations from the 1st to the 9th rank. Song Tianli decided to take it back and try to see if he could set up these formations. After exiting the treasure pavilion, Song Tianli walked towards the old man who was drinking. Elder, I took this one, he said, showing the book he had taken. Do you really like formations? The old man asked. Yes, I was captivated when I heard senior brother Hongyu talk about formation masters. So, taking advantage of the reward of being able to choose a technique, I came to select a technique related to formations, Song Tianli replied honestly. In this day and age, there aren't many people interested in formations. Being a formation master is an extremely costly profession. Without a certain financial foundation, it's hard for ordinary people to achieve results. You need to be mentally prepared. The old man said kindly. I am already mentally prepared. After reading the books related to formations just now, I have decided to pursue the path of formations to the end. Song Tianli spoke these words sincerely. Because through his recent understanding of formations, he realized that as long as a formation master was given enough time, he could outsmart many people who were much stronger than him. This was something that battle masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman masters could not compare to. Formation masters had great advantages in cultivation, defeating enemies, and trapping foes. A powerful array master can change the heavens and the earth, using the forces of nature to move mountains and drain seas. In a sense, an array master is like a fulcrum. A famous saying from a philosopher of Blue Star, "Give me a fulcrum, and I will lift the entire planet." What array masters excel at is using a little force to move a great weight. Hearing Song Tianli say this, the old man with the wine revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, he raised his palm and made a grabbing motion towards the direction of the treasure pavilion. In the next moment, a book flew out from the treasure pavilion. "This is for you." The old man with the wine then threw the book to Song Tianli. When Song Tianli received the book and looked at it, he found it was indeed the fundamental theories of array composition he had read before. "You've seen this book, so you must have some understanding of its content. The book you have, Complete Array Techniques, is not suitable for you right now. I'm giving you this book, take it back and study it well. If within 7 days you can fully digest the content of this book, I will grant you a fortuitous opportunity," said the old man with the wine. "Old man, you underestimate people too much. The content of this book is not difficult for me. I won't need 7 days to digest it all. At most, 3 days. Song Tianli said. He had already realized that this old man was not simple. Since that was the case, he deliberately aimed to attract a bit of his attention.